The journey of Ash has come to an end, leaving us with countless regrets. A young boy unexpectedly traverses into the world of Pokémon, becoming Ash himself. With the ambition of becoming a Pokémon Master, he sweeps through various leagues, befriending female protagonists from different regions, thus embarking on a journey devoid of regrets. Chapter 1. The Crossing, the Golden Finger Awakens. The boy gazes at his reflection in the mirror alongside a yellow-furred rodent. A flicker of astonishment crosses his eyes as he realizes he is transformed into Ash, the protagonist of the Pokémon world, with the renowned Pikachu by his side. Indeed, he is not the original boy, but a time traveler named Xiaoji, a passionate Pokémon enthusiast who holds a deep admiration for Ash. After the official announcement of Ash's journey concluding, in a fit of frustration, he succumbed to an electric shock and crossed over into this world. Very well, since I've been granted this chance to traverse dimensions, let me carve out my own path and become a Pokémon Master. Xiaoji muses to himself. As an orphan in his past life, he is unburdened by attachments, filling him with anticipation for this new world. After organizing the memories in his mind, he recalls that his predecessor had just concluded the Silver Conference and was preparing to embark on a new journey to the Hoenn region the following day. Xiaoji, Pikachu, it's time for dinner. Huazi calls from downstairs. We heard you, Mom. We'll be right down. Thus, clutching Pikachu, he approaches the dining table, where the red-haired woman and a clown-like Pokémon are none other than his mother Huazi and Mr. Mime. The sight of the delectable dishes laid out before him instantly ignites Xiaoji's appetite. I shall begin. Bika bika. So delicious. Xiaoji's eyes sparkle with delight, and Pikachu nods in agreement. I have finished. Mom, I'm heading to Professor Oak's lab. After his meal, Xiaoji rises and extends his hand, with Pikachu swiftly climbing onto his shoulder. All right, be careful on your way. Understood, Mom. Bika bika. Ding, the Pokemon achievement system has been activated. As Xiaoji makes his way to Professor Oak's lab, a sudden chime resonates in his mind, causing him to instinctively halt. Pika, no? The Pikachu on his shoulder emits a puzzled cry upon seeing Xiaoji's sudden stop. It's nothing, Pikachu, Xiaoji replies with a smile and continues toward Professor Oak's direction. Ha! Indeed, the golden finger is essential for traversing dimensions. Xiaoji thinks joyfully, eagerly inquiring, System, what functions do you possess? Ding, the host system comprises 3 primary functions. First, the ability to view all Pokemon information. Second, a Pokemon shop where points can be used to purchase all Pokemon items, including Mega Stones and Z Crystals. Third, there are achievement tasks that reward the host upon completion. Points can be earned through Pokemon battles, with higher-level Pokemon yielding greater points. The system's long-term tasks include travel achievements. 1. Defeating a gym leader grants 1,000 points. 2. Achieving the top 16 in the league tournament grants 2,000 points. Reaching the top 8 grants 5,000 points. The top 4 grants 10,000 points. The third place grants 15,000 points. The runner-up grants 20,000 points. And the champion grants 50,000 points. Woo, let's take off. Asterisk. Xiaoji thinks joyfully. System, is there a beginner's gift pack? Ding, no. However, as compensation, the system will calculate the achievement points from the host Kanto and Chengdu journeys. Ding, calculating compensation points. Kanto journey totals 23,000 points. Yay! Epsilon Honda. Invincible. Xiaoji exclaims excitedly as he gazes at the points displayed on the virtual panel, then looks at Pikachu on his shoulder and silently thinks. View. Pikachu. Category. Mouse Pokemon. Type. Electric. Gender. Male. Ability. Static. There is a 30% chance to paralyze a Pokemon using contact moves against this Pokemon in battle. Strength. Peak gym level. Moves. Thunder Shock. Volt Tackle. Quick Attack. Agility. Thunder. Terrestrial type. Flying. Held item. None. The hierarchy of Pokemon is delineated into categories of ordinary, elite, gym leader, champion, pre-elite, king, god beast, divine, and ultra god beast. Truly, Pikachu has ascended to the pinnacle of gym leader strength, and its unique attribute is astonishingly flying. While on the road, I peruse the wares available in the points mall. A standard Pokeball costs 200 points, a Super Ball 500 points, and both the Ultra Ball and various special balls require 1,000 points, whereas a Master Ball demands a staggering 10,000 points. Furthermore, each item that can be held requires 1,000 points, and the move tutor necessitates 2,000 points. However, the God Beast item system is not available for purchase. The Z-Ring, standard Z Crystal, Ultra Crystal and Keystone demand 5,000 points, while 50 Ultra Crystal Fragments, Megastones, and exclusive Z Crystals require a monumental 10,000 points. The silver lining is that once the Ultra Crystal is utilized, the system automatically replenishes its energy. Shortly thereafter, Ash and Pikachu arrived at Professor Oak's lab. Upon beholding the grand red house adorned with an enormous windmill, Ash excitedly pushed open the door and rang the doorbell. Ding-dong. Soon after, Tracy promptly opened the door for Ash. At that moment, Professor Oak approached, exclaiming, "Good morning, Ash." "Good morning, Professor Oak, and you too, Tracy." Ash replied, "Are you here to see your Pokémon?" Professor Oak inquired with a smile. "Yes." Ash nodded. Subsequently, Professor Oak guided Ash to the backyard, where Ash began his search for his Pokémon. Turtwig, a green-skinned frog with its back adorned by a peculiar seed, emerged before him, excitedly calling out upon seeing Ash, then launching a sunlight blaze into the sky. "Good morning, Turtwig." Ash greeted the creature with a smile. Before long, the ground trembled as a throng of Pokémon rushed toward them. Among them, the swiftest was none other than Bayleaf. Bayleaf rubbed against Ash enthusiastically. Ash joyfully interacted with his Pokémon, all the while not forgetting to consult the system to review their data. Snorlax, in the late stages of Gym Leader status, possesses a normal-type attribute. Turtwig and Heracross, in the early stages of Gym Leader status, have grass and bug-type attributes, respectively. Bayleaf, Kingler, Tauros, and Noctowl stand at the apex of the elite tier, with grass, water, normal, and flying-type attributes, respectively. Grimer, in the late stages of elite status, has a poison-type attribute. Croconaw and Cyndaquil, in the mid-elite phase, are of water and fire types, respectively. Elekid is in the late stages of ordinary status, possessing a ground-type attribute. Moreover, Cyndaquil is on the brink of evolution, which will elevate its strength to at least late elite status. "Professor Oak, I shall take Elekid with me to the Hoenn region." Ash informed Professor Oak of his choice. "Very well. Is that the only one you wish to take?" Professor Oak asked, puzzled. Upon hearing that it would not accompany him, Bayleaf immediately began to coax Ash. "Bayleaf. All right, Bayleaf." Ash reassured the jealous Bayleaf, which finally settled down, gazing at Ash with longing eyes. Only then did Ash respond to Professor Oak, "I have another old friend." "Oh, is that so?" Professor Oak nodded, refraining from further inquiry. He then employed the Pokémon teleportation device at the lab to summon Charizard. "Come forth, Charizard!" Roar. With a mighty roar, Charizard made its grand entrance. Charizard type, Fire, Flying ability, Blaze, when HP is 1/3 of maximum HP. Fire type move's power is boosted by 1.5 times. Strength, early pre-elite moves, Flamethrower, Earthquake, Dragon Pulse, Overheat, Air Slash, Dragon Tail. Ultra attribute, Dragon held item, none. Indeed, Charizard did not disappoint. Not only did it attain pre-elite strength, but its ultra attribute is astonishingly dragon. "Hey Charizard, you've grown stronger." Ash greeted. Roar. Subsequently, Ash purchased several TMs and items from the mall to enhance his Pokémon's strength and facilitate their training. He also acquired an Ultra Crystal, Z-Ring, and Standard Z for self-defense. Professor Oak and Tracy were astonished to witness Ash's earnest training, while Professor Oak felt a sense of pride, realizing that Ash had matured. After a fruitful morning, Pikachu equipped itself with an electric ball and learned Ultra Burst, while Charizard obtained a wood charcoal and Master Dragon Dive, and Snorlax learned Sleep Talk. Cyndaquil successfully evolved into Kalava, reaching late elite status. Although the other Pokémon did not experience such significant progress, their strengths also improved. Thus, Ash completely exhausted all his points. After enjoying lunch, Ash chose not to continue training with his Pokémon, but instead ventured into the Viridian Forest with Pikachu. Chapter 2. The Conquest of the Jobin Forest and the Return of the Pidgeot. The Jobin Forest is vast, even during my previous travels in the Kanto region. I merely grazed its periphery and never ventured into its core. It was here that Ash captured his first and second Pokémon, Caterpie and Pidgeotto. Caterpie evolved into Butterfree, and together with its beloved pink counterpart, they took flight, leaving Ash behind. Meanwhile, Pidgeotto, upon evolving into Pidgeot, chose to remain in the Jobin Forest to protect the Pidgeys and Pidgeottos, making a pact with Ash. Now, the time has come to fulfill that promise and bring Pidgeot back. The trees of the Jobin Forest are lush and sprawling, casting a dim light within, rendering this place a veritable paradise for bug and flying-type Pokémon. Ash gazed upon the scenery before him, feeling immensely content. All right, Pikachu, let us forge ahead. Pikachu, thumping its chest, affirmed, Pika, Pikachu. Thus, the duo transformed into a formidable force, overcoming every Pokémon that crossed their path, earning Ash a considerable number of points. However, Ash exchanged some energy cubes as compensation for the defeated Pokémon before continuing onward. Suddenly, Pikachu tapped Ash and pointed to the side, exclaiming. Following Pikachu's gaze, Ash spotted a brown fox emerging from the thicket. Could it be Eevee? How splendid! Eevee, a Pokémon renowned for its 8 potential evolutions, is quite the rarity. Eevee. Type. Normal. Gender. Male. Ability. Adaptability. This ability enhances the power of moves that match the Pokémon's type. Strength. Mid-range. Moves. Quick attack. Sand attack. Swift. Thunderbolt. Dig. Shadow Ball. Double kick. Terrestrial type. Normal. Upon observing that this Eevee, though merely mid-range, already possessed moves like Shadow Ball, Dig, and Double Kick, Ash's eyes sparkled with excitement. This Eevee was undoubtedly gifted. With a proud demeanor, Eevee approached Ash and Pikachu, striding with an air of indifference. All right, go for it, Pikachu. Capture this Eevee. Pika Pika. Pikachu surged forward, its cheeks sparking with electricity, brimming with combat spirit. Eevee, sensing Pikachu's terrifying aura, swiftly initiated Dig to escape. Oh no. Quick. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Just as the words left his lips, Pikachu unleashed a powerful Thunderbolt. Yet, it was a moment too late. Eevee had already burrowed away. Fortunately, Eevee did not flee far, and Ash remained vigilant, observing the ground for any signs of movement. Pikachu, swiftly use Quick Attack and follow up with Thunderbolt to the right. Pika Pika. In a flash, Pikachu appeared before Eevee, delivering a powerful strike. Excellent. Let us deliver a decisive blow with our new ultimate move, Terrestrial Burst. With a brilliant white light emanating from Pikachu's little paws, it struck Eevee, enveloping it in a radiant blue glow, rendering Eevee unable to continue the battle. Great. Go. Pokeball. Ash flipped his cap and threw the Pokeball. Upon contact with Eevee, it emitted a red light and drew Eevee inside. As the Pokeball began to shake, Ash and Pikachu watched eagerly, their eyes filled with anticipation. The Pokeball trembled thrice before a star appeared atop it. Hooray! I've captured Eevee. Pika, Pikachu. Pikachu rushed over, cradling the Pokeball and returning to Ash's side, presenting it to him. Thank you, Pikachu. Pika Pika. Pikachu waved its hand with a flourish. Come forth, Eevee. Simultaneously, Ash exchanged points for a potion from the system and sprayed it on Eevee's wounds. Upon awakening, Eevee found itself nestled in Ash's embrace. You're awake, Eevee. Here, have an energy cube. After tasting a piece, Eevee's eyes sparkled, and it devoured the rest voraciously before nuzzling Ash affectionately. Subsequently, Ash returned Eevee to its Pokeball and continued onward with Pikachu towards the Pidgeot's territory. An hour later, as they advanced, the trees grew sparser, and the forest became notably brighter. The bug-type Pokémon were now scarce, indicating they had entered the domain of a powerful Pokémon tribe. As they journeyed, Pidgeys and Pidgeottos frequently appeared, unmistakably marking this as Pidgeot's territory. Ash knew they could not proceed any further, lest they be perceived as intruders and attacked. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, Pidgeot, I have come to retrieve you. Pika Pika. Suddenly, a rush of wind from the swift movement filled the air. Ash and Pikachu looked up in the direction of the sound, and to their astonishment, 2 majestic Pidgeots soared into view under the sunlight. The leading Pidgeot exuded a regal aura. Pidgeot, I have come for you. My apologies for my tardiness. Pika Pika. The leading Pidgeot dove down, enveloping Ash and Pikachu in its expansive wings. Pidgeot. Type. Normal. Flying. Ability. Keen Eye. This ability ensures that the Pokémon's accuracy cannot be lowered by any means, ignoring any increase in the target's evasiveness. Strength. Gym leader level. Moves. Hurricane. Brave Bird. Feather Dance. Steel Wing. Hyper Beam. Terrestrial type. Flying. Pidgeot. Will you accompany me on my journey once more? Pidgeot, with a fierce glint in its eyes, gazed intently at Ash. All right, I understand. Go, Pikachu. Pikachu, filled with determination, looked at Pidgeot, eager to witness its prowess. Pidgeot, unleash Air Slash. Pikachu dodged quickly. Use Quick Attack followed by Thunderbolt. Ash commanded. Pikachu skillfully evaded Air Slash, positioning itself beneath Pidgeot to unleash a torrent of golden electricity. Pidgeot deftly dodged the Thunderbolt and retaliated with its powerful move, Brave Bird. Once more, Pikachu. Continue with Thunderbolt. Ash urged. With a resounding crash, the Thunderbolt struck Pidgeot, creating a cloud of smoke and debris, yet Pidgeot emerged from the haze unscathed. Ash felt a surge of joy. Pikachu's special attack had been amplified by an electric-type boost, and Pidgeot had endured it. Go, Pikachu. Use Volt Tackle. Pikachu charged forth, enveloped in crackling electricity. What is this? Ash exclaimed in excitement. Pidgeot, unfazed, launched into another brave bird. With an explosive roar, a cloud of smoke engulfed the area. Moments later, Pidgeot burst forth from the smoke with Pikachu on its back, waving at Ash. Pika! Pika! Pidgeot then descended beside Ash, nuzzling its head against him, while Pikachu leapt back onto Ash's shoulder. Ash brandished a Pokeball towards Pidgeot. Welcome back, Pidgeot. Pidgeot pecked the Pokeball and was drawn back inside, once again becoming Ash's companion. Nearby, Pidgeys and Pidgeotos began to cry out, as if bidding farewell to their king. Ash exchanged some energy cubes with another Pidgeot, which then departed with the energy cubes, accompanied by the Pidgeys and Pidgeotos. Let us go, Pikachu. This mission has concluded splendidly. Pikachu nodded in agreement. Together, Ash and Pikachu exited the Joban forest, the setting sun casting their silhouettes as they walked through the woods. In the backyard of Professor Oak's lab, Ash's mother Hanako, Professor Oak, and Shinji organized a farewell party for Ash, while his Pokémon gathered together in a lively atmosphere. Chapter 3. Departure to the Hoenn region. The true protagonist emerges. In the backyard of Professor Oak's lab, Ash's Pokémon gathered together in joyous revelry. It's been a while. You have reached an impressive level of strength, Pidgeot, the Bulbasaur exclaimed, its eyes sparkling with admiration. Indeed, but you are still no match for me, Charizard replied with a sense of pride. Oh, come now, Pidgeot humbly retorted, before mockingly adding. It seems that you, the so-called problem child, have finally learned to behave. Quite the feat. Ahem, it's merely youthful folly. And am I really a problem child? Are you looking for a fight? Charizard glared at Pidgeot after casting a sidelong glance at Ash, ready to engage in a skirmish. Humph, who's afraid of whom? Pidgeot shot back defiantly. Oh dear, let us speak civilly. Bulbasaur interjected, eager to mediate. Allow me to inform you all, do not underestimate my current weakness, for in the near future, you shall all be my defeated foes. I shall usurp the position of that yellow-furred rodent. Therefore, while I am still in my infancy, be sure to curry my favor. Otherwise, once I grow strong, I may not even glance your way. Eevee stood atop a boulder, surveying the gathering of Pokémon with an air of superiority. Brothers, charge forth. Let us vanquish this arrogant Eevee and teach it a lesson in humility. Among them, Bayleaf could no longer contain itself and led a charge of male Pokémon at the forefront. A true gentleman speaks rather than fights. You scoundrel, help. Eevee found itself fleeing in every direction. Pikachu shook its head disapprovingly. Meanwhile, the farewell gathering had concluded. Ash, here are your new clothes and backpack. Your mother has prepared them for you. Hanako presented the new gear to Ash with a smile. Thank you, Mom. Ash exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the new equipment. Ash, this is the latest Pokédex, which contains information on the Pokémon of the Hoenn region. Consider it a parting gift. When you arrive in Hoenn, you can pay a visit to Professor Okito. Professor Oak approached, handing over a Pokédex. Oh, thank you, Professor Oak. While it may not be as convenient as the system I'm used to, it will certainly serve as a form of identification. The following day, Ash, be careful on your journey. Pikachu, I entrust you with Ash. Hanako waved goodbye to Ash. Pikachu understood. We're setting off. Having departed from Pallet Town, Ash arrived at the harbor and boarded a ship bound for the Hoenn region. On board, he called out, come forth. Eevee and Elekid. Eevee jumped onto Ash's other shoulder, claiming its territory, and if Bayleaf were to find out, it would surely become jealous and pursue it. Meanwhile, Elekid scurried around the deck. Pidgeot remained in its Pokeball, as its size made movement on the ship rather inconvenient. Gazing at the vast expanse of the ocean before him, Ash realized he would be on the ship for quite some time. Given the considerable distance between the two regions, he relished the tranquility of this maritime journey. As Ash enjoyed his voyage, two figures in a Meowth were observing him through binoculars from a distance, specifically focusing on Pikachu. Night fell, and within the room, Ash and his companions had drifted into slumber. Creak. The door swung open. A mechanical arm reached in, swiftly grasping Pikachu and pulling it back. Pikachu! Pikachu! Pikachu was jolted awake, crying out in alarm. Ash, startled, shouted, what is happening? Outside, a voice boomed. Ha ha ha! Since you have so sincerely sought our guidance, we shall generously impart our wisdom. To prevent the world from destruction, to protect the peace of the world, to promote love and truth. We are the charming yet villainous Team Rocket. Jesse, James, we are the Rocket Team, traversing the galaxy, the White Hole. A bright tomorrow awaits us, that's the way it is. Meowth. Oh no, how could I have forgotten them? Ash lamented inwardly, grabbing a Pokeball and rushing toward the door. Bursting outside, Ash confronted the trio from Team Rocket and saw Pikachu trapped within an electric barrier. Pikachu! Pikachu! Pikachu repeatedly pounded against the barrier, calling out to Ash. Team Rocket, release Pikachu at once. Ash demanded. Ha ha ha, not a chance, little brat. Pikachu is ours now. Meowth, let us retreat. Jesse laughed. Roger. Meowth. Wheezing, use smokescreen. You want to escape. Come forth, Pidgeot. First, use Hurricane to disperse the smoke. Then strike the electric barrier with Steel Wing to rescue Pikachu. Pidgeot blasted through the smoke and charged in, causing Team Rocket to feel a sense of dread as the bird approached swiftly. Jessie exclaimed nervously, "Quick, use counterattack. Come forth. Weezing, use Poison Sting. Meowth Cha. Meowth, Strength, Ordinary Intermediate. Weezing, Strength, Elite Peak. Golbat, Strength, Elite Peak. Fearow, Strength, Gym Mid-Tier." However, Team Rocket had vastly underestimated Pidgeot's speed. The majestic bird swiftly reached them, its metallic wings shattering the electric barrier, allowing Pikachu to escape and leap onto Pidgeot's back. Excellent. Now, Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt. Pidgeot, use Hurricane. Ash cheered with delight at the unfolding scene. Pikachu Pika. A golden tempest erupted, launching Team Rocket into the sky. This sensation is utterly dreadful. Meowth. Pidgeot descended gracefully, carrying Pikachu. Pikachu leaped into Ash's embrace. "I'm so glad you're safe, Pikachu. And thank you, Pidgeot." Pikachu Pika. Pidgeot. Ding achievement unlocked. First victory against Team Rocket. Reward, 5,000 points. In the ensuing journey, free from Team Rocket's interruptions, tranquility was restored, and Ash seized the opportunity to train. He first encouraged Pikachu to harness Steel-type energy to learn Iron Tail on the deck, with Pidgeot assisting nearby. Subsequently, Ash used the points he had just received to purchase a Sharp Beak and a TM for Heat Wave for Pidgeot, as well as 2 training devices for Eevee and Elekid. Pikachu's tail gleamed with metallic luster as it successfully struck Pidgeot. Bang. Splendid. Pikachu, you did it. Pikachu Pika. Meanwhile, Elekid and Eevee trained vigorously, their lower levels allowing for rapid advancement, with Elekid and Eevee reaching Ordinary Peak and Ordinary Late stages respectively. A delightful surprise was that Elekid, inspired by Pikachu's training, unexpectedly learned Iron Head, which would be advantageous against Ice-type Pokémon. As time passed, the outline of the Hoenn region became visible, the scenery gradually coming into focus. The Hoenn region is characterized by its diverse natural environments, ranging from tropical rainforests to deserts. But its most striking feature is its vast bodies of water. The expanse of these waters nearly rivals that of the mainland, creating a stark contrast with other regions. Numerous islands of varying sizes, the mainland, accessible only by water routes. Some areas even allow for diving. The vegetation and climate of Hoenn reveal that it is significantly warmer than other continents. Its interior is enveloped by mountains and forests, with major cities situated along the coastal areas. Hoenn is home to 2 volcanoes, one active and one dormant. The active volcano continues to emit ash, coating the mountain and the roads at its base in a unique hue. In contrast, the dormant volcano lies underwater as a submarine volcano. In a certain city. "Mom and Dad, I'm setting off. Be careful on the road." "I know." A girl adorned with a red bandana was cycling as she bid farewell to her parents. Chapter 4. The Novice Xiaoyao, Hoenn's starter Pokemon. In the town of Minamo, known as the town untouched by any color. Though small, it has gained fame in the Hoenn region due to the establishment of Professor Okito's laboratory, much like Pallet Town. At the Minamo harbor, several wingulls soared through the sky. After several days of sailing, Ash finally disembarked at the harbor of Minamo. "At last, I have arrived in the Hoenn region. The air here is so refreshing." Ash spoke to the Pikachu perched on his shoulder. "Pikachu." The Pikachu nodded in response. "Excellent. Our goal is to win the Pokemon contest." Ash's heart raced with excitement. "Let us go, Pikachu. We must first pay a visit to Professor Oak." Pika. Subsequently, Ash followed the signs along the forest path, arriving at Professor Oak's laboratory. "Hello, I am Ash from Pallet Town. Is anyone here?" Pika. Ash knocked on the door. To his surprise, it was not Professor Oak who emerged, but rather his assistant. "Oh, welcome, Ash, to the Hoenn region. Professor Oak has informed me of your arrival. I apologize, but he has gone to the mountains for research. Perhaps you could wait here for him to return?" The assistant offered warmly. "No need. I shall seek out the professor myself and take the opportunity to explore the Pokemon of Hoenn," Ash declared, dashing towards the mountains. The youth today truly lacked patience. The assistant mused, shaking his head. Ash, accompanied by Pikachu, wandered aimlessly through the mountains. Suddenly, a voice echoed. "Any Pokemon will do, just bring them out." That must be Professor Oak's voice. "Come on, Pikachu," he exclaimed, sprinting towards the sound. All right, come out," a girl's voice replied. "What now? What should we do next?" "Hurry, use your move." "What move?" "Call for Water Gun." Water Gun. The Mudkip unleashed a jet of water, splashing the girl's face. Ash arrived just in time to witness this scene, recognizing the girl as May. Ash, Pikachu, and Professor Oak could only watch in bemusement. How could this happen?" May cried out. "Pikachu, use Thunderbolt on those Houndoom," Ash instructed, observing Professor Oak dangling from a tree due to 3 Houndoom. Pikachu. A golden current of electricity surged forth, scattering the Houndoom. "Phew, I'm saved. Professor Oak sighed, clearly exhausted. Wait, who are you? He asked, descending from the tree. Looking perplexed at Ash. I am Ash from Pallet Town, and this is my partner, Pikachu. Pikachu. Oh, so you are Ash. Thank you so much. I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly. Let us return to the laboratory. Professor Oak beamed, then turning to May, and you, May, it's been a while. You've grown even more beautiful, just like your mother. No, I didn't do anything special. May quickly waved her hands dismissively. You're here to select your starter Pokemon, right? Have you decided which one you want? Not yet, May replied, looking down and fidgeting with her fingers. The trio made their way to the laboratory together. Hello, I'm May from Little Root Town. She introduced herself, joining Ash's side. Hello Ash, she began, but was interrupted by a loud laugh, as a mechanical arm burst forth, accompanied by a colossal robot resembling a battery. Who are you? Professor Oak and May asked in unison. Since you've asked so earnestly, I shall graciously inform you. You again, Team Rocket. You just one T go away. Ash retorted. Come forth, Pidgeotto, use wing attack. Pikachu struck the mechanical arm with Iron Tail, then unleashed a Volt Tackle. Pika. After breaking the mechanical arm with Iron Tail, Pikachu charged forward alongside Pidgeotto. Boom. The robot exploded, inadvertently destroying May's bicycle in the process, completing the mission of the notorious Bicycle Destroyer. Wait, you little brat. You're not playing fair. We hadn't even finished our lines. Yeah, Meowth hasn't gotten a word in yet. So annoying. Before Professor Oak and May could react, the battle was over. My bicycle. May wailed, tears streaming down her face. I'm so sorry. I will compensate you. Ash and Pikachu hurriedly apologized as they recalled Pidgeotto. It's alright, you didn't mean to do it. But who exactly is Team Rocket? And did that Meowth just speak? May asked, still sobbing but now curious. Professor Oak leaned in, equally intrigued. He was aware that Team Rocket was a nefarious organization from the Kanto region, but a talking Meowth piqued his interest. Team Rocket are villains who steal other people's Pokemon. As for why Meowth can talk, it seems he learned it himself. Ash explained. That's just cruel. They actually steal other people's Pokemon. Alright, May, it's time for you to choose your starter Pokemon. Professor Oak interjected after hearing about Meowth. He then led the two into the laboratory. Okay, May, it's time to select your starter Pokemon. Professor Oak retrieved 3 Pokeballs from his bag. Here is the first one, Trico. A green lizard with large yellow eyes appeared. However, when Trico gazed at May, she jumped back in fright. It's staring at me. Maybe it's just looking your way, Ash thought to himself. Next, we have Mudkip. But Mudkip doesn't seem to listen to me. May retreated another step, shaking her head. Clearly, it's a matter of your command. Lastly, here is Torchic, the initial form of the fiery Pokemon that defeated Ash's Charizard. Torchic, adorned with 3 tufted feathers, seemed to take an immediate liking to May, nuzzling against her leg. So cute. Alright, I choose you, Torchic, May exclaimed, cradling Torchic in her arms. Chamo, here, take this Pokédex and 6 empty Pokeballs. Do your best. I believe you can become a Pokemon trainer even greater than your father. Professor Oak encouraged as he handed her the items after her choice. Let us support each other. Ash smiled. May, though reluctant, replied, yes. Though I say that, I'm not really keen on becoming a trainer, she muttered under her breath. What did you just say? Nothing. Haha. I will put in my best effort. Just as Ash was about to take his leave, Professor Oak interjected. You two need to register for the Hoenn League at the Pokemon Center. The nearest one is in Oldale Town, and if you leave now, you should arrive by evening. Got it. Thank you, Professor. Ash expressed his gratitude. Just thinking about walking there makes me anxious. I wish I had a bicycle. May sighed. Hearing this, Ash's mouth twitched as he quickly suggested, why don't we travel together? We can look out for one another. Yay. May joyfully jumped in excitement. Pikachu awkwardly scratched the back of its head. Ash knew this was not Pikachu's fault. It was fate. He quite liked this new generation's female lead. And traveling with such a charming companion would surely be lively. Alright, you two will watch out for each other, so give it your all. Have a pleasant journey and be careful along the way. Understood. Thank you, Professor Oak. We're off. The two waved goodbye and turned to leave. Chapter 5. May's first capture experience. In order to register for the Hoenn League, Ash and May were now heading towards Oldale Town. Ash understood that May, being a novice trainer and a girl, might not have the same stamina as others, as not everyone possesses the robust physique of a typical Pallet Town resident. Thus, he decided to release his Eevee and Elekid to train while they progressed. Come forth. Eevee, Elekid, as Eevee emerged. It proudly raised its head to gaze at Ash, while Elekid excitedly circled around him. Wow, are these two also Ash's Pokemon? How adorable. Xiaoyao gazed at the two little creatures with sparkling eyes, taking out her Pokédex to scan them. Eevee and Flybaby. Of course. Eevee, Flybaby. Why don't you join us for some physical training? Ash said, pulling 2 training devices from his backpack to equip them. Is this for training? All right. Come forth, Torchic. Chamo. Once Torchic emerged, it looked around but found no foes. All right, Torchic, you can join us for some training too. Chamo. Torchic, gender, male, ability, blaze, strength, normal beginner, type, fire, moves, ember, peck, leer. The 2 of them, accompanied by 4 Pokémon, ventured through the forest towards Ancient Town. Along the way, Xiaoyao inquired about Ash's previous adventures, and he patiently recounted his tales. Wow, so Ash's former companions were all gym leaders. How impressive. And so many interesting events happened during your travels. It's clear that embarking on a journey is the most rewarding, Xiaoyao exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. An hour later, a charming love disc appeared before them, prompting Xiaoyao to exclaim, wow, how cute. I want it. Go, Torchic, use Peck. Simultaneously, she scanned it with her Pokédex, love disc. Thankfully, Ash had shared numerous essential Pokémon facts along the way, or she might have been caught off guard like in the original story. Love disc, strength, normal intermediate. Torchic dashed forward to peck at Love disc. Bang! Love disc was struck back, glaring furiously at Torchic, and unleashed a water gun. Quick, dodge it, Torchic. Unfortunately, it was too late. Torchic was hit by the water gun. Are you alright, Torchic? Chamo. Torchic shook its head, calling out. At that moment, Love disc dove into the grass, and Xiaoyao shouted, hey, wait, don't run. Torchic rushed in to use Peck. Chamo. Just then, 3 water guns burst forth from the grass, hitting Torchic with impressive force, rendering it unable to battle. Soon after, Love disc and its companions, Maril and Azumarill, emerged, glaring angrily at Ash and Xiaoyao. Ah, Torchic. Xiaoyao gasped. Ash retrieved a bottle of healing medicine and handed it to her. Xiaoyao, this is a healing potion. Quickly use it on Torchic, then return it. Go, EV. Use Shadow Ball. Flababy, roll out. Ash sent forth his 2 Pokémon. Oh, thank you. Xiaoyao hurriedly applied the healing potion to Torchic, then withdrew it into its Pokeball. Ultimately, Love disc and its family were driven back to the river by Eevee and Flababy. It's all my fault for Torchic. Xiaoyao lamented, her gaze fixed sorrowfully on the Pokeball. Enough, Xiaoyao, don't blame yourself. As a newcomer, you've done remarkably well. I wasn't even that good at first. Plus, you treated it with medicine. Now let's hurry to the Pokémon Center to get Torchic checked. Ash comforted, patting Xiaoyao on the shoulder. Pikachu also chimed in with a reassuring sound. Alright, Torchic will be fine. Xiaoyao wiped her tears with her arm and dashed towards the Pokémon Center in Ancient Town. Hey, wait for me, Xiaoyao. Ash recalled Flababy, and Eevee hopped onto his other shoulder, quickly following suit. At dusk, Ash and Xiaoyao encountered a structure surrounded by tall stones. Wow, it looks ancient. This must be a relic. Just then, an archaeologist emerged from the building. Indeed, this is an ancient ruin. Hello there. My name is Mi-Eyes, and I'm currently conducting an investigation here. Hello, I'm Xiaoyao. Greetings. I'm Ash. And this is my partner, Pikachu. Pika. By the way, are you 2 in such a hurry to go somewhere? Mi-Eyes inquired curiously. We're headed to the Pokémon Center. My companion's Pokémon is injured. Ash replied. Oh, I see. Look, the Pokémon Center is right over there. Mi-Eyes pointed ahead. Ash and Xiaoyao followed his gesture and saw that the Pokémon Center was indeed in sight. Thank you for your help, Pikachu. Soon after, Ash and Xiaoyao arrived at the Pokémon Center. Xiaoyao handed Torchic's Pokeball to Nurse Joy. Concerned about Torchic's condition, they hurried along the way. Not having had the time to remove Eevee and Flababy's training devices until now, and finally relieved, Ash took them off. Nurse Joy, I entrust my Torchic to you. Xiaoyao spoke. No problem. Leave it to me. Nurse Joy smiled. So how is it? Please wait a moment. Nurse Joy began examining Torchic with medical equipment. It's fine now. Just let it rest for a night, and it will recover. Phew, that's wonderful. Xiaoyao sighed in relief, smiling. Now you can relax, Xiaoyao. Pikachu. Ash walked over, handing his Pokeball to Nurse Joy for a checkup on his Pokemon. Nurse Joy took it and passed the Pokeball to Chansey for examination. Thank you, Ash. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do. Xiaoyao expressed her gratitude. It's nothing. After all, we are partners. Ash waved his hand and then addressed Nurse Joy. Oh, by the way, Nurse Joy, I want to participate in the Hoenn League. Please help me register. Ash produced his Pokédex, which Nurse Joy accepted with a smile. Placing it in a slot, and Ash's information appeared on the computer. Since Xiaoyao had yet to make a firm decision, she did not register. Alright, registration completed. Thank you. Nurse Joy, your examination is complete, Mr. Ash. All your Pokemon are in excellent health. Nurse Joy then returned Pikachu and the Pokeball to Ash. Pikachu joyfully leaped into Ash's arms. Let's go, Xiaoyao. It's getting late. We should call home so they won't worry, and then we can grab a bite to eat. Ash said, holding Pikachu. Okay, this is my first time at a Pokemon Center. Ash, please lead the way. Xiaoyao nodded. Ash guided Xiaoyao to the telephone area, where they separated to call their families. Ash first called his mother, Hanako, to assure her of his safety. Then he dialed Professor Oak's lap. Good evening, Professor Oak. I've just arrived in Ancient Town. Is that so? That's wonderful. You seem to be doing well. Pikachu too. Professor Oak smiled and nodded. Pika. Yes. I've completed the registration for the Hoenn League, and I can now challenge the first gym in the Hoenn region. That's fantastic. A new adventure is about to begin, right? Ah, this is the Professor Oak I only see on TV. Just then, Xiaoyao, having finished her call, noticed Ash speaking with Professor Oak and excitedly interjected. Professor Oak looked puzzled. Xiaoyao squeezed past Ash to the phone. Hello, Professor Oak. My name is Xiaoyao. Hello, Miss Xiaoyao. I am Professor Oak from Pallet Town. Professor Oak smiled at the beautiful young girl before him. Xiaoyao leaned closer to the screen. I know. I often listen to your lectures on the radio with my brother. If my brother knew I had spoken with you, he would be so envious. Is that so? I've just become a Pokemon trainer and started my journey. So I hope to receive your guidance. Professor Oak was quite flustered by Xiaoyao's enthusiasm. It seems that Ash will soon make a lively new friend. Ash, you both should work hard and enjoy your journey. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Yes. Goodbye, Professor Oak. Pikachu, Pika. As soon as he finished speaking, Professor Oak promptly hung up the phone. Seeing this, Ash helplessly shook his head and said to May, All right then, let us go have a meal. MHM. At that very moment, the trio of Team Rocket was cramped inside a small telephone booth. Chapter 6. The first confrontation with Team Magma. What? The Hoenn region? When Norman heard that Team Rocket had rushed to the Hoenn region, he was utterly bewildered. After all, Team Rocket had yet to extend their reach to this area. Indeed, in our relentless pursuit of that rare Pikachu to present to Boss Giovanni, we chased all the way to the Hoenn region. Musashi flattered. We have always dedicated ourselves wholeheartedly to Team Rocket, meow. Norman had little interest in the Pikachu they mentioned. After all, no matter how special it was still just a yellow rodent, and such creatures could be found in abundance within the Viridian Forest. So, have you managed to get in touch with me for some good news? Giovanni's impatient voice came from the other end of the line. The trio of Team Rocket was momentarily at a loss for words. Actually, we couldn't even scrape together enough for today's meal, Kojiro cautiously admitted. No way. Giovanni immediately interrupted. Categorically refusing, I will not send any supplies your way. Sighed the members of Team Rocket side in resignation. However, I can offer you a splendid opportunity. The Hoenn region currently lacks a base for Team Rocket, so you can operate there and make a name for us. I look forward to your performance. Giovanni suddenly began to weave grand plans. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. The trio of Team Rocket was greatly excited by such prospects, resolved to showcase their abilities. How wonderful. Boss Giovanni has directly commanded us. Musashi said, moved. In other words, we are now the leaders in the Hoenn region. Kojiro fantasized about a bright future. With that, we shall be the division heads of the Hoenn region, meow. Nyasu exclaimed in disbelief, covering his mouth. At that moment, within Team Rocket's secret base, Giovanni stroked his Persian, thinking, through these three buffoons, I shall obtain intelligence on Team Magma and Team Aqua in the Hoenn region. What a profit. At the Pokémon Center, Ash and May arrived at the dining hall to savor the delicious food. This is so tasty. I never expected the food at the Pokémon Center to be this good, and it's free. How generous. May exclaimed as she enjoyed her meal. Immediately, she transformed into a voracious eater, devouring the food with gusto. Of course, this is a resting stop for trainers, and as long as you hold a Pokédex, it's complimentary. Moreover, this hall is a fantastic place to exchange information, Ash remarked, observing Pikachu relishing its meal of ketchup. Wow, here, one can find out about nearby shopping, hot springs, culinary delights, and more. But it's limited to Pokemon information. Did you hear? Did you know? I heard that a new gym leader has arrived at the Orange League. The Orange League? Indeed. May perked up as she overheard the discussion about her father's gym. Hello there, you two. Welcome. At that moment, Mez arrived before them. Mr. Mez, hello. Ash and May greeted Mez. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mez led the pair to his workspace, where a painting of the ancient ruins hung on the wall. The trio began discussing ancient ruins and Pokemon, after which Mez produced a stone tablet. This contains the method to enter the stone chamber, but so far, no one has found the 4 keys. What a pity. Suddenly, the lights went out, and the door swung open, revealing 3 individuals clad in red uniforms, accompanied by a Houndoom. May, frightened, immediately clung to Ash. Who are you? Mez asked nervously. Professor Mez, we would like to trouble you to accompany us to the ancient ruins, the leader of Team Magma said. Houndoom, strength, mid-level gym. Strength, late-level gym. Strength, mid-level gym. You think you can take Professor Mez without consulting me first? If I'm not mistaken, you are members of Team Magma, one of the dark organizations in Hoenn, Ash declared. Simultaneously, May took cover behind Ash, as she had no Pokemon for protection at that moment. Pikachu charged forward. and Ash refrained from sending out Eevee and Donphan, as the strength disparity was too great. Humph. Do you want to die, kid? Houndoom, use flamethrower. 3 streams of orange flames surged towards Ash. Pikachu Beedrill dodge. Pikachu unleashed Thunderbolt, while Beedrill dove in to strike Houndoom with a powerful attack. Pikachu and Beedrill evaded the flames and launched their counterattack. Oh no. Quickly, Houndoom, use Smokescreen and spread out. The Team Magma members sensed the strength emanating from Pikachu and Beedrill, which was even greater than that of Houndoom, and hastily issued commands. Pika Beedrill. They surveyed their surroundings. The darkness from the power outage had already impaired their vision, and now the swirling smoke rendered them nearly blind. Haha. Go, Houndoom, use Fire Fong. As canine Pokemon, they thrived in the smoke, making surprise attacks with precision. Humph, don't think I'm helpless. Beedrill, use Hurricane, and Pikachu, seize the moment to deliver a lethal thunder. Ash commanded calmly. Beedrill flapped its wings to disperse the smoke, gradually revealing the 3 Houndooms. Hurry now, Ash urged. Pikachu go. Pika. With a thunderous roar, the lightning struck true, incapacitating Houndoom. Damn it, you little brat. How dare you thwart our plans? Team Magma will not let you off easily. The Team Magma members hastily abandoned Houndoom, preparing to flee. Trying to escape, are we? Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Pika. Ah, damn it. The 3 Team Magma members were swiftly bound by Ash, who would soon hand them over to Officer Jenny. Thank you so much for your help, trainer. Nurse Joy emerged. Originally intending to inform Mez about the power outage, but upon hearing the commotion, she quickly took cover. Ah, as expected of you, Ash. Incredible. May, hiding behind Ash, gazed at him with admiration. Beep task completed. First defeat of Team Magma. Reward, awakened aura power. What? Aura power. Ha ha, wonderful. System, bring up my information template. Ash cheered internally. Host, Ash. Physique, super rookie. Ability, aura power. Pokemon, Pikachu, Beedrill, Bulbasaur, Charizard. Before long, Officer Jenny arrived, capturing the 3 Team Magma members and handing Ash the 4 gems she retrieved from them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she managed to apprehend all Team Magma members lurking in the ancient ruins. Of course, the true protagonists, Team Rocket's trio, managed to slip away unnoticed. Thank you very much for your assistance, Mr. Ash. These 4 gems must be the reason they were after Professor Mez. I entrust you with this, Mr. Ash. Officer Jenny saluted Ash as she spoke. All right, I understand. Ash replied, passing the gems to Mez. These are the keys. Mez exclaimed in astonishment. The next morning, May went to the front desk to retrieve the Pokeball for her Torchic. After breakfast, the group ventured to the ruins, where Mez used the gems to unlock the door, revealing carvings of many ancient Pokemon. Ultimately, guided by the illuminated gems, they discovered a hidden passage and found ancient Pokemon. The ancient Relicanth, living in the underground water veins. Professor Mez immediately resolved to petition the League to designate the ancient ruins as a protected area to safeguard the Relicanth. As Ash and May embarked on their journey towards Orange City, they were filled with anticipation. Support for new talents and new works is greatly appreciated. Chapter 7, Orange City. A family of 1,000 miles. Ash and May set their sights on Orange City, the location of the first gym in the Hoenn region. Along the way, Ash diligently utilized his aura to explore the route and attune himself to the auras of the Pokemon they encountered, enhancing his mastery over this mystical power. After a night of practice, although Ash had yet to achieve the ability to conjure an aura sphere, he could nonetheless discern the route and the unique auras of the Pokemon surrounding him. Is this Orange City? Let us go, Pikachu. Hurry up, May. Pikachu. Ash and Pikachu dashed into Orange City. Ah, Ash, wait a moment. There's no need to rush so hastily. May called out from behind, exasperated. Are we really going to challenge the Orange Gym? She asked cautiously. Of course. To participate in the Hoenn League, one must possess all 8 badges. Winning against the Orange Gym will grant us our first badge. Ash replied enthusiastically. By the way, May, aren't you a local? Do you know where the Orange Gym is located? Ash teased, aware of May's status as the daughter of the gym leader. Actually, I'm not very familiar either. Oh, I just remembered I have something to attend to, so I'll be off now. See you later. May awkwardly excused herself and fled. Surely something is amiss. Right, Pikachu? Pikachu nodded. She can't possibly be like Misty. Ash mused, recalling his past encounters. Let us go. We'll find out by visiting the Orange Gym, Ash declared. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Orange Gym, Ash gazed at the lodge adorned with the League's emblem, pondering how he could hardly believe this was indeed the Orange Gym without that sign. He knocked on the door. Excuse me? Is anyone home? I'm Ash from Pallet Town, here to challenge the gym. With a click, the door swung open. What a racket. I was watching the silver conference tapes, exclaimed a boy clad in green, wearing glasses and clutching a book, as he rubbed his eyes and stepped before Ash. He was none other than May's younger brother, Max, the second child of the Ketchum family. My sincerest apologies. You're the contestant who just finished the silver conference, though you were defeated in the second round. Your name is Aiden, right? Max exclaimed, a mix of excitement and disdain in his gaze. You were bested by that Blaziken at the time. If it were me, I would never have been defeated. I'm Ash, he replied, rolling his eyes at Max's bravado. At that moment, Max noticed Pikachu perched on Ash's shoulder and his excitement surged. He rushed forward to embrace Pikachu, rubbing his cheek against its fur. Wow, Pikachu is absolutely adorable. Pikachu, unaccustomed to such affection from strangers, retaliated with a thunderbolt, sending Max tumbling to the ground as it scampered back to Ash's shoulder. You're here to challenge the gym, right? I am the trainer of the Orange Gym, Max proclaimed with hands on hips and chest puffed out. Just you? I doubt you even qualify as a trainer, let alone a gym trainer, Ash retorted, scrutinizing him with disdain. What did you say? Max bristled at Ash's words. What is going on here? May inquired, peering through the window. Ah, sister, it's him. He is here to challenge the gym, Max exclaimed before Ash could explain himself. Well, that is one way to put it. Challenge sounds so much more refined than kick the gym. Ash interjected. Hey May, it's good to see you again. So, you really are from the Orange Gym. Haha, Ash, you arrived quite swiftly. But how did you know? May asked, feigning ignorance. Remember when I mentioned my former companion, Misty? When I visited the Cerulean Gym, she acted just like this, Ash explained, revealing his knowledge of the unfolding events. Is that so? May stepped out awkwardly. Sister, do you know him? Max inquired curiously. Yes, I traveled here with Ash, May replied. Just then, a couple entered the room. Hello, welcome, they greeted warmly, inviting Ash inside to converse. Allow me to introduce, this is my father and mother, and this is my younger brother Max, May said, acting as the intermediary. Hello, my name is Kenji. Greetings, I am Mitsuko. Father, mother, this is Ash, who accompanied me to Orange City to challenge the gym. He has defeated Team Rocket and Team Magma. May continued. Greetings, I'm Ash from Pallet Town, and this is my partner, Pikachu. Pika. Oh, defeating Team Rocket and Team Magma is quite impressive, Kenji remarked, astonished. Thank you for bringing May back safely. Otherwise, she would have been in quite a predicament. Mitsuko added. Not at all. It was merely good fortune, and one cannot stand idly by when encountering such situations. Ash replied modestly. By the way, May, where is your bicycle? Mitsuko turned to her. Well, Ash kind of took it first, May explained, blushing slightly. Pikachu. Pikachu scratched its head sheepishly. I'm really sorry about the bike. I will compensate you for it, Ash said, standing and bowing apologetically. No worries. Such things happen during travels. You needn't concern yourself. Besides, it's best to travel on foot anyway, Kenji replied nonchalantly. Indeed, walking is far healthier for the body. It's merely a bicycle, Mitsuko added graciously. That is wonderful. Thank you both. Ash sighed in relief. Pikachu. Pikachu echoed in gratitude. By the way, May, what Pokemon did you receive from Professor Oak? Kenji asked, smiling at May. Yes. Sister, what Pokemon did you get? Max asked with eager envy in his eyes. Here it is, come forth, Torchic. Chamo. Ah, you received a Torchic. I think Trico is far superior, Max said with disappointment written all over his face, looking disdainfully at Torchic. Chamo. Torchic, offended by Max's words, retaliated by pecking him on the rear. Ah, stop it, Torchic. Max yelped as he dashed around the yard, chased by Torchic. Choosing Torchic as your first Pokemon shows good taste, Ash remarked. Yes, it's incredibly cute. May beamed with pride at her parents' approval. How wonderful. I too wish to have a Pokemon, preferably a Trico. Max chimed in, reigniting his antics. Torchic, having just paused, charged at him once more. Ouch. Stop it. Don't peck me. Seeing the commotion, the others merely shook their heads, choosing to ignore Max's antics and allowing the chaos to unfold. Ash, would you like to join us for lunch? Kenji invited warmly. Yes. Ash, it's already noon. Let us have lunch before the gym challenge. Kenji and Mitsuko enthusiastically urged Ash to stay for lunch. Sure. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Ketchum, Ash agreed, settling in at the Ketchum family's table. As they dined, the conversation flowed. Ash, have you been traveling the entire time? Mitsuko inquired. Yes, I've traveled through the Kanto region, the Orange Islands, and the Johto region. Now, I'm journeying in the Hoenn region, Ash replied, taking a bite of his sandwich. How amazing. So you've traveled to so many places, Max said, gazing at Ash with envy. Traveling alone is quite impressive, Mitsuko mused. In truth, it all began with a solitary journey, which later transformed into an adventure shared with newfound companions, accompanied by Pikachu and others. Ash chuckled. Indeed, traveling with a partner is the best experience one can have. Qianli nodded in agreement. Yes, it makes the journey lively and utterly delightful. How wonderful it is to travel with friends. I truly envy you, Xiaoxing exclaimed, rushing to Ash with admiration. Ash, the rules for the Orange League gym battle stipulate a 3-on-3 format. That should pose no problem, right? Not at all. I am fully prepared. Chapter 8. The Troublemaking Team Rocket, Qianli's First Battle. Just as Qianli was about to lead Ash to the battlefield, the wall was suddenly blown apart. Ah, what just happened? Xiaoyao gasped at the shattered wall. Wahaha. Team Rocket's signature introduction. Ah, it's you, along with that talking Meowth. Xiaoyao pointed at Team Rocket and shouted. Ah, so you are friends of Xiaoyao. Thank you for taking care of her. Mizuko politely interjected. At that moment, a silence enveloped the entire group. Sister, how can they be friends when they are Team Rocket, and they just demolished your wall? Ash silently scoffed. Ah, Mom, they are not my friends. They are the villains who steal others' Pokémon. Realizing her mother's misunderstanding, Xiaoyao hurriedly clarified. Exactly. They just wrecked our wall. How could they possibly be your sister's friends? Xiaoxing chimed in from the side. Hey, what do you mean Xiaoyao's friends? We are the illustrious Team Rocket. There is no way we could be associated with that little girl. Musashi shouted angrily. It's decided. Pikachu. Ash swiftly sent forth his Pokémon without further ado. Humph. Regardless, Pikachu is our steadfast choice. Go, Arbok. Now go. Weezing, use smokescreen. Weezing expelled a dense cloud of black smoke, instantly obscuring everyone's vision. Everyone, be cautious. Qianli shouted instinctively. Ahaha. Arbok, poison sting. Weezing, mudshot. The aura of the wave accompanies me. Ash summoned the power of the aura, successfully locating Team Rocket's position and determining their attack direction. Pikachu, to your right. Quickly dodge. Come forth, Pidgeot. Use Hurricane. Ash commanded loudly. Pikachu dashed to the left. Boom. Pikachu, are you alright? Ash inquired. Pikachu responded affirmatively, signaling that he was unscathed. At that moment, Pidgeot dispersed the smoke, revealing Team Rocket's silhouettes. What is going on? How did that little brat know our attack direction? Musashi pondered. This is indeed a mystery, Meow. Go for it. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pidgeot, use Hyper Beam. Together, Ash and Qianli launched a counterattack. Bang. Boom. What an annoying sensation. Sanansu. Alas, the gym has been destroyed. It seems it cannot be used anymore. Ash, you should return after a while once the gym is renovated. Qianli sighed, gazing at the ruins before him. Alright, what a pity. However, it would be perfect to challenge with the newly captured Pokémon from the Hoenn region next time. Uncle Qianli, could we have a training match? Ash asked. Lazygon, Strength, Initial Champion Level. Truly, Qianli's Pokémon are remarkable. This must not be Qianli's trump card, as Lazygon is not even on par with the second team. After all, Qianli is renowned as a candidate for the championship. Ash mused. No problem. Let us go. I'll take you to my training grounds, which are quite spacious. With that, Qianli led Ash to the training arena. Uncle Qianli, let us do a 2-on-2. I have 2 ordinary-level Pokémon. Please use 1 elite-level Pokémon among them. Alright. Sounds good. It's settled then. Go, Eevee. Buoy. A proud Eevee appeared before everyone. Go, Slacketh. Ash, you can attack first. Slacketh. Strength, Ordinary Peak. Moves, Yawn. Slack off, Headbutt, Scratch, Zen Headbutt, Fury Cutter. Alright. Eevee, start with Sand Attack, then follow up with Swift. Ash wasted no time and initiated the assault. Buoy. Eevee kicked up sand towards Slacketh, followed by a flurry of stars swirling around its tail, launching towards Slacketh. Slacketh, next use Fury Cutter. Bang. Lazygon retaliated after receiving the attack, swiping at Eevee with a hand glowing white. Eevee, dig to evade. Eevee swiftly burrowed underground. Bang. Slacketh's attack struck the entrance of the hole, then its ability activated, putting it into a lazy state. Excellent. Eevee, unleash our secret weapon, Mimic. Eevee emerged from the hole, its forepaws glowing white, striking Slacketh. Oh no. Slacketh. Fortunately, even though Slacketh was at a disadvantage, it managed to endure. Phew, that was close. I didn't expect you to pull that off. Slacketh, use Slack off. Qianli sighed in relief, quickly instructing Slacketh to recover its strength. Lazygon. Slacketh lay down and began to rest, regaining energy. I can't believe it held on, but Eevee, use Double Kick. Ash shouted. Buoy. Eevee appeared before Slacketh and delivered 2 swift kicks with its hind legs, sending it flying. Slacketh fell to the ground, unable to continue fighting. Was that power so immense? Ash wondered, knowing that even with a level gap, it shouldn't have been a one-hit knockout. Buoy. Eevee looked proudly at the fallen Slacketh. Eevee. Strength, Ordinary Peak. Moves, Mimic, Swift. It has broken through. No wonder it defeated Slacketh. I must admit that Eevee possesses remarkable talent, swiftly enhancing its strength and learning new moves. Return, Eevee. Buoy. Eevee shook its head in refusal. Alright. You can watch from the sidelines. Buoy. Eevee happily ran to Ash's side to stand with Pikachu, ready to observe the match. Haha. Ash, you really are full of surprises. Qianli laughed. Dad actually lost. Xiaoxing said dejectedly. It's alright. Victory and defeat are common occurrences. Now for the second match. Go. Chameleon. Chameleon. Ability. Color change. Its type changes to that of the last move it was hit by. Strength. Elite mid-level. Moves. Thief. Disable. Hiss. This is going to be tough. This isn't just an ordinary level difference, but a significant one. Come forth, Numel. Use rollout. Bubble. Numel curled into a ball and charged towards Chameleon. Chameleon became invisible to evade, using Grass Knot. Qianli knew that Chameleon's ability was color change, so it absolutely must not be hit, or it would suffer double damage. Chameleon concealed itself and used Grass Knot on the incoming Numel. Bubble. Numel was tripped and fell to the ground. Now is your chance. Use Cut. Qianli commanded. Chameleon dashed towards Numel, its hand glowing white, preparing to strike. Oh no. Numel, quickly dodge and dig. Ash shouted. At the critical moment, Numel successfully dug underground. Evading the attack, Chameleon remained alert, while Qianli kept a watchful eye on the surroundings to prevent a surprise attack from Numel. Come out. Numel, use Iron Head. Substitute disable. Qianli calmly responded. Chameleon created a substitute and directed its light towards it. However, Numel's Iron Head shattered the substitute, but was caught by disable, rendering its Iron Head unusable. What? Be careful, Numel. Ash exclaimed in shock. Go. For the final blow, Cut. Bang. Everyone watched with bated breath as a shield enveloped Numel. What is this? Hold firm. Numel, I'm so glad you're alright. Bubble. Numel smiled in response. Alright. You stomp. Bubble the little elephant's front foot stomped heavily on the ground, sending ripples toward the transforming dragon. Haha. What a delightful surprise and twist of fate. However, can you withstand this move, Ash? The transforming dragon held its ground, first unleashing Sunny Day, followed by Solar Flare. Qianli, unwilling to prolong the battle, decided to unleash its ultimate move. The transforming dragon braced itself for the attack, while simultaneously sending a beam of light skyward, causing the arena to heat up, and then absorb the sunlight to unleash Solar Flare. Little elephant, use Protect. Bubble yet, Lady Luck did not favor Ash this time. Protect failed to activate. Bubble the little elephant collapsed, rendered unable to continue the fight. Ash, you have performed admirably. Facing increasingly formidable challenges to endure for so long is truly commendable. Qianli remarked with a light chuckle. Not at all. It was merely good fortune. Luck is indeed a facet of strength. You need not be modest. Fantastic. Father has triumphed. Little Sheng exclaimed joyfully. Little Sheng, I have told you before, victory and defeat are common occurrences in battle. Do not fixate on outcomes. Moreover, it was merely a training match. If one only cares about winning or losing, what is the purpose of training? Qianli began to admonish Little Sheng. However, Little Sheng was quite unwilling to accept this. No buts. Reflect on it yourself. Ash, I look forward to your next challenge. Qianli turned to Ash and said, Alright, thank you for your guidance, uncle. I will come back even stronger next time. Ash responded resolutely. The following day, in the early morning, as the sun began to rise, four figures appeared outside the Orange Blossom Gym. Chapter 9, setting off again, capturing the bug flying. At last, it is time to depart. Xiaoyao, have you forgotten to bring anything? Mizuko inquired with concern as she looked at Xiaoyao. I'm perfectly fine, Xiaoyao assured, patting her chest. Xiaoyao decided to travel alongside Ash, and the Qianli couple expressed their support for her choice. Wait for me. My sister knows nothing about Pokemon, so I want to join them. Moreover, I have understood my father's words. I wish to see the world. At this moment, Little Sheng rushed out with a backpack. Allowing Little Sheng to explore is beneficial. It will broaden his horizons. Plus, he is well versed in Pokemon knowledge, which gives us peace of mind. Qianli pondered before speaking. Indeed. Mizuko agreed. Ash, I apologize, but I hope you can take our Little Sheng along on your journey. Qianli requested of Ash. No problem. After all, a journey is more lively and enjoyable with more companions. Ash anticipated traveling with Xiaoyao and Little Sheng. Furthermore, having Little Sheng along would serve as a useful tool to drag along Brock. Otherwise, Ash would have to intervene when Brock became lovesick. Very well, Little Sheng, you must behave. Excellent. I look forward to your guidance. Now, I would like to gift you this. Qianli produced 2 gray-blue boxes and handed them to Ash and Xiaoyao, which are badge collection boxes for storing gym badges. Ash and Xiaoyao accepted the boxes with gratitude. Additionally, take this as well. Qianli pulled out a small device. Little Sheng's eyes lit up as he eagerly snatched the device. This is a Pokemon Navigator. With it, you can determine your current location, Qianli explained. I will handle this. Little Sheng promptly stowed it away. By the way, the nearest gym from here is in Canas City. The 3 of you can head there first. Qianli stated. The trio bid farewell and set off towards their next gym destination, Canas City. Fantastic. The children are all off on their adventures, allowing us to enjoy our own world for 2. Indeed. Observing the trio gradually fade into the distance, Qianli and his wife spoke softly. After awakening the power of aura, Ash's hearing was exceptional, yet he could barely catch their words. A slight grimace crossed Ash's face. Indeed, parents embody true love, while children are merely an afterthought. In the orange blossom forest. How strange. I cannot see any Pokémon at all. Little Shung lamented, scanning the area with a telescope. We are traversing an artificially cleared mountain path. Pokémon are scarce here, only abundant deeper within the forest. Ash explained helplessly. Rather than that, I am quite hungry. Shall we have lunch first? Xiaoyao, fatigued from walking, only thought about resting and lunch, and thus made her request to Ash. Ash nodded. All right, let us eat first. Let out the Pokémon. He then took out the prepared bento and Pokémon food, mixing in an appropriate amount of energy cubes for a nutritious and delicious meal. Pikachu and the other Pokémon eagerly began their feast. However, Xiaoyao's siblings, what are you doing? Xiaoyao noticed her siblings staring intently at their bento instead of retrieving their lunch. You didn't prepare your own meal, did you? This I assumed my sister would take care of it. Little Shung scratched his head. I didn't expect it to turn out this way. I completely forgot, Xiaoyao said, looking at Ash with a pitiful gaze. Sigh. This is all that remains. You can have it. If we cannot find a Pokémon Center before dark, we shall go hungry. Fortunately, Ash had anticipated how unreliable these siblings could be and had prepared 2 extra portions. As for dinner, there was no need for concern. Brock should be arriving soon. Ah, thank you. Ash, you're the best. Xiaoyao and her brother began to eat joyfully. Booey Pikachu Pikachu boom. At that moment, a commotion arose from the Pokémon side. The 3 turned to see a swallow-like Pokémon attempting to snatch energy cubes from Eevee's food. The proud Eevee, unable to tolerate this, launched a swift quick attack in retaliation. What is this? Xiaoyao took out her Pokédex and scanned. Swallow is indeed the regional bird of Hoenn, known as the bug flying, truly possessing a proud spirit. Swallow. Type. Normal, flying. Ability. Guts. When affected by any status condition other than fainting, its attack increases by 50, ignoring the effects of burns. Strength. Elite early stage. Moves. Quick attack. Wing attack. Double team. Endure. Supersonic. Terrestrial type. Flying. Seba Swallow stood its ground against Eevee without showing any signs of fear. How about we engage in a capture battle? If you lose, these energy cubes will be yours. Ash took out some flying-type energy cubes from his backpack. Seba, upon seeing the energy cubes, Swallow nodded eagerly in agreement. Go, Eevee, let us capture it. Buoy Eevee, unable to hold back any longer, charged forward. Whoosh. Swallow's wings gleamed with white light as it swooped toward Eevee. Eevee, use quick attack to evade. Although Swallow had reached the elite early stage, it was only slightly stronger, and Eevee's strength was not lacking either. Buoy Eevee swiftly dodged. Eevee, use quick attack. Eevee's tail shimmered with stars as it struck at Swallow. The exchange continued, with Eevee nimbly evading and utilizing its skills to wear down Swallow. Swallow began to pant, clearly exhausted. Excellent. Eevee, deliver a finishing blow. Ash activated the Z-ring on his wrist. A finishing blow, you ask? Even though Swallow was fatigued, it was unlikely that Eevee could deliver a lethal strike. Little Shung expressed his confusion. Suddenly, Ash and Eevee synchronized their movements. Go, Eevee, ultimate invincible charge. Buoy, a massive beam of white light emanated from Eevee as it surged toward Swallow. Seba go. Pokeball. The Pokeball flashed red bang. Swallow broke free, standing on a rock and gasping for breath. Very well. I admire your spirit. Eevee, unleash a quick attack. Boom. Successfully shattering the last straw of Swallow's endurance. Ash threw another Pokeball. This time, the Pokeball shook 3 times, flashing 3 stars, and the capture was successful. Ash was relieved that Swallow did not have a trainer. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for Eevee to defeat it. And it would have required a significant price to pay. Buoy Eevee has brought a Pokeball to Ash. Ash took it eagerly, exclaiming, great. I've captured a Swallow. Buoy Pikachu, how envious. I also wish to capture a new Pokemon. I want a Pokemon too. Xiaoyao and her brother gazed at Ash with admiration. Clap, clap, clap. It's been a while, Ash. I can hardly believe how strong you've become. Chapter 10. The Hoenn main character group has assembled. Clap, clap, clap. It's been a while, Ash. I can hardly believe how strong you've become. At that moment, a round of applause and a familiar voice echoed from the forest. Brock, what brings you here? Didn't you go home? Ash was surprised by Brock's swift appearance. I heard a loud noise, so I came to see what was happening. Even though I returned home, I could never sit still. I heard from Professor Oak that you were on your way to Canas City, so I came to follow you. Brock emerged from the forest. It's been a long time. Ash and Pikachu. Pika Pika. Ash and Brock shook hands. Ash's Pokemon greeted Brock as well. Except for Eevee, the others were quite familiar with him. Long time no see, little LF. And Pidgeotto, it seems Ash has brought you back. Is this the newly captured Eevee? Looks like it's being raised well. This Combuskin is impressive too. Brock greeted each Pokemon in turn. So, we can travel together again. Right? Ash inquired. Indeed. I look forward to it, Brock replied. By the way, These two are novice trainers traveling together, Xiaoyao and her brother Xiaosheng. That Combuskin is Xiaoyao's new Pokemon. Moreover, their father is the gym leader of the Orange League. Ash introduced Xiaoyao and her brother to Brock, and then introduced Brock to them, saying, "This is Brock, my former traveling companion whom I mentioned to you before. His goal is to become the world's #1 Pokemon breeder. I'm still in the learning process, so please take care of me." Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng nodded. "Is your goal to become gym trainers?" "Yes. As for my goals, I haven't quite figured that out yet." Xiaoyao scratched her head. "Please take care of me. As for me, I don't have a Pokemon yet," Xiaosheng added, looking a bit downcast. "My brother, despite not having a Pokemon, is still determined to become a gym trainer." Brock squatted down and encouraged Xiaosheng by patting his shoulder. "I left my Onyx at the gym, so my current partner is only my fortress." Xiaosheng nodded, feeling a bit better. "By the way, Ash, what was that move you used earlier? Its power was incredible." Brock asked curiously. Yes. Xiaoyao and her brother looked at Ash with eager eyes. That's the Z-move system from the Alola region, which is currently only widely used there and is quite rare in other regions," Ash explained with a smile. "I see." Everyone nodded in understanding. Just then, Xiaoyao suddenly spoke up. I heard from Ash that your cooking is excellent, so I'm really looking forward to it. After all, who wants to eat cold bento when they can have something warm?" Let us go. I made a few rice balls, but it's not enough for all of us, so I'll make a stew," Brock said, leading Ash and the others to where he had stored his belongings. "Yay." Xiaoyao jumped with joy. What happened to the rice balls I made?" Brock exclaimed. "Could they have been stolen by wild Pokemon?" Xiaoyao wondered. "How could that be?" "Never mind, I'll just make the stew." Brock frowned and shook his head, pulling out a pot and ingredients from his backpack to start cooking. During this time, Ash released Swellow to heal it. Ash sprayed medicine on Swellow. Brock came over, examined Swellow's injuries, and said, "It's all good now. Ash, you've grown a lot during this time. Everyone grows, right?" Ash scratched his head in embarrassment, then turned to Swellow, saying, "Please take care of me, Swellow." Swellow raised its right wing to indicate all was well. At that moment, a flock of Swellow flew towards them, ready to attack. "What is going on? What do the Swellow want?" Xiaoyao quickly hid behind Ash, frightened. Ash's Swellow flew in front of the flock, trying to persuade them. "No matter how you try to persuade them, it's useless, meow." A voice echoed from afar. "What is this? Could it be them?" Brock said in disbelief. "Even in the Hoenn region, we still can't shake them off." Ash nodded at Brock. "That's right. It's Team Rocket." Wahahaha. Jesse, James, and Meowth appeared, laughing heartily. "Why are you guys back again?" Brock said with exasperation. "Since you Team Rocket have made your entrance, from today onwards, these Swellow officially join our ranks." James proudly looked at Ash and the others. The Swellow displayed their indomitable spirit, which was truly the essence of Team Rocket. "That's right, meow. So, Swellow, in order to get those rice balls, please do your best and take them down." Jesse commanded the Swellow to attack, pointing at Ash and the others. "Rice balls? Did you guys take the rice balls I left here? Unforgivable." Brock glared at Team Rocket. Just as Brock confronted Team Rocket, the flock of Swellow surrounded Ash and the others. Seba XN. Ash held up several cans of Pokemon food to share with the Swellow, saying, "Come on, everyone. Don't worry, there's enough for each of you." The three members of Team Rocket exchanged awkward glances. "No way. They've defected for food." "Team Rocket, can you compete with us over food?" Pikachu Thunderbolt. Pikachu unleashed a stream of yellow electricity that struck Team Rocket. Boom. What a bothersome feeling. Sonnets. Subsequently, Ash and the others bid farewell to the Swellow and, after enjoying the lunch that Brock had prepared, continued their journey towards Canas City. The Orange Forest was still vast, and Ash and his companions encountered numerous trainers along the way, all of whom became valuable experience for Ash. They not only facilitated the growth of EV and the others, but also increased their points, achieving 2 goals at once, leaving them feeling quite pleased. Swellow use Wing Attack. Seba. Currently, Ash sent out the Swellow he had captured not long ago, while the passerby used a Beedrill. With a swoosh, Swellow flew right in front of Beedrill, causing it to fall to the ground, its eyes spinning, rendered unable to battle. It was quite unusual for an ordinary peak bug-type Pokemon to be defeated by an elite flying-type Pokemon. Swellow flew onto Ash's shoulder, and Ash approached the passerby, asking, "Is your Beedrill alright?" "It's fine," the passerby replied, getting up and looking at it. "Thank you. I gained great battle experience." The two extended their hands to shake, forging a friendship. After bidding farewell, the group continued on their way. Being able to shake hands warmly after a battle, that's the feeling of youth. Xiaoyao remarked as they walked. Battling while building friendships, that's the essence of Pokemon battles, Brock explained from the side. "Exactly. Xiaoyao, you should give it a try. I believe you'll love this feeling," Ash suggested. Pika. Just as they were about to exit the Orange Forest, Pikachu suddenly cried out in alarm in a certain direction. Swish. A gigantic Pokemon leaped out from the bushes. Chapter 11. Xiaoyao's first battle. What is that? Xiaoyao asked, staring at the Pokémon in confusion. It's a Snorlax. How amazing. I never expected a wild Snorlax to be so large. Xiaoxing exclaimed excitedly. What's wrong? Xiaoyao asked, puzzled. Please, sister, brush up on your Pokémon knowledge. Little Sheng expressed his disdain, stating that the average height of a snake pattern bear is merely 40 centimeters, with a weight of only 175 kilograms. Bang. Ouch. That hurts. Little Sheng cradled his head. You said it. So, this snake pattern bear is of such a size. Doesn't that imply that this particular bear has developed exceptionally well? Little Yao punched Little Sheng and stared in astonishment at the bear. How could there be a snake pattern bear of such proportions, unless it was a dominant specimen? Clearly, it is not. He should be. Little Ji began to speak, only to be abruptly interrupted. Ah, look over there. There are many more snake pattern bears, but they seem quite small. Little Yao pointed toward another group of bears. Suddenly, the enormous snake pattern bear stood upright, tearing away its disguise, revealing a boy in shorts who approached a wild snake pattern bear and exclaimed, What a great opportunity. I shall capture you. Go, water-leap fish. Ah, Little Yao was startled, as the snake pattern bear had transformed into a human. Did you even hear what I said? Please, sister, he is merely wearing a snake pattern bear costume. He hasn't evolved into a human. Little Sheng, speechless, pointed at the boy in shorts. It's true. Before Little Ji could intervene, Little Yao had already walked up, curiously poking and prodding. Ah, my snake pattern bear. The bear, disturbed by the siblings, quickly fled the scene. You too owe me my snake pattern bear. Look what you've done. My plan to capture the bear has failed again. The boy in shorts angrily pointed at Little Yao and Little Sheng, only to suddenly notice their attire and burst into laughter. Haha, those shorts and knee-exposing outfits are simply splendid, truly beautiful. Little Yao and Little Sheng were initially taken aback, then rendered speechless by his sudden change of demeanor. You should apologize first. After all, it is quite rude to interrupt someone while they are attempting to capture a Pokémon. Little Ji approached and spoke to the siblings. Ah, we are truly sorry. It was not our intention. After Little Ji's reminder, the siblings quickly offered their apologies. Forget it. Considering you are also in shorts, I shall forgive you. The boy in shorts waved his hand dismissively. What do you mean by boy in shorts? These are short cuff pants. Who on earth are you? Little Yao asked, perplexed. Since you wish to know my name, I shall tell you. The boy in shorts placed his hands on his hips, declaring, Sometimes I am a snake pattern bear walking through the forest, at other times, I am a venomous jellyfish drifting in the waves, and at yet other times, I am a beautiful flower dancing a splendid waltz. However, my true identity is that I am known to all as Achi, the boy in shorts. Achi, the boy in shorts. Pikachu the group expressed their astonishment, exposing one's knees fully, embracing nature so fervently. What a nature-loving trainer. Indeed, I am your companion. If you don't mind, please tell me your names. Achi enthusiastically addressed Little Yao and Little Sheng. I am Little Yao. I am Little Sheng. I am Little Ji. And this is Pikachu. Pikachu. Hello, I am Little Gang. I look forward to working with you. The group began to bond, and upon learning of his desire to capture a snake pattern bear before challenging the Orange Flower Gym, and discovering that Little Yao and Little Sheng were the children of the gym leader Qianli, he immediately proposed a challenge, claiming that since they were the gym leader's children, they must have undergone rigorous training and he wished to experience their strength. Ah, strength, you say? All right, let us go. Sister. While Little Yao hesitated, Little Sheng boldly agreed on her behalf, confident in her abilities. Very well, allow me to witness your prowess. There is a plaza ahead, perfect for Pokémon battles. Achi said and proceeded toward the plaza. Go, Water-leap fish. Achi sent out his water-type starter, Water-leap fish, and donned a Water-leap fish costume. Water-leap fish. Strength, ordinary peak. What use is all this flair? Such a waste of time. Yet, Little Yao had no chance of winning. Although Fire Chick had been trained for a few days, it had only just progressed from novice to the ordinary mid-level, thus lacking in both strength and command. Little Ji internally scoffed. Please, Fire Chick. Little Yao took a deep breath, thinking to herself, it is finally beginning. This is a battle worth commemorating. What? Against a water-type water-leap fish, you bring out a fire-type Fire Chick. Achi looked at Little Yao in disbelief. Actually, my sister only has one Pokémon. Little Sheng expressed, somewhat helplessly. All right, use Spark. Attack with Water Gun. The small bursts of fire were extinguished mid-air by the water gun. Darn it, what to do? Fire Chick, use Peck. Ah, no, sister. As expected, after Fire Chick charged forward, it was easily taken down by a water gun from Water-leap fish. Fire Chick is unable to battle. Water-leap fish is victorious. The referee, Little Gang, announced. Fire Chick, cheer up, Fire Chick. It's all my fault for poor command. Little Yao lamented, cradling Fire Chick. It's all right, Little Yao. Let Fire Chick rest for a bit. It will recover soon. Little Gang reassured her. That was fantastic. I didn't expect it to be so easy. It seems the Orange Flower Gym is quite simple to challenge. Well then, farewell, everyone, boy in shorts. I shall prioritize capturing the snake pattern bear. I can always return for the Orange Flower Gym badge later. Achi said excitedly as he prepared to take his leave. How infuriating. What are you saying? Little Sheng exclaimed upon hearing Achi's comments about his father and the gym. Sigh, my battle history begins with defeat, and to lose to such a person is utterly dreadful. Little Yao lamented sadly. Wait a moment. Little Yao has only just started her journey as a novice trainer and has not undergone training. She cannot represent the strength of the Orange Flower Gym. I have battled against the gym leader and lost. Would you care to face me? Little Ji interjected. Little Ji, it was evident that he was standing up for them, and Little Yao and Little Sheng looked at him with grateful eyes. Oh, all right, let us go. I will continue using water leap fish. Achi readily accepted upon hearing that Little Ji had challenged Qianli. In that case, I choose you, Little Elephant. Achi's lips twitched at the disadvantageous type matchup. Water leap fish, water gun. Little Elephant, dig to evade, then use Iron Head. Where is it? Clearly, Achi lacked experience with the dig move and had no idea how to proceed. Grumble Water Leap Fish was knocked to the ground, but did not lose its ability to battle. A recent heavy stomp. Bubble. Little Ji didn't give Achi a chance to issue commands, swiftly concluding the battle. Return, Water Leap Fish. You've done well. After retrieving Water Leap Fish, Achi approached Little Ji, astonished that the Orange Flower Gym was so formidable, even you cannot defeat it. Of course, my father is the strongest. Before Little Ji could respond, Little Sheng proudly declared. Achi realized he had misspoken and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Little Yao and Little Sheng. I will train diligently in the Orange Flower Forest before challenging the Orange Flower Gym again. Suddenly, a mechanical hand reached for Pikachu. Chapter 12, Poacher Aaron. A mechanical hand lunged for Pikachu. Pikachu, Iron Tail. Bang. The mechanical hand fell away. Little Ji possessed the aura of a wave and had been on guard upon sensing Team Rocket's presence. What? How could this happen? Meow? What is going on? Meow meow. Didn't you say capturing Pikachu was foolproof? The electric-proof measures were infallible. I didn't expect the little brat to deviate from the script. Meow meow expressed frustration, as it was previously given to start with a thunderbolt no matter what. It's time to send you on your way, come forth. Striped Swallow Wing Attack. The Striped Swallow soared up, ripping through Team Rocket's hot air balloon. We hadn't even delivered our lines yet. We still have one more line. This is so annoying. Sorna. After bidding farewell to the group and Achi, they continued their journey toward Canas City. Hey, wait for me. I need to rest for a bit. Little Yao panted, addressing Little Ji and the others. Seriously, sister, didn't we just take a break? Your stamina is abysmal. With a sense of helplessness, Xiaoxing turned to his sister and spoke. Xiaoji and Xiaojing also felt speechless. They had taken countless breaks along the way, otherwise they would have nearly reached their destination by now. However, I am truly exhausted. Xiaoyao plopped down on the ground, refusing to move any further. Sigh Xiaoyao. You really ought to engage in some proper exercise, Xiaoji remarked with resignation. Pikachu nodded in agreement. Ah look, there's a Pokémon Center nearby, Xiaoxing exclaimed, examining his Pokémon Navigator. A Pokémon Center? That implies there will be a plethora of delicious food. Xiaoyao sprang to her feet, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yet, one among them was even more eager. To the Pokémon Center. Charge forth, for Nurse Joy? No, wait, for the food. Xiaojing said as he seized Xiaoyao's arm. Eager to dash ahead. Wait a moment. Xiaoyao wriggled free from Xiaojing's grasp, stepping back against a tree trunk. Ouch, that hurts. This is a capture net used by Pokémon poachers, and it is not for sale, Xiaoji remarked, as he approached a broken net lodged in the tree trunk. Pulling it out for a closer inspection. This indicates that there are poachers in the vicinity. Everyone, be cautious. How can such people exist? Xiaoyao exclaimed in anger. In any case, let us first head to the Pokémon Center. We should be able to gather more information there. Indeed. Soon after, the four hastened their steps and quickly arrived at the Pokémon Center. As they stepped inside, Nurse Joy greeted them with a warm smile. Welcome. Ah, Nurse Joy. Just as Xiaojing was about to rush forward, he was pushed aside by Xiaoyao, losing the chance to greet her and silently shedding tears. Hi, Nurse Joy. Did you move here from Ancient Town? Xiaoyao inquired. Huh. Xiaoyao, you misunderstood. All Nurse Joys across the country are the same, Xiaoji explained. Yes. Sister, look at this. Xiaosheng produced a notebook, revealing a group photo of Nurse Joy's. Ah, they all look the same. Xiaoyao exclaimed in astonishment. Truly, she is the leading lady most resembling Xiaoji, having made all the same blunders he has. Yes, I believe you have met my sister, Nurse Joy added. No, you all are too naive and inexperienced. Xiaojing, with an air of mystery, approached and grasped Nurse Joy's hand, declaring, I can distinguish among all the Nurse Joys in the nation. Your bangs are a full centimeter longer than theirs. The others were left speechless. As expected of Xiaojing, perhaps even Nurse Joy herself could not tell the difference. Xiaoji thought to himself, how impressive. Xiaoyao gazed at Xiaojing with admiration. Impressive, but perhaps not in this context, sister, Xiaoxing remarked, sweat trickling down his brow. Just then, Miss Junxia arrived at the Pokémon Center with her Arcanine. Ah, Miss Junxia, I can distinguish that among all the Junxia sisters in the country. Your eyelashes are a full 5 millimeters longer, Xiaojing exclaimed, completely abandoning Nurse Joy as he rushed toward Miss Junxia. Oh really? I had no idea, Miss Junxia replied. A bit taken aback. What? All the Junxia sisters? Xiaoyao's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, sister. Xiaoxing flipped a page in the notebook, revealing a series of photos of Junxia. Forgive me, but I have a task at hand, Miss Junxia said as she pushed Xiaojing aside and approached Nurse Joy. Nurse Joy? Have you recently encountered any injured Pokémon or any that have been brought in? Not at all, why do you ask? Nurse Joy replied, puzzled. Because poaching activity has been alarmingly frequent in this area, Miss Junxia explained. So it is indeed poachers. Xiaoyao and Xiaoxing exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, Miss Junxia produced a wanted poster for everyone to see. From the methods used, this poacher is likely the Pokémon hunter Aaron. He is a notorious villain who harms Pokémon without a second thought, Miss Junxia expressed angrily. Xiaoji then handed the broken net he had found to Miss Junxia, saying, Miss Junxia, take a look at this. This is a part of the capture net commonly used by poachers. Where did you find it? Miss Junxia asked excitedly. Sensing a lead. We discovered it in the forest we passed through on our way here, Xiaoji explained. Could you take me to that spot? Of course. Shortly thereafter, Xiaoji and the others led Miss Junxia to the location where they had found the broken net. It seems that the poachers used the capture net to immobilize Pokémon before capturing them. Miss Junxia observed closely, furrowing her brow. Suddenly, Xiaoxing shouted, pointing at the ground. Look at this. The others turned to see a set of tire tracks. These must belong to the poachers. And they look quite fresh, Miss Junxia noted. This indicates that the poachers are nearby. Xiaojing concurred. Please, swallow Pidgeot, Xiaoji commanded, sending them into the air to scout the area while he utilized his aura powers to search for Team Rocket's whereabouts. If Xiaoji remembered correctly, this episode seemed to be Team Rocket's main stage in the original series. The group followed the tire tracks. Meanwhile, Team Rocket was devising their battle plan when Meowth accidentally tumbled down a slope. Help! Meow bang! Meowth collided with something, revealing it was covered by a camouflage tarp. What? What's inside? Meow? Meowth pulled back the tarp, revealing a cage full of econs, startling him. Ah, what is this? It's all econs. What is going on? Meow? At that moment, Musashi and Kojiro descended the slope. How's it going? Are you alright, Meowth? What is happening? After some discussion, Team Rocket decided to rescue the econs and form an econs army. As Team Rocket began their rescue, a Fearow swooped down, knocking them aside. Shortly after, a jeep approached, and a man with green hair stepped out, saying, What do you fools think you're doing to my prey? Subsequently, Team Rocket discovered the gas bombs on Aaron's vehicle. The two sides began to confront one another, one wishing to rescue the econs and gas bombs, while the other wanted their econs and wheezing. Chapter 13. The frenzied Team Rocket captures Tyranitar. Musashi and Kojiro were battling Aaron while Meowth struggled to unlock the cage amidst electric shocks. Darn it. Fearow. Use Peck Drill on Meowth. Not a chance. Econs, use Bite. Bang. Fearow was struck down. Success, Meow. I've freed the econs and wheezing. Wonderful. Our operation was a grand success. Musashi exclaimed joyfully. You insolent fools have truly ignited my wrath this time. Go, Tyranitar. As Tyranitar emerged, enveloped in a blue-white glow, it evolved into the semi-divine Tyranitar. A sandstorm swept through. What? This can't be happening. I knew it was about to evolve. Tyranitar, use Giga Impact. Ah, Team Rocket was knocked down. Just then, another Giga Impact was unleashed, and indeed, Musashi attempted to counter with a retaliatory punch, but was struck down before she could succeed. Ultimately, they made their most crucial decision. Econs, wheezing, quickly take them and escape. We will hold him off. Exactly. Watch my Frenzied Claw. I will use Frenzied Claw as well. Witness the bond of Team Rocket's Frenzied Claw. The three members of Team Rocket charged ahead, tears streaming from the eyes of econs and wheezing as they fled the scene. Darn it. My prey. You reckless fools, perish. Tyranitar, unleash Giga Impact. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, Pidgeot stood guard. Pidge, a massive bird, stood in front of Team Rocket's trio. Are you all alright? Xiaoji and the others rushed over with concern. I didn't expect you to be so brave, Xiaoyao said, touched as she spoke to Team Rocket. Xiaojing and Xiaoxing nodded in agreement. Thank you for your assistance. I shall certainly reward you generously. Miss Junxia also addressed them, then turned to Aaron, the poacher, and said, Do not resist foolishly. Surrender at once. Surrender? How is that even possible? Tyranitar's Hyper Beam. Tyranitar. Gender, male. Type, rock, dark. Ability, Sandstream, upon entering battle. Changes the weather to a sandstorm. Strength, early champion tier. Moves, Hyper Beam, Crunch, Stone Edge, Earthquake, Shadow Ball, Dark Pulse. Terrestrial type, Ghost. Hiss. Perfect. This Tyranitar is utterly flawless. Moreover, Aaron has trained it exceptionally well. Having evolved into Tyranitar, it has already reached the early champion level. Go on. Pikachu, use Iron Tail. Pidgeot, employ Steel Wing. Humph. Tyranitar's Hyper Beam sweeps across. Tyranitar successfully serves as a turret. Pikachu and Pidgeot find it difficult to close in. Is that all you know? Pikachu, cover with Thunderbolt. Let us go, Pidgeot. Ash retrieved a Steel Z Crystal, placing it into his Z-Ring to activate it. Wow, a Z-move, exclaimed Xiaosheng in surprise. Pidgeot, use the Supersonic Sky Strike. Pidgeot dashed straight through Tyranitar, incapacitating it. Damn, you lot, just wait. You didn't even recall Tyranitar before fleeing. Still want to escape? Pikachu, use Electro Ball. Pikachu. Aaron was electrocuted, and Miss Junsha stepped forward to restrain him with handcuffs. Thank you for your help. Miss Junsha expressed her gratitude. We cannot turn a blind eye to such matters. However, Miss Junsha, may I capture this Tyranitar? Ash waved his hand dismissively before inquiring again. Well, as Aaron's Pokemon, it should be surrendered to the League. However, as one who intervened, if you can earn its approval, I can overlook its past. After some deliberation, Miss Junsha ultimately made her decision. She felt Ash possessed great potential, and no one else was aware of Aaron's Tyranitar. Really? Thank you, Miss Junsha. Ash exclaimed excitedly, then turned to the newly awakened Tyranitar and asked, what do you say? Would you like to become my partner and strive to be the strongest together? Pikachu, Tyranitar. Under Ash's persuasion and its already strained relationship with Aaron, having been poached rather than sold like other Pokemon and trained solely for battle, ultimately agreed. Splendid. Go, Friend Ball. Shattering Tyranitar's previous Pokeball, Ash produced a Friend Ball and captured Tyranitar, enhancing their bond. I have captured Tyranitar. Pikachu, how is that possible? We are Team Rocket. After all, how can we go to the police station to claim a reward? At that moment, the voices of Team Rocket echoed. Are you certain you don't want to? Do remember there is a bounty of 100,000. Miss Junsha remarked. What 100,000 bounty? Ha, not at all. Miss Junsha, we shall head to the police station right away. What a delightful feeling. Thus, Team Rocket boarded a police car and headed to the police station. As for Ash, having captured Tyranitar, he chose not to claim any reward. After bidding farewell to Miss Junsha, Ash and his companions returned to the Pokemon Center to rest. As dusk fell, after exiting the police station, the trio of Team Rocket ventured into a forest. They carried food they had just purchased, reminiscing about Arbok and Weezing. I wonder how they are faring. Musashi took a bite of a gourmet bread and remarked. They should possess the strength to protect their companions, right? Kojiru chimed in. No need to worry, Meow. They have battled that little brat so many times. They've surely honed their skills, Meow. There's absolutely no problem, Meow. Mew. That's true. Musashi and Kojiru nodded in agreement. Just then, a rustling sound came from the bushes. Huh. The trio turned to see a Pokemon resembling a cactus. This is a Sandshrew. Are you hungry? Here, this is delicious. Kojiru offered a piece of food to Sandshrew. Sandshrew, after taking a bite, Sandshrew began to eat joyfully. Sandshrew, how about joining me? Kojiru asked Sandshrew. Sandshrew nodded happily, then jumped into Kojiru's arms. Ah, that hurts. I have captured Sandshrew. Kojiru exclaimed with glee. Sandshrew. Thus, Sandshrew joined the formerly non-combative Team Rocket. In a certain forest. Ah, it's all your sister's fault. Look, we're lost. Xiaosheng complained. What do you mean it's my fault? Xiaoyao retorted defiantly. I said we should have gone right, but you insisted on going left, and now look where we are. However, at that moment, it seemed more interesting to go this way, plus there were so many cute flowers blooming by the roadside. Xiaoyao explained, then turned to playfully poke Xiaosheng. Moreover, you were the one holding the Pokemon Navigator. You should have guided us properly. That's because we were outside the signal range. It's all your fault. What did you say? All right. Travel is always full of surprises. If we only followed the navigation, how could we encounter rare Pokemon? Just as the two were on the verge of a quarrel, Ash hurriedly intervened. Indeed, Brock nodded, recalling how getting lost in Kanto was a routine occurrence for them. At that moment, a flurry of figures darted through the trees. Chapter 14, Capturing Trico. Look, that's Trico. Could this be Trico's forest? Xiaosheng exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the group of Trico. It is worth noting that Xiaosheng is particularly fond of Trico, having faced many pecks from his combuskin over this matter. Yoshi, what a delightful surprise. Trico, I'm going to catch you. With that, Ash took off in pursuit. Hey Ash, wait for us. Ash swiftly maneuvered through the forest using his aura abilities, while Xiaoyao and the others struggled to keep up, only to realize they had lost sight of him. We need to take a break. Xiaoyao panted. All right. Brock glanced around, and, seeing no sign of Ash or the Trico, agreed. Subsequently, the three began to rest in place. Meanwhile, Ash, chasing after the Trico, arrived at a massive pit, sliding down the slope to find a nearly lifeless ancient tree at the center of the pit. Whoosh! Ash stepped back a few paces, just as a branch thrust into the spot where he had been standing. Looking up, he brightened at the sight of a Trico perched on the branch, gazing at him. Trico. Type, grass. Ability, overgrow, when HP drops below 13. Grass-type moves increase by 15 times. Strength, early elite tier. Moves, quick attack, pound leer. Terrestrial type, grass. This Trico possesses decent strength, however. Why does it only know basic moves despite being at the elite level? It's quite absurd that, as a grass type, it lacks even a single grass-type move. Nonetheless, Ash recognized it as the regional champion of Hoenn, the one known as the Dream Slayer. Trico, I shall capture you, Ash declared, pointing at Trico. Pikachu. Just then, Trico descended, preparing to battle. At that moment, a group of Trico burst onto the scene, and an elderly Trico emerged. Consequently, Trico began to argue with the elder Trico. Ultimately, Trico departed alone, while the others scattered. Pikachu. Pikachu expressed confusion. Let us wait here for a moment. Pikachu, being aware of the unfolding plot, he naturally knew what Trico was up to. Soon enough, just as anticipated, Trico returned, dragging a large leaf filled with water, which it carefully poured into the withered tree. It is well aware that reviving the ancient tree is a formidable challenge. The other Trico are acting in its best interest, yet it is unwilling to relinquish its hope for the ancient tree. Trico, let us assist you, exclaimed Pikachu. Ultimately, swayed by the persuasion of Ash and Pikachu, Trico consented. Come forth, everyone. Thus, they began to water alongside Trico. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as Team Rocket brazenly captured the Trico, whisking them away in a hot air balloon. You again, Team Rocket. Since you were so earnest. Team Rocket's opening line. Huh, you little rascal, we won't take your Pikachu just yet. But we shall gladly accept the Trico. Indeed. Don't get any ideas. Go forth. Talonflame, showcase the skills you've recently acquired. Steel. Perfect. Trico intervened. And Ash gazed into its eyes. All right, go for it, Trico. Humph. Come forth, Desert Leia. Upon its emergence, Desert Leia immediately turned and lunged at Jessie. Ouch. That hurt. There, Desert Leia unleashed its needle barrage. Desert Leia. Type, grass. Ability, Sand Veil. In sandstorm weather, evasion rate increases. Strength, elite mid-tier. Oh, a new member. Trico flashed swiftly toward the hot air balloon. Perfect. Without hesitation, Trico charged upwards, evading the needle barrage. Mere evasion, however, proved insufficient. Desert Leia launched another needle barrage. Wait a moment, Meow. Meowth reacted, but it was too late. The hot air balloon was punctured. Trico, sensing the energy of nature within, coalesced it into leaf form. Go. Leaves. With Ash's guidance, Trico closed its eyes in meditation, ultimately solidifying its energy into leaves that severed the ropes, liberating the Trico. Ah, what an annoying sensation. X3 Sonance. With the assistance of Ash and Pikachu, Trico reconciled with the other Trico. At that moment, cracks began to form at the base of the ancient tree, swiftly ascending to the top, splitting it in two. Perfect. Trico stood frozen in disbelief. Pikachu, the side of the Trico on either side attempting to push the mighty trunk back together, though futile, demonstrated their unwavering determination. At that moment, the sun rose, enveloping them in its light, revealing the journey of the seed growing into a grand tree, which in turn nurtured the forest. Alas, so this tree is the mother tree of the entire forest. Truly remarkable. Ash exclaimed, comforting Trico. Do not be disheartened, Trico. Though the ancient tree has fallen, the entire forest is its progeny. It will always remain. Pikachu. As the sun fully ascended, the ancient tree completely split apart, leaving only a seed behind. Here, Trico. This is the ancient tree's way of expressing gratitude for your assistance. This should be a miraculous seed that will enhance your grass-type powers. Ash picked up the seed, examined it, and offered it to Trico. Perfect. Trico accepted the seed and placed it against its chest. Now, Trico, let us complete the battle we left unfinished. Pikachu. Perfect. Trico nodded in agreement. All right, go forth. Swablu. Trico shimmered with white light as it approached, while Swablu met it head-on with a steel wing. The two collided, both staggering back. Perfect. Trico condensed leaves and launched an attack at Swablu. Swablu, defend and then roll. Perfect. Trico was struck by the rolling maneuver. Immediately, Trico retaliated with its tail. All right, let us settle this once and for all. Swablu charge. Bang. Perfect. Trico was sent flying. Bubble Swablu has evolved to elite level. Wonderful. Swablu. Ash congratulated Swablu before addressing Trico. So, Trico, would you like to become my partner? Perfect. Trico was in a state of contemplation. Just then, the elder Trico approached and exchanged words with it. Ultimately, Trico made the resolute decision to accept Ash's invitation. Fantastic. Welcome to the team, Trico. Although Ash was confident Trico would agree, its personal affirmation filled him with excitement. This is the allure of capturing Pokémon. Ash threw a Pokeball, which quickly clicked with success. Yes, I have captured Trico. Pikachu Bubble, Ash, Brock, and the others, hearing the commotion, rushed over, albeit a tad late, only to witness Ash capturing Trico. Pidgeot, you should return to Professor Oak's lab. When we reach Canaz City, I will trade you back for the gym challenge. Ash discussed with Pidgeot. Pidgeot agreed. Now that Ash's team was at full capacity, he had to send one back. Since the other Pokemon had only recently been captured and required training, and considering the emotional bond needed for Tyranitar, Ash ultimately decided to send Pidgeot back. Thus, with Trico joining their ranks, Ash and his companions continued their journey toward Canaz City. Chapter 15, Special Training in the Forest, The Arrival of Snivy. In a certain forest, having just finished lunch, Ash commenced special training for his Pokemon. He began assigning tasks. Talonflame. Your mission is to master the Steel Wing and Aerial Ace you learned from Pidgeot. Seba. EV. Continue learning from Pikachu about Z-Move and Iron Tail, while Pikachu practices condensing Electric-type energy into a ball to master Electro Ball. Bully Pikachu. Swablu will undergo rigorous training with the Strength Enhancer. Tyranitar practiced Flame Punch, as Ash switched in a learning machine for that move. As for Trico, observing it chewing on a twig, Ash contemplated, Trico, your goal is to learn Leech Seed. After all, as a Grass-type Pokemon, you cannot solely rely on Leaf Tornado for your Grass-type skills. Perfect. Unlike Bulbasaur and Chikorita, Trico does not possess Vine Whip by default, and its final evolution, Sceptile, is focused on speed attacks, making it distinct from them. At this stage, the most suitable moves for Trico to learn are Leech Seed and Bullet Seed. However, Leech Seed can evolve into Super Leech Seed and Ultimate Leech Seed. So Ash decided to have Trico practice Leech Seed first. Sister, look at Ash, then look at you. Your Torchic hasn't even learned a new skill yet. Small Victory began to pick a fight, casting a disdainful glance at Little Dawn. Bang. Mind your own business. I'm just still contemplating my direction. Indeed. Little Dawn felt indignant and punched Small Victory. All right. However, Ash indeed demonstrated maturity through his reasonable training regimen, Brock remarked. I believe Ash will undoubtedly clinch the championship at the Hoenn League. Not at all, Ash humbly replied. Little Dawn, if you haven't made up your mind yet, you can have Torchic wear this Strength Enhancer to boost its prowess, making it easier to learn new moves in the future. Ah, thank you so much, Ash. Little Dawn exclaimed joyfully, taking the enhancer and equipping it on Torchic. After a period of training, perfect. Suddenly, Trico emitted a sound. There stood a Snivy confronting Trico, while Torchic hid behind it. Ah, Torchic. Little Dawn gasped. Perfect hearing the voice, Torchic tearfully ran toward Little Dawn. Snivy. Type. Poison. Ability. Shed Skin. Has a 13 chance to eliminate its own status condition after each attack. Strength. Elite late tier. Moves. Poison Tail. Mist. Bind. Ram. Go Trico. Use Quick Attack. Perfect. Ha-do as Trico charged, Snivy ensnared it with Bind, then unleashed a Poison Tail that sent Trico flying. Is Trico alright? Perfect. Trico struggled to rise. Thankfully, it was not poisoned, otherwise, it would have been a serious predicament. Trico retaliated with Leaf Tornado, while Snivy charged forward, absorbing the impact. Trico skillfully maneuvered around Snivy, showcasing its agility. Ash furrowed his brow, for he knew that the wood gecko possessed only this singular ranged attack, which was already at a disadvantage, and in close combat. It could not compete with the spoon snake. Just moments ago, the wood gecko had been struck by the poisonous tail, and it seemed unlikely to prevail in a war of attrition against the spoon snake. The wood gecko took a gamble and unleashed its absorbing move. Indeed, clearly, the wood gecko was unwilling to concede defeat, and it successfully employed its recently acquired experience to execute the absorption move. After mastering this technique, the spoon snake was swiftly drained of its strength and rendered incapable of battle. Remarkably, the wood gecko ascended to the mid-elite stage. Whoosh. Just as the spoon snake regained consciousness, it darted into the jungle. Don't run away, shouted May and Brock. No need to chase. The spoon snake will cross our paths again, Ash remarked, casting a hopeful gaze in the direction the spoon snake had fled. I hope that unfortunate creature is all right. May and Brock exchanged puzzled looks. After an intense training regimen, Pikachu had learned the Electro Ball, while Eevee had advanced to the early elite stage and mastered the Shining Burst. Even Swellow and Tyranitar had honed their skills, and May's Torchic had evolved to the late normal stage, learning Quick Attack. With their belongings in order, the group set off once more. Meanwhile, the fleeing spoon snake pilfered Team Rocket's lunch, but inadvertently severed Musashi's long hair, awakening her latent potential. Her aura surged dramatically, instantly surpassing that of the spoon snake, causing it to tremble in fear. First came a frenzied claw attack, followed by a devastating mega kick that left the spoon snake incapacitated. In the end, the spoon snake could not comprehend why humans were so formidable, rendering it a disgrace in the realm of Pokémon. The outside world was far too perilous. Thus, the spoon snake was captured by Musashi. Subsequently, the trio from Team Rocket, with their newly captured spoon snake, sought out Ash for a duel. Since you're here, Team Rocket began. You again? Haven't you learned your lesson? Ash retorted. Exactly. May and Brock chimed in agreement. Haha. Today is different from the past. Behold our new Pokemon. Come forth, Spoon Snake. Musashi proclaimed with a hearty laugh as she released the Spoon Snake. Hadoodoo, the Spoon Snake locked eyes with Ash and the others, and a heavy silence ensued. No way, we really meet the Spoon Snake again. May exclaimed, pointing in astonishment. The Spoon Snake, overwhelmed, thought to itself, how have I encountered these humans once more? It's like escaping a tiger's den only to fall into a wolf's lair. Unsurprisingly, Team Rocket was sent flying once again. What an annoying feeling, echoed Sanansu. It must be said, Team Rocket daily provided Ash with points and Pokemon experience, making it increasingly difficult for him to send them flying. Thus, Ash reluctantly exchanged his remaining points for a Keystone and a Tyranitar Mega Stone, all while shedding tears. Fortunately, the system kindly gifted him a Gigantamax band, which allowed them to synthesize a universal Pokemon ring, capable of selecting various types. Ash excitedly donned the universal ring on his left wrist, uncertain of how long they had wandered through the forest. Ash and his companions finally emerged and arrived in the city. Ah, it smells so good, May exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Ash and the others sniffed the air, their faces filled with confusion. Sister, what food do you smell? Brock asked, puzzled. No, I smell the scent of the city, May cheerfully replied. After spending several days in the forest, she was utterly delighted to finally reach the city. Let us go, after all. It's understandable that May is experiencing the city for the first time after such a long stay in the forest, Ash remarked. However, Ash was quite satisfied with their forest adventure, not only having captured the wood gecko, but also witnessing substantial growth in the strengths of several Pokemon. The group quickened their pace and entered the bustling city of Rinshin Town. Do not be deceived by the term town, it was anything but small, boasting towering skyscrapers and an array of shops. Indeed, as someone raised in the city, I find it essential to breathe the urban air from time to time, May mused, contemplating the delicious culinary delights she would indulge in later. The four decided to explore independently and agreed to reconvene at the Pokemon Center. Ash and Brock set out to search for Pokemon in the city, while May and Misty ventured into the mall for a shopping spree. Chapter 16. The Gift of the Mushroom, the self-proclaimed mightiest Wingull. As Ash accompanied Brock in search of Pokemon, Brock looked left and right, ultimately discovering a mushroom in a narrow alleyway. How wonderful, to find a mushroom in the city, Brock exclaimed with delight, about to rush towards it when Ash stopped him. Wait, approaching a Pokemon recklessly may provoke an attack. Besides, mushrooms typically inhabit forests. Encountering one in a town seems rather odd, doesn't it? Yes, exactly, Pikachu agreed. Sure enough, the mushroom was on guard against them. Ash took out some grass-type energy cubes and placed them on the ground, smiling as he addressed the mushroom. Here. This is quite delicious. Pika Pika. Pikachu encouraged the mushroom. After a lengthy pause, the mushroom cautiously approached and sampled a piece. Mush. After tasting it, the mushroom's eyes narrowed in joy as it began to eat. Subsequently, Ash approached and picked it up, to which the mushroom offered no resistance. How splendid. Brock gazed at Ash holding the mushroom with envy. Gradually, Brock too became friends with the mushroom. Let us go, Brock. The mushroom is not accustomed to city life. We should return it, Ash suggested. Okay, Pikachu agreed. The mushroom happily led Ash and his friends along the way. Meanwhile, having completed their shopping spree, Brock and May arrived at the Pokemon Center, where they overheard passers-by discussing the curse of the Green Mansion. May immediately invoked her title of adventurer, apart from being a foodie, and dragged Brock to explore the Green Mansion. The Green Mansion. Huh. Ash and Brock, what are you doing here? Sister, what brings you here? The siblings simultaneously queried upon their encounter. We heard it was cursed and came for an adventure. What about you? Surely you aren't here for an adventure too? May asserted. Adventure? We are here to return the mushroom home, Brock replied, showing May the mushroom. If that's the case, then the curse should be resolved. I believe the so-called curse is merely the mushroom releasing paralysis powder to protect itself, Ash speculated. So that's it. They all exclaimed in unison. Hey, you guys. At that moment, a young man clad in green approached. How dare you trespass here? I am currently tending to the garden. Ash and the others stepped forward to introduce themselves and explain their purpose for visiting, learning that the owner was named Yajun. Yajun looked at the mushroom in astonishment, exclaiming, Huh? This city should have no mushrooms left. Were there many before? Ash inquired. Indeed. Yajun nodded. In my childhood, there were plenty of mushrooms in this area. They were my favorite Pokemon. This estate belongs to my grandfather. I often played here for entire days. However, as the forest disappeared, skyscrapers replaced it, Yajun reminisced. After my grandfather passed away, the mushrooms vanished as well. Who would have thought this place became their home? You must know that it is about to be demolished. Ah, if mushrooms truly reside here, then they will lose their home. Brock gasped in shock. In any case, let us have this mushroom guide us to see for ourselves, Ash suggested, and the group concurred. Subsequently, under the guidance of the mushroom, they arrived at the dwelling place of the mushrooms. Upon seeing Ash and his companions, a group of mushrooms exhibited both caution and fear. However, once the mushroom that led them explained, their demeanor softened. I never imagined the mushrooms lived here all along, Yajun lamented. Because the forest has vanished. The mushrooms have been compelled to reside here. It's truly pitiful. Just then, a loud crash interrupted the poignant moment. Ha! We shall take the mushrooms. Who goes there? Yazin inadvertently exclaimed. Since you have inquired earnestly. Well then, the rocket team's lines had long since worn thin on him. Come forth, Tyranitar. Unleash the devastating hyper beam. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Ash interjected directly. What? You little brat, you have no sense of martial ethics. Boom. What an irksome sensation. Mr. Yazin, may I request something from you? Ash turned to Yazin and said. Yazin, taken aback, responded, what is it? You mentioned wanting to demolish the old residence. So I kindly ask you not to. Indeed. Indeed. Brock and the others echoed. I apologize. But I will still proceed with the demolition of the old residence. Yazin contemplated for a moment before saying, then smiled at the mushrooms. However, I will plant a multitude of trees in this area to provide a home for the mushrooms. That's wonderful. Xiaosheng exclaimed joyfully, jumping up. Thus, everyone was filled with delight. Mushroom. At that moment, the mushroom that accompanied Ash presented him with a bead. This is the mage stone. Ash gazed at the bead. Is this for me? The mushroom nodded with a smile. Thank you. Ash expressed his gratitude, silently invoking, System, Identify. Ding, identification successful. This is the Lizard King Mage Stone. Fantastic. I've saved 10,000 points. Ash felt a surge of happiness within. What is this? Ash, you seem quite excited. Xiaoyao inquired curiously. Hee. This is a splendid item. Ash responded ambiguously. Subsequently, Ash and his companions bid farewell to Yazin and the mushrooms, and after resting at the Pokémon Center, they set off once more. In a certain city, Ash, look quickly. Xiaosheng tugged at Ash, pointing to a notice board. The board read, the strongest Pokémon gym in the world. Interesting. Let us go and see this world's strongest Pokémon. Ash strode directly towards the gym. The strongest Pokémon in the world. Could it be a legendary Pokémon? Xiaosheng exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this, Ash inwardly shook his head, thinking, you are still too young. Follow me, and the legendary Pokémon will no longer be mere legends. Soon, Ash and his companions arrived at the gym, only to discover that the so-called strongest Pokémon was a Swellow, leaving everyone but Ash quite disappointed. The gym leader, Anthony, was exceedingly arrogant. Thus, a battle between the two sides was imminent. Swellow. Strength. Elite peak. It must be said that Swellow possessed some strength, yet alas. Come forth, Tyranitar. Ash did not hold back, dispatching his first combatant, Tyranitar. Swellow, use Vine Whip. Everyone, Swellow can perform this move? Ash scoffed. Tyranitar. Seize the Vine Whip and pull it down. What? No. Anthony exclaimed in shock, but it was too late. A Mewtwo was yanked from Swellow's beak. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. I see now, you hid your Pokémon inside Swellow's beak, didn't you? Xiaosheng quickly deduced. That's cheating. I will report you to the league. Brock shouted. Exactly. Xiaoyao said, puffing up with indignation. Is this what you call the strongest in the world? Ash regarded Anthony with a bemused expression. I apologize. It was my fault. Anthony immediately knelt in supplication. I wanted Swellow to be the strongest Pokémon, and in a moment of excitement, I lost my way. That was merely your self-serving delusion. Moreover, your Swellow is not weak, Ash admonished Anthony. To become the strongest, one must strive together, not resort to underhanded tactics like you. Anthony gazed at his Swellow. Yes, thank you for your lesson. Ash and his companions then departed. Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng surrounded Ash. That was so cool, Ash. You were magnificent when you reprimanded him. Not at all, I merely spoke the truth. They continued their journey. Happy May Day. Chapter 17, The Lake of Lotad. On their way to Kanaz City, Ash and his friends inadvertently stumbled upon a Pokémon protection zone, where they met the Guardian, Kelly, driving away the troublesome Team Rocket. Xiaosheng forged a deep friendship with a herdier and witnessed its evolution into a Stoutland. After bidding farewell to Kelly, the group arrived at a crystal-clear lake, where they prepared to swim. This place is fantastic. The air is fresh, so tranquil, and incredibly comfortable. Indeed, the group frolicked in the water. Pika? Ash and Pikachu suddenly looked towards the center of the lake. What's wrong? Ash, Pikachu, and Brock noticed Ash's gaze and followed it. They saw many objects resembling lotus leaves drifting towards them. What is this? The numbers are quite alarming. Xiaoyao ran up to the shore first. These must be Lotads. Lotads are water and grass-type Pokémon that typically inhabit ponds or lakes. However, there are indeed a great many of them, Ash explained. So this is the Lake of Lotads. Xiaosheng exclaimed with excitement. Let us get ashore. The Lotads are getting closer. We might get pushed out. X2. No sooner had the three reached the shore than the Lotads followed suit. Ah, they're climbing up. What do they want? Xiaoyao, frightened, hid behind Ash. You need not fear. Xiaoyao, Ash reassured her, sensing their goodwill through his aura. Look, they're all smiling. Really? Are they here to play with us? Before Xiaoyao could respond, Xiaosheng excitedly chimed in. I think so. Brock nodded in agreement. Pikachu shouted, pointing at the Lotads. The Lotads formed a line and shot jets of water into the sky. The streams colliding to create a fountain, the splashing droplets shimmering under the sunlight. Wow. Xiaoyao, no longer afraid, stepped out from behind Ash to gaze at the sky. I never expected that Lotads could use water gun, and they perform it so beautifully. They could score high in a Pokemon showcase. Ash marveled. Huh, what's a Pokemon showcase? Xiaoyao asked, puzzled. A Pokemon showcase is judged based on the elegance of moves, typically involving 2 rounds of assessment. Upon gaining the judge's approval, one can enter the showcase battle. The showcase battle employs an elimination format, with the ultimate victor receiving a ribbon badge. Collecting 5 ribbon badges allows one to participate in the grand showcase, Ash explained, understanding her naivety. Ah, I see. Xiaoyao nodded thoughtfully. Look, this Lotad seems a bit different. Brock pointed out a unique Lotad amidst the others. Noting that while the other Lotad's water jets reached high into the air, this one barely managed a few feet. Indeed, it appears quite slow-witted, Xiaoyao remarked. The others nodded in agreement as they observed the peculiar Lotad. Even after the other Lotads finished their display, this one continued to spray water. Ah, it's already over, Lotad. Brock approached the Lotad. Upon hearing this, the Lotad suddenly increased its effort, giving Brock an unintentional face wash. The Lotad then leisurely pursued its companions. Ha ha, the group burst into laughter. Just then, a girl with red twin tails and freckles approached, hands on her hips, pointing at Ash and his friends, shouting, Hey, this is the Lake of Lotads. How dare you swim here? You all have to come to my house. She was as irritable as Xiaosheng. Xiaoyao dismissed her without a second thought. You're so annoying. Xiaosheng couldn't help but roll his eyes at Xiaoyao. May I ask, what do you want us to do at your house? Brock inquired cautiously. What else would it be? Of course, you'll be reprimanded. The girl replied as if it were obvious. Huh, no way. X3. Subsequently, the 4 companions had no choice but to follow the girl to her home, where it was not they who faced reprimand, but rather this young lady. Naoko, you ought to be more considerate towards travelers who are out and about, admonished a girl with azure hair. However, Naoko lowered her head, reluctant to defend herself. Thus, the group, initially bracing for a scolding, found themselves instead as spectators to Naoko's reprimand. I apologize for my sister's rude remarks, Taiko said as she turned to Ash and the others. It's quite all right, came the cheerful response. Pika. Greetings. I am Taiko, and this is Naoko. We run a flower shop together as sisters, she introduced. The others followed suit with their introductions, though Brock's demeanor was somewhat less than decorous. I am Brock, and I must say, this beautiful flower shop is as lovely as you, Miss Taiko, he said, gazing at her with infatuation. Is that so? A flower shop as splendid as this could only be the handiwork of the enchanting Miss Taiko, he added. Thank you. By the way, my pie is almost done baking. Would you all care to join me? It must be said, Brock had a way with flattery. If only he were a tad taller and fairer, he could surely become a heartthrob. Really? Thank you so much. At that moment, a girl with verdant hair entered. Sister, the drainage pipe in the orchard is broken. Relying solely on a watering can is utterly insufficient. Oh, we have guests, she exclaimed. Ah, another striking lady. Brock's eyes sparkled as he turned. This is my younger sister, Suzuko. The 3 of us are siblings, Taiko introduced. Hello. I would love to use this watering can to nurture blossoms as beautiful as you, Miss Suzuko. I entrust you with a sacred task, Ash said, pulling Masato aside with a serious expression. Huh, what task? Masato asked nervously, gazing at Ash's earnest face. From now on, whenever Brock gets lovesick, drag him back. Huh, understood. Hey, you know, your demeanor is quite different when you're with me compared to when you're with my sisters. Do you not realize how impolite that is? Naoko scolded, pointing at Brock. Well, Brock stammered awkwardly. Haha, Naoko has fallen for him at first sight. At first sight? Again? But I am not into Lolas. I prefer mature older sisters. Soon after, Ash and the others sat down to enjoy the pie while chatting with the 3 sisters. Delicious. I've never tasted anything like this before, May exclaimed excitedly. That pie is made with blue tangerines. Its flavor is quite rich, Taiko explained. The water and air in our area are pristine, allowing us to harvest a variety of fruits. We have plenty growing out back. Would you like to see? Suzuko invited Ash and the others. Really? Of course. They then made their way to the garden, where various fruit trees flourished in a picturesque setting with fresh air. The 3 sisters introduced Ash to the uses and benefits of different trees and fruits. Sister, Fixing the drainage pipe will take a long time. The connectors are too old and we need to replace the entire pipe, which will be quite a task, Suzuko said suddenly, stepping forward to address Taiko. I see. That sounds like a headache, Taiko replied, equally troubled. At that moment, the Lotad arrived, balancing water on their heads, pouring it onto the flower beds and fruit trees. Ah, thank you for your help. Taiko expressed her gratitude. Why are they here to help? Mei inquired curiously. I believe it's because we often give them fruits. They've come to repay our kindness, Taiko mused. All right, since you treated us to a meal, let us pitch in and help. Ash proposed. Pika Pika. Indeed. Subsequently, everyone released their Pokémon to assist. The process went relatively smoothly, though a minor mishap occurred when one particularly unruly Lotad began to stray, causing a traffic jam. Brock approached the Lotad. What's wrong? Everyone's waiting for you. He began to instruct the Lotad on how to pour water. No need to rush. Take your time. Just lower your head. Hubby you. Following Brock's guidance, the Lotad lowered its head, spilling the water from its leaves. Yes, just like that. Brock nodded approvingly. Success. This is wonderful. Hubby you. The Lotad bowed in thanks. As dusk fell, Ash and his companions escorted the Lotad back to the lake. Thank you so much for your assistance today, Lotad. You may return to the lake now, Suzuko said gratefully. The Lotad nodded and returned to the water, except for the one particularly special Lotad that lingered on the shore. Sigh. Everyone has already left. Why aren't you going? Brock squatted down to observe the Lotad. Hubby you. The Lotad gazed at Brock. Brock, I think this Lotad has taken a liking to you and wishes to follow you. Ash remarked upon noticing the situation. Really? Lotad? Brock exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. Hubby you. The Lotad nodded. All right then. Please take care of me. Brock produced a poke ball and captured it. Just then, a loud crash erupted as a peculiar boat approached from across the lake, piloted by Team Rocket. Waha. We'll be taking the Lotad, Team Rocket declared, steering their vessel toward the Lotad and capturing them. Team Rocket, you 1T succeed. Go Swellow. Pikachu hop on Swellow. Use Iron Tail as we approach. Pika. Swellow. Pikachu leaped onto Swellow's back, and together they sped towards Team Rocket, unleashing Iron Tail to shatter the cage and free the Lotad. Excellent. Pikachu, unleash a devastating thunderbolt. Pikachu. A thunderous explosion followed. What an annoying sensation. The next day, Ash and his companions continued their journey towards Canaz City. Chapter 18. Participating in the Canaz Conference. Aiming for Canaz City, Ash and his companions paused at the Canaz Hall just before reaching the city. As they approached, they observed numerous trainers and Pokémon engaging in various practices. What are they all doing? It doesn't seem like they're practicing for battles, May wondered aloud. They are likely preparing for the upcoming Pokémon showcase, Ash explained. Oh, a showcase is about to be held here? May gasped. Having only recently learned about the showcase from Ash, and now finding herself in its midst. How about we watch the showcase before we set off? She suggested to the group, eager to witness the event. I'm on board. Ash was the first to raise his hand in agreement, knowing that it was this showcase that had inspired May to embark on her journey as a coordinator. I concur. With Ash's approval, Brock and Masato also nodded in agreement. Yay, let us go. At that moment, a beautiful butterfree fluttered onto May's face. Ah, what is it? She shrieked, startled. Sister, it's a butterfree. Shortly thereafter, the owner of the butterfree and her boyfriend rushed over. Ash, with Pikachu in tow, approached the registration area for the showcase. Hello, I would like to register for the Pokemon showcase, Ash informed the staff. Certainly. Please present your showcase pass. This is my first time participating, so I don't have a pass yet. Could you help me obtain one? Of course. Please insert your Pokédex into the slot below. Ash complied, placing his Pokédex in the designated area. Shortly thereafter, the staff returned with a pass for Ash. All done. Here is your pass. Ah, Ash, so you're here. At that moment, buoyed by encouragement from her friends, May approached the registration area, where she spotted Ash. Behind them trailed Xiaojiang and Xiaoshun, accompanied by a young man and woman. After some introductions, the lady was named Hui Mei and the gentleman was called Inger. Hello, I wish to participate in the Pokemon contest, Xiaoyao declared as she approached the staff. I apologize, but I just received notification from the entrance. The number of participants has been finalized, and unfortunately, Miss. Registration is now closed, the staff member replied courteously. What? It can't be. The deadline has passed? I finally mustered the courage to join. Had I known, I would have come to register with Ash, Xiaoyao lamented. It's all right, Xiaoyao. You only decided to participate suddenly and haven't practiced. Even if you had registered, victory would have been challenging. You can take this time to learn, Xiaojiang consoled her, then turned to Ash, saying, I never expected you to enter the contest. Yes, it's a chance to enrich my battle style. After all, the Hoenn champion, Wallace, is also a master coordinator, which suggests that the contest holds its merits, Ash explained. He thought to himself that it would also help him earn some points. I see. Soon, the group arrived at the contest venue, and Xiaoyao decided to assist Miss Hui Mei. experiencing the contest firsthand. Initially, Xiaoyao wished to be Ash's assistant, but Ash indicated that he didn't require help for his performance, and thus she reluctantly chose Miss Huimei instead. Before long, the contest commenced. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Let us welcome our first contestant. A trainer called forth a Rosalia, which spun gracefully in the air, utterly captivating Xiaoyao. The moment a Pokemon makes its entrance is when the most effort is invested. One could say that the initial round of preliminaries hinges upon this instant. The evaluation is based on the flamboyance of the moves, the perfection of execution, and the synergy between the Pokemon and their trainer. Subsequently, scores from the competition will determine the results, Huimei thoughtfully elaborated. As the competition progressed, Mr. Inger took the stage, showcasing a stunning performance with his Mothim, earning an impressive score of 295. Miss Huimei then entered, utilizing her shiny Butterfree. Xiaoyao threw a frisbee, which was shattered by a string shot, concluding with an awakening power. The sparkling fragments enhancing the beauty of her Butterfree, and she achieved a perfect score of 30. Following her, Musashi, under an alias, made an appearance but was unfortunately disqualified for poor command. Lastly, the final contestant was called forth, Mr. Ash. Come forth, Eevee. Eevee emerged, executing a perfect somersault before landing gracefully. Eevee, unleash 5 Shadow Balls. Eevee launched 5 Shadow Balls into the sky from various angles. With remarkable speed, Eevee maneuvered around, intertwining the Shadow Balls with countless stars. It's time to conclude, Eevee. Let's go for a Celestial Burst. Eevee leaped into the center of the 5 Shadow Balls and unleashed the Celestial Burst, resulting in a series of explosions that radiated dark purple and golden light, with Eevee landing gracefully amidst the brilliance. The audience erupted in applause. Wow, they exclaimed, utterly astonished. The final score was unsurprisingly a perfect one. Did Ash really not practice at all? Xiaoyao gasped in disbelief. We've been with Ash all this time. When did you ever see him practice, sis? Xiaoxing chimed in. It seems he only gave Eevee a few instructions before the performance. I never imagined Ash had such a natural talent for the contest. And his synergy with his Pokemon is remarkable. Xiaojing marveled, noting how Ash had matured significantly since arriving in Hoenn. Huimei and Inger watched Ash closely, aware that he would be a formidable rival. Wow, Ash, you're incredible, Xiaoyao exclaimed as Ash returned backstage, her eyes filled with admiration. Oh, it was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. The real credit goes to Eevee. Ooey. Eevee proudly lifted its head, acknowledging its contribution. Among the 8 contestants advancing to the second round, Ash, Huimei, and Inger occupied the top 3 positions, directly progressing forward. In the second round, all 3 faced off against random challengers, and without much difficulty, they all successfully advanced. Wonderful, we all made it. But Ash must now face Mr. Inger, Xiaoyao said, initially excited but then feeling a bit down. There's only one ribbon medal. We will inevitably face each other. Let us see who prevails, Mr. Inger, Ash reassured Xiaoyao. Indeed. Thus, the battle was about to commence. Let us go, Eevee. Come forth, Mothim, use Stun Spore. Mothim, level, Elite Beginner. A cloud of powder surged forward, but Eevee quickly burrowed underground to evade it. However, Ash's score took a slight hit. Mothim surveyed the surroundings, preparing a confusion ray. Eevee, Celestial Burst. Suddenly, Eevee appeared beneath Mothim, channeling the power of the Celestial Burst. What? Oh no, get away. You sly one, why aren't you following the script? Normal trainers would be attacking from behind, not appearing underneath. Mothim was too slow and was struck by the Celestial Burst, causing Inger to lose a significant portion of his score. Eevee then dashed forward, delivering a double kick. Bam! Mothim was rendered unable to battle, and Inger was immediately disqualified. Mothim has lost its fighting capability. The winner is Ash. Congratulations, Ash. Inger approached to extend his congratulations. Thank you. The final showdown was now set between Ash and Huimei. The Canaz contest was about to unfold, with the 2 finalists, Miss Huimei and Mr. Ash, ready to face off in a decisive battle limited to 5 minutes. Ash, you're strong, but I want to back down. Go, Butterfree. Then it's settled, Eevee. Butterfree, level, Elite Intermediate. Butterfree, use Awakening Power. The beautiful white aura was not only stunning but also deadly, even before the attack landed. Ash's score had already dropped slightly. Eevee, Celestial Burst. Ooey. The Celestial Burst was dazzling, especially with the crystals that splattered beautifully upon impact. Huimei's score also dipped a bit. The 2 moves collided, creating a stunning display of light. Butterfree, unleash Hurricane. Eevee dig. Be careful. Eevee Iron Tail. After several days of training, Eevee had finally mastered Iron Tail. With a powerful strike, it knocked Butterfree down. Eevee, finish it with a high-speed star. The battle concluded, and the winner was Mr. Ash. Come back, Butterfree, you've worked hard. After retrieving her Butterfree, Huimei approached Ash, saying, Ash, congratulations. You truly are remarkable. Thank you. Now, it was time to present the winner of this contest, Mr. Ash. with the Canaz ribbon medal. Congratulations, here is your medal. Since this is your first competition, you also receive this medal box as a gift. Thank you. Alright, I've obtained the Canaz ribbon medal. Ooey, ding, you have received the Canaz ribbon medal. Reward, 1,000 points. I'm so envious. From now on, I want to participate in the contest too, Xiaoyao said, gazing at Ash with admiration and resolving to enter the contest herself. Chapter 19. Xiaoyao captures a caterpie. Wow, it's so beautiful. Hehe. I too want to participate in the contest in the future. Xiaoyao held Ash's ribbon medal. Ah sis. How many times have you said that already? Xiaosheng exclaimed, covering his ears. Humph. What is it to you? Just as Xiaoyao finished speaking, she suddenly exclaimed, Ah, what is wrong, Xiaoyao? Everyone asked hurriedly. Something just appeared right in front of me. Look over there. Xiaoyao pointed toward the bushes. The group turned to see a large red caterpillar crawling into the thicket. Oh, it's a caterpie? Xiaoyao, don't you love Butterfree? One of Caterpie's evolutions is Butterfree. Ash explained. Really? It can evolve into Butterfree. Looking closely, it's actually quite adorable. Alright, I'm going to capture it. Upon hearing that the caterpie evolved into a huntail butterfly, Xiaoyao unhesitatingly gave chase. Wait, Xiaoyao, I haven't finished speaking yet. Ash shouted, but alas, Xiaoyao did not hear him. It's still too early for lunch. Shall we take a brief respite here? Brock suggested, observing the distance Xiaoyao had covered. Agreed. Ash then utilized his aura powers. Sensing a peculiar aura, you all take a break here. I will venture over there to investigate. With that, Ash, accompanied by Pikachu, dashed off in the opposite direction of Xiaoyao. Oh, Ash, really? Following the trail of the aura, Ash arrived at the other side of the forest. Pikachu pointed at a Pokémon resting beneath a tree. It was a golden metapod, which assumed a defensive stance upon noticing Ash's arrival. Gasp! A golden legend. And it's certain that this metapod will evolve into a huntail butterfly. Ash exclaimed with delight. Metapod, shiny. Gender, female. Type, bug. Ability, shed skin. Strength, mid-level. Moves, harden. String shot, bug bite, poison sting, tackle. Terrestrial type, bug. Alright, allow me to capture you. Go, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt to resolve this. Pika. The metapod immediately succumbed to defeat. Ash tossed a Pokeball, successfully capturing it, which was then transmitted to Professor Oak. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao was engaged in a battle of wits with Team Rocket. Oh, Ash has sent another Pokemon my way. It seems his journey is going quite smoothly. Let me see what Pokemon it is, Professor Oak remarked. Upon releasing it, he observed. Ah, a golden metapod. I shall prepare the introductory course materials. Wait, a golden metapod. Don't move. The research on shiny Pokemon evolution begins now. Ah, who is this strange old man? Help. Upon returning to camp, Ash found a visitor named Zhejianichiro. Oh, Ash, you're back. Where have you been? Brock inquired curiously. I captured a special Pokemon. A special Pokemon? I want to see. What is it? Koharu exclaimed excitedly. It's a secret. It's already been sent back to Professor Oak's lab. What? Tell me. Koharu whined, approaching Ash with a pleading expression. Get away. It would be different if you were a girl, Ash said, pushing Koharu aside with disdain. Shortly after, Ash introduced himself to Zhejianichiro, and they commenced a battle. Little Elephants and Swellow versus Ariados and Yinma. Zhejianichiro's Pokemon were all in the elite early stage. In this match, Zhejianichiro was thoroughly overwhelmed. Brock invited Zhejianichiro to join them for lunch. Everyone, I'm back. I caught a caterpie, Xiaoyao joyfully announced. Well done, Xiaoyao. The group congratulated. At that moment, they noticed a person resembling Zhejianichiro following Xiaoyao. Oh, an exact double. Xiaoyao exclaimed in astonishment. Brother, I didn't expect you to return. The man accompanying Xiaoyao spoke. It turned out they were twin brothers. One was traveling while the other protected the forest, and now they decided to switch roles. Excellent. Now that we're all here, it's about time for a meal, Brock suggested. Agreed. X5. Come out, Torchic and Caterpie. It's time to eat. Caterpie. Gender. Female. Type. Bug. Ability. Shield Dust. Prevents additional effects. Strength. Mid-level. Moves. Tackle. String shot. Terrestrial type. Flying. Soon, a shocking scene unfolded as the Caterpie displayed an insatiable appetite. Finishing its meal and promptly falling asleep. This Caterpie truly has a strong bond with its sister, Koharu remarked. Indeed, I feel the same. The group agreed. After bidding farewell to the Zhejian brothers, they resumed their journey. Meanwhile, Team Rocket, having lost to Xiaoyao, was perched on a tree on the cliffside, where Musashi successfully captured a Caterpie. On the road, Ash shared with Xiaoyao the nuances of Caterpie's evolution. Wait, is it not certain? Isn't evolution always fixed? Xiaoyao exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. Not at all. While most are, there are still branching evolutions. For example, Eevee has 8 possible evolutions and different regional forms. And Caterpie is one such case, Ash explained, presenting the image of a Venomoth from his Pokédex to Xiaoyao. It's almost the complete opposite of a huntail butterfly. Thus, sister, you should have captured the metapod or huntail butterfly directly. Koharu interjected, speechless. So Xiaoyao, if your caterpie evolves into metapod, would you abandon it? Ash inquired. Xiaoyao took a deep breath before responding. No, regardless of how it evolves. It will always be my Pokémon. Ash and Brock exchanged knowing smiles. Although Ash was certain that Xiaoyao's caterpie would evolve into a huntail butterfly, the future remained uncertain. Alright, Xiaoyao, do not fret. Your caterpie is such an avid eater, it is highly likely to evolve into metapod, Brock reassured her. This statement significantly eased Xiaoyao's worries. Yet she would likely remain restless until witnessing Caterpie's evolution. With Canas City as their destination, Ash and his companions finally arrived. They first reached the observation tower in Canas City, standing atop the lookout and gazing upon the breathtaking scenery of the city. Wow, this is magnificent. So beautiful. Xiaoyao exclaimed in awe. After a while of sightseeing, Brock spoke up. The Canas Gym should be nearby. Is that so? Great. I'm going to secure the Canas Gym badge, Ash declared, and the group exited the tower. Suddenly, Koharu discovered a tadpole peering out from beneath a long bench. Seemingly lost. Hey, if you're having trouble, I can help you, Koharu said gently, crouching down with a warm smile and extending his arms. The tadpole looked at Koharu, and slowly, it emerged from under the bench. Koharu picked it up. Well done, Koharu. The group praised. Not at all, Koharu humbly replied, then turned to the tadpole. I guess you must be lost. At that moment, Koharu noticed something tied to the tadpole's tail. What is this? Just then, a girl dressed in blue with 2 braids approached. Tadpole, thank goodness, we've been looking for you for so long. Tadpole, it jumped into the girl's arms. Did you help find it? Thank you so much. Teacher, for children, roughly the same age as Koharu, rushed over. Among them, 3 carried a Psyduck, a Spearow, and a Rattata, while 1 boy lacked a Pokemon. The tadpole must have been his partner. Have you found the tadpole yet? The boy beside the Psyduck inquired. Great. Hirota, now you don't have to worry. The girl holding the Spearow approached the boy without a Pokemon. Next time, don't let it escape again, Hirota. The boy complained sternly. Because of you, everyone's class was disrupted. I am sorry, Hirota apologized, lowering his head in shame. Why are you talking like that? The girl defended Hirota. You know Hirota is afraid of Pokemon and doesn't dare to get close. Alright, you two stop arguing. The girl, acting as the teacher, interjected with a serious expression. Yes, they both instantly complied. Now, Hirota, I will take the tadpole back with me. The young girl approached Kota and affectionately patted his head, reassuring him, there's no need to cry. I know you've been trying your utmost. Alright, everyone, let us return to the Trainer Cultivation Academy together. Afterward, Ash and his companions introduced themselves, discovering that the so-called Trainer Cultivation Academy is a place dedicated to learning various knowledge related to Pokemon. How wonderful. Sister, I too wish to visit, may I? Sho was quite intrigued and began to pester Haruka for permission. This sudden query caught Haruka off guard, prompting her to awkwardly glance at Ash. Not a problem. Let us explore together. After all, there's no rush for the gym challenge. Besides, I believe the gym leader seems to be quite busy. Isn't that right, Leader Cuckoo? Ash addressed Cuckoo. Oh dear, you've recognized me. Are you here to challenge the gym? Cuckoo replied with a smile. Indeed. Ash nodded affirmatively. What? Cuckoo is the gym leader. The group exclaimed in astonishment. Yes. I'm rather preoccupied at the moment, but before visiting the gym, you are welcome to tour our school. Cuckoo extended an invitation to Ash and his friends. Hooray, that is fantastic. Sho exclaimed joyfully. Subsequently, Ash and his companions followed Cuckoo to the Pokemon Trainer Cultivation Academy, where Cuckoo led the 4 children back to the classroom for lessons, and the principal personally welcomed them. I never imagined that you two are the children of the Orange Blossom gym leader. The principal warmly greeted them, leading them to a classroom. Come, let me show you my pride and joy, our school. This is a class for students aspiring to become Pokemon professors. Ah, I wish to see the beginner class. Sho protested. They then arrived at another classroom, where the principal introduced, this is the class specializing in Pokemon contests. Pokemon contests. Haruka immediately halted. I want to see the beginner class. Sho protested once more. Following that, they entered a specialized class where a fierce battle between a Blaziken and a Croconaw was taking place. Ah, what I want to see is Cuckoo-sensei's trainer beginner class. Sho could no longer contain himself. Oh dear, how careless of me. Follow me this way, the principal said with a smile, not at all annoyed. Just as Ash and his friends arrived at the classroom, they heard familiar voices from Ash and Brock, and that is how you can understand the various types of Pokemon. Yes, Professor Oak was seen conducting a video lesson for the children. Hello, Professor Oak. It's been a while. I didn't expect to meet you in this manner. Ash and Brock greeted him. Here at the Trainer Cultivation Academy, we have invited Professor Oak to conduct lessons via video, Cuckoo proudly explained. Ah, Ash and Brock. Long time no see. Ash, I've completed the task you entrusted to me, and I'd like to study that Pokemon of yours. Professor Oak said to Ash. then turned to the excited Sho. You must be Sho? Hello? Really? Thank you, Professor Oak. Ash expressed his gratitude. Ah, I'm Sho, feeling utterly thrilled. Sho beamed. Haha. Don't be nervous. Professor Oak laughed heartily. By the way, Ash, has your gym challenge concluded? Who won? No. Professor, we haven't participated in the gym battle yet. Cuckoo interjected, turning to Ash. Ash, I'll be teaching here until tomorrow. Would it be possible for your gym battle to wait until the day after? No problem. Ash nodded in agreement. Cuckoo, make sure Ash has a fulfilling match. Professor Oak turned to the children. Well then, goodbye, everyone. Go out and capture Pokémon. Just as Professor Oak was about to hang up, Sho finally shouted, Professor Oak, I've read all your books. And I've listened to all your radio lectures on Pokémon, so I hold you in the highest esteem. Sho gazed at Professor Oak with unwavering determination. It's my honor. Thank you, Sho. Professor Oak smiled and nodded at him before disconnecting. Shortly thereafter, a lively quiz competition ensued, granting Ash and his friends a day of observation rights. Haruka attended the class on Pokémon contests. Sho went to the beginner class, and Ash first visited the specialized class to earn some points, later assisting his friend Koda in engaging with Pokémon in the beginner class, while fending off the encroaching Team Rocket, thus concluding a fulfilling day. The ample experience led to a significant enhancement in the strength of Ash's Pokémon, with Staravia and Swablu evolving to the elite mid-stage. Ash, I eagerly anticipate tomorrow's battle. I will give it my all. Cuckoo said to Ash. So will I. That evening, while Ash and his companions enjoyed their dinner, Haruka announced, Everyone, I've decided to forego the gym challenge and focus solely on Pokémon contests. Both Ash and Brock expressed their support, but Sho found it hardest to accept. What? Sister, you want to specialize in Pokémon contests? After becoming a Pokémon trainer, you're not going to battle in the gym? Sho exclaimed, incredulous and disheartened. You could develop both paths like Ash, he added. I lack the energy to pursue both like Ash, and I genuinely prefer Pokémon contests, Haruka replied. Ash, thank you. When I first set out on my journey, I wasn't close to Pokémon, but now I absolutely adore them. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. All right, Sho. Everyone has their own aspirations, and we should support Haruka in her decision. Ash smiled. Haruka, being a Pokémon coordinator is no easy feat. You must work diligently. Yes, I will strive for excellence. Thank you all for your support. Sho, you must cheer for me too. Haruka beamed. Of course. Subsequently, Ash went to the Pokémon Center to prepare his Pokémon for the upcoming gym battle. Chapter 21. The Return of Infernape and the Acquisition of the Canalave Badge. Dude, Ash? It's you. What Pokémon do you wish to swap? Professor Oak inquired, aware that Ash was set to challenge the gym the following day. Professor, please send over Infernape, Pidgeot, and Bayleaf. I'll exchange them for Tyranitar, Staravia, and Swablu, Ash replied. The Pokémon from Hoenn had already settled into their roles, and Ash decided to execute a major shuffle, retaining only his everlasting Pikachu, the soon-to-evolve EV, and the Trico participating in the gym battle. Indeed, Ash entrusted Professor Oak with the task of retrieving Infernape from Paul, as it was originally Ash's Pokémon, merely lent to Paul. Oh, Tyranitar. No problem. Professor Oak's eyes sparkled. Oh, by the way, the Pokémon in your backyard have made significant progress. Your Totodile has evolved into a Croconaw, and your Noctowl, with the aid of Pidgeot, has reached gym level. Is that so? How wonderful. This time, Ash did not intend for Infernape to participate in the gym battle, but rather aimed to foster their bond, as Infernape had been borrowed by Paul shortly after being captured. Ash found a clear area and called out, Come out, Infernape. Pidgeot. Bayleaf. Huh, Pidgeot. Bayleaf immediately pounced on Ash. Haha, it's been a while, Bayleaf. Ash greeted, then turned to Infernape. Welcome back, Infernape. Huh. Infernape nodded happily. Infernape. Type, fighting. Ability, Blaze. Attack sharply increases when HP is low. Strength, mid-tier gym. Moves, close combat. Flare Blitz, Taunt, Revenge, Earthquake, Heavy Slam, Meteor Mash. Terrestrial type, Ghost. Bayleaf. Strength, Peak Elite. The next day, Ash and his companions arrived at the Canalave Gym. The Canalave Gym appeared to be constructed entirely of stone. Truly a rock-type gym, not much different from the Pewter Gym, Ash thought excitedly, knowing that this would be his first gym battle since his arrival in this world. As Ash and his friends entered the gym and approached the battlefield, several staff members were busy tidying up the area. How magnificent! Little Yao gazed at the arena's opening, inquiring, Is this the venue for the competition? Little Sheng, equally exhilarated, echoed her sentiment, exclaiming that it truly resembled a specialized arena for rock-type Pokémon. Brock, the fellow rock-type gym leader, remarked on the scene. Good morning to you all. You must be Ash from Pallet Town, right? Gym leader Catlia has informed me of your arrival. Please follow me, a staff member announced as they approached. All right. Ash's teacher interjected, the challenger has arrived. Ash, the Canalave Gym can serve as your starting point for challenges in the Hoenn League, and we are genuinely honored. Catlia smiled as she emerged. The honor is mine, Miss Catlia. Shall we commence, Ash? She inquired. Absolutely. I've been prepared for this moment. Ash responded eagerly. We're all set. The staff member affirmed. Are you also a teacher at the gym? Brock asked curiously. Indeed, these are students from the Pokemon Trainer Academy, assisting me while gaining practical experience as Pokemon trainers. Catlia explained to Brock before turning to Ash. Do you mind if we record the match? I wish to use it for educational purposes, as actual gym battles serve as the finest teaching material for aspiring trainers. I have no objections, Ash replied. Subsequently, Ash and Catlia positioned themselves at their respective spots, while Brock and the others took their seats to spectate. I wonder how Ash will fight. This is my first time witnessing a gym battle in person. Little Shung exclaimed excitedly. Did you not witness your father's matches at the Orange League gym? Brock queried, puzzled. Dad said it would distract the challengers and wouldn't allow us to watch from the sidelines. Little Shung explained with a hint of frustration. Let the gym battle commence between Catlia, the gym leader, and Ash from Pallet Town. The rules stipulate a knockout tournament using 2 Pokemon. With only the challenger permitted to substitute Pokemon, the referee declared. I shall make the first move. Come forth, Geodude. Geodude. Ability. Rock Head, not affected by recoil moves. Strength, elite level. You are the chosen one, Trico. Let's go. The battle begins. The referee announced, signaling the start. Geodude, use Mega Punch. Geodude charged at Trico. Launching a punch. Trico swiftly dodged with Quick Attack, then retaliated with Leaf Tornado. Trico evaded Geodude's assault effortlessly, conjuring leaves to strike back. Geodude, now hardened, retaliated with Rock Throw. Clearly, Catlia intended to absorb the blow and counterattack. Trico. Geodude's Rock Throw landed successfully. Excellent, Geodude. Now roll out. Geodude rolled toward Trico. Trico. Use Absorb. Trico leaped up, siphoning energy from Geodude. For the final blow, Quick Attack followed by Pound. Trico unleashed its combination, and Geodude was rendered unable to battle. Geodude is unable to battle. Trico is victorious. Come back, Geodude. You performed admirably. I appreciate your efforts, Catlia recalled Geodude. Well done, Trico. Trico nodded in acknowledgement. Let us continue, Trico. Now come forth, Snorlax. Catlia sent out Snorlax. Snorlax. Ability, Thick Fat, reduces damage from fire and ice-type moves. Strength, Mid-Gym. The battle resumes. Snorlax. Use Rock Slide. Trico dodged with Quick Attack. Snorlax slammed the ground, causing rocks to rise and surround Trico, who evaded the onslaught. Superb. Trico, counter with Leaf Tornado. Trico concentrated, launching leaves at Snorlax. Next, Snorlax, use Spike Cannon. Trico. Trico cried out in distress. Snorlax retaliated with a barrage of stones, and the level disparity proved too great, leaving Trico unable to battle. Trico is unable to battle. Snorlax is victorious. Return, Trico. You were exceptional. Now, I entrust you with Pidgeot. Ash recalled Trico and sent out Pidgeot. Snorlax, use Electromagnetic Cannon. Snorlax became enveloped in electricity, channeling energy into its red nose, unleashing a beam of pale yellow energy. Pidgeot, use Shadow Clone. Quick Attack followed by Steel Wing. Pidgeot created numerous clones, darting towards Snorlax at incredible speed, triggering its Thick Fat ability. Snorlax, quickly use Rest. Catlia shouted. Snorlax fell asleep. Will I grant you a chance to recover? Pidgeot, unleash your full power with Hyper Beam. Pidgeot gathered a brilliant white light, striking the slumbering Snorlax. Boom. Snorlax. Catlia watched as Snorlax collapsed. Snorlax is unable to battle. Pidgeot is victorious. The winner is Ash from Pallet Town. Fantastic. We won. Thank you, Pidgeot. Hooray. Ash celebrated, jumping with joy. Snorlax, return. You did wonderfully. Rest well. Catlia recalled Snorlax. The group exited the gym. Ash, you truly are impressive. Here is your rock badge. Congratulations. I believe you will achieve great success in the Hoenn League. Catlia handed Ash the badge. Thank you. Ash expressed his gratitude, raising the badge triumphantly, shouting, yes. I've obtained the rock badge. Pikachu chimed in joy. Ding. Achievement unlocked. Rock badge acquired. Reward, 1,000 points. Afterwards, Little Shung, much like Little Yao admiring Ash's ribbon badge, sought to behold the rock badge. Thus, the group playfully made their way to the Pokemon Center to discuss their next journey. Chapter 22. The Water Fleet appears. President Zubok's gratitude. Alright, Professor Oak. I've received the Fire Mouse and Swellow. I've also received Pidgeot and Trico. Ash, you must keep up the good work. Indeed. Ash updated his team. Pikachu, Eevee, Infernape, Bayleaf, Fire Mouse, and Swellow. After finishing his call with Professor Oak, Ash rejoined Brock and the others. We checked, and the nearest gym is the Fighting Gym on Battle Island. Little Shung reported to Ash. Great. Let's challenge the Fighting Gym. What do you think, Brock? Ash nodded in agreement. Pikachu. Meanwhile, Brock and Little Yao were perusing the travel brochure for Canalave City, one contemplating a grand shopping spree, the other dreaming of culinary delights. Brock. Ash. Brock finally lifted his head to explain. The ferry to Battle Island has 3 departures: morning, noon, and evening. The noon ferry has already set sail. But if we take the evening one, we have ample time for leisurely activities beforehand, don't you think? I concur, Little Yao chimed in. In that case, let's proceed. Ash nodded in agreement. As Little Sheng sipped his drink, pondering his next move, he accidentally spilled the beverage onto the Pokémon Navigator. Ah, Little Sheng gasped, hastily wiping the spill with a napkin, but the device remained unresponsive. Oh no. A chill of anxiety gripped Little Sheng's heart. The trio turned to look at him, with Little Yao inquiring, "What is the matter, Little Sheng?" "Oh, it's nothing. We can move freely from here, right? See you later." With that, Little Sheng dashed off, determined to keep his mishap a secret from Little Yao to avoid embarrassment. Soon after, the trio dispersed to pursue their own activities. Ash went off to train his Pokémon, deciding to use Infernape and Swellow for the fighting gym, preparing them with a secret weapon. Meanwhile, other Pokémon underwent training. On the other hand, Little Sheng encountered an eccentric uncle showcasing bizarre inventions for children. This uncle was none other than President Zubok of the Devon Company, father of the former Hoenn champion. President Zivik greatly admires Xiaoxing. Not only did he guide him in repairing the Pokémon Navigator, but he also showed him around the company, and had his secretary in black invite Ash and his companions. After Zivik and Xiaoxing concluded their tour of the fossil revival machine, they encountered a suspicious individual. At that moment, Ash and his friends reconvened at the Pokémon Center, where Brock had completed a significant shopping spree, while May lay back in a chair, utterly exhausted. They were then informed that Xiaoxing had gone to Devon Corporation and invited the trio to join him. Subsequently, Ash and his friends experienced the lavish lifestyle of the wealthy, arriving at Devon Corporation in a luxurious stretch limousine. "So, you are also Pokémon trainers. Our young master at Devon Corporation is a formidable trainer as well," the secretary introduced. "Of course, Mr. Steven is exceptionally strong," Ash affirmed. "Oh, Ash, you know Steven?" May asked, puzzled. "Aren't you from Hoenn?" "Steven is the former champion of Hoenn," Ash replied, exasperated. "The Hoenn champion." Meanwhile, President Zivik and Xiaoxing were hot on the trail of the suspicious individual when a misstep by Xiaoxing allowed the suspect to escape. "It's all my fault," Xiaoxing lamented, lowering his head in guilt. "No, you did well," Zivik reassured him. "He will panic and flee," effectively proving his guilt through his actions. "Now let us pursue him." One must commend President Zivik's comforting skills, although Xiaoxing seemed oblivious to it. At this point, the laboratory was in disarray, and the secretary received a call from the president. "Hello? This is President Kuroda from the laboratory. 2 sealed bottles of culture solution are missing." "Yes, I'm on my way." After hanging up, Kuroda informed Ash and his group. The president and Xiaoxing are together, pursuing the suspicious individual. What? What if something happens to Xiaoxing?" May fretted. "Don't worry. Xiaoxing is with the president. He just called, indicating they are fine. We should hurry over." Ash comforted May. "I'll lead the way. I know a shortcut to ambush the culprit," Kuroda declared. Soon, the group on the balcony intercepted the suspicious man, with Xiaoxing and President Zivik hot on their heels. "You are surrounded. I advise you to surrender and reveal your identity," Ash sternly stated, gazing at the man. "Xiaoxing, are you all right?" May asked with concern. "I'm fine. This is my sister, and that's Ash." Xiaoxing scratched his head, introducing them. "Really? Greetings." After exchanging pleasantries with Zivik and Ash, he turned to the suspicious man, returned the stolen sealed bottles. "Humph, it won't be that easy. Come forth, Crawdaunt." The suspicious man released a Crawdaunt. "Crawdaunt, strength, gym peak. Engaging in such activities, you must be part of Team Aqua from the Hoenn Dark Organization," Ash deduced. Scrutinizing the man, Pikachu glared seriously at the opponent. "Go, Pikachu. Thunderbolt attack." Sparks crackled around Pikachu as he charged towards Crawdaunt, knocking it down. "Get up, Crawdaunt. Use Crab Hammer." Crawdaunt's massive claws glowed white as they lunged at Pikachu. Double team. Pikachu, continuously improving, created numerous copies to evade the Crab Hammer. "Pikachu, before I could finish." The Team Rocket trio dashed in. "Team Rocket, what are you doing here?" May shouted, knowing they were interrupting an intense battle. "Since you," Team Rocket began their introduction. "You 3, don't run." At that moment, Jessie chased after them. "Ah, they're coming." The Team Rocket trio exclaimed, alarmed at Jessie's pursuit. "What on earth is happening?" Jessie, catching up, looked at the scene in confusion. "Humph. Crawdaunt, use Bubble Beam." "Pikachu, finish it off with Electro Ball." Crawdaunt launched a beam of bubbles at Pikachu, who conjured a yellow electric ball at the tip of his tail and hurled it at Crawdaunt. Boom. The Electro Ball exploded, sending Crawdaunt flying. Pikachu, follow up with Thunderbolt. Pikachu. Pikachu unleashed a surge of electricity, striking Crawdaunt, rendering it unable to battle. "Curse you, return." Crawdaunt. Subsequently, the Team Aqua member attempted to dash towards a box. Ash, ever vigilant with his aura, commanded, "Don't move, Pikachu, Thunder Shock." Pika. The Team Aqua member was also electrocuted. Jessie stepped forward with handcuffs. "You are under arrest." They retrieved the culture solution and returned it to President Zivik. The group approached the box, opening it to reveal a small rocket booster. "Thank you so much, Ash. Otherwise, he would have escaped. And we wouldn't have reclaimed the culture solution." President Zivik expressed his gratitude. "Not at all. It was my duty," Ash replied politely. Suddenly, sensing the commotion from Team Rocket, Ash's aura reacted. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu. What an annoying sensation. So Nanasi. Ding achievement unlocked. First defeat of Team Aqua. Reward, 5 basic candy. Pokemon candy. Is it what I think it is? Ding basic candy can elevate a Pokemon S level directly under the Elite Four, excluding Elite Four bottlenecks. Intermediate candy can elevate a Pokemon S level directly under champions, excluding champion bottlenecks. Advanced candy can elevate a Pokemon S level directly under legendary Pokemon, excluding legendary bottlenecks. Each Pokemon can only consume one of each type of candy. Oh no, such strict limitations. Without them, ordinary Pokemon could easily defeat the creation deities. Although Ash felt disappointed, it was somewhat expected. Subsequently, to express his gratitude, President Zivik treated Ash and his friends to a lavish dinner and presented Ash with a Pokemon egg. "Ash, this is my token of appreciation. I sincerely thank you for your assistance." "Oh, you needn't be so formal," Ash said, gazing at the enticing Pokemon egg, feeling both eager yet shy to accept it. "Haha, it's all right. This egg was actually given to me by Steven not long ago, claiming he discovered it in the wild. I'm merely passing it along." President Zivik encouraged Ash. I will nurture it well." Ash accepted it under President Zivik's persuasion. "By the way, my son Steven is on Battle Island. You should meet him." President Zivik smiled at Ash. Suddenly, May, inspired, wanted to check the information on Battle Island, while Zivik secretly handed over the Pokemon Navigator, allowing Xiaoxing to narrowly avoid a predicament. Afterward, the group bid farewell to President Zivik. Everyone can guess what Pokemon S egg this is. Chapter 23, Ascending Battle Island. Pikachu S surfing. Ash did not check the system to see what Pokemon was within the egg, for the mystery only heightened the anticipation. As the group set off, they missed the connecting ship due to a mix-up with the magazine, as May wanted to eat noodles. May bravely took responsibility and ultimately found an elderly man named Hachi with the ship, along with a Wingull named Pippi. Thus, the group boarded Hachi's ship, setting sail towards Battle Island. En route to Battle Island, Ash and his friends faced an ambush from Sharpdos, leading them to an unnamed island, where they encountered Team Rocket, who came to assist, enabling Ash and his companions to reconcile with the Sharpdos. "Pikachu, send them off with Thunderbolt." "Pikachu, such an annoying sensation." "So Nanasi, you should be grateful to me. Otherwise, you would have been torn apart by the Sharpdos." After 2 days, Ash and his party finally arrived at the town of Battle Island. After bidding farewell to old Hachi and his companions, Ash, inspired by their encounter, resolved to set sail once more towards Kanazumi City. Meanwhile, Ash and his friends found refuge for the night at the Pokemon Center on the island. The following day, Ash exclaimed, "Excellent. Pikachu, let us seize victory at the fighting gym. Let us go." As he dashed towards the gym, clutching the Pokemon egg, Pikachu chimed in with a cheerful Pika Pika. "Wait for us, Ash," cried Misty and Brock, who hurriedly followed behind. Soon, they arrived at the fighting gym, which indeed bore a resemblance to the coastal gym. A golden archway loomed above them, inscribed with the words "Fighting Great Waves." The gym's sign boldly proclaimed fighting, leading Max to speculate they must have immense confidence in their combat skills. Indeed, perhaps like Mr. A4 from the Azure Gym, they might have a muscular fighter at the helm. Brock added, engaging in the deduction. In truth, while most envisioned fighters as burly men, the fighting gym presented a strikingly handsome figure instead. Just then, a young man with sky blue hair and a surfboard emerged from the gym. "Who are you? What brings you here?" he inquired, perplexed. "Hello, I am Ash from Pallet Town, here to challenge the gym," Ash explained, approaching with the Pokemon egg in his arms. "Greetings. I am Fujiki, the gym trainer of the fighting gym," he replied with a smile, followed by an apologetic grin. "I'm terribly sorry, but until yesterday, the sea was tumultuous and chaotic. However, today it appears quite serene, so I suggest you return tomorrow." With no other option, Ash conceded. "Since the gym trainer won't be holding a battle today, we shall return tomorrow. How about we spend the day at the beach instead?" "Agreed." The trio responded in unison. Thus, the 4 of them made their way to the beach, where throngs of people were surfing. "Look at the ocean. Let us hurry and swim," May exclaimed, hastily removing her clothes. "No, wait. You can't change here," Max protested vehemently. "It's fine. I'm wearing my swimsuit underneath. What do you think?" May said as she continued to undress. "So you had it all planned, huh? That's what the older girls do, looking so beautiful. Come join me for a delightful surfing adventure." Brock could hardly contain himself, eager to join her. The others discreetly distanced themselves from him, pretending not to know him. Ah, look, the gym trainer from earlier is here, Mei shouted, pointing excitedly. The group turned to see Fujiki surfing alongside a Macamp. That must be his Macamp, Brock observed, regaining his composure. But does Macamp enjoy surfing? Mei wondered, perplexed. It's likely a training method, fostering a bond between trainer and Pokemon. Ash explained after a moment's thought. I see. No wonder he is a gym trainer. Max nodded, comprehending the concept. Since this is a rare opportunity, let us split up and enjoy ourselves, Ash declared, waving his arms enthusiastically. Yay. Come on, Max, let us go swimming. Mei pulled Max away. Wait, I haven't changed into my swimsuit yet, he protested. Subsequently, Ash, Brock, and Max changed into their swimsuits at the Pokemon Center, where Ash entrusted the Pokemon egg to Nurse Joy. All right, everyone, let us enjoy the day, he announced as all his Pokemon emerged to frolic in the water, except for Bayleaf, who lingered by Ash's side, reluctant to leave. Now, I'll call forth my own Pokemon. Come forth, Torchic and Caterpie. And you too, Flareon and Lotad. Ash summoned. I'm sorry, Bayleaf, but Pikachu and I are going surfing. This is for you. Ash offered a basic Pokemon candy to Bayleaf, who, after some coaxing, accepted it and consumed it. Suddenly, Bayleaf's aura surged, breaking through to the initial stage at the gym. Each level is notoriously difficult to surpass. Otherwise, Bayleaf wouldn't have been stuck for so long, while Pikachu still hadn't advanced to the quasi-elite rank. Ash rented a surfboard and a small surfboard, starting to surf with Pikachu. Let us go, Pikachu, Ash cheered. After their surfing session, they encountered Fujiki, who confirmed their challenge for the gym battle the next day. How did you find surfing, Pikachu? Ash inquired as they returned to shore. Pika. Pikachu nodded enthusiastically. Wonderful. It seems you've grasped the technique, Ash remarked, contemplating. System. Exchange for the surf TM. User, Pikachu. Ding. Usage successful. After regrouping with Brock and the others and enjoying lunch, Ash headed to the training ground. Come forth, Infernape, he called. What is Ash up to? May questioned curiously. I'm not sure. It must be some form of training, Brock speculated, observing Pikachu and Infernape. Pikachu used surf. Ash shouted. What? Pikachu can surf? Max exclaimed in astonishment. It seems so. I've heard only exceptionally gifted Pikachu can learn it. Truly remarkable, Brock acknowledged, realizing Ash was testing Pikachu's surfing prowess. Infernape was sent flying by the attack. Excellent, Pikachu. You were amazing. And you did well too, Infernape. Ash praised them both. With that, the group spent a joyful afternoon on the beach. Remarkably, amidst the fun, Eevee unknowingly ascended to the mid-elite stage, leaving Ash speechless. While other Pokemon struggled for ages, Eevee, however, seemed to shatter any bottlenecks, catching up rapidly. The following day, they returned to the fighting gym. Ash, I welcome your challenge. I will give it my all, Fujiki declared resolutely. Please give us a 5-star rating and support our endeavors with love. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 24. The Fury of the Fist, the Abandoned Monkey. The battle commenced as the gym trainer Fujiki faced off against Ash from Pallet Town, with both sides deploying 2 Pokemon. The referee announced the beginning of the match. Go, Machoke. Fujiki sent out his Pokemon. Machoke. Ability. No guard. All moves will hit. Strength. Elite peak. Ash's lips curled slightly. If he remembered correctly, the original story featured a Macamp, indicating that Fujiki was taking him quite seriously. Go, Swellow. Ash called out. Swellow, use Wing Attack. Machoke retaliated with Thunder Punch. Fujiki watched Swellow approach with a grin. To Ash's astonishment, Machoke utilized surfing techniques to absorb a portion of the damage. What is happening? Why is Wing Attack so weak? Max questioned, bewildered. Is it the surfing technique that is dissipating the force? Ash realized the secret. Yes, Ash, how do you plan to counter this? Fujiki inquired, amused. With no guard and damage mitigation, it was indeed a troublesome matchup, rendering Swellow's advantage null and void, making a war of attrition impossible. The simplest solution. One decisive blow. Ash exclaimed. Quick attack followed by Brave Bird. What? Machoke is using Thunder Punch. Bang. Machoke fell with a thud, while Swellow, too, succumbed to exhaustion. Thank you, Swellow. I witnessed your tenacity. Return. Machoke, you performed admirably as well. Both Pokemon were rendered incapable of battle simultaneously. Ash, your unwavering spirit is truly remarkable. Indeed. You are formidable. Professor Oak praised, dispatching his next Pokemon. Go, Macamp. This was the same Macamp that had surfed alongside Oak the previous day. In that case, I shall send forth my Infernape. Huh. Let this be a triumphant debut for you in the gym challenge. Huh. Is it a fighting type versus fighting type? I relish this. Macamp, unleash Bullet Punch. Infernape, counter with a 1,000,000-ton punch. Thus, the 2 Pokemon exchanged blows, each strike resonating with intensity. Much to the delight of Brock and his companions in the audience. Haha. It has been ages since I've enjoyed a battle this much. Ash, It seems your Infernape has undergone rigorous training. Macamp, employ Psychic Hammer. Infernape, let us give it our all as well. The 20th Fury swipes. Huh. With a surge of accumulated anger, Infernape launched a powerful punch, sending Macamp flying. A radiant blue and white light enveloped Infernape, heralding its evolution. Oak looked on in astonishment. How is this possible? Infernape can evolve? The bewilderment on Brock's face was palpable. Huh. The light of evolution shatters around Infernape, its fur ruffled, skin darkening, and its crimson eyes reflecting a ferocious intensity. Apocalyptic Monkey. Type: Fighting, Ghost. Ability: Resilience. Strength: Late Gym Stage. Moves: Shadow Punch, Fury Swipes, Terastallization Burst. Terastal type: Ghost. Indeed, Ash had prepared a secret weapon for Infernape, Fury Swipes, a move that was originally beyond its reach. But the system allowed the use of a specialized learning machine to break the boundaries. Congratulations, Apocalyptic Monkey. Huh. The Apocalyptic Monkey gave Ash a thumbs up. Mayumi pulled out her Pokédex for a scan. No data available. Apocalyptic Monkey? What is this, Ash? Oak articulated the shared curiosity of the group. Apocalyptic Monkey is a Pokémon of Ghost and Fighting types, the evolved form of Infernape. It can only evolve after Infernape has executed Fury Swipes 20 times. I believe only Infernape from the Paldea region can learn Fury Swipes. I don't understand how mine acquired it, Ash explained. I see. It seems that your Infernape must have inherited genes from an ancestor that hailed from Paldea, thus awakening this ability. You are quite fortunate. Oak seamlessly filled in the gaps in Ash's narrative. Ash felt an urge to embrace Oak in gratitude for his assistance. Now let us continue our battle, Mr. Oak. Ash smiled at Oak. Macamp, utilize your full power with Psychic Hammer. Given that Oak was aware of the Ghost type, he could no longer rely on Fighting type moves. And Psychic moves would be doubly effective against Apocalyptic Monkey. Apocalyptic Monkey, unleash your full power with Shadow Punch. Huh. Bang. Macamp was struck down. Macamp lost its ability to battle, and Apocalyptic Monkey emerged victorious. The winner is Ash from Pallet Town. Fantastic, Apocalyptic Monkey. Huh. Ash, thank you for allowing me to witness Infernape's evolution. Here is the fighting badge. It is well deserved. Oak stepped forward, presenting the badge. Hooray, I have obtained the fighting badge. Ash exclaimed, lifting the badge triumphantly. Pikachu. Huh. Ding obtained fighting badge. Reward, 1,000 points. At the Pokémon Center. Ash, let us see the Apocalyptic Monkey. Brock and Mayumi urged eagerly. All right, but be cautious. Apocalyptic Monkey is even more temperamental than Infernape. Brock and Mayumi nodded vigorously. Come forth, everyone. Ash released all his Pokémon to introduce them to Apocalyptic Monkey. Everyone, along with the Pokémon, gazed curiously at Apocalyptic Monkey, but eventually, it could no longer bear the scrutiny and retreated into its Pokeball. What a pity. I wanted to see more. Mayumi lamented, her head bowed in disappointment. There will be other opportunities. I'll head to the Pokémon Center to exchange Pokémon and let Professor Oak examine Apocalyptic Monkey's condition. Ash reassured Mayumi before dashing off to the Pokémon Center. All right, I understand, rest assured. I will thoroughly check Apocalyptic Monkey. Hee hee. Ash, if you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to call on me. I will do my utmost to help you, Professor Oak vowed confidently. Thank you, Professor Oak. Observing the professor's demeanor, Ash could discern his intentions and silently apologized to Apocalyptic Monkey. Ash's team update. Pikachu, Magmar, Bayleaf, Noctowl, Totodile, Charizard, and one egg. He decided to bring in Noctowl, intending to use it in the upcoming Grand Festival. Subsequently, Ash reunited with Mayumi and Brock. Ash, we heard from Nurse Joy that Mr. Steven is indeed on the island. Brock exclaimed excitedly. President Zinnia is Mr. Steven's father. How could he be mistaken? Ash retorted, his lips twitching. No. It seems Mr. Steven is actually in the stone cave, Brock quickly clarified. All right, then let us investigate. Ash decisively stated, entrusting the egg to Nurse Joy. For one could never predict the dangers that might lurk in the stone cave. The group then proceeded toward the stone cave. Meanwhile, at Professor Oak's laboratory, the Paldean Pokémon, Apocalyptic Monkey, I have yet to study it. Just as I finished my research on the newly evolved Butterfree, you come knocking at my door. Come forth. Apocalyptic Monkey. Huh. Apocalyptic Monkey glared at Professor Oak with indignation, itching to throw a punch, when suddenly it sensed an overwhelming aura locking onto it. Hee, my old friend. I have my sights set on you, Apocalyptic Monkey. Apocalyptic Monkey thought, help. I wish I hadn't evolved. On the way to the stone cave, Ash and his companions were ambushed by Team Rocket, leading to an intense battle between Mayumi and Jessie, which ended with Team Rocket being sent flying, allowing them to reach the stone cave safely. Chapter 25, Stone Cave, Capturing Cacnea. Ash and his companions arrived at the entrance of a pitch-black cave. This is it. The stone cave. Brock exclaimed excitedly. Is Mr. Steven here searching for precious stones? Mayumi questioned, observing the cave's unremarkable exterior before turning to Brock. Do you know what the inside of the cave is like? Brock scratched his head, indicating he was equally unaware, clearly having not done his homework. Stone Cave is the habitat of cacnea, and the tunnels beneath have been extensively excavated by these cacnea, creating a labyrinthine maze. So everyone, be cautious, Ash advised. As expected of Ash, unlike some people, Mayumi admired, gazing at him. Brock glanced back at Ash, feeling increasingly assured in his capabilities. Following that, the four ventured into the cave, engulfed in darkness. Incredible. This is the essence of a cave, Mayumi marveled. Sister, this is a cave, be careful, Brock remarked, somewhat exasperated. Come forth, Magmar. Ignite our spirits. Ash released Magmar, illuminating the surroundings significantly. Fantastic. Now it's much clearer, Mayumi exclaimed joyfully. Oh whoa. Magmar led the way while Ash and the others followed closely behind. Soon, they encountered two cave entrances, and Brock stepped forward to place a marker sticker in the middle of the entrance, explaining, if we happen to get lost along the way, this marker will help us discern our direction. The others nodded in agreement, appreciating Brock's thoughtful approach. Afterward, the group chose one of the entrances and continued onward, arriving at a vast chamber with a large opening above, sunlight streaming in and illuminating the scene clearly. Just as they intended to approach the opening for a better look, the ground suddenly collapsed, and Ash and his friends fell into a deep pit. What just happened? Brock asked, bewildered. Waha, since you're here. Team Rocket's opening line. It's you again, Team Rocket. The trio from Team Rocket joyfully leaped beside the chasm, exclaiming, haha, we did it. We've been tricked. Ash harnessed the power of aura and sensed the ground beginning to collapse once more. He shouted, wait. Team Rocket, stop jumping. Unfortunately, it was too late. The ground fissured, and both Ash's group and Team Rocket plummeted downwards, sliding uncontrollably and scattering apart. Ash emerged from the mound of earth and began to use his aura to locate the others. At that moment, Pikachu also crawled out from the debris. Ah, what are you doing? Help. On the other side, May also emerged from the pile of dirt. Great. Pikachu, May, you're both okay. Ash exclaimed with delight. Pika, Ash, this is wonderful. Together, Ash, Pikachu, and May looked up at the cavernous opening above. That's where we fell from. It's so high. May felt a shiver of fear. We've dropped to a lower level. It must be due to Team Rocket digging that has destabilized the ground. And those fools keep jumping around up there. That's what caused us to fall. Ash analyzed the situation. We should search for May's brother and the others first, then figure out how to return to our original location. May remained concerned for her brother's safety. We should head up. They will likely try to climb as well, and it will be easier to rescue them. Ash believed ascending was the best option. May listened and agreed, nodding in assent. Subsequently, Ash used his aura to scout ahead and led May and Pikachu into a tunnel. Meanwhile, Jessie, Meowth, and Ash's Geodude found themselves together. Team Rocket, relying on Geodude's illumination, reluctantly decided to cooperate and began searching for a way out. The last group comprised May's brother, Brock, and Butch, who, after exchanging mutual criticisms, began their quest for an exit. Ash, accompanied by May and Pikachu, traversed the dark cave, where the absence of light made it challenging to find their way. Thankfully, Ash's aura prevented them from losing their path, while May anxiously scanned their surroundings. Despite her adventurous spirit, the complete darkness unsettled her. Suddenly, a sound echoed through the cavern. Ah! May gasped, startled, as Ash grasped her hand and reassured her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Feeling Ash's reassuring grip, May blushed and lowered her gaze. Ash led her towards the source of the sound, revealing a koala Pokémon ahead. It's just a koala. There's no need to be afraid, May, Ash said, releasing her hand. May's anxiety eased as she gazed at the koala, though a hint of disappointment lingered. Koala Pokémon. Gender, male. Type, steel rock. Ability, heavy metal, doubles its weight. Strength, early gym stage. Moves, heavy slam, dragon dive, double-edged headbutt. Terrestrial type, steel. Alright, let's go. Pikachu, capture it using surf. Pikachu unleashed a massive wave towards the koala, yet the creature retaliated with a burst of white light, pushing Pikachu back. The koala's defense is remarkably high. Pikachu, let's end this quickly with a volt tackle. Pikachu unleashed a powerful attack, ultimately knocking the koala down. Ash threw a Pokeball, capturing it and sending it to Professor Oak's lab. Great, we caught the koala, he exclaimed. Huh, what is this? Ash sensed an anomaly in the wall through his aura and pointed to a specific spot. Pikachu, Iron Tail. As Pikachu's tail struck down, rocks scattered, revealing a glassy stone. Another one of these gems, May exclaimed, recalling a similar gem given to Ash by some Shroomish earlier. Ding, Koala Pokemon Mage Stone. A smile spread across Ash's face. It was a delightful bonus. Afterward, Ash continued onward with May and Pikachu, feeling a distinct upward movement. I must be nearing the upper level. Is anyone here? Ash called out, glancing at the ceiling. Pika Pika. Is anyone there? At that moment, Ash sensed an aura nearby and led May and Pikachu in that direction. After a brief sprint, they spotted a figure accompanied by a Pokémon. It's him, Ash gasped, recognizing a young man with silver-blue hair beside a koala Pokémon. Champion Steven. Huh. That's him, May exclaimed in surprise. Hello, what brings you here? Are you lost? Steven inquired politely. Hi, I'm Ash from Pallet Town, and this is my partner Pikachu. This is May. Could you help us? We've lost track of our companions. Ash implored Steven for assistance, knowing he was familiar with the area. Please, we need your help. So you're Ash. My father mentioned you not long ago. Don't worry, leave it to me, Steven replied, suddenly recalling something. Ah, so that's why the koalas were. Could they have disturbed the koalas? That's dangerous, Ash exclaimed in alarm. Ah, we must go rescue them. Right this way, Steven urged, not daring to delay as he led Ash and May onward. As they ran in a specific direction, they soon discovered a gap in the path ahead. What should we do? May worriedly asked. Look below, Steven shouted. Ash sensed Brock and May's brother's aura at that moment. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from below. Brock, May's brother, Geodude. Above, Ash, sis. Huh, you little rascal, Brock inquired with concern. We're fine, we met Steven. All right, listen up. First, run forward. There's a waterfall at the next intersection where everyone can meet, Steven instructed Brock and the others. Got it, Brock nodded in acknowledgement. They then raced ahead, pursued by a swarm of koalas. We should hurry, Ash urged, and the trio arrived at a tunnel entrance. Below lay a waterfall, while Brock and the others had already reached it, with the koalas charging towards them. Please, Bayleaf, use sweet scent. Bayleaf released a fragrant aroma, calming the koalas. Koalas, those people aren't bad. Hurry back, Steven explained, prompting the koalas to retreat. Subsequently, Ash, May, and Steven emerged from above. All right, it's our turn now. Since Team Rocket opened the show, let us go. Go, Snivy. And you too, Sandshrew. Sandshrew turned to embrace Butch. Ouch, ouch. That way. Pikachu, finish it off with Thunderbolt. Wait. The Pokemon in this cave live in peace. Anyone who disrupts this tranquility will face me. Koala Pokemon, let us go. Steven was the first to act. Roar. Destructive Beam. The koala unleashed a dark purple energy beam, striking Team Rocket and sending them flying like shooting stars. How annoying. Good job, Koala. Steven returned his Pokemon to rest. As expected of the champion, that was impressive. May's brother admired Steven. I'm a former champion. I've passed the title to my friend Wallace, Steven explained with a hint of humility. At that moment, the koalas began digging through the mound of earth that had fallen from the rock wall previously breached by Team Rocket. What's happening, Koala? Steven observed the koala's unusual behavior with curiosity. The koala unearthed a red stone from the hole it had dug. I found it. Well done, Koala, Steven exclaimed excitedly, holding the stone high. Koala, Mr. Steven, did you find something? May's brother inquired. It's a firestone. I've been searching for this in this cave, Steven explained. A firestone? May, who struggled academically, asked in wonder. Yes. One of the stones that significantly aids in the evolution of Pokemon is the one that can transform a Herdier into a Manectric. Daigo explained patiently. Furthermore, it can evolve Vulpix into Ninetales and Eevee into Flareon. Ash added, turning to Daigo. Mr. Daigo, I challenge you. Absolutely. Daigo nodded in agreement. Chapter 26, Battle with Daigo. The Crawdon Assault. The group arrived outside the stone cave, with Ash and Daigo standing at opposite ends. All right, let's go. Beldum. Daigo was the first to send out his Pokemon, which was indeed the previously mentioned Beldum. Beldum. Ability, Clear Body. Strength, Mid-Tier Champion. It's you, Charizard. Ash summoned his sole champion tier Pokemon. Roar Charizard gazed intently at Beldum. Ash was aware that although this Beldum was not Daigo's main force, as a former champion's Pokemon, it remained formidable, far surpassing any wild Pokemon. Beldum Metal Claw, Charizard Dragon Claw. The two Pokemon charged at each other. Beldum's silver claws clashing against Charizard's emerald talons with a series of resounding booms. The two Pokemon engaged in a flurry of attacks, raising clouds of dust. Wow, both Pokemon are incredible, Makoto exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Brock and Haruka nodded in agreement. At that moment, Ash shouted, Charizard, the warm-up is over. Let us showcase our bond. As he spoke, he threw the Mega Stone he redeemed from the system towards Charizard. Roar Charizard caught the Mega Stone, and Ash activated the Keystone. Mega Evolve, Charizard, Mega Charizard X. A series of links connected, and Charizard began to Mega Evolve. Boom. Charizard transformed into a striking blue-black form. Bone spikes protruding from its shoulders, and two blue flames ignited at the corners of its mouth. Roar Mega Charizard X let out a triumphant roar, eyeing Beldum with fierce determination. Mega Charizard X. Ability, Tough Claws, increases the power of contact moves. Strength, Mid-Tier Champion. What is this? Brock gasped in astonishment. Mega Evolution. From the Kalos region? I never imagined you had mastered Mega Evolution, Ash. Impressive. Come on, Beldum, use Headbutt. Daigo clearly understood Mega Evolution and immediately launched an attack. Mega Charizard X, Dragon Tail. The two Pokemon collided once more, but this time Mega Charizard X's Dragon Tail interrupted Beldum's Headbutt, forcing it to retreat. Again, Iron Head, Dragon Claw. The two titans clashed repeatedly, thrilling Brock, Makoto, and Haruka. Truly, with Mega Evolution, its power has surged. Beldum unleashed a powerful heavy slam. Will counter with Flame Charge. Boom. Bang. As the smoke cleared, Charizard, having reverted from Mega Evolution, was left battered and gasping, while Beldum lay defeated on the ground. Roar Charizard let out a final roar before collapsing as well. You did well, Charizard. Ash recalled Charizard and turned to Daigo, who was retrieving Beldum. Mr. Daigo, you are indeed formidable. This Beldum hardly qualifies as a substitute for you. After all, I have been in this profession for many years. You are remarkably strong, considering this Beldum was one I cultivated as a mainstay, yet your Charizard has slightly bested it. Daigo remarked with a smile and a shake of his head. How impressive. Ash's Charizard has actually surpassed Mr. Daigo. Makoto gazed at Ash with admiration. Indeed, Haruka echoed, looking at Ash with awe. Ash has truly grown stronger. Brock rejoiced at his friend's progress. You should familiarize yourselves with the surge of power that comes with Mega Evolution, especially since it seems to be your first time using it. Otherwise, Charizard's strength will become even more formidable. I look forward to our next battle. I will give it my all then, Daigo proposed to Ash. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Daigo. Ash promised to train diligently. After Daigo bid farewell to the group, Ash found himself surrounded by Brock and the others. Ash, can my Torchic and Caterpie Mega Evolve too? Ash, when did you acquire Mega Evolution? I want to see Mega Evolution. Ash had to concoct a pre-planned excuse to appease them. No wonder this stone looks so familiar. It turns out it's the stone that Momo gave you, just like the one in the stone cave. So, this means Mega Evolution stones also exist in the Hoenn region. I must find the Mega Evolution Stone for Blaziken. Haruka exclaimed excitedly. If it were that easy to find, it would have been reported ages ago. Makoto rolled his eyes at Haruka. The next day, Ash and his friends set up camp on a picturesque beach to train. Charizard successfully broke through to mid-tier champion after a fierce battle, which was a cause for celebration. Ash arranged training for his Pokemon while cradling an egg. Charizard was put on a forced training machine. Pikachu practiced the Electroweb technique. Bayleaf worked on Energy Ball. Totodile practiced Ice Beam, and Numel trained with Flame Burst. As for Noctowl, Ash began preparing for a Pokemon contest performance. Sister, Ash is training hard. Are you ready? Makoto asked, looking at Haruka, who was idly standing by. Makoto, that is a great question. Haruka replied, running to an open area to commence her performance. The Pokemon contest showcases Pokemon's beauty and charm, especially when they emerge from their Pokeballs. That is a crucial scoring point during the initial evaluation. Haruka exclaimed, taking out a Pokeball. I'm currently practicing my entrance. Watch closely, everyone. Come forth, my Pokemon. Blaziken, Caterpie. Haruka twirled and released Blaziken and Caterpie, showcasing her own charm, while the two Pokemon ran around aimlessly after emerging. No. When you come out, you need to spin around like this. Whoosh, and then twirl. Exasperated, Haruka demonstrated again, nearly tripping over herself, then awkwardly glancing at the audience. Haha, sorry, it's still a work in progress. Haruka, that one do. Not to mention that most contests only allow one Pokemon to perform at a time. The main focus should be on showcasing the charm of the Pokemon themselves. Ash approached to clarify the essence of Pokemon contests. Ash, are you ready for your performance? Haruka inquired about Ash's progress. Almost. I have the concept figured out. Just need more practice. Ash nodded. That is wonderful. Just then, a commotion erupted from their tent. The group quickly turned to see the stakes securing the tent being pulled out, causing the entire structure to collapse. And the tent along with their clothes began to be dragged toward the sea. The tent and our freshly washed clothes. Ash and the others hurried forward, relieved to find a tree blocking the tent's advance, and then noticed a small mound of dirt nearby. Over there. Makoto pointed at the mound. Curse that rascal, Caterpie. Use String Shot. Grab it. Haruka commanded directly. Caterpie's String Shot successfully ensnared the mound, but it lacked the strength to hold it back and was dragged away. Caterpie, Bayleaf, with Ash's help, used Vine Whip together. Boom. A small red Crawdaunt was forcibly pulled out by Ash. Chapter 27. Capturing the Crawdaunt. The egg hatches. Crawdaunt raised its red pincers, glaring at Ash and the others, expressing its indignation. It had gone out for a leisurely swim, only to return home to find several tents had suddenly appeared, and it had been forcibly pulled out by humans. As a member of the Crawdaunt clan, this was an utter humiliation. Let me scan it. Haruka took out her Pokédex. Crawdaunt. Type, water. Characteristic, huge power, immune to opponent's attack reduction. Strength, elite mid-tier. Moves, Bubble Beam, Harden, Crab Hammer, Water Gun, Taunt. Terrestrial attribute, water. Indeed, the martial arts island is a land of fortune. The harvest is truly substantial. Go ahead, Blue Crocodile, capture it. Ash sent out Blue Crocodile. Vonnie. Blue Crocodile gazed intently at the lobster minion. Hey, hee. The lobster minion looked at Blue Crocodile. Filled with fighting spirit. Blue Crocodile, showcase the results of your training. Ice Beam. Blue Crocodile conjured blue energy and launched it at the lobster minion. Hey, the lobster minion burrowed into the sand to evade the attack, retaliating with a beam composed of bubbles from another direction. Vonnie. Blue Crocodile danced a mysterious jig, skillfully avoiding all the attacks. Incredible. Blue Crocodile managed to dodge the attack while dancing. Xiaoyao watched in astonishment. This is quite normal. During my time with the Saw Crocodile, those dance steps evaded countless moves. It has truly achieved remarkable feats. Xiaojing explained with familiarity. Blue Crocodile, if that's the case, go in close. Ice Fong. Vonnie. Blue Crocodile's fangs glowed with blue light as it lunged at the lobster minion. Hee. The lobster minion's pincers glimmered with white light, clashing with Blue Crocodile. Vonnie. Blue Crocodile was sent flying by the lobster minion's blow, while the lobster minion froze solid after being hit. Hiss. The power of the lobster minion's crab hammer is immense. Xiaojing exclaimed. The more formidable it is, the more I wish to capture it. Seizing the opportunity while it was frozen, Blue Crocodile unleashed Crunch. Vonnie. Bang. The lobster minion lost its fighting capability. Go Pokeball. Ash threw the Pokeball, capturing it. 1 shake, 2 shakes, 3 shakes, and the alert light extinguished. Capture successful. Yoshi. I've captured the lobster minion. Vonnie. Pikachu. Subsequently, the Pokeball vanished, transported to Professor Oak. I believe the lobster minion and the Kingler will make excellent partners. Their combined name shall be Shrimp Soldier, Crab General. How wonderful. Ash has captured so many Pokemon, while I've only managed to capture a single Caterpie. Xiaoyao gazed enviously at Ash's accomplishments. The journey of a Pokemon trainer is all about encountering various companions and nurturing them. That is the very essence of adventure. I believe you two will soon have new companions. Ash comforted her. I understand, Ash. At that moment, Xiaoyao's Caterpie began to emanate the light of evolution. How wonderful. The Caterpie sensed her determination and began to evolve. Xiaoyao watched with eager eyes as the Caterpie underwent its transformation. Ultimately, it formed a white cocoon. Simultaneously, on the other side, Team Rocket's Musashi's Caterpie also evolved into a pale purple cocoon. Ash, is this a metapod or a kakuna? Xiaoyao asked nervously. Ash took a look, shook his head, and regrettably replied, it's a kakuna. Xiaoyao immediately felt disheartened. Is that so? But regardless, it is still my Pokemon. However, the weight on her heart lifted quickly, and she adjusted her mindset. Ash smiled at her. Xiaoyao, please don't tease her any further. Congratulations, Xiaoyao, it's a metapod. Xiaojing chimed in with a grin. What? It evolved into a metapod that will become a Butterfree? Xiaoyao first gasped in surprise, then pouted at Ash in indignation. Ash. Ash, your egg. Xiaoxing suddenly shouted. Egg. Ash looked down to find the egg in his arms beginning to glow. Is it about to hatch? This is the first time I've witnessed a Pokemon egg hatching. Xiaoyao gazed curiously at the egg in Ash's arms. Thus, everyone gathered around, eager to witness the hatching. The egg's glow intensified, bursting forth in brilliance. 2 red horns appeared first, the larger one in front and the smaller one behind. Followed by the emergence of a doll-like creature clad in a white gown, its face mostly obscured by a green bowl-like cap. It's Ralts. Xiaoxing cheered. So adorable. Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Ralts. The little creature was simply too cute. Ralts nuzzled against Ash, as if aware that Ash was its master. Ralts. Gender. Female. Type. Psychic. Fairy. Ability. Trace. Copies the opponent's ability upon entering the battle, mirroring their characteristics. Strength. Normal early stage, larval phase. Moves. Growl. Charm. Confusion. Magical Leaf. Terrestrial attribute. Fairy. Ash looked fondly at Ralts, knowing that each of its abilities was formidable, and the fact that it was female solidified its status as a potential psychic queen. Had it been male, Ash would have certainly evolved it into Galade, but evolving it into Gardevoir would be rather inappropriate. Since it is female, it shall be pampered endlessly. Ralts smiled and waved Ralts. Its red horns capable of sensing the emotions of both humans and Pokemon, felt Ash's affection and was equally delighted. Everyone found the scene heartwarming. However, Fiery Yugai glared at Ralts, feeling immensely jealous. Fortunately, Yugai, being wise, refrained from causing a scene. Ash took out a Pokeball, saying, Little one, please enter. He gently nudged Ralts, capturing it. Charizard, please return to Professor Oak. Charizard nodded in agreement. Ash felt that the limit of 6 Pokemon was rather constraining. He would discuss this with Professor Oak another day. After sending Charizard away, he released Ralts. Ralts. This time, Ralts carefully surveyed its surroundings, greeting everyone. They all began to play with Ralts, fostering their bond. On this beautiful beach, Ash and his companions celebrated 3 joyous occasions: the hatching of Ralts from the egg, the capture of the lobster minion, and Xiaoyao's caterpie evolving into Metapod. Thus, a day filled with happiness came to an end. The next day, Ash and his companions were journeying upstream along a river. To all the mystery novel enthusiasts out there, thank you for your patience. Welcome to Xiaoyao's adventure team, where we explore the unknown realms and pursue the world's incredible mysteries. This time, our destination for exploration is the unnamed river on Martial Arts Island. Xiaoyao gestured towards the camera, taking on the role of the narrator. Although she regretted not having a phone to start a live stream, a single drop of water merging into the great river, eventually flowing into the sea. How romantic, Xiaojing remarked, gazing around in awe. Indeed, if we trace this river upstream, we might encounter new Pokémon. Xiaosheng exclaimed excitedly, holding his Pokémon navigator. The Xiaoyao adventure team was now traversing the river, venturing into the unknown. What mysterious phenomena awaited them ahead? Xiaoyao continued to gesture, fulfilling her role as the ace narrator. After walking for some time, they arrived at a colossal waterfall. The grandeur of this waterfall was astonishing. I can't believe it. The path of the Xiaoyao adventure team is blocked by an immense waterfall. What should we do? Xiaoyao dutifully continued her narration. If we cannot scale this waterfall, our adventure will come to an abrupt halt. Even the Kingler wouldn't be able to ascend this waterfall, Xiaosheng lamented. However, such places often harbor unknown Pokémon, Xiaojing remarked, seemingly brimming with determination to swim upstream. Chapter 28. Hoenn Water-type Starters Breeding Base. Recently, Xiaojing and Xiaoyao had been inspired by Ash capturing numerous Pokémon, igniting their desire to capture new ones as well. They were filled with longing for this unknown land. Ash, with Ralts and Pikachu perched on his shoulders, stepped forward and suggested, "In that case, let each of us give it a try, using our Pokémon to scale this waterfall." Agreed, X2. Then I shall go first, Xiaojing declared as he sent out Lotad. Utilizing the assistance of a rope and the water gun of Lotad, they secured the rope to a tree above. As a trainer from the rock gym, it was natural for them to possess climbing skills, allowing them to ascend with Lotad. Inspired by Brock, May decided to send out her cocoon Pokémon, using its silk to pull her upward. What should we do? They pondered, knowing that Shinji had no Pokémon and could only rely on Satoshi. Come forth, Noctowl. Use Psychic to lift us up. After all, Ralts was still too young to handle the combined weight of Shinji and himself, so Noctowl was their only option. Thus, Satoshi and Shinji soared into the air. How splendid. Is this the synergy between Pokémon and their trainers? May exclaimed joyfully as she saw everyone traverse the waterfall. The group surveyed their surroundings, discovering that the river above the waterfall was shrouded in mist, replete with lush aquatic plants, creating an exquisitely beautiful environment akin to a fairyland. They were astonished to find such a scene above the waterfall. The river here flows so slowly, they noted. The gentle current indeed contributed to the enchanting scenery. That's because this is a tributary. The main stream over there seems to flow quite rapidly, Shinji remarked while consulting his Pokémon navigator for directions. As they ventured further, they noticed the soil becoming increasingly loose, with a sinking sensation beneath their feet. Brock cautioned, "Everyone, the soil in this area is quite loose. Please exercise caution." The others nodded in agreement. As they emerged from the misty region, the brightness returned, revealing a group of adorable Pokémon frolicking nearby. "Look, those are Lotad." Shinji excitedly pointed at the Lotad. Given their size, these must be baby Lotad, Satoshi observed, noting they were nearly half the size of the usual Lotad. "When I first encountered Lotad, I wasn't particularly fond of them, but these little ones seem quite charming." May, initially indifferent, felt a change of heart upon seeing the adorable baby Lotad. "What a perfect opportunity. I'll try to capture one," she exclaimed, eagerly running towards the baby Lotad. "Wait a moment, May. The Lotad here," Satoshi began, but before he could finish, a fully grown Lotad leapt from the bushes, dousing May's face with a water gun attack. "Lotad. Level. Elite Beginner. It seems Lotad has a natural advantage over me." Just then, amidst the playful antics, one baby Lotad accidentally fell into the water, unable to resurface due to its young age, and was swept away by the current. Pikachu shouted in alarm. That's the main stream," Shinji exclaimed. The main current was perilously swift, and the baby Lotad was in danger. Just as Brock was about to send out Lotad for a rescue, Noctowl swooped in with great speed, using Psychic to retrieve the baby Lotad. The magnificent Noctowl swiftly approached the baby Lotad, using its psychic abilities to bring it back to the shore. Phew, the group sighed in relief. Satoshi gently patted the baby Lotad on the head, asking, "Are you all right, little one?" "Lotad," it replied cheerfully. The adult Lotad, witnessing this scene, relaxed its guard slightly, but remained cautious of the 4 trainers. Brock remarked, "You don't need to be so wary of us. When you used your water gun on May, it was to protect the baby, wasn't it?" After contemplating, The adult Lotad retreated into the bushes, disappearing from sight. Satoshi, cradling the rescued baby Lotad, approached Brock, saying, "It seems it has let down its guard. Brock, could you check on the baby Lotad?" "Sure." Brock inspected the baby Lotad in Satoshi's arms and confirmed it was uninjured. A stroke of good fortune. Just then, an elderly gentleman resembling a Lotad emerged from the bushes. "Ah, the Lotad elder," May exclaimed, momentarily startled. But she remained committed to her role as the narrator. "That's impossible. Honestly." Shinji rolled his eyes. "Who are you calling old?" He retorted angrily. "Ah, it can talk." May was unfazed by the elder's presence. "You dare to steal my carefully nurtured Lotad? That is utterly unforgivable." Satoshi, realizing the misunderstanding, quickly explained, "No. We were trying to save the baby Lotad." The baby Lotad in Satoshi's arms chimed in, "Lotad? Oh, I see. I apologize for the misunderstanding," the elder said hastily. "I am Satoshi from Masera Town. Pleased to meet you." "Hello, I am May. I am Shinji. I look forward to your guidance. My name is Brock. I am the one who raises Lotad in this marsh. You may call me Grandpa Ja." The elder introduced himself, then questioned, "This area is off limits. Did you not see the barrier at the marsh entrance?" "Grandpa Ja, to be honest, we ventured upstream for Pokemon training," Brock explained. "No way. Did you climb over that waterfall?" The elder exclaimed in astonishment. "We sincerely apologize. We were unaware that this place was restricted," the 4 trainers quickly responded. "Pika, Ralts. It's all right. You rescued my Lotad. Why not come in for some tea before you depart?" Grandpa Ja invited the group to his home. "Thank you, Grandpa Ja," they chorused. Subsequently, Satoshi and his companions followed Grandpa Ja to a wooden cabin. May inquired, "Is this Grandpa Ja's home?" "Sort of. This is a small shelter built to care for the baby Lotad," the elder explained. Shinji immediately noticed some incubators containing blue Pokemon eggs adorned with orange spots. "Ah, those must be Lotad eggs," he exclaimed. It's worth noting that while novice trainers typically receive one of the starter Pokemon, encountering them in the wild can be quite rare. Each final evolution of the starter Pokemon possesses impressive stats, making them ideal for training. Only Satoshi, as the protagonist, seems to encounter starters in every region. Indeed. Grandpa Ja nodded. May and Shinji rushed to the incubators, eagerly observing the Lotad eggs. "This is my first time seeing Lotad eggs. What a significant discovery for our exploration team," May excitedly narrated. "But where did these eggs come from?" Brock queried, puzzled. "My wife often reminds me to refrain from speaking too much, but I simply cannot resist," the elder began, growing animated. "Have you ever considered why Pokemon trainers must raise all 3 of their initial Pokemon to the same level?" "I have thought about it," Brock answered first. "I haven't really considered it," May admitted. Satoshi chose to remain silent. "No way. Sister, isn't this a question every Pokemon trainer has pondered at least once?" Shinji teased his sister. "Really? Well, let me tell you. It's because there are people like me who are entrusted by the Pokemon League to specialize in hatching eggs." Grandpa Ja revealed the answer to their question. "I see. That makes sense," Brock acknowledged. "So, does that mean Professor Okito is one of those too?" May inquired. "Professor Okito captures and raises his own," the elder shook his head. "Oh, there are all sorts of people. It seems most of them are Pokemon breeders." Shinji marveled. "Indeed. Though it differs somewhat from the goal I had in mind," Brock mused, furrowing his brow in thought. "Oh, so, Brock aspires to be a Pokemon breeder. Would you like to see how Lotad are born?" Grandpa Ja invited. "Really? Thank you, Grandpa Ja," the group exclaimed in delight, hurriedly expressing their gratitude. "Thank you." Chapter 29. We have a baby Phoeba. Subsequently, Grandpa Zhuang led Ash and his companions to the hatching site. There lay 3 Phoeba eggs destined to hatch today. Amid the anticipation of the onlookers, one of the eggs emitted a radiant white light, and moments later, a charming baby Phoeba emerged. Lalu Lalus watched the newly hatched Phoeba with great joy, as it was only yesterday that it too had emerged from its egg. Wow. The baby Phoeba is truly adorable. Xiaoyao could not resist crouching down for a closer look, and as expected, the Phoeba shot a jet of water, drenching her face. The crowd chuckled. Xiaoyao indeed seemed to have an innate adversarial relationship with Phoeba. "By the way, Grandpa Zhuang, is that large Phoeba also from here? Its level seems exceptionally high." Ash inquired. "Oh, that one? No, it's a wild Phoeba that somehow wandered in from elsewhere. It appears to have mistaken the local Phoeba for its companions." Grandpa Zhuang explained after a moment of contemplation. "Then that Phoeba must be quite remarkable." Brock added. Grandpa Zhuang nodded thoughtfully, then lamented, "It is indeed impressive. But it has grown far too large, with a level far too high. No novice trainer would be able to handle it. Moreover, its companions here will inevitably disappear, which means it lacks true companions." "I see. How unfortunate," Brock echoed with a sense of regret. On their way back to the wooden cabin, a baby Phoeba leaped into Ash's arms. "It's the one Ash rescued," Xiaoyao exclaimed in surprise. Soon after, Ash's Lalus began to play with the baby Phoeba. Suddenly, an alarm rang out. "Ah, That sound cannot be good. I must go check it out. Grandpa Zhuang declared before rushing outside. Let us follow him and see if we can help. Ash suggested as he cradled Lalalalis and the baby Fiba. Xiaoyao instantly perked up. Great. Let us see what challenges the Xiaoyao exploration team will face next. The narrator takes the stage once again. As Ash and his companions followed Grandpa Zhuang, Brock was captivated by the earlier large Fiba and wandered off. Meanwhile, Ash and the remaining two followed Grandpa Zhuang to a railing, where they discovered a section had been damaged. Who on earth did this? Grandpa Zhuang demanded angrily. Wahaha. Since your Team Rocket's opening line is like this, meow soundance. Grandpa Zhuang looked utterly bewildered. Team Rocket? What on earth is that? The nerve of you. It's you Team Rocket again. Grandpa Zhuang. Be careful. They're the villains who steal Pokemon from others. Xiaoyao warned. What? Oh, you despicable rascals. You intend to come here and steal the Fiba that I've helped the Pokemon League to nurture, don't you? Grandpa Zhuang exclaimed, inadvertently confessing. Fiba is an exceedingly rare Pokemon, Jesse's partner, Meowth, added excitedly. Moreover, it comes with the Pokemon League's quality assurance, Meow. Someone as noble and tasteful as the boss would surely adore it, Musashi fantasized. Then, by pleasing the boss, we would rise through the ranks and become department heads. Kojiro and Meowth joined in the daydream. How wonderful. What on earth is wrong with these people? Grandpa Zhuang was again left perplexed. Surely, these individuals must have something wrong with their minds? This is all the fault of Mr. Zhuang for being so talkative that they turned out like this, Xiaoyao complained. Oh dear, is that so? I truly apologize. My wife often reminds me of this. But I simply cannot help my disposition. I tend to speak my mind, for instance, the damage over there. Enough, enough, Grandpa Zhuang. Please don't say any more. Ash quickly interrupted to prevent him from revealing any more secrets. That was close. Grandpa Zhuang hurriedly covered his mouth. If that is the case, Meowth, let us take action. Musashi commanded decisively. All right, activate the robot, Meow. Meowth produced a remote control, pressed a button, and summoned a robot equipped with a shovel and a bamboo basket at its waist. As Team Rocket attempted to control the robot to capture the baby Fiba, Ash shouted, Team Rocket, do you think I will let you have your way? Come forth, Fire Rock Mouse and Blue Crocodile. Alternate your attacks with fire and water. What? This feels so familiar, Meow. Meowth sensed an ominous premonition. Under the alternating effects of fire and water, the robot was instantly rendered inoperable. Oh no, Meow. Meowth's eyes widened in shock. Pikachu, send them off with a thunderbolt. Pikachu. Boom. How annoying this feels. Soundance. At that moment, Brock and the Fiba had just arrived. Oh no, did we arrive too late? Is it already resolved? Yes. It seems the bond between Brock and Fiba has grown quite strong. Ash congratulated Brock with a pat on the shoulder. At first, Fiba was so wary of him. Xiaosheng remarked. Truly impressive, Brock. Xiaoyao looked up at Brock in admiration. Brock scratched his head, feeling bashful. Brock, I have something to ask of you. Grandpa Zhuang said as he approached Brock. Huh, what is it? Brock inquired. This little one cannot have companions here, but it has already become your best friend. If possible, I hope you can take this Fiba with you, Grandpa Zhuang entrusted. Really? Thank you, Grandpa Zhuang. Brock was taken aback, saluting in gratitude, before turning to Fiba. Would you like to come with me? Gleal the Fiba nodded in agreement and jumped into Brock's arms. Wonderful, Fiba. From this day forth, you shall be my dearest partner. Thus, the Rock-type gym leader acquired a non-Rock-type Pokemon. Brock, I entrust Fiba to you. Yes, I will ensure it is well nurtured, saluting once more Gleal. As Ash and his companions prepared to bid farewell to Grandpa Zhuang, the baby Fiba began to cry, prompting the group to comfort it. Observing the baby Fiba's sorrowful demeanor, Grandpa Zhuang made a decision. Ash, if you don't mind, please take this Fiba with you. Huh, but this Fiba belongs to the League. Ash was moved, but still spoke up. Haha, don't worry. I have dedicated my life to nurturing Fiba for the League. Giving away one is no problem at all. Grandpa Zhuang reassured him confidently. Thank you, Grandpa Zhuang. Ash bowed deeply in gratitude. Fiba, do you wish to come with me? Gleal the baby Fiba nodded with a smile. Fiba. Gender, male. Type, water. Ability, swift swim. When HP is below 1-3, the power of water type moves increases by 50. Strength, normal early stage, larval stage. Moves, tackle, growl, water gun, mud slap. Terrestrial type, water. Ash took out a Pokeball and captured Fiba, sending the unsuspecting Bayleaf back to Professor Oak's lab. Once Bayleaf realized it was at the lab, it created quite a ruckus, learning moves it had never been able to before. Thus, this adventure concluded perfectly with Ash and Brock each acquiring a Fiba. Ash's team, Pikachu, Noctowl, Fire Rock Mouse, Blue Crocodile, Lalalalis, Fiba. Chapter 30. Reuniting with Professor Okito. This morning, as the sun rose, Ash and his companions, accompanied by their Pokemon, were diligently practicing along the beach. Braving the sea breeze and listening to the waves crashing against the shore, invigorating the group during their training. Although Xiaoyao continuously complained of fatigue, she persevered nonetheless. After their morning workout, Ash and his companions were heading back along the beach when suddenly, "Hey, everyone, wait a moment." Brock called to a halt. "What is it, Brock?" Ash queried, puzzled. Brock pointed toward a cliff at the end of the beach and said, "Look, there's someone over there." The group followed Brock's finger and beheld a man wearing flip-flops, a white lab coat paired with shorts, his hair resembling a bird's nest, and sporting a beard, all while he was pressed against the cliff wall. "That figure appears to be Dr. Otamaki. What is he doing clinging to the cliff face?" exclaimed Xiaoyao in astonishment. "Let us go take a look," suggested Xiaoji. The group unanimously agreed and hurried towards Dr. Otamaki's direction. As a representative of the hands-on approach, Dr. Otamaki was certainly not the type to confine himself to a laboratory solely for research. He relished wandering outdoors, personally investigating the habitats of wild Pokémon, which was also the focal point of his studies. At that moment, Dr. Otamaki was engaged in a perilous endeavor, observing the nests of wild Wingulls atop the coastal cliffs. "Oh, is that so?" He marveled as he closely examined the Wingull's nest, becoming increasingly fascinated while precariously toying with it, utterly oblivious to the returning Wingull that caught him off guard. The Wingull, indignant at the intrusion into its home, pecked at Dr. Otamaki's hair, causing him to flail in panic and inadvertently tumble over the cliff. Noctowl, use Psychic to catch Dr. Otamaki. Lunile, disperse the Wingulls with water gun. With a surge of psychic energy, Dr. Otamaki was successfully caught, while torrents of water scattered the Wingulls. Upon witnessing Dr. Otamaki plummet from the cliff, Xiaoji and the others were taken aback, but thankfully, Xiaoji reacted swiftly and rescued him. Noctowl gently set Dr. Otamaki down. "Thank you, Noctowl. Lunile, return and rest." "Are you alright, Dr. Otamaki? We were nearly scared to death." Xiaoji inquired with concern. "Haha, I'm fine. Just a minor issue. I didn't expect you to save me again, Xiaoji." Dr. Otamaki waved his hand dismissively. As familiar faces reunited, they naturally engaged in cheerful conversation. Sitting atop a large rock, he reminisced. "Ah, how nostalgic. You've been on your journey for so many days. It's wonderful that Xiaojiang was able to reunite with you safely. Thank you for your care back then." Xiaojiang expressed his gratitude. "By the way, what brings you to Battle Island, Dr. Otamaki?" Xiaoji asked curiously. "Actually, I've always harbored a desire to observe the Pokémon of this island. For instance, look at the Wingulls nearby. They build their nests on steep cliffs," Dr. Otamaki explained. "But climbing up there like you did is far too dangerous," Xiaoyao remarked, gazing at the Wingulls and the cliff in disbelief. Xiaosheng excitedly interjected. "What are you talking about, sis? In the realm of wild Pokémon research, Dr. Otamaki is quite a renowned figure. He is incredibly skilled. He fears no challenge in meeting Pokémon and dares to explore any place." "Oh, is that so?" Xiaoyao sheepishly scratched her head. "You're clearly playing with fire." "Haha, I'm honored by your praise." Dr. Otamaki chuckled heartily before turning to the group. "By the way, Xiaoji, how did you all end up here? I thought you would be nearing Kana City by now." "Well, the environment here is quite agreeable, perfect for training. So we've been honing our skills for a while," Xiaoji explained. "I see." Xiaoji is diligently training, while Xiaoyao is also aiming for the Pokemon Showcase. Dr. Otamaki nodded approvingly. "What do you plan to do next, Dr. Otamaki?" Xiaoji inquired. "I intend to conduct further investigations in this vicinity," Dr. Otamaki replied earnestly. "May we accompany you?" Xiaosheng asked with eager eyes. "Certainly, no problem." Dr. Otamaki nodded in agreement. "Fantastic," Xiaosheng exclaimed joyfully. "Who knows what interesting encounters we might have?" Xiaoji also agreed. "Alas, we just devised a meticulous training schedule. Are you all giving up?" Xiaojing lamented, holding up the plan. "There's no helping it. Plans can't keep pace with changes." Xiaoji shrugged. "Hooray, let us set off." Xiaoyao readily agreed upon hearing they could skip the special training. Seeing this, Xiaojiang reluctantly put away the plan, sighing, "All right then." As Xiaoji and his companions followed Dr. Otamaki into a small cave, a red-armed helicopter descended slowly onto the cliff summit. From the helicopter emerged a group of individuals clad in red uniforms, members of the notorious Team Magma. Meanwhile, a sudden splash broke the calm surface of the sea as a massive blue submarine surfaced, emblazoned with a pirate insignia belonging to the infamous Team Aqua. Subsequently, 5 members of Team Aqua, donned in blue diving suits, leaped from the submarine, led by a striking woman with fiery red wavy hair. The Team Aqua members swam towards the cliffs of Battle Island. Unbeknownst to Xiaoji and his friends, who were following Dr. Otamaki into a deep cave, the actions of Team Magma and Team Aqua remained a mystery to them. This cave might house wild Zubat, Dr. Otamaki analyzed seriously. Hearing of the potential Pokemon, Xiaoxing became excited, exclaiming, "Wow, let us hurry inside." "All right, let us go." Dr. Otamaki waved his hand, and they ventured forth. Under Dr. Otamaki's leadership, they began their exploration. Fortunately, although the cave was deep, it was sufficiently illuminated, allowing the group to curiously inspect the cave's interior. So this is how it is. Xiaoyao marveled as she observed. Xiaosheng, meanwhile, was fervently wishing for a Zubat to appear, eager to fulfill his desire to see Pokémon. I believe Zubat should be deeper inside. Xiaojing mused, stroking his chin. Don't you think it's getting brighter? Xiaoji remarked, glancing around before pointing. Look over there. There are lights and a door. The group turned to see indeed 2 lights and a wooden door. It resembles a secret base. Xiaoji exclaimed. Xiaoxing eagerly approached, knocking. Is anyone there? Then, with a click, Xiaoxing inadvertently opened the door. As he noticed the gazes of the others upon him, he innocently protested. I didn't do it on purpose. Allow me to explain. Let me clarify. I was just curious. I didn't expect the door to be unlocked. Chapter 31. Team Magma and Team Aqua. Is anyone there? Excuse us. Xiaoji and his companions entered. Inside, the small but well-equipped space featured computers, bookshelves, tables, and chairs, with figurines of Releali and Numel adorning the table, creating a cozy atmosphere. What on earth is going on here? The group gasped in surprise. There's even a personal computer. Xiaoyao exclaimed. Xiaoxing approached the bookshelf, pulling out a book. Wow. This is the ultimate guide to Pokémon battles. Really? Such a book exists? Xiaoyao exclaimed in astonishment as she stood behind Xiaoxing. Don't touch that. Suddenly, a boyish voice rang out from behind a Dwebble. The boy appeared somewhat timid, his voice trembling with anxiety as he shouted. You're not allowed to invade my secret base. It's a Dwebble. A secret base. Sorry, we didn't know, Xiaoji replied. The boy, with a look of utmost distress, shouted, Get out. Get out. We didn't mean to intrude. I don't want to hear it. Dwebble, use Fury Cutter. The boy, nearly in tears, forcefully expelled Xiaoji and the others, warning, Don't let me see you again. With a thud, Xiaoji and his companions were left with no choice but to retrace their steps. Meanwhile, the hidden Team Rocket, having overheard their conversation, wasted no time in ousting the boy, keeping the Dwebble as their secret base. They then made a call to their superior, Banmo. On the other hand, Xiaoji and his companions continued their exploration into another cave, having just finished their encounter with Zubat. That was amazing. It is my first time encountering so many Zubat, exclaimed Xiaosheng with delight. Of course, during the day, Zubat tend to remain stationary, explained Dr. Xiaoxianjuan. At that moment, Xiaoyao suddenly froze, noticing a boy sitting on a nearby rock, and pointed at him, saying, Oh, that young man is the one from earlier. Xiaoji and the others turned to look, realizing that he was indeed the boy from the secret base. I apologize for intruding into your secret base earlier. Hello, I am Xiaoji from Shinshin Town, and you are? Xiaoji took the initiative to greet him. Pika, chimed Pikachu. My name is Hakai, replied Hakai, his eyes glistening red as if he were on the verge of tears. What happened to your Tokiwa ninja? Xiaoxing asked, stepping forward and snapping the last straw. Hakai burst into tears, sobbing. It was taken away by bad people. Was it a man and a woman with a Meowth? Xiaoji inquired. Hakai nodded. Team Rocket again, how despicable. Xiaoyao exclaimed angrily. I have never won a Pokemon battle from the past until now. Suddenly, Hakai's mood plummeted as he sank into his memories. Never won. Xiaosheng exclaimed in astonishment, staring at Hakai. Hakai glared at Xiaosheng with fierce eyes. I am sorry. Xiaosheng, taken aback, quickly apologized. I love Pokemon, but I despise battling with them, Hakai continued. Is it because you have never won? Xiaojang asked with concern. Yes. Because I always lose, it's so boring. To be honest, I've lost so many times that I just want to hide away in a hole. Which is why I chose to build my secret base here, Hakai confessed, admitting he had to escape reality in his secret base. Did you build that secret base? Xiaoxing asked curiously. Hakai explained. No, it was built for me by Tokiwa Ninja. It's a little world for just me in it, where no one can disturb us. Unable to contain herself, Xiaoyao shouted. How infuriating. You can't battle without opponents in Pokemon competitions. You should capture Pokemon and battle with friends. Hiding away in your little space and crying one T change anything. Xiaoji and Xiaojing nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Xiaoyao's theory was solid, yet Xiaoxing remarked, Sister, your persuasion about battling Pokemon lacks credibility. However, upon hearing Xiaoxing undermine her, Xiaoyao fell over in frustration. How about this, Hakai? Let us go retrieve Tokiwa Ninja together. Xiaoji proposed. Hakai responded, Really? Thank you, Xiaoji. Meanwhile, in the secret base, Team Rocket had been driven out by Team Magma, and a drill vehicle had entered, creating a tunnel through the wall. Subsequently, Xiaoji and his companions arrived at Hakai's secret base, only to find it in disarray, with furniture damaged and a large hole extending into the interior. My secret base has been destroyed, Hakai lamented. This is outrageous. Who could have done such a thing? By the way, where is Tokiwa Ninja? Hakai began to worry about his companion. Let us go in and take a look. Perhaps we will find something, Xiaoji suggested, pointing towards the tunnel. The group ventured into the tunnel, and after a while, they arrived at an expansive area, towering structures standing within. I can't believe such grand ruins exist behind the cave, Dr. Xiaoshanjuan marveled. Boom. The group turned towards the direction of the explosion, spotting a man in a red uniform standing beside a building with a large hound, accompanied by 5 individuals clad in blue diving suits, with a Sharpedo in the water. It's Team Magma and Team Aqua. What are they doing here? Xiaoji recognized the uniforms worn by the Team Magma and Team Aqua members he had previously incarcerated. He recalled that this plot was merely to reveal the objectives of Team Magma and Team Aqua. Thank you for your assistance, Team Magma. The female leader of Team Aqua mocked. Team Aqua, it's indeed you, the male leader of Team Magma replied. I will handle this matter. You all should leave to avoid unnecessary conflict and prioritize the execution of your mission, the woman ordered. Subsequently, Team Aqua members began searching the building. Captain of Team Magma. It seems you are personally involved in this matter. Team Magma must really value these ruins. The woman teased. Commander Izumi, you should be grateful there is water here. Only then can you use your prize Sharpedo, the man from Team Magma retorted. Perhaps I could even teach your hound to swim. Izumi responded with a laugh. Oh, shall we test that? The man from Team Magma shot back defiantly. Although their banter was sharp, it did not escalate into a fight. Meanwhile, Xiaoji and the others observed from a distance. Xiaoyao remarked, their relationship seems quite hostile. I've heard of those 2 names. They are notorious for doing bad things with Pokémon. But what could they want with these ruins? Dr. Xiaoshanjuan interjected. Let us remain cautious. There are too many of them. We should see what they intend to do before making any plans. Xiaoji suggested, noting that their main forces were not present. So charging in would be tantamount to walking into death. The others nodded in agreement. At that moment, the man from Team Magma spoke into his walkie-talkie. This is Flame 1. The premises have been infiltrated by Team Aqua. No matter. Continue executing the mission. Understood. The man from Team Magma turned to Izumi and asked, what if there is power here that you desire, but only what we seek? Izumi smiled back, inquiring, I have the same question for you. Even if this place contains the power we both seek, do you have any means to control it? Are you suggesting you brought the red orb? The man from Team Magma scoffed. Izumi tested the waters. If I did, what would you do? Then, of course, I would charge forward. If you agree, I would launch a full-scale assault, the man replied. They faced off for a moment before Izumi took a step back. Humph. It's quite unfortunate. I'm not yet worthy to touch that item, and I assume you are not qualified to bring forth that blue orb either. Not the red orb that cannot fly and the indigo orb of the Wylord, right? No, that cannot be the case. The correspondence is incorrect. It should merely be orbs capable of controlling them. It seems both organizations have obtained the orbs to control them, searching for places to awaken them. However, a group of frogs at the bottom of the well. How can the ocean and the earth compete with the sky? If one must choose, it must be the soaring sky, Xiaoji thought disdainfully. Why do you seek the power of the earth? The ocean's power we pursue can wash everything away. You have no chance of winning. Only those who do not understand the power of the earth would say such things. The 2 men from Team Magma and Team Aqua confronted each other, exchanging jabs. Have we just heard some astonishing intelligence? Xiaoyao asked cautiously. The others nodded. Indeed. This information was significant. Not just significant. We will soon uncover their ultimate objective. Xiaoji thought to himself. Just then, a report came through the walkie-talkie held by the man from Team Magma. This is Flame 2. All floors have been searched, and no signs of G have been detected. Upon hearing this, the man immediately ordered, understood, all personnel retreat at once. Yes. Izumi mocked. How does it feel? Seems you've come up empty-handed. At that moment, her walkie-talkie chimed. This is Tornado A. No signals of K have been found within the ruins. My subordinates speculate this is not the temple for awakening, but merely an ancient prayer tower constructed by the ancestors. Slap. Izumi replied irritably. Understood. You may withdraw now. Why didn't you say this sooner? Yes. The man from Team Magma laughed at Izumi. It seems you 2 have discovered that this is not the temple for awakening. Izumi sighed. I suppose it is as you say. How could the ancients construct such ambiguous structures? Fire Village expressed his disbelief. Subsequently, the Water Fleet and the Fire Rock Squad assembled, confronting each other for a brief moment before retreating. Meanwhile, Ash and his companions engaged in a discussion. What exactly were they searching for? Ash Ketchum inquired. I have no idea, Ash replied, unwilling to provide an honest answer. Firstly, he lacked evidence, and secondly, it would be futile to speak on it. Ash then noticed the rocket team leaping out, celebrating exuberantly. Huh, the rocket team. Hooray, hooray, hooray. Those pesky individuals have finally departed. Musashi exclaimed, clutching the bound Doji Shinobi. Ultimately, those rascals left empty-handed. Let us hasten our treasure hunt, meow? Sanansa declared. Doji Shinobi, you must assist us in our search, Musashi said with a warm smile. Doji Shinobi and Kagahi echoed the voices of Ash and his friends, glaring at the rocket team. Return Doji Shinobi to us. Noctowl, use telekinesis to bring us down. Noctowl descended with the group. Hey, don't run away. We haven't even begun our treasure hunt. Ash commanded. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt and Iron Tail to rescue Doji Shinobi. Pika, a flash of light severed the bindings around Doji Shinobi. Ah, cursed little brats. The trio from Team Rocket shouted in dismay. All right, Kagahi, let us go? Ash urged. But I'm scared. Kagahi confessed, trembling. You must trust Doji Shinobi. Ash encouraged. Kagahi noticed Doji Shinobi nodding at him with a smile. All right, Doji Shinobi, use secret power. Kagahi summoned his courage. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu. Pikachu unleashed a surge of yellow electricity, while Doji Shinobi emitted a white beam, striking the rocket team. What a bothersome sensation. Sanansa groaned. Subsequently, Professor Otamaki reported the information to the Alliance. Ash and Kagahi engaged in a battle, the outcome being predictable. Ash could hardly send out a newly hatched Ralts against a Swampert. Thus, it became Ash's experience, and Fire Rock Mouse evolved into an elite peak. Fortunately, defeating Team Rocket bolstered Kagahi's confidence, prompting a decision to rebuild their secret base. Chapter 32, The Hunt for Butterfree and Venonat, Part 1. Upon returning from the cave, Professor Otamaki accompanied Ash and his friends back to the camp. Everyone come out, Ash exclaimed, releasing his Pokémon for the professor to examine and become acquainted with. As an authority on Pokémon in the Hoenn region, Professor Otamaki was no less competent in assessments than Nurse Joy. Truly impressive Pokémon, Ash, Professor Otamaki noted, carefully observing Ash's Ralts and Mudkip, both of which had developed splendidly. Being a practical-minded professor, he discerned at a glance that these two were still quite young. Ralts, Mudkip, and now my Pokémon, come forth. Torchic and Metapod. Haruka also released her Pokémon. Chamo. Torchic cheerfully chirped upon seeing Professor Otamaki. The professor examined Torchic and Metapod, nodding in satisfaction. Torchic had been well cared for, and Metapod appeared promising. It should evolve into a beautiful Butterfree. Really? Thank you, Professor Otamaki, Haruka exclaimed, overjoyed by the professor's affirmation. Meanwhile, Brock, who was busy cooking, approached. Now it's my turn. Come forth, Fortress, Lotad, and Mudkip. Professor Otamaki also scrutinized attentively. This Fortress is well-bred, and you have a Mudkip and Lotad as well. Lotad, what are you gazing at? Brock sheepishly replied. I'm sorry, but this Lotad seems a bit dazed. Brock's Mudkip nudged Lotad towards Professor Otamaki. Garuru. Lotad finally responded. The professor inspected them and nodded in approval. Every one of them is healthy, very good. Following that, Ash and the others arranged their Pokémon's food containers, pouring Pokémon food into Pikachu's bowl, and then retrieved Moo Moo milk for Ralts and Mudkip. The Pokémon joyfully began to eat. All right, our meal is ready, Brock announced to the group. Wonderful. It's time to eat, Haruka exclaimed, eagerly jumping in. The group then commenced their dinner together. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Ash and his companions opted to forego their special training plan and accompanied Professor Otamaki into the forest. I'll scout for Pokémon, Masato declared, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, Masato cried out, having been ambushed. The others turned to see Masato clutching his head, with an acorn Pokémon on the ground. Sai, what is this? Haruka remarked, pulling out her Pokédex. Acorn Pokémon. 2 more acorn Pokémon fell from the tree above. Observing that they were Pokémon, Masato's frustration dissipated as he curiously examined the acorns. So this is acorn Pokémon, but they look rather lethargic, Haruka noted with concern. It might be due to insufficient moisture, Professor Otamaki theorized. If they need water, I can provide it, Masato volunteered, pulling a water bottle from his backpack. Here, please drink. The acorn Pokémon shook their heads in response. You don't want it? Masato said, feeling disheartened. Professor Otamaki, shouldn't acorn Pokémon be hanging from branches, absorbing moisture from the trees? Brock inquired. Professor Otamaki nodded. Indeed, that is correct. Brock then suspended one acorn Pokémon from a branch, but it quickly fell to the ground. Could it be that this tree isn't suitable? Haruka wondered aloud. Professor Otamaki scanned the surroundings and discovered that many trees had been buried under dirt, revealing a landslide had occurred. It seems they may have been crushed by their preferred trees, he concluded. How unfortunate. Masato lamented. Actually, if you rub leaves against the acorn Pokémon's body, it will cheer up, Professor Otamaki explained, drawing on his knowledge as a Pokémon researcher. All right, hearing this, Masato immediately grabbed a leaf and began to rub it against the acorn Pokémon's body, causing them to jump joyfully. Wow, it really worked. They're happy now, Masato exclaimed. Professor Otamaki is truly remarkable, Brock praised. Haha, it's nothing, Professor Otamaki humbly replied, shifting the topic. Moreover, to communicate with Pokémon, one must first understand how to make them happy. At that moment, the 3 acorn Pokémon gleefully rolled about on the ground, prompting Professor Otamaki to join them in rolling. Chanting, acorn Pokémon, roll, Roll, roll. The others mused. Is Professor Otamaki's field research merely a playful interaction with Pokemon? Haruka found it a bit hard to believe. He employs this method to understand their emotions. Brock earnestly explained on behalf of the professor. How does rolling feel? Acorn Pokemon. Is it comfortable? Roll, roll, roll. Professor Otamaki continued to roll while inquiring about the acorn Pokemon's feelings. Noctowl dispersed the thick fog. Suddenly, Ash sensed the rocket team's movements through his aura and swiftly summoned Noctowl, who dispelled a wave of dark mist. The group gasped in astonishment. What is happening? Professor Otamaki asked. Ha ha ha, since you're sincere. The rocket team's opening line. We will take all these acorn Pokemon. Musashi cackled. Go, Dishspoon Snake. Dishspoon Snake charged at Ash and his group. Noctowl used Psychic. Noctowl struck Dishspoon Snake back with a burst of psychic energy. In that case, my Metapod go? Musashi dispatched her Shereldon. Is that a Shereldon? Professor Otamaki pondered aloud. What? What Shereldon? Don't spout nonsense. I have watched it several times. It is undoubtedly a Kakuna. Kojiro and Nyarth were engaged in hushed whispers. Allow me to showcase the true Kakuna. Come forth, Kakuna. Shoya dispatched the genuine Kakuna. What on earth? They look exactly the same. Musashi disdainfully assessed the situation. No, while they appear quite similar, they are fundamentally different. If you take a closer look at the eyes, you will discern that they are round and belong to a shielder. Dr. Otamaki commenced his lesson, instructing Musashi on how to distinguish Kakuna. Indeed, it is the Kakuna with round, bright, and adorable eyes that will evolve into a magnificent Butterfree. Kakuna, use Tackle. Musashi resolutely ignored the instructions, her mind elsewhere. Kakuna, tackle. Shoya also commanded a tackle, resulting in a head-on collision. The Kakuna collided with the shielder, and immediately, the Kakuna radiated a blue-white glow of evolution. The Kakuna began to evolve. Hooray, it succeeded. My Kakuna has transformed into a Butterfree, Shoya cheered. Quickly scanning with the Pokédex, Butterfree. Why? The little girl's Kakuna evolved into Butterfree, but why hasn't mine evolved? Musashi exclaimed, her frustration palpable. It's a shielder, Kojiro murmured under his breath. She still doesn't understand, Nyarth cautiously added. How infuriating. If that is the case, I will tear that little girl's Butterfree to shreds. Kakuna, use String Shot. The shielder spat out white silk towards Butterfree, and the farce was about to conclude. Team Rocket. Pikachu, Iron Tail to interrupt, Thunderbolt to send them packing. Seeing Shoya's Kakuna successfully evolve, Ash wasted no time. Pika Pika Pikachu interrupted the shielder with Iron Tail and unleashed a yellow electric current towards Team Rocket. What? Musashi gasped. Such an annoying sensation. Sanansu. Pikachu's Thunderbolt sent Team Rocket flying deep into the forest. Back on solid ground, Team Rocket pondered. Why hasn't Team Kakuna evolved into Butterfree? Musashi fumed. I've said it several times. That's a shielder, Kojiro replied helplessly. Nyarth chimed in. If it evolves, it will become a Venomoth. I don't believe it. Musashi shouted. Chapter 33, Butterfree and Venomoth, Part 2. Wonderful, the acorns are all safe. Kasumi cheered. Meanwhile, Butterfree fluttered above Shoya's head. Dr. Otamaki observed and praised, saying, the color and sheen of this Butterfree are quite remarkable. Thank you for the compliment, Doctor. Butterfree, let us participate together in the Pokemon contest. Shoya beamed at the doctor's praise. Butterfree nodded enthusiastically. Now, Butterfree has leaped to become Shoya's primary combatant, reaching the pinnacle of ordinary strength. By the way, Shoya, here is something for you. Brock produced a box and handed it to Shoya, adding, this is a specially made jelly for Butterfree. I prepared it in anticipation of its potential evolution. Shoya eagerly accepted. Brock, thank you. Subsequently, Shoya opened the lid and said to Butterfree, come, Butterfree, let us eat. Butterfree gazed at the jelly descending from Shoya's head and began to joyfully devour it. Dr. Otamaki suggested to Shoya, Shoya, if you're planning to participate in the contest, it would be prudent to start practicing soon. Butterfree can utilize moves such as Hurricane and Sleep Powder. Ash checked the moves learned by Butterfree using the system and informed Shoya. Hurricane, you say? Excellent. Butterfree, use Hurricane. Upon hearing that Butterfree had learned a new skill, Shoya was eager to test it. Butterfree soared into the sky, flapping its wings and conjuring a tempest, sending dust swirling. Now, let us see if we can control this plate with Hurricane. Observing this, Dr. Otamaki decided to lend Shoya a helping hand by producing a pink frisbee and handing it to her. How charming. Dr. Otamaki is so feminine, carrying a pink frisbee around. Was this planned all along? Ash eyed Dr. Otamaki suspiciously. Shoya accepted the frisbee and shouted to Butterfree. Butterfree, use Hurricane to control this plate. Shoya threw the frisbee, and Butterfree flapped its wings, employing Hurricane, but failed to control it, causing it to plummet. Shoya, seeing this, felt a tinge of regret. What a pity. Butterfree, let us try again, Hurricane. Thus, everyone began to watch as Shoya repeatedly threw the frisbee, while Butterfree's endurance increased. It wasn't until the acorns could no longer hold their tongues that they remembered they needed to help the acorns find suitable trees for habitation. Subsequently, Ash and the others had to experiment with tree after tree in the forest, but to no avail. It seems they do not favor the trees in this forest. Ash lamented. Dr. Otamaki proposed. Then let us explore another forest. Everyone nodded in agreement. Soon, Ash and the others arrived at another forest, where Brock pointed and said, Dr. Otamaki, how about this place? I'll give it a try. With that, Dr. Otamaki hung an acorn on a branch of a tree, and the acorn beamed with joy, appearing quite pleased. It seems the acorn really likes it here. Dr. Otamaki nodded happily, noticing 2 other acorns joyfully rolling on the ground, exclaiming, wonderful. This place seems perfect for rolling around. Just then, Team Rocket appeared before them. Since you, Team Rocket's opening line. Musashi pointed at Ash, you little brat. To help my Kakuna evolve into Butterfree, I shall duel you. Dr. Otamaki helplessly attempted to explain again, trying to correct Musashi. Miss, that is a shielder. Musashi stubbornly refused to listen. Let us go, my Kakuna. Just as Shoya was about to send out Butterfree, Ash stopped her. Shoya, let me handle this. Knowing Musashi would not relent until her shielder evolved, Ash decided to step in personally to assist Musashi with her evolution. Fine. Woe is me. My first victory is slipping away. It's settled then. Go, blue alligator. Wani the blue alligator emerged and performed a little dance. Alright, go for it, Kakuna. You shall become a beautiful Butterfree. Musashi immediately sent out her shielder. Kojiro and Nyarth watched helplessly but took their places as spectators. Blue alligator, use water gun. Wani the blue alligator shot a small jet of water towards the shielder. Humph, Kakuna, harden, then use tackle. The shielder hardened and withstood the water gun. Charging toward blue alligator. Blue alligator, bite down. Bang. The shielder collided with blue alligator, sending it flying. After enduring countless blows, Musashi activated her buff. Go for it. My Kakuna, use all your strength to tackle. The shielder launched itself with all its might toward blue alligator, causing it to stagger back. In that moment, the shielder emitted a blue-white glow of evolution. It is commencing its evolution. Musashi cheered. Fantastic. My Kakuna is finally evolving into Butterfree. This moment has finally arrived, Nyarth. Given the circumstances, there is no choice but to brace ourselves. Kojiro and Nyarth could already envision Musashi's fury directed at them. Hurry up, Butterfree. Let me behold your glorious form, my most adorable Butterfree. Musashi continued to exclaim joyfully. Ultimately, the shielder evolved into a Venomoth, characterized by its green wings and purple body. Musashi stood in shock. Could it be that this is my beloved Butterfree? That is a Venomoth, Kojiro replied. Shoya scanned with her Pokédex, Venomoth. So it turns out, it is not Butterfree, but Venomoth. Musashi's realization dawned. Indeed, your previous one was a shielder, and that shielder has now evolved into Venomoth, Dr. Otamaki responded. The toxic powder moth, much like the little girl, has captured a stinging tail caterpillar, both having undergone a process of evolution. The one belonging to the little girl has transformed into a hunting butterfly, while mine has become a toxic powder moth. Musashi stated with a hint of dullness. Indeed, they both started as the same stinging tail caterpillar. However, Musashi's did not evolve into a chrysalis, but rather into a shielded cocoon. At this point, little Kojiro and Meowth, having reached the end of their rope, laid bare the truth. This is my toxic powder moth, Musashi said, gazing at it as if it were on the brink of something profound. Little Kojiro and Meowth huddled together in fear, already envisioning Musashi's wrath. It's coming. The eruption is imminent. Musashi's anger was about to boil over. So adorable, he exclaimed with excitement. Little Kojiro and Meowth collapsed to the ground. Look, I see it. The serrated lines on the tail, those enormous eyes struggling to flirt, and those antennae as grand as a football. It's simply luxurious, far cuter than that little girl's hunting butterfly. Ha ha ha, utterly delightful. Musashi rejoiced. Everyone, this taste is exquisite. Oh dear, I truly cannot comprehend Musashi's taste. Meowth remarked. He was clearly prepared for death. Little Kojiro, relieved to have survived, said, oh well, as long as she likes it, that's all that matters. In that case, little rascal, I shall no longer play with you. Kojiro. Charge. Musashi sounded the horn for a counterattack. Just as well, I didn't want to play with you either. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Blue Croc, Water Gun. Pikachu unleashed a surge of yellow electricity, while Blue Croc shot forth a massive jet of water, sending Team Rocket flying. Thank you for your efforts. My dear Toxic Powder Moth. What a splendid feeling. Musashi soared into the sky, still admiring his lovely Toxic Powder Moth. Thankfully, Musashi adored it. I could finally breathe easy. However, meow? What an annoying sensation. Sonance. Over on Ash's side, Blue Croc gained ample experience, reaching the pinnacle of elite status. Ash decided to send Blue Croc and Fire Rock Mouse back to allow them to settle before using Candy to elevate them to gym level. That evening, Professor Okito bid farewell to everyone and returned to his research facility. Chapter 34, Battling Shun and Leaving Battle Island. After parting ways with Professor Okito, Ash and his companions' training and adventures on Battle Island came to an end. It was time to set off once more. Most importantly, the splendid tournament in Kansas City was about to commence, and Ash and May decided to participate. May was currently practicing with her hunting butterfly, executing the commonly used performance move, Hurricane, making the pink frisbee spin gracefully in the air. This morning, after breakfast, Ash and his group began dismantling their tents and packing their belongings to return to Battle Town before taking a boat to Kansas City. Suddenly, an unexpected visitor arrived, a girl with a blue ponytail surfing ashore. Upon landing, she pointed at Ash and exclaimed, "You there, young man. You are Ash, right?" "I am. How may I assist you?" Ash responded with a smile. Cut to the chase. "My name is Shun," the girl began, but before she could finish, a wave crashed over her, drenching her completely. Shaking her head, she continued, "I am the martial artist Shun, the top disciple of Master Fujitsu." "The top disciple at such a young age?" Ash exclaimed. "I heard you defeated Master Fujitsu. Let us battle," Shun stated directly, revealing her intentions. Suddenly, a rumble erupted from her stomach. Everyone's expressions shifted. "If you don't mind, we have some leftover sandwiches you can have," Brock offered, producing the remaining sandwiches. "Really? Thank you." Shun gratefully accepted, devouring them eagerly. After satisfying her hunger, Shun challenged Ash to a duel once more. "Pika Pika." At that moment, Pikachu pointed towards the sea and shouted. Could it be? Ash utilized his aura to sense the situation. "We can duel later. We must leave here quickly." Ash spoke firmly. "What is wrong, Ash?" his friends exclaimed, noticing his unusual demeanor. "Ash," a voice called from the nearby hillside. Everyone turned to see Fujitsu leaping down the slope. "Wonderful. You've packed your belongings," he said. "The Pokemon Center staff informed me you were here, so I rushed to notify you." "Notify us of what?" May inquired, puzzled. Fujitsu quickly explained. "A massive hurricane is approaching. Such a small inlet will soon be engulfed by the waves. We must leave at once." "Ah," they all shouted in unison. Ash nodded, realizing the weather was indeed amiss. He had anticipated a hurricane. That explains why Pikachu has been watching the clouds over the sea. Brock added, "Pika Pika." Pikachu nodded in agreement. "That is a precursor to the hurricane's arrival. Earlier, I noticed unusual behavior in Pokemon within the forest." Ash reflected. "What should we do now that the hurricane is coming?" May asked, clinging to Max. "In any case, it's very dangerous here. We need to find a safe place to take shelter." Fujitsu instructed. "Understood," they replied in unison. "By the way, Shun, what brings you here?" Fujitsu queried. "Ah, how embarrassing." Shun blushed, unsure of how to respond. "Isn't it strange? You don't know anything?" "Isn't Shun, Before Brock could finish, Shun hurriedly covered his mouth and pulled him away. Subsequently, Ash and his friends followed Fujitsu as they ran towards Battle Town. After running for a while, the sky darkened, thunder rumbled, and a torrential downpour began. The hurricane arrived sooner than expected. "Ahead, there's a cave. Let us hurry there." Fujitsu decisively changed direction, guiding everyone to another location. "Oh, acorns!" Max exclaimed. Shun walked over, crouched down, and gently spoke to them. There, it's all right now. Come with us to the cave." Wow, who would have thought she had such a gentle side? May marveled. Thus, on the way to the cave, they encountered many Pokemon that had not managed to escape, causing Ash's group to grow larger. On the narrow path by the cliff, with a bottomless ravine below, May gasped, "How terrifying." "Do not fear. This is the only path that leads there," Fujitsu spoke solemnly. Ash stepped forward, taking May's hand and suggesting, "Let us hold hands and proceed side by side." May was startled when Ash took her hand, her face flushing red. She only reacted after processing Ash's words. Soon, Ash held May's hand along with Shun. While Shun shyly grasped Fujitsu's hand, May took Max's hand, and Max held Brock's hand. The falling rocks were dealt with by Fujitsu's Macamp and Ash's Pikachu, and they successfully dealt with the troublesome Team Rocket, arriving at the cave. Inside the cave, not only were Ash and his Pokemon present, but also many Pokemon that had taken refuge there, including Wingull and Snorlax. Fortunately, the cave was spacious, and everyone, along with numerous Pokemon, did not feel cramped inside. Brock had already begun making a fire to keep warm. Max gazed at the Pokemon surrounding them and remarked, "So, the Pokemon from the forest have come here to hide." "Yes, this is the best refuge in the vicinity. They understand this better than humans do," Fujitsu explained, adding, "I believe the hurricane will pass before dawn. We shall wait here until then." Everyone nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they discussed Fujitsu and Shun's situation, with Fujitsu stating that Shun was too focused on technique and lacked a sense of unity with Pokemon, which was why he had not taken her on as a disciple. With Team Rocket's antics, the cave became quite lively. The next day, as the hurricane passed and the rain cleared, Team Rocket revealed their true colors. inevitably being sent flying by Pikachu's Thunderbolt. The Pokemon battle between Ash and Dawn is about to commence, with each participant permitted to utilize but a single Pokemon. Unrestricted by time. Let the contest begin, declared Judge Fujitsu. Go, Musharna. It is a blue and white monkey possessing psychic and fighting attributes. Let us showcase our synergy. Ash exclaimed, Pikachu, Pika Pika. Musharna, use Aura Sphere. The Pokemon initiated with a skill prone to interruption, leaving Ash momentarily taken aback, his lips twitching as he understood Fujitsu's prior assessment. Pikachu. Left, commanded Ash, and Pikachu deftly sidestepped the Aura Sphere. Curse it, Flying Knee Strike. Ash lamented, noting that all of Musharna's moves were formidable fighting techniques, none of which were easily executed. Under Ash's guidance, Pikachu dodged left and right, evading Musharna's attacks with agility. Shaking his head, Ash instructed, Pikachu, employ Thunderbolt combined with Iron Tail to finish it. Pika. At this critical juncture, Dawn finally comprehended. Musharna, concentrate. To the right. Following her command, Musharna swiftly moved to the right, evading the impending assault. We dodged it. Ash's companion marveled. Fujitsu nodded approvingly. It appears Dawn has grasped the strategy. All right, Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt. Pika Pika. A brilliant yellow current surged forth, striking Musharna decisively, rendering it incapable of battle. Fujitsu announced, Musharna is unable to continue. Pikachu is victorious. Well done, Pikachu. Ash cheered, patting his Pokemon proudly. Subsequently, Dawn emerged as Fujitsu's top disciple, yet her ambitions seemed to extend beyond this accomplishment, with the remainder resting on her own endeavors. As Ash had already completed the gym challenge, the group had ample time, ensuring they did not miss their ship departure. They boarded the vessel, smoothly departing the bountiful fighting island and arriving at the port of Kanaz. Chapter 35, Shun. A rival appears. Upon reaching this picturesque city, their first destination was undoubtedly the Pokemon Center. Upon arrival, they found it bustling with numerous Pokemon coordinators, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Everyone seems so enthusiastic. Ash's friend, Makoto, remarked excitedly. That's because the date of the Pokemon Grand Festival is just 2 weeks away. Dawn added, her spirits high, knowing this would be her debut in such a prestigious event. Thus, these coordinators have arrived early for intensive training. Brock acknowledged. Hey, not only do they appear formidable, but Ash is also competing. Makoto quipped, your chances seem rather slim. Of course not, Dawn replied, though internally, she felt anxious, aware of the fierce competition, especially from Ash, whose previous performance had been nothing short of spectacular. Soon after, Ash and Dawn completed their registration for the Grand Festival at the Pokemon Center and proceeded to the beach for specialized training. As they stepped onto the sandy shore, Brock immediately reveled in the scenic beauty, exclaiming, this truly lives up to its reputation as Kanaz's renowned vacation coastline. Wow, there are beautiful ladies everywhere. However, their purpose was training, so they led Brock to a more secluded stretch of beach. Ash tossed 5 Pokeballs into the air. Come forth, everyone. Out emerged Noctowl, Kingler, Crawdaunt, Ralts, and Mudkip, as Ash had previously swapped out his Fire Mouse and Blue Alligator for Kingler and Crawdaunt before leaving Fighting Island. At Professor Oak's lab, the professor had shared some excellent news. Snorlax, Bulbasaur, Kingler, and Tauros had all made significant training advancements recently. Except for Noctowl, Ash granted the others a day off, while Pikachu took them to enjoy the beach. The group then turned to Dawn, encouraging her to showcase her performance. First, she rehearsed her opening act for the preliminary review. Dawn sprinted a distance away and twirled. Beautifly, take the stage. Upon its entrance, Beautifly vibrated its wings, releasing shimmering powder that sparkled in the sunlight. A splendid debut, Brock praised, and the others nodded in agreement. However, it seemed Dawn had spun a bit too vigorously, causing her to feel dizzy. After a brief respite, she resumed practice. All right, Beautifly, use Silver Wind. Beautifly flapped its wings rapidly, but after generating only a brief silver whirlwind, it quickly ceased its motion. Dawn, feeling disheartened, lamented. Why does it keep failing? The success rate is so low. Sister, attempting this at the Grand Festival seems quite ambitious, Makoto commented. Nevertheless, I believe Silver Wind would certainly captivate the audience, Ash encouraged. You're right. Beautifly, next up is this, Dawn declared, retrieving 3 pink discs and tossing them into the air toward Beautifly. Beautifly, use Whirlwind. Beautifly summoned a gust of wind that sent the discs spiraling back. Dawn elegantly caught 2 of them, but overlooked the fact that she only had 2 hands, resulting in the last disc soaring past her and into the distance. The group turned to see a boy with green hair leaning against a railing, of similar age to Ash and Dawn. Danger! Dawn exclaimed. Yet the boy effortlessly caught the disc with a raised hand. My apologies. Dawn hurried over to apologize. The boy toyed with the disc, mockingly saying, you don't intend to enter the Grand Festival with such mediocre skills, do you? That is hardly impressive. He tossed the disc at Dawn's feet, prompting her to seethe with indignation. Who are you to say that? My name is Shun, a Pokemon coordinator, he introduced himself. And so, are you attempting to flaunt your superiority as a senior? Don't underestimate Dawn. She will undoubtedly become your fierce rival. Ash interjected, defending Dawn. Both Ash and Dawn were touched, momentarily at a loss for words. Rival? Please, her? Don't compare me to her. She and her Pokemon lack any semblance of beauty. Shun scoffed, his disdain palpable. This incited Dawn's fury. You can insult me, but to belittle my Pokemon is unforgivable. Her anger, it seemed, only made her appear more disheveled. Unfazed, Shun continued to deride her. I watched your performance at the Kanaz conference, Ash. I look forward to facing you at the Grand Festival, Shun said to Ash, pointing toward a nearby upscale hotel. By the way, would you kindly vacate this area? It happens to be the private beach of my hotel. The group then understood why the beach was so deserted. Let us leave, Ash suggested, taking the lead, followed closely by Makoto and Brock. Dawn shot one last glare at Shun before departing. Where shall we practice next? Brock pondered, concerned that the beach was either private or overcrowded, making it unsuitable for training. Let us rent a private apartment. That will provide us with a suitable place to train, Ash proposed. But renting a private apartment is quite costly, Brock questioned, worrying about their budget if they stayed in an apartment for an extended period. No need to fret. I have a solution. Arriving at the rental office, Ash produced a premium moonstone he had exchanged from the system. The finest moonstones on the market were merely of high quality and deemed the best choice for most trainers, and given their rarity, the staff readily agreed to the transaction. On the private beach of the apartment, wow, this premium moonstone truly is extravagant, Ash, Dawn remarked, guilt-ridden for incurring such an expense. No worries, Dawn. Now, let us prepare for 2 weeks of intensive training, Ash declared, unveiling a Pokeball he had just retrieved. Let us go. Beautifly. Before long, a hunting butterfly, distinct from its ordinary counterparts, graced the venue with its presence. Its wings shimmered in a delicate shade of lavender, while its formerly ebony body had transformed into a resplendent golden hue. Hunting butterfly. Strength, peak ordinary. Wow. Ash, you also possess a hunting butterfly. And a shiny one at that, exclaimed the crowd in astonishment. It was at that moment that Ash revealed, this was captured alongside you initially as a secret weapon. However, allow my hunting butterfly to teach yours the silver wind. Little Haruka was deeply touched. She realized that Ash had even brought forth his secret weapon to assist her. Rest assured, Ash, I shall defeat that detestable foe. Time flew by. And with only 2 days left until the grand competition commenced, Haruka's hunting butterfly had mastered Silver Wind, while Ash tirelessly rotated his Pokemon, engaging in battles with trainers from Kana City, reaping abundant rewards. Not long ago, Ash had proposed to Professor Oak the desire for additional Pokemon slots. Professor Oak had responded that it was quite a hassle, requiring permission for unlocking. Fortunately, due to his numerous contributions in Kanto, Oak agreed to lift the restrictions on Pikachu's Pokeball. Ash felt immense gratitude towards Professor Oak. Without his assistance, he feared that the League would have turned a blind eye to him. Pikachu had broken through its bottleneck, reaching the early stage of a Quasi-King, while the hunting butterfly had advanced to the early elite stage. EV, the little elephant, the Krabby, and the Swallow had all progressed to the late elite stage, while Heracross and Corphish reached the mid-gym stage, and both Totodile and Torchic consumed rare candies, advancing to the initial gym stage. Ralts and Phoeba had also matured well. Their carefree childhoods had passed, now replaced by rigorous training, successfully advancing to the mid-ordinary stage. Furthermore, Ralts had learned Teleport, and Phoeba had acquired Rock Smash. Trico, unleash Seed Bomb, commanded Ash. Here we go. Trico executed its newly learned attack, launching a barrage of seeds that defeated a Mytena. Here we go. Trico was enveloped in a brilliant blue-white light of evolution, steadily enlarging until it transformed into a Pokemon with arms and 3 leaves, topped with a long leaf. A Trico. Excellent. Forest Lizard, cheered Ash. Pika Pika. Forest Lizard. Strength, late elite. Moves, Leaf Blade, Cross Chop, Energy Ball. Ash's team consisted of Pikachu, Noctowl, Forest Lizard, Krabby, Corphish, Ralts, and Phoeba. Chapter 36, The Regret of the Past. Choosing the initial Pokemon. Shortly after, Ash and his companions arrived at the Pokemon Center for a checkup on their Pokemon. Little Haruka had also made significant progress. With Ash's assistance, her Torchic had reached the peak of the ordinary stage, and her hunting butterfly had advanced to the early elite stage. After lunch, Haruka took her hunting butterfly for training, leaving Torchic by Ash's side. At that moment, Nurse Joy walked by and noticed the 2 Phoeba, while Torchic and Forest Lizard's eyes sparkled in delight. She approached and inquired, "Are these your Phoeba, Torchic, and Forest Lizard?" "Indeed, Nurse Joy," replied Masato eagerly. "Is that so? You have raised them splendidly," Nurse Joy exclaimed sincerely. Brock, somewhat smitten, stepped forward. "Indeed, this Phoeba belongs to me, and I prepared all its food myself." To receive praise from Nurse Joy is my honor. Masato playfully tugged at Brock's ear, dragging him away. Today, a new trainer will be arriving to select their initial Pokemon, and I need to prepare Torchic, Trico, and Feebas for a health check. It would be wonderful if they are all growing healthily, Nurse Joy explained. Not everyone receives Pokemon directly from the Pokemon professor. Many lack a Pokédex. And were it not for Ash and Haruka's previous knowledge, they would have been unable to recognize Pokemon. Let alone wild trainers who either carried images for comparison like Team Rocket's James or relied on memory, or simply charged ahead without knowing what they were dealing with. Nurse Joy was the one distributing initial Pokemon in Kana City. In truth, Ash felt a profound sense of regret due to oversleeping in his past life. He had not personally chosen his initial Pokemon, yet he had received Pikachu and formed an extraordinary bond. However, having traversed into this world, he had not truly selected his own initial Pokemon, leaving him with a lingering sense of regret, for life offers but a singular opportunity. After completing the health check, Nurse Joy smiled and announced, all 3 Pokemon are in excellent health. Now let us release them from their Pokeballs for some exercise. Nurse Joy turned to the eager Masato and said, Masato, you go ahead. Thank you so much, Nurse Joy, Masato exclaimed, taking the Pokeballs and opening them in order. Come forth, Torchic, Trico, Feebas. The 3 Pokemon exhibited stark differences. Torchic brimmed with battle spirit. Trico was a shy little girl, while Feebas, with its tearful demeanor, might have been mistaken for a crying lizard. Just then, Haruka called in from her training. Nurse Joy? It's terrible. I found a Wylord washed ashore by the sea. It appears to be quite weak. As Nurse Joy, accustomed to the coastal city, prepared to respond, she entrusted Ash and the others. Ash, while I'm away, please keep an eye on them. I'm counting on you. As a devoted fan of Nurse Joy, Brock immediately declared his intention to accompany her. Shortly thereafter, Brock left with Nurse Joy, leaving Ash and Masato behind. Masato, brimming with excitement, looked at the 3 starter Pokemon and exclaimed, this is fantastic. I never imagined I could care for Pokemon like a trainer. In truth, with these 3 starters under the guidance of their predecessors, they should be just fine, especially with Pikachu, a seasoned Pokemon, around to help. Trico and Feebas got along splendidly, particularly Ash's Feebas, who was playing joyfully with the novice Feebas. However, an incident occurred with Torchic, had it not been for Haruka's Torchic, which had been training alongside Ash and had already reached a high level, it would have fled long ago. The novice Torchic, on the other hand, grew increasingly emboldened, breaking through to the mid-ordinary stage and even attempting to force evolution. No, by the time Ash arrived, Torchic was already on the verge of evolution, but forcing it would deplete its potential, leaving it uncertain how long it would take to recover. Ash knew all too well from his experiences with older Pokemon. He interrupted its evolution, scooping it up. Little one, you certainly are determined. Pika Pika. Pikachu also fixed its gaze on Torchic, realizing that a moment's inattention had led to such a commotion. Here we go. Haruka's Torchic seemed rather flabbergasted, seeing this junior attempting to force evolution to surpass it. Here we go. The novice Torchic began to pout, tears brimming in its eyes. It must be said that this Torchic was quite clever in its display of vulnerability. It was undeniably endearing. With a thud, Ash playfully punched its head. If Pikachu could charm its way through, it would be of no use against Ash. After Ash's guidance, Torchic settled down significantly, now snuggling against Ash's leg with an endearing expression. Soon, Nurse Joy returned, having treated Wylord, and sent it back into the sea, rejoining Brock and Haruka. Upon their arrival at the Pokemon Center, the new trainer also appeared. Ash quietly approached and explained the recent level up of Torchic. However, the young girl had already begun her selection, and Nurse Joy gently encouraged her. Little sister, come choose a Pokemon you like. Just be aware that Torchic is quite energetic, and Trico is a bit shy. Let me tell you about their personalities. The young girl did not perceive the underlying implications. How wonderful. Which one should I choose? Accompanying her was her father, who smiled warmly, saying, take your time to decide. I've made up my mind. The young girl pondered for a moment, then resolved. I shall choose the weeping waterleap fish. The girl's selection of the tearful waterleap fish seemed to conclude the matter, yet suddenly, the wood gecko was infected by the weeping fish's sorrow, appearing quite pitiful. As the onlookers were about to console it, I declared, I choose the wood gecko. At that moment, the girl's father spoke up. Alas. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Miss Joy, surely there is no age limit for Pokemon trainers? Inquired the gentleman. Indeed. Miss Joy nodded in agreement. After all, the gentleman had once been eligible to become a Pokemon trainer, albeit decades ago. Thus, both father and daughter simultaneously became Pokemon trainers. Such is the wondrous nature of fate. Only the combative fire chick remained, yet it seemed quite affectionate towards Ash. Ash looked at the fire chick and asked Miss Joy, Miss Joy, might this fire chick be an option? Before he could finish, she replied, absolutely, and this fire chick is quite spirited. having surpassed the novice Pokemon standard. I still have the authority to decide. Consider it a gift for your assistance. Miss Joy smiled, already aware of Ash's intentions and recognizing the determination of the fire chick. She honored its choice. Thank you, Miss Joy. Ash expressed his gratitude. He crouched down and said to the fire chick, would you like to travel with me and grow stronger together? Hummel. The fire chick looked into Ash's eyes, its resolve evident as it nodded affirmatively. Very well. You shall be the one, fire chick. Fantastic. Ash. The crowd cheered. Pika Pika. Pikachu welcomed the new companion. Thus, Ash obtained his first Pokemon since his arrival in this world, fulfilling a long-held aspiration. Fire chick. Gender, male. Type, fire. Ability, speed boost. Increases speed by 1 stage each turn. Strength, mid-level. Moves, peck, ember, growl, quick attack, double edge. Terrestrial type, fire. Chapter 37, the Canon Conference. Ash successfully gathered the Hoenn starters, returning the forest lizard to adapt to its new form. 2 days later, the Pokemon Showcase Canon Conference officially commenced. Unfortunately, Musashi missed the registration and was unable to participate. At the venue, the announcer, a young lady with curly hair, addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. The Canon Conference, featuring the unique charm of the Hoenn region's Pokemon Showcase, is about to begin. Applause erupted from the audience. Following the established protocol, Mr. Kanken-Suiten, Mr. Sumizuka, and Miss Joy were introduced. After explaining the rules of the showcase, she introduced herself. This time, I, Vivian, will serve as your host. Please be kind to me. The cheers intensified. In the waiting area, the anxious Shoya trembled on a bench. Shoya, Shoya, Ash called several times, but received no response. Ash approached and gently tapped Shoya's shoulder. Huh, what is it, Ash? Shoya finally reacted. Calm down. You have the hunting butterfly with you. You are not alone in this battle. Believe in yourself. Ash encouraged. At that moment, the hunting butterfly perched atop Shoya's head, and Shoya felt its presence. If the trainer is too nervous, the Pokemon will also become anxious, so try not to be too tense. Shoya, Haven Tea, you practiced tirelessly for this day? Stay composed, and everything will go smoothly. Don't let your efforts go to waste. Ash gazed at Shoya. Shoya met Ash's eyes with determination, finally nodding. Right? I've got this. As Shoya watched Ash depart, she silently thanked him. Thank you, Ash. Now, the first assessment will focus on charm and performance, where coordinators will showcase the beauty of the moves they have diligently practiced with their Pokemon. With Vivian's announcement, the showcase officially commenced. Contestants began to take the stage in turn. Next up was contestant number 24, Shojin. Upon his entrance, he sent forth a poison rose, which gracefully released a flurry of pink petals that danced across the stage, enveloping the audience in a floral spectacle. He then combined paralysis powder with magical leaf, causing the leaves to shimmer, captivating all onlookers. In a dazzling finale, he concealed himself with petal dance and shattered the petals with magical leaf, revealing the poison rose in a glorious display. Shojin's performance garnered high praise from the judges, ultimately earning a score of 294, the highest thus far. In the waiting area, Shojin and Shoya exchanged sharp jibes, which alleviated Shoya's tension. The next contestant, number 34, was Ash. Go, Ash. Pika Pika. As Ash took the stage, he declared, you shall be the one, Noctowl. The Noctowl swooped gracefully, landing on Ash's arm. Wow, what a stunning Noctowl. Its golden plumage alone was a significant advantage. Let us go, Noctowl, Feather Dance and Psychic. Noctowl released a flurry of feathers, twirling under the influence of Psychic, forming enormous wings. The audience gasped at the sight of the majestic Noctowl. Now let us conclude, Hurricane and Air Slash. Countless feathers began to swirl around Noctowl, which unleashed blue gusts, dispersing the feathers and revealing the magnificent Noctowl at the center. Wow, Ash is amazing. Shoya applauded in awe from the waiting room. Shojin watched Ash's performance with a serious expression. Receiving high praise from the judges, Ash scored 298, surpassing Shojin's earlier score. The next contestant, number 38, was Robert. A handsome blonde entered, showcasing a Milotic that radiated a green aura under the use of Mystic Guard, its inherent beauty captivating everyone's attention. Indeed, Milotic had a natural advantage, leaving Ash envious. Ultimately, Robert also scored 298, tying with Ash for first place. Now, we welcome the final contestant, Shoya. Shoya, believe in yourself. Ash encouraged. Shoya mustered her courage and stepped onto the stage. After all, as a 10-year-old girl, being under the spotlight was daunting. Not everyone possessed Ash's social confidence. Sensing Shoya's nervousness, Vivian announced, this is Shoya's first time participating in the Pokemon Showcase. Alright, let us allow her to present her Pokemon in a magnificent performance. Go, Shoya. Don't be afraid. Pika Pika. Chamo. Inspired by Ash's words, Shoya gathered her composure and tossed her Pokeball, commanding, Hunting Butterfly, come forth. Oh, the hunting butterfly vibrantly spread its magnificent wings, releasing a cascade of glittering powder that illuminated its already stunning wings, exuding natural charm. Just its entrance dazzled the audience. Next, Shoya retrieved a pink frisbee from her bag and threw it towards the hunting butterfly, shouting, "Use string shot." Oh, the hunting butterfly gracefully flapped its splendid wings, sending forth white threads that struck the frisbee, returning it to Shoya. They engaged in a rhythmic exchange, developing a seamless synergy that allowed Shoya to find her groove. In a climactic moment, Shoya hurled the frisbee one last time, exclaiming, "Use hurricane." The hunting butterfly rapidly flapped its ornate wings, summoning a fierce whirlwind that spun the frisbee in the air before swiftly returning it. Xiaoyao sprinted swiftly before leaping from the ground to catch the flying disc, executing a perfect landing. The performance was drawing to a close, culminating in a splendid finale as she pursued the hunting butterfly, finishing with a dazzling silver whirlwind. Upon hearing Xiaoyao's words, the hunting butterfly flapped its magnificent wings, unleashing a silver whirlwind, twirling within it, creating a dance of silvery gales. Although the middle segment of the performance was relatively commonplace, both the beginning and the conclusion shone brightly, and with no mistakes made, Xiaoyao ultimately scored 279 points. Without a doubt, she had secured her place. Unlike in the original story, where Xiaoyao relied on the protagonist's halo and the beginner's protection period to advance in the first round, the current Xiaoyao, with the support of Xiaoji, displayed considerable strength. A truly commendable performance. The second round should be a breeze, Xiaoji remarked to Xiaoyao as she prepared for her next performance. Really? That's wonderful, Xiaoyao exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, Xiaoshun placed a red rose before Xiaoyao, saying, "You performed splendidly. I underestimated you. Is this for me?" "Thank you," Xiaoyao replied as she accepted the rose. "It's not for you. It's for the hunting butterfly. As for you, the coordinator, I believe you still have much to learn," Xiaoshun said disdainfully as he regarded Xiaoyao. "You scoundrel." Just as the two were exchanging barbs, the second round's review list was released. As expected, Xiaoji, Xiaoyao, Xiaoshun, and Robert were all on the list, successfully advancing. "Hooray, we've made it," Xiaoyao cheered. Chapter 38, The Ribbon Medal is in hand. The 8 advancing coordinators were randomly assigned to compete in the gorgeous tournament. Unfortunately, Xiaoyao was matched against Xiaoshun in the first round, while Xiaoji faced a random opponent. Although Xiaoyao had improved significantly compared to the original, she still seemed too inexperienced in comparison to Xiaoshun. Thus, I preemptively wish Xiaoyao a swift exit from the competition. Ignoring Xiaoyao's fiery determination, Xiaoshun said to Xiaoji, "Well then, we'll meet in the finals." Hearing this, Xiaoyao's anger flared as she retorted, "Don't get ahead of yourself. The winner will undoubtedly be me. I will be the one to battle Xiaoji." Xiaoji looked at the two with a bemused expression, thinking how unfortunate it was for them both, as he noted that in the finals, Xiaoyao's group would likely see Robert emerge victorious. The first match of the grand 5-minute showdown was indeed Xiaoyao versus Xiaoshun. The two sent forth their Pokémon, the hunting butterfly and the poison ivy. Although the poison ivy was at a disadvantage against the hunting butterfly, its elite-level strength and Xiaoshun's experience made Xiaoyao's chances of victory slim. As the match commenced, due to her unfamiliarity with the moves, Xiaoyao was caught off guard by Xiaoshuan's magical leaf, causing her score to plummet. The glimmering paralysis powder further diminished her points. Flustered, Xiaoyao unleashed her ultimate move, the silver whirlwind, only to have it dispersed by the petal dance. Ultimately, a radiant 7-colored solar flare struck down the hunting butterfly, wiping out Xiaoyao's score, and Xiaoshun triumphed. Returning to the waiting room, Xiaoyao hung her head in despair, tears brimming in her eyes. Upon entering the waiting room, Xiaojiang and Xiaoshang noticed Xiaoyao's distress, with Xiaoshang uncertain of what to say. Despite their frequent bickering, concern for one another lingered. "I can't accept this. The hunting butterfly worked so hard." Sob tears streamed down Xiaoyao's face. Xiaoji approached and patted her head, saying, "It's only natural to feel discontent. Life is not always smooth sailing. The presence of rivals serves to challenge us and elevate our skills. Transform that discontent into effort, and you'll win next time." Xiaoyao wiped her tears, looking at him with determination. "I understand now. Next time, I will definitely defeat that guy." The 5-minute matches progressed swiftly, and soon the finals arrived. As predicted, Xiaoshun was eliminated by Robert, marking his exit from the competition. The finals were set for Xiaoji versus Robert. "It's you, Noctowl. Go, Milotic." The two Pokémon dazzled the audience. One, a shimmering and beautifully colored Noctowl. The other, a Milotic with magical scales, making a stunning entrance. Milotic. Initial gym level. Is Milotic on par with Noctowl? Xiaoji pondered. Milotic. Use Hurricane. Robert commanded with elegant composure. Milotic fanned its exquisite tail, creating a tornado that surged toward Noctowl. Noctowl, use Moonblast. Noctowl unleashed a pink Moonblast, swiftly shattering the Dragon-type Hurricane, causing the moonblast to shine even brighter as it struck Milotic. Robert's score plummeted dramatically. Noctowl, use hypnosis. As Noctowl's eyes turned blue, it locked gazes with Milotic. Oh no, don't look at Milotic. Even the typically composed Robert began to panic. Sure enough, the next moment, Dream Eater. Ugh, Milotic cried out, collapsing onto the ground. The score dropped significantly. Milotic, quickly use Aqua Ring. Milotic, enveloped in a beautiful flow of water, saw Xiaoji's score begin to decline. I won't give you the chance. Use Hurricane. Noctowl flapped its wings, conjuring a massive storm that engulfed Milotic. Bang! Milotic was rendered unable to battle. All three judges marked their scores with a cross, leaving Robert with a score of 0. The champion of this grand contest, the Canon Conference, is Xiaoji. Thank you, Xiaoji, for the spectacular performance, announced Vivian. Applause erupted from the audience. Congratulations, Xiaoji. You're incredible. Robert, recalling Milotic, approached to congratulate him with a handshake. Thank you. Xiaoji replied as they shook hands. Hooray, Xiaoji has won. Pikachu. Xiaoyao and her companions erupted into cheers. Now, the victorious Xiaoji and Noctowl were set to receive the ribbon medal. Konkenstan presented Xiaoji with the Kana ribbon medal. Thank you. Xiaoji accepted it. Ding obtained Kana ribbon medal. Reward, 1,000 points. The Pokemon Gorgeous Contest Kana Conference has concluded. Until next time. With Vivian's announcement, this grand contest officially came to a close. After the event, Xiaoyao and the others gathered around. Xiaoji, you're amazing. You've participated twice and earned a ribbon medal each time. Xiaoyao said enviously. As long as you persevere, you can too. Keep up the effort. Xiaoji encouraged. Xiaoyao felt a surge of determination. Yes, I will work hard. First, I will defeat that Xiaoshun. And then I will become a top-notch coordinator in both battle and elegance. After the grand contest, Xiaoji and his companions decided to stay an extra day, as they had been training so hard that they hadn't explored this grand city yet. Xiaoji transferred Noctowl back and brought out Swablu. Preparing for the upcoming battle at the Amethyst Gym, which was an electric-type gym with a 3-on-3 battle rule. Thus, Xiaoji planned to send out Swablu, Corphish, and Pikachu. Xiaoji's team: Pikachu, Swablu, Corphish, Bagon, Phoeba, Ralts, Torchic. Xiaoji and Xiaoxiang were strolling down the street when Ralts, feeling too cramped in its pokeball, jumped out. Pikachu looked at the little creature with a resigned expression. Meanwhile, Xiaojing and Xiaoyao had gone off, one for a major shopping spree and the other for culinary delights. Xiaoji intended to take Xiaoxiang to the Sea Museum, the most worth visiting spot in Kana City. However, upon arriving at the Sea Museum, they found a sign on the door that read closed. How can this be? Why is it closed? Xiaoxiang lamented. There's nothing we can do. The travel guide didn't indicate today was a holiday. Perhaps something came up. Xiaoji reassured Xiaoxiang, but Xiaoxiang was adamant, insisting that since they were leaving the next day, if they missed it today, who knew when they would have the chance again? If Xiaoji hadn't stopped him, Xiaoxiang would have attempted to climb over the wall. At that moment, a boy wearing a straw hat ran over and shouted at them, "Hey, what are you doing here?" To this, Xiaoxiang grew anxious, thinking they were about to be misunderstood. Indeed, the boy pointed at them and exclaimed, "I see now, you are here to steal the exhibits from the Ocean Museum, aren't you?" No, that is not it. I'm just," Xiaoxiang stammered, becoming increasingly flustered, especially considering he had previously entertained the notion of scaling walls. Xiaoji quickly interjected, "We came to visit the Ocean Museum, but we were taken aback by its sudden closure today." Pikachu. I don't believe you. Chapter 39, The Ocean Museum, Battle with Team Magma. I don't believe you. The boy, with a determined expression, sent out his Celio. Celio? Aim at those two thieves and use water gun on them. Celio clapped its flippers in place. Xiaoji and Xiaoxiang exchanged glances, their mouths twitching. The boy awkwardly corrected Celio. Not like that. You need to use water gun. This time, Celio understood and unleashed a powerful jet of water towards the boy, inadvertently giving him a splash bath. Afterward, Celio resumed its clapping. The boy shook his hair in exasperation. Forget it. Let us use Heavy Slam next. Celio jumped up to crash down on Xiaoji and Xiaoxiang, who swiftly dodged, causing Celio to collide with the wall behind them and rebound back into the boy's arms, beginning to act spoiled. The boy was on the verge of tears from frustration. I think their teamwork is quite abysmal, Xiaoxiang remarked with exasperation. That child must have just recently become a trainer. Xiaoji defended. Pikachu nodded in agreement. In that case, Celio, use Blizzard to attack them. The boy was still lost in his heroic fantasies, directly calling for an ice-type move. Ralts, use Teleport, and then Psychic to hold them. Ralts. Celio unleashed a chilling blizzard, while Xiaoji and Xiaoxiang quickly teleported behind it to evade the attack and used Psychic to restrain the boy and Celio. How could this happen? Help! You wicked villains! The boy cried out. Stop! At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit emerged from the museum. Xiaoji had already set them down. Director Kusunoki. The boy exclaimed with delight. These people are thieves. Please bring Miss Junsha. Xiaoji and Xiaosheng hurriedly explained to prevent further misunderstandings, which finally cleared the air. Oh, is that so? If that is the case, you should have said so sooner. Hello, I am Yosuke. Yosuke introduced himself. We already mentioned it. You didn't believe us and sent Celio to attack us. Xiaosheng retorted. It seems so. Yosuke finally understood and quickly apologized. It appears your misunderstanding has been resolved. I am Kusunoki, the director of this ocean museum. Director Kusunoki introduced. I am Ash from Pallet Town. And this is Pikachu and Ralts. Nice to meet you. Pikachu, Ralts. Hello, I am Xiaosheng. Today, due to unforeseen circumstances, we had to close the museum temporarily. However, since you are here, I shall invite you inside for a visit, Director Kusunoki offered. That is fantastic. Xiaosheng jumped for joy. We have the place to ourselves today. Director Kusunoki guided Xiaoji and the others through the museum. By the way, I specialize in marine Pokemon studies and am also publicly presenting my research results here. Director Kusunoki elaborated. Xiaoji noticed numerous models of water-type Pokemon on display, including one of Wylord. If we use models, people can gain a better understanding of Pokemon ecology. Director Kusunoki explained. I see. Xiaosheng exclaimed, as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. I love goldfish. And one day I will capture it and evolve it into Gyarados. Yosuke proclaimed proudly. Goldfish evolves into Gyarados? Both Xiaoji and Xiaosheng were taken aback. That is not right. Gyarados evolves from Magikarp. Do you know anything about Pokemon? Xiaosheng questioned in confusion. Humph, such trifling details will be learned naturally at sea. Another underachiever. Yosuke replied dismissively. Subsequently, Yosuke showed Xiaoji and Xiaosheng a model of a submarine, claiming it was being constructed at the director's shipyard. Indeed, every underachiever has their own reasons for not studying, Xiaoji mused. By the way, Director Kusunoki, why did you close the museum today? Xiaoji inquired, puzzled. The director pondered for a moment before leading Xiaoji and Xiaosheng to his study, where he picked up a box resting on the table. It's because of this. It's important data that arrived last night. I decided to temporarily close the museum to study it thoroughly. As he spoke, Director Kusunoki opened the box, revealing a black stone inside. This looks like a charred rock, Xiaoji remarked, furrowing his brow. You are correct, although the era is still unclear. This object has likely been subjected to high temperatures deep beneath the ocean, Xiaosheng wondered aloud. Could that really be the case? There are certainly many possible explanations. Perhaps this was not formed naturally, but rather through the influence of a certain Pokemon's power, Director Kusunoki speculated. Could it be Groudon and Kyogre? I fear Team Magma might be coming, Xiaoji thought to himself. Just then, a voice rang out from outside. Would you like to try the famous shaved ice from Kanezumi? It's delicious. Shaved ice. The two boys were instantly captivated by the mention of the treat. How about this? Let us take a break and enjoy some shaved ice. Director Kusunoki suggested. I will forego the shaved ice. I need to prepare for the formal research on this stone. Soon after, Xiaoji, Xiaosheng, and Yosuke arrived at the shaved ice stand. Welcome. Enjoy our delicious and refreshing shaved ice. Utilizing his aura abilities, Xiaoji discerned that it was indeed the Team Rocket trio. Remembering Team Magma, he wished to avoid entanglement. Xiaoji stepped forward and whispered, Team Rocket. You have two choices. Either be sent flying by me or behave, and we will pay for our order. Upon hearing they were from Team Rocket, Pikachu's cheeks sparkled with electricity. The trio, initially taken aback by being recognized, quickly chose to comply, obediently preparing shaved ice for Xiaoji. While they were enjoying their shaved ice, the museum was suddenly attacked by Team Magma. Just as Xiaoji had suspected, the stone was likely connected to Groudon, and this time, the leader of the Team Magma group, who Xiaoji had encountered before, was leading the charge. Despite Director Kusunoki's efforts to thwart them, Team Magma seized the opportunity to escape with the stone, using Maitaina to create a smokescreen. As Team Magma attempted to flee through the museum's entrance, they ran into Xiaoji and his friends who had just finished their shaved ice. Xiaoji glared at their red uniforms. Team Magma. And that stone, don't think you can escape. Hand over the stone. Xiaoji blocked Team Magma's path. Humph. Seeking death. Maitaina. Use tackle. The leader, Kaoru, growled angrily at Xiaoji's interference. Maitaina. Strength, mid-advanced. Pikachu, Iron Tail. Pikachu transformed its tail into steel and sent Maitaina flying. Damn it. Everyone attack. Take him down. Kaoru commanded, not wishing to waste any more time. Two more Maitaina appeared. Xiaoji released Corphish and Lobster, launching Spike Cannon and Bubble Beam to harass Team Magma. Then Xiaoji activated his Z-Ring. Pikachu finished them off in one go. Xiaoji placed the electric Z-Crystal into the Z-Ring. Xiaoji and Pikachu synchronized their movements, unleashing Thunderbolt. Pika. A massive surge of electricity erupted from Pikachu's tiny paws, sending all three Maitaina crashing into Kaoru, causing the stone to drop. Kaoru, unable to retrieve the stone in time, recalled my Tena, and fled the scene, threatening, "Kid, I'll remember you. Dare to stand in the way of Team Magma, and you'll regret it." Xiaoji shook his head and did not pursue, instead picking up the stone. Indeed, the sound of a helicopter echoed from afar, and chasing after it would spell disaster. At that moment, Director Kusunoki hurried over, and Ash returned the stone to him. Gratefully, Director Kusunoki accepted the stone, exclaiming, "I cannot thank you enough, Ash." The director then personally guided Ash and his companions through the remaining exhibits. As they prepared to part ways, he said, "Ash, as a Pokémon trainer, you surely understand the significance of this item. It is one of my early collectibles, and I wish to gift it to you." The director handed Ash a Mega Stone. "Is this the stone for Mega Evolution?" shouted Max in astonishment. "Indeed. This is the Mega Evolution Stone for Swampert. I hope you can become a formidable trainer," the director replied. "But it is far too precious," Ash protested. "Accept it. The fact that Team Magma desires this stone indicates its extraordinary value. Had it not been for you, it would have already been seized by them. In comparison, this is truly nothing." Persuaded by the director's words, Ash accepted the Mega Evolution Stone for Swampert. Soon after, Ash, Max, and the director bid farewell and regrouped with Brock and May. Chapter 40. The Kidnapping Incident in the Forest, the Arrival of the Pink Demon. After departing from Kana City, Ash and his companions set their sights on Purple Iris City and ventured into a vast forest, indulging in a refreshing forest bath. After walking for the entire morning, they decided to find a place to rest. Max checked the navigator and discovered a Pokémon Center nearby, prompting the group to quicken their pace towards it. As they approached the Pokémon Center, they spotted a towering ancient tree amidst the forest. From a distance, its immense canopy resembled a gigantic sunshade. Ash marveled. "I never expected to find such a millennial tree in this place. It must harbor numerous powerful grass-type Pokémon." This reminded Ash of the colossal tree in the forest of Trico, where he had encountered the child who chose to remain behind. The group decided to first rest at the Pokémon Center before embarking on an adventure to explore the giant tree. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, Brock exclaimed, "Ah, the beautiful Nurse Joy, I have arrived," and dashed inside, with Max hurriedly following suit. However, upon entering, Brock froze in place, and Max, surveying the surroundings, inquired, "Hey, Nurse Joy is not here." It's unheard of for her not to be present at the Pokémon Center, considering she works every day of the year without fail. Ash and May also entered, speculating, could she have gone to assist wild Pokémon? After all, there appears to be no one here at the center. Suddenly, Pikachu seemed to catch a whiff of something and dashed towards the second floor. "Let us go." Pikachu seems to have discovered something. Ash called out to his companions to follow him. Upon reaching the second floor, the anxious Brock rushed into the room pointed out by Pikachu, only to fall silent thereafter. Brock, what's wrong?" Ash shouted, and upon closer inspection, he discovered the room was filled with a blue powder, sleep powder. "Be careful, there's sleep powder inside." Ash held his breath and dragged Brock out, waking him up on the first floor. "What happened to me?" Brock mumbled groggily, still feeling disoriented. "It was sleep powder." Ash frowned. This time, Ash had their Butterfree use Hurricane to clear the sleep powder before they re-entered the room. "Look at this report. It's an investigation of the surrounding Pokémon, signed by Joy, and it's still unfinished." May exclaimed as she perused the computer. Max also made a discovery. Pointing towards a corner, "Look there. There's a surveillance camera." With the presence of surveillance, matters became simpler. The group hurried to the monitoring room, where they saw a cunning Sneasel had knocked out Nurse Joy with sleep powder and was carrying her away, fulfilling the fantasies of countless otaku. If not for the fact that one was a Pokémon and the other a human, one might easily think it was a scheme to abduct Nurse Joy to become a captive bride. Ugh, Brock could no longer contain himself after witnessing this, declaring, "I was going to take action first, but this Sneasel beat me to it. I swear I will rescue Nurse Joy and perform a heroic act to win her heart. If it's the Sneasel, it's highly likely it's up in that giant tree." Ash speculated. "All right, let us go. Nurse Joy, don't worry. I'm coming." Brock charged out. "Wait for us." Ash and the others called out helplessly as they trailed behind. "Come forth, Ralts. Use teleport." Soon, Ash and his friends found themselves beneath the giant tree. "Ralts has reached its limit. Thank you, Ralts. You can rest now," Ash said as he recalled Ralts. Shortly thereafter, Ash was surrounded by numerous grass-type Pokémon, which began to emit sleep powder towards him and his companions. They had no choice but to have Butterfree use Hurricane alongside Kingler's Bubble Beam to disperse the sleep powder. At that moment, the kidnapped Nurse Joy regained consciousness beneath the canopy of the giant tree, and the first thing she saw was the menacing Sneasel that had abducted her. "What do you want with me?" Nurse Joy asked softly, showing no fear. Surrounding her were many grass-type Pokémon like Oddish and Acorns. "Nurse Joy, are you alright?" Ash and the others arrived just in time. Upon noticing the unusual behavior of the grass-type Pokémon, they patiently communicated with them and learned that one of their companions required medical attention. "Thank you for coming to rescue me." Nurse Joy smiled gratefully. Not at all. It's the least I could do. Brock rushed forward but was held back by Max, who, after hearing Ash's explanation, understood the situation. Hurry, Sneasel insisted, leading Ash and his friends deep into a cave, where an injured Nosepass lay in the center. Nurse Joy immediately approached to examine it, frowning. It's too weak. If this continues, Nosepass will be in danger. I need a first aid kit. Given the long distance and pressing time, Brock, eager to impress Nurse Joy, hopped onto Sneasel's back, experiencing a roller coaster ride, and successfully retrieved the first aid kit to save Nosepass. Once Nosepass regained consciousness, Ash and his friends bid farewell to Sneasel and returned to the Pokemon Center. After a night of rest, they set off once more towards Purple Iris City. After traversing rugged mountain paths and navigating through fog, Ash and his companions encountered the siblings who guarded the lighthouse, Nana and Hikari, along with the electric-type Pokemon Electrike and Manectric. In the village, the townsfolk mistook Ash for the legendary hero, leading to a confrontation with the troublesome Team Rocket, where they reclaimed the artifact, the Light Stone. Subsequently, as Ash and his friends continued towards Purple Iris City, they arrived in a town where they met the spirited Mika, who was accompanied by her Swablu. They decided to participate in the upcoming Trick House competition. The victor would receive a year's supply of energy cubes. With victory in mind, Ash and his friends pushed forward through various challenges, including mazes, narrow bridges, and pit traps, even encountering a Jigglypuff with a microphone crossing the ocean. Ultimately, Ash and his friends missed out on first place. As they prepared to bid farewell to Mika, Jigglypuff reappeared. Just as it was about to sing, Ash interjected. Wait a moment, Jigglypuff. You love singing and performing, don't you? Would you like to join me for a grand festival? Ash made this proposal because he had previously discovered that Jigglypuff's singing could be countered by his aura, albeit at a significant energy cost, which is why he had not used it before. Upon seeing Jigglypuff again, Ash was struck by the idea of capturing it, realizing that its singing prowess was unmatched, even putting the formidable Alolan Marshadao to sleep. With this thought, Ash could not help but voice his intentions. The others gasped in surprise, questioning whether the pink demon, Jigglypuff, could truly take to the stage. Jigglypuff shook its microphone, indicating that it would follow Ash if he listened to its song first. Upon witnessing Jigglypuff's intention to sing, everyone except Ash began to withdraw, but alas, it was too late. Bop bop, bop bop, bop bop. After a single performance, Ash, utilizing his aura abilities, managed to hold out, while even the soundproofed Clefairy succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep. Ecstatic that Ash had finished, Jigglypuff joyfully embraced him, willingly allowing herself to be captured. Jigglypuff. Gender: female. Type: normal, fairy. Ability: cute charm, 30 chance of infatuating opposing Pokemon upon contact. Strength: mid-gym level. Moves: sing, perish song. Charm: drain kiss. Terrestrial type: fairy. Yay, I've captured Jigglypuff. Unfortunately, the others nearby, who had been rendered unconscious by Jigglypuff's lullaby, left Ash concerned that the Pokemon at Professor Oak's lab might be oversleeping, prompting him to teleport his Feebah back. Ash roused May and the others, bid farewell to Misty, and continued his journey towards Violet City. Chapter 41, Showdown with Iron Spin, the Electric Badge. What? No way. Ash, you actually captured Jigglypuff. Brock exclaimed, his fear of the pink menace well known, especially since he had once helped Jigglypuff regain her voice, leading to numerous devastating defeats in Kanto. May curiously inquired Ash, how did you resist Jigglypuff's hypnosis? Ash explained his awakening of the aura power, astonishing everyone at the revelation of his newfound abilities. Ash reassured them, expressing his trust, and they agreed to keep his secret safe. With Violet City as their destination, Ash and his companions successfully arrived. After taking their Pokemon to the Pokemon Center for a checkup, they marched towards the Violet Gym with great enthusiasm. It had been a while since Ash had battled in a gym, and he was filled with excitement. Upon reaching the gym's entrance, Ash gently pushed the large door, only for it to collapse with a resounding crash. His lips twitched at the unexpected amusement. This free roller coaster ride was worth every moment. Just as they stood at the entrance, mechanisms activated, hands emerged from both sides, and suddenly, they were on a thrilling roller coaster ride. After disembarking, that was so much fun. I didn't expect a free roller coaster while challenging a gym, exclaimed Max excitedly. May, still shaken, vowed never to ride a roller coaster again. What a uniquely unconventional welcome, Brock remarked, trying to calm his nerves. But it's not over yet. Ash looked ahead. What? They beheld a grand gate opening to reveal a majestic Pokemon resembling a giant tiger standing before them. Raikou. Max gasped. That's a legendary Pokemon. That's a fake. Merely a mechanical Raikou, Ash clarified, though he admired its exquisite craftsmanship, almost indistinguishable from the real thing. Oh no, a fake. The others realized Ash's awakened aura allowed him to discern the truth, and it was indeed peculiar for an electric-type gym to feature Raikou. The mechanical Raikou unleashed a surge of electricity, and Ash quickly commanded, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt to counter. Pikachu. The yellow electricity dispersed the mechanical Raikou's attack, causing a spectacular explosion. At that moment, a side door swung open, and a jubilant old man with a white beard emerged, accompanied by a bespectacled young man. Welcome to the Violet Gym. I'm glad to see my Raikou robot number 2 has been so easily dispatched. Don't worry, you 1T need to compensate, the elder announced. So this truly is the Violet Gym. May interrupted her thoughts, mentally reiterating, not an amusement park. Indeed, I am the gym leader, Iron Spin. And this is my assistant, Walter. Iron Spin introduced himself. Wonderful. It has been quite some time since we've had such a lively challenger, he exclaimed, his laughter echoing. A cheerful child is reminiscent of a thunderbolt. Ha! Iron Spin then led Ash and the others to the battlefield. Now, the gym challenge at Violet Gym is about to commence. Each trainer may use 3 Pokémon, and the match concludes when one side's Pokémon can no longer battle. Walter, acting as the referee, declared, I will battle with Electrode, Magnemite, and Magnezone, as I have had a long-standing bond with them, Iron Spin confidently stated, revealing his Pokémon. Ash, undeterred, countered, then I shall use Donphan, Cacturne, and Pikachu. I have faith in my companions. Iron Spin burst into laughter. Haha, I admire your spirit, Ash. Then, let us begin. Go, Magnemite. Ash nodded. Alright, Donphan, it's your turn. Magnemite. Elite mid-level. Magnemite, use Swift. Iron Spin commanded without holding back, initiating the attack. Donphan, use Rollout. The collision of ground and stars erupted in a loud boom. Magnemite, unleash Flash Cannon. A beam of purple light shot towards Donphan. Donphan burrowed underground to evade, then unleashed Earth Power. With a powerful strike from below, Donphan's attack quadrupled in effectiveness, yet Magnemite surprisingly endured. Its sturdy ability activated. Ash murmured, haha, excellent. Magnemite, use Charge Beam. A silver beam shot forth, and just then, Donphan began to glow with a blue-white evolution light. Wow, it's evolving. May and Max exclaimed in astonishment at the unexpected evolution during battle. Donphan grew larger, developing 2 tusks, and with a mighty Charge Beam attack, it struck Magneton, which withstood the blow without sustaining any damage. Magneton. Ability, Sandveil. Strength, Elite Peak. Moves, Fire Fong, Thunder Fong, Earthquake, Sandstorm. Ash smiled, finally reaching this moment. Alright, go. Excadrill, unleash Earthquake. The ground trembled beneath Excadrill's weight as it charged forward, sending a shockwave that swept Magnemite away. Magnemite fainted, leading to Excadrill's victory. Haha, impressive. Next up, Electrode. Electrode. Strength, early gym level. Return, Excadrill. The rest is up to my other partners. Ash recalled Excadrill. Go, Cacturne. Use Metal Sound. The piercing resonance echoed throughout the battlefield, lowering Electrode's special defense. Electrode, unleash Thunderbolt. Iron Spin exclaimed, eager to utilize his electric-type moves. Cacturne, use Protect, then Earth Power. Cacturne conjured a silver shield to absorb the incoming electricity, then gathered earthy energy to fire at Electrode. I have a secret weapon, Electromagnetic Levitation. Electrode generated magnetic energy, floating into the air, rendering ground-based moves ineffective. Electromagnetic Levitation. What move is that? May inquired, puzzled. It's an electric-type move that allows the user to hover, making ground moves ineffective. Brock explained. Max, unimpressed, retorted, Sister, you really should read more books. Ash, now it's my turn to retaliate. Charge Beam. Electrode rapidly conjured 3 electric orbs, launching them towards Cacturne. Cacturne, charge forward. Use Heavy Slam. Surrounded by silver light, Cacturne barreled through the electric orbs, colliding with Electrode, resulting in a powerful explosion. Electrode, return. Iron Spin called, recalling his fainted Pokémon, and summoned his final Pokémon, Magnezone. You too, take a break, Cacturne. Indeed. One must never underestimate any gym leader. It is essential to recognize that Kodal is a level higher than Electrode. Thus, it has been decided, Pikachu, you are the one. Pikachu entered the arena, electricity dancing across its cheeks. Magneton. Strength, late gym stage. Thunderbolt. X2. Boom. Haha. Ash, you truly suit my taste. Magneton, lock on. The red targeting circle fixated on Pikachu. Ash had a sudden realization. Pikachu, don't let it execute its move. A flash of electricity, coupled with Iron Tail. Bang. Pikachu moved with astonishing speed, sending Magneton flying, triggering its sturdy ability, thus nullifying the locking effect. Tetsu, observing intently, remarked, Pikachu, the near champion. Magneton. Unleash your full power with a triple attack. Pikachu, unleash your might with Thunderbolt. Pikachu. 3 distinct colors collided with the yellow current, yet the electricity overwhelmed and struck Magneton. Magneton lost its fighting capability, and Pikachu emerged victorious. The victor is Ash from Pallet Town, announced Walter. Hooray, Ash has won. Koharu cheered joyfully. Haha, Ash. I must concede this time. I am thoroughly impressed. Tetsu smiled as he approached Ash, handing him the badge. This is proof of your triumph over me, the electric badge. Ash accepted the badge and raised it high, exclaiming, excellent. I've obtained the electric badge. Pikachu. Ding obtained electric badge, reward, 1,000 points. Chapter 42, The Abandoned Power Plant. Electrike. Having secured the electric badge, Ash and Tetsu made their way to the Pokemon Center to restore their Pokemon's health. Meanwhile, Koharu and Brock, after Ash completed the gym battle, eagerly ventured off to explore the bustling city of Xen, known for its abundant resources and delectable cuisine. As soon as they left the gym, they couldn't wait to depart, leaving Ash and Koharu once more. Once the healing was complete, Ash proceeded to trade Pokemon, sending back Dunsparce and Kodal to train independently, while retrieving Eevee. Just as Ash stepped outside, Tetsu approached him, patting his shoulder. Ash, have you completed your trades? Yes. It's all done, Mr. Tetsu. Ash replied. Haha, how about joining me on a small island outside Xen City? There's an abandoned power plant teeming with electric-type Pokemon. I often go there for special training. Tetsu invited. Really? That sounds fantastic. Ash exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. Pikachu. Hooray. We can encounter numerous electric-type Pokemon. Koharu shared in the excitement. Tetsu guided them to the abandoned power plant, where they discovered it had become a realm for Electrike and Magnemite. The magnetic field here is quite unique. It might even allow Electrike to evolve into Manectric. Ash marveled. Haha, it should be just fine. Tetsu responded as they explored the abandoned plant, encountering nothing but Magnemite and Electrike, which left Ash and Koharu somewhat fatigued in their aesthetic appreciation. However, Pikachu reveled in the environment. Why are there only Magnemite and Electrike? Koharu lamented. At that moment, a light green Electrike appeared before them. Wow, Electrike, Koharu exclaimed, finally spotting something other than Magnemite and Electrike. Oh, there's an Electrike here. Is it wild? Tetsu gasped in surprise. Ash produced some Pokemon food and electric-type energy cubes, offering them to Electrike. Here, give it a try. Woof. Electrike joyfully began to eat, growing closer to Ash. An electric-type Electrike, a Pokemon proud of its speed, was one of Ash's favorites. Electrike, let us engage in a capture battle. Ash declared. Woof. Electrike fixed a fierce gaze on Ash, ready to battle. Electrike. Gender, male. Type, electric. Ability, Lightning Rod, prioritizes electric-type attacks, unaffected by them, and boosts special attack when hit by electric-type moves. Strength, elite late stage. Moves, Discharge, Bite, Headbutt, Thunderwave. Go, Crawdaunt. Oh no, Ash is about to battle with a disadvantage. Koharu gasped. Ash replied, you're still too inexperienced. Allow me to show you what it means to be a master of type disadvantages. Electrike unleashed a blue arc of electricity towards Crawdaunt. Crawdaunt, Swords Dance. Crawdaunt spun around, dispersing the electricity and boosting its attack. Swords Dance can be utilized like this? Koharu's eyes widened. Crawdaunt, Shell Blade. Hee. Water blades surged from Crawdaunt's claws, striking Electrike. Woof woof. Electrike summoned arcs of electricity to attack Crawdaunt. It's Thunderfang. Tetsu observed enviously, this Electrike is exceptionally gifted. Crawdaunt, Decisive Strike with Guillotine. Hee. The two Pokemon crossed paths. Woof. Electrike fell first, losing its ability to battle. Yay. Go Pokeball. Ash twirled his hat and tossed the Pokeball, capturing it. Ash's team was once again at full capacity. Just then, boom. Ha ha ha. We shall seize all the electric-type Pokemon here. The trio of Team Rocket arrived in a massive machine before them. You again, Team Rocket. Koharu pointed at them. Since you were so sincere, then meow. So, it's time. Crawdaunt, Crabhammer. Pikachu, Iron Tail. Go, Servine, Poison Tail. Go, Sandshrew. Over there. Needle Barrage. Boom. Bang. And I'm here too. Go, Magneton. Use Cannon Beam. The elderly intruders launched an unprovoked attack on the machine. Boom. The machine exploded. What is happening? Meowth. We're out of funds, meow. If it were electric-type moves, it would certainly be fine, but they haven't used any. Darn it. Servine, Poison Tail. Needle Barrage. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Crawdaunt, Bubble Beam. Boom. The electricity and bubbles struck back at them, sending Team Rocket soaring into the sky, leaving behind a rather unpleasant feeling. Ah, how adorable, Electrike. Ash, you've captured so many Pokemon, while I've only managed 2. Koharu lamented. Electrike obediently sat on the ground, acting cute. You're just starting out. You must take care of your own Pokemon, as they are our companions. Ash reassured with a smile. That is true. Koharu nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the group began discussing their next steps, deciding to first head to Autumn Leaf Town for the Pokemon Grand Contest, before challenging the gym in Fiery Town. However, Ash decided not to participate in this Autumn Leaf Conference. Ah, what a pity. Ash, that you're not entering. But since that's the case, the autumn leaf ribbon badge is as good as mine, Koharu exclaimed excitedly. Ash and his companions departed from Xeen City, re-entering the thematic forest of their journey. All along the way, Ash diligently trained his Torchic, intending for it to participate in the next gym battle. Koharu's Torchic also trained alongside, with both Torchics learning the powerful move Energy Ball, which was a fantastic skill for them. Moreover, Ash's Torchic advanced to the late stage of the normal type, filling Koharu's Torchic with a sense of urgency as it caught up. Meanwhile, Jigglypuff was being taught by Ash to separate the normal Sing from the Sing move. After relentless effort, Ash sought help from the system, spending 5,000 points to achieve success. The group arrived at a watermelon field, where they met the watermelon farmer, Nachi, and engaged in a double battle, pitting Torchic and Crawdaunt against Magcargo and Trico. Despite the challenging fight, they emerged victorious, and Nachi invited Ash and his friends to enjoy some watermelon. Just then, Team Rocket appeared once more, plotting to steal watermelons to present to their boss for a promotion, only to be blasted off again by Ash and the others. After bidding farewell to Nachi, Ash and his companions set off once more. Chapter 43, The Wish Star of the Seven Knights, the Millennium Comet. With the autumn leaves town as their destination, Ash and his companions learned at the Pokémon Center that the ideal location nearby for observing the Millennium Comet was hosting a celebration at an amusement park. Eager to join in the festivities, Ash and his friends promptly decided to head over to enjoy the comet and have some fun. Being well aware of the unfolding events, Ash quietly changed into his main team at the Pokémon Center. Ash's team: Pikachu, Tyranitar, Charizard, Pidgeot, Snorlax, Eevee, Jigglypuff. After acquiring a guidebook at the Pokémon Center, they hurriedly rushed towards the amusement park venue. By evening, Ash and his group arrived at a hillside. Which one is the Millennium Comet? May inquired, gazing up at the starry sky. Sister, the comet won't be visible until tomorrow, Max replied, exasperated. What a waste. If I had known we would arrive so early, I wouldn't have rushed. May lamented. Brock, where is the celebration site? Brock, holding the guidebook, diligently compared the details. I believe we are almost there, he responded. They then quickened their pace toward their destination, soon arriving at a desolate clearing. There's nothing here, Max exclaimed in surprise. Is this really the place? We haven't been tricked. Have we? May wondered aloud. Brock examined the guidebook once more, insisting, it can't be wrong. This is very strange. Perhaps we arrived too early. How about we grab a bite to eat and wait? Ash proposed, adding that if there was nothing, they could rest early and still catch the comet the next day. After their arduous journey, having not dined yet, Brock began to prepare a meal. After eating, they waited for a while before Ash and his companions settled down to sleep. Suddenly, the sound of engines echoed from afar. They quickly turned to see trucks rolling into the clearing. This is fantastic, Max exclaimed, thrilled at the sight. Numerous staff members disembarked from the trucks, erecting various amusement rides such as roller coasters and Ferris wheels, transforming the area into a mobile amusement park. Ash and his friends dashed towards the park, cheering at the sight of the numerous attractions. At that moment, two more vehicles arrived, from which emerged a man dressed in a white tailcoat with purple hair. He carried a box, set it down, and pulled out a red handkerchief, transforming it into a black magic wand. With a gentle tap on the box, it opened, releasing a multitude of pink elastic balls that bounced toward another vehicle, from which descended a woman in a red gown wielding red fans, who sent the balls flying back. Subsequently, 8 pink elastic balls burst at designated spots, revealing interconnected rectangular devices that formed a circle, extending upward as the top began to inflate, creating a grand tent. This must be the magician's stage. As dawn's first light illuminated the area, the venue for the Millennium Comet celebration was fully constructed, drawing a large crowd. Ash and his friends became among the first guests, dispersing to enjoy the attractions. Ash, accompanied by Pikachu, Eevee, and Jigglypuff, relished the various rides and indulged in an array of snacks and ice cream, having a splendid time. As the grand finale, they settled inside the large tent to witness the magical performance of the great magician Butler. He began by lightly tapping his wand against the top hat, from which numerous bluebirds astonishingly flew out. Following that, Butler placed the hat gently on a table, raised his hands, and a Chinchou appeared. He then enclosed the Chinchou within a box, covered it with a red cloth, and conjured a wand that emitted flames, igniting the cloth. A cloud of pink smoke materialized, and as it dissipated, a woman in a red dress holding a purple crystal emerged, embodying the classic magical transformation. Max was left speechless, utterly captivated. The woman raised the purple crystal high, suddenly emitting a dazzling light. The audience, believing it to be part of the show, began to cheer. Yet Ash recognized it to be the voice of Jirachi. I can hear the stars calling. Ash and Max momentarily froze, Ash astonished that he too could hear the voice, while Max was simply flabbergasted. Later, Butler and his assistant Dian introduced themselves and prepared for the next trick. Hearing the stars? Who is speaking? Max asked, looking around in surprise. Just then, he caught sight of the crystal in Diane's hand, and once again, the voice echoed, "It is I, Jirachi." Without hesitation, Max tossed aside his popcorn, and before Ash could intervene, he climbed onto the stage, interrupting Butler and Diane's performance. "Young man, what's wrong?" Diane inquired with concern. Max, unabashed, pointed at the crystal and exclaimed, "I heard a voice. I truly heard a voice." "What?" Butler nodded toward Diane, as if confirming something. Their subtle exchange did not escape Ash, who was attuned to the aura of the situation. Subsequently, Butler invited Max to assist with the magic trick, locking him inside a box. After counting to 10, a giant nocturnal Pokémon unleashed a destructive light, seemingly silencing the inquisitive Max, though of course, this was merely a trick. This startled May and Brock, who had envied Max just moments before. Fortunately, Max returned safely to Ash's side. As Butler announced the flawless conclusion of the magic act, a mechanical hand suddenly reached for Ash, attempting to snatch Pikachu from his shoulder. "Pikachu, jump!" Ash commanded decisively. Pikachu leapt to evade the mechanical grasp and retaliated with Iron Tail, severing the arm. "Who are you?" Butler gasped in shock. To their surprise, the two clowns who had assisted Butler were now floating above in a hot air balloon, shedding their disguises and declaring, "Since you were so sincere, meow." Sonance. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Eevee, Quick Attack. Jigglypuff, Magical Shine. Without hesitation, Ash launched an all-out assault. Pikachu, Eevee, Jigglypuff. Golden electric stars and pink light waves swiftly sent Team Rocket flying. "What an annoying feeling," Sonance exclaimed. With Team Rocket's interference and Max's boldness, Ash and his friends eventually became acquainted with Butler and Diane. Butler then elaborated on the nature of Jirachi. It is said that Jirachi awakens only once every 1,000 years to help fulfill wishes, and it currently lies within this crystal. "Fulfill wishes?" The group exclaimed in astonishment. "How touching. Only awakening once every 1,000 years." May, being more sensitive as a girl, was particularly moved. Jirachi can only emerge during the 7 days surrounding the Millennium Comet. Butler continued, asserting that during this period, it would choose a pure-hearted individual capable of protecting themselves as its partner. Without hesitation, Butler confided in Ash and his friends, hoping to earn their trust. Yet Ash remained skeptical of him. "A partner? Me?" Max asked, pointing at himself in disbelief. "Does this mean Max has been chosen?" May expressed her surprise, wondering why it wasn't he herself. Ash interjected, "Jirachi should awaken tonight, right?" "Indeed, Jirachi requires a partner to awaken," Butler affirmed, handing over the crystal. "So Max, you must become Jirachi's partner." "Understood," Max replied excitedly, accepting the crystal, realizing it was a mythical Pokémon, something others could only dream of encountering. "Then, I leave everything to you," Butler said with a knowing smile, regarding Max and the crystal, the first step of his plan successfully executed. Absolutely. Poor Max was blissfully unaware that he was being manipulated, cheerfully counting his blessings. "Wow, is there really a Pokémon inside?" May curiously examined the crystal, eager to touch it, only for Max to swiftly pull it away, refusing to let her. Frustrated, May began to chase after Max, and thus ensued a light-hearted scuffle between the siblings. Chapter 44. The Wishing Star, Kirachi of the Seven Knights. At the amusement park, there exists not only entertainment facilities, but also a convergence of various vendors selling souvenirs. The influx of visitors is ever-growing, particularly as night falls, when the atmosphere becomes even more vibrant. At this moment, the array of souvenirs leaves Xiaoyao dazzled. "This one is so adorable," she exclaims as she approaches a stall displaying a trinket adorned with 7 interconnected stars. It is the Dreaming Star, a talisman of the Millennium Comet. The vendor, with exaggerated enthusiasm, attempts to deceive innocent souls like Xiaoyao, proclaiming it to be the wishing star of the 7 nights. He claims that during the 7 nights when the Millennium Comet is visible, one should silently make a wish each night and fold a star into the talisman. By the end of the week, their wish is destined to be fulfilled. If this trinket can grant wishes, then what need is there for Kirachi? She muses. Nonetheless, Xiaoyao appears utterly captivated. "I want it. I absolutely must have it." The vendor, with a flicker of conscience, sells it to her while leaving himself a loophole. "Well, not necessarily." He chuckles. "It will surely come true." At that moment, the night sky bursts forth with an array of beautiful Pokémon fireworks. Pikachu, Torchic, and others. Xiaosheng, still cradling his crystal, exclaims, "Look, it's fireworks. Kirachi, it's so beautiful. I assenti it." As midnight approaches, the amusement park quiets down, its lights extinguishing one by one. The 4 friends, Ash and his companions, sit atop a large rock, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Millennium Comet. A gentle breeze sweeps by, parting the clouds in the starry sky, and a silver beam with a long tail emerges. That must be the Millennium Comet. Xiaoyao gasps, I need to make my wish quickly. She hastily retrieves the dreaming star to wish upon, folding a petal inscribed with a star. Once in a millennium, right? We are truly fortunate to witness this era. Ash marvels. It must be said, Ash's protagonist aura is truly remarkable. Every legendary event that occurs once in a millennium seems to manifest whenever he is present. At this moment, the purple crystal in Xiaoxing's arms suddenly emits a radiant glow. The stars are calling me. And this time, it is not just Ash and Xiaoxing who hear it. Was that Karachi's voice? Xiaoyao exclaims in surprise, realizing she too is a pure-hearted maiden. It's telepathy. Kirachi is awakening. Ash declares. Meanwhile, deep within the distant faunus, a green light emanates from the rocks, surging forth towards Ash and his companions, a shadow trailing behind. The green light ultimately converges upon the purple crystal. To Ash and his friends, the brilliance of the crystal becomes increasingly dazzling, floating into the air and extending numerous white lines amidst the white glow, gradually transforming. As the white light fades, the crystal morphs into a Pokémon resembling a star, crowned with a wish note, none other than the mythical Pokémon, Kirachi. Kirachi has awakened. Ash exclaims, his heart racing as he contemplates that the battle is about to commence. Kirachi. Type, Steel Psychic. Ability, Serene Grace, doubles the chance of additional effects. Strength, Mythical, Weakened, Elite level. Kirachi descends gracefully, unfurling the drapery that envelopes its form, appearing exceedingly adorable. Xiaoxing rushes forward to catch Kirachi, who slowly opens its eyes in his embrace, gazing around in bewilderment. This is Kirachi. It's truly adorable. Xiaoyao is completely smitten. The group begins introducing themselves to Kirachi. At that moment, Dian approaches, having grasped the situation, inviting Ash and his friends to her RV while she goes to inform Butler. Upon receiving the news, Butler realizes that the moment has finally arrived. A frenzied gleam flickers in his eyes, causing Miss Dian to feel quite uneasy. Meanwhile, Ash pleads, Kirachi, help me fulfill my wish. Xiaoxing gazes at Kirachi with hopeful eyes. A wish? Kirachi seems perplexed. Thus, Xiaoxing makes a wish typical of a child, an endless supply of snacks. Kirachi closes its eyes and begins to float, the wish note above its head glowing momentarily. Bags of snacks materialize out of thin air, astonishing everyone. Truly, the wish has been granted, and they are immersed in a sea of treats. As the snacks continue to multiply, Ash hastily interjects, wait, Kirachi, look at the labels on these snacks. They all belong to the amusement park. They were merely teleported here by Kirachi's psychic abilities. We need to return these snacks. No way. Everyone gasps in disbelief, and upon closer inspection, Brock confirms the reality, prompting the group to reluctantly emerge from their confectionery paradise. Kirachi doesn't conjure items out of thin air, it is merely nature's courier. Xiaoxing and Xiaoyao gaze at Kirachi with disappointment, while Kirachi innocently blinks its large, lovely eyes. Simultaneously, Butler and Jian rush over, exclaiming, oh no, where is Kirachi? Butler anxiously inquires. It's right here. Xiaoxing points to Kirachi, who cheerfully responds, here. What have you done? Jian questions, puzzled by the surrounding snacks. The group explains the situation, and just when they seem at a loss, Brock suddenly suggests, why don't we ask Kirachi to return everything to its original place? Yes, exactly. Kirachi, please restore everything. Xiaoxing enthusiastically urges Kirachi. Subsequently, Kirachi closes its eyes once more, the wish note glowing again, and the snacks are returned. I feel so sleepy now, Kirachi murmurs before closing its eyes and dozing off in Xiaoxing's arms. Xiaoxing, feeling dejected, wonders, is Kirachi going to sleep for another 1,000 years? Butler clarifies, it will only slumber for another 1,000 years after 7 days. It merely requires a brief rest after utilizing its powers. Xiaoxing breathes a sigh of relief. That is such a relief. The following day, as a devoted ally of love, Brock arrives to enlist Ash and Xiaoyao's help for Butler and Dian. Unfortunately, Ash and Xiaoyao have already dashed off to the amusement park. Ash, do you think it's really okay not to tell Brock that we went to the amusement park to play? Xiaoyao anxiously asks. Based on my understanding of Brock, well. Ash begins, only to halt abruptly. Look over there. Following Ash's gaze, Xiaoyao sees Brock dressed as a clown, distributing flyers. Phew. Thank goodness we left quickly. Otherwise, we would have been in trouble. Xiaoyao exclaims, patting her chest in relief. How could I waste a splendid day on free labor? She muses, feeling unburdened. Pikachu imagines its own appearance, shaking its head in disbelief. Meanwhile, Xiaoxing approaches with Kirachi perched atop his head. Ah, Ash sister, you're here. Just now. Brock was looking for you. Hearing Xiaoxing's words confirms Ash and Xiaoyao's suspicions about Brock's ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Ash notices that Kirachi has already returned to gym level. The three joyfully spend the day playing, while Brock diligently distributes flyers. During dinner, Ash and Xiaoyao can distinctly feel Brock's simmering resentment, his glowering gaze fixated on them, causing them to hasten their meal. After Butler's magical performance concludes, Ash and his friends assist in tidying up the props. While Xiaoyao is pushing a prop backstage, she trips over a piece of wood, quickly bracing herself against the apparatus. Xiaosheng, come help me, she cries. Xiaosheng hurriedly sets down what he is holding to support Xiaoyao, and together they strain to right the prop. In the midst of this, Kirichi playfully snatches Xiaosheng's glasses and darts away, prompting Xiaosheng to abandon his support and chase after it. Left alone, Xiaoyao struggles to hold up the prop until Ash arrives just in time to assist her. Phew, thank you, Ash. Xiaoyao exhales in relief. No problem. Ash waves dismissively. Over here. Kirichi, give that back to me. Xiaosheng and Kirichi continue their playful game of tag, when suddenly Xiaosheng unleashes his inner energy. You can't escape, Kirichi. I've caught you. You caught me. Kirichi exclaims joyfully. With a fuming expression, Xiaosheng donned his glasses and glared at Kirichi, exclaiming, watch how I deal with you. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the mirror shattered, revealing a Pokémon with pristine white fur and a scythe-like horn on its right side. Chapter 45, The Wishing Star of Seven Nights, Farns. It's Absol, Xiaosheng exclaimed in astonishment. The scythe-like horn atop Absol's head unleashed a whirlwind blade, prompting Xiaosheng to quickly clutch Kirichi and dash to the side as Absol swung another whirlwind blade, forcing him to change direction. Go, Jigglypuff. You sing on Absol. Attracted by the commotion, Ash arrived just in time to see Jigglypuff produce a microphone. Predictably, Absol succumbed to sleep, and Jigglypuff beamed at it. After Ash helped it differentiate its moves, he continually instilled new values in it, emphasizing that hypnotizing others with sing was its finest performance. Absol, strength, mid-level quasi-elite. Butler observed Absol and remarked, legend has it that this Pokémon appears only in times of disaster. How did it end up here? Absol, you've come to fetch me. Kirichi suddenly communicated through telepathy. Everyone gasped, realizing that Absol was indeed Kirachi's companion. They resolved to engage in a thorough conversation with Absol once it awoke. In the dead of night, Xiaoyao and the others gradually fell asleep, but Ash remained vigilant, knowing that Butler would soon make his move, eagerly awaiting his self-betrayal and true nature to be revealed. Shortly thereafter, Butler stealthily approached Ash and the others' room. Just as he was about to seize Kirichi, who was nestled beside Xiaosheng, Ash exclaimed, Butler the Great Mage, what are you doing? Pika. Ash and Pikachu fixed their gaze on Butler. The others awoke. Confusion etched on their faces as they regarded Butler. Xiaosheng held Kirichi tightly, sensing that a midnight attempt to steal Kirichi could only harbor ill intentions. Butler, momentarily taken aback, burst into laughter. Haha, I didn't expect you to catch me. I didn't want to involve you, but since you seek your own demise, don't blame me for being ruthless. But how did you know it was me? Kirichi hails from Farns, and since it mentioned that Absol came to fetch it, it's quite evident that you, Ash, have not completed your sentence. Haha, you're quite clever, Ash, but you will pay dearly for your cleverness. Butler laughed heartily, muttering to himself, I must show those who look down upon me in the Magma Gang just how formidable I am. The Magma Gang. You are one of them. The crowd gasped, bracing themselves for battle. Butler threw out a Pokeball. Night Giant. Use Psychic. Night Giant. Strength. Early Quasi-Elite. The Night Giant's eyes glowed red as it charged at Ash and the others. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. The electric current surged through, dispersing the red glow. At that moment, Din approached and grabbed Butler, pleading, Butler, please, don't continue. I cannot give up now. Next time, I will surely succeed. Butler's crazed gaze locked onto Dian. She implored him. Please stop. I do not wish for you to do this. Butler reluctantly pushed Dian aside and commanded, Night Giant, use Shadow Ball. A howl erupted as a whirlwind blade surged forth, shattering the dark purple Shadow Ball. It was none other than the awakened Absol, glaring fiercely at Butler. Pikachu, Electro Ball. Pikachu concentrated a golden electric sphere at the tip of its tail and launched it at Butler, while Absol unleashed another whirlwind blade. The resulting explosion enveloped Butler and the Night Giant in a cloud of smoke. Seeing this, Dian urged Ash and the others to flee. Everyone, follow me. After a moment's hesitation, they complied. Dian led the group to the vehicle and they sped away. In the car, Kirichi voiced its desire. I want to go back. I want to return to Farns. Is it true that you wish to return to Farns? Dian, driving, inquired upon hearing Kirachi's words. Yes, the group nodded in agreement. Farns was the place where Butler had discovered Kirichi, and he was once a scientist associated with the Magma Gang, aiming to resurrect Groudon. Dian explained Butler's identity and intentions. Groudon, Xiaoyao, and the others expressed surprise. Ash, no longer withholding information, clarified, Groudon is a ground-type legendary Pokémon, depicted in myths as the creator of land. It is a legendary ancient Pokémon. It must be the goal the Magma Gang has pursued all along. The Magma Gang we encountered before was likely searching for the place to awaken Groudon. I can't believe you have already encountered the Magma Gang. Sigh. After failing in his experiments, Butler was expelled from the Magma Gang, but ultimately, he found Kirichi in Farns. Xiaosheng, still naively hopeful, wondered, does he think Kirichi can grant wishes? Dian shook her head, revealing Butler's true objective. No. Butler's true aim is to harness the immense energy of the Millennium Comet through Kirichi. In order to awaken Kirichi, he needs a young companion of Kirichi. His touring magic shows are merely a ploy to await the arrival of that youth. Ash shook his head internally, realizing that merely utilizing the power of the Millennium Comet would not suffice to create Groudon. Indeed, Groudon was far mightier than Kirichi, who, despite its immense power, lacked the ability to wield it effectively. The group glanced at Xiaosheng, who was indeed that youth, though unbeknownst to them. Ash was also included. Miss Dian, how long will it take to reach Farns from here? Ash inquired. Driving will take about 4 days. Dian contemplated before replying. Xiaosheng displayed a resolute expression, declaring, bringing Kirichi back to Farns is my duty as its partner. The others expressed their agreement. The RV continued its journey towards Farns. The following day, Dian and Xiaoyao sat together chatting. Dian reminisced. Butler and I have known each other since childhood. He was always passionate about inventions, a person who loved to surprise others. Xiaoyao asked with concern, is Butler's matter really all right? Dian replied firmly, in 4 days, Kirichi will fall into another millennium of slumber. Rising, Dian approached the car door, peering through the window at Kirichi, adding, at that point, his ambitions will inevitably come to an end. He will surely return to being the Butler we once knew. Time passed swiftly, and the moments left for Kirichi dwindled. Xiaosheng gazed at Kirichi with worry, lamenting that soon he would no longer see Kirichi. Ash approached, offering comfort. To the comet, 1,000 years may be but a fleeting moment. To Kirichi, a millennium of sleep might also feel like an instant. Standing, Ash gazed at the sky, proclaiming, thus, 7 days are but a blink, yet even more unforgettable. As long as both sides cherish beautiful memories, they shall remain together. Xiaosheng rose, a renewed smile gracing his face. Yes, I understand. On the 6th day, having traversed a canyon, they parked the vehicle at the cliff's edge. Dian turned to Ash and the others, stating, we have arrived. This is Farns. Ash and the others beheld countless sturdy stone pillars rising amidst the lush, verdant forest. A truly magnificent and captivating sight. This is Farns. It is truly a paradise. Ash marveled at the breathtaking scenery. Subsequently, Ash and the others walked along the mountain path, witnessing various Pokémon inhabiting the forest, including the soaring Swablu and shiny Rayquaza, as well as the tranquil Nosepass perched in the trees. The serene environment enveloped them in an unprecedented sense of peace. Kirichi joyfully exclaimed, I love it here. We love it too. The group replied with laughter. Pika. Chapter 46. The Wishing Star of 7 Nights. The Earthly Behemoth. That evening, everyone gazed at the fleeting Millennium Comet, while Xiaoyao broke off the 6th star from the Dream Star, collectively savoring the tranquil, starlit sky. The following day, Karaki had regained all of her strength. Yet she was destined to enter a millennium-long slumber after this day. Ash and his companions awoke early and ventured deep into the heart of Farns. But the dense forest obscured their sense of direction towards Karaki's resting place. At that moment, Ash sensed a familiar aura. Suddenly, Absol appeared before them, beckoning them to follow. With Absol leading the way, Ash and his friends made considerable progress, traversing from day into evening until they arrived at a towering cliff, where numerous Pokémon had gathered to welcome Karaki's return. Ah, look, it's a desert dragonfly, exclaimed Sho, pointing at the Pokémon perched atop a boulder in astonishment. Xiaoyao observed the atmosphere curiously, noting, it seems everyone is here to greet Karaki. Subsequently, Ash and his companions followed Absol into a deep cave, which opened into an expansive grotto. This is where Karaki has long been in slumber, Diane confirmed, surveying the surroundings. At that moment, Absol gestured for Ash and the others to look upwards before disappearing into the shadows. As they gazed through the massive opening, they beheld the starry sky adorned with the celestial comet. The stars are calling me, Karaki murmured as she began to ascend slowly. Suddenly, Sho clung tightly to Karaki, exclaiming, I don't want to part ways with Karaki. Karaki paused, looking at Sho with surprise. Sho, he unleashed the pent-up sorrow within him, crying out, after finally becoming friends, we are about to be separated. I refuse to accept this. The group was at a loss for words, for they knew that this separation from Karaki would be a final farewell. Their hearts were heavy with sadness. Yet, despite the stars beckoning, Karaki had to fulfill her duty, gently floating into the air before the celestial comet. The Eye of Truth will soon awaken, Diane exclaimed. The Eye of Truth? The others were puzzled, realizing there was more to this than they had anticipated. Diane quickly explained, when Karaki draws energy from the celestial comet, she will awaken the Eye of Truth. The group watched in curiosity as the black fissure on Karaki's belly slowly opened like an eye. Diane elaborated, during her 1,000 years of slumber, Kiraki gradually infuses the energy she absorbs from the comet into the earth. This is why Farns possesses such lush vegetation. The realization struck them. This forest had been nurtured by Kiraki. As they continued to observe, Kiraki's eye was fully opened, ready to absorb energy, when an unexpected disturbance occurred. Oh no! Pikachu! Quickly use Thunderbolt! Ash urged. Pikachu! But alas, they were a moment too late. For steel pillars erupted from the surrounding stone walls, unleashing purple lasers that formed a protective barrier around Kiraki, deflecting Pikachu's electric current and pulling Kiraki into the air. Kiraki! Curse it! There's a trap! The group shouted in unison. At that moment, a piece of black cloth fell from the cave's ceiling and the fissure widened, revealing a circular steel platform suspended in the air, secured by chains affixed to the surrounding pillars. Upon the platform stood Butler, clad in a tailcoat and wielding a magic wand. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand performance of the true magician, Butler. Diane gasped in shock. Butler, how did you know about this place? The group exchanged suspicious glances with Diane, as she was the only one privy to their whereabouts. Soon, however, they dismissed the notion, for they had been with Diane the entire time without noticing anything amiss. Ash shook his head and said, he must have discovered Kiraki here and taken her away. It's only natural for him to guess we would come. Butler smirked with pride. Correct. To successfully unlock Kiraki's heart and gain her trust. Your friendship is the most effective method. You are the greatest trap I have set for Kiraki. Butler, stop being so deluded. Diane glared at him in anger. Diane, once my experiment succeeds, I am sure you will understand my intentions, Butler declared, waving his hand. He pressed a button, unleashing another beam of purple energy that encased Ash and his friends in a protective barrier. Ladies and gentlemen, the climax of the performance is about to commence. So please enjoy this magnificent spectacle. Curse be you. Everyone come forth. Ash commanded, releasing all his Pokémon. Brock and Xiaoyao also summoned their Pokémon. As a multitude of Pokémon launched their attacks against the barrier, Butler had already transferred Kiraki to the device designed to attract comet energy, placing a shard obtained from Groudon on the other side of the apparatus. Kiraki's eye of truth opened once more, emitting a radiant beam that connected with the celestial comet. Butler shouted frantically, Team Magma, behold, Groudon is about to be resurrected. At that moment, Absol and the desert dragonfly arrived, and with the efforts of the many Pokémon, they finally breached the protective barrier. Ash mounted Charizard, Pikachu perched atop Pidgeot, while Sho insisted on riding the desert dragonfly. Just as Ash ascended to the steel platform, the design of Groudon began to take shape on the ground. Butler continued to scream in excitement. Hurry and be revived, Groudon. Only your resurrection can prove my theory correct. Kiraki, Sho shouted. How troublesome. Butler commanded, Flygon, drive them away. He threw a Pokeball, releasing a Flygon. Flygon, power, mid-level of the Elite Four. Subsequently, Ash instructed Pidgeot to engage in battle with Pikachu and Flygon, while he directed Charizard and the Desert Dragonfly to destroy the device and rescue Kiraki. Butler gazed at the completed design of Groudon on the ground, laughing maniacally. It's all too late. Kiraki, are you alright? Stay strong. Sho asked, holding Kiraki with concern. At that moment, the eye of truth on Kiraki's belly closed, and she awakened. Kiraki smiled. Sho, Ash. Kiraki, I am so relieved you are safe. Ash exclaimed. Soon Ash, Sho, Brock, Xiaoyao, and Diane reunited, exclaiming wonderful. Everyone is alright. Xiaoyao sighed in relief upon seeing Ash and Sho return safely. Just then, the pattern on the ground began to coalesce, revealing a massive creature resembling a dinosaur, its body encased in red scales and adorned with blue stripes, its crimson eyes radiating savagery. What? Is that Groudon? Butler stood frozen, realizing it was not as he had envisioned. Is that really Groudon? Xiaoyao inquired, pointing at the creature. No, that is not Groudon. It merely resembles a monster, possessing power but lacking a soul. Ash shook his head. Earth Beast Groudon. Type, ground. Power, early Elite Four. The creature began to move, causing nearby trees to wither rapidly. Oh no, the trees are dying. Brock exclaimed in horror. That monster is continuously absorbing the Earth's energy. We must stop it, Ash declared solemnly. Absol attempted to intervene, but its attack was ineffective, and it was devoured instead. The creature continued to absorb the Pokémon of the forest, its strength escalating exponentially. Ash and his companions arrived at the cliff where Butler stood, his gaze vacant as he stared at the monstrous entity before him. Diane approached Butler, furious, and questioned, Butler, is this what you sought so desperately? Butler shook his head. His eyes glazed over. No, this is not what I wish to resurrect. The creature continued to unleash tendrils, inadvertently ensnaring the watching Team Rocket, who were then consumed. Such a terrifying entity cannot be Groudon. This isn't how it should be. Butler, in a state of despair, retreated a few steps while cradling his head, when suddenly a tentacle reached out towards him. Without hesitation, Diane rushed forward, pushing Butler aside. only to be ensnared by the tentacle. Diane, Butler exclaimed in shock, extending his hand in an attempt to grasp her. Diane then made a heartfelt declaration. Butler, I truly love you. Live well. With that, she was consumed. Diane, Butler cried out in anguish. Do not worry. Miss Diane will surely be fine, as long as we vanquish this creature. Ash reassured him, noting that the main trio of Team Rocket had also been swallowed. With their luck, they would undoubtedly be safe. At that moment, more tentacles reached out, prompting Ash and the others to take to the skies aboard their flying Pokémon to evade the onslaught. That fiend seeks to harness the power of Jirachi. Butler, now fully alert, shouted with reddened eyes, Ash, I beg you, I must rescue Diane. Chapter 47, The Wish Star of Seven Nights, Ash's full power unleashed. Ash gazed at the awakening Pokémon, feeling a pang of sympathy. Alas, everyone, give it your all. Leave Eevee and Jigglypuff with Xiaoyao. They are simply too weak. Although the creature's power had reached the level of a champion, it lacked intelligence, presenting a glimmer of hope. If it continued to absorb energy, it would easily ascend to the champion level, if not that of a legendary Pokémon, so time was of the essence. Taking a deep breath, Ash activated the Universal Ring. Pidgeot, Charizard, Tyranitar. Throw the Mega Stones to the three of you. The three Pokémon quickly caught the stones. Mega Evolution. Had it not been for the system's keystone, they might not have withstood the simultaneous Mega Evolution of all three Pokémon. Roar, Pidgeot, Tyranitar. The light of Mega Evolution faded, revealing Mega Charizard X, Mega Pidgeot, and Mega Tyranitar, who charged towards the creature. Come on, Pikachu. 4 ground types. Electric moves are ineffective. Change your type. Ash activated the Universal Ring once more, retrieving the crystallization orb. Pikachu nodded seriously. Change type. You can't be serious. The others exclaimed in astonishment. Crystallization orb go? Crystallize. Ash threw the orb onto Pikachu, who was engulfed in shimmering crystals, balloons appearing above its head. The crystallized Pikachu made its entrance. How splendid. Xiaoyao gazed at Pikachu with sparkling eyes. The crowd marveled at Pikachu, utterly astounded. Butler was the first to regain his composure, gritting his teeth. Go, Salamence. We must rescue Diane. Mega Charizard X, unleash Flamethrower. Mega Pidgeot, Air Slash. Mega Tyranitar, Hyper Beam. Pikachu, Crystallization Burst. Ash commanded with composure. Salamence, unleash Flamethrower. A wave of dragon energy erupted, joining the fray, as it was the other guardian of Fanes, the desert dragonfly. The creature roared, countless tentacles surging towards Ash and the others. At that moment, the stars called to me. Jirachi activated its true eye once more. Jirachi, Ash's friend looked on in astonishment. Jirachi offered no reply, but it was evident that it sought to harness the power of the comet to vanquish the earth creature. Sensing the situation on Ash's side, he shouted, Butler, unleash your strongest attack to give Jirachi a chance. Understood. Salamence, unleash your full-powered Hyper Beam. The desert dragonfly also unleashed a powerful Dragon Pulse. Mega Charizard X, activate Dragon Rage. Mega Pidgeot, Brave Bird. Mega Tyranitar, Dark Pulse. Pikachu, Crystallization Burst. Ash initiated the Z-Ring within the Universal Ring. Channeling Snorlax's Z move directly into action. Let's go. Snorlax, focus and unleash a critical hit. Snorlax, initially the weakest, transformed into the mightiest under the Z move enhancement. Amidst a flurry of attacks, they successfully shattered numerous tentacles, carving a path forward. At that moment, Jirachi's energy surged, enveloping it in a brilliant white light. Ash, I'm coming. The energy filled Jirachi's core. Ash nodded. The rest is up to you, Jirachi. Use Wish of Ruin. Yes, my partner. Wish of Ruin. A true aura of divinity emanated from Jirachi. It unleashed a dazzling brilliance that pierced the heavens. The earth creature exploded, vanquished in a single blow, and soon, a multitude of colored beams cascaded like a meteor shower, returning the Pokémon and humans that had been consumed. Butler rushed forward. Diane. Butler. The two, having faced life and death, embraced tightly. Phew, we did it. Thank you, everyone. Roar. Pikachu. Pidgeot. Tyranitar. At that moment, Eevee and Jigglypuff dashed from afar, leaping into Ash's arms, while Xiaoyao and the others rushed over. Hooray! We did it! We defeated the monster. Ash, you are truly amazing. Xiaoyao gazed at Ash in admiration. Jirachi descended, radiating light. Thank you, Ash. Ash's friend hurriedly embraced Jirachi. I really like you. I also cherish all of you, for you have been so kind to me. We shall always be good friends. Jirachi looked at everyone. Indeed, we will always be good friends. Jirachi soared back into the sky. Thank you, Ash. I shall now return to slumber. May this comet's power aid you. As starlight sprinkled down, Charizard advanced to the late champion level, Tyranitar to the mid-champion level, Pidgeot to the mid-champion level, Snorlax to the early champion level, and Jigglypuff to the late gym level. As for Pikachu and Eevee, ding achievement Wish Star of 7 Nights unlocked. Comet's power detected, Reward, partner strength. Following this, Pikachu and Eevee's bodies radiated with evolution light. Ah, are they about to evolve? Xiaoyao exclaimed in surprise. But isn't Pikachu resistant to evolution? Brock wondered. Is it Raichu and Sylveon? But Pikachu seems to lack a Thunderstone. Ash's friend queried. The evolution light shattered, leaving everyone puzzled, as Pikachu and Eevee showed no changes, though their strength had significantly increased. Partner Pikachu, strength, late champion. Moves, Thunderbolt, quick attack, fly. Partner Eevee, strength, early gym. Moves, tackle, shadow ball, protect, ace. Thunderbolt, the higher the intimacy, the greater the attack power. Quick attack, preemptive strike, targets the opponent's weak point. Tackle, the higher the intimacy, the greater the attack power. Shadow ball, while attacking the opponent, creates a mystical wall that weakens physical attacks. Everyone, would you like to hear my wish? Jirachi in the sky began to speak. Jirachi's wish? Ash's friend exclaimed in surprise. I want to listen to a song because I'm about to sleep. Jirachi stated. Tears began to stream down Ash's friend's face. Ultimately, the group sang a lullaby for Jirachi. Thank you. I am truly happy and joyful. As the melody filled the air, Jirachi slowly closed its eyes, enveloped in a silken drapery, emanating a gentle white light, transforming back into a purple crystal, descending into the earth for a millennium of slumber. The ground of Fanes radiated with circles of green light, awakening Jirachi, which in turn reflected the green light, marking another millennium of cycles. Good night, Jirachi. Pikachu. After the events concluded, Butler surrendered and fully cooperated with Miss June Shah in the investigation of Team Magma, while Diane awaited Butler's return, vowing to protect Fanes alongside him. Ash and his companions set forth on their journey once more. By the way, Xiaoyao, what about your dream star? Ash inquired. Ah, I forgot last night. Xiaoyao cried out in distress before regaining her composure. Then, I'll fulfill my own wish. Chapter 48, Misty's Return. Ash, the permissions for Eevee's Pokeball have been lifted. Hurry back from the league. I must observe my partner Pokemon closely. Professor Oak gazed longingly at the two adorable creatures perched on Ash's shoulder. Partner Pokemon are indeed a rare existence. In the original narrative, it seems that only Haruka's Eevee was a partner Pokemon. As Eevee was destined to be his partner Pokemon, Ash had no choice but to seek Professor Oak's assistance in lifting the restrictions. After all, the greater the intimacy between a trainer and their partner Pokemon, the swifter their strength increases. Initially hesitant, Professor Oak immediately agreed upon hearing that Pikachu and others had become partner Pokemon. Ash's team consisted of Pikachu, Eevee, Ralts, Swampert, Torchic, Corphish, Talonflame, and Electrike. How enviable. Ash, you can take both Pikachu and Eevee with you. Little May exclaimed enviously. Little Max rolled his eyes and retorted, Sister, you're not even at full capacity with 6 Pokemon. What's there to be jealous of? Little Max. Ah, I was wrong, sister. All right, the time is nearly upon us. May should be arriving shortly, right? Brock. Yes, it's about time. Let us set forth. What were Ash and Brock's former companions like? Little May inquired curiously as they walked, feeling a strange sense of tension within her. Ash and Brock shared a glance, reminiscing about those blissful times filled with camaraderie, reassuring each other that May was doing splendidly. Indeed, not long ago, May had sent a message to Ash and the others, indicating her arrival in the Hoenn region and suggesting a meeting at the Desert Oasis restaurant. Ash and his companions were on their way to this rendezvous. They awaited May's arrival by the lake outside the restaurant. Pikachu on Ash's shoulder pointed in a certain direction and exclaimed, Hey May, over here. Ash and his friends called out to the approaching figure. They saw a girl with orange hair tied in a side ponytail, dressed in a beige short-sleeved shirt and shorts, cradling a Togepi in her arms, running towards them. Everyone, it's been so long. Togepi. It's been ages, May. Togepi. Ash, Brock, and Pikachu greeted her warmly. Pikachu. It's been a while. Is this Eevee? Hello. Ash, Brock, how have you been? The original trio reunited, naturally catching up on old times. Now, Eevee could confidently declare that aside from toppling the regime of the yellow-skinned rodents, everything else had been relatively smooth sailing. The next time they would overthrow that regime, they would surely claim the top spot. We are all doing quite well. Ash responded with a smile. Brock inquired with concern about May's duties as a gym leader. How is the work going? May replied with a hint of exasperation. It's utterly exhausting. Without my sister and the others, I'm left to shoulder everything alone. The original trio was deep in conversation, leaving the new second-generation members at a loss for words. Little May and Little Max peeked out from behind Ash and Brock, and unable to restrain herself, Little May interjected, It was then that May realized there were newcomers beside her. You must be Little May. And you are Little Max, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. Likewise, I've always wanted to meet you. Little May excitedly rushed towards May. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Little Max replied politely with a smile. Togepi. Togepi in May's arms greeted the two as well. Wow, it's Togepi. Little Max could no longer contain his excitement, and moved closer to admire Togepi. So adorable. Little May exclaimed, pulling out her Pokédex for a scan. Togepi. Togepi happily waved its little hand. It's such a delight to be here with all of you. Thanks to Togepi, May said, producing an invitation and handing it to Ash. Togepi Festival, calling for Togepi trainers. Ash and Brock examined the contents of the invitation. Looking toward the restaurant beside them, Ash remarked, "This is the venue, isn't it? I called you because I knew you were passing nearby. Without me and Togepi's guidance, you wouldn't be able to enter." May snatched back the invitation proudly. Upon reaching the entrance, everyone was puzzled as to why no one else was present. May had no choice but to push open the door, revealing two bearded men clad in outfits reminiscent of Togepi's eggshell. Their eyes lit up upon seeing Togepi in May's arms. "Welcome, esteemed guests. We are the organizing committee of the Togepi Festival, here to escort you all inside." They led everyone into the restaurant. "Oh," May nodded in astonishment. "What an adorable Togepi." Just as the two were about to take action, Ash suddenly interjected, "Wait a moment. I was wondering how the people of Hoenn knew May had a Togepi from Kanto. Turns out it was you too. Team Rocket. Team Rocket." Everyone gasped in astonishment. "What? You pesky kid are becoming more troublesome by the day." "That's right. Since you've uncovered our identity," Jesse and James immediately dropped their disguises. "Team Rocket. You again. You've pursued Pikachu all the way here." May sighed, rubbing her forehead in exasperation. "It's been a while, little girl from the first generation. Unfortunately, our target today isn't Pikachu, but rather..." Ash quickly warned, "Be careful, May." Suddenly, a mechanical arm emerged from the restaurant, snatching Togepi from May's embrace. "Togepi. Hee. Farewell, everyone." Jesse and James, seeing the hand, wasted no time and made their escape. "Ah, Togepi." Ash and the others attempted to pursue, but the door suddenly locked, and the walls of the restaurant collapsed, revealing a spaceship that began to ascend. "Oh no. Come forth. Ralts, use teleport to get us inside." Ralts. In an instant, they vanished and found themselves inside the spaceship. Upon confirming they were indeed in a spaceship, Ash and his friends breathed a sigh of relief in the dimly lit environment. May smiled at Ralts and said, "Thank you, Ralts." "Ralts." Ralts responded with a cheerful smile. "All right, the rescue team is transforming today to save Togepi." At that moment, Ash and his companions had been transported into the depths of the desert. Brock leaned out to exclaim, "It's a sandstorm. The spaceship is heading straight into it. Everyone, find something to hold on to. It might shake quite a bit." Ash cautioned. Little May excitedly narrated, "Wow, what fate awaits the rescue team." Ash and his friends gripped the nearby railings tightly, while the Team Rocket trio in the cockpit prepared to breach the sandstorm. After a tumultuous shake, they successfully navigated through it, arriving at the kingdom of Mirazu. The spaceship landed at the airport, and Team Rocket disembarked with Togepi in tow. At that moment, Ash and his friends also jumped off the spaceship. "Team Rocket, stop. Give me back Togepi." May shouted. "What? You little brat. When did you sneak aboard? It's wrong to stow away." Just as Team Rocket was about to act, a man wearing a tall hat with two tufts of beard restrained them. "Lord Hanzo, please take a look. We have brought Togepi." Jesse and James presented Togepi to Hanzo. "How's it going? You can trust us to handle this matter," Jesse boasted. Hanzo coldly scoffed as he took Togepi. "The mission has failed. I only instructed you to bring Togepi, not trainers. It seems you are the mastermind." The group glared at Hanzo. Chapter 49, The Kingdom of Mirazu. "I am Hanzo, the regent of the Kingdom of Mirazu. Due to certain circumstances, I require Togepi. Thus, you must leave Togepi behind and vacate this place at once." Hanzo stated arrogantly and unhurriedly. "Return Togepi to me at once." May demanded angrily. "In that case, we have no choice but to forcibly escort you out." Hanzo snapped his fingers, and a Pokemon flew out from behind him. "Ah, it's Shedinja," Little Max exclaimed. The white halo atop Shedinja began to gather solar energy, preparing to unleash Solar Beam. Eevee, into the fray. Pikachu, unleash electric speed to rescue Baki. Bully Pika. The two adorable companions on Ash's shoulder launched their assault. Like a bolt of lightning, Pikachu darted forward, shattering the cage that ensnared Baki and freeing it. Meanwhile, Eevee unleashed a malevolent field that rendered the solar-powered shell ninja incapacitated. "How weak they are," the crowd remarked. Baki was swiftly returned to Misty by Pikachu. "Wonderful, Baki. Thank you so much, Pikachu." "Pika, you are truly impressive." Ash's confidence soared as he exclaimed, "In just one move, you defeated the shell ninja." Misty admired. The shell ninja's primary characteristic is its Wonder Guard, making it only susceptible to super effective attacks. Once hit, it loses its ability to fight. Ash elucidated. "Ash, you've grown stronger," Misty remarked, gazing at him with admiration, while Brock nodded in agreement. "Curse it. Return Baki to me. Keep going." At that moment, two iron-faced ninjas swooped down. "Ah." Misty quivered in fear. "What is wrong, Misty?" May inquired with concern. Misty is afraid of bugs," Brock explained, to which Misty nodded in confirmation. "May, Let's take them out in one go. Ash declared confidently. Pikachu. Thunderbolt. Eevee double hit. With the intimacy between Ash and Pikachu at its peak, and Eevee not far behind, the two iron-faced ninjas were instantly defeated. Seeing the situation turn against them, Team Rocket ordered the Snivy to unleash a cloud of darkness and fled. Hanzo, furious, recalled the Shell Ninja and Iron-Faced Ninja, escaping before the mist dissipated. Ash and his friends were left to search for an exit, arriving at a garden where they encountered a beautiful girl in a blue dress and hat, with light red hair, accompanied by a follower. Brock's heart began to flutter, but he was quickly restrained by May. Baki, Baki. The Baki in Misty's arms chirped excitedly. The girl, upon seeing Baki, exclaimed, Baki, my name is Sarah, and I am the princess of the Mirazu Kingdom. Sarah lifted the hem of her dress and performed a noble curtsy to introduce herself. Each of them introduced themselves earnestly, except for Brock, who nearly lost his composure. Subsequently, they were escorted by the girl to meet the old king. Upon hearing their predicament, the king apologized. I am sorry for the trouble caused. Regent Hanzo and I often clash over governance. I suspect he intends to use your Baki for some ulterior motive. Sarah spoke earnestly. Please believe us. We have never intended to take your Baki from you, nor do we harbor such thoughts. The old king continued. Then I must ask these esteemed guests to leave our Mirazu Kingdom. Prepare a ship. Yes, your majesty. Ash and the others followed Sarah to the palace entrance. Wait a moment. If you don't mind, could you tell us the details? Misty could not help but ask. Our kingdom has historically revered Baki as the guardian of freedom and peace. So those who inherit the throne have a mission to find a Baki somewhere in the world and gain its approval. Sarah reflected before speaking again. A mission? The group gasped in surprise. Then where is the king's Baki now? Brock inquired curiously. It has returned to a distant place. According to our legends, when a Baki is about to depart, the heir is recognized as the rightful king, and my father was acknowledged by Baki and officially became king. May sighed. Baki is truly an extraordinary Pokémon. Originally, a succession ceremony was to take place in this temple tomorrow, granting the throne to the one who possesses Baki. Sarah paused before continuing, but I have not found Baki before the stipulated time. Thus, I do not meet the qualification for succession. So, bringing this Baki here was for the ceremony? Misty asked, puzzled. Sarah shook her head. I believe Hanzo may be attempting to use your Baki to assert his claim to the throne. At that moment, taking advantage of the distraction, Brock knelt on one knee and grasped Sarah's hand, proclaiming, Please do not worry, my princess. I am here to rescue you from the power struggle. Sarah stood frozen in surprise. Just as May was about to intervene, she swiftly reached over to Brock, skillfully twisting his ear. We are already aware. Now come back. That hurts, it hurts. Brock cried out, feeling a familiar grip that was far stronger than May's. May looked at Misty with sparkling eyes, so impressive. I want to learn from you. Princess Sarah, if you do not mind, we can assist. Sarah shook her head. I cannot involve you in this danger. Therefore, please leave this country as soon as possible. But if there is no Baki, then what about the princess? Sarah optimistically replied, Do not worry about my affairs. There will naturally be a way. Soon after, Sarah escorted Ash and the others to the airport. Miss Misty, you must hurry, before Hanzo and his pursuers arrive. Please take Baki and everyone else and leave this place. At that moment, a mirage appeared in the sky. The blue sky above the temple reflecting the image of the temple like a mirror. The group was awestruck by the sight. Suddenly, Baki emitted a soft blue glow and began floating towards the mirage. Sarah covered her mouth in disbelief. Could it be that Baki senses the paradise beyond the mirage? Just then, the Shell Ninja reappeared before Baki, its halo beginning to gather solar energy. The Shell Ninja. Misty quickly jumped up, embracing Baki to evade the green energy beam shot by the Shell Ninja. Hanzo and Team Rocket also appeared in Ash's line of sight. You cannot escape. Hand over Baki obediently, meow. Misty furiously retorted, You villains, I will never give Baki to you. Humph, obstinate. Shell Ninja, use Solar Flare. Hanzo commanded, pointing at Ash and the others. I won't give you the chance. Pikachu, fly. The crowd gasped, Pikachu can fly? Pikachu soared towards the Shell Ninja. And with a resounding boom, the Shell Ninja was rendered unable to fight. In truth, knowing the Shell Ninja's weakness and using a countering move was all it took to incapacitate it. Hanzo's face flushed with rage as he shouted, Damn it. Iron-faced ninjas. Unleash Destruction Beam. The two iron-faced ninjas began to gather energy for two purple-black energy beams. Eevee, protect. Eevee erected a green shield in front of Ash and the others, blocking the destruction beam. Just as Ash was about to command an attack against Hanzo, a silvery light emanated from the mirage, enveloping Ash and the others and transporting them into the realm of Baki's paradise. Chapter 50, Baki's Paradise, Bakikigu. Is this Baki's paradise? But why? May looked around at the withered vegetation. May cautiously touched a nearby leaf, which immediately turned to ash. It is said that Baki here grows through the connection with people's hearts, And you all are aware of the current state of the Mirazu Kingdom, Sarah lamented, her gaze downcast. Meanwhile, Hanzo, seeing the obstacles vanish before him, rejoiced and launched a coup. Simultaneously, he grew even more covetous of Baki's power, which could instantly transport so many people away. Back with Ash, Baki, saddened by the desolation, suddenly seemed to discover something and floated towards a hillside. Ah, Baki, wait. Ash and the others quickly chased after it. Upon reaching their destination, they were astonished. On a desolate patch of withered grass lay a group of feeble Togepi, their frailty unmistakable. Misty's Togepi gazed anxiously at its companions. How could this happen? The onlookers lamented the pitiful state of the Togepi. Filled with indignation, Misty exclaimed, "It must be that scoundrel, Hanzo." Sarah, cradling one of the Togepi, nodded in agreement, her anger palpable. Hanzo is up to no good. He has surely caused this suffering here. At that moment, the sky above Togepi Paradise crackled with thunder, and Misty's normally cheerful Togepi displayed an expression of fury as it soared in a particular direction. Realizing the urgency, Ash and the others hastily followed suit. Before long, the Togepi came to a halt, revealing a blue mirror standing before them, its surface reflecting the images of Hanzo and the trio from Team Rocket, who were wreaking havoc upon the mirror, thereby disrupting the tranquility of Togepi Paradise. Those wretches, they are relentless. Misty clenched her fists in anger. With a determined chirp, Togepi darted towards the mirror and passed through it, prompting Ash to channel his aura power and lead Brock and the others into the outside world as well. Look, we've made it out. This place truly connects to another realm, exclaimed the spirited Sarah as she pointed at Hanzo with fury. Hanzo, this is not the behavior that a guardian of Pokemon Togepi should exhibit. Without further ado, Hanzo unleashed his Iron Mask Ninja and Shelmet. Go, Torchic, use Ember. And you, Electrike, unleash Thunderbolt. Torchic expelled numerous fiery embers, striking one of the Iron Mask ninjas, while Electrike released arcs of blue electricity, incapacitating another. Suddenly, Torchic was enveloped in a mesmerizing blue-white light of evolution, sprouting 2 arms and transforming into Combuskin. This is incredible, Sarah exclaimed, retrieving her Pokédex. Combuskin. Level, Elite Beginner. Moves, Double Kick, Ember, Feather Dance. It was noteworthy that Ash's Pokemon often refrained from evolving until they reached their limits. Alright, Combuskin, unleash Ember, Sarah commanded enthusiastically. Combuskin released a torrent of orange flames, swiftly defeating the Iron Mask Ninja. Hanzo was left with only his Shelmet. Cursed Shelmet, use Solar Beam. Shelmet began to gather solar energy, launching a green energy beam toward Ash and his friends. Just then, an azure blue protective shield appeared abruptly, intercepting the attack. Is this the mysterious guardian? Ash pondered, gazing at the shield. At that moment, a swarm of Togepi surged forth from Togepi Paradise, floating in the air and rhythmically waving their tiny hands. Several beams of blue light enveloped Misty's Togepi, triggering its evolution. The Togepi's shell vanished, revealing longer ears and tiny wings as it evolved into Togekiss. Togekiss has evolved, Ash announced. Togekiss flew before Misty, nuzzling affectionately. Togekiss. Misty beamed at the newly evolved Pokemon. Togekiss then flew in front of the other Togepi, glaring fiercely at Hanzo. Humph. So you've evolved, but I shall not let you off so easily. Shelmet. Use Solar Beam. Hanzo, fully aware of his slim chances of success, was nonetheless determined to fight back. However, the Solar Beam was effortlessly blocked by Togekiss's mysterious shield. What does it matter if the guardian Pokemon is here? Victory cannot be achieved solely through defense. Hanzo shouted in a frenzy. Let me handle you. Come forth. My new partner. Misty decided to take matters into her own hands to assist Togekiss. Roar. It was none other than her previously feared water-type Pokemon, Gyarados. Hanzo scoffed. Do you really think you can defeat my Shelmet with a water-type Pokemon? How laughable. Indeed. Gyarados, use Ember. Misty commanded, surprising everyone. Gyarados unleashed a stream of orange flames, striking Shelmet and causing it to collapse, losing its ability to battle. To add insult to injury, Hanzo was singed on one side of his face, causing him great vexation. This is the end for you, Hanzo. At that moment, the old king and queen arrived with guards, apprehending him. Yes, the guards secured Hanzo, while Team Rocket seized the opportunity to escape unnoticed. The Togepi soared into the sky, returning to Togepi Paradise. Togekiss, bid farewell to everyone, Misty instructed, as she too prepared to leave, concerned for her unreliable sisters. Togekiss, however, flew before Misty, its gaze reflecting worry for the departing Togepi, chirping softly. Was Togekiss resolved to remain behind to protect this place from further danger? Ash, smiling at Togepi Paradise, reassured Togekiss, fear not. As long as Togepi Paradise is connected to the Mirazu Kingdom, Sarah will surely safeguard it. Sarah nodded in affirmation. Indeed, even if I cannot inherit the throne, I will continue to protect this paradise. Leave it to me, Togekiss. Seeing this, Togekiss relaxed, its worries dissipating as it smiled once more, not wishing to part with Misty. Princess Sarah, you already possess the right to the throne, Ash pointed out with a grin. Togepi. Sarah looked down to see a Togepi tugging at her, and she bent down to embrace it. Togepi, aren't you returning to the paradise? It responded cheerfully. It seems this Togepi is the one you were meant to find, Ash remarked with a smile. The Togepi joyfully snuggled in Sarah's arms. That is wonderful, Princess Sarah. Everyone congratulated. The following morning, Ash and his companions boarded a ship, departing from the Miraz Kingdom and returning to the lake they had visited previously. It was time for farewells, and Misty, taking Togekiss with her, prepared to head back to Kanto. Until we meet again, make sure to keep up your spirits. Togekiss, goodbye. Please send our regards to your sisters. Pikachu, Bizel. Alright, everyone, do come visit us in Hualan City. Chapter 51, The Winning Family, Swellow. After bidding farewell to Misty, Ash and his companions set their sights on Akiha town, continuing their grounded journey through a scorching wilderness. Ugh, Brock, is there any water left? I'm about to wilt. Sarah lamented, feeling as if she might dry up. Brock checked the water bottle and shook his head helplessly. It's empty, no drops left, and we're still quite far from the next town. Oh no. Sarah and the others. What are we to do? We can't go on without water. I'm feeling dizzy. Sarah began to falter. And soon Brock and Max were on the verge of collapse, too. Ash found himself at a loss, as his water-type Pokemon's water gun was not potable. He decided to send out his Bizel and Corphish to provide a refreshing spray, at least to help them endure a bit longer. Just then, a fiery camel adorned with 2 volcanoes on its back approached, accompanied by an elderly gentleman. What seems to be the trouble? Ash briefly recounted their plight. Hello. Due to the intense heat, we've run out of water, so. I see. Please, follow me. My home is just ahead. The kind gentleman invited warmly. Really? Sarah, Max, and Brock sprang to life, causing Ash to sweat in embarrassment. Following the fiery camel and the gentleman, they arrived at his home. A homestead set amidst the wilderness with a thriving vegetable garden. Due to the sparse nearby population, they were exceptionally hospitable, consisting of the gentleman Haruhiko, his wife Anka, their daughter Koyuki, and Haruhiko's mother, Mitsuyo. We're full now. Thank you for your hospitality. Pikachu, Bizel. However, the singularly remarkable aspect was that Xiaosheng was utterly captivated by the glass of water handed to him by Xiaoxua, his face flushed with a crimson hue. The moment Xiaosheng dared to take a step forward, Xiaojiang would undoubtedly seek vengeance. By the way, I have heard that you plan to participate in the Hoenn League competition. Is that correct? Inquired the eldest member of the Guangdai family, Grandma Guangdai. Indeed. To be precise, it is I who will be participating, replied Xiaoji. To be honest, my eldest son, Liangping, is traveling just like you, striving to become the champion of the Pokemon competition. Anjiang spoke, his eyes gleaming with pride as he mentioned his son. Is that so? This explains why you are particularly warm towards us. Xiaoji responded with a smile. Speaking of which, shall we engage in a battle? Grandma Guangdai's eyes sparkled with determination. After all, we are known as the winning family. The sudden challenge caught everyone off guard. Meanwhile, Qingyan and his companions also revealed their fighting spirit towards Xiaoji and his friends, striking a pose with outstretched arms, shouting, "We are the winning family." The 4 of them, having partaken of their hospitality, readily agreed to the battle. As Qingyan led Xiaoji and the others to the battleground, he elaborated, "Just as I mentioned earlier, my eldest son, Liangping, is on a journey to become the champion of the Pokemon League." Anjiang added, "With the intention of cheering for Liangping, our family frequently engages in Pokemon contests. However, battling amongst ourselves has grown tiresome." Xiaoxua interjected, "How about a 4-on-4 battle then?" Grandma Guangdai proposed with a smile. Wait a moment. Xiaosheng doesn't even have his own Pokemon yet. Xiaoyao expressed her concern, but Xiaosheng, glancing at Xiaoxua, insisted on borrowing a Pokemon for the battle. Very well. Qingyan shall take the lead. Anjiang will be the second. Xiaoxua will serve as the vice-captain, and I, this old lady, shall be the commander. Grandma Guangdai turned to Qingyan's family, making arrangements with earnestness, declaring that in order to support Liangping, this battle must not be lost. Yes, the 3 replied in unison. Xiaosheng, I will lend you my Torchic, as you are more familiar with it. Xiaoji handed the Pokeball containing Torchic to Xiaosheng. Thank you, Xiaoji. Upon arriving at the battle arena, they found it to be exceptionally well organized, with Xiaoxua stating that it was the fruit of their family's labor. The first match was Qingyan versus Xiaojiang, with Grandma Guangdai as the referee. The battle commenced with a Snivy facing off against a Mudkip, but unfortunately, Xiaojiang was careless. Snivy's movements were incredibly agile, and with the use of Volt Tackle, it knocked out Xiaojiang's Mudkip. Mudkip lost its fighting ability, and the victor was Qingyan. Grandma Guangdai fulfilled her duties as a referee and praised, "Well done. Your spirit is commendable. Liangping will surely feel it." Unbeknownst to her, Liangping was not far from home. having saved Team Rocket and was currently sharing his feelings with them, as they encouraged him. In the second match, Anjiang faced Xiaoyao. Upon seeing Anjiang send out a Rosalia, memories of the sharp-tongued, green-haired Shun flooded back, igniting his fighting spirit. Initially intending to send out a combustion, he quickly changed his mind and sent out a Beautifly. Ready to avenge past grievances, he unleashed a surge of energy at 200%. With a powerful gust followed by a silver wind, Anjiang was forced to forfeit. Beautifly seemed to break through its limitations and advanced to the mid-elite stage. The third match featured Xiaoxue versus Xiaoxing, with Amaril battling against Torchic. Xiaoxing, smitten by Xiaoxue, initially hesitated to initiate an attack. Alas, both Xiaoxi and Xiaoxing forgot about Torchic's fierce competitive nature, leading to passive hits. Impossible. Ignoring Xiaoxing's commands, Torchic unleashed Ember repeatedly, its speed accelerating with each attack, rendering Maril unable to land a hit, ultimately overpowering the early elite Maril. It became Torchic's experience fodder, advancing to the pinnacle of the ordinary stage, further widening the gap from Mudkip and Ralts, who had only just caught up. Torchic triumphantly stood over the defeated Maril. Observing the battle, Xiaoyao quietly remarked, "My Torchic is truly adorable, so ferocious." Maril lost its fighting ability. Torchic emerged victorious. The winner was Xiaoxing. Xiaoxing lamented, "I wish I could lose." He cautiously glanced at Xiaoxue. Maril. Xiaoxue sorrowfully cradled her Maril. "Is Maril all right?" Xiaoxing asked anxiously. "You are so cruel. Why did you beat it so badly? That's too much." Xiaoxue glared furiously at Xiaoxing. "I detest you the most." Snap. This time, it was not Xiaojiang who felt heartbroken, but Xiaoxing. His first love ended before it even began. Everyone, including Xiaoji, silently criticized. "I even gave you the weakest and most countered Pokemon, and you still lost. Had I known, I would have given you Mudkip. Such a terrifying competitive spirit. Alas, it is fate. Xiaoxing, I can only assist you this far. The rest is up to you." Xiaoyao clicked her tongue. Xiaoxing still has to put in more effort. Xiaojiang remarked, "I am familiar with this feeling. Would you like me to impart the secrets to swiftly overcoming heartbreak?" The final match, of course, was Grandma Guangdai versus Xiaoji. Grandma Guangdai donned a victory headband and sent out her Blaziken. Simultaneously, Liang Ping, under Team Rocket's guidance, returned home and happened to spot this scene, hiding stealthily behind a rock. Blaziken. Elite late stage. So it shall be, Swellow. Siba. Swellow wing attack. Swellow swiftly approached Blaziken and struck it with a wing attack, sending it reeling. Pursue and attack. Steel wing. The silver wing struck Blaziken, knocking it down. "Get up, stand up for me, Blaziken. Under this sky, somewhere, Liangping is surely watching you." Grandma Guangdai unleashed the rejuvenating roar. Liangping, hidden behind the rock, heard her call and thought, "I am indeed watching." Under the influence of the secret technique rejuvenating roar, Blaziken managed to rise once more. At that moment, Siba, a blue and white light of evolution, erupted from Swellow, its body expanding as it evolved into a Talonflame. Everyone was taken aback. "We merely wanted Blaziken to stand up. How did you evolve?" Talonflame. Power, Elite Pinnacle. Moves, Brave Bird, Air Slash, Inferno Overdrive. Do not be afraid. Blaziken's efforts are equivalent to Liangping's efforts. Liangping's determination is Blaziken's determination. Blaziken, use Sandstorm. Grandma Guangdai encouraged. Blaziken exhaled, raising a sandstorm on the battlefield. Just like that. Blaziken, use Takedown. Blaziken charged towards Talonflame. Talonflame, let us settle this with Brave Bird. Siba. The two Pokemon collided, and Blaziken was sent flying, losing its fighting ability. "I actually lost." Grandma Guangdai felt incredulous, yet sincerely told Xiaoji, "You are indeed a formidable trainer. By the way, if you encounter my Liangping during your travels, I hope you can convey something for me." "What is it?" Xiaoji, sensing the aura behind the rock, glanced over with a smile. "That child, Liangping, has a gentle heart. He dislikes conflicts. To expect him to be the champion of the Pokemon League is too much for him." As she spoke, Grandma Guangdai cast a glance at the rock, clearly aware that someone was hiding behind it. After all, this is her home. These words were directed at Liangping. Perhaps he is currently troubled about this matter somewhere. If that is the case, I would like to tell him that if you have found what you truly wish to pursue during your journey, then strive wholeheartedly toward that direction. Grandma. Liangping, hidden behind the rock, felt tears welling up. Life is but once, if you have a dream. It is not a bad thing to pursue it with all your might, for our family will always support Liangping. Even Xiaoji and the others were deeply moved. No one understands and supports us better than our family. Xiaoji vowed to convey the message to Liangping. Liangping then departed with Team Rocket to chase his dreams, promising to return and share his successes with his family. After Xiaoji and his companions informed the Lianxing family, they soon encountered Liangping, who encouraged them mutually, and they continued their journey towards Akiha town. Chapter 52, A New Companion Nyasu. With Akiha Town as their destination, Xiao Zhi and his group had arrived near Akiha Town, preparing to take a well-deserved rest. However, Xiao Yao could not afford to be complacent and commenced a new training regimen in anticipation of the Akiha conference. Due to the unexpected evolution of his powerful chicken, Xiao Yao decided to let his hunting butterfly take the stage this time. Moreover, Xiao Yao had made significant progress, excelling in frisbee throwing to the point of becoming overly confident, chatting with Xiao Zhi and the others while practicing, resulting in an overzealous throw that sent the frisbee flying far away. "Oh dear, I threw it too far by accident," Xiao Yao remarked, awkwardly scratching his head and sticking out his tongue at Xiao Zhi and the others. Just then, his powerful chicken approached, thumping its chest confidently, signaling, "Leave it to me." Since its evolution, the powerful chicken had indeed become much more reliable. Thus, the enthusiastic powerful chicken dashed off to retrieve the frisbee, and shortly thereafter, returned with the frisbee and a small pink kitten. "Wonderful. Thank you, powerful chicken," Xiao Yao exclaimed as he accepted the frisbee, then turned to the kitten. Pulling out his Pokédex to scan, "This Pokémon is Nyasu." Curiously examining Nyasu, Xiao Yao exclaimed, "Wow, how adorable. I really want it. Hello there. My name is Xiao Yao." Meow. Nyasu curled up, responding listlessly. Observing this, Xiao Yao gently picked up Nyasu from the powerful chicken's grasp, noting its lack of energy. Despite everyone's attempts to engage it, Nyasu remained unresponsive. Xiao Zhi speculated, "It must have overexerted itself while playing. It's likely just tired. Then leave it to me." Brock interjected with a spark of excitement, immediately pledging his commitment. Subsequently, Brock eagerly led Xiao Zhi, Xiao Yao, and Xiao Sheng in a specific direction, encountering numerous grass-type Pokémon along the way, such as Walking Grass and Budew. Before long, they arrived at a research facility adorned with an archway made of flowers and grasses, lush with vibrant vegetation inside. "All right, we've arrived. This is the Greenhouse, a research institute for Pokémon aromatherapy," Brock enthusiastically announced. "Pokémon aromatherapy?" Xiao Yao inquired, puzzled. Brock, ever the informative one, elaborated, "Pokémon aromatherapy is a method of alleviating fatigue in Pokémon using pleasant scents. It was featured in a magazine special." At that moment, a woman with flowing blue hair spotted Xiao Zhi and the others in the yard and came out to inquire, "May I assist you?" Brock, clearly smitten, exclaimed, "Are you the aromatherapist, Miss Elisa? You look even more stunning in person than in the magazine photos." This was indeed his true intention. Xiao Sheng couldn't help but tease him, determined to showcase what he had learned from Misty, proclaiming, "Though my first love is gone, I have grown stronger." Xiao Yao explained, "The thing is, this Nyasu seems to be really worn out." The group was then invited inside, with Brock dashing in eagerly, while Xiao Sheng made a grand entrance through the front door, requesting their guidance and understanding. Elisa was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Sheng then playfully tugged on Brock's ear, dragging him away. "Ouch. That hurts." Afterward, Xiao Zhi and the others entered the greenhouse and followed Elisa into a room where she warmly introduced various essence liquids. Xiao Yao placed Nyasu on a mat on the table, pleading, "This is Nyasu. Please help it." Elisa picked up Nyasu, inspecting it closely. It does appear quite lethargic. However, it seems to be merely fatigued from play. She then grabbed a beaker filled with fresh water, assuring them, "Rest assured, I will concoct an aroma suitable for this little one." Elisa began selecting essence liquids from the test tube rack to prepare the remedy. Just as Brock was about to speak again, he was pulled away by Xiao Sheng. Shortly thereafter, Elisa completed the preparation, spraying the aroma around Nyasu, which even made Xiao Zhi and the others feel rejuvenated. Afterward, Elisa guided Xiao Zhi and his companions around the research facility, while Xiao Yao chose to remain by Nyasu's side. It must be said that Xiao Yao had truly matured significantly. When Xiao Zhi and the others returned, they found Nyasu peacefully sleeping. Suddenly, Nyasu awoke with a meow, appearing much more spirited, chasing its tail in circles until it became dizzy. The group realized that this was likely how Nyasu had become so exhausted in the first place, unaware of how entertaining its tale must be. Seeing that Nyasu had fully regained its energy, the group felt relieved. "Nyasu, I shall capture you," Xiao Yao declared, squatting down to face Nyasu. Meow. Nyasu recognized that Xiao Yao was caring for it, and chose to accept the challenge. Xiao Yao then took Nyasu outside the research facility. Nyasu. Gender, female. Type, normal. Ability, cute charm. Strength, intermediate. Moves, tackle, quick attack, assist. Alright, go for it, powerful chicken. Take the stage. Chamo. Nyasu immediately used tackle and charged forward. The powerful chicken retaliated with a double kick, sending Nyasu crashing to the ground. Alright, go Pokeball. Xiao Yao tossed the Pokeball, capturing Nyasu without resistance. Hooray! I have obtained a new partner, Nyasu. Xiao Yao exclaimed, leaping with joy. Chamo. As for Team Rocket, they were startled awake from their daydreams of seizing the aromatic treasures. Little brat, what are you doing here? Team Rocket exclaimed in shock. To preserve the peace here, I shall graciously send you away. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Eevee, Terrastalize. Peekabooey. As golden electricity and white light surged forth, Team Rocket gasped. Do we not even get a chance to make our entrance? Bang. What an annoying feeling. Sonance. Floating in the air, Team Rocket pondered. What should we do? That brat is getting stronger. We are no match for him now. We cannot afford to stagnate. We must commence special training to reclaim our pride by defeating that brat and stealing Pikachu. Indeed, Meow. That brat has become exceedingly peculiar, able to infiltrate our territory and see through our disguises. Before commencing their special training, they must first participate in the Akiha conference. Sonance. Upon Xiaoji's return, Xiaoyao curiously asked, where did you just go? Oh, it's nothing, just dealt with a few troublesome fellows. Xiaoji waved his hand dismissively. Oh, Xiaoyao nodded, not pressing further. Subsequently, the group purchased several beneficial aromatherapy products for Pokémon from Elisa, before reluctantly bidding farewell to Brock and Elisa. After successfully capturing his third Pokémon, and with no disturbances from Team Rocket during this period, Xiaoyao briefly reunited with the shorts-wearing boy, Aki, before parting ways. Xiao Ji and his companions then arrived at Akiha Town without incident. Moreover, only 3 days remained until the grand Pokémon contest at Akiha Town. Here, a multitude of Pokémon coordinators had already gathered, and Xiao Ji and his team's first objective was to check into the Pokémon Center and register for the grand contest. Chapter 53, Xiao Yao's first ribbon medal. At the Pokémon Center, indeed, many coordinators had gathered to participate in the grand contest, leaving Xiao Yao utterly awestruck. Among the coordinators were numerous beautiful older sisters, causing Brock to struggle to maintain his composure, only to be firmly restrained by Xiao Sheng's ear-twisting technique. Meanwhile, Xiao Ji returned the fully evolved Swellow to the PC and sent out his hunting butterfly, intending to cultivate this dazzling specimen thoroughly. Upon returning, Xiao Ji noticed an additional older sister among Xiao Yao's trio. After some conversation, he learned her name was Grace, also a coordinator, who had just met them after accidentally controlling Xiao Sheng's glasses while training her partner, Chancho, in telekinesis. Hello, I am Xiao Ji from Shinshin Town, and this is my partner, Pikachu, and Eevee, Peekabooey. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you, Xiao Ji. I have seen your matches. This time, we shall triumph over you and seize the ribbon medal. Grace gazed at Ash with a formidable intensity. Xiao Yao, feeling overlooked, interjected, can we not ignore my presence? I am the only one participating this time. Ash isn't competing. How frustrating. Ash chuckled and shook his head in response. I have no intention of competing. I am here to support Xiao Yao. Oh, is that so? What a pity. Xiao Yao, you must give it your all. Ash then proposed. Shall we engage in a practice match? I would be delighted to oblige. My partner, Charm, and I will give it our utmost effort. Grace nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the battleground, Brock took on the role of referee. Come forth, Charm. Grace sent out her partner, Charm. Charm, strength, elite late stage. Then it shall be you, Electrike. A green canine appeared on the field. Charm, use Ice Punch. Charm levitated gracefully, executing a yoga pose while unleashing a flurry of ice blue fists that radiated a chilling aura, scattering crystalline ice particles from the sky. Truly, as a specialized coordinator, each attack was imbued with a touch of elegance. A combination move, is it? Electrike charged forward, employing its Thunder Fong. Surrounding Electrike, arcs of blue electricity crackled, rushing towards Charm with a fierce intensity, its jaws snapping open to reveal a colossal blue Fong. Boom. The two Pokémon were evenly matched. Wow. Is this what a combination move looks like? Xiao Yao marveled. The concept of combination moves was a revelation to her. She also understood that Ash and Grace's battle was intended to help her improve and to familiarize herself with Grace's formidable battle style, and with that thought, Xiao Yao felt a swell of happiness. Charm, use telekinesis. Charm unleashed a burst of blue psychic energy, attempting to seize control of Electrike. Electrike, defend yourself. Then unleash Volt Tackle. A shield materialized before Electrike, absorbing the telekinesis, before it unleashed a stream of blue electricity that sent Charm tumbling. Grace's expression shifted as she shouted. Get up, Charm. Electrike, deliver a finishing blow. Volt Tackle. Surrounding Electrike was a surge of electricity as it barreled towards Charm, crashing into it with a resounding impact. Charm fell, unable to continue the fight. Charm. Grace looked helplessly at her fallen partner, recalling it. You fought valiantly. Return and rest. Well done, Electrike. Grace approached Ash, exclaiming, you truly are formidable, but I shall not be defeated by you again next time. Subsequently, Grace bid farewell to Ash and the others, retreating to the Pokémon Center for rest. Meanwhile, Ash summoned his Butterfree to train alongside Xiao Yao in practicing combination moves, with the ultimate goal of earning the Autumn Leaf Ribbon Medal. Although a newcomer, Xiao Shun came to offer assistance. She remained oblivious to his help and ended up having a heated argument with him. After several days of effort, bolstered by Ash's support, Xiao Yao barely completed her combination move. However, Ash had crafted a special trump card for Xiao Yao's Butterfree, and whether they could successfully execute the combination move during the competition remained to be seen, hinging on the favor of Lady Luck. The Autumn Leaf Contest officially commenced. Featuring a plethora of participants, yet only 4 could advance to the dazzling 5-minute finale. As expected, Xiao Shun concluded with a high score of 296 points using his Petal Dance, while Grace garnered 295 points with Cherum's Flying Knee. Both were nearly assured a spot in the next round. Xiao Yao continued her previous performance. While she made no mistakes, she only achieved 259 points, teetering on the edge of qualification. This time, Musashi also entered the contest, obtaining the highest score of 297 through underhanded means. Ash shook his head, pondering that if Musashi put in the effort without resorting to cheating, he could easily qualify, as the others lacked any real talent for performance. With the final contestant scoring a mere 258 points, the last ticket to the dazzling 5 minutes was awarded to Xiao Yao, leaving her astounded, especially considering all other competitors scored above 290. The second round commenced, pitting Xiao Yao against Musashi. During the match, Xiao Yao managed to remove the cheating device from her opponent's Venomoth, exposing Musashi's dishonesty to the audience, who then began to denounce him. Under Ash's imposing aura, Musashi had no choice but to retreat strategically, vowing to return stronger for revenge. One must admit, the inhabitants of the Pokémon world are rather naive. Such an obvious cheating device went unnoticed by so many. In the next match, Xiao Shun faced Grace, but he found himself at a disadvantage. Initially planning to use Solar Beam, he was thwarted when Cherum executed Ice Punch on the ground, causing ice blocks to rise and reflecting light to eliminate the Venomoth. Indeed, knowledge can alter destiny. The final battle, naturally, was Xiao Yao versus Grace. On the battlefield, go Butterfree. Xiao Yao initiated a healing cry, rousing her Butterfree from being ensnared in her own silk and frozen. Grace decided to conclude the match. Cherum first assumed a yoga pose, then launched a decisive flying knee. Cherum leaped into the air, closing its hands, moving its head side to side before charging towards Butterfree. Quick, dodge it, Butterfree. Butterfree nimbly evaded the attack. Cherum crashed to the ground, injuring its knee, while Xiao Yao seized the opportunity to deliver a punishing blow, launching a silver wind that sent Cherum flying. The call for counterattack had been sounded. Xiao Yao's protagonist aura began to manifest. She first executed a combination of tackle and string shot, forming a white silk tornado around Butterfree's rotation, rendering Cherum's telekinesis ineffective and immobilizing it. Then, employing a combination of silver wind and tackle, she transformed the attack-oriented silver wind into a controlling force, ensnaring Cherum, who had just managed to break free from the silk, and delivering a decisive blow that sent it soaring. Grace, refusing to concede, declared, "The outcome is still undecided. Cherum, unleash a comeback with your flying knee. Butterfree, let's showcase the results of our training." Full power Aerial Ace. Under the influence of Aerial Ace, Cherum was propelled against the wall. At that moment, the dazzling 5 minutes came to a close, and ultimately, Xiao Yao claimed victory, securing the championship of the Autumn Leaf Contest. Stunned, Xiao Yao embraced her Butterfree with joy, exclaiming, "I won. I truly won. Thank you so much, Butterfree." Thus, Xiao Yao earned her very first medal, the Autumn Leaf Ribbon Medal. Hooray! Sister won. Xiao Shun cheered. While Ash and Brock exchanged glances, feeling a sense of pride, Xiao Yao had grown from a novice into a formidable competitor. After bidding farewell to Xiao Shun and Grace, Ash and his companions set forth once more, their sights set on Fiery Town. Chapter 54, The Cat's Paw of Meowth. As the victor of the Autumn Leaf Contest, Xiao Yao jubilantly bounced about, clutching her ribbon medal, ceaselessly polishing it. Ash and the others could only smile and shake their heads in exasperation. However, for Xiao Yao, who had claimed a ribbon medal in her second participation in a dazzling contest, her talent was evident, having surpassed the majority of coordinators. "Thank you, Ash," Xiao Yao expressed sincerely, acknowledging that her rapid growth would not have been possible without his support. Ash smiled back. "This is all the result of your hard work. You must continue to strive forward. There are still 4 more ribbon medals to earn." Indeed, as Ash and his companions journeyed towards Fiery Town, they approached Smokestack Mountain, which lay between Autumn Leaf Town and Fiery Town. They were now traversing the fiery path at the mountain's base. Naturally, their journey was not without challenges. Xiao Yao's spirited Meowth suddenly dashed out, colliding with a Magcargo, which provoked a swarm of Magcargo to pursue them. Observing the ordinary Magcargo, Ash thought, "This is a perfect opportunity for experience. All right then, let us go." Torchic, Mudkip, Ralts. The trio appeared on the field, with Torchic charging forth as a valiant warrior, unleashing a powerful ember attack, while Mudkip, casting spells from the back with Water Gun, provided support, and Ralts, as an auxiliary, wielded telekinesis and charm to control the battlefield. occasionally unleashing magical flames to claim victory. Wow, that is amazing. Indeed, Ash's Pokémon are remarkable. Xiaoyao gazed at Ash with admiration. At the same time, she released her Machoke, entrusting it with the battles against the occasional elite-level Pokémon that appeared. Thus, under the protection of the trio, Ash and his companions emerged from a cave at the end of the fiery path just as dusk was falling, preparing to set up camp. Upon exiting the cave, they found themselves in a vast meadow, where they came across a fruit tree, beneath which lay a slumbering Slugma. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao's Meowth had once again embarked on a reckless endeavor, delivering 2 sharp slaps to the unsuspecting Slugma, leaving Ash and his friends momentarily stunned. Meowth, why are you behaving this way again? Xiaoyao exclaimed, hands on her hips, scolding Meowth. At that moment, Slugma woke up, not seeking vengeance against Meowth, but simply hungry. Rising to feast on the fruits, Ash and his companions displayed remarkable composure, not retaliating despite being struck. Suddenly, a large Tylo appeared beside Slugma, and a melodious voice called out, Dong Dong. Ash and the others turned to see a beautiful girl wearing a headscarf approaching with 3 Slugma. What a surprise. Dong Dong, I've been searching for you everywhere. After confirming that Slugma was unharmed, the girl noticed Ash and his friends. You don't seem to be locals. Hello. My name is Yoko. I live in a nearby ranch and share my life with Slugma. They introduced themselves, and Brock, overwhelmed with affection, eagerly approached. Miss Yoko, greetings. I am Brock. To express my fondness, please treat me as you would care for Slugma. Huh. Yoko looked bewildered. Before Takashi could intervene, Slugma, perceiving a threat to its meal, became irate and unleashed a gust of hot air towards Brock, causing him to yelp in surprise. Yoko quickly instructed Tylo to intervene and calm Slugma before inviting Ash and his friends to her ranch for a visit, offering them a chance to rest for the night. In return, Brock promptly prepared a sumptuous dinner to impress Miss Yoko. The following day, Brock energetically assisted Yoko in managing the ranch and even enlisted Takashi, who was eager to experience grooming Slugma as a free laborer. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao approached Ash, expressing, my Meowth seems to have a penchant for battles, so I wish to provide it with a proper opportunity to compete. No problem. Ash nodded in agreement. Peekabooey. At that moment, Yoko entrusted the ranch's affairs to Brock and Takashi and approached with Tylo, suggesting, why not consider battling me? I haven't had a chance to compete lately, and I fear my skills may become rusty. After some thought, Xiaoyao agreed. Soon, the 3 of them gathered in an open area, with Ash acting as the referee. The match was set, Meowth versus Tylo. Listen carefully, Meowth. First, observe your opponent's movements, Xiaoyao instructed earnestly, but unfortunately, Meowth disregarded her advice and charged straight at Tylo. As Meowth approached, Yoko initiated a counterattack. Tylo, use Tackle. As the 2 Pokémon drew near, Tylo suddenly spun around, causing Meowth to chase its tail instead. Tylo, stop. Tylo immediately halted, and Meowth collided with Tylo's tail, sent flying. Subsequently, Meowth began to heed Xiaoyao's commands, but regardless of whether it attempted to tackle or use its claws, Tylo effortlessly evaded every attack. Xiaoyao grew increasingly anxious, and with Yoko's reminder, she consulted her Pokédex to discover another move for Meowth. Alright. Meowth, use Assist. Meowth's claws glowed white, launching a small burst of sparks towards Tylo, but Tylo dodged. Meowth, try again, use Assist. Meowth's claws glowed once more, generating a series of silver gusts, yet Tylo leaped to evade the winds, delivering a strike that sent Meowth flying. Alright, the match is over, Ash declared, recognizing the significant level disparity that would diminish Xiaoyao's chances of victory. Xiaoyao scooped up Meowth, asking Meowth, are you alright? It's fine, just needs a little rest. Ash responded after checking. By the way, Ash, what is the Assist move? It can use both Sparks and Silver Wind. That's impressive. Xiaoyao inquired. The Assist move randomly allows a Pokémon to use a move from another Pokémon that hasn't been sent into battle. Which move is chosen is purely based on luck. Ash explained. Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. Wow, this Assist move is really fascinating. Meow at that moment, Meowth also stirred awake. Yoko then presented some energy cubes for Pikachu and the others to enjoy, revealing that she had participated in several Pokémon contests. Xiaoyao, your Meowth possesses considerable potential. Both its speed and move sharpness are commendable. With proper training, it will surely excel in battles and contests. Yoko encouraged. Really? Thank you, Miss Yoko. Xiaoyao beamed with joy at receiving praise from her senior. The next morning, after Yoko pointed the group in the right direction, they bid her farewell, with Brock reluctantly following, his eyes filled with reluctance, as they set off towards Fiery Town. Chapter 55, The Operation at Smoke Peak. Smoke Peak, a dormant volcano in the northern region of Hoenn, is a renowned landmark known for its breathtaking scenery. Since they had arrived, it was only fitting to take a cable car to admire the view from the summit. Just in time before the cable car departed, Ash and his companions managed to board. I'm utterly exhausted. Xiaoyao and Takashi panted as they settled into their seats. Even Brock was breathing heavily, illustrating just how hurriedly they had rushed to catch the cable car. Ash, shaking his head in exasperation, mused that with the enhancements from aura and his extraordinary physique, he was not comparable to ordinary people. Wow, what a stunning view. It's so refreshing. Xiaoyao leaned against the window, enjoying the beautiful scenery outside, her fatigue dissipating. While Ash and his companions frolicked among the many Pokémon, suddenly, Pikachu seemed to sense something and looked to the right. Ash and his friends followed suit, spotting a red helicopter flying past. At that moment, Bowie Eevee also chimed in, pointing to the left, and upon turning, they saw a blue helicopter soaring by. Ash furrowed his brow. Has Team Magma and Team Aqua begun their operations again? Meanwhile, at the summit of Smoke Peak, a man was using a detector to search for a meteorite from days prior. After a challenging search, he finally found it, only to be confronted by Team Magma, while Team Aqua seized control of the control room, bringing the cable car to a halt, leaving it suspended in midair. Why did it stop? This is terrifying. Xiaoyao and her brother panicked, looking to Ash for guidance. Ash stood up, stating, it must be Team Magma or Team Aqua. I'll check the control room. You all stay here. Wait, Ash. Before Brock could finish his warning, Ash had already opened a compartment beneath the bench, revealing a rescue rope with a hook. Subsequently, Ash, accompanied by Pikachu and Eevee, climbed out through the skylight of the cable car. Xiaoyao worriedly cautioned, be careful. It's too high up. Ash gave an okay sign, spun the rope a few times, and threw it towards the tower, securing the hook tightly. He then tied the other end to the cable car. I'll go first. You all wait for me inside. I'll find someone to come for help, Ash declared, scaling the rope towards the tower with Pikachu and Eevee. Got it. Be careful. Good luck. We're counting on you. Ash reached the tower and descended to the ground, rushing towards the summit, colliding with a man carrying a rock who was descending the slope. Stop. I can't stop. Ash extended his hand to halt the man, preventing him from plummeting. Phew, thank you for saving me. The elder expressed his gratitude, yet his anxiety quickly mounted as he exclaimed, oh no, the group of villains is closing in on us. We must flee. At that moment, 3 figures clad in red garments descended the hillside. The elder hurriedly led Ash to hide behind a nearby rock. It was the Team Magma. You know them? The elder inquired, puzzled. Ash nodded and elucidated, yes. Those individuals are notorious for exploiting Pokémon for nefarious purposes. Hello, my name is Ash. What? Greetings. I am Professor Sonens, a scholar specializing in meteorite research. After introducing himself, Professor Sonens displayed a stone in his hand, exclaiming, this is the very reason they are pursuing me. I cannot allow it to fall into the hands of those wicked individuals. This must be a meteorite, correct? Professor Sonens affirmed, indeed. This meteorite was discovered near the volcanic crater above. They suddenly appeared with the intent to seize it. Just then, a Zubat swooped down, attempting a sneak attack to snatch the meteorite. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. The electric surge from Pikachu incapacitated the Zubat. Be careful. Team Magma is approaching. The meteorite is here. Hand it over, or you shall face dire consequences, threatened one of the Team Magma members. Shortly thereafter, their leader, Flint, along with the rest of Team Magma, arrived. Upon spotting Ash, Flint instinctively took a step back. You again, kid. How dare you interfere with Team Magma? Everyone, take him down. Simultaneously, he unleashed a Houndoom. The other members released an assortment of Houndoom and Zubats of varying levels. Let us see how this goes. Come forth. Torchic, Ralts, Mudkip, Corphish, Electrike, Beautifly. The stage was set for an epic showdown. Pikachu engaged Flint's Houndoom in a one-on-one battle while the rest of Ash's Pokémon took on the lesser foes. The first encounter concluded swiftly, with Pikachu's Thunderbolt dispatching Houndoom in an instant. How is this possible? You've improved so rapidly. Flint gasped in horror. This Pikachu has grown tremendously since our last encounter. The remaining adversaries were quickly dealt with by Ash's Pokémon. Realizing defeat was imminent, Flint uttered, cursed be this. Retreat. Kid, I want to let you off the hook next time. Team Magma made a hasty exit. Don't think you can escape. Ash turned to his Pokémon, noticing that Ralts and Mudkip had both evolved to their final forms after the fierce battle. Smiling, Ash nodded. Well done, everyone. Let us take a break. Professor Sonens approached Ash, exclaiming, I cannot thank you enough, Ash. You are truly remarkable. Ash, bashfully scratching the back of his head, suddenly recalled, oh, my companions are still trapped on the cable car. Follow me. I will take you to the control room. Meanwhile, hidden behind the rocks in the crater, Team Aqua, having witnessed Ash's prowess, ordered a retreat. Shortly thereafter, Ash and Professor Sonens reached the cable car control room, freeing the staff and restoring the operation of the cable car. Brock and the others were successfully rescued. Hooray, we've been saved. I knew Ash was the greatest. May cheered. Brock pondered aloud. What could Team Magma possibly want with that meteorite? It seems unrelated to Groudon. Who knows? Ash shrugged. Wow, so this is the meteorite, Max remarked, examining the stone in Professor Sonen's hand. Subsequently, Ash and his companions bid farewell to Professor Sonens, who pointed in a direction and said, if you head down from here, you will reach Fiery Town. Ash, I believe you will surely claim the gym badge. Farewell, everyone. Goodbye. They all echoed. Once again, Ash and his friends embarked on their journey, exiting the dormant volcano known as Smokestack Mountain, and soon arrived at Fiery Town by evening. Ash was tremendously excited about the upcoming gym challenge. Chapter 56, The New Gym Trainer, Yasha. As a town nestled beneath the volcano, Fiery Town boasts features akin to those of the Kanto region's Flare Town, with numerous hot springs and sand baths. After checking into the Pokémon Center, Ash and the others indulged in the soothing waters of a hot spring, followed by a restful night. The next morning, after a hearty breakfast, they prepared to challenge the Fiery Gym. Along the way, May distributed the local specialty, hot spring buns, which she had mysteriously acquired. These are delicious, she exclaimed, her cheeks adorably puffed out as she savored the treat. Pika pika. Ash took a bite. The sweet red bean filling is indeed delightful. Right? The hot spring buns are simply fantastic. Soon, Ash and his friends arrived at the Fiery Gym, only to find the doors locked. Is anyone there? Brock called out. At that moment, a girl with fiery red hair emerged from the courtyard, her coat ablaze, truly befitting a fire-type gym. Ouch, ouch, the group exclaimed, realizing they were indeed at a fire-type gym. Ash shook his head and declared, come forth, Mudkip. Use water gun. Mudkip doused the flames with a blast of water. Phew. That was close. The red-haired girl sighed in relief. Upon seeing Ash and his friends, she stylishly shrugged off her damp coat. Thank you so much. Brock immediately swooned. You're stunning. Your flames have ignited a fire in my heart. Let us embark on a passionate romance. Max yanked on Brock's ear, dragging him away. All right. If you want to burn, go ahead and burn. May curiously asked, but why was your coat on fire? I was conducting special training for my Magby and Magmar. The girl replied, sheepishly scratching her head. As the two lava Pokemon approached her, she knelt down to pet them. These are their names. I'm helping them evolve through rigorous training. I accidentally got singed by their flames. By the way, what brings you here? Ash explained his purpose. I'm Ash from Pallet Town, here to challenge the gym. A challenger. How exciting. Finally, someone has come to challenge me. Yasha leaped in front of Ash, brimming with enthusiasm. I've been eagerly awaiting challengers. My name is Yasha. Nice to meet you. She extended her hand to shake Ash's, leaving Brock momentarily speechless, wanting to push Ash aside to take his place. After a round of introductions, Yasha exclaimed, finally, a gym battle. I'm on fire with excitement. However, Brock interjected, but I recall that the gym leader of Fiery Town was an elderly gentleman named Merla. After some clarification, it turned out that Merla was Yasha's grandfather. He had fallen in love with Professor Oak's haiku and decided to return to his hometown in Chengdu, entrusting the gym to Yasha just 3 days prior. This meant Yasha was indeed a rookie gym trainer. Yet, Yasha's inexperience was glaring. Not only had she failed to prepare the uneven battleground, but she was also unaware of the location of the flame badge, leaving everyone at a loss for words. Just as Ash and his friends began rummaging through the place searching for the badge, an elderly man clad in beach attire and sporting an unruly hairstyle entered, asking to use the restroom. He inadvertently discovered the insurance box containing the badge on a shelf in the restroom. It was obvious to anyone that the old man was far more familiar with the gym than Yasha. Just as he attempted to make his escape, Ash confidently asked, You must be Merla, right? Ah, grandfather. Yasha exclaimed in surprise, It really is you. Merla, seeing the astonishment on their faces, had no choice but to drop his disguise and nodded in acknowledgement. Grandfather, it truly is you. Why are you back? Yasha asked, puzzled. I just couldn't stop worrying about you. Merla sighed, casting an appreciative glance at Ash. Young man, you are quite impressive. Your observations are keen. Afterwards, Merla, Ash, and the others worked together to prepare the battleground, enjoying Yasha's family's hot springs and sand baths at noon, with the gym challenge officially commencing in the afternoon. Merla, serving as the referee, announced, Now begins the gym challenge between newcomer gym trainer Yasha and Ash from Pallet Town. Yasha expressed her dissatisfaction, exclaiming, Grandfather, the term newcomer is quite redundant. Grandpa Mora responded sternly, Yasha, I am currently serving as the referee. Refrain from addressing me as grandfather. Only 3 Pokemon are permitted for use, and only challengers may substitute their Pokemon. Mag, take the stage. Yasha initiated the battle by sending forth a lava worm. It's decided. Squirtle, you shall be the one. Squirtle gazed at the opposing lava worm with fierce determination. Lava worm. Elite early stage. Ash, you may attack first. Squirtle, water gun. A powerful jet of water surged forth, targeting the lava worm. Mag, evade quickly. Unfortunately, the lava worm's sluggish speed rendered it unable to avoid the attack, and it was struck by the water gun. Are you alright, Mag? Do not lose. Use flamethrower. The lava worm unleashed a vibrant orange flame, but Squirtle countered with water pulse. The two forces collided, creating a tremendous cloud of steam. Now, Squirtle, use mud slap. Squirtle hurled a glob of mud directly at the lava worm's face, obscuring its vision. Go for it, Squirtle. Water pulse. Squirtle concentrated, launching a water pulse, but Mag quickly used double team. The lava worm created countless duplicates, and water pulse struck one of the illusions. The remaining clones surrounded Squirtle. Yasha confidently declared, no matter how many shadows you hit, they won't inflict any damage. Return, Squirtle. Ash chuckled as he recalled Squirtle, realizing that it lacked area attacks. It's settled. Torchic, you shall take the stage. Chamo. Torchic unleashed its energy with a fierce attack, charging swiftly at the lava worm and sending it flying. Mag, such incredible speed. Keep it up, don't give in. The lava worm struggled to rise, enveloped in a bluish-white glow of evolution, transforming into a lava snail. Lava snail. Elite mid-stage. It has evolved. Excellent work, Mag. Yasha cheered. Now, unleash flamethrower. Torchic, dodge. Torchic effortlessly evaded the flamethrower. Despite the lava snail's evolution, its speed had diminished. Torchic continuously accelerated, ultimately surpassing its limits, and executed a charged flamethrower that defeated the lava snail. The lava snail fell, incapacitated. Torchic emerged victorious. Yasha steadied herself. Now, Maiga. Another lava worm entered the fray. Return. Torchic. It's settled. Squirtle, you shall face it. Gelly. Lava worm. Strength. Elite early stage. Mag. Use heavy slam. Squirtle. Counter with rock smash. The two Pokemon collided with a resounding impact. Squirtle now. Water pulse. What? At such close range, the lava worm could not evade and was sent flying. Final blow. Tackle. Gelly. Squirtle charged forward, delivering a devastating blow that rendered the lava worm unable to battle. Chapter 57. The Flame Badge, Fire-type Master Mura. The lava worm fell, and Squirtle emerged victorious. Mura sighed, noting that Yasha's battle experience was still lacking. Mag, you've done well. It's your turn now, Coal Tortoise. Yasha sent forth her final Pokemon. Coal Tortoise. Strength. Gym early stage. Clearly, the Coal Tortoise was Mura's trump card for Yasha. Return to rest, Squirtle. Ash recalled Squirtle and summoned another Pokeball. Then, Lobster Soldier, you shall take the stage. Hee. Lobster Soldier excitedly brandished its pincers. The battle commenced. Lobster Soldier. Use Bubble Beam. Lobster Soldier unleashed a torrent of bubbles with its massive pincers. Yasha responded earnestly. Coal Tortoise, use Flamethrower. The 5 crimson depressions on Coal Tortoise's shell glowed red, releasing a robust stream of orange flame, overpowering Lobster Soldier's Bubble Beam due to its level advantage. Lobster Soldier, harden. Lobster Soldier fortified its defenses, withstanding the flames. Hee. Alright, Lobster Soldier, Crab Hammer. Lobster Soldier charged at Coal Tortoise with its glowing pincers. Coal Tortoise, withdraw into your shell. Yasha calmly commanded. Coal Tortoise retreated into its shell, with a resounding thud as it blocked the Crab Hammer. Seizing the opportunity, Yasha instructed, now, use Mud Bomb. Coal Tortoise spat out several balls of toxic sludge, striking Lobster Soldier squarely. Oh no, Lobster Soldier. Ash exclaimed anxiously, completely unprepared for Coal Tortoise's poison moves. Hee. Lobster Soldier rose once more, fortunate not to be poisoned. Excellent, Lobster Soldier. Follow up with Shellblade. Hee. Lobster Soldier's pincers glimmered with water blades as it charged. But unexpectedly, Coal Tortoise's shell absorbed the attack. This is quite the challenge. With Lobster Soldier's strength, breaking through Coal Tortoise's defense is arduous. Ash furrowed his brow, contemplating a strategy. Now's the chance. Go, Coal Tortoise. Flamethrower. Taking advantage of Ash's momentary distraction, Yasha launched a counterattack. Lobster Soldier, quickly harden. Lobster Soldier glimmered with light before being engulfed in flames. Come on, Lobster Soldier. Ash urged nervously. Hee. Lobster Soldier shone with the light of evolution amidst the flames. It has evolved. Once again in battle. Ash exclaimed in astonishment. Lobster Soldier grew larger, a pentagram appearing atop its head, shedding its previous adorable appearance to evolve into the formidable Kingler. Kingler. Strength, Elite Peak. Moves. Aqua Jet, Crunch, Water Cannon, Slam. Excellent. Kingler, Swords Dance. Crab Hammer. Kingler's Swords Dance enhanced its attack, sending Coal Tortoise flying with its mighty pincers. Coal Tortoise's shell spun uncontrollably, leaving it dazed. Final blow. Water Cannon. Coal Tortoise. The tides of battle shifted rapidly as Coal Tortoise was struck down by Kingler's Water Cannon. Coal Tortoise lost its fighting capability. Kingler emerged victorious. The winner is Ash from Pallet Town. Grandpa Mura announced. Kingler, you did splendidly. Return to rest. With that, Ash recalled Kingler. Grandpa Mura approached Yasha, offering encouragement. You performed remarkably well in battle. Ash's strength is indeed formidable. I can now travel with peace of mind. Overwhelmed by her grandfather's praise, Yasha exclaimed, "Really? Thank you, Grandpa." Yasha stepped forward to Ash, presenting the flame badge. "Ash, thank you for engaging in such an excellent battle. I entrust this flame badge to you." Ash accepted the badge. "Great, I have obtained the flame badge." Pikachu Ding obtained flame badge, reward, 1,000 points. Subsequently, Ash turned to Grandpa Mura. "Grandpa Mura, as I understand, you were previously the fire-type master of the Hoenn region, correct? I wish to challenge you." "Oh, no problem." Grandpa Mura readily accepted the challenge. "What? Grandpa Mura is actually the fire-type master." Ash and his companions exclaimed in astonishment. "I never anticipated that the Fiery Path Gym would conceal such depth." Yasha took on the role of referee, with only one Pokemon permitted for use. "Go, Blaziken." Bakak. A powerful aura enveloped the field. Blaziken. Strength. Master early stage, formerly Master late stage, but age has diminished its strength. It's decided. Pikachu, you shall take the stage. Pikachu, brimming with battle spirit, gazed determinately at Blaziken. "Pikachu is it?" Blaziken, flamethrower. The flamethrower attack grows stronger with greater energy reserves, indicating that the Elder intends to hold nothing back. Pikachu, quick attack. Pikachu deftly dodged and approached Blaziken. Pika. Pikachu transformed into a flash of lightning, evading the massive fire column and repelling Blaziken. Grandpa Mura observed Pikachu with a serious gaze, noting its incredible speed. "Now surf." A colossal wave surged beneath Pikachu, sending Blaziken soaring. "What?" Both Mura and Yasha were astonished. Pikachu had learned surf, a truly remarkable feat. Grandpa Mura regarded Pikachu with intrigue. "Interesting, Blaziken. It seems I must take this seriously." Earthquake. Ash smiled slightly, catching Grandpa Mura by surprise. Could it be that Pikachu could soar into the skies? Suddenly, Pikachu took flight, evading the tremors that would otherwise have harmed it. Grandpa Mura and Yasha stared wide-eyed. While it was already somewhat unexpected for Pikachu to surf, the notion of it flying was utterly fantastical. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, one would have needed a hefty slap to be convinced that Pikachu could indeed take to the air. "Pikachu surf," called Ash. Pikachu descended upon the raging fire beast with fervor. Fire beast, overheat. Boom. Crash. Both Pikachu and the fire beast stood panting heavily. "Ash, splendid. Let us settle this with one decisive blow," proposed Mura. Ash nodded in agreement, aware that Pikachu's stamina was waning. Thunderbolt. Flamethrower. Bam. Boom. As the smoke cleared, both Pikachu and the fire beast collapsed, rendered incapable of continuing the battle. With both Pokemon incapacitated, it was a draw. Yasha steadied herself, knowing well that her grandfather's fire beast was a top-tier Pokemon. To think it had been matched by the quasi-legendary Pikachu. The youth truly possessed remarkable potential. "Alas, I am growing old. This world is undoubtedly a stage for the young." Grandpa Mura lamented, handing Ash a notebook. "This is my training experience with the fire beast. If you don't mind, please accept it." Training experience with the fire beast. "This is far too precious, Grandpa Mura." Ash quickly waved his hands in refusal. "Accept it." To refuse it would be to show disdain for this old man. Mura insisted sternly, shoving the notebook into Ash's hands. "Very well. Thank you, Grandpa Mura." Ash bowed respectfully in gratitude. This was no ordinary notebook. With it, Ash's fire mouse could swiftly evolve. Ding, first victory against a champion. Reward, Emerald Orb. Ash's eyes widened in astonishment at the Emerald Orb. Could it be that the system intended for him to capture the legendary Rayquaza? "Ash, you are incredible. You've managed to defeat a champion-level Pokemon." Xiaoyao and Xiaoxin gazed at Ash with admiration. It was known that when he previously battled Daigo, he was merely at the quasi-champion level, but this clearly indicated Ash's immense potential. Defeating a champion, even at a one-for-one exchange, was enough to affirm Ash's place among the elite. Thus, Ash and his companions bid farewell to Grandpa Mura and Yasha, departing from the Fiery Path Gym. Chapter 58. Brock and the unexplainable connection with the heartbroken shaking panda. Upon returning to the Pokemon Center in Fiery Town, Ash first entrusted his Pokemon to Nurse Joy for treatment, and then he exchanged Pokemon with Professor Oak. Ash's team consisted of Pikachu, Eevee, Fire Mouse, Ralts, Swampert, Electrike, Butterfree, and Jigglypuff. Since Butterfree was still at a relatively low level, it was decided that Jigglypuff would participate in the next grand contest. Additionally, Ash had just received Mura's training notes, making it an ideal opportunity for Fire Mouse to enhance its abilities. Subsequently, they reconvened in the Pokemon Hall with Brock and the others to discuss their next journey. The nearest gym from there was naturally the Inu Gym in Inu City, but they would have to traverse a vast desert along the way. Brock analyzed the situation and suggested, "Why don't we first return to Zhejiang City, and then head to Changhua City?" The proposal garnered unanimous approval. For Ash, having previously exchanged wins with Qianli, he was determined to conquer Qianli this time and secure the Libra badge. As for Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng, it had been a long time since they had seen home, and they were eager to visit. Who would emerge victorious in Ash's final showdown with his father? Xiaosheng pondered with anticipation. In the past, one would have easily assumed Qianli would prevail, but after traveling with Ash and witnessing him defeat the former champion, Xiaosheng found himself at a loss. With their itinerary planned, Ash and his companions packed their belongings and set off towards Zhejiang City. Exiting Fiery Town, they entered a forest and soon ascended a grand mountain. Suddenly, Ash and his companions were halted in their tracks by a shaking panda. Xiaoyao swiftly pulled out her Pokédex. Shaking Panda, a spotted panda Pokémon, said to have unique patterns, swaying to confuse its foes. At that moment, a multitude of shaking pandas appeared before Ash and his companions. Indeed, each one is unique. Xiaosheng remarked as he observed the gathering of shaking pandas. I had no idea this mountain was home to so many of them. Brock exclaimed. Just then, Xiaoyao's eyes lit up as she pointed at one in the back. Look, that shaking panda has a heart-shaped pattern on its forehead. How adorable. Among the crowd of shaking pandas, the one adorned with a heart-shaped mark was truly eye-catching and utterly delightful. As everyone admired the shaking panda, a voice called from behind, prompting Ash to turn around and see a striking young lady accompanied by a butler. There you are. I've been searching for you. However, upon the arrival of the young lady, the heart-shaped shaking panda darted away in fright. The shaking panda that brings happiness has fled, the young lady lamented. The group approached to learn more. The young lady, named Ailey, and her butler, Royce, explained that this particular shaking panda had been entrusted to her by a friend. And ever since it had come into her life, countless blessings had befallen her. However, today, just as she was to return it, it had suddenly escaped. Brock's heroic instincts kicked in. Leave it to me. I shall find the shaking panda that brings happiness. Ash shook his head helplessly. It was evident to anyone with a discerning eye that when Ailey spoke of her friend, her gaze brimmed with affection, indicating that Brock's efforts were likely to be in vain. Nonetheless, Ash and the others resolved to assist Ailey in locating the heart-shaped shaking panda that symbolized happiness. During their search, they encountered numerous shaking pandas on the mountain, but sadly, none bore the heart-shaped mark. Found it! Brock exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention to a shaking panda that was positioned sideways. Though its forehead bore a curve, it appeared to be heart-shaped. Believing that happiness had arrived, Brock dashed forward, embracing the shaking panda while dreaming of a blissful life with Ailey. Got it! Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng cheered, but Ash shook his head. This shaking panda was clearly different from the heart-shaped one, unmistakably not the one they sought. Brock tenderly held the shaking panda, but when it raised its head, he was struck dumb, as instead of a heart, it bore a broken heart. Oh no, this is bad luck, Brock exclaimed, releasing the shaking panda in shock as it wobbled away. The group sighed in exasperation. Meanwhile, Ailey had successfully found the heart-shaped shaking panda, only for it to sense her approach and scamper off. In the course of her pursuit, she met up with Ash and the others, chasing the elusive shaking panda into a stunning flower field. It was here that Ailey finally understood the shaking panda's intent. This was the very location where she had first encountered its original owner, who soon arrived, a dashing young man. Ailey gazed at the shaking panda with joy as she looked at the young man, and a romantic atmosphere enveloped them. Through the introduction by the butler Royce, it was revealed that he was an adventurer and Ailey's fiancé. Brock was immediately crushed, and at that moment, the heartbroken shaking panda reappeared before him. Joyfully embracing him, Brock looked at the shaking panda with a stiff expression, the unfortunate creature. He quickly resorted to self-hypnosis to cope with his heartbreak. With renewed vigor, Brock stood up, only for an empty Pokeball to fall from his pocket. The heartbroken shaking panda gazed at the fallen Pokeball, then back at Brock, before promptly pressing the button. Wait, no. Brock realized too late. The Pokeball captured the heartbroken shaking panda without hesitation, sealing the deal with a resounding click. Oh no, my unfortunate companion. Brock despaired, collapsing to the ground with his hands on his head, shouting to the heavens. After bidding farewell to Ellie, the group set off towards Purple City, entering a dense forest. However, Brock's eyes were vacant as he fixated on the swaying Pokeball containing the elusive shiny Pokemon. Brock, don't be disheartened. Ash comforted. Your willingness to follow him signifies a strong bond. Just look at Misty's Psyduck. It was a constant source of frustration for her back then. Yet now it has become her cherished companion. Pikachu nodded in agreement. Under Ash's encouragement, Brock finally stored the shiny Pokemon's ball with a complex expression. As he understood that having captured it, he must now take responsibility. Once we exit this forest, we will see the streets of Purple City, Brock declared confidently, having regained his spirits. Yet, upon emerging from the forest, they did not find the streets of Purple City, but rather a valley strewn with rubble. Indeed, it seemed that taking shortcuts was not the best option for Ash and the others. Their attempts at shortcuts only led to further time wastage, as they found themselves either lost or wandering in circles. May and Max exchanged glances with Brock. Max inquired, "Why can't we see any sign of the city?" Brock scratched his head in dismay. "Could it be? I've taken a wrong turn again. This is infuriating. Why do you always insist on taking shortcuts?" May lamented while seated on the ground. "Had I known it would turn out this way, I would have chosen the regular route." At that moment, several figures captured Ash and the group's attention. Chapter 59, Cold Turtle and Steel Valley. They saw a Skarmory soaring through the sky, beneath which 3 Magnemites were using blue electromagnetic waves to suspend a cold turtle in midair, causing it great distress as it struggled. The cold turtle continuously spewed flames in an attempt to break free, but alas, it could not hit its targets and instead suffered from the Skarmory's rapid strikes. Suddenly, the Magnemites ceased their electromagnetic waves, causing the cold turtle to plummet. Oh no! Ash immediately rushed towards the cold turtle, but the Magnemites, noticing Ash's intrusion into the valley, unleashed a surge of yellow electricity toward him. "Ash, watch out!" Brock and the others cried out in alarm. "You're the one for this, Electivire." Woof. The current was entirely absorbed by Electivire, who possessed the lightning rod ability. Seizing the opportunity, Ash caught the falling cold turtle. "Excellent. Now let us deal with them." Pikachu. Thunderbolt. Electivire Shadow Ball. Pika. Woof. Pikachu and Electivire's combined Thunderbolt defeated the Magnemites, while the Skarmory was struck down by Eevee's Shadow Ball, rendering it incapable of further combat. Meanwhile, Brock and the others hurried over. "Are you alright, Cold Turtle?" Ash gently set the Cold Turtle down, simultaneously recalling Electivire into its Pokeball. The Cold Turtle was immediately overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in its eyes as it exhaled thick black smoke, instantly darkening the faces of Ash and his companions. Cough, cough. They all began to cough. Just then, a mighty roar echoed from deep within the valley, and while everyone was still puzzled, the Cold Turtle dashed toward the source of the sound. What incredible speed! Ash's eyes sparkled, and he called to the others to follow the Cold Turtle. As they ventured deeper into the valley, Ash, utilizing his aura powers, kept close behind the Cold Turtle. Boom! The group heard a loud noise and quickened their pace, only to find the Cold Turtle engaged in a struggle against the Skarmory and the Magnemites once more. The Cold Turtle was entangled with the 3 Magnemites, while Skarmory circled above, preparing to swoop down. Ash quickly leaped down and threw out 2 Pokeballs. Electivire, discharge. Come forth. Flareon, use smokescreen. Woof. Electivire's Azure Electric Discharge interrupted the Skarmory, while Flareon's wide-ranging smokescreen dispatched the Magnemites. Seizing the moment, the Cold Turtle unleashed a fiery attack on Skarmory. Hooray! May and Max cheered, with May curiously asking, "Why are there so many Magnemites in Skarmory here?" Brock pondered for a moment before responding, "If I am not mistaken, we must have inadvertently wandered into Steel Valley." Max suddenly recalled, "Right. Nurse Joy warned us before entering the forest to avoid this area at all costs." Indeed, Brock nodded. Analyzing the situation, the Steel-type Pokemon residing here have a very strong territorial instinct. If we accidentally trespass into their domain, it could be quite perilous. The Cold Turtle nodded in agreement upon hearing this. "What should we do, Ash? Should we turn back and choose a safer route?" Max asked. "Now that we've come this far, we must press on." Pika. Woof. Cold Turtle, join us as we forge through this valley. Ash invited. "With you by our side, we are sure to succeed." The Cold Turtle was moved to tears, exhaling thick black smoke, prompting Ash to quickly use his aura to shield himself from the soot. The others showed their support, preparing to brave Steel Valley. Just then, the ground began to tremble, and a massive Steelix appeared before them. Steelix. Strength. Gym Leader Early Stage. Clearly, this Steelix was the ruler of Steel Valley. The Cold Turtle gazed at Steelix with fierce determination. "Cold Turtle, do you want to follow my lead and defeat this Steelix together?" Ash encouraged. The Cold Turtle nodded earnestly. Cold Turtle. Gender. Male. Type. Fire. Ability. Drought. Changes the weather to sunny upon entry. Strength. Elite Peak. Moves. Flamethrower. Overheat. Smokescreen. Withdraw. Terrestrial type. Fire. Roar. Steelix unleashed a wave of green dragon energy toward them. Cold Turtle. Withdraw into your shell. The Cold Turtle promptly retreated into its shell. The dragon energy struck the shell without causing any harm to it. Ash smiled slightly, realizing that this time, he was no longer perplexed by the turtle's shell. Cold Turtle. Flamethrower. A massive pillar of fire surged towards Steelix, which did not evade and retaliated with a powerful Iron Tail strike against the Cold Turtle. That attack is too strong. Cold Turtle. Use Fire Spin. This time, Steelix burrowed underground to evade, but unfortunately, the Cold Turtle did not know Earthquake. Otherwise, it would have surely given Steelix a run for its money. Cold Turtle. Prepare Overheat. Let's take it out as it emerges. Cold Turtle. Ash utilized his aura to pinpoint Steelix's location and shouted, "Cold Turtle, jump up and unleash Overheat." The Cold Turtle leaped without hesitation. evading Steelix's attack while releasing an intense blaze directed at Steelix. Roar! Steelix writhed in agony from the fiery onslaught and, with a resounding crash, collapsed, losing its ability to battle. The coal turtle joyously began to release smoke. Coal turtle, if you don't mind, would you like to join me on my journey? Ash invited. Retrieving a pokeball, the coal turtle, overwhelmed with emotion, nodded vigorously, exhaling massive clouds of black smoke, which knocked Ash to the ground, as its head collided with the pokeball, resulting in a successful capture with a satisfying pop. The coal turtle is truly easily moved, Max remarked with keen insight. Yes, I have captured the coal turtle, Ash exclaimed, raising the pokeball triumphantly. Pika. Woof. The pokeball then shrank and was transported to Professor Oak's lab. Incredible. I had no idea there was such a method of capture, May declared, her eyes wide with wonder, having witnessed this method for the first time. Meanwhile, the defeated Steelix, along with the Magnemites and Skarmory, retreated, tacitly acknowledging their intrusion into Steel Valley. After traversing Steel Valley, Ash and his companions successfully found the correct path and discovered that Purple City was now within their sights. With their sights set on Orange Blossom City, Ash and the others returned to Purple City after several days. Chapter 60, Team Rocket's Return, Thunder Beast. Fantastic. We've finally made it out and into the city. May cheered upon entering Purple City. Look over there. Xiaoxing seemed to have made a discovery, pointing in a certain direction and exclaiming with joy. Over there. It appeared that a carnival was taking place in the square, prompting Xiao Ji and his companions to head over. At that moment, two individuals clad in mascot costumes approached Xiao Ji and the others, warmly welcoming them. Welcome, welcome. Let us all enjoy ourselves to the fullest. The grand prize is a splendid plush toy. As they spoke, they showcased the prize to Xiao Ji and his friends. Wow, how adorable, exclaimed Xiao Yao, utterly enamored by the fiery chick before her. Xiao Ji, observing the two individuals, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, exclaiming, long time no see, Team Rocket. Team Rocket. X3. Honestly, I told you it would be impossible to deceive the little brat, Meow. Yet you still didn't believe me, Meow? Meow stepped forward to face Xiao Ji and the others. Shall we give it a try? Musashi and Kojiro removed their disguises, grinning. Long time no see, brats. Little girl. So you are like this, Meow? Sanansu. Meanwhile, Brock fell into contemplation, suddenly striking one fist against his other palm. I was wondering what seemed to be missing lately. Turns out it was you guys. Team Rocket. Xiao Yao and Xiaoxing nodded in agreement, noting that their journey had been much quieter without Team Rocket around. Humph. Today's circumstances are not what they used to be. Let us show you the results of our rigorous training. Go, Sceptile and Dustox. Indeed, go, Sandaconda. Ouch. That hurts over there. Sceptile, Elite Peak. Dustox, Elite Late Stage. Sandaconda, Elite Peak. Gorgiest, Gym Late Stage. Let us give it a try. Go, Electivire and Magmortar. Butterfree. Take the stage. Go, Flareon. The 8 Pokemon faced each other, with Sceptile unleashing Mud Bomb. Dustox, Poison Jab. Gorgiest, prepare for revenge. Sandaconda, Solar Flare. As they watched Team Rocket's attacks come in, it was evident that they had indeed grown stronger, with each Pokemon S level having risen, and they had learned some formidable moves. Electivire, Thunderbolt. Magmortar, Flamethrower. Butterfree, Silver Wind. Flareon, Protect. Flareon erected a silvery metallic wall before the multitude of Pokemon. Poison-type moves were ineffective against Steel types, and Flareon, being at Elite Peak level, effortlessly blocked the attacks. Meanwhile, 3 attacks merged into one, forming a colossal fire pillar surrounded by blue currents and silver winds. Sanansu Gurgiest was still holding firm, reflecting the attacks back, doing quite well. Gurgiest. Team Rocket praised. As expected of Gurgiest, EV, hold the line. Pikachu, Electivire, Thunderbolt. Magmortar, Flamethrower. Flareon, hold the line. Butterfree, Hurricane. With EV and Flareon holding their ground, they successfully countered the attacks. Although Team Rocket had Gurgiest, Xiao Ji's side had Pikachu, the Divine Beast. Team Rocket was sent flying. What an annoying feeling. Sanansu. This time we were defeated by 6 Pokemon. That's right, we only had 4. So next time we will be fully prepared and will surely succeed. Indeed, Meow. What a fantastic feeling. I didn't expect that after some time apart, their strength has also improved significantly. Brock lamented. Indeed, if Team Rocket could reform, they might actually become quite talented trainers. Xiao Ji and Brock both shook their heads, with Team Rocket's trio's loyalty to their cause. Who could say they would not shed tears? I must also step up my game. Xiao Yao realized that even Musashi had improved significantly, prompting her to accelerate her own growth and strength. Upon arriving at the Pokemon Center in Jijin City, Xiao Ji and the others encountered the gym leader, Taixian. At Taixian's invitation, Xiao Ji decided to engage in a practice match with him, while Xiao Yao planned to battle Walter. The group returned to the Jijin gym, only to find it had undergone extensive renovations, The thought of the perilous traps made Xiao Yao shiver involuntarily. They entered the battle arena through a side door, where Walter's Ampharos faced off against Xiao Yao's Asper. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yao emerged victorious, as Asper's assistance proved to be filled with unpredictability, turning the tide and enabling Asper to successfully defeat Ampharos, elevating its strength to the peak of the ordinary level. This also attested to the high level of synergy and trust between Xiao Yao and Asper. Without it, Xiao Yao would have found it difficult to turn the tables. Next up was Tai Xian versus Xiao Ji, who laughed. "Bring it on, Xiao Ji. Go, Jolteon." "It's Jolteon," Xiao Sheng exclaimed excitedly, one of Eevee's evolutions. Xiao Yao scanned with her Pokédex. "Jolteon, Jolteon, Elite Peak." "Haha, Xiao Ji. I discovered this Jolteon near the power plant shortly after you left, and it just evolved not long ago." Tai Xian chuckled. "Then it's decided, Electivire." Xiao Ji sent forth Electivire, which was on the verge of evolution, using this battle to gain the final experience needed. "Oh, is that the Electivire?" Jolteon dig. Both sides possessed the ability Volt Absorb. Thus this battle was a duel between electric types without any electric type moves. Thunderbolt dodge. In a flash, Jolteon appeared behind Electivire, who swiftly evaded. Quick reflexes, Xiao Ji. "How about this move?" Jolteon, quick attack. Electivire, Thunderbolt, and Fire Fawn. Electivire absorbed the quick attack, rapidly closing in on Jolteon, delivering a fierce Fire Fawn. Electivire, crunch. Jolteon, take down. Electivire, having concentrated Dark-type energy in its fangs, launched an attack, but Jolteon stood its ground. Tai Xian noticed something was amiss. Oh no. Jolteon is in flinch status. Jolteon was ultimately defeated by Electivire's crunch. Jolteon lost the ability to battle, and Electivire emerged victorious, making Xiao Ji the winner. Wolf Electivire's body radiated a blue-white light of evolution, growing larger, its yellow mane and blue body transforming into Raikou. Raikou. Strength, Elite Peak. Moves, Aura Sphere, Electric Terrain, Roar. Thunder. Congratulations, Xiao Ji. Tai Xian congratulated. Thank you. Xiao Ji shook hands with Tai Xian. Walter suddenly interjected. "I heard you all are going to participate in the Grand Festival, right? The upcoming Greengrass Town will soon host a Pokémon Grand Festival." "Really?" Xiao Yao exclaimed in delight. Xiao Sheng retrieved a navigator to check the route. "We can reach Orange City from Greengrass Town." "Great. Let's head to Greengrass Town for the Pokémon Grand Festival first, then challenge the gym in Orange City," Xiao Ji decisively declared. Xiao Yao immediately raised her hand in agreement. Subsequently, they bid farewell to Tai Xian and Walter, resting for the night at the Pokémon Center, preparing to set out the next morning. Meanwhile, Xiao Ji sent Raikou back and retrieved his Colossal. Chapter 61, Greengrass Town, the Masked Messenger. Setting their sights on Greengrass Town, Xiao Ji and his companions fell prey to an ambush by Team Rocket along the way. Although they managed to repel them, Xiao Yao's Asper accidentally inhaled smoke from Colossal, injuring its throat and rendering it voiceless. Xiao Ji and the others had no choice but to head to the nearest town, Shuangya Town. Though it lacked a Pokémon Center, it did have a Pokémon Clinic. After a massage from the female doctor, Ayako, Xiao Yao's Asper was restored. Upon learning this, they discovered that Ayako was actually a champion of the Grand Festival, holding the title of a top coordinator. Moreover, her partner was none other than Asper's evolution, Delcatty. Ayako and Xiao Yao hit it off instantly, with Ayako imparting a wealth of knowledge about coordination to Xiao Yao, and having Delcatty teach Asper a unique technique from years ago, Tail Slap, while also sending it flying to assist in battling Team Rocket. Learning the Blizzard move in the process, Xiao Yao decided to utilize the skills imparted by Ayako to participate in the Greengrass Festival. But since Xiao Ji would be competing as well, Xiao Yao was happy to send whatever Pokémon she pleased. Ash and his companions arrived at Verdant Town with great ease, and the Grand Festival was set to commence the very next day. Upon reaching the Pokémon Center, they spotted a familiar figure anxiously conversing with Nurse Joy. With determination, May rushed forward, exclaiming, "Shun, you're here too. Let us settle this once and for all." Shun turned to see Ash and the others, regaining his usual smug demeanor. "So you all made it. I was indeed planning to participate in this Grand Festival, but..." He cast a sorrowful glance at the injured Rosalia that he had entrusted to Nurse Joy. The group looked on as they noticed the poor Rosalia, battered and bruised, and it seemed nearly impossible for it to recover by tomorrow. It appeared that Shun would have to forfeit the competition. How did Rosalia sustain such severe injuries? May, as a rival, felt a pang of sympathy for the wounded Pokémon. "We just had a battle," Shun replied, pausing momentarily. "Be wary of the masked coordinator. The one wearing the mask." He offered a brief warning before leaving, visibly dejected. May and Ash exchanged worried glances as they watched Shun's retreating figure. Ash shook his head, contemplating that giving up after a single setback indicated Shun's immaturity. After all, he surely had more than just Rosalia in his arsenal, even with a last-minute replacement. Given Shun's talent, the odds of him advancing through the first round remained high. Alright, I too shall undergo rigorous training. May resolve to avenge Hoenn in the grand festival. Especially now that Ash was participating, making it imperative not to let their guard down. Subsequently, Ash and his friends ventured to a park for their dazzling training. Alright, Esper. Take the stage. May elegantly tossed her pokeball into the air. Meow, meow, meow. Upon emerging, Esper began to spin in circles around its tail. Esper, the grand festival starts tomorrow. Let us give it our all. May encouraged as she crouched down. Meow. Esper responded excitedly. By the way, Ash, will you send out Butterfree or Jigglypuff? May inquired. Definitely Jigglypuff. With Jigglypuff, we will sweep the competition. Ash declared, releasing Jigglypuff with a flourish. Puff. He crouched down to Jigglypuff, saying, you'll be taking the stage this time. Do your best. Jigglypuff beamed with delight. Puff. Soon after, Ash and May commenced their respective training sessions. May focused on improving Esper's occasionally unreliable blizzard, while Ash prepared for his performance. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, carrying with it a flurry of dried leaves and dust. A figure clad in a black cloak, topped with a dark hat, and wearing a night phantom mask appeared before them, exclaiming, "Umph! The masked coordinator has arrived. Oh my gosh, the masked coordinator is really here." May exclaimed in surprise. Hearing their recognition, the masked coordinator executed a dramatic turn, proclaiming, "Indeed, I am the masked coordinator. I challenge you." "Alright, I accept." Ash readily agreed to the battle. With Pikachu, Butterfree, and Jigglypuff all poised for action, Brock volunteered as the referee, adhering to the dazzling 5-minute battle rules. Go, Night Phantom. The masked coordinator released his Pokémon, Night Phantom, Elite Midstage. "Alright, Butterfree, it's your turn," Ash commanded, and Jigglypuff confidently tapped its chest with its little arms, signaling its readiness. Jigglypuff, use Magical Shine. As a pink glow enveloped Jigglypuff, it struck Night Phantom, rendering it unable to battle. Night Phantom. The masked coordinator's eyes widened in disbelief behind his mask. Before he could react, a luxurious car sped toward them, prompting the masked coordinator to swiftly recall Night Phantom. "You've won. Farewell." A gust of wind whisked him away into the nearby woods. The luxurious car came to a halt before Ash and his friends, and out stepped a well-dressed lady, who immediately pursued the fleeing masked coordinator. Unfortunately, she only managed to catch a glimpse of him, sustaining a minor injury to her palm in the process. But she only found a pen, her son's pen. Upon returning, the lady confronted the group without hesitation. "Are you companions of that masked coordinator?" She grasped Ash's shoulder, shaking him slightly. "What have you done to my dear Kayamaru?" "Kayamaru. No, Mayam. It was the masked coordinator who challenged us." May quickly clarified. "Oh, is that so? I apologize. I am Kaneo." Kaneo awkwardly released Ash's shoulder. Brock politely queried, "May I ask, who is Kayamaru?" "You must listen to me. Here is what happened. Recently, my dear son Kayamaru began skipping classes and avoiding his studies." Kaneo explained, dabbing her tears with a handkerchief. "So, I hired a detective to investigate, and discovered that wherever Kayamaru goes, the masked coordinator appears. Thus, Kayamaru must have been deceived by the masked coordinator and led astray." Ash raised an eyebrow, glancing at Kaneo with disbelief. It was evident that the previous masked coordinator bore an uncanny resemblance to a phantom thief, leading to the involvement of a detective. "Could it be that your son is the masked coordinator himself?" He pondered. "Are you Pokemon trainers, then?" Kaneo pleaded through her tears. "Please help me uncover the true identity of the masked coordinator. I can offer a reward." The group, moved by the distressed mother's plight, sighed and agreed to assist, assuring her that no reward was necessary. Soon after, Ash and his friends found themselves in Kaneo's luxurious car, arriving at a breathtaking villa that left them in awe, truly the residence of the affluent. As they entered, Kaneo called out, "Kayamaru, Kayamaru, come out this instant." At that moment, a young man emerged from a room, exclaiming, "What is it, Mom? I was studying in my room." It was indeed him. Ash could confirm with absolute certainty through his aura that the Kayamaru before him was the same masked coordinator they had encountered earlier. Kaneo brandished the pen, shaking it at Kayamaru. "Is this your pen? Without it, you wouldn't be able to study, would you?" Kayamaru rushed forward to snatch it away. "Ah, it's my fountain pen." Kaneo, angered, glared at Kayamaru. "So it is yours. Why was it found with the masked coordinator? Explain yourself." Kayamaru panicked, realizing his identity was about to be exposed. "Did you give it to the masked coordinator? Or did he force you to hand it over?" Kaneo's thoughts spiraled. Ash and the others understood her perspective. After all, how could her son possibly be the masked coordinator? Kayamaru vehemently denied any connection. But in his frantic attempt to reclaim the pen, Kaneo noticed a wound on his hand. He seized the pen and dashed back to his room. Kaneo stared at Kayamaru's retreating figure, torn between the compelling evidence before her and the hope that it might all be a coincidence. As the president of her company, she had pressing matters to attend to, hastily requesting Ash and his friends to uncover the true identity of the masked coordinator before leaving in a rush. Ash conveyed the truth about Kayamaru being the masked coordinator to Brock and the others, who agreed that Kaneo and Kayamaru needed to have a serious conversation. At that moment, Kayamaru's father, Tamura Maru, appeared and clarified the situation. He revealed that he was the original masked coordinator, and Kayamaru was the second generation. It was hard not to draw comparisons to the infamous Kaito Kid. Tamura Maru had once been a coordinator himself, but he had given it up for love, while Kayamaru, passionate about Pokemon from a young age, had been thwarted by Kaneo. One day, he encountered Night Phantom and secretly nurtured it until the grand festival in Verdant Town, when he donned the masked coordinator's garb, breaking the seal to become the second generation. Under the guidance of Tamura Maru, Ash and his companions became acquainted with Jun Maru, who would serve as a mediator to persuade Aunt Kundai. Ash, how shall we convince Aunt Kundai? Xiaoyao inquired, expressing her confusion. Shouldn't we create an alibi for Jun Maru instead? It's quite simple, Ash replied. We'll let Aunt Kundai witness tomorrow's grand contest to comprehend Jun Maru's determination. But is that truly feasible? No parent would deny their child's dreams. They will only offer their support, Ash asserted with conviction. Upon conveying their idea to Aunt Kundai, she responded, the grand contest, you say? Very well, I shall attend tomorrow. She contemplated that by assigning Jun Maru a plethora of assignments to keep him home, she could manage the situation, and thus she nodded in agreement. Ash, Xiaoyao, and Jun Maru then proceeded to the waiting area. Alas, Mother has burdened me with so much homework. If it weren't for Father, I might have been trapped. Jun Maru lamented. Ash approached him, patting his shoulder. This time, you should be able to shine. After all, you've made your escape, but it will also make your mother understand your resolve. Soon, the first round of the grand contest commenced, with the first contestant being Musashi, who had adopted the alias Musashi Nobich. This time, she refrained from cheating, and with her remarkable performance talent, she secured an impressive score of 285, leaving the subsequent competitors anxious. Following her, Xiaoyao took the stage as contestant number 21. Unfortunately, at a critical moment, her blizzard move failed, yet she managed to showcase the cuteness of her Nyasu with a series of slapstick maneuvers, ultimately earning a score of 249. Although it fell short of 250, it was still commendable in a performance where the average score was merely 20. Next up was, of course, Ash. It's you, Jigglypuff. Pudding. Jigglypuff floated down from the sky with inflated cheeks, performing Kiss from an Angel and shooting stars. She showered the sky with countless hearts and stars, transforming it into a vibrant spectacle, a dazzling display of magic. Jigglypuff unleashed a pink glow as she ascended into the heavens, scattering sparkles. Jigglypuff, the stage is set. Let the singing commence. Pudding. Jigglypuff took the microphone, serenading the audience with the Jigglypuff song, a splendid fusion of visual grandeur and melodious voice that felt akin to a grand concert, causing the crowd to erupt in cheers. With a resounding bang, as Jigglypuff concluded her song, hearts and stars burst forth, transforming into glimmering lights that fell like confetti. Pudding. Jigglypuff joyfully bowed to the judges and audience, eliciting a wave of applause. Ultimately, she scored a perfect 30, achieving the highest score of the day. How beautiful. Truly a performance worthy of Ash. In the end, Jun Maru exerted every ounce of effort, combining the Night Giant's ghost fire with psychic power, ultimately scoring 278 points. Advancing to the grand 5 minutes were Ash, Xiaoyao, Jun Maru, and Musashi. In the first match, Ash faced Musashi, who exclaimed in shock upon seeing the matchup mechanism. A little rascal? I demand a fair fight. And you mustn't cheat. Ash retorted. Musashi grimaced. While she could handle other Pokemon, the thought of her adorable Jigglypuff being utterly defeated sent chills down her spine. Go, Venomoth. It's you. Jigglypuff, it's your turn. With her charming appearance, Jigglypuff caused Musashi's score to dip slightly. What does that mean? Is my Venomoth not pretty? Musashi fumed. Although the audience remained silent, their gaze clearly favored Jigglypuff. Go, Venomoth. Poison sting. Jigglypuff, light screen. Jigglypuff erected a pink barrier that blocked the poison sting, causing Musashi's score to drop further. Frustrated, Musashi cried, Venomoth, use confusion. A kaleidoscopic beam surged forth, but was again thwarted by the light screen. Jigglypuff, use sing. Pudding. Under Jigglypuff's enchanting voice, Venomoth fell victim to a sleep-inducing attack. Darn it. Venomoth, unleash your toxic. Jigglypuff, sing. Puff puff. Venomoth, still in slumber, was swiftly knocked out by Jigglypuff's move. With Venomoth incapacitated, its score plummeted, and Jigglypuff advanced with overwhelming cuteness and strength. In the second match, Jun Maru faced Xiaoyao. Just as his parents, Tamura Maru and Kundai, arrived at the venue. Chapter 63, Ash's third ribbon medal. Nyasu, take the stage. Give it your all, Night Giant. As Nyasu and Night Giant entered the arena, the grand 5 minutes began. With one being a normal type and the other a ghost type, they countered each other, creating a balanced matchup. Thus, Xiaoyao had a chance to triumph over the stronger foe. Ash had previously reminded her of the relationship between normal and ghost types. So Nyasu could only strike Night Giant with 2 moves, a somewhat unreliable Blizzard and a move filled with uncertainty, Assist. Night Giant unleashed Ghost Fire. The eerie blue flames surged toward Nyasu. Without hesitation, Xiaoyao commanded, Assist. Nyasu conjured an orange flame that collided with the Ghost Fire, which was none other than the power of Blaziken's flamethrower. Again, Nyasu Assist. Nyasu's tiny paw emanated white light, unleashing a swirling silver tornado. Night Giant, use Psychic. Night Giant summoned pink psychic energy, obliterating the silver whirlwind. The scores of both contestants were neck and neck as the battle intensified. Tamura Maru turned to Kundai and remarked, "What do you think? Look at our child, pursuing his dreams on stage. When has he ever been this confident?" Kundai gazed intently at Jun Maru's serious and self-assured demeanor, her eyes gleaming with pride, as this was a side of him she had never witnessed before. Meanwhile, Jun Maru and Xiaoyao prepared for the final showdown. Night Giant, Hyper Beam. Xiaoyao, in a desperate gamble, shouted, Nyasu, Blizzard. Nyasu executed the move flawlessly, and the fierce, chilling blizzard managed to overpower the Hyper Beam, sending Night Giant flying. Simultaneously, Nyasu evolved into an elite form. As time expired, Xiaoyao's scores surged with the final blow, allowing her to ultimately triumph. Hooray, we won. Nyasu, you were incredible. Xiaoyao cheered. In the following match, Jun Maru encountered his mother, Kundai, and father, Tamura Maru. Through a heartfelt conversation, it was revealed that Kundai had previously disallowed Jun Maru from engaging with Pokémon due to the painful separation she experienced from her dear friend, the Houndoom, during her childhood. She wished to spare her child from such anguish. Subsequently, Kundai chose to support Jun Maru's dreams, urging him to give his best at the grand contest. Indeed, every parent's heart yearns to support their child in silence. I will give my all in this match, Xiaoyao declared earnestly, fixing her gaze upon Ash. Come on, show me your progress. It's you, Jigglypuff. Nyasu, take the stage. Pudding. Meow. Go for it, sister. Ash. Pikachu. Booey. Nyasu, use Double Slap. With a flick of her glowing tail, Nyasu charged at Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff, use Disable. Followed by another Double Slap. Pudding. Jigglypuff's eyes sparkled with magic, rendering Nyasu immobile. What? Nyasu move. Be careful. Xiaoyao shrieked as Nyasu was struck twice and sent flying. Xiaoyao's score dropped by a third. Nyasu assist. With a determined meow, Nyasu unleashed a gust of wind, the howling typhoon. Jigglypuff, magical shine. The pink light instantaneously shattered the howling typhoon as Xiaoyao gritted her teeth, anxiously urging, quick, use Blizzard. With the enhancement of Blizzard, Xiaoyao succeeded in countering magical shine. Xiaoyao, it's over. Sing. Puff puff. Nyasu fell asleep on the ground, unresponsive to Xiaoyao's calls. It was well known that even Ash, the super novice, would sleep soundly upon hearing Jigglypuff's song, so a mere 5 minutes was a trivial matter. Xiaoyao was ultimately disqualified, while Ash emerged as the champion of this grand contest. The Verdant Ribbon Medal has been bestowed upon me. Pudding. Ding acquired the Verdant Ribbon Medal. Reward, 1,000 points. Ash, you are truly remarkable. You have already completed half of both the gym challenge and the grand contest. Yet, I have only earned a single ribbon medal, lamented May. Ash comforted her, saying, I was even worse than you when I first began my journey. I have grown through countless failures. Haven Ti, Brock? Oh really? I always thought you, Ash, had never faced defeat. Brock reminisced, yes. Back then, Ash knew nothing and was fueled only by passion. Through many battles, he has matured. At the Pokémon Center, Ash sent Jigglypuff and Swampert back, bringing forth his forest lizard and abandoned monkey. Ash's team now consists of Pikachu, Eevee, abandoned monkey, forest lizard, Huntail, Ralts, Torkoal, and Firemouse. After participating in the Verdant Conference, Ash and his companions departed from Verdant Town the next day, in pursuit of defeating the formidable challenger to earn his 5th badge. Ash intensified his training. For this gym challenge, he chose Huntail, Eevee, and Abandoned Monkey. There was no other choice, as Abandoned Monkey had a firm advantage over the normal type. Meanwhile, Eevee learned the psychic type move, Aura Sphere, during his journey, advancing to the mid-stage of the gym. As for Huntail, Ash initially intended to use Ralts, but if Ralts were to copy the ability of the lazy trait, the match would be rendered impossible. Aura Sphere, a powerful telekinetic assault that creates a mystical barrier that lowers special attack. During their travels, Ash and his companions faced a water shortage, prompting Brock to lead them deeper into the forest to a small village known for its famous spring. On their way, they were ambushed by Team Rocket, only to be saved by a sunstone. Upon reaching the village, they discovered the spring had run dry, compelling Ash and the others to enlist the help of water-type Pokémon to search for water, during which they met Mayu. In the process, Brock's Lotad evolved into Lombra, which the villagers regarded as a divine being. They collectively believed it to be the work of a sunstone from the cosmos. After some investigation, it was revealed that Team Rocket had been siphoning groundwater to sell for profit, leading the villagers to mistakenly blame the sunstone. After sending Team Rocket flying once again, the intense heat from the sunstone combined with the water guns created a significant amount of steam, causing the skies to rain anew. Consequently, the villagers abandoned their worship of Lombra, instead paying homage to the sunstone. Ash and his companions bid farewell to Mayu and set off towards Orange City. Upon entering a certain forest, they found themselves lost once more. Why do we always get lost? May cried out, sitting on the ground in despair. Brock remarked that they had lost their sense of direction, leaving them with no choice but to press onward. Thus, he began preparing a meal, asserting that they needed to replenish their energy before continuing. Once Brock finished cooking, Ash and the others released their Pokémon to join in the feast. At that moment, Pikachu perked up, seemingly sensing something, pointing in a certain direction, Pika Pika. Both Talonflame and Eevee appeared to notice as well, running alongside Pikachu towards that direction, prompting the group to hastily follow. Chapter 64, May and Swablu. Ahead, numerous trees lay toppled, charred from the previous night's thunderstorm. Pikachu anxiously pointed in a direction, and the group quickly turned to look, discovering an injured Pokémon, Swablu, beneath the completely scorched trees. The evolved form of Swablu, Altaria, is a dragon-type Pokémon. It is quite remarkable for a bird to possess the dragon attribute, leaving those like Charizard envious, as they have dragon-like forms without the actual dragon type. Especially after Mega Evolution, where it becomes a fairy dragon, undeniably a traitor to the dragon lineage. It's Swablu. It seems to be injured. Brock frowned. Come here, Swablu. Don't be afraid. Come to me. May crouched down, arms outstretched, speaking gently to Swablu. Although Swablu was initially wary of humans, the pain from its injuries made it drawn to May's gentle demeanor, and it approached her. Overjoyed, May scooped Swablu into her arms, applying pain relief spray and starting to bandage its wounds, causing Ash and Brock to realize that the once naive girl had matured, though her bandaging skills left much to be desired. Sister, your bandaging looks like a mummy, Max remarked, critiquing May's handiwork. Bang. Max, what is that supposed to mean? Why don't you do it instead? Max cried out in pain, holding his head. The commotion drew the attention of a man with a long-nosed Tropius, who hurried over. Soon, a rustling sound emerged from the bushes next to Ash and his friends, and they turned to see a Tropius leap from the foliage, followed closely by a man. Upon seeing this, Swablu, frightened, hid behind May. My apologies. I seem to have startled you. I am Morita, the Nature Conservation Officer here. May I ask why you are in this area? Morita politely inquired of Ash and the others. After introducing themselves, Ash explained the current situation to Morita. Once he understood, Morita led Ash and his companions to his cabin, assuring them to make themselves at home. Brock then removed Swablu's bandages to reapply them properly. Morita speculated that the previous night's thunderstorm likely destroyed Swablu's nest, causing it to become separated from its flock. Ash and his companions decided to return Swablu to its family before continuing their journey. This scene was overheard by Team Rocket, who fantasized about offering Swablu to Giovanni as a pillow, dreaming of promotions and raises. May personally fed Swablu medication, and after days of care, Swablu fully recovered and grew very close to her. Unfortunately, it seemed that Swablu had developed a fear of flying due to its injuries. No matter how much May encouraged it, Swablu struggled to overcome this fear. Thus, May sent out Talonflame to help Swablu experience flight, while Ash did the same to prevent any mishaps. Subsequently, Max used his psychological suggestion powder to successfully get Swablu to fly, but it would still need to rely on its own strength. Otherwise, it would be forever dependent on the powder. At that moment, Morita returned with good news. Having located Swablu's flock near a lake, Ash and his friends hopped into Morita's vehicle, heading towards the lake. Just as they were nearing their destination, a sharp needle caused a tire to burst. Ash and his companions quickly exited the vehicle, only to have a mechanical arm snatch Swablu. Team Rocket, return Swablu to me. May shouted furiously. Meowth cackled. We got it, Meow. Well done, Desert Naya. Jessie laughed, holding Swablu triumphantly. Swablu is ours now. Swablu cried out, struggling. Since you're so sincere, Meow. Surrender, you little brat. Ha ha ha, we'll let you off this time. Next time, we'll catch Pikachu. The boss's pillow has arrived. Goodbye, Meow. Team Rocket quickly retreated, but May suddenly had a brilliant idea. Swablu sing. What? Singing is absolutely out of the question. Save that for when we reach Giovanni. Desert Naya, Needle Bomb. James quickly commanded. Unfortunately, it was too late. Team Rocket fell into a deep slumber, and Desert Naya, ever loyal, dozed off while still executing James's orders, a scene that brought tears to many trainers' eyes. What a relief. Stop it. Desert Naya's needle bomb wildly struck the interior of Team Rocket's hot air balloon, piercing the behinds of the trio, waking them from their slumber. Don't use needle bomb here, meow. The needle even accidentally punctured the igniter, igniting the hot air balloon and causing it to plummet. May panicked. Swablu, fly? Fly up now. Without any magic powder, you can do it. At the sound of May's encouragement, the trembling Swablu looked up at the blue sky, determination filling its gaze. And with a swift motion, it soared through the smoke, appearing in the sky. Marvelous. Swablu has succeeded. It can fly. Xiaoyao exclaimed joyfully as the Swablu flew into her embrace. Meanwhile, Team Rocket's hot air balloon plummeted to the ground in flames, and the Cape Boy, water-leaping fish, employed his water gun. 2 jets of water extinguished the flames. Phew, we are saved. But where is Swablu? Team Rocket, evidently undeterred, pressed on. Cape Boy, water-leaping fish. Water gun. Pikachu, thunderbolt. A blue stream of water connected with a golden current, charging towards Team Rocket. Boom. How infuriating. Sonance. Shortly thereafter, Ash and his companions arrived at a tranquil lake, only to find that not a single Pokemon was present, let alone the coveted Altaria. How could this be? Xiaoyao fretted. It seems everyone has left. She then turned to the Swablu soaring above and asked, Swablu, would you like to become my partner? Just as Swablu was about to respond, a call echoed from the lake, and the Altarius and Swablu returned to seek it. The Swablu flew towards them. Swablu Xiaoyao gazed longingly as it departed, tears welling in her eyes. Sister Xiaosheng, too, recalled his poignant farewell with Karachi Eye, fully empathizing with her feelings. The Swablu, reflecting on the attentive care it received over the past few days, felt a resolve strengthen within its gaze, calling out to its kin. The Altaria seemed to urge it to stay, but ultimately shook its head, leading the group away. Just as Ash and his companions turned to depart, Swablu approached Xiaoyao once more. Swablu, you didn't leave with them? Xiaoyao exclaimed. Ash, smiling, reassured her. Xiaoyao, it seems Swablu wishes to become your Pokemon. Xiaoyao looked at Swablu in astonishment. Is that true? Swablu nodded affirmatively. Swablu, gender, female, type, normal, flying. Ability, natural cure, restores status conditions upon returning to the team. Strength, mid-level. Moves, sing, peck, perish song, charm. Terrestrial type, flying. Go Pokeball. Xiaoyao threw the Pokeball at Swablu, and with a chirp, Swablu was captured within. Bang. Captured successfully. Hooray, I have obtained Swablu. Xiaoyao cheered as she picked up the Pokeball. Congratulations, Xiaoyao. Thus, Xiaoyao acquired her 4th Pokemon, and Morita informed Ash and the others of a shortcut to Orange City. After bidding farewell to Morita, Ash and his group set forth once more on their journey to Orange City. Chapter 65, Xiaoyao vs. Guy. Targeting Orange City, Ash and his companions took a respite in the forest for lunch. This is delicious. Another bowl, please. Xiaoyao's voice rang out. We are almost at Orange City, Brock announced. Holding up his bowl, Xiaosheng remarked to Ash, my dad is quite formidable, so be careful, Ash. No problem, I am fully prepared. Booey. Just then, a resounding roar echoed through the forest. Everyone turned to see a large, light purple Pokemon with 4 prominent teeth blocking their path. That's a Loudred, Xiaosheng exclaimed. Moreover, this Loudred was exceedingly agitated, charging recklessly towards Ash and the others. When bang, Ash's Trico stood protectively in front of them. Alright, Trico pound. Trico delivered a powerful slap, sending Loudred soaring. Loudred mid-level elite. Bam, Loudred sprang from the ground, charging back. Trico, leaf blade. Wham, Trico's arms erupted with green blades, slicing Loudred and rendering it unable to battle. Wham! With that final experience, Trico reached the pinnacle of its elite form, nodding in satisfaction as its former companions had all evolved, leaving it as the last. Loudred. At that moment, Loudred's trainer arrived, finally noticing that Loudred was unharmed and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for stopping my Loudred. My name is Guy, he expressed gratefully. I am Ash from Pallet Town. My name is Brock, pleased to meet you. I am Xiaoyao. I am Xiaosheng. After a brief introduction, they learned that Guy was also challenging gyms with the goal of the Hoenn League, and upon discovering that Ash had already acquired 4 badges, Guy expressed admiration. That's impressive. I have only 2 so far. Collecting 8 is indeed no easy feat. Not at all. I believe you can succeed as well, Ash encouraged. By the way, I genuinely appreciate your help. I have no idea why Loudred has been so unruly lately, refusing to listen to me. Guy lamented, glancing at the now snoozing Loudred. Ash shared his insight. I think I might know. Your Loudred is likely on the verge of evolution. On the verge of evolution? Really? Guy exclaimed, excitement washing over him. Ash nodded affirmatively. So what should I do? Guy humbly inquired. The fastest way, of course, is through Pokemon battles. Ash proposed. Then allow me to battle you, Guy. Xiaoyao interjected suddenly. Xiaoyao X2 sister. Everyone stared in astonishment at Xiaoyao, who had taken the initiative to challenge. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Xiaoyao blushed and stammered. I just want to test my strength. The group nodded in agreement. Ash had initially intended to step in, but the Pokemon he could use were either too low or too high in level, making Xiao Yao's participation fortuitous. Then I will entrust you, Combuskin. Wham! Combuskin thumped its chest confidently. In an open area, Loud Red and Combuskin faced off. Combuskin, double kick. Wham! Combuskin launched 2 kicks at Loud Red, pushing it back. Loud Red. Use Supersonic. Loud Red emitted a deafening sound from its large ears. Combuskin. Use Ember. Combuskin broke through the Supersonic and collided with Loud Red, sending it flying with a punch. Oh, what was that? Xiao Yao questioned, puzzled by the move. That is Sky Uppercut. It seems Combuskin has learned it. Ash explained to Xiao Yao. Combuskin mid-level elite. Ash nodded, noting its apparent breakthrough. Loud Red, Guy exclaimed, as Loud Red rose again, roaring fiercely and radiating a blue-white light of evolution. It successfully evolved into the more ferocious Exploud. Xiao Yao swiftly consulted her Pokédex. Exploud, late elite. Then let the battle continue. Combuskin, Flamethrower. Wham! Combuskin unleashed a torrent of orange flames. Guy quickly shouted, Exploud, dodge quickly. However, Exploud disregarded the command, instead letting out a mighty roar and releasing a blue sound wave that dispersed the flames. This is Hyper Voice, but why? Exploud is no longer heeding Guy's commands and is rampaging around. Combuskin, use Sky Uppercut to stop Exploud. Trico, use Leaf Blade. With the combined efforts of Combuskin and Trico, they successfully subdued Exploud. Exploud, why is this happening? Guy despaired. It was now time for the trio of troublemakers to make their entrance, as Team Rocket, upon spotting Exploud, was instantly intrigued, fantasizing about becoming its alarm clock for a promotion. They had never considered what Exploud actually wanted, which would be far less challenging than their own endeavors. Without hesitation, they produced a rocket launcher, firing 2 corks to seal Exploud's sound waves. However, Guy noticed and shouted, watch out. He placed himself in front of Exploud, attempting to appeal to its emotions, not realizing that it might seem like a staged act of sympathy. But Team Rocket's high-tech gadgets were not to be underestimated. They even had tracking capabilities. I bet if Team Rocket had joined the research department instead of the action division, they would have already become the head of the research department, making their dreams a reality long ago. Combuskin, Flamethrower. Trico, Leaf Blade. Each Pokemon targeted a cork, obliterating it. As expected, it's you again, Team Rocket. Xiao Yao sighed, exclaiming, they are like an unshakable adhesive that clings stubbornly. Do not obstruct us, you little rascal, Musashi proclaimed, bearing a rocket launcher with an air of authority. Who are you exactly? Guy demanded angrily, but before he could receive an answer, Xiaoji hastily intervened. No. Unfortunately, it was too late. Since you were so sincerely obstinate, Meow. Sanansu. Xiaoji gazed at the trio from Team Rocket in exasperation. Don't you find this tiresome? I'm utterly fed up just listening to it. The trio beside him, including Xiao Gang, nodded in agreement. What do you mean, little rascal? This is our reputation. Musashi retorted indignantly. Then allow us to send you on your way. Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt. Eevee, use Quick Attack. Peekaboo. As the flashes of lightning and white light collided. Boom. Ah, you little rascal, you sneak attacked again. Have the courage to face us in a fair battle. Such an irritating sensation. Sanansu. Meanwhile, Bakugan agreed with Guy, while Xiao Yao and Guy resumed their unfinished contest. Lijuan Chicken, Sky Uppercut. Bakugan, Hyper Voice. Although Bakugan had a higher power level, Lijuan Chicken triumphed by leveraging its type advantage, marking Bakugan's first defeat post-evolution. Chapter 66. The Frenzied Fans of North Changhua City. After an indeterminate duration of wandering through the forest, Xiao Ji and his companions finally emerged into North Changhua City, the closest urban area to Orange Hua City. Let us first rest for the night at the Pokemon Center, Xiao Ji suggested to the group. Agreed. They chorused, having endured the elements in the forest. They were eager to recuperate at the Pokemon Center. They swiftly located the center, with Xiao Gang dashing ahead. Miss Joy, I have arrived. Xiao Sheng, however, promptly seized Xiao Gang to restrain him, with the ever-energetic Shaking Ban also joining in to pull him back. Xiao Gang, gazing helplessly at the heartbroken Shaking Ban, lamented that capturing it had been too much trouble. What was once a solitary challenge had now doubled. Huh, aren't you the children of the Orange Hua Gym's trainers? Qianli, you are Xiao Yao and Xiao Sheng, correct? Miss Joy recognized them immediately. At that moment, a lady delivering vegetables to the Pokemon Center overheard the conversation. Upon confirmation from Xiao Yao and Xiao Sheng, the lady's expression shifted, and she darted out, exclaiming, this is bad. The children of Qian Li have arrived in our North Changhua City. No sooner had she spoken than the ground began to tremble, and a cloud of dust billowed forth like a stampede of 1,000 horses rushing in. Where are the children of Qian Li? A throng of people began to search around the lady. She pointed towards the Pokemon Center. Charge. Don't push me. I want to see first. Step aside. It should be me. Ah, I want an autograph. Just as Xiao Ji and his companions stepped out of the Pokemon Center, they found themselves engulfed by a massive crowd. Initially fearing they had drawn the ire of an enemy, only to realize it was a bustling scene of fandom. A reporter approached Xiao Yao enthusiastically. You are the children of Qianli, right? I'm a reporter from North Changhua City. The siblings nodded in acknowledgement, still unaware of what awaited them. It is said, Miss Xiao Yao, that you are traveling to become a top Pokemon trainer. May I inquire about your achievements thus far? This left Xiao Yao flustered, as she had yet to participate in any gym battles. Under Xiao Sheng's encouragement, she awkwardly presented her solitary ribbon badge to them. A profound silence enveloped the scene, and amidst the siblings' awkwardness, the reporter remarked, indeed, as the children of Qianli, to have acquired a ribbon badge in such a short time of travel is truly remarkable. Indeed, so impressive, truly the children of Qianli. The crowd erupted in praise, leaving Xiao Yao and Xiao Sheng at a loss for how to respond. Desperately searching for Xiao Ji, but to no avail. Xiao Yao dazzled the citizens with a splendid performance from a grand contest, further igniting their fervor and adulation towards her. Meanwhile, Xiao Ji and Xiao Gang had been pushed outside by the throng, exchanging awkward glances. Simultaneously, the destitute Team Rocket trio arrived in North Changhua City. I'm so hungry. Meow, but we have no money. The trio trudged along the street in despondency. Suddenly, Musashi pointed at a billboard. Hey, isn't that the little lady's father? It truly is, Meow. Meowth and Kojiro scrutinized it closely for confirmation. I believe his name is Qianli. Kojiro recollected, gesturing around. Look. The Team Rocket trio turned to see that everyone was adorned with Qianli merchandise, from clothing to toys. It was an absolute tidal wave of Qianli mania. Musashi's eyes sparkled with mischief as a wicked grin spread across her face. Hee. I have a splendid idea. We can capitalize on this frenzy. After a brief discussion, they began to disguise themselves, with Kojiro masquerading as Qianli and Musashi as Mitsuko. Surprisingly, they bore a striking resemblance. Yet, the diminutive shaking ban, resembling an even smaller Xiao Sheng with a cat-like face. What a peculiar sight. Most importantly, the citizens were utterly convinced. With an elderly vegetable vendor vouching that he was neighbors with Qianli's relatives, why not have your neighbor identify them? With the vendor's endorsement, the crowd grew even more frenzied, allowing Team Rocket to successfully engage in their charade. They began by selling Qianli autographs, followed by Qianli family commemorative bottle caps, inciting a frenzy among the masses and fattening Team Rocket's wallets. Meanwhile, Xiaoji remained behind with Xiao Gang, waiting for Xiao Yao when two youths approached them. The leader, clad in red, arrogantly declared, So you are the travel companions of the illustrious Miss Xiao Yao, are you? What brings you to Orange Hua City? Indeed, Xiao Gang interjected without hesitation. We are here to challenge the Orange Hua Gym. Clearly, Xiao Gang was unaware of the gravity of the situation. The fervor of the fans was formidable, and Xiaoji realized it was too late to intervene. Well, I suppose this is just another way to earn points. And perhaps I might acquire another Mega Evolution Stone. What? They exclaimed in unison. The boy in red pointed an accusatory finger at Xiaoji Yu. The esteemed Qianli is no ordinary gym leader. It will take you 1,000,000 years to defeat him. Xiaoji protested. I'm not the one you should be pointing at. But isn't challenging a gym the right of a challenger? Xiao Gang retorted. That's our regulation. In any case, if you wish to challenge the gym, you must first defeat me. Exactly. Xiaoji sighed in resignation. All right, let us go. They made their way to a nearby park. Go, Psyduck. Psyduck, elite midstage. Go, Butterfree. Huh, is this a different Butterfree? But mere appearances 1T sufficed to defeat the esteemed Qianli. Butterfree, Silver Wind. As Butterfree flapped its wings, a flurry of silver wind blades surged forth. Psyduck. Use confusion. The boy in red charged recklessly, entirely disregarding the need for finesse. The outcome was predictable. Psyduck was sent flying before it could unleash its attack. Xiaoji looked up at the sun, smiling. Butterfree, showcase the fruits of your recent training, Solar Beam. Butterfree concentrated solar energy in its wings, releasing a beam of white light towards Psyduck. Water Gun. Alas, the massive water column was obliterated by the beam, rendering Psyduck unable to battle. As the youths in the park learned that Xiaoji intended to challenge the Orange Hua Gym, they could no longer contain themselves. Let me teach him a lesson. No, it should be me. They lined up in a lengthy queue, eager to confront Xiaoji. With no choice, Xiaoji released his coal turtle, forest lizard, and Ralts, taking turns to battle and ultimately defeating them. Though their individual strengths were lacking, their sheer numbers provided a wealth of experience for Xiaoji's Pokémon. Ralts reached elite initial stage, and Butterfree ascended to elite late stage. Yet, the competition remained fierce, as they clamored for new Pokémon to continue the fight. Exhausted, Xiaoji couldn't help but exclaim, Enough? Let us settle this all at once. All right, such arrogance. Go. Suddenly, a plethora of enchanting Pokémon, such as Baby Ding, Mushrooms, and Meerkat Slash, appeared on the field. Go. Fire Rock Mouse, unleash Smoke Blast. A sweeping area attack that cleared the field in an instant. Bang. Fire Rock Mouse finally amassed enough experience, radiating a blue-white light of evolution. Its form grew colossal, flames emanating from its neck as the fiery beast made its grand entrance. Fiery beast. Strength, mid-gym level. Moves, body slam, Euroball, inferno, bang. The fiery beast glared fiercely at the youths. They couldn't help but take a step back, exclaiming, "Don't come any closer." A few even ran away, seemingly to fetch reinforcements. The fleeing youths brought along Xiao Yao, who was performing on the street. Though they claimed to be inviting her, they merely said a word and dragged her along, followed by a throng of citizens eager to witness her battle. Chapter 67. 1,000 miles off course? Xiao Yao's family crisis. Miss Xiao Yao has arrived. Bold ruffians, cease your arrogance. Several youths hoisted Xiao Yao before Xiao Ji. Xiao Yao looked at Xiao Ji awkwardly, realizing that the impolite trainer they spoke of was none other than him. Was this not akin to pushing her into a fiery pit? Winning, whether in a grand contest or a regular battle, seemed nearly impossible. Moreover, the two youths who accompanied Xiao Ji were even more embarrassed, for they knew Xiao Ji was Xiao Yao's partner. Xiao Ji shook his head in disappointment, lamenting, "Mr. Qianli, it is indeed a tragedy to have fans like you. Xiao Yao, shall you partake in a battle?" Under the gaze of the crowd, Xiao Yao steeled herself and sent forth her fighting chicken onto the stage. Chamo. Upon seeing it was to face Xiao Ji, fighting chicken glanced around at the surrounding Pokémon, then turned to Xiao Yao, inquiring, "Are you sending me out as a sacrifice?" Except for the diminutive Laralu, all were stronger than it. "Laralu, you take the stage." "Laralu, do you look down upon Miss Xiao Yao?" Sending out the weakest. One of the youths shouted. "Silence." Xiao Yao retorted angrily. The youths retreated in silence. Fighting chicken, unleash flamethrower. Laralu, use teleport. The flames brushed past Laralu, who had already repositioned behind fighting chicken. Laralu, use psychic. Laralu, this is bad. Fighting chicken, dodge. It was too late. The blue psychic force had already ensnared fighting chicken. It's over. Laralu, use hypnosis beam. Xiaoji did not hold back. The dazzling beam flashed across, and Chamo, the doubly effective attack, brought fighting chicken to defeat. Thank you for your efforts, fighting chicken. As expected, we lost. Xiao Yao lamented as she recalled her Pokémon. The citizens felt as though the sky had fallen. Miss Xiao Yao had actually lost. Just then, another group approached, exclaiming, "Huh? Miss Xiao Yao, is that you? Who are those people hosting a signing event over there?" The vegetable-selling ant bellowed, "What? There's Miss Xiao Yao. I know those over there are imposters." A throng of onlookers, disregarding Xiao Yao's defeat, fervently sought the phony Qianli, for their faith lay solely with him. The rest were merely secondary. Xiao Ji and his companions followed suit. Meanwhile, Team Rocket had long since made off with a sackful of money, trailed by a horde of fervent fans. Unfortunately for them, they ran straight into the vegetable-selling ant and her cohorts, who had pursued them, effectively surrounding Team Rocket. The vegetable-selling ant and uncle began to argue. "Mine is the real one. No, mine is the genuine article. Husband, why are you running around without keeping an eye on the stall? Why is it taking you so long to deliver vegetables?" To their astonishment, it turned out that the ones spreading the tale of the real Xiao Yao and fake Qianli were indeed this couple. Xiao Yao and Xiao Sheng, infuriated, confronted Team Rocket, scrutinizing them closely. "Are you my father?" Xiao Kong awkwardly nodded. "And you are my mother?" Musashi hastily assented. Xiao Sheng, gazing at the towering blue-skinned figure, incredulously remarked, "Is this really me?" "Sonance." Xiao Yao crouched down, gritting her teeth as she glared at Meowth. "You are Xiao Yao?" "Indeed, Meow." Meowth nodded. "What kind of joke is this? I am the elder sister, and yet Xiao Sheng is taller than me. You bunch of scoundrels." Xiao Yao seethed. Xiao Ji stepped forward, saying, "Isn't it easy to discern? Go, Pokeball." He tossed an empty Pokeball that struck Meowth. The Pokeball captured Meowth. An eerie silence fell. "Meowth, Miss Xiao Yao has been captured?" Then, the Pokeball burst open, revealing Meowth, claws bared and panting. The ruse was uncovered. "So it was you all along. Come forth. Butterfree, use Hurricane." Butterfree flapped its wings, summoning a tempest that sent Team Rocket's wigs flying. "What? Fake. Return my hard-earned money. Cursed ones, who are you really? Since you are so earnest." Unfortunately, Xiaoji had no intention of listening to their ramblings. "I'm sorry, but I don't wish to hear it right now." Fiery Beast, unleash flamethrower. Bang! A massive column of fire erupted, sending Team Rocket soaring through the air, and a sackful of money fell to the ground. Phew! Xiaoji felt considerably relieved. "You little rascal, you played dirty. We hadn't even finished our lines." "Sonance, such a level of attack. If it weren't for a sneak attack, I would have countered it long ago. What an annoying feeling." "Sonance." The citizens enthusiastically surrounded Xiaoji. "Indeed. You are worthy of challenging Lord Qianli." Unfortunately, Xiaoji had no desire to engage with them. "Do I need your approval?" "Absolutely not." That night, Xiaoji and the others rested at the Pokémon Center to restore their Pokémon's energy. The following morning, after a long journey, they finally arrived at Orange City. Xiao Yao and Xiaosheng were finally back in their long-lost hometown. Hooray! We're home at last. I want to show my parents my new companions. Xiao Yao cheered. Even the usually composed Xiaosheng wore a continuous smile. The group decided to stay at Xiao Yao's home, the Orange Gym. Yet Xiao Ji and the others were unaware that the atmosphere at the gym was somewhat eerie. As they stepped through the door, a man sweeping the floor approached them. Miss Xiao Yao, young Master Xiaosheng, you have returned. It's been a while, Jinji. Is my father at home? Xiao Yao greeted him with a smile. The teacher isn't currently at the gym. The situation has been a bit complicated lately, Jinji said cautiously, attempting to convey a warning. However, before he could finish, Mizuko emerged. Xiao Yao, Xiaosheng, welcome home. Mom. X2 Xiao Yao and Xiaosheng leaped into Mizuko's embrace. How have you been lately? Mizuko scrutinized Xiao Yao and Xiaosheng, smiling. You both seem to have grown taller. Aunt Mizuko, it's been a while. Hello. Xiao Ji and Xiao Gang greeted her. Welcome. I've prepared lunch. If you don't mind, let us eat together. Hooray. It's been so long since I had Mom's cooking. Then we shall intrude. At that moment, Xiaosheng curiously inquired. Mom, where has Dad gone? Mizuko and Jinji's expressions changed simultaneously. Jinji frantically swept the floor to divert attention, while Mizuko led everyone inside to change the subject. However, Xiao Yao had already sensed something amiss and frowned as they entered. Jinji, watching Mizuko lead everyone inside, sighed helplessly. Good luck, teacher. Xiao Ji and the others endured a rather strange lunch. Whenever Qianli was mentioned, both adults would change their expressions. And when the topic of Butterfree arose, they nearly broke their chopsticks and almost ruined the pot. Even Xiaosheng sensed something was off. After lunch, Jinji discreetly led everyone to the greenhouse, revealing that the relationship between Qianli and Miss Joy was highly suspicious and that he frequently visited the Pokémon Center. Xiao Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you saying Dad has developed feelings for another woman besides Mom? Xiaosheng asked anxiously. Jinji sighed. It seems that way, unfortunately. How could this be? Xiao Yao and Xiaosheng felt as though their beliefs were on the verge of shattering. Do not jump to conclusions, for perhaps Mr. Qianli is preparing a delightful surprise. Xiaoji hastily intervened to rescue Qianli, ensuring he would not face dire consequences upon his return. Setting aside his knowledge of the plot, the words exchanged between Qianli and his spouse as they departed with Xiao Yao and Xiaosheng still linger vividly in his memory. Such a loving couple could not possibly fall prey to infidelity in such a brief span of time. A surprise? X4. Very well. Let us uncover the mischief that father is up to. Xiao Yao remains skeptical of her father's character and resolves to investigate the matter thoroughly. At that moment, the Team Rocket trio, lost in the greenhouse, fortuitously observes this scene. Furthermore, they become intrigued by Qianli's lazy man's trio, contemplating presenting it to Banmu in hopes of securing a promotion and a raise. Meanwhile, Mitsuko has begun packing her belongings, preparing to return to her parental home, declaring that life with Qianli has become unbearable. Chapter 68, The Surprise. The long-awaited gym battle approaches. Excellent. In light of this, it is time for me, the love magician Xiaojing, to make my entrance. Come, let us investigate. Xiaojing confidently rises, assuring everyone. The love magician? Surely he is the reigning champion of heartbreak, perpetually rejected. Alas, Xiaojing, please refrain from escalating the situation. Wait a moment. Just as Xiaojing is about to lead Xiao Yao and the others to the Pokémon Center, Xiaoji halts them, directing their attention elsewhere. First, we must deal with these troublemakers. Team Rocket. What? Team Rocket. The group quickly turns towards the bushes. Oh no, they've been discovered. Humph. Who fears a direct confrontation? The Team Rocket trio leaps from the underbrush. Since you are so earnest, Meow, surrender the lazy man's trio and the luxurious bonus, Pikachu. Musashi boasts arrogantly. How dare you? You wretches, plotting against my father's Pokémon is unforgivable. Go, Strong Chicken, hunt down the Butterfree. Xiao Yao sends forth her Pokémon. Spoon Snake. Toxic Tail. A Desert Naya Needle Barrage. The Spoon Snake's tail surges with purple venom, launching an attack against Strong Chicken, while Desert Naya unleashes a flurry of light needles towards the Butterfree. Butterfree, Silver Wind. Strong Chicken, unleash Flamethrower. The Silver Wind and Red Flames intertwine, forming a fiery whirlwind that barely diffuses the attacks of the two Pokémon. Xiao Yao exclaims, how powerful. After all, one of her Pokémon has just reached the elite stage while the other is at the mid-elite stage, whereas Team Rocket's two Pokémon are at their peak elite level. Certainly no easy feat. Little girl, take this. Mud Bomb. Solar Flare. The purple sludge and searing light surge towards Xiao Yao's two Pokémon. Quick, everyone, evade. Just as the EV on Xiaoji's shoulder prepares to erect a protective shield, a colossal figure steps in front of the Butterfree and Strong Chicken, absorbing the impact with a roar. This is Father's Valkyrie King. Xiaosheng exclaims in astonishment. Xiao Yao hurriedly recalls Strong Chicken and Butterfree, thanking the Valkyrie King. The Valkyrie King nods at them. gathering white light in his fist to strike at Team Rocket with a true chi punch. Oh no! The Valkyrie King appears remarkably powerful. With a single punch, the Valkyrie King sends the Spoon Snake and Desert Naya flying, crashing into Team Rocket, sending them all soaring. What an irritating sensation. Sanansu, how impressive Valkyrie King. Just as Xiaoyao had not realized before, after traveling for some time, she now understands how formidable her father's Valkyrie King truly is. The Valkyrie King smiles and nods at everyone, then reclines, taking a vacation. After driving away Team Rocket, Xiaoji and the others hastily make their way to the Pokémon Center, where they find Qianli engaged in jovial conversation with Nurse Joy, appearing quite harmonious. How could this be? Could it really be true? Xiaoyao and her brother are despondent, envisioning a scenario where their mother leaves, and their father finds a new partner, leading to the disintegration of their once peaceful family. Xiaozhang approaches earnestly, while Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng look at him with hope, wishing he could salvage their fractured home. Xiaozhang strides forward, kneeling to grasp Nurse Joy's hand, proclaiming, "Nurse Joy, I am willing to sacrifice myself to save this harmonious family." Bam! A dancing Banjiao leaps forth, whisking Xiaozhang away with a lively jig. The others cannot help but feel disillusioned. Huh! Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng, you have returned. Qianli exclaims joyfully upon seeing his children. Yet the atmosphere is somewhat awkward, as Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng are at a loss for words, leaving Qianli bewildered. Xiaoji steps forward to clarify the rumors, preventing any further misunderstandings. What? Am I having an affair with Nurse Joy? Qianli exclaims, exchanging an awkward glance with Nurse Joy. Just as Qianli struggles to explain, his beloved, Mitsuko arrives at the Pokémon Center with her luggage. Realizing the situation, Qianli understands what Mitsuko intends to do. Mitsuko, I shall not explain any further. Come with me, and I shall prove my innocence. Qianli grabs Mitsuko and dashes out of the Pokémon Center. Xiaoji and the others exchange glances before pursuing Nurse Joy. They arrive at a large apparatus in the Orange Flower Gym-'s greenhouse. What is this? Mitsuko gasps. Alas, this is the surprise I prepared for our wedding anniversary. I never anticipated you would misunderstand. Qianli explains with a smile. Indeed, since I possess a fireworks professional license, Mr. Qianli asked me to create fireworks in secrecy, never expecting it would lead to a misunderstanding. Nurse Joy adds her explanation. The group is left astounded, relieved that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, eagerly awaiting the night to enjoy the fireworks Qianli has prepared for Mitsuko. As night falls, Xiaoji and the others assist in setting up a lavish dinner outside. All is well. Nurse Joy inspects the launcher and smiles at everyone. Ready, everyone, let us all admire this splendid display of fireworks. With that, Qianli presses the remote control in his hand. The launcher sends forth a multitude of fireworks that bloom against the tranquil starry sky, forming the shape of a butterfree. It turns out that when Qianli proposed to Mitsuko, it was witnessed by the butterfree in the flower bed, holding extraordinary significance for the couple, a testament to their love. After dinner, Qianli approaches Xiaoji. Xiaoji, the gym battle begins tomorrow. I am eagerly awaiting your performance. Previously, Xiaosheng informed Qianli of Xiaoji's victory over the former champion Daigo and the previous fire-type master Mura, leaving Qianli greatly astonished and determined to take this upcoming gym battle seriously. No worries, I will surely win tomorrow. Pikachu. The next day, on the battlefield of the Orange Flower Gym, Qianli and Xiaoji stand opposed. Jinji, acting as the referee, announces, the gym challenge is about to commence, with a limit of 3 Pokémon for each side. The match concludes when one side's Pokémon can no longer battle. During the match, challengers are permitted to switch Pokémon. How thrilling! Who will emerge victorious? Xiaosheng watches nervously, having traveled alongside Xiaoji for so long. He has long recognized Xiaoji's prowess, while Qianli is hailed as the next champion. Under conditions of no main players and similar levels, their battle is bound to be spectacular. Alright, relax, Xiaosheng. This is your first time witnessing your father's gym battle, I understand. Mitsuko smiles reassuringly at Xiaosheng. Alright, it's about to begin, Xiaoji. The first Pokémon is Lazy Man. Lazy Man, Elite Mid-Stage. As expected, it's Lazy Man. You shall be my choice, Butterfree. Woo. Chapter 69, Abandoned World Monkey vs. Valkyrie King. Wow, what a stunning Butterfree. Its colors are rather unique. Mitsuko exclaims in awe. Xiaoji's Pokémon is a shiny variant, rarer than the ordinary. Xiaosheng explains. Qianli also expresses admiration. I never imagined your luck would be this extraordinary, Xiaoji, capturing a shiny Pokémon. Last night, while captivated by the fireworks, he had not noticed that Xiaoji's Butterfree was indeed shiny. Butterfree, Butterfly Dance. The hunting Butterfree gracefully leapt into a beautiful dance, undoubtedly a splendid addition to the grand competition. Not only was it visually captivating, but its special attack, special defense, and speed had all been significantly enhanced. Xiaoyao was left speechless, infuriated that Ash had hidden such a remarkable talent. I must have Ash teach me his hunting Butterfree. Lazy Wong Shadow Ball. Lazy Wong stood tall, gathering a sphere of dark energy to launch at Hunting Butterfree. Hunting Butterfree, Shadow Clone. It created countless duplicates, causing the Shadow Ball to dissipate one of the illusions. Lazy Wong's lazy ability activated, causing it to collapse onto the ground, while Hunting Butterfree unleashed a paralyzing powder. Sparkling particles drifted before Lazy Wong, which successfully absorbed the powder and became paralyzed. Qianli's mouth twitched. Lazy Wong was already resting for one turn. And now it seemed it wouldn't be able to move at all. Hunting Butterfree, Solar Flare. With its wings channeling solar energy, it released a scorching beam towards Lazy Wong. Qianli had already given up on directing the battle. Lazy Wong had lost its fighting capability. Alas, throughout the match, Lazy Wong had only used a single skill, and it had not even landed a hit. What a tiring experience. Lazy Wong was unable to continue, and Hunting Butterfree emerged victorious. Come back, Lazy Wong. Qianli recalled Lazy Wong and threw out a new Pokeball, pleading, it's up to you. Hyper Monkey. Entering the fray was Hyper Monkey, the second evolutionary stage of Lazy Wong. Hyper Monkey, late gym stage. Hyper Monkey was far more challenging than Lazy Wong, as its ability Hustle ensured it remained awake. Return and rest, Hunting Butterfree. Ash recalled Hunting Butterfree and declared to the nearby Eevee, you're up, Eevee. Booey. Is it that Eevee again? Qianli frowned. Last time Eevee was merely at a regular peak, and now it had already reached gym level, progressing far too quickly. Eevee, greet with Thunderbolt. Boo. Eevee dashed towards Hyper Monkey, who countered with a cut. Bang. Boo. Eevee retreated to its original position. Hyper Monkey, Flamethrower. Eevee, bad terrain. The flames collided with the dark energy. Hyper Monkey, awakening power. It gathered 6 orbs of light, trapping Eevee within. Eevee dig. Ash anticipated that Hyper Monkey's awakening power would be both offensive and controlling. Eevee burrowed underground to escape the encircling orbs. Qianli chuckled. Ash, be careful. Earthquake. Hyper Monkey stomped the ground, causing tremors. Boom. Boo. Oh no, Eevee, are you alright? Eevee managed to prop itself up, shook its head, and then glared at Hyper Monkey with fierce determination. Booey. The earthquake's power was diminished. Qianli frowned, surprised that it hadn't inflicted severe damage on Eevee. Could it be that peculiar move from earlier? Hyper Monkey, Vital Throw. Eevee, defend, and then imitate. A green shield materialized in front of Eevee, successfully blocking Hyper Monkey's attack. It then unleashed a white light, sending Hyper Monkey flying. Hyper Monkey, are you alright? Qianli exclaimed as Hyper Monkey stood back up. He looked up at Ash, realizing that it had been outmaneuvered twice by this move. Hyper Monkey, use Flamethrower. Eevee, Whirlwind Aura. The pink psychic energy shattered the flames, lowering Hyper Monkey's special attack. Eevee, Crystal Burst. A white beam flashed towards Hyper Monkey, and Qianli quickly shouted, Substitute. Hyper Monkey created a substitute to absorb the Crystal Burst. Hyper Monkey, Vital Throw. It concentrated white light in its hand, while Eevee retaliated with a flurry of strikes. Boom. Both Hyper Monkey and Eevee stood battered in the arena. Hyper Monkey, Revival. Eevee Ace. Clearly, Eevee was a step ahead, conjuring an ace card to swiftly evade. Bang. Hyper Monkey collapsed, losing its fighting capability. Hyper Monkey was defeated, and Eevee triumphed. Boo. Eevee proudly held its head high in the arena. What? Is it possible that my father has yet to defeat even one of Ash's Pokemon? Xiaosheng expressed his disappointment. Mizuko shook her head. Ash is exceptionally strong. Qianli took a deep breath, filling with fighting spirit as he gazed at Ash. Ash. Next up is my signature move. Go forth, Lazy King. Lazy King entered the arena, lying on the ground, yet its gaze was sharp. Lazy King, early champion stage. Eevee. Bad terrain. Lazy King's physical attack was exceedingly high. It was crucial to lower Eevee's attack before it exited. Lazy King, Vital Throw. Breaking through all obstacles. It took down the weakened Eevee. Eevee lost its fighting capability, and Lazy King emerged victorious. Yet Qianli furrowed his brow, realizing that skill had its peculiarities. Lazy King's attack had also decreased. Ash recalled Eevee into its Pokeball. Since Eevee had become his partner Pokemon, it hadn't returned to its ball even once. You're the one. Abandonment Monkey. Ha-cha. What is that? Qianli inquired, observing the Pokemon that resembled a fiery gorilla. Xiaosheng immediately stood up, shouting, Dad. That's Abandonment Monkey, a ghost and fighting type Pokemon. Ghost and fighting. Qianli's mouth twitched. Wasn't this a type combination that had a natural advantage over most? Lazy King not only couldn't utilize fighting and normal type moves, but it was also doubly weak against it. What a divine attribute combination. Lazy King, Earthquake. After stomping the ground, Lazy King lay down to rest. Abandonment Monkey, leap and execute a 1,000,000-ton flying kick. Ha-cha. Abandonment Monkey soared down, kicking Lazy King back. Roar. Lazy King immediately stood up, pounding its fists against its chest. Oh dear, Lazy King is getting serious. Mizuko chuckled. Lazy King, Psychic Hammer. Lazy King charged towards Abandonment Monkey, who responded with a close-range battle. Ha-cha! Bang! Ha-cha! Abandonment Monkey staggered back a few steps. But Lazy King was also feeling the strain, and its lazy ability had activated, yet Lazy King continued to strive to suppress it. Abandonment Monkey, Million-Ton Punch. Ha-cha! Lazy King, seize Abandonment Monkey. Roar! Lazy King astonishingly grasped Abandonment Monkey's fist. Well done. Lazy King hurled it away. Abandonment Monkey was flung into the air, crashing heavily onto the ground, yet it managed to prop itself up and continue fighting. Lazy King, Fire Punch. Roar! Lazy King's fist ignited with flames. Charging at Abandonment Monkey. Abandonment Monkey, unleash your power. Revival. Abandonment Monkey charged forward, engaging in a fierce clash with Lazy King. Bang bang bang. Boom. Ha-cha! Abandonment Monkey astonishingly broke through the gym peak in an instant. Roar! Lazy King let out a mighty roar and then fell, unwilling to concede defeat. Ha-cha! Abandonment Monkey knelt on one knee, propping itself up and panting heavily. If it hadn't achieved its breakthrough at the last moment, it would have been the one to fall. Lazy King lost its fighting capability. Abandonment Monkey emerged victorious, with the challenger Ash as the winner. Chapter 70. The Arrival of Professor Oak. Xiaoxing stood up in shock. Dad really lost. Ash stepped forward to help Abandonment Monkey up. Thank you, Abandonment Monkey. Ha-cha! Abandonment Monkey patted its chest. Ash, this match was truly spectacular. Qianli stepped forward, handing over the badge. Here. This is proof of your victory, the balance badge. Thank you, Mr. Qianli. Ash accepted the badge, striking a pose as he raised it triumphantly. I've obtained the balance badge. Pikachu! Ha-cha! Xiaoxing showed no signs of dissatisfaction, merely unable to believe that his father had lost all 3 matches. Ding obtained the balance badge. Reward, 1,000 points. In Orange Blossom City, Ash replaced his Pokémon, but to his surprise, Professor Oak was absent, and Xiaojian assisted Ash with the replacement. Ash's team consisted of Pikachu, Eevee, Bulbasaur, Kecleon, Coalossal, Forest Lizard, Blue Crocodile, and Hunting Butterfree. The returning Pokémon leapt into Ash's arms, greeting him with joy after a long separation. Danawani-ko. After obtaining his 5th badge, Ash and his companions bid farewell to Qianli and his wife, preparing to head towards Mushroom City as planned. However, before that, they took a detour to visit Professor Oda in Unbai Town. As they were about to exit the forest and reach Unbai Town, boom. A pickup truck careened down the hillside, executing a flawless drift to halt before Ash and his companions, with none other than Professor Oak at the wheel. Hello, everyone. It's been a while. What brings you all here? He greeted cheerfully. Ash just received the balance badge from his father. Misty replied enthusiastically. So we wanted to visit you before heading out. Professor Oak nodded in understanding. I see. I happened to be on my way to the port to pick up Professor Elm. Professor Elm. It dawned on them that Professor Elm had come to Hoenn, which explained his absence from the lab. Unfortunately, I got so engrossed in my field research that I lost track of time. I'm currently taking a shortcut to get there. Professor Oak scratched his head awkwardly. But I can't chat any longer. It's my first meeting with Professor Elm, and I must hurry. Ash and Brock decided to hitch a ride in Professor Oak's truck to fetch Professor Elm, while May and Max headed to Professor Oak's lab first. However, as they drove along a cliff, Professor Oak's occupational hazard kicked in, and he waved at a nearby skarmory. Watch out, Professor Oak. There's a cart ahead. Ash quickly warned. Just as they were about to collide, the elderly man pulling the cart remained unfazed, likely an unassuming sage. But Professor Oak was in a panic. He swiftly swerved to avoid the impending disaster. Ash turned back to see Professor Elm napping on a haystack, wearing a cowboy hat. Wait, Professor Oak. Isn't that Professor Elm? Oh, it truly is. Brock confirmed with a glance. Professor Oak immediately slammed on the brakes and veered towards the cart. Professor Elm. Professor Elm. Professor Elm opened his eyes, spotting Professor Oak's truck. Oh, so you came to pick me up. He quickly waved for them to stop by the roadside. I sincerely apologize. Professor Elm. I became so absorbed in my research that I lost track of time. Professor Oak expressed his regret. Haha, I understand. No worries. Professor Elm replied, then turned to Ash and Brock. It's been a while, Ash and Brock. Pikachu and Eevee seem to be in great spirits too. It's great to see you again. Professor Elm. Ash exclaimed. Pika Eevee. Shortly thereafter, Professor Elm climbed into Professor Oak's truck, and they made their way to Professor Oak's lab. Meanwhile, May and Max were tending to the Hoenn starters with Professor Oak's assistant. Upon seeing Professor Elm's arrival, they were overwhelmed with excitement, unsure of what to say. In a flurry of excitement, Max scrambled to produce a few photographs, asking Professor Elm for his autograph, to which he obligingly agreed. Professor Elm had come to engage in an academic exchange with Professor Oak and had also brought along the Kanto starters, Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle. The exclusive starters from each region were quite rare in their own territories, let alone in others. However, Ash had already collected starters from all 3 regions. This thrilled Max to no end, as he joyfully played with the 6 novice Pokémon, while May seemed to have developed a good rapport with Bulbasaur. As for Professor Elm, oh, Pikachu, Eevee, let me take a look. Pikachu and Eevee were darting around the yard, energetically chasing each other, eager to explore the differences among their partner Pokémon. This scene inevitably caught the attention of Team Rocket, who envisioned a scenario where they would impress their boss with the 6 starters they had presented, reminiscent of their youthful fervor, hoping for rewards and promotions. They quickly sprang into action, debuting their meticulously crafted juggling flower robot. Boom. Is that a juggling flower? It's enormous. May exclaimed. No, it's Team Rocket. Haha. Since you are so earnest, meow. So prepare yourselves. Team Rocket declared. You guys are truly relentless. Haha, little brat. Let me tell you, this time it's made of super strong alloy, impervious to electricity, fire, and water. We are invincible. Is that so? Cold Turtle, overheat. Blue Croc. Ice Beam. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Cold Turtle unleashed a searing flame that turned the machine red. Blue Croc shot a freezing beam that encased it in ice. And finally, Pikachu's Thunderbolt obliterated the contraption into smithereens. Boom. All the funds we painstakingly saved up are gone. We'll be eating dirt again tomorrow. What a dreadful feeling. Ash watched as Team Rocket transformed into shooting stars, lamenting, what a waste for such a large robot. Team Rocket would have surely excelled as top-tier researchers in a past life. In the afternoon, Ash and his companions remained at Professor Oak's lab, while Professor Elm merely studied the partnership skills of Eevee and Pikachu. As evening fell, Ash and his friends bid farewell to Professor Elm and boarded the last ferry from the port of Shiro Town, setting sail towards Shroomy City. After disembarking, they plunged into the forest, spending the night at the Pokémon Center within, before continuing their journey through the woods towards Shroomy City. On the way, May sought Ash's guidance on practicing Butterfree's dance, having been captivated by Ash's performance while catching a Butterfree. Chapter 71. Teaming up with May for double battles. Let's go. Catching Butterfree. May's Butterfree was diligently learning the dance alongside Ash's. The two butterflies danced gracefully, attracting the attention of many passers-by and Pokémon alike. At that moment, a couple dressed in flamboyant attire approached Ash and the others. Excuse me, are these two Butterfrees yours? Their dance is simply fantastic. Yes, they belong to Ash and me. May replied, beaming. Thank you. Hello, I'm May. I'm Oscar. And I'm Andrew. Nice to meet you. I'm Ash from Pallet Town. Pika Eevee. I'm Max. Brock. Smitten by Oscar's girlfriend, introduced himself as well, but was abruptly pulled back by a Stoutland. We admire your relationship, so we have a favor to ask. Please accept our challenge. The couple stated in unison. Our relationship? May queried, pointing between herself and Ash. All right, we accept the challenge. Ash declared, turning to May, right May? May, summoning her courage, replied, absolutely. Unbeknownst to them, the couple laid out the rules. This isn't an ordinary battle. It's a double battle, and each person can only use one Pokémon to test your synergy. No problem. Bring it on. Ash responded, while turning to May. Right, May? She nodded, emboldened. Without a moment's pause, she dashed forward, seizing Andrew's hand. In that case, I shall serve as the referee. As a brilliant Pokémon breeder and a fan of older sisters. The group exchanged looks, while Andrew stared at Oscar in confusion. Have we gained such fame? Do we already have fans? Just be a good referee and don't let anyone misunderstand. Max, unable to contain himself, used his ear-twisting technique to pull Brock away. Brock reluctantly regained his composure and officially announced the rules. Ash and May opted for their two Butterfrees, while Oscar and Andrew chose Nidoqueen and Nidoking, perfectly embodying a couple's Pokémon. Both sides showcased elite-level prowess, and given their attributes, the combination of types meant there were no significant weaknesses. However, ground-type moves were ineffective against Butterfree, granting Ash and May a slight advantage. Butterfree dance. They called in unison, as if in perfect harmony, empowering themselves. The two Butterfrees gracefully leaped into the air, enhancing their abilities. Indeed, your synergy is remarkable, but we're no slouches either. Use Double Rock Slide. For the hunting Butterfree of Fourfold Weak Rock, the Rock-type moves are undoubtedly the most advantageous. A torrent of rubble surged towards the two hunting Butterfree. Xiaoyao, I will intercept them. Take this opportunity to strike. No problem. Hold the line. Hunting Butterfree, Fiery Storm. Xiaoji's Butterfree raised a verdant shield to deflect the flying debris, while Xiaoyao's Butterfree unleashed a fierce gust, striking Nidoking and Nidoqueen. Nidoking rear, are you alright? Xiaoji and Xiaoyao exhibited excellent teamwork, prompting Xiaojing to nod in approval. Indeed, there's a palpable synergy. Then, a thought crossed Xiaoxing's mind. Could it be that Xiaoji would not become his brother-in-law? It was not entirely impossible. Shaking his head to dismiss the thought, he realized he had strayed off topic. Nidoking, rear, dual fiery fists of love. Mysterious protection. Hunting Butterfree, swift return. Xiaoji's Butterfree began enveloping Xiaoyao's Butterfree in a protective shield, while Xiaoyao's Butterfree charged into battle. Bang! Xiaoyao, shield me. Yes. Solar flare. Hunting Butterfree. Spiral silver whirlwind to control the field. Xiaoji's Butterfree concentrated solar energy within its wings, while Xiaoyao's Butterfree utilized the silver whirlwind to restrain Nidoking, rear. A searing beam of light piercing through. Both Nidoking and Nidoqueen lost their fighting capability. Nidoking, rear. With Nidoking and Nidoqueen incapacitated, the hunting Butterfree emerged victorious, claiming triumph for the team of Xiaoji and Xiaoyao. Hooray! We won! Xiaoyao, in her excitement, hugged Xiaoji without hesitation, drawing the attention of everyone present. Embarrassed, she quickly released him, her face flushed as she lowered her head. Xiaojang, deep in thought, nodded, preparing to sell the information to Xiaoxia, perhaps earning himself the long-coveted limited edition photo album of the Hualan trio. Andrew and Oscar recalled their Pokémon and approached Xiaoji's group hand in hand. Your teamwork was truly harmonious. We concede. However, our love is impeccable. It seemed Andrew had whispered something to Xiaoyao, prompting her to steal glances at Xiaoji. Such adorable and affectionate individuals. Farewell. With that, Andrew and Oscar dashed away hand in hand. In a certain dense forest, beneath the thick canopy, a dimness enveloped the area. Meanwhile, Bulbasaur, Totodile, and Cacnea were engaged in a battle against the sudden onslaught of wild Pokémon, honing their skills with the aid of a forced training device. Concurrently, Xiaoji bestowed the last two basic candies onto the long-suffering forest lizard and coal turtle, enabling them to break through to the initial stage of the gym and learn the ultimate absorption and flamethrower techniques. Tada! Bulbasaur unleashed a vine whip, sending a Snivy flying. With a sense of helplessness, it observed the rapid growth of its new companions, while its own progress lagged behind, almost at risk of being surpassed. Oh no! The Pokémon Navigator has lost signal, Xiaoxing suddenly exclaimed. Xiaojang frowned. The compass is malfunctioning as well, and it appears this forest is not even marked on the map. Xiaoyao was instantly filled with unease. She had intended to move closer to Xiaoji for comfort, but seeing him so composed, she reluctantly took out a Pokeball. Come forth. Meowth. Meow. Crouching down, Xiaoyao cradled Meowth in her arms, finding solace in its presence. However, suddenly, Meowth leaped from her embrace and darted into a nearby thicket. Ah, Meowth. Where are you going? Xiaoyao called out, chasing after it, unaware that she was heading further into the depths of the forest. Sister? Xiaoxing called out. Ah, Xiaoyao. X2 Xiaoji recalled his Pokémon, and the three hurried forward to assess the situation. Chapter 72, The Forbidden Forest, Bulbasaur. Just as Xiaoyao caught up to Meowth and picked it up, a Fearow burst from the underbrush, startling Xiaoyao, who instinctively shielded Meowth with her body. The Fearow snatched Xiaoyao's bag and flew away. Xiaoji and the others rushed in. Sister. Xiaoxing shouted, but no one responded. Xiaoji concentrated his aura, searching for Xiaoyao's presence. This way, upon sensing her aura, he beckoned Xiaojang and Xiaoxing to follow. The trio pursued until they reached a 3-story wooden enclosure, where they spotted Xiaoyao being carried away by the Fearow. Sister. Xiaoyao. Stop. This is a forbidden area. Entry is prohibited. 2 guardians blocked their path. I'm sorry. Our friend was taken by a Fearow. Xiaojing quickly explained. What? X2. There was no time for further explanation. Please, I leave this to you, Xiaojing, Xiaosheng. Xiaoji dashed forward, grasping a vine to climb up. No. X2. Xiaojang and Xiaosheng hurriedly tried to stop the guards. I'm sorry. Xiaoji, we trust you. Subsequently, Xiaojang and Xiaosheng were escorted to meet the elders. Meanwhile, Xiaoji successfully scaled the wall and entered the forbidden forest, hastily following Xiaoyao's aura. Discovering her in a combuskin surrounded by a horde of grass-type Pokémon, bombarded by paralysis powder, poison powder, and other attacks. It's you hunting Butterfree. Use mysterious protection. Xiaoji. Xiaoyao exclaimed joyfully, as if she had found her anchor, and leaped into his embrace. It's all right now, Xiaoji reassured her. The surrounding grass-type Pokémon continued to glare menacingly at Xiaoji and Xiaoyao. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Hunting Butterfree, Silver Whirlwind. Eevee, Bad Terrain. Under the brilliant display of electricity, Silver Wind, and Dark Energy, a path was successfully cleared. Let us go. Without hesitation, Xiaoji pulled Xiaoyao and ran. Meanwhile, Xiaojang had successfully persuaded an elder named Qingye to guide them into the forbidden forest. As Xiaoji and Xiaoyao navigated the area, evading attacks from the grass-type Pokémon, they found themselves cornered at a cliff. Just as Xiaoji was about to release all his Pokémon to force their way through, an enormous Venusaur appeared alongside a Bulbasaur adorned with heart-shaped markings on its forehead, effectively halting the chaos caused by the grass-type Pokémon. The Bulbasaur, upon seeing Xiaoyao, happily approached her, exclaiming Tada. However, Venusaur remained vigilant. Xiaoyao, return Combuskin. Xiaoji followed suit, recalling his Butterfree. Venusaur, we come in peace. We hope for your understanding. Tada. Venusaur inspected the two with its vine whip before nodding in acknowledgement. explaining to the gathering grass-type Pokémon. It was evident that Venusaur was the sovereign of this domain. While Bulbasaur was its offspring, the chaos among the grass-type Pokémon stemmed from Venusaur's influence. This entire scene was overheard by Team Rocket, who lurked in the underbrush, plotting to seize the grass-type Pokémon. After Venusaur's explanation, it led Xiaoji and Xiaoyao to a waterfall where an abundance of grass-type Pokémon congregated. And Venusaur surveyed its subjects from above. Wow, how beautiful! This place is truly a paradise for grass-type Pokémon. Xiaoji and Xiaoyao marveled at the sight before them. Tata Bulbasaur presented a small yellow flower to Xiaoyao. Is this for me? She asked in surprise, pointing to herself. Tata Bulbasaur nodded with a smile. Thank you, Bulbasaur. Xiaoyao gratefully accepted the gift. Observing their interaction, Xiaoji called out, Come forth, Bulbasaur. Tata. The heart-marked Bulbasaur joyfully greeted its counterpart, their vines intertwining as they became friends. Subsequently, the heart-marked Bulbasaur led Xiaoyao to the edge of a cliff, allowing Xiaoji and her to behold the sprawling expanse of the forest. Wow, this forest is so vast. No wonder we got lost. Xiaoyao exclaimed, pointing in a certain direction. Is that a city? Indeed. Pikachu boy. Tata the heart-marked Bulbasaur gazed longingly at the distant city. Xiaoyao noticed the peculiar behavior of the Bulbasaur and knelt down to embrace it. Have you never left this forest? She inquired. Dana? Bulbasaur nodded in response. Xiaoyao began to speak as if luring a child. Let me tell you, the towns are bustling with life, filled with vendors selling delicious food, refreshing drinks, and exquisite trinkets. This only deepened Bulbasaur's yearning for the vibrant world beyond. I tell you, we have traveled through various towns, Xiaoyao continued, as Bulbasaur listened attentively to her vivid descriptions of a magnificent world. All right, Xiaoyao, I should be heading back soon. Otherwise, Brock and Sillin will start to worry. At that moment, Ash interjected. Before Xiaoyao could respond, there was a loud crash. Peekabooey Dana. The cacophony of cries from numerous grass-type Pokémon echoed, prompting Ash and Xiaoyao to rush over to investigate, while the group of grass-type Pokémon also hurried in their direction. What happened? Xiaoyao asked anxiously. With a thunderous roar, a colossal robot materialized before Ash and Xiaoyao. Since you were so sincere, Meow. Team Rocket, they shouted in unison. All the grass-type Pokémon here now belong to us. Haha. Team Rocket maneuvered the robot to capture the affectionate Bulbasaur. You won't get away with this, Team Rocket. Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip. Dana? Bulbasaur attempted to unleash its Vine Whip, but its strength was insufficient, causing it to recoil. Just then, Venusaur arrived, and with a mighty Vine Whip, it sent the robotic hand flying. Bulbasaur felt the weight of its own weakness. Upon seeing Venusaur, Team Rocket was ecstatic. You finally showed up, Venusaur. If we capture you, we'll be promoted to higher ranks. Enough chatter, let's get to it. Venusaur engaged the Team Rocket robot in a tug-of-war with its enormous Vine Whip. Xiaoyao, have Bulbasaur use Leaf Blade to rescue the grass-type Pokémon. Bulbasaur, use Leaf Blade. Oh, good. Bulbasaur executed Leaf Blade. Dana? Two Bulbasaurs flung several spinning leaf blades from the seeds on their backs, shattering the sacks behind the robot. The grass-type Pokémon escaped. What? Our hard-earned results. Darn those little brats. They exclaimed in frustration. All right, Solar Beam. Dana? On the other side, Venusaur concentrated solar energy and unleashed a searing beam of light, which obliterated the robot. Boom. Bang. What a bothersome feeling. Team Rocket complained. Ash. X2 at that moment, Elder Leaf arrived with Brock and Sillin. The group returned to the entrance of the Forbidden Forest. Goodbye, Bulbasaur. Xiaoyao bid farewell to her newly formed friend with reluctance. For the journey is one of both encounters and partings. Just as the gate was about to close, Bulbasaur, encouraged by Venusaur, resolutely approached Xiaoyao. Bulbasaur, do you want to come with me? Xiaoyao asked in surprise. Dana? Bulbasaur nodded with a smile. All right, from this day forth, you shall be our companion. Chapter 73, The Blue Croc Catches the Ugly Fish. Unbeknownst to them, the once novice Xiaoyao now possessed 5 Pokémon, just one short of a full team. After exiting the Forbidden Forest, Ash and his companions arrived at a bustling metropolis. Xiaoyao released Bulbasaur to experience the world, while Ash let out his own Bulbasaur to care for Xiaoyao's, as his Bulbasaur was renowned as the backyard caretaker, adept at looking after a naive Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur. Ability, Overgrow. Strength, Average Late Stage. Moves, Leaf Blade, Vine Whip. Its strength was comparable to that of a Swablu. Thus Xiaoyao had much to consider with these two adorable creatures. Shortly thereafter, Ash and his friends encountered Team Rocket, who had a device for swapping Pokémon. If only you had this technology, you would have made a fortune, Ash remarked. Unsurprisingly, they were soon defeated again, sending them flying like meteors, successfully reclaiming the Pokémon. With their sights set on Messina City, Ash and his companions found a serene lake to enjoy their lunch. After their meal, Ash scrutinized the lake, as if confirming something, and nodded. What are you thinking about, Ash? Xiao Yao asked, observing Ash's contemplation. Oh, nothing much, just that this lake is exceptionally clear. It should harbor some Magikarp. Magikarp? Xiao Yao queried, opening her Pokédex to search for information about the Pokémon. Magikarp, huh? How ugly. Xiao Yao gasped. Ash, why do you want this Pokémon? It doesn't seem very strong. Ash shook his finger. Xiao Yao, do not judge by appearances. Even the ugly duckling can become a swan. Magikarp evolves into Gyarados. Gyarados? That sounds familiar. Xiao Yao exclaimed, pulling out her Pokédex again. Ah, so it's Gyarados. So beautiful, I want one. Ash smiled, pointing at the pristine lake. Magikarp only dwells in clean waters, so it's very likely we can find some here. He then exchanged for 2 advanced fishing rods and bait from the system, handing one to Xiao Yao. Here, let us compete to see who can catch a Magikarp first. Ash, your preparations are quite thorough. Ever since I saw Robert's Gyarados, I've been ready. I just hadn't found a suitable fishing spot, Ash replied, pulling out the special bait that Misty had given him when they parted, hoping it would help him successfully catch a Magikarp. Xiao Yao noticed the Misty-shaped bait in Ash's hand. What's that? Ash reminisced. This was a special gift from Misty after our journey in Kanto. Brock chimed in with a fond memory. Indeed, the farewell was quite heartbreaking. Xiao Yao pouted but said nothing. Soon after, Ash and Xiao Yao began their leisurely fishing time by the shore. An hour later, why haven't I caught anything yet? Ash lamented, not even a single Magikarp, let alone a Kingler. Just then, Xiao Yao's fishing rod twitched, her eyes lit up. I've got one. Come on, Magikarp. With a swift motion, Xiao Yao reeled in a bright red fish adorned with a golden crown. It was a Kingler. A swarm of Murkrow flew overhead. Hey there, young folks. Are you here to fish for the boss? An elderly man with white hair and a tall, slender frame approached Ash and the others. Your equipment looks quite advanced. The boss? Brock queried with curiosity. It's a gigantic catfish king. The old man exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The boss has been here for over 100 years. I, the legendary fishing expert, have been pursuing it for 50 years. Meanwhile, Team Rocket, floating on the lake, overheard the commotion about the gigantic catfish king and became intrigued. We're not here to fish for the boss. We're here for Magikarp. Xiao Yao clarified. I see, the old man replied. Relieved they weren't there to compete for the boss. This lake does have Magikarp. I have caught them here before. So there really are Magikarp. All right, I'm going to catch one, Xiao Yao declared, filled with determination. Ash, Xiao Yao, and the old man began fishing together. However, the old man, true to his title as a fishing expert, caught several Kinglers and goldfish while Ash and Xiao Yao were still empty-handed. Eventually, Ash could no longer bear it. Fine. If fishing won't work, I'll just catch the fish directly. You are the one, Blue Croc. Wani, Ash commanded, pulling up a photo of Magikarp from his Pokédex. Blue Croc, I have a challenging task for you. Catch that fish for me. Wani, Blue Croc saluted, indicating it would accomplish the task. Initially, Ash had considered using Pikachu to zap the fish, but after some thought, he decided it would be better to send Blue Croc to catch it live. As the crowd looked on, Xiaoji and Xiao Yao exchanged glances, her lips twitching in surprise. It was her first encounter with such fervor from Xiaoji. Previously, he had faced every challenge with a calm demeanor, but it seemed that the pursuit of a mere fish had finally ruffled his composure. Upon receiving the task, Lonnie leaped into the water with a resounding splash, embarking on the search for the elusive Cho-Cho fish. After swimming from one side to the other, fortune favored the diligent, and Lonnie successfully located not one, but 2 Cho-Cho fish. Without hesitation, Lonnie unleashed its ice fong, swiftly incapacitating the 2 fish. Satisfied, Lonnie nodded and collected the catch for the return journey. On the shore, Xiaoji awaited Lonnie's return. With a splash, Lonnie emerged from the lake, triumphantly holding the 2 Cho-Cho fish. Xiaoji's eyes sparkled with delight. Well done, Lonnie. Wow, you truly captured the Cho-Cho fish, exclaimed Xiao Yao, her voice brimming with excitement. Cho-Cho fish. Gender, female. Type, water. Ability, relaxed. Speed increases during rainy weather. Strength, average beginner. Moves, leap, tackle. Terra type, water. The data for both Cho-Cho fish was identical. Xiaoji nodded thoughtfully and suggested to Xiao Yao, how about we each take one? Really? Thank you, Xiaoji. She replied joyfully. Both Xiaoji and Xiao Yao tossed their pokeballs, successfully capturing the Cho-Cho fish. Xiao Yao's team was now complete, while Xiaoji opted to return his forest lizard. Xiao Yao, you must nurture the Cho-Cho fish well. Only when it gains confidence can it evolve into the beautiful Monado. Absolutely, she affirmed. Congratulations on achieving your goal. Rang out Suzuki's voice from nearby. That's wonderful, sister, chimed in Brock and Shin, who had been spectators until now. At that moment, Xiaoji's fishing rod, which had remained still until now, began to tremble vigorously. Xiaoji quickly pulled, only to find the resistance surprisingly strong, his super chosen one physique unable to lift it. Chapter 74, Mighty Crocodile. acquiring the Master Ball. Observing the fishing rod bent to its limits, Suzuki, drawing from his extensive fishing experience, immediately deduced, is it a boss Pokemon? He promptly discarded his own rod to assist Xiaoji. Lonnie, dive down and reel it in. Xiaoji commanded while tugging at the rod. With another splash, Lonnie plunged into the lake, and soon after, a massive water column surged back to shore, revealing the colossal Catfish King. Wow, it's enormous, marveled Brock and the others. Catfish King, late gym stage. Lonnie, having been propelled onto the shore, clearly refused to back down and sought to challenge the Catfish King. Xiaoji smiled slightly and said, Uncle Suzuki, let me have a go first. No problem. After all, you hooked it. Suzuki replied. However, if you manage to capture it, would you consider trading it to me? I can offer you my meticulously preserved Master Ball, a rare treasure I've prepared for 50 years. Certainly. I have no interest in the Catfish King. Go for it, Lonnie. The Catfish King leapt from the water, delivering a powerful strike to the ground. The shockwave surged toward Lonnie, an earthquake. Lonnie leaped and countered with an ice beam. It soared through the air, conjuring a bluish beam of ice. In retaliation, the Catfish King unleashed a colossal water ball. Boom. It was a water pulse. This Catfish King is impressively strong. Shin exclaimed. Xiaoji will surely defeat the Catfish King. Go, Xiaoji. Xiaoyao encouraged, cupping her hands to amplify her voice. Lonnie, shatter it. Dark energy surged from Lonnie's mouth as it attacked, but the Catfish King, using its massive body, countered with a tackle, sending Lonnie crashing back. The Catfish King then extended its long tongue in mockery towards Lonnie, who glared back, a blue-white evolution light enveloping its body. What is this? It's starting to evolve. Xiaoji exclaimed with a grin. Lonnie grew immensely, its appearance transforming into a fearsome visage, its massive fangs suggesting a dark-type Pokemon, though it was purely water-type. Mighty Crocodile. Strength, mid-gym stage. Moves. Rampage, Water Tail, Super Strength. Go, Mighty Crocodile. Use Super Strength. With a powerful swing of its robust arms, Mighty Crocodile sent the Catfish King soaring. As it landed, the Catfish King retaliated with a massive water column attack. Don't let it defeat you. Mighty Crocodile, Water Cannon. The two torrents collided with a resounding explosion. Mighty Crocodile then executed Water Tail, swiftly approaching the Catfish King, enveloping it in a torrent and sending it flying. Press the advantage. Mighty Crocodile, use Slash. Finish it. Mighty Crocodile struck decisively, rendering the Catfish King dazed. Go, Heavy Ball. After 3 shakes, the ball clicked shut, signifying success. Well done, Mighty Crocodile. Despite its increased size, it joyfully danced its unique, whimsical steps. Xiaoji approached Suzuki with the heavy ball in hand, offering it. Here you go. What about my reward? Ha ha ha. Not bad, young man. I have my eye on you. Suzuki rummaged through his clothing and produced a purple ball adorned with an M emblem. This is the Master Ball I obtained after 50 years of pursuit. A Master Ball, exclaimed Brock and the others in astonishment. Suzuki handed the Master Ball to Xiaoji, who lifted the heavy ball triumphantly, laughing heartily. Finally, after 50 years, I have captured a boss Pokemon. Xiaoji smiled as he gazed at the Master Ball in his hand. Having exchanged a heavy ball worth 1,000 points for a Master Ball valued at 10,000 points, a remarkable profit. As for the gigantic Catfish King, Xiaoji had never intended to keep it. It might fare well in water, but on land, it was nothing but a sitting target, ill-suited for him. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that a little kid like you would catch the giant Catfish King? Hurry and hand it over. That's right, meow. The Rocket Team appeared overhead in their hot air balloon. Rocket Team, X3. Rocket Team, you truly never learn. Mighty Crocodile, use Water Cannon. Mighty Crocodile unleashed a torrential wave of water toward the Rocket Team. Meowth hurriedly maneuvered the hot air balloon to evade. But it was clear that the Rocket Team was out of funds, relying solely on their balloon for movement. Go, Desert Naya. The Desert Naya that emerged promptly returned to hug Kojiro. Over there. Use Missile Needle. Go, Poison Powder Moth. Use Poison Needle. Countless white and purple needles shot forth from Desert Naya and Poison Powder Moth. EV. Use Shadow Ball. Bang. The multitude of needles collided with the darkened Shadow Ball. Rocket Team, you should really work on improving your strength. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. EV. Use Terra Burst. Mighty Crocodile, use Water Cannon. The 3 attacks surged toward the Rocket Team. Bang. Boom. What an annoying sensation, complained Sonance. Alright, the incident has concluded, and our objectives have been achieved. We should be on our way, Brock proposed. Subsequently, Xiaoji and his companions bid farewell to the fisherman Suzuki and continued on their journey. After departing from the lake, they entered a dense forest, and as dusk approached, a thick fog enveloped the woods. This was the famed Fog Mountain, known for its mist, which Xiaoji and his friends had chosen to traverse as a shortcut. Suddenly, Xiaoji's aura seemed to sense something. Wait here for me. I'll check over there, he instructed. Oh, Xiaoji, the fog is so thick, Don't wander off, Brock called out, but Xiaoji had already dashed away, leaving his friends unable to find him in the impenetrable mist. Meanwhile, following his aura to a tree hollow, a haunting melody reached his ears, sending a chill down his spine in such an eerie environment. Xiaoji discovered a woman seated beneath the tree, cloaked and wearing sunglasses. Reminiscent of the Team Magma style, the woman approached Xiaoji and said respectfully, "Young Master Xiaoji." You know me?" Xiaoji inquired. The woman nodded yes. "Here. This is for you." She presented a bracelet to Xiaoji. Before Xiaoji stood the remarkable Hatch Space Bracelet, future creation, capable of providing the most comfortable hatching environment for Pokémon eggs. He gazed at the bracelet in astonishment. Simultaneously, a girl named Lidai, accompanied by her Pokémon, Libra, arrived at the scene. Xiaoji noticed that their auras were strikingly identical. It was evident that this woman hailed from the future. Subsequently, she led Xiaoji and Lidai to the ruins of Libra, where Lidai marveled at her surroundings. Upon discovering an altar, Xiaoji summoned his powerful Croconaut to clear away the debris, revealing a Libra that bore the same aura as Lidai's. The woman retrieved the Libra and instructed Lidai to place it at the center for a high-speed spin. A colossal beam of light erupted from the altar, and the woman finally revealed her true identity. She was the future Lidai. Encouraging Lidai to pursue her dreams of becoming an archaeologist, she then addressed Xiaoji, saying, "Master Xiaoji, this bracelet was entrusted to me by your future self." She spoke of the cyclical nature of cause and effect, indicating that it was now Xiaoji's turn to fulfill his destiny. After the future Lidai completed her message, she was transported back to her time. As the fog dissipated, Lidai resolved to chase her dreams and bid farewell to Xiaoji. Just as Xiaoji contemplated how to activate the bracelet, the impatient trio of Brock and friends caught up with him. Chapter 75, Longevity Town, the Fan Mothers Brigade. "Xiaoji, honestly, why are you wandering around in such thick fog?" Xiaoyao complained. "Sorry." Xiaoji scratched his head. Noticing the bracelet in his hand, Xiaoyao curiously inquired, "Hey, what is that you're holding?" Xiaoji recounted his earlier encounter to Brock and the others. The future. The trio gasped in disbelief, utterly astonished that ancient people had indeed created a time machine. Does that mean the forest god Shalebi and the god of time Dialga are at risk of losing their jobs? Xiaoyao mused as she examined the bracelet. So, this is a gift from future Xiaoji to present Xiaoji. I regret not being with Xiaoji. I'm so eager to find out if I succeeded in my future dreams. Brock and Xiaoxing nodded in agreement, curious to learn about their own futures. Well, the future is something we create ourselves. Xiaoji replied resolutely. I should have accomplished something by now, right? Given how often I'm referred to as Master Xiaoji, it's easy to draw that conclusion. That is true. But Xiaoji, let us see what's inside. Xiaoji nodded, and, with the help of the system's instructions, successfully activated the bracelet. Before the eyes of his companions, a blue Pokémon egg materialized. A Pokémon egg? What kind of Pokémon could it be? Xiaoxing asked, intrigued. Pikachu and Eevee curiously nudged the egg. Xiaoji carefully stored the egg, noting that the bracelet thoughtfully displayed an estimated hatching time of 1 week. He donned it on his right wrist, realizing that traveling would become significantly more convenient, allowing for emotional bonding during breaks. Soon after, Xiaoji and his companions continued their journey towards Fengjiu City. On their way, they passed through Longevity Town, where a promotional poster revealed an upcoming Pokémon contest. Xiaoji and Xiaoyao immediately decided to participate. Despite its modest scale, the longevity contest was classified as R1 level, allowing only those who possessed 1 or more ribbon badges to enter. Consequently, Xiaoji and Xiaoyao headed to the Pokémon Center to register, presenting their ribbon badges. Nurse Joy smiled as she entered their information, stating, the longevity contest, being an R1 level event, has different rules compared to regular contests. It follows the rules of the Grand Festival. The rules of the Grand Festival, are they different from those of regular contests? Xiaoyao asked, puzzled. You're coming to participate without even knowing that? A cool figure approached Xiaoyao. Xiaoxun. Xiaoyao's spirit ignited upon seeing him. Are you participating too? This time, I will definitely defeat you. Xiaoxun scoffed at her. Of course. Although the longevity contest may be small, the R1 level and Grand Festival rules make it an excellent training opportunity for someone like me who aims to compete in larger events. Unlike you, who seems to have little hope for the Grand Festival. You jerk. I absolutely will participate in the Grand Festival. Xiaoyao retorted angrily. At that moment, a group of girls rushed over, surrounding Xiaoxun. It's Xiaoxun. I'm your loyal fan. Me too. I have all your contest footage edited. Can I have your autograph? Sorry, but I always decline such requests. Xiaoji and the others were taken aback to discover that Xiaoxun had fans. Xiaoyao felt a pang of jealousy. Just then, a girl wearing a ribbon badge necklace approached Xiaoji and the others. Are you Xiaoji and Xiaoyao? Yes. Indeed. The girl exclaimed, everyone look. Here are Xiaoji and Xiaoyao. She shouted to the girls surrounding Xiaoxun. who immediately abandoned him to swarm around Xiaoji and his friends. Ah, it's Xiaoji, the genius coordinator who has never lost a battle. I want an autograph. I want an autograph. Seeing the girls rush toward Xiaoji, Xiaoshun quickly slipped away. Didn't you just call my name? Why is no one here for me? Brock envied Xiaoji, who was surrounded by a throng of older girls. Wishing he could swap places. Are you all participating in the longevity contest? The girl with the ribbon badge asked Xiaoyao. Yes. Xiaoyao nodded. That is fantastic. Everyone, take note. I will be competing against Xiaoshun, Xiaoji, and Xiaoyao in this grand contest. This is truly marvelous, Yuer. This event may very well become a historic moment in PMDM. We will cheer you on with all our might. What is PMDM? Xiaoxing asked, puzzled. Yuer patiently explained, that stands for Pokémon Mom S Brigade. It is an organization formed by mothers who love Pokémon and the Pokémon contests. I see. The group responded in unison. Afterward, the Moms Brigade hurriedly bid farewell after hosting a welcome gathering for Xiaoji and Xiaoyao at a cafe. Why is everyone leaving so quickly? Xiaoxing inquired, puzzled. Yuer explained. Today as free time for the moms has ended. All PMDM members are mothers, and at this time, they are likely to be picking up their children from kindergarten or buying dinner ingredients. I understand. Household chores truly are a monumental task. Brock chimed in, sharing his experience. I didn't expect you to understand so well. Yuer remarked, impressed. Oh, it's nothing, Brock replied modestly. Boys like you will surely be in high demand in the future. This struck a chord with Brock. Is that so? It's fantastic to think I will be popular. The group chuckled. After their casual conversation, Yuer released her Pokémon, a Fire-type and a Kecleon. Xiaoyao scanned the Fire-type with her Pokédex. I plan to use both the Fire-type and Kecleon in the contest, Yuer said with a smile. Using 2 Pokémon. Xiaoyao exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Yes, the longevity contest follows the rules of the Grand Festival, requiring different Pokémon for the first and second rounds. Yuer clarified. This left Xiaoyao even more conflicted about which Pokémon to use. Xiaoji, however, was well prepared, deciding to showcase his Butterfree in the first round and his newly obtained Bayleaf in a dazzling 5-minute performance in the second round. Subsequently, Ash and his companions followed Tsukiko to the shopping district to procure ingredients for their dinner. Brock, with his unique insight, selected ingredients for Tsukiko and offered his suggestions. While they were shopping for vegetables, they unexpectedly encountered Tsukiko's daughter, Hashika, a charming little girl with violet hair. It turned out that the thoughtful young girl had come out to buy dinner ingredients for her mother, as she was unable to wait for her to return home. How considerate she is. The group introduced themselves to one another, revealing a stark contrast between Tsukiko and Hashika. Despite her youth, Hashika exuded a remarkable sense of reliability, while Tsukiko retained the youthful heart of a girl her daughter's age. Can I pet Pikachu and Eevee? Hashika asked, gazing at the adorable creatures perched on Ash's shoulder. Of course, Ash replied, and Pikachu and Eevee leapt into Hashika's arms. Wow, so cute, she exclaimed, rubbing her cheeks against them. I want to travel and become a Pokemon trainer one day. Ash and the others encouraged her, assuring her of her inevitable success. Soon after, Tsukiko and Hashika invited everyone to their home for dinner. Chapter 76, The Longevity Contest. The following day, feeling anxious, Tsukiko asked Mei to accompany her for special training, while the considerate Hashika took on household chores, allowing her mother to focus wholeheartedly on the upcoming grand contest. During their special training, they were ambushed by Team Rocket, who sought to seize Mei's ribbon badges to enter the R1 level grand contest. Fortunately, Ash arrived just in time to thwart their plans. Outside the contest venue, Jessie was ejected while clutching a massive ribbon badge, fuming with anger, lamenting why she, despite her size, could not compete in the contest. This incident left Meowth and James feeling embarrassed, as they mused that even a counterfeit should resemble the genuine article. Who had ever awarded such a colossal ribbon badge? Inside the venue, Ash and his companions were resting in the waiting area, while Hashika, Brock, and Little Windsor sat in the audience, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the longevity contest. Vivian took to the stage to announce, ladies and gentlemen, this longevity contest is an R1 level event, which means only coordinators with more than 1 ribbon badge can participate. Therefore, one can imagine the intense competition and high caliber of this contest. Allow me to introduce myself as your host, Vivian. The audience erupted in applause. In the waiting area, as the mothers surrounded Ash, Mei remained humble and resolved to unleash her strongest duo, Beautifly and Combuskin, in the competition. With Ash and Mei's support, Tsukiko gradually overcame her nervousness. Before long, the first round commenced, and the next contestant was number 12, Mei. In her first round, Mei showcased her experience with Beautifly, using the recently learned Morning Sun and Silver Wind to achieve a commendable score of 28 points. Next up was Ash, declaring, "It's your turn, Beautifly." The dazzling Beautifly emerged, scattering sparkling powder and won unanimous acclaim from the audience with its innate charisma. Beautifly, begin your mysterious protection and butterfly dance. With a radiant aura surrounding it, Beautifly performed a graceful dance. Wow, Beautifly's dance is truly magnificent. Vivian remarked. Beautifly, it's time to finish this. Use Charming and Air Cutter. Beautifly's charm summoned hearts around it, as its wings sliced through the air, scattering the hearts like confetti. Ash ultimately scored 298 points, securing the highest score. Next was Tsukiko's turn, despite her initial nerves. She performed fluidly, achieving a high score with her impressive fire-type performance. The final contestant was Hoenn, who sent forth his Rosalia, delivering a steady performance that also garnered a high score. Thus, the first round concluded, and Ash and his friends advanced to the second round of the grand contest. In the second round, the matchups were set, Mei versus Tsukiko and Ash versus Hoenn. In the first match, Combusken faced off against Kecleon. Mei was earnest in her battle against Tsukiko, especially with Combusken's debut on stage, pushing itself to perform at 200 capacity. Although Kecleon had a strength advantage, its fourfold weakness to fighting-type moves proved to be fatal. Combusken used Sky Uppercut. As the final moments approached, both Mei and Tsukiko unleashed their ultimate moves. Kecleon, unleash your Metal Claw with all your might. Bang! Time was up, and in a close contest, Mei emerged victorious by a narrow margin. With Tsukiko's loss, the hopes of the entire village dimmed, leaving the mothers disheartened. In the second match, Bayleaf faced off against Beautifly. Beautifly, being only at the mid-elite level, presented an easy challenge for Bayleaf, who was nearing the mid-gym level. At last, I get to face you, Ash. Hoenn exclaimed, having long desired a match against Ash, though opportunities had eluded him until now. Ash, feeling somewhat apologetic due to the level disparity, commanded, Bayleaf, use Leaf Blade. Swoosh. Bayleaf launched its leaf blades toward Beautifly, who swiftly evaded all the attacks with elegance. Ice Beam. Ash's score began to dwindle. Beautifly conjured a chilling blue beam, while Bayleaf prepared its ancient power. What? Hoenn gasped, astonished that Bayleaf could utilize a rock-type move. The icy blue beam collided with the brown ancient power, creating a thunderous explosion. Under the level pressure, ancient power shattered the ice beam, directly knocking Beautifly to the ground, rendering it unable to battle. The three judges promptly raised their flags, eliminating Hoenn from the contest. The final showdown of the grand contest brought Ash against Mei once more. It's my sister facing off against Ash again, Little Windsor sighed, unsure of whom to root for. Although he believed his sister would inevitably lose. Let's cheer for both sides. Brock replied, Peekaboo. Come on, Ash. This time, I will not lose. Combusken, take the stage. Chamo. Bayleaf, it's your turn. Swoosh. The battle commenced with the second forms of the Hoenn Fire-type starter versus the Chengdu Grass-type starter. Combusken, use Flame Tornado. Mei commanded, directing Combusken to unleash the recently learned Fire-type move. A massive Fire Tornado surged toward Bayleaf. Bayleaf, Light Screen. Bayleaf conjured 4 light screens around itself, successfully blocking the oncoming Fire Tornado. Ash's score began to decline. Bayleaf, Ancient Power. Combusken, use Ember. Bang! As the smoke cleared, Combusken charged forth, prompting Mei to exclaim, well done. Combusken, Sky Uppercut. Ash smiled slightly, instructing, Bayleaf, use Grass Knot. The charging Combusken was abruptly tripped by an unexpected Grass Knot. Mei's score plummeted significantly, leaving her in a precarious situation. Drawing a deep breath, Mei commanded, Combusken, charge up Flame Attack, spin around. Combusken circled Bayleaf, creating a fiery vortex that enveloped it. That's it, unleash Ember. Flames from all directions surged forth, encircling Bayleaf like a colossal fire wheel. Ash's score began to drop. Wow. Mei's fire wheel tactic is not only dazzling but also immensely powerful, leaving Bayleaf with no escape. How would Ash respond? Well done, Mei. However, Bayleaf, use Mystical Guard and Swords Dance. In the center of the stage, Bayleaf's radiant aura shielded it from the searing heat, while Swords Dance whirled, shredding the flames to pieces. Mei's score took a dramatic hit, teetering on the brink of elimination. The tide has turned. Is the outcome already determined? Mei's score is perilously low. No matter. Combusken, let's go. Chamo. Combusken leapt into the air, gathering flames on its right foot as it aimed a kick at Bayleaf. Flame Kick. Have you learned a new move? Bayleaf. Counter with Rock Smash. Sturdy Chicken Elite Midstage. Bang. The two Pokemon took a step back. Although Sturdy Chicken had not lost its combat capability, Xiaoyao's score was entirely depleted. The victor has emerged. The champion of this longevity tournament is contestant Xiaoji. Applause erupted from the audience, who cheered fervently. Xiaoji received the longevity satin ribbon medal, and he was just one medal away from obtaining a ticket to the grand celebration. After enjoying a celebratory dinner at Yuzi's home, the following morning, Xiaoji and his companions set forth on their journey once more. Chapter 77. The Spectacular Ring Competition, the Skyward Pokemon Dragon. With the goal of reaching Junyu City, Xiaoji and his companions arrived at a quaint little town named Henghu Town. Along the way, they performed a good deed by returning a pearl to a jumpy pig that had lost it. They decided to stay for a day. As the Pokemon egg in Xiaoji's bracelet was about to hatch, Xiaojiang, holding a travel guide, remarked with a smile, "Henghu Town, known as the crossroads of the winds." No sooner had he spoken than a gentle breeze wafted through, bringing a delightful sense of comfort. At that moment, Xiaoji and the others looked up to see a Swablu flying towards them, clutching a ring in its beak. Xiaoyao pointed at the Swablu, exclaiming in delight, "It's a Swablu." Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept through, pushing the Swablu towards the cliff. "Ah, Swablu. Go, Swablu, save that Swablu." Chirp. Xiaoyao's Swablu swiftly flew to the aid of the other Swablu and rescued it. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Swablu." A boy came running from a distance. Clearly the trainer of the rescued Swablu. He took his Swablu in his arms, asking, "Are you all right, Swablu?" "Chirp, chirp. Thank you for saving my Swablu. My name is Kate." Kate expressed his gratitude to the group. They all introduced themselves and learned from Kate that an aerial Pokemon ring competition was about to be held here. Trainers would sit in hot air balloons while their flying Pokemon competed in the sky to ring the hoops. With the first to hang a ring on the hook declared the winner. Both Xiaoji and Xiaoyao found it fascinating, and Xiaoyao decided to participate with her Swablu. As for Xiaoji, he first went to the Pokemon Center to check on the health of the egg, confirming its well-being, and then exchanged his first Hoenn Pokemon, Swellow, for the competition using his hunting Butterfree. He also swapped back to his Torchic with his Coal Turtle. The little chick had been training tirelessly in the backyard with Charizard, quickly reaching elite mid-stage, almost ready to evolve. Ralts, under the training of Jigglypuff, had learned many new moves and, along with Feeba, had also reached elite mid-stage. As for the Pokemon egg, Xiaoji decided to carry it into the competition, as it could hatch at any moment. As the competition commenced, the big screen displayed numerous Pokemon trainers alongside their flying Pokemon. These are the champions from past generations. Kate introduced. Is this their way of continuing to celebrate their glory? Xiaojiang seemed to agree with this sentiment. Kate, brimming with excitement, declared, "If I win the competition, I can be recognized as an honorary citizen of this town. This is my dream. Honorary citizen. That sounds incredible. I want to become one." Xiaoyao exclaimed. Xiaoxing interjected, "That's impossible. Sister, this is your first time playing the ring competition, right?" Kate quietly opposed this notion. "However, I believe it's still quite possible to win." Huh. The group looked at Kate in confusion. Kate awkwardly added, "Actually, today's tournament is also my debut match. I just recently caught my Swablu. Then let's all do our best together." The long-standing tradition of the Henghu Pokemon Ring tournament commenced. The host announced the beginning. From the first round of matches to the semifinals, each match would feature 4 teams competing. This meant 4 Pokemon would start vying for the rings, with only one trainer emerging victorious. The big screen displayed Kate assigned to Zone A, while Xiaoji faced a champion candidate named Vortex in Zone B, and surprisingly, Xiaoyao was up against Kojiro in the final zone. Kate performed exceptionally well in Zone A, and his Swablu, displaying great talent, successfully advanced. In Zone B, Xiaoji sent out Swellow. "I'm counting on you, Swellow." Siba. Unexpectedly, he found himself facing a little brat. The champion candidate Vortex looked disdainfully at Xiaoji, who ignored him, knowing that true strength would soon reveal itself. The competitors were Swellow, Electrike, Toxicroak, and Zubat. From Vortex's perspective, this was a clear advantage. As the match commenced, Xiaoji's Swellow surged ahead, using Quick Attack to dart forward, and before Electrike could disrupt, Swellow had already snatched the ring. Damn! Electrike, Thunderbolt. Unfortunately, who was Swellow? The embodiment of the Electric Prince. It charged through the electric attack and crossed the finish line. And the winner of Zone B is contestant Xiaoji, who crushed his opponents with absolute speed. He is undoubtedly a rising star for the championship. The audience erupted in applause. Fantastic. Xiaoji has advanced. Now it's time for my sister's match. Xiaoxing cheered. Well done, Swellow. Xiaoji encouraged. Pikachu buoy. Siba. The champion candidate Vortex began to doubt his life choices for having lost to a little brat. As for the final zone, Kojiro and his Dustox dominated, eliminating Xiaoyao and her Swablu. The ring competition continued, with Xiaoji, Kate, and Kojiro steamrolling through, advancing to the semifinals. The semifinal rules entailed 1v1 matches, with Xiaoji facing a passerby as Fortress, while Kate clashed with Kojiro. Go for it, Kate. Yes, I will succeed. Xiaoji floated in the hot air balloon to the competition venue, effortlessly defeating the passerby and advancing to the finals. However, Kate's match was fiercely contested. Kojiro's strength was formidable, and despite Dustox's inexperience, under Kojiro's command, it was evenly matched with Kate's Swablu. Ultimately, due to Kate's misjudgment, he lost the chance to enter the finals, allowing Kojiro to advance. The final showdown, Xiaoji versus Kojiro. As a technical trainer, Kojiro naturally wouldn't confront Xiaoji head-on. Dustox, use confusion. Swallow, dodge with quick attack. Xiaoji disregarded Kojiro, as he was not a technical trainer but a speed-oriented one, focusing solely on seizing the ring. At that moment, both participants gasped in shock. Quick, dodge. Just as their Pokémon approached the ring, a fierce tornado erupted around it. Behold, the local specialty of Hoenn town, a sudden tornado. The host explained. Clearly, no one had anticipated a tornado to appear at such a critical moment in the competition, complicating the quest for the ring. Kojiro decided to strike during the tornado's brief disappearance, but Xiaoji had a different plan. Swallow, show your spirit. Charge in, brave bird. What? Siba. Without hesitation, Swallow plunged into the tornado, and with astonishing determination, it broke through the limits, achieving the initial stage of the gym and successfully seized the ring. At that moment, the Pokémon egg in Xiaoji's arms began to glow, drawing everyone's gaze from Swallow to Xiaoji, witnessing the birth of new life. Bay. It raised its tiny hands joyfully. Its light blue body and gray cap resembling the initial form of the Hoenn quasi-legendary Pokémon, Dratini. As a Pokémon that instinctively yearned to fly, Dratini, upon realizing it was born in midair, flapped its tiny arms like wings in sheer delight. Welcome to this world, Dratini. Pikachu buoy. Bay. Alright. Swallow. Let us seize the championship for Dratini's birth. Quick attack. Siba. Swallow clutched the ring and swiftly soared towards the finish line. Kojiro attempted to thwart Swallow with Poison Sting, but Swallow evaded all attempts, placing the ring onto the hook and claiming victory. Upon reaching the finish line, Swallow exhibited its valor, and contestant Xiaoji splendidly secured the championship, having been honored as an esteemed citizen of this town. After reuniting with Xiaojiang and others, the adorable baby dragon was successfully captured, and the King Yin was teleported back. Wow, what an adorable baby dragon. Xiaoyao yearned to touch it, only to be knocked to the ground by the baby dragon's headbutt. Ouch, how annoying. Xiaoyao glared at the baby dragon, her cheeks puffed in irritation. Xiaoji chuckled as he helped her up, comforting her. Do not be angry. The baby dragon has just been born and is still quite timid. Baby dragon. Gender, male. Type, dragon. Ability, forceful, increases the power of moves with additional effects by 30, but does not trigger the additional effects. Strength, ordinary early stage, hatchling. Moves, glare, ember, twister. Dragon die, terrestrial type, steel. Xiaoji gazed contentedly at the baby dragon before him, a true gem destined to be his. Subsequently, Xiaoji and his companions bid farewell to Kate and continued their journey towards Junyu City. Chapter 78, Double Evolution. The Mighty Chicken and Milotic. After departing from Hoenn town, Xiaoji and his party plunged once more into the forest, a quaint mushroom forest. Though small, it was the domain of mushrooms. They paused here to rest and enjoy a meal. After dining, Xiaoji and Xiaoyao found a clearing to commence their Pokémon training. Naturally, the focus was on the soon-to-evolve little chick, while the weakest among them, the ugly fish, only needed to adjust its mindset and combine with the system's beautiful scales to evolve. Thus, it was happily munching on energy cubes that increased its beauty value alongside Xiaoyao. Although the baby dragon had just hatched, its dragon lineage allowed it to develop fully within mere days, and it had already begun training with a mandatory exercise device. Fire Chick, unleash your flames. Chamo the Fire Chick unleashed a massive column of fire, while Chamo Xiaoyao's mighty chicken deftly leapt aside. Looking at the little chick with a resigned expression, realizing that the younger generation was catching up to him. After all, he had only just achieved a breakthrough, and now the little one was on the verge of doing the same. Just as Xiaoji's party was relishing their leisurely afternoon, Team Rocket was on the brink of starvation. Having earned no money in Hoenn town and thus running out of resources, dazed from hunger, Team Rocket devoured the mushroom's fruits, which would spell disaster, as they were soon pursued by a band of 5 or 6 formidable Shroomish. With the aid of their fighting-type prowess, they sent Team Rocket scrambling for safety, fleeing right to where Xiaoji and Xiaoyao were training. Meowth's eyes lit up upon spotting Xiaoji, and he immediately cried for help. Little brat, save me. Behind Team Rocket trailed several robust Shroomish. What happened? Xiaoyao inquired, instinctively retreating behind Xiaoji at the sight of the fierce-looking Shroomish. Xiaoji replied nonchalantly, no need to fear, nor to concern ourselves. If all goes as expected, these Shroomish are merely angered by Team Rocket. What? Little brat, after all these years of camaraderie, you would abandon us just like that? Musashi exclaimed in indignation. Xiaoji retorted, please clarify. It's easy to misinterpret this situation. It's as if I'm your secret benefactor, while you're out here trying to steal my Pikachu. I haven't even kicked you while you're down. Before Xiaoji could finish, the Shroomish had already charged in, unleashing a flurry of sonic punches that sent Team Rocket flying from the scene. What an infuriating sensation. So Nance, the Shroomish, still unsatisfied after knocking Team Rocket away, vented their frustration on Xiaoji and Xiaoyao. Observing this elite group of Shroomish, Xiaoji smiled faintly, recognizing them as the perfect experience fodder for Fire Chick's evolution. Xiaoyao stepped back. Go for it, Fire Chick. Chamo Fire Chick's determined gaze met that of the Shroomish. The Shroomish wasted no time, rushing forward to attack with their sonic punches, while Fire Chick prepared to unleash its energy attack, Flame Charge. Encased in flames, Fire Chick skillfully avoided the assaults while simultaneously dispatching one Shroomish. This incited the ire of the remaining Shroomish as they surged forward to engage Fire Chick in combat. Chamo Fire Chick suddenly launched a swift kick, sending one Shroomish flying, and erupted in a dazzling blue-white light of evolution. Chamo Mighty Chicken has arrived. Mighty Chicken. Strength, Elite Late Stage. Moves, Double Kick, Flame Kick, Aerial Ace, Brick Break. Chamo Mighty Chicken provocatively beckoned, indicating its desire to take on the entire group. Enraged, the Shroomish launched a collective assault on Mighty Chicken. Xiaoji, is Mighty Chicken going to be alright? Should we assist? Xiaoyao tugged at Xiaoji's sleeve, inquiring anxiously. Xiaoji chuckled. No need, just watch. Mighty Chicken is already handling it. Mighty Chicken executed its flame kick, knocking down each Shroomish that had been ganging up on it. After being schooled by Mighty Chicken, the Shroomish begrudgingly conceded and extended a peace offering to Xiaoji and Mighty Chicken. Xiaoji exchanged some Pokemon food and grass-type energy cubes from the system, offering them as an apology for Team Rocket's mischief. The leader of the Shroomish sampled a piece, its eyes sparkling, and signaled the other Shroomish to gather the food and return to their domain. After training for a while longer, Xiaoyao made significant progress. With her third-tier Pokemon, Meowth, reaching Elite Mid-Stage, Bulbasaur achieving Ordinary Peak, and Swablu advancing to Ordinary Late Stage. Satisfied that their tasks were nearly complete, Xiaoji led Xiaoyao back to reunite with Xiaojing and Xiaosheng. Rather than pressing onward, they discovered a Pokemon Center within the forest. Xiaoji sent back the evolved Mighty Chicken, Cottonee, and Bulbasaur, while retrieving Ralts, Electrike, and Coalossal. This trio was prepared for a gym battle. Approaching the communication exchange device, Xiaoji asked, "Are you ready, Xiaoyao?" As he handed her the beautiful scales. Xiaoyao examined the scales with delight, exclaiming, "Wow, how beautiful!" Thanks to Xiaoji and Xiaoyao's diligent training, the beauty value of the ugly fish was now satisfactory. Hence, Xiaoji resolved to hasten their evolution to enhance their combat prowess. Releasing both ugly fish, he equipped them with the beautiful scales and placed them on the exchange device for trading. Xiaoji and Xiaoyao exchanged their Pokeballs, locking eyes before simultaneously declaring, "Come forth." Milotic. The released ugly fish was immediately enveloped in a shimmering blue-white light of evolution, its form elongating as the brilliance faded. Milotic made its grand entrance. Wow, how beautiful! Is this truly my Milotic? Xiaoyao gazed in awe at the Milotic. Xiaoji, too, beamed at Milotic, who, under the influence of the system's superior items, had directly leaped 2 levels to reach Ordinary Late Stage. Milotic. Ability, Marvel Scale, defense increases to 15 times its original value under abnormal status. Strength, Ordinary Late Stage. Moves, Water Pulse. Bind, Captivate, Twister. Following this, Xiaoji and Xiaoyao exchanged their respective Milotic back, with Xiaoyao tenderly caressing Milotic's Pokeball. Xiaoji shook his head in resignation, realizing that Xiaoyao's other Pokemon would likely be overlooked for a while. Xiaoji's team, Pikachu, Eevee, Bayleaf, Ralts, Electrike, Coalossal, Baby Dragon, Milotic. After completing their tasks, they were now close to Junyu City, so Xiaoji and the others pressed on without delay. However, as they advanced, the weather took a sudden turn. One moment the sun shone brightly, and the next, torrential rain began to pour. Peekabooey. Xiaoji and his companions hurriedly shielded themselves from the rain, hoping to find a nearby shelter. Chapter 79. The Reemergence of 2 Major Organizations in Hoenn. What a disaster. How did it suddenly start raining? Xiaoyao complained while donning her raincoat and running. Xiaoji teased, "I wonder who claimed the weather was splendid." Xiaoyao sheepishly smiled, saying nothing further, and joined the others in searching for a place to take refuge from the rain. Yet, just as Xiaoji and the others had taken a few steps, heavy snowfall began to fall from the sky, and before long, a fierce wind arose, culminating in a blizzard. To the astonishment of Ash and his companions, while they could accept the rain, they were utterly bewildered by the sudden snowfall. They soon realized that this peculiar weather phenomenon was likely due to the weather manipulation abilities of Pokemon. Indeed, not long after, the skies cleared, and the snow began to melt, making everything they had experienced feel like a mere dream. At that moment, a male and a female researcher approached Ash and his friends, each accompanied by a Pokemon. The male researcher had a floating bubble, while the female researcher had a Ditto perched on her shoulder. "Are you all alright?" The male researcher inquired nervously. The female researcher, filled with apologies, explained, "I sincerely apologize. The unusual weather was a result of an experiment conducted by our Weather Research Institute." Goodness, is it possible to alter the weather? Xiaoyao exclaimed, her worldview once again reshaped. Ever since she embarked on her journey, her perspective had been refreshed countless times. As for Brock, upon seeing the female researcher's beauty, he instantly fell under her spell, exclaiming, "Beautiful lady, my name is Brock." Just as the newly emerged shaking Pokémon and Xiaoxing were about to engage in battle, Brock himself halted, prompting Xiaoxing to ask, "Brock, what's wrong? This feels different from usual." Xiaoyao remarked in surprise. Brock scratched his head, puzzled. "I, too, am bemused. I can't seem to muster any interest." Suddenly, in a state of panic, he clutched his heart and exclaimed, "Could it be that I've been rejected too many times and have sworn off love?" He then glanced at the heartbroken shaking Pokémon. "It must be your doing, right? Have you employed some strange power to influence me?" The shaking Pokémon tilted its head in confusion. The onlookers quietly observed Brock's antics, while Ash admired him, thinking, no doubt, Brock's radar for beautiful women is far more accurate than any device. If not for my aura sensing ability, I would have never realized that the female researcher was actually a man in disguise. We haven't introduced ourselves yet. I am Professor Barilu, the director of the institute. And this is Researcher Mealy. Barilu's voice broke the peculiar atmosphere. The group hastily introduced themselves, and Ash decided to bide his time, planning to catch the big fish later. Capturing him now would alert other members of Team Magma. Barilu warmly invited Ash and his companions to join him for tea at the Weather Research Institute, to which they readily agreed. That building over there is the Weather Research Institute. Barilu pointed to a light blue structure halfway up the mountain. Mealy added, "And that gigantic antenna is the weather control machine." With that, she led Ash and the others into the institute. Xiaoyao gasped, "So, it can create various weather conditions?" Mealy nodded, affirming her statement. Subsequently, as Barilu, being the director, was quite busy, he entrusted Mealy with showing Ash and his friends around the institute. "We can receive data from all over the world here," Mealy explained as they walked. "This includes information referred to as the cataclysm of heaven and earth. Are you aware of it?" "Ah, I see. The data on the cataclysm of heaven and earth must pertain to Groudon and Kyogre. Is this their objective?" Later, while visiting the central control room, Ash noticed a monitor displaying a helicopter descending outside. He recognized the emblem on the helicopter as belonging to Team Aqua. Having grasped the situation, Ash quietly whispered something to Brock before finding an excuse to leave. Outside the institute, Team Aqua had already kidnapped the researchers and Barilu. "Have you located the target's data?" The leader, Mizumi, inquired. The response was that access to ancient data required a passcard. Pikachu, Thunderbolt, and Iron Tail. With a flash of golden light, the iron rings binding the researchers and Barilu shattered. "Who?" Mizumi exclaimed angrily, only to momentarily freeze upon seeing Ash, then scowled. "It's you." She had witnessed this little brat defeat a rival of her strength in the Fire Village. However, she couldn't afford to lose face. "You little brat. I advise you not to meddle in our affairs. Everyone attack." With a crash, 2 gym-level Clawitzer appeared on the field. Ash looked disdainfully at the 2 Pokemon. "Is that all? You're the ones I've chosen, Bayleaf." "Bayleaf." The Pokemon glared ahead, daring anyone to harm Ash. "Clawitzer, use Crabhammer." The 2 Clawitzer swung their massive claws towards Bayleaf. Meanwhile, inside the Institute, Mealy attempted to take advantage of the chaos to knock out Brock and steal the Institute's data. But her plan was thwarted by Brock, who was well prepared. Eevee swiftly dispatched Ditto in a matter of moments. Brock and his friends quickly bound Mealy and revealed her true identity, with Brock nearly losing his mind upon realizing he had just confessed to a man. Simultaneously, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, glad that he hadn't sworn off love. Ash's battle was drawing to a close as he commanded, "Bayleaf, petal dance." A whirlwind of petals arose, leaving the 2 Clawitzer incapacitated. With that, Bayleaf's experience bar filled to capacity, erupting in a brilliant blue and white light of evolution, blooming a magnificent flower around its neck and evolving into Meganium. Magnificent. Meganium. Bayleaf joyfully tackled Ash to the ground, taking advantage of Meganium's evolution to draw everyone's attention. Team Aqua swiftly boarded their helicopter and fled. Meanwhile, Team Rocket, who had been quietly observing for an opportunity, also discreetly departed. The only one left behind was the enigmatic thief, Benai of Team Magma. He swiftly contacted Miss Junsha, who hurriedly arrived to take him away, eager to boost her performance. Director Barilu knelt, exclaiming, "Mealy, how could this be? He was such a promising talent, and yet he was an undercover agent for Team Magma." Brock patted Barilu's shoulder, offering his understanding. At that moment, the real Mealy arrived for an interview. Alas, Benai has escaped again. Xiaoxing wondered aloud, when suddenly Xiaoyao delivered a punch to him, pointing at Brock, who was charging ahead, saying, "Just look at Brock's demeanor. It's evident this is the real deal." Now, shaking Pokemon and Xiaoxing could finally get to work, dragging Brock away. Subsequently, Ash and his companions bid farewell to Barilu. preparing to embark on their journey once more. Barilu also pointed them toward the path leading to Yunhua City. Chapter 80. The Winged Carnival of Yunhua City. Having departed from the Weather Research Institute, Ash and his friends soon arrived at the location of the 6th gym, Yunhua City. At that moment, Yunhua City was hosting its annual Winged Carnival, a celebration themed around the sky. Since they had the chance, Ash and his companions decided to join in on the festivities, planning to enjoy a day of fun before challenging the gym the next day. As they arrived at the square where the carnival was being held, they found it bustling with vendors and an array of delectable treats and souvenirs. The throngs of tourists were even more numerous. Wow, this looks absolutely delicious. Oh, this bracelet seems so cute. Xiaoyao zipped from stall to stall, her excitement palpable. Ah, so many beautiful ladies. Brock was utterly mesmerized by the lovely women passing by. Xiaosheng pointed skyward, exclaiming, "Look over there, something's flying our way." As Ash and his companions looked up, they saw a large armored bird carrying a beautiful lady and a child soaring into the square. This armored bird was significantly larger than the ordinary ones. They quickly followed the armored bird to its landing spot, where a woman in a flight suit was surrounded by a group of children. She gently said, "All right, who's next?" "I am. It's my turn, Miss Nachi," a little girl exclaimed, jumping excitedly with her hand raised. "Great." Miss Nachi lifted the girl onto the back of the armored bird, and just as she was about to take off, Brock leaped forward and grasped her hand, asking, "Excuse me, are you named Nachi?" "What a lovely name. I am Brock, an aspiring Pokémon breeder with a bright future ahead." He gazed at the splendid armored bird and its enchanting owner, feeling as if this was a fateful encounter. Miss Nachi, visibly flustered, found it hard to interject, and with a sudden thud, the scene continued to unfold. Fortunately, the Heartbreak Wobbler intervened to halt Xiaozhang's lengthy discourse, allowing Xiaosheng to seize the opportunity to employ his ear-twisting technique to drag him away. All right. It's nearly time to wrap things up. Thanks to Xiaozhang, Ash and his companions struck up a conversation with Naki. Xiaoyao exclaimed excitedly, "Flying like this in the air is simply marvelous." The queue of children proudly declared, "Our sister Naki is a genius Pokémon trainer. Moreover, she hails from a prestigious lineage as a trainer at the Inu Gym." Seizing the moment, Ash stepped forward and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Ash from Pallet Town, here specifically to challenge the Inu Gym." "Oh, hello Ash. I graciously accept your challenge. But I must apologize. As you can see, I'm quite busy today. Would it be possible to hold the gym match tomorrow?" Naki replied politely upon learning Ash was a challenger. Ash nodded, "No problem. My companions and I intend to enjoy the day thoroughly." "All right then, farewell everyone. Armor Bird, take flight." Naki began her aerial journey with the little girl. Xiaosheng, intrigued, joined the queue, eager to partake in the experience. Originally, Xiaozhang intended to join Naki for a romantic escapade, but he was informed by the children that only kids could participate, leaving his dreams dashed. Subsequently, Ash and his friends released their Pokémon, planning to explore the carnival together. Belly-Raru Giant Sunflower and Rararasu became inseparable companions to Ash, while other Pokémon reveled in the various attractions of the carnival. Xiaoyao embarked on her gastronomic adventure, while after a round of aerial excitement, Xiaosheng also took to the skies, only to be spotted by Xiaozhang, who immediately turned to stone in heartbreak, embraced joyfully by the Heartbreak Wobbler. Meanwhile, Team Rocket indulged in their own feast, and Kojiro once again encountered his lifelong nemesis, the uncle selling Magikarp, who had deceived him time and again. The uncle cleverly disguised a Mareep as a bell, and, after a round of deception, the forgetful Kojiro spent their entire budget on the Mareep, only to realize, upon reuniting with Musashi, that he had been duped once more. However, fortune smiled upon him as he encountered a genuine Mareep, happily captured by Kojiro, blissfully unaware that the upcoming days would leave him starving. With their funds depleted, Team Rocket's trio was compelled to spring into action, commandeering a robot to capture the flying Pokémon at the carnival. Boom! Ash and his companions turned to find the venue enveloped in a haze of flickering yellow arcs of electricity. "What has happened?" Naki gasped. A gigantic black robot loomed before them, with several flying Pokémon trapped behind it. "Mwaha! Since you are so earnest, this is how it shall be. Mareep." Xiaosheng pointed in astonishment at the Mareep, as Team Rocket's new members cheered, "Mareep! Team Rocket, return the Pokémon you've stolen." Xiaoyao demanded angrily. "Impossible. Dream on. If you have the ability, come and take them. Fletchling, use Peck. Bulbasaur, Razor Leaf. Milotic, Water Gun." Xiaoyao immediately commanded her Pokémon to attack. Team Rocket remained unfazed, with Kojiro directing, "Mareep, use Heal Bell." A melodious chime rang out, and Meowth relished. "Did you see, Meow? Such an attack is ineffective against us." Shortly after, Team Rocket retaliated, releasing electric currents from their machine. "Eevee, defend." Pika. Eevee raised a shield to block the electricity, while Ash calmly produced a rare Thunderstone. ready to show them who the true expert in electricity was. Eevee here. Eevee accepted the Thunder Stone, which merged into its body, revealing a fleeting image of a Thunder Pokemon. Eevee, Strength, Late Gym Stage. Move, Thunder Shock, delivers an electric attack to the opponent, causing paralysis. Eevee, Thunder Shock. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Armor Bird, Drill Peck. Naki commanded Armor Bird to create a breach behind the robot, allowing the flying Pokemon to escape. 2 golden bolts of lightning surged into the gap. Bang. Boom. The robot exploded. What a dreadful sensation, Mareep exclaimed. That evening, Ash and his companions joined Naki for the closing festivities of the carnival. Beautiful fireworks blossomed in the night sky as Naki rode Armor Bird, leading the rescued flying Pokemon in a magnificent aerial display. After the closing ceremony, Ash and his friends returned to the Pokemon Center to rest early, rejuvenating for the gym match the following day. Chapter 81, Showdown with Naki, Cerulean. The next day, Ash and his friends arrived at the Inu gym early. Xiaoyao, panting heavily, complained, "No way. Why are there so many steps to the Inu gym?" Dressed in her flight attire, Naki smiled at Ash and the others as they ascended. "I've been waiting for you, Ash. Thank you for your patience, Naki. This time, I am determined to earn that badge." Ash replied, "All right, follow me." Naki led Ash and the others to the battle arena, where Ash stepped onto one of the platforms while she ascended to the opposite one. The platforms began to rise, clearly leading to the command seats. On this battlefield, flying-type Pokemon held a distinct advantage. However, although Ash had not prepared any flying types, he had strategies to counter them. Once both sides were in position, Naki suddenly knelt down, sincerely praying, "O great sky, bestow upon us wings. Grant us the powerful wings that will not yield to any fierce wind. Then, guide us in this vast blue world to spread our magnificent wings." Curiously, Xiaoyao asked, "What is Naki doing?" "I believe it's a ritual before battle," Xiaoxing speculated. Xiaojang remarked, "For a trainer like Naki, who specializes in flying Pokemon, the sky is akin to a guardian deity." Now, the gym battle between Naki, the trainer of the Inu gym, and Ash from Pallet Town is about to commence. Each side may use 3 Pokemon, and the match ends when all Pokemon on one side can no longer battle. Moreover, only the challenger has the right to switch Pokemon. After her prayer, Naki's fighting spirit ignited. "Come forth. Altaria, Dragonite, take flight." "All right, Rararasu, go." Rararasu joyfully appeared on the field, raising its little hand. "Altaria, Elite Late Stage. Altaria, ride the winds and attack." Peck. Naki wasted no time, launching her assault. Altaria spread its cotton-like wings and soared towards Rararasu. Despite being a flying-type Pokemon, Altaria had learned a plethora of dragon and fairy-type moves, making its options limited against Rararasu's dragon-type abilities. Without needing Ash to command, Rararasu activated Teleport, dodging Altaria at the last moment. Seizing the opportunity, Ash shouted, "Since you've come down, don't go back up." Psychic Control. Rararasu. Rararasu unleashed a powerful psychic force, immobilizing Altaria. Magical Shine. Altaria, use Sing. Naki commanded without hesitation. As the pink light struck Altaria, Rararasu also endured the attack. But under the double weakness, Altaria suffered more. "Altaria, sing a beautiful song." Altaria began to sing, but its melody paled in comparison to Jigglypuff's strength. Ash wasn't inclined to listen. "Rararasu, use Mystical Guard." Surrounding Rararasu was a shimmering protective barrier, rendering it immune to the sleep-inducing effects. Rararasu, Teleport combined with Magical Shine. Rararasu teleported behind Altaria, waving its tiny hand to unleash a pink magical gleam, striking Altaria. On the evening of Chi-Chi, the 7 Stars bird lost its combat capability, and Lalolalis emerged victorious. "Well done, Lalolalis," Ash praised, beaming at his Pokemon. "Peekaboo." Lalolalis joyfully waved back. "Hooray, Ash has taken the lead." Xiaoyao cheered. Naki recalled the 7 Stars bird, exclaiming, "That match was indeed thrilling. However, I shall not concede easily. Go, Wingull." She then tossed out a Pokeball, summoning Wingull. Lalolalis continued to use Hypnosis Beam. Lalolalis concentrated, gathering a spectrum of light. Wingull, counter with Air Slash. Wingull flapped its wings, creating a cyclone that met the Hypnosis Beam head-on. Bang. Lalolalis, use Absorb Kiss. Lalolalis released a sweet kiss, restoring its own vitality. Naki decided to showcase her strength. Wingull ascend. Hydro Pump. A colossal column of water cascaded from the sky. Ash frowned as he observed Wingull's ascent. If the teleportation tactic continued, Lalolalis would have no advantage. Thus, they would have to confront each other directly. Lalolalis, control the Hydro Pump with telekinesis. Lalolalis exerted its psychic powers to manipulate the water attack, amplifying its force. Naki could not miss this opportunity. Go, Lalolalis. Ash encouraged, stacking buffs for Lalolalis. As Lalolalis controlled the Hydro Pump, it erupted with formidable psychic energy, dispersing the water attack. Simultaneously, a blue-white light of evolution enveloped it, transforming from a little girl into the elegant Karuria. Karuria gazed intently at Wingull in the sky. Lalu has evolved. How adorable! Xiaoyao exclaimed, promptly scanning it with her Pokédex. Karuria. Strength, elite late stage. Moves, meditate, psychic. Ash nodded in satisfaction. My little darling has grown into a fine young lady. Congratulations. Ash, Naki commended, then declared earnestly, but I will not be defeated easily. Wingull, use Steel Wing. Wingull's wings shimmered with a silvery metallic sheen as it dove down. Karuria, unleash Psychic. Karuria unleashed a torrent of psychic energy. Bang. The two Pokemon faced away from each other, with Karuria collapsing first, having lost its combat capability. However, Wingull had also sustained considerable injuries. Karuria has lost its fighting ability. Wingull is victorious. You did well, Karuria. Leave the rest to my other partners. Ash recalled Karuria and sent out Electrike, declaring, it's your turn, Electrike. Woof. Electrike responded. Naki furrowed her brow. Wingull should be out of commission, and without its full strength. It's at a 4 times disadvantage. Taking a gamble, she commanded, Wingull, use Hydro Vortex. Naki decided to go all in. Electrike, Thunderbolt. A blue arc of electricity coalesced around Electrike. Before Wingull could approach Electrike, it was struck down by the 4 times effective Thunderbolt. Wingull lost its combat capability, and Electrike triumphed. Naki took a moment to compose herself, recalling Wingull. Ash, your Pokemon are truly well trained. After praising him, she sent out her ace. Let us go. Swellow. A dazzling green-gold shiny Swellow appeared, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Oh my goodness. Miss Naki has a shiny Swellow. Xiaoyao exclaimed. Realizing this was the 3rd shiny Pokemon she had encountered, the others being Ash's Noctowl and Beautifly, highlighting the rarity of such Pokemon. Swellow. Gym, early stage. Electrike. Establish an electric terrain. Woof. Ash decided to first gain an advantage in the battlefield, transforming the area into a golden electric terrain centered around Electrike. Chapter 82, White Feather Badge, Journey to Lala City. The electric terrain unfolded, enhancing electric-type moves and preventing sleep. Swellow, use Brave Bird. Miss Naki initiated the assault. Swellow dove rapidly towards Electrike, a move that was guaranteed to hit. Ash, of course, responded directly. Electrike, run and meet it with Thunder Fang. Woof. Electrike dashed forward with lightning speed, exposing its golden fangs to meet Swellow head-on. The two Pokemon engaged in a fierce clash, constantly maneuvering and colliding. Bang. They separated, returning to their respective trainers. Swellow soared high. Destruction Beam. Swellow ascended into the sky, unleashing a massive beam of destruction that rained down. Electrike, Thunderbolt. Boom. The Thunderbolt, empowered by the electric terrain, was formidable, and the two Pokemon battled fiercely, creating a stalemate. As the electric terrain began to dissipate, Ash decided to unleash his trump card. Rain Dance followed by Thunder. What? Miss Naki gasped, utterly unprepared for Electrike to possess the Rain Dance technique. It was too late to stop it. Electrike summoned rain, overlaying the battlefield with rainy weather, creating the perfect environment for itself. Summoning the Thunder, boom. A colossal lightning bolt descended from the heavens, striking Swellow. Swellow, show your mettle and charge through the lightning. Revival. Seba. Swellow took the brunt of the lightning strike, its body radiating golden sparks as it approached Electrike, executing a powerful revival move that defeated Electrike. Seba. Swellow called out triumphantly, its wings unfurling as the electric glow faded. Naki sincerely praised. Well done, Swellow. Truly impressive. No wonder you're the gym leader. Such tenacity. Xiaoxing exclaimed. Swellow's resilience is remarkable, able to withstand a double-powered thunder from the electric terrain. Brock analyzed. Electrike has lost its combat capability. Swellow is victorious. Phew. Electrike, you performed admirably. I was careless. Ash NT anticipated Naki's Swellow would be so resilient, decisively calling forth his next Pokemon. Now it's your turn, Torkoal. The electric terrain vanished, leaving behind rainy weather, but as Torkoal entered the fray, it instantly transformed the weather to sunny. Solar power. Naki acknowledged Torkoal's ability and commanded, go. Destruction Beam. The blazing sunlight intensified as Torkoal harnessed solar energy to counter the destruction beam. Torkoal unleashed a massive column of orange flames, shattering the destruction beam. If it hits, it'll be disastrous. Naki shouted, Swellow, break free and use quick attack. Swellow, relying on its willpower, broke free, leaving only an afterimage as the flames struck. Swellow continued to ascend, air slash. Swellow was in a precarious state, clearly intending to engage in aerial combat to wear down Torkoal. Torkoal, retreat into your shell for defense. Torkoal withdrew into its shell, with the cyclone attack striking harmlessly against its protective barrier. Torkoal, unleash smoke. A cloud of black smoke enveloped the battlefield, making a desperate attack. Swallow brave bird. Seba. Unfortunately, it was still thwarted by Torkoal's shell. Seizing the moment, Torkoal used flamethrower. A torrent of flames surged towards Swallow, Seba. Swallow ultimately succumbed. Swallow has lost its combat capability. Torkoal is victorious. The winner is Challenger Ash. Hooray, we won. Well done, Torkoal. Pika Boy. Torkoal, feeling overwhelmed with emotion, released a puff of black smoke. Hooray, Ash has triumphed. Xiaoyao cheered. With this victory, just 2 more badges and we can participate in the Hoenn League. Xiaoxing joined in the celebration. Subsequently, Ash and Naki descended from the platform. Congratulations, Ash. This is proof of your victory over me, the white feather badge. Naki handed over the badge. Thank you for your guidance. Ash accepted the badge, raising it high. Excellent. I have obtained the white feather badge. Pika Pika Boy. Ash's 3 Pokemon joined in the celebration. Having obtained the white feather badge, Ash returned to the Pokemon Center to restore the health of his Pokemon and engage in Pokemon exchanges. Ash's team consists of Pikachu, Eevee, Bulbasaur, Charizard, Corphish, Mudkip, Dragonite, and Milotic. Next, Ash and his companions plan to challenge the Green Ridge Gym in Green Ridge City for Ash's 7th badge. However, before that, they decide to take a detour to the renowned high-tech city of Larus in the Hoenn region, which is also the hometown of Ash's rival, Shun. Larus City is primarily known for its technological research, boasting advancements that rank it at the pinnacle not only in the Hoenn region but across the globe. The city is situated at the confluence of 2 rivers, resting upon an island adorned with a vast park, a battle tower, and commercial districts. Visitors can reach it via a light rail system encircling the island, and there are also cross-sea bridges connecting the island to the mainland. For Ash, the arrival of Deoxys signifies the commencement of the legendary Pokemon battle, and how could the protagonist, Ash, possibly miss such an event? Unlike the previous movie with the terrestrial Pokemon, this time it is a genuine legendary showdown, featuring Rayquaza versus Deoxys, the 2 brothers. Therefore, Ash knows he must rely on his own protagonist aura to navigate this encounter. Nevertheless, he possesses the coveted green orb and a Master Ball, which make him particularly eager to confront Rayquaza. Thus, Ash, along with Brock and May, boarded the light rail train from Mycelium City towards Larus. Upon their arrival, Ash and his friends disembarked, with May exclaiming, "Hooray, we have reached Larus." They then took the elevator from the 2nd floor down to the 1st floor exit. At that moment, a robot composed of 5 small cubes approached, welcoming them to Larus with a cheerful welcome. What an adorable welcoming robot. It truly lives up to the reputation of a high-tech city. May marveled. Brock, however, expressed his disappointment, stating, "I would have preferred a beautiful welcoming lady instead." The robot suddenly flew in front of May, a camera popping out from the top cube, prompting, "Come on, smile. Say cheese." A flash went off, startling May. Capturing her surprised expression, the robot proceeded to take pictures of Ash, May, and Brock as well, uploading the data to the city's management center. Fortunately, with May leading the way, Ash and Brock were well prepared. Upon receiving permission, a compartment on the robot opened, revealing several identity cards. The robot explained, "These are the city passports. Please carry them while in this city. They can be used for purchases and other transactions." The group quickly took their passports. After exiting the transit station, May glanced at her passport photo with a disheartened expression, lamenting, "Ugh, I really wish I could take another one." Chapter 83, The Visitors of the Sky Battle Tower. Where exactly is the Battle Tower? Pikachu and Eevee curiously peered in the direction of the tower alongside Ash. Upon entering Larus City, Ash decided that their first stop would naturally be the famous Battle Tower to gain some experience. "Huh, what is that?" May pointed at a moving walkway ahead. Ash explained, "That's an automatic walkway. It frees you from having to walk." May's eyes lit up at the prospect of reaching their destination without walking. Ash nodded in affirmation. Just then, 2 boys and a set of twin girls emerged from the walkway. After they disembarked, Ash approached them and inquired, "Could you please direct me to the Battle Tower?" "You must be new to this city," one of the chubby boys greeted. The more dashing boy in a gray uniform added, "If you're headed to the Battle Tower, just follow us on this walkway." With that, the 4 of them stepped onto one of the moving walkways, prompting Ash and his friends to hastily follow suit. "Hello, I'm Ash from Pallet Town. Are you also going to the Battle Tower? Would you like to battle?" Ash asked the boy in the gray uniform. Before he could respond, the twin girls chimed in, "You want to battle Big Brother Aaron? Just so you know, he is really strong. You need to be careful." "Indeed." Aaron nodded in agreement. At that moment, a girl with purple hair and glasses, clutching a laptop, passed by on a red high-speed walkway, declaring, "Aaron, today I will definitely defeat you." Brock, who had previously shown little interest in the twins, suddenly spotted the older girl of his dreams, his eyes sparkling with infatuation as he exclaimed, "Oh, beautiful girl with glasses. May I ask your name?" However, he was swiftly yanked back by May, who pulled his ear, preventing him from falling onto the walkway. That's Miss Hitomi. She specializes in data collection for battles. Her metagross is exceptionally strong, the chubby boy enthusiastically introduced. By the way, my name is Shota, and my partner is Blastoise. May and Max also introduced themselves. Shota then unexpectedly leaned closer to May, causing her to back away in alarm. Shota awkwardly scratched his head, apologizing. I'm sorry. I just thought you might be a little cute. May, already irked from being startled, puffed up her cheeks in indignation, exclaiming, What do you mean might be a little cute? Don't you have any taste? I am undeniably cute, right, Ash? She turned to Ash for confirmation. Cute? Max muttered under his breath, his glasses reflecting exaggerated laughter. You have no idea. Faced with the dilemma of not wanting to upset May, Ash quickly nodded. That's right. May is very cute. Exactly. May crossed her arms, beaming. Brock looked at Ash as if he had discovered a new continent, marveling at how Ash had learned to charm girls. Could it be that the world had changed? Perhaps even pigs could fly now? Soon, the group arrived at a towering battle tower made entirely of crystal glass, at which point Ash and Aaron's group parted ways. Inside the battle tower, Ash informed his friends, I'll head to the contestant area to register. We'll wait for you in the audience. Max replied, and the group dispersed. True to form, Ash soon found himself lost while searching for the registration area. Where could it be? Pikachu! Ash exclaimed. He stumbled into a library, where a small boy with light blue hair emerged. Ash promptly approached him for directions, but upon seeing Pikachu and Eevee on Ash's shoulder, the boy turned and fled. Ash hurried after him, and they both boarded an elevator, but the terrified boy continued to glance at Pikachu and Eevee in fear, causing them to exchange exasperated glances. Ding! The boy was the first to exit, only to be halted by a man in work attire with an identification badge, asking, Are you here to compete? The boy stammered an explanation, but the man brusquely ushered Ash and the boy forward, scanning their passports to confirm their identities, and sent them to the battle arena via an elevator. At that moment, Miss Hitomi arrived late only to be informed that contestants had already been determined, leaving her with no choice but to return to the audience. Click. Soon, Ash and the boy found themselves elevated to a circular arena surrounded by spectators, their opponents being Aaron and Shota, who had come along with Ash. The referee, seated atop a hovering device, announced loudly, The first match is a doubles battle. Everyone, give it your all. The blue team consists of Ash from Pallet Town and Max from this city. The red team features the trainers Aaron and Shota from the southern metropolis. Ash had made it to the stage so quickly. May's eyes sparkled with excitement. Go for it, Ash. Xiao Tong also joined the audience and sat beside Xiao Gang and the others, letting out a helpless sigh. How infuriating. They got ahead of us. Xiao Gang then boldly suggested, Let us team up for an exhilarating double battle. With a swift maneuver, Xiao Sheng and Huang Huang launched a combined attack, successfully taking down Xiao Gang. So, your name is Xiao Chao. Let us give it our all. Xiao Ji encouraged. Xiao Chao awkwardly replied, But I don't have any Pokemon. Alright then, let me take on 2 opponents. Xiao Ji declared, his eyes gleaming with determination as he looked at Along and Jiang Tai. I can't believe we're facing off so soon. Along remarked in surprise at Xiao Ji. Jiang Tai attempted to greet Xiao Yao in the audience, but she completely ignored him. The referee began explaining the rules. In a combination battle, each trainer releases 1 Pokemon, and they must collaborate to compete. Now, trainers, please send out your Pokemon. Along and Jiang Tai summoned their final forms, Blaziken and Blastoise, both having reached substantial strength in their gym battles. Xiao Ji handed a Pokeball to Xiao Chao, saying, Once you release the Pokemon inside, leave the rest to me. It's settled then, Bulbasaur. Tada. Alright, go. Xiao Chao tossed the Pokeball, and with a bang, Kadora made its grand entrance. The referee announced, Great. The Pokemon are ready, and the match officially begins. Blaziken, go. Use Flame Kick on Bulbasaur. Along initiated the battle with Blaziken's signature move, Flame Kick. Kadora, use Iron Defense. Bulbasaur stood firm in front of Kadora, blocking the attack. Bulbasaur, Sunny Day? Kadora shielded Bulbasaur with Iron Defense against the Flame Kick, while Bulbasaur unleashed a Solar Beam, turning the weather dry and creating a Sunny Day battlefield. In this Sunny Day, there are pros and cons. Blaziken's Fire-type moves will be enhanced, but Blastoise's Water-type moves will be weakened, and Bulbasaur's Solar Beam can be executed instantly. Ultimately, the advantages outweigh the drawbacks. Wow, Xiao Ji is commanding 2 Pokemon in a double battle all by himself. Let us anticipate his performance. Chapter 84, The Visitor from the Sky. The Iron Giant sweeps the field. Jiang Tai, unwilling to merely spectate any longer, exchanged a glance with Along, and commanded Blastoise to unleash Water Cannon against Kadora. Meanwhile, Blaziken targeted Bulbasaur with Flamethrower. Along also directed Blaziken to commence the assault. Bulbasaur, use Solar Beam. Kadora, Dragon Pulse. Tada. Bulbasaur and Kadora released beams of golden light and the green Dragon Pulse, colliding with the fiery water pillars, creating a massive explosion. Smoke filled the arena. Bulbasaur used Leech Seed on Blastoise. Kadora summoned several boulders to trap Blaziken. Bulbasaur shot a small seed at Blastoise's feet, draining its energy, while Kadora summoned rocks to imprison Blaziken. Along and Zhang Tai remained unfazed, nodding to each other. Blastoise used Rapid Spin to break free. Blastoise spun rapidly, shattering the Leech Seed before crashing into the rocks, freeing Blaziken. Blaziken leaped and used Low Kick on Kadora. Clearly, they intended to take down one Pokemon first. Blastoise, Hydro Pump. Don't let Bulbasaur assist. Streams of water shot towards Bulbasaur, ensnaring it and preventing its escape. Wow. Along and Zhang Tai executed a perfect combination to take down Kadora with a 4x advantage. Xiao Ji, however, remained calm. Kadora, unleash your accumulated power. Heavy Slam. Kadora glowed with metallic brilliance as it collided with Blaziken, creating a resounding boom. The audience watched in rapt attention as the two Pokemon clashed. Kadora, evolve. Sweep the field. Boss Kadora. To everyone's astonishment, Kadora surged forth, sending Blaziken flying, enveloped in a blue-white light of evolution. Kadora's body transformed, growing enormous, standing upright at nearly 3 meters tall, dwarfing Blaziken. Xiao Ji smiled knowingly. Kadora had merely needed a catalyst to evolve, and this pressure from Blaziken provided the perfect opportunity. Boss Kadora. Strength, late gym stage. Moves, Metal Burst, Dragon Claw, Stone Edge. It has evolved. Along as Blaziken not only failed to defeat Kadora, but inadvertently facilitated its transformation into a colossal iron beast, Boss Kadora. The battle has only just begun. Xiao Ji gazed at Along and Zhang Tai with fierce determination, while Bulbasaur used Vine Whip to disrupt their actions, and Boss Kadora prepared to launch Dragon Dive. Watch out, Blaziken and Blastoise. Tada! Bulbasaur's 2 Vine Whips interrupted their movements, and Boss Kadora unleashed its dragon energy, sending both Pokemon flying. For the final strike, Bulbasaur. Solar Beam. Boss Kadora, Stone Edge. Tada tada tada. Bulbasaur's Solar Beam was unleashed in an instant, while Boss Kadora pounded the ground, causing boulders to erupt and attack both Pokemon. Boom. Blaziken and Blastoise lay incapacitated at the edge of the battlefield. The referee declared, the match has concluded. Blaziken and Blastoise are unable to continue. Thus, Xiao Ji is the victor. Meanwhile, Xiao Chao was overlooked by the referee. Wow. Xiao Ji's Boss Kadora delivered a final blow like an iron giant, sweeping the field, ultimately securing victory. Let us give a round of applause. Xiao Ji, clap, clap, clap. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Yay! Xiao Ji won against that guy? Xiao Yao cheered. Xiao Chao, standing beside Xiao Ji, felt awkward, realizing that he was merely a bystander in Xiao Ji's match. Well done, Bulbasaur and Boss Kadora. Tada! Roar. Xiao Ji recalled both Pokemon. Turning to Xiao Chao, he asked, so what do you think? Pokemon battles are quite thrilling, aren't they? Xiao Chao chose to remain silent. Shortly after, Xiao Ji and Xiao Chao exited the battlefield, only to encounter a man and woman rushing towards them. Dad, what are you doing here? Xiao Chao exclaimed to the man. His father replied with delight, you can finally interact with Pokemon. Xiao Chao responded, no. I ended up here due to a misunderstanding. With that, he turned and ran away. Xiao Chao's father watched him leave helplessly and then invited Xiao Ji for afternoon tea, presumably to discuss Xiao Chao's situation. At this moment, Xiao Gang and the others also arrived, joining them in the rest area for tea. Through introductions, it was revealed that Xiao Chao's father was a doctor known as Dr. Lundo, and the woman was his assistant, Miss Yuko. Upon learning that Xiao Ji and Xiao Chao had merely formed a team out of misunderstanding, Dr. Lundo excused himself due to his busy schedule, leaving only Miss Yuko to chat with Xiao Ji and the others. Xiao Gang's eyes lit up as Dr. Lundo departed, seizing the opportunity to shine. So that is how it is. Miss Yuko is actually Dr. Lundo's assistant. To achieve that at such a young age, her future is boundless. If you don't mind, I'd love to become Miss Yuko's assistant. Xiao Sheng activated his ear-twisting technique. All right, you should stick to being a breeder. Miss Yuko then turned to Xiao Ji. I apologize, Xiao Ji. It seems I've caused you some trouble. Xiao Ji waved his hand dismissively and inquired. It's nothing. But, is Xiao Chao afraid of Pokemon? Yes. Following a terrifying encounter in his childhood, he developed a profound fear of Pokemon, and it seems that fear still lingers. Miss Yuko shared Xiao Chao's past with Xiao Ji and the others. I believe Xiao Chao doesn't truly dislike Pokemon. He just needs the right opportunity to overcome this. Miss Yuko sighed helplessly. Upon hearing Xiao Chao's past, Xiao Ji and the others felt a profound sympathy for him and resolved to assist him in overcoming his difficulties. Thank you all so much. Ms. Yuko expressed her gratitude to the group. Subsequently, Xiao Ji and his companions dispersed to search for Xiao Chao. Naturally, it was Xiao Ji. the child of fortune, who first stumbled upon him. While walking down the street, Xiaoji chanced upon Xiao Qiao, who was aiding a negatively charged Pokémon that had inadvertently become trapped by the lid of an automatic trash bin. After liberating the Pokémon, Xiao Qiao engaged in a brief conversation with its positively charged counterpart, who then attempted to leap into Xiao Qiao's arms in a display of gratitude. However, Xiao Qiao, startled, ran away, leaving the positively and negatively charged Pokémon exchanging puzzled glances. Observing this, Xiaoji hurriedly pursued him. Chapter 85. The Visitor from the Rift, Deoxys descends. Following Xiao Qiao, Xiaoji arrived at a botanical garden where Xiao Qiao skillfully produced his passport and swiped it to gain entry. Approaching a small river, he called out, "Hello, are you there? Could you come out to talk with me?" At that moment, a pale green, diamond-shaped energy entity appeared on the water's surface and floated over to Xiao Qiao, its form continuously twisting as if to welcome him. "Let me tell you, I just helped a Pokémon that was stuck in a trash can. Wasn't that fascinating? I even engaged in a battle. Although I didn't lead the charge, my partner Xiaoji is truly formidable." Xiao Qiao seemed to find a kindred spirit in the energy entity, sharing the day's amusing events with it. The energy entity listened intently, embodying the role of a silent confidant. Unbeknownst to them, Xiaozi had quietly approached and recognized the energy entity's true identity. It was none other than Deoxys, a legendary Pokémon. Simultaneously, Xiaozi glanced upward through the glass and noticed the sky awash with purple auroras, heralding the arrival of another Deoxys. At that moment, the energy entity seemed to sense Xiaozi's presence and promptly concealed itself, vanishing from sight, while the auroras faded away. "Who was that?" Xiao Qiao, realizing the energy entity's disappearance, responded. "Is someone here?" Xiaoji, with a resigned expression, stepped forward to inquire. "Was that your friend?" "None of your business," Xiao Qiao retorted angrily as he exited the garden. Xiaoji quickly followed, inviting Xiao Qiao to join them for dinner. After some sincere persuasion, Xiao Qiao agreed. Soon after, Xiaoji reunited with Xiaojiang and the others, and they headed to a park for a picnic. Xiaojiang showcased his culinary skills by preparing a sumptuous dinner. After tasting the soup, Xiaojiang nodded in approval, declaring, "This is delicious. Everyone dig in." With delightful food in their bellies, their spirits soared. So delicious." Xiaoji and the others relished the meal. Just then, the delicious aroma attracted Pokémon from the park, and Xiaojiang generously prepared Pokémon food for them as well. Subsequently, Xiaoji encouraged Xiao Qiao to pet the Pokémon enjoying the food. Pikachu and Eevee even approached Xiao Qiao, who longed to reach out but ultimately lacked the resolve and turned to flee. Xiaoji and the others sighed in exasperation, shaking their heads. Returning to the table, they discovered that dinner had been devoured by the gluttonous Snorlax. "Ah, my dinner!" Xiao Yao exclaimed in shock. Snorlax dashed away, and as Xiaoji and his friends were still processing the situation, the positively and negatively charged Pokémon rushed over, with Pikachu happily sharing Pokémon food with them. It appeared that both Pokémon had taken a liking to Xiao Qiao, following him closely. As night fell, Xiaoji and the others settled into the Pokémon Center and made their way to the balcony, where they found Xiaohong, alone, Shoutai, and the twins marveling at the reappearing purple auroras. Xiao Qiao had also brought cookies prepared by Ms. Yuko, shaped like Pokémon, which garnered admiration from everyone. Xiaohong, with a furrowed brow, analyzed on her laptop, "This phenomenon shouldn't exist. Auroras are only visible in the polar regions." At that moment, Xiaojing interjected, placing himself in front of Xiaohong. "Miss Xiaohong, you are even more beautiful than the auroras. Please, allow me to be analyzed by that camera as well." Xiaoxing and Huahua simultaneously delivered a double blow, dragging Xiaojing away. Later, the group ventured to the grassy area of the Pokémon Center, releasing all their Pokémon for a night of joyous play, solidifying their friendship. Little did they know that on the outskirts of the city, an extraterrestrial-looking Pokémon had descended upon a high tower, simultaneously creating countless clones, as if scanning for something. This scan resulted in widespread devastation across the city, leaving countless Pokémon incapacitated. It was none other than Deoxys. Meanwhile, the creature residing in the ozone layer, Rayquaza, seemed to sense something amiss and rushed towards the city from the heavens. The following morning, Xiao Qiao planned to take his new friends to the botanical garden to introduce them to his unique companion. Just then, a cube-shaped robot flew by, demanding, "Please present your passport." Xiao Qiao handed over his passport and explained to the group, "This area is close to my father's research facility, so security robots often patrol here." Arriving at the riverbank of the botanical garden, Xiao Qiao called out, "Come out. I want to introduce you to my friends." The pale green energy entity floated before Xiao Qiao, twisting its form, and it was clear that it was delighted to see him. "What is this?" Wu Zhang inquired, looking curiously at the peculiar energy entity. "It's beautiful," Xiao Yao remarked, likening the entity to countless stars in the universe, sparkling brilliantly. Xiao Qiao proudly declared, "As long as I call for it, it will always appear." The group then released their Pokémon to get acquainted with the energy entity, when suddenly, an alarm blared. The pale green energy entity instantly vanished from sight. Oh no, it seems something is wrong. Everyone, let's hurry. However, as they reached the entrance of the botanical garden, Xiao Chao scanned his passport only to find the system malfunctioning, leaving them in dismay. Indeed, while high technology is convenient, when the system fails, it can turn into an insurmountable prison. We must escape. Please, Rayquaza. With a mighty roar, Rayquaza used its immense bulk to unleash a powerful strike. Shattering the entrance of the botanical garden, the group rushed out, and at that moment, a beam of light descended, prompting Xiaoji's Rayquaza to quickly shield the group from incoming attacks. Xiao Yao and the twin sisters screamed in unison, as the sky became densely populated with dark Deoxys clones. Moreover, Deoxys was incessantly capturing humans and Pokémon, whisking them away to an unknown location. Don't be afraid. These should be Deoxys's clones. Their mass-produced forms are certainly not very strong. You all go ahead. I'll hold them off. Xiaoji instructed the others. Yet, even if their strength was lacking, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Xiao Yao cast a worried glance at the countless Deoxys, feeling her scalp tingle with anxiety as she looked at Xiaoji. Don't worry. Leave it to me. I will protect your retreat, Xiaoji assured as he unleashed two Pokeballs. Tata roared Bulbasaur and Charizard. Let's go. Pikachu and Eevee also joined the fray. Xiaojing took a deep breath, realizing Xiaoji was right, and urged everyone to retreat towards the research facility. However, he couldn't shake his concern, frequently glancing back at Xiaoji as they fled. Chapter 86. The Visitor from the Rift, Bulbasaur's Decision, Rayquaza. Faced with the relentless tide of Deoxys clones, Xiaoji calmly declared, "Everyone, let's go." Without waiting for Xiaoji's command, Charizard surged ahead, its dragon claws raised as it charged in. Roar One swipe eliminated a Deoxys clone. It then unleashed a massive torrent of flames, incinerating several more Deoxys clones. Pikachu unleashed a thunderous greeting of 100,000 volts upon the field, while Eevee launched a relentless assault within the domain of darkness against the clones of Deoxys. Suddenly, Bulbasaur unleashed a flurry of razor-sharp leaves in conjunction with the devastating beam of destruction from Bowstaff, continuously obliterating the Deoxys clones. However, the clones they vanquished were but a drop in the ocean compared to the vast multitude of Deoxys present. Observing that Brock and the others had retreated a considerable distance, Ash decided not to prolong the battle. After all, to resolve this crisis, confronting the original was imperative. He prepared to hurl the Megastones for Charizard and Bowstaff towards them when one of the Deoxys clones seemed to sense something and snatched the Megastones using its psychic powers. What? This is bad. Ash gasped, realizing that not every battle would grant him an opportunity for growth. In this critical moment, Bulbasaur's Vine Whip engaged in a fierce struggle for the two Megastones against the Deoxys clone. Ash's heart leaped with joy. Well done, Bulbasaur. Yet, the other Pokémon were ensnared, unable to assist Bulbasaur. Ash had no choice but to join the fray, pulling alongside Bulbasaur. However, several Deoxys clones, sensing the commotion, descended upon them, launching surprise attacks on Ash and Bulbasaur. As the attacks drew perilously near, Ash shouted, "Let go, Bulbasaur. Quickly evade." Yet, instead of retreating, Bulbasaur advanced, seemingly resolved, pushing Ash away and bravely facing the onslaught. Boom! A cloud of smoke erupted. Bulbasaur, Pikachu, Awoo. Ash and his Pokémon could not contain their cries. Bana! A resounding roar emerged, and as the smoke cleared, a colossal Venusaur materialized on the battlefield. Venusaur's gaze was fierce, and with a powerful whip of its vines, it reclaimed the Mega Stones and returned them to Ash. Flustered, Ash caught the Mega Stones, exclaiming, "Is that you, Bulbasaur? You've evolved?" Bana! Venusaur nodded with a smile. Ash was momentarily speechless. Bulbasaur, who had long resisted evolution, made a decisive choice to evolve for its own protection, surpassing its second form to reach its final form. "Thank you, Bulbasaur, no Venusaur." Bana! Venusaur. Strength, Peak Gym Leader. Moves, Petal Dance, Flower Dance, Growth, Photosynthesis, Frenzy Plant. Seeing Venusaur's stats, Ash breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Bulbasaur's consecutive evolutions had left no adverse effects, likely due to its deep-rooted potential. Alright, let's go Venusaur. Ash directly exchanged for Venusaur's Megastone from the system, and the Universal Ring activated. Mega Evolution. The connection for Mega Evolution linked with Venusaur, Bana. Venusaur began to radiate the light of Mega Evolution, transforming into Mega Venusaur. Mega Venusaur. Ability, Thick Fat. Strength, Early Champion Level. Go Venusaur. Sweep with your Vine Whip. Frenzy Plant, clear the way. Bana. Mega Venusaur unleashed its 4 massive vines, sweeping through the dense horde of Deoxys clones, and with a powerful stomp, countless giant vines erupted from the ground, carving a path. Return, Venusaur, Bowstaff. Ash recalled both Pokémon, and Pikachu and Eevee scurried back onto Ash's shoulders. A woo. Charizard soared overhead, and Ash mounted Charizard, pursuing Brock and the others. Meanwhile, Rayquaza descended upon the city, its fury from 4 years ago now focused on the true form of Deoxys. For years prior, a single beam of destruction had shattered the purple core Deoxys, taking it 4 years to recover, while the green core Deoxys remained unable to restore itself, confined to a limited range of movement. On the other side, Xiao Chao led the group to Professor Rondo's research facility, encountering the fleeing Electrike and Manectric along the way. Upon entering the laboratory, Miss Yuko hurried out to greet them, informing them that Professor Rondo had been swept away during the evacuation while searching for Xiao Chao, and was now with Miss Junsha. A woo. Ash, riding Charizard, arrived just in time. Ash! The group exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Ash return unharmed. Xiao Yao embraced Ash tightly, leaving him momentarily stunned, before he gently patted her head, reassuring her, "It's all right. I'm fine." Xiao Yao, blushing, released Ash, keeping her head down, too shy to meet the others' gazes. At that moment, Rayquaza had obliterated all of Deoxys's clones, realizing it was outmatched. Deoxys immediately summoned its psychic powers to form a massive protective shield, enveloping the entirety of LaRousse City, isolating Rayquaza outside. It then split off several clones to search for its companions, while outside, no matter how Rayquaza charged, it could not break through. Simultaneously, LaRousse City's power and communication systems suffered catastrophic damage, rendering them unable to contact the outside world. Even Pokeballs became unusable. Ash attempted to open Venusaur's Pokeball, but upon finding it unresponsive, he sighed in frustration. Fortunately, his 2 strongest combatants, Pikachu and Charizard, remained outside, along with Eevee, which was still adequate. Returning to the research facility, Ash found everyone looking dejected and learned that they were all hungry but had no food. With a resigned sigh, Ash noted that the system only sold Pokemon-related items, lacking any food. However, there were a few types of fruit suitable for human consumption, so he exchanged a few sweet peaches and handed them to the group, saying, "I have a few sweet peaches. You can have these for now. I remember there was a vending machine outside when we arrived. I'll go check." Wow, sweet peaches. Thank you, Ash. The group eagerly accepted the peaches, while Ash flew on Charizard towards the vending machine. Upon successfully locating the vending machine, several Deoxys clones appeared. Ash quickly commanded Charizard to move the machine away while Pikachu and Eevee unleashed Thunderbolt and Electro Ball to shield them. Ash successfully transported the vending machine back to the research facility, prompting cheers from the group upon its arrival. Chapter 87. The Visitors from the Rift. The Resurrection of the Green Core Deoxys. The twin sisters cheered as they stepped forward to scan their passports, but the vending machine remained unresponsive, unable to open. Ash lamented, "It must be out of power. Please, Pikachu." Pikachu assuredly thumped its chest and released a small current, instantly reviving the vending machine, which promptly dispensed all the food. After satisfying their hunger, Ash and the others gathered to discuss their situation. Ash spoke first, keen to clarify the topic, stating, "Although Deoxys has been capturing humans and Pokemon, it seems it does not intend to harm them. Our primary concern now is to understand its true purpose." Indeed, Miss Xiaotong immediately shared her insights. "I believe I can provide an answer. The pale green energy form we observed earlier bears a striking resemblance to the wavelength of the purple aurora, suggesting a connection between them." This revelation led Miss Yuko to realize that Deoxys's objective likely revolved around the meteorite obtained by Professor Rondo 4 years ago. She then guided Ash to the underground laboratory, where a pale green core lay dormant. Upon Xiao Chao's arrival, the pale green energy form emerged from the core, confirming everyone's previous speculations. This was indeed the core of a Deoxys, and the purple core Deoxys had come to retrieve it. Only its appearance could compel the purple core Deoxys to cease its actions. The urgent task now was to rescue it. Dr. Lundo has devised a salvation machine, yet it remains unactivated, as the arrival of Dialga has already occurred. However, it is but a matter of time before he reunites with his companions. Presently, the entire city is plunged into darkness, rendering the machine inoperative and thwarting any attempts at rescue. Yet, to liberate Dialga, the device must be operational, and it seems that relying solely on emergency power may prove insufficient. Miss Yuko finds herself in a quandary. "Leave the power to us," declares Ash, lifting Pikachu high. "Pika." Pikachu nods in agreement. Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt. The golden currents of electricity surge into the device, while the positive and negative charges assist, channeling energy into the machine. However, the power levels remain inadequate. Ash furrows his brow and instructs everyone to step back. "Pikachu, let us unleash our ultimate move." He brandishes an electric Z-crystal, asking Pikachu, "Do you trust in our bond?" "Pika Pika." Pikachu thumps his chest, as if to say, "Of course." Ash removes his cap, and places it upon Pikachu's head, activating the universal ring to embed the Z crystal. With a fierce gaze directed forward, a resonance forms between Ash and Pikachu. The Z crystal evolves into the unique Z power known as Z intelligence. This singular Z power, which cannot be purchased within any system, is forged solely through the bond between Ash and Pikachu. Let us go all out, Pikachu. Pika Pika. Ash and Pikachu synchronize their movements, executing a move even mightier than Thunderbolt, the Million Volt. No, it surpasses even that. It is our superpower. Pikachu, 1,000 million volts. Pikachu leaps into the air, releasing a vibrant surge of electric energy that floods the device. The machine immediately triggers an alarm, emitting a red warning for power overload. The crowd gasps in astonishment as Miss Yuko, suppressing her shock, hastily begins to regulate the machine's operation, unhesitatingly pressing the switch. For beams of light penetrate Dialga's green core, releasing a dazzling radiance that expands, resurrecting the other spectral creature. Dialga. The entire laboratory is awash in green light. Dialga. Type, Psychic. Ability, Pressure. Strength, Early Deity. Moves, Psychic Surge, Self-Restoration, Cosmic Power, Psychic Force. Z Crystal Type, Psychic. Meanwhile, outside, Rayquaza, filled with fury, unleashes its destructive beam, finally breaching the protective barrier, preparing to settle the score with Dialga. A fierce battle ensues between Rayquaza and the Purple Core Dialga, both legendary beings brimming with energy, capable of fighting for 3 days and nights without fatigue. However, the high-tech city suffers greatly. Their clash threatens to leave it in ruins. Come, let us join your companions, Ash says with a smile to Dialga. The Purple Core Dialga uses its psychic abilities to transport Ash and his companion, Xiao Xiao, away. Upon their arrival, they witness the suppressed Purple Core Dialga overpowering Rayquaza, subsequently conjuring a massive, colorful energy sphere aimed at finishing Rayquaza. Seeing this, the Green Core Dialga gently sets Ash and Xiao Xiao down, swiftly soaring towards the threat and transforming into a defensive stance, shielding Rayquaza from the colossal energy sphere, both being buried beneath the rubble. Dialga, Xiao Xiao exclaims, but Ash restrains him, assuring, do not worry, Dialga will be fine. Observing the Purple Core Dialga and Rayquaza closely, Ash notes that the Purple Core Dialga and Green Core Dialga's stats are nearly identical. They have reached their limits in the early deity stage. As for Rayquaza, it appears quite youthful, lacking in battle experience, having been subdued by an early deity, and most concerningly, it does not seem to possess its signature move, the finishing blow. That is, after all, the foundation for Rayquaza's mega evolution. Rayquaza, Type, Dragon, Flying. Ability, Airlock, negates all weather conditions. Strength, Mid-Deity. Moves, Destructive Beam, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Dance, Extreme Speed. Z Crystal Type, Dragon. The Purple Core Dialga, taken aback by the appearance of its companion, quickly unleashes a purple energy wave in search of allies. Beneath a massive stone, a green energy wave responds, and upon confirmation, the Purple Core Dialga rushes down. Soon, both Dialgas ascend into the sky, returning to their base forms. After 4 years of separation, the two brothers finally reunite. Above the city of Lalu, the green and purple auroras intertwine, creating a breathtaking spectacle, yet apart from Ash. No one is there to admire the enchanting display. The mingling auroras serve as a means of communication, clearly indicating that they are engaged in a conversation. However, the moment is marred as Rayquaza, in its youthful arrogance, cannot tolerate having been saved by the Green Core Dialga and roars forth, launching a destructive beam aimed at the two Dialgas. No longer engaged in conversation, the two Dialgas shift into defensive mode, deflecting the attack. Now that they have found their companion, they have no desire to linger in battle, swiftly retreating into the sky with Rayquaza. Yet, although Rayquaza's attacks fail to hit the Dialgas, they continue to wreak havoc upon the city of Lalu. Stop this at once, Ash cries out, witnessing the relentless destruction of the city. Chapter 88. The visitor from the rift entices the legendary beasts, accepting all. Charizard, I implore you, Ash calls, knowing that he cannot let them cause further damage, lest this city become a relic of the past. Ash mounts Charizard and heads to the battlefield. Addressing the two Dialgas, he implores, Dialga, I beseech you to lend me your strength, otherwise, this city shall fall. In the face of legendary level combat, Ash must rely on the two Dialgas. Upon hearing Ash's call, the two Dialgas exchange glances. To escape Rayquaza's pursuit, they must defeat it, for Rayquaza is, after all, a dragon. A proud dragon will not grant its respect without absolute power, and thus they nod in agreement toward Ash. Elated, Ash responds, wonderful. Thank you, Dialgas. I shall refer to you as Little Green and Little Purple, but do keep your distance. The two Dialgas have no objections. It is merely a name. Even the title Dialga was bestowed upon them by humans. Let us proceed. Ash's fighting spirit ignites, knowing that the success or failure of capturing Rayquaza hinges on this moment. Roar. Rayquaza, without hesitation, summons primal power, conjuring a barrage of massive rocks to hurl at them. Little Green, defensive stance, erect a light wall. Little Purple, offensive stance. Unleash Ice Beam. Little Green immediately shifts to a defensive stance, raising a light wall to block the oncoming rocks, while Little Purple gathers an Ice Beam from the rear, striking Rayquaza. Alas, if not for Little Purple's previous excessive use of Psychic Surge leading to a significant drop in special attack, the 4 times effectiveness would have undoubtedly made Rayquaza suffer. Little Green, Little Purple, speed stance. Use teleport combined with Psychic Headbutt. Ash seizes the opportunity, launching a swift assault with high-speed teleport paired with the powerful Psychic Headbutt. Caught off guard, Rayquaza cannot anticipate this, and in a fit of rage, unleashes a destructive beam, only for the Dialgas to swiftly teleport away, causing the attack to miss. 2 Psychic Headbutts land forcefully upon Rayquaza. Frustrated by the elusive Dialgas, Rayquaza, in a fit of fury, executes a 360-degree destructive beam. Little Green and Little Purple continuously use teleport to evade Rayquaza's onslaught. Do not flee, Little Purple. Defensive stance. Use Mirror Reflect to shield Little Green. Little Green, meditate. Shift to offensive stance. Unleash a full-force Psychic Surge. The 2 Dialgas place their trust in Ash, diligently executing his commands. The spectators below, including Xiao Gang and others, were utterly astonished by the remarkably composed command of the mythical beast battle. Xiao Zi shifted into a defensive stance, erecting a mirror-like reflection that returned the devastating Hyper Beam back to Rayquaza with double the intensity, while Xiao LV transformed into an offensive form, first enhancing its special attack with Dark Aura, then conjuring a colossal, colorful energy sphere to hurl at Rayquaza. Roar. Rayquaza, refusing to back down, unleashed a Dragon Pulse from its gaping maw to counter the assault. However, the double-strength Hyper Beam and enhanced Psychic Surge obliterated the Dragon Pulse in an instant, causing Rayquaza to erupt in a cloud of smoke, emitting a tormented roar. Suddenly, amidst the haze, Rayquaza surged forward, employing a Dark-type move to bite Xiao Zi, inflicting severe injury despite its defensive form. Xiao Zi, quickly self-recover. Xiao LV, shield in defensive form. Xiao Zi urged, acknowledging Rayquaza's ability to retaliate even in a weakened state. Xiao LV assumed a defensive stance before Xiao Zi, while Xiao Zi activated self-recovery. Observing that Xiao Zi was nearly restored, Xiao LV and Xiao Zi synchronized their movements, transitioning into a speed form before reverting to a defensive stance to restrain Rayquaza. Xiao Zi realized that relying solely on Xiao Zi and Xiao LV would make victory exceedingly challenging. Thus, he had but one final recourse. Pikachu, I entrust you with this. Pika Pika Pikachu leapt atop Charizard's head. Naturally, it was Pikachu transforming into its full power, the God of Thunder, for the ultimate strike. Pika in an instant. Pikachu felt an overwhelming surge of strength. Pikachu power. Xiaoji tossed his hat towards Pikachu, who leapt to catch it, ready to unleash its full potential. Pikachu. Pika Pika activate the Universal Ring, embedding the exclusive Z Crystal. Xiaoji and Pikachu commenced their synchronized actions once more, executing a million-voltage attack even more formidable than Thunderbolt. No, it was far more powerful, our absolute might. Pika Pika Pikachu, Thunderbolt of 1,000,000 volts. Pikachu soared into the air, suspended amidst the tempestuous skies, with thunder roaring ceaselessly. Pika 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 Pikachu unleashed a vibrant torrent of electric energy, striking Rayquaza with 1,000,000 volts. Rayquaza sensed the formidable power and twisted its body to evade. Yet it was firmly restrained by Xiao LV and Xiao Zi. The tremendous force of 1,000,000 volts crashed upon the 3 legendary Pokémon. Boom! Smoke billowed. As the haze dissipated, all 3 legendary Pokémon lay on the ground, gravely injured, while the 2 Deoxys hastily utilized self-recovery. However, Rayquaza could do nothing but glare furiously at the electric mouse that had struck it. Xiaoji swiftly descended on Charizard, gazing at Rayquaza as he spoke. So, Rayquaza, do you wish to become my partner? Roar. Upon hearing that a human wished to capture it, Rayquaza was incensed. Who did they think they were? It was the god of the sky, Rayquaza. As a divine dragon, how could it ever be tamed by a mere human? Xiaoji then proposed a condition. I can teach you your exclusive move, Dragon Ascent. Rayquaza scoffed at Xiaoji, thinking just this? I am still young. I will learn it in due time. What if I add this? Xiaoji confidently produced the Emerald Orb, and Rayquaza, previously dismissive, was instantly taken aback, its eyes glimmering with avarice. The prospect of learning Dragon Ascent could not sway it. After all, it could learn it eventually, and being tamed by a human was out of the question. But the Emerald Orb was a different matter for the Rayquaza lineage. The Emerald Orb offered a chance to transcend their divine status. no longer merely a legendary beast, but a deity endowed with divine authority. Xiaoji, perceiving Rayquaza's reaction, waved the emerald orb enticingly before it. What do you think? Rayquaza fixated on the emerald orb. Had it been before, it would have seized it without hesitation, but now, confronted by that electric mouse masquerading as a quasi-champion, it refrained from action, grappling with the desire to not forfeit the opportunity for divine status. Roar, Rayquaza bellowed, deciding to negotiate with Xiaoji. Ultimately, under Xiaoji's persuasion, it vowed to become his Pokémon for as long as he lived, but upon Xiaoji's demise, it would depart immediately. For Rayquaza, a mere 100 years of human life was insignificant. Thus, acquiring the chance for divine status was an incredible bargain. Little did it know, it had embarked on a treacherous path with no return, though in the future, it would not regret its choice, but rather feel fortunate for it. Subsequently, Xiaoji turned his attention to the two Deoxys, Xiao LV, Xiao Z. Where do you wish to go next? To the cosmos? As extraterrestrial visitors. The two Deoxys exchanged glances, having wandered the universe for far too long, with only each other for companionship. This was why Xiao Z had exerted every effort to rescue Xiao LV. Would you like to become my partners? You would have a whole group of companions and a home. Of course, if you wish to leave, I will not stop you. Xiaoji extended his invitation. Xiao LV and Xiao Z began a round of communication, while Xiaoji patiently awaited their response. Regardless of the outcome, it was inconsequential to him. Having Rayquaza was already a significant triumph. After their discussion, it seemed they had made a decision, nodding in agreement to Xiaoji. They had grown weary of drifting alone in the endless cosmos. Becoming companions with Xiaoji was not out of the question, especially since they had recognized him during battle earlier. Wonderful. Xiaoji beamed, almost grinning from ear to ear. This was an extraordinary windfall. With 3 legendary beasts now at his command, Xiaoji produced 2 Ultra Balls and a Master Ball. Become my partners, Deoxys and Rayquaza. If my points are insufficient, I will certainly use the Master Ball on Deoxys. Bang! Xiaoji heard the delightful sound of capture, even though he had anticipated the outcome. The reality of having captured 3 legendary Pokémon felt surreal. I have captured Deoxys and Rayquaza. Pika Pika Boo Iawo. Oh! Xiaoji was pleasantly surprised to discover that the Master Ball did not occupy a slot in his Pokémon storage, evading the constraints of the Pokémon management system. Xiaoji then returned Boscodora and Bulbasaur, fearing that sending Xiao LV and Xiao Z to Professor Oak would alarm him. Come forth, Rayquaza, Xiao LV, Xiao Z. Roar. Rayquaza appeared with a thunderous roar, while Xiao LV and Xiao Z emerged quietly. Here, Rayquaza. Xiaoji handed the emerald orb to Rayquaza, which immediately absorbed it into its being. Rayquaza, late-stage mythical beast. Xiaoji recalled them and returned to Larue City, where everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him return unscathed. They had been able to witness the beginning of the battle, but as it progressed further, they lost sight of the unfolding events. However, Xiaoji's safe return indicated that the crisis had been averted. As for Rayquaza and Deoxys, the group tacitly refrained from inquiring. As the pride of legendary beasts made it implausible for them to be captured by a human, they simply assumed they had returned to the cosmos. Chapter 89. The Lazy Old Man's Banana Paradise. After the tumultuous battle of legendary beasts, the technologically advanced city of Larus began its reconstruction. Having resolved their issues, Xiao Chao, along with the positive and negative electrics, became partners. Subsequently, Xiao Ji and his companions bid farewell to Xiao Chao and Aaron, departing Larus City to continue their journey. Dang! Xiao Ji heard a sound, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The rewards from this cinematic system were indeed abundant. Ding! Achievement. Visitor of the Distortion World completed. Reward. Intermediate Rare Candy X10, Advanced Rare Candy X5. Ding! Achievement. Beast Master completed. Reward. Special Item Trait Modification Card X1, Trait Stacking Card X1. Trait Modification Card. Allows modification of a Pokémon's trait to any desired trait. Trait Stacking Card. Allows an additional trait to be stacked onto a Pokémon. Note: irreplaceable traits cannot be modified or stacked, e.g., Wonder Guard. His Xiaoji gasped in awe. A monumental explosion of fortune. This journey had been immensely rewarding, and those 2 trait cards were simply extraordinary. Ash meticulously counted his gains: 3 legendary Pokémon, wondrous candies, and ability cards. It seemed that due to a sudden surge in power, Pikachu had successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the Elite Four and had learned the partner move, Floaty Fall. With a little more refinement and the consumption of a medium wondrous candy, Pikachu could become Ash's first elite Pokémon, aside from the legendaries. Floaty Fall, a graceful ascent followed by a swift dive for attack. It may sometimes intimidate opponents. Having departed from Larue City, Ash and his companions plotted their journey, deciding to first head to Waterquiet City and then travel by water to Greenridge City to challenge the Greenridge Gym. En route, They were captivated by a massive sign advertising Lazy Man's Banana Paradise. Wow! Exclaimed Max. Lazy Man's Banana Paradise? Brock read from the travel brochure, which stated that this unique attraction was renowned for gathering a multitude of lazy men. Just lazy men? That's impressive, Max said, intrigued, especially since he had many lazy men at home and was a devoted fan of them. Let us go check it out, he said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. No, I oppose. May was adamant. I want to go to the next town for cake. Max retorted, no, I want to see the lazy men. The two siblings bickered incessantly, prompting Ash to intervene with a swift punch to Max, halting the argument. Brock then chimed in. The brochure mentions that one of the highlights of Lazy Man's Banana Paradise is the various desserts made from bananas. Upon hearing this, May's eyes sparkled with excitement. Banana desserts. Great. It's settled then. We're going to Lazy Man's Banana Paradise. She snatched the travel brochure from Brock's hands, excitedly listing off banana cake, banana pudding, and banana sundaes. Following the signs, they arrived at the expansive Lazy Man's Banana Paradise, only to find it eerily desolate, with the gates firmly shut. Strange. The brochure clearly stated that it was open today, Brock remarked, knocking on the gate, only to discover it was not locked. May boldly pushed the gate open, declaring, I want to give up on those banana desserts. Exchanging glances, Ash and the others followed May inside. However, upon entering the park, they noticed that while the paths were lined with banana trees, the atmosphere was rather somber. There wasn't even a single banana on the trees. It seemed that, as usual, trouble had found Ash and his friends. While others traveled long distances without encountering many issues, it appeared that every location they visited was fraught with complications. If someone were to tally their experiences, Ash and his companions would likely top the blacklists of all towns. Having taken only a few steps into Lazy Man's Banana Paradise, the ground began to tremble, accompanied by a thunderous noise. Suddenly, a man in work attire rushed over, visibly relieved to see Ash and his friends unharmed. Visitors, this place is too dangerous. Please follow me. The man led them indoors, and Max, still shaken, remarked, that was terrifying. The tremor was enormous. No, that wasn't an earthquake. The man gestured towards a window, revealing that the source of the tremor was a colossal, fluffy Snorlax sprawled out in the banana grove. Sound asleep. It then became clear that the tremor was caused by Snorlax rolling over. The man introduced himself as Mark, the director of Lazy Man's Banana Paradise. He explained that recently, a large-scale development in the mountains had displaced Snorlax, leading it to wander into the banana grove and aggressively hoard the Lazy Man's bananas, leaving them with only the remnants. Consequently, this had rendered Lazy Man's Banana Paradise unable to operate normally. Please, could you capture it and restore peace to the park? Mark implored. Ash looked to his friends, asking, does anyone want a Snorlax? I already have one and have no desire to capture another. Brock and May shook their heads, showing little interest in Snorlax, while Max was eager but overlooked. Ash then addressed Mark. Director, we have no intention of capturing Snorlax. However, I possess a special energy block designed specifically for Snorlax. It only requires 2 blocks to sustain its caloric needs for a day. How about we offer that instead? Initially disheartened, Mark's spirits lifted at the prospect of providing food for Snorlax. But, before I give it to you, may I capture a lazy man in the park? Ash requested, recalling a particular lazy man from the original story that, despite its laziness, possessed a fierce spirit in its eyes. With the formidable king of taking leave and the ability modification card he had acquired earlier, he believed that overcoming the lazy trait could lead to a powerful ally. Absolutely. Solving the park's crisis with a lazy man would be quite the bargain for Mark. Ash readily shared the recipe for the Snorlax energy block, and Mark guided Ash and his friends to the banana grove where Snorlax lay. At that moment, Snorlax suddenly awoke, grabbing 2 bunches of bananas and devouring them. Oh no! My bananas! Mark pleaded with Ash. You must capture it. After consuming the bananas, Snorlax began to snatch more from the lazy man, who stood before it, powerless with anger. Yet one particular lazy man caught Ash's attention. It was more robust than the others, its gaze lacking laziness and instead brimming with fierceness and combativeness. Ash smiled in satisfaction. It was the one he had set his sights on. Chapter 90, Double Evolution. Capture. Ash activated the system to check the lazy man's data. Lazy man. Gender. Male. Type. Normal. Ability. Lazy. Strength. Elite early stage. Moves. Scratch. Yawn. Headbutt. Tear claw. Terrestrial type. Normal. Initially, Ash intended to capture the Snorlax before addressing the lazy man. But upon seeing this particular lazy man, he changed his mind. The crisis of the species would indeed be resolved by its destined hero. Without hesitation, Ash approached the lazy man and declared, Lazy man, will you join me in defending your home? Everyone was taken aback, and Max quickly exclaimed, aren't we going to deal with Snorlax first? Ash replied earnestly, whenever a species faces a crisis, a hero emerges. Resolving the crisis is its mission. Upon hearing this, The lazy man responded with a fierce determination. Excellent. Let us go. Ash threw a Pokeball, declaring, "This is your moment, Water Leaper." Glee. Water Leaper was no longer the baby it once was. It was on the brink of evolution. Rock Smash. Water Leaper swiftly approached the lazy man with a fighting move. The lazy man was sent flying, quickly recovering. The lazy man's claws shone with white light as it darted towards Water Leaper to execute Tear Claw, landing a formidable strike. Ash nodded, recognizing the lazy man's strong battle instincts. However, the opportunity for an attack due to its lazy ability had passed. It was now Ash's turn. Water Leaper. Use Water Pulse. Water Leaper opened its mouth, channeling Water Pulse, which promptly sent the lazy man soaring. After being knocked back, the lazy man suddenly opened its eyes wide, its body radiating the light of evolution. Glee. Water Leaper, too, was not to be outdone, as its body erupted with the light of evolution. Evolution. Both Pokemon evolved simultaneously in battle. Max exclaimed in awe, "This is a 1 in a million chance happening right in front of me. To evolve in battle is already rare enough, let alone two at once." Brock suddenly had a revelation. "I understand. The hero Ash mentioned is the evolved form of the lazy man. Is it the hyperactive monkey?" May exclaimed in astonishment. Principal Maki suddenly erupted in cheers, exclaiming, "How wonderful! How splendid! The lazy grandfather Banana Paradise has been saved." Two Pokemon began to grow in size. After evolving, the lazy grandfather became entirely white, sporting an upright tuft of red hair atop his head. Meanwhile, the Swampert evolved, its overall coloration lightening. Yet it successfully stood upright. Slaking. Ability, Vital Spirit. Strength, Elite Midstage. Moves, Focus Energy, Yawn, Body Slam, Aura Sphere. Swampert. Type, Water, Ground. Strength, Elite Late Stage. Moves, Mudshot. Earthquake, Surf, Protect. Ash nodded in satisfaction, calling out, "Return, Swampert. Follow me, Slaking. Together, we shall defeat Snorlax." Slaking thumped its chest, signaling its readiness. Within the banana grove, Snorlax was leisurely indulging in bananas, living a blissful retirement. "Snorlax, prepare for battle," Ash declared as he approached Snorlax with Slaking. Slaking brandished its powerful arms, glaring fiercely at Snorlax. Snorlax, displeased by the interruption of its peaceful existence, unleashed a barrage of pink bubbles. "It's the Yawn attack. Go, Slaking. Yawn." Slaking charged forward, utilizing its ability, Vital Spirit, to shatter all the pink bubbles. With a sweeping gesture, Ash commanded, "Slaking, Body Slam." Slaking leaped into the air, a radiant light enveloping its body as it crashed down onto Snorlax's head, sending it flying. Snorlax, infuriated, retaliated with a devastating beam of energy. "Too slow, dodge it," Ash shouted. Snorlax leaped, aiming to crush Slaking with its weighty mass. "Slaking, finish it with Aura Sphere," Ash urged. Slaking clenched its right fist, a flash of white light erupting as it sent Snorlax soaring. "Now, Principal," Ash shouted. "Huh. Oh." Maki hurriedly threw a Pokeball, successfully capturing Snorlax. Thus, the crisis in lazy grandfather Banana Paradise was averted. "Slaking, would you care to travel with me?" Ash invited, presenting a Pokeball. Slaking smiled and touched the Pokeball, resulting in a successful capture without hesitation. Ash then locked it in, calling out, "Come forth, Charizard." Roar. Ash retrieved the specially crafted Mega Evolution Collar, placing it around Charizard's neck, and produced other accessories required for Mega Evolution, handing them to Charizard, who took them with a nod of understanding. Learning from previous experiences, Ash ensured that the Pokemon donned the Mega Stones in advance, designed to withstand the rigors of battle, impervious to unexpected mishaps. Ash then recalled Charizard, teleporting it back to Professor Oak's lab. To express her gratitude, Maki prepared a lavish banana cake for Ash and his friends, much to May's delight as she savored every bite. Snorlax was repurposed by Maki into a relaxation lounge, enhancing the facility and boosting business. In a joyful farewell, the group bid Maki goodbye and set off towards Waterquiet City. Meanwhile, at Professor Oak's lab, Charizard unleashed a tremendous flame skyward, roaring. Ash's Pokemon gathered for a meeting. Charizard nodded approvingly, beginning to distribute the Mega Stones, each Pokemon responding with joy as they received their stones. While those without could only look on enviously, only the forest lizard resolved to train diligently to earn its own Mega Stone. Hearing the commotion, Professor Oak approached, his eyes widening at the sight of the Mega Stones. The recent evolution of Bulbasaur into Venusaur had already astonished him, and now, each of Ash's Pokemon was diligently training. Some even engaged in learning new moves from one another, their strengths surging dramatically. However, now was not the time for contemplation. Such a collection of Mega Pokemon was a rare sight indeed. Poor Pokemon. Their Mega Stones barely warmed in their presence before Professor Oak whisked them away along with the Pokemon. Nearby, the abandoned monkey and hunting Butterfree looked on sympathetically at the captured Pokemon, who gazed mournfully at Charizard, wondering why such a grand display was necessary for the delivery of the Mega Stones, lamenting their unfortunate capture. Charizard, too, wore an expression of regret. Chapter 91, Water Quiet City. The grand contest commences. After several days of arduous travel, Ash and his companions finally arrived at the port city of Water Quiet. En route, Ash provided the Dragon-type move tutor to Rayquaza, who at last mastered its signature skill, while Rayquaza also assisted Dragonite in special training, as it was Ash's only other Dragon-type Pokémon besides Rayquaza, thus receiving exceptional treatment. Under Rayquaza's rigorous training, Dragonite's strength surged, reaching parity with Milotic as it attained the ordinary late stage, mastering Dragon Dance, Dragon Breath, and Bite. Upon seeing Ash's Master Ball and Ultra Ball containing Rayquaza and Dialga, Brock and the others were utterly astonished, believing Rayquaza and Dialga had departed. The curious little Max attempted to touch Rayquaza, but was swiftly rebuffed, as Rayquaza declared, "I am the god of the skies. Mere mortals cannot simply reach out to me." Water Quiet City, heralded as the edge of the Hoenn continent, is a bustling metropolis at the ocean's forefront. Upon arrival, May immediately spotted the poster for the Pokémon Grand Contest, exclaiming, "Look, it's the announcement for the Pokémon Grand Contest. Tomorrow, the Water Quiet Contest will be held. What incredible luck. My spirit is ignited. I must obtain the 3rd ribbon badge." During their journey to Water Quiet City, a small town had hosted a grand contest, and although Ash did not intend to participate, May, facing little competition, effortlessly secured victory with Swablu, earning her 2nd ribbon badge, while Swablu reached Ordinary Peak. Max, ever the instigator, chimed in, "No way. If Ash participates, he'll likely win and claim the final ribbon badge." "Max," May retorted angrily, "even if it's true, you needn't say it out loud. I have my pride." Thus, Ash and his companions decided to first secure accommodations at the Pokémon Center, with Ash intending to summon the grand contest's main star, Kirlia. Pika. Yet, after only a few steps, Pikachu leaped from Ash's shoulder, followed closely by Eevee. "Hey, don't run off," Ash exclaimed, urgently calling for everyone to follow, only to discover they had wandered into the unique fruit market of Water Quiet City. In the market, various vendors displayed an array of berries, and the air was perfumed with their delightful scents. A young girl with purple hair, accompanied by a spoink, was haggling, saying, "Come on, give me a discount. I'm buying so many. Can't you cut me a break?" At such a tender age, she had mastered the art of negotiation, showcasing the potential of a future bargaining prodigy. Just then, a man approached, offering samples. "Come try this. It's freshly picked sour lemon fruit from this morning." Ash accepted one, and Pikachu eagerly began to munch, savoring the delightful treat, while Eevee, however, kept its distance, as each Pokémon has its unique palate. Ash and his companions did not hesitate any longer, selecting flavors that their Pokémon favored. Brock also procured some berries suitable for human consumption to enhance their dishes. Thus, Ash and his friends emerged from the shop with a substantial bag of berries. "Ah, excuse me, please make way." At that moment, a young girl, who had been haggling, approached while carrying a hefty sack of berries. The large bag obstructed her view, and as she implored the crowd to clear a path, her companion, Swinub, trailed behind her. Unfortunately, due to her limited visibility, she stumbled, and the bag of berries flew from her grasp. Fortunately, Swinub swiftly employed its psychic abilities to catch its own food, but the girl fell to the ground. Applause erupted from the onlookers for Swinub's impressive feat. The girl quickly got back on her feet, and upon hearing the applause, her innate talent as a coordinator surged forth. Thank you everyone. We will be participating in tomorrow's Pokémon Showcase. Please cheer for us." Upon hearing her announcement, May excitedly approached a showcase. "Are you a Pokémon coordinator?" "Indeed, my name is Kanai, and this is my best partner, Swinub." Kanai introduced herself. "Ah, hello, I'm May. Ash and I will also be competing in tomorrow's showcase," May replied. Gradually, the two girls became familiar with each other, chattering animatedly. Subsequently, Kanai invited Ash and his friends to dine at her home, only to discover that her family operated a shop selling energy cubes. Kanai's mother warmly prepared a lavish feast to host Ash and the others. After they had eaten their fill, May decided to stay at the shop to learn how to make energy cubes, while Ash headed to the Pokémon Center, intending to switch for his final battle with Kirlia. "I have received the Swampert." Professor Oak's voice came through the video. "I have too," Ash replied. "By the way, Ash, where did you acquire so many Megastones?" Professor Oak inquired, puzzled. "You see, Mega Evolution has only recently become available, and most are found in the Kalos region." Ash recounted the discovery of Mega Stones in the Hoenn region. Professor Oak nodded, not overly skeptical, knowing that Ash had traversed various regions and had the ability to summon legendary Pokémon. "I heard you recently had a battle with Rayquaza. A few Megastones are hardly a surprise. By the way, Ash, why are you requesting to increase your Pokémon storage again? Is it not enough? You already carry 8 Pokémon." Ash trusted Professor Oak, so he revealed his acquisition of both Deoxys and Rayquaza. What? You captured Deoxys and Rayquaza. Where are you now? I'm coming to find you. Should they acknowledge me? Ahem. Professor Oak cleared his throat and adopted a serious tone. Ash, I have been quite generous to you, taking care of such a large number of Pokémon for free, and given our good relationship, why not send over one Deoxys for my research? Observation? Seeing Professor Oak resort to emotional appeals, Ash's lips twitched. However, recalling the impending battle with the flying-type Pokémon and the Swablu, he decided to foster their bond for a while longer. All right, let's wait a bit. Professor Oak sensed a glimmer of hope. No problem, no problem. Leave the Pokémon storage issue to me. I will definitely sort it out for you this time. The Pokémon Showcase at the Waterflower Conference commenced as scheduled. In the Grand Hall of the Waterflower City Showcase, Vivillon had already started her usual introduction. Meanwhile, Ash, May, and Kanai awaited their turn in the waiting area. Ash also noticed the long-absent Jessie, who had dressed up and brought along her beloved Solgaleo to compete. Now, we will begin the first round of evaluations, starting with contestant number 1, May. Vivillon announced as the competition commenced. In the audience, some murmured, "Oh, is it starting with May this time? I hope she doesn't get too nervous." Brock and Clemon exchanged thoughts. May as partner for this round was her first Pokémon, Torchic. Torchic elegantly leaped onto the stage. Perhaps due to nerves from performing for the first time, Torchic's fire spin became overly powerful, nearly scorching May in the process. Yet, May maintained her composure, analyzing the situation and commanding Torchic to shatter the fire spin with Peck, allowing a cascade of sparks to fall, which inspired her. Under May's guidance, Torchic spun around, gathering flames into a small fireball, and as they converged, a massive fireball was hoisted above Torchic's head. An impromptu dance of flames was completed. Finally, Torchic launched the fireball, which was dispersed by a sky uppercut, sending sparks raining down, concluding the performance. Although May had made a mistake, she managed to salvage it. But the discerning judges still noted it, resulting in a score of 236 points. Next up was Ash, who declared, "Kirlia, it's you." Kirlia gracefully floated down from the air. Psychic terrain. Kirlia conjured a pink stage upon which to perform. Mystical fire and psychic. Several magical fireballs emerged beside Kirlia and began to swirl around her under the influence of psychic energy. Kirlia charmed the audience. Kirlia began to enchant the spectators with her adorable antics. Wow, so cute. The audience cooed. To finish, Ice Wind. Kirlia blew forth an icy blue gust that encased the magical flames, oddly causing them to burn even brighter within the ice. The crowd gasped in astonishment. With a flick of Kirlia's psychic power, the ice shattered, and the fiery remnants cascaded down. The audience erupted in applause. Ash, as expected, received a final score of 30 points. Next, contestant number 18, Kanai, took the stage, showcasing Swinub's psychic prowess and energy cue performance, earning an impressive score of 277 points. The last contestant was Jessie's Solgaleo, who, with its harmonious healing chimes followed by a jarring sound, managed to impress the judges, tying with Ash at 30 points. Due to the lack of formidable competitors, May successfully advanced to the second round of the Grand Showcase. As this round allowed 8 participants to progress, Ash and his friends initially faced off against some random challengers. The final matchups were determined, Ash against Jessie, while May would battle Kanai. There was no suspense in Ash's match against Jessie. Solgaleo used Bind. Solgaleo lunged towards Kirlia, but Kirlia swiftly teleported out of harm's way. How infuriating. If you have the skill, don't run. Tackle. Solgaleo charged forward aggressively. Kirlia, employ Psychic. Kirlia's eyes gleamed with blue light, immobilizing the charging Solgaleo. Magical Shine, take it away. Kirlia summoned Pink Light, and instantly flashed before Solgaleo. Solgaleo. Jessie cried out as her Pokémon collapsed, unable to battle. The first round concluded with a decisive victory for Ash. Solgaleo is unable to battle. Ash and Kirlia advanced to the final stage. Vivillon declared. Meanwhile, May's battle against Kanai commenced. As May's Torchic's fiery attacks were continually countered by Swinub's psychic powers, even lifting Torchic into the air, causing it to tire. May's score steadily declined. However, true to her inventive spirit, May directed Torchic to unleash a fire spin towards the sky, rendering Swinub unable to utilize its psychic abilities. With flames reflecting back to attack Swinub, breaking the psychic hold, and causing both Torchic and Swinub to plummet. Swinub, Kanai exclaimed. Torchic, quickly save Swinub. May urged. The robust chicken seized the puff pig midair, exhaling a fiery vortex towards the ground, which, utilizing the principle of reaction force, successfully mitigated its descent and landed safely. Time's up. The competition has concluded. Contestant Xiaoyao and the robust chicken, through their exquisite coordination, rescued the puff pig, triumphing just before the expiry of the competition time. Announced Vivian. We won. Thank you, robust chicken. Xiaoyao cheered. At the last moment, Xiaoyao forfeited the assured victory to save the puff pig, earning the recognition of the judges and the audience. Xiaoyao, thank you for saving the puff pig. Kana expressed her gratitude. You and Xiaoji need to give it your all in the battle. In the final showdown, it was once again Xiaoyao against Xiaoji. This marked the third occasion Xiaoyao faced Xiaoji in the finals. Without Xiaoji, she might have completed her collection by now. Robust Chicken, take the stage. Chamo the robust chicken nervously gazed at Xiaoji. Facing the same opponent in the finals made it exceedingly anxious. It's you, Cerulean. Kiru. Both Pokemon were at the elite mid-stage. Yet the robust chicken was at a disadvantage against Cerulean. Robust Chicken unleashed the fiery vortex. Xiaoyao took the initiative, sending the fiery vortex hurtling towards Cerulean. Cerulean, mirror reflection. Xiaoji was not one to sit idly by. He commanded Cerulean to erect a mirror, doubling the fiery vortex's return. Robust Chicken, shatter it with Sky Uppercut. Cerulean, sing. Both Xiaoji and Xiaoyao issued commands simultaneously, clearly indicating that Xiaoyao was at a disadvantage. Chamo, just as the robust chicken shattered the fiery vortex with Sky Uppercut, it fell victim to Cerulean's hypnosis. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoji unleashed a devastating attack, showing no intention of granting Xiaoyao a chance. Cerulean, Dream Eater followed by Illusionary Beam. Kiru. First, Dream Eater roused the robust chicken from slumber, inflicting severe damage, and then the colorful Illusionary Beam struck, leaving the robust chicken dazed right after awakening. Robust Chicken. Xiaoyao cried out in concern, casting a forlorn glance at Xiaoji. Xiaoji. She's just a girl. Even if you don't go easy on her, you shouldn't play so dirty. Aware of his potential overreach, Xiaoji refrained from allowing Cerulean to deliver a finishing blow. Alas, the poor robust chicken remained in a state of confusion even after the match concluded, and Xiaoji secured victory by points. The outcome was determined. At the Pokemon Grand Contest Water City event, the triumphant Xiaoji and Cerulean would be awarded the Water City Satin Ribbon Medal, Vivian proclaimed. Ultimately, Xiaoji received the Water City Satin Ribbon Medal, and upon witnessing Xiaoji collect his 5th medal, Vivian congratulated him. Congratulations, Xiaoji, on acquiring 5 Satin Ribbon medals. You have earned a ticket to the grand celebration. Let us celebrate his achievement. Cheers erupted from the audience. Ding acquired Water City Satin Ribbon Medal, reward, 1,000 points. Ding host has collected all Satin Ribbon medals, unlocking the task achievement of becoming a top coordinator, reward, unknown. Xiaoji gazed at the newly unlocked task, clearly indicating that he must secure victory in the grand celebration to obtain the reward. System, why are there only points for the league tournament? Ding, this belongs to a first-time achievement. The host's initial victory in the league will yield an unknown reward, while subsequent victories will only grant points. Xiaoji's eyes lit up. This meant he could also attain an achievement reward for winning the league tournament. Subsequently, Xiaoji and his companions happily departed Water City by boat. Chapter 93, The Lucky Emperor of the Referee Academy Island. Aiming for Green Ridge City, Xiaoji and his companions unexpectedly ended up on Bomba Island. At the dock, they were re-evaluating their travel plans, with Brock stating, I heard that to reach Green Ridge City, this is the fastest route to transfer. However, there were no direct sailings. So they would first need to go to another island before transferring to a ship bound for Green Ridge Island. Xiaoyao, rather than feeling disheartened, expressed excitement. So, we get to travel around many small islands. That sounds incredibly fun. Just then, a Pokemon carrying boxes passed by Xiaoji and the others, prompting Xiaoyao to exclaim in astonishment. Look, there's a tiny Bulbasaur. The others immediately exchanged perplexed glances, with Xiaoshan clarifying, What are you talking about, sister? That's clearly a Ivysaur. Xiaoyao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, and in an attempt to ease the awkwardness, she showcased her knowledge about the passing Pokemon, only to further intensify the awkward atmosphere by misidentifying Charmeleon as a Grand Charizard and Squirtle as Wartortle, nearly leading Xiaosheng astray. The group was still amazed by the second evolution of the Kanto starters, as they were rather rare in the Hoenn region, even requiring Dr. Otamaki to request them from Professor Okido for research purposes. Hey, wait for me. Suddenly, a shout rang out, and a young man carrying 3 boxes came rushing toward them. However, the boxes obstructed his view, and in his haste, he tripped and fell to the ground. The Kanto trio quickly set down their boxes and rushed to the young man, concerned for his well-being. Xiaoji and his companions quickly approached, asking with concern, Are you all right? I'm fine, just took a tumble. I'm used to it, the young man replied with a sheepish smile as he got back on his feet. By the way, you must be the new students preparing to enroll. Welcome to the Pokemon Contest, Judge Training School. My name is Jimmy. Jimmy greeted them warmly. Xiaoji and his companions promptly introduced themselves and explained their situation. Jimmy awkwardly apologized, then invited them to the Judge Academy, as it was the only establishment on the island. Otherwise, he wouldn't have misunderstood. Thus, Xiaoji and Brock assisted Jimmy in transporting the boxes, and they all made their way to the Pokemon Contest Judge Training School. Jimmy explained their situation to Ms. Selena, who welcomed them and expressed a desire to invite them to a demonstration match, which left Brock utterly enamored, prompting him to agree without a second thought. Shortly thereafter, Xiaoji and his companions were led to the battle arena, where other students were seated in the audience to watch. Xiaoji and Brock faced off in a double battle, with Jimmy serving as the referee, who nervously announced the start of the match. "It's you two, Carillion and Dratini. I'll leave it to you, Wailmare and Lotad." Although Brock's Pokemon had not undergone extensive training, they were still at a respectable level under his guidance, both being at the elite mid-stage. Xiaoji grinned. "It's been a while since I battled Brock. We must give it our all." Brock replied with a smile. "Indeed. I won't hold back." Xiaoji waved his hand decisively. Dratini, Dragon Dance. Carillion, Psychic Terrain. Bikiru, both Pokemon received enhancements. Lotad, Wailmare, Double Water Gun. Carillion, Mirror Reflection. Dratini, Dragon Breath. Carillion quickly erected a mirror to double the two water jets' return, while Dratini unleashed Dragon Breath at Wailmare. Lotad, Block It. Wailmare, Water Gun. The two water guns struck Lotad, while the Dragon Breath collided with one water gun, resulting in a clash. Dratini's level was still too low, and the Dragon Breath was suppressed by the water gun, ultimately hitting Dratini. Next, Carillion, use Psychic. Dratini, unleashed Twister. Carillion's eyes gleamed as blue light flickered, rendering Lotad and Wailmare unable to act and inflicting damage upon them. Dratini's Twister then swept in, sending them flying. Just as Jimmy was about to declare Lotad and Wailmare unable to continue, Miss Selena interjected. "Wait a moment. Jimmy, pay close attention to the situation of Wailmare and Lotad." To their surprise, Wailmare and Lotad stood back up, prompting Jimmy to exclaim in astonishment. After taking so many hits, they can still fight. Teacher Selena elucidated. "You are still in the process of training. It is not surprising that you may make errors in judgment, given that your baby dragon is of a low level. The recent collaboration was indeed flawless, yet it still lacked the strength to incapacitate your opponent." "Ah, I see." Jimmy scratched his head in realization. At that moment, the Waterleap fish conjured a water sphere to attack. "Is this the wave of water?" "Waterleap fish, you have mastered the wave of water. Excellent. Lotus Hat Boy, use Leaf Blade. Let us settle this once and for all. Baby Dragon, Dragon Dive. Carillion, use Psychic Force." In an instant, Carillion controlled the attack, and Baby Dragon's Dragon Dive struck the Waterleap fish and Lotus Hat Boy. Boom. Ultimately, Brock was unable to turn the tide, and Ash emerged victorious. The Baby Dragon gained experience, leveling up to the pinnacle of normalcy. Subsequently, Jimmy and his trio accompanied Ash and others to their assigned rooms for rest. Unable to contain his curiosity, Little Victory gazed at the Kanto trio and inquired. "It seems like Comex shares a strong bond with Mr. Jimmy. How did you come to know them?" "Well, I too was once a Pokemon trainer." Jimmy reminisced. "Back in those days, much like you now, I traveled far and wide. I set off with my Squirtle, and eventually, it evolved into a Wartortle, after which I encountered a Bulbasaur and a Charmeleon." "Encountered?" Little Haruka seized the key word. Jimmy nodded and continued. "Indeed. I remember it was shortly after Squirtle had evolved. We got lost in an obscure forest, and our supplies dwindled to a mere rice ball. Exhausted, we showed great courtesy to one another, allowing the rice ball to roll down the slope, landing right in the mouth of a sleeping Bulbasaur. To express gratitude for our offering, Bulbasaur guided us out of the woods, and thereafter, it insisted on traveling with us." Little Haruka, recalling her arduous journey to obtain her Bulbasaur seed, enviously remarked, "You are incredibly lucky. Pika Pika Booey." As for Charmeleon, there was an incident where I accidentally fell into a river. After Comex and Bulbasaur rescued me, I discovered a uniquely colored golden Magikarp wedged in my clothing. Jimmy chuckled as he recounted. At that moment, a man passed by, who appeared to be quite fond of that Magikarp and insisted I trade it for his Charmeleon. Ash nearly choked on his laughter. Is this the difference between the lucky child and the fortunate one? I must endure countless trials while he simply attracts rare Pokemon effortlessly. How disheartening. He also desires that golden Magikarp. Ah, why are you so fortunate? Little Haruka exclaimed. Golden Magikarp? Could it be shiny? Goodness, please share some of your luck with me. Not only Little Haruka, but the others gazed at Jimmy with envy, including Pikachu and Eevee. Jimmy awkwardly scratched his head. Is that so? In the end, I only managed to obtain a single badge. Saying this, he produced a droplet-shaped badge. Isn't this the blue badge from Misty's gym? How did you acquire it? Brock inquired, observing the familiar emblem. Jimmy explained, this badge came about when I happened to pass by the Cerulean gym, and a lady named Sakura asked me to help clean the swimming pool. She was so pleased afterward that she presented me with this badge. Ash and Brock exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. How embarrassing to have such a tale in the Hoenn region. It seems Misty has a long road ahead in revitalizing the gym. However, I have never won a Pokemon battle against anyone, Jimmy said with a rueful smile. Moreover, he accidentally fell into a river, fortuitously drifting onto a small boat that led him to the referee academy. His life seems to be filled with serendipitous incidents, always turning danger into fortune. Yet at what cost? Endless defeats. He must have been a great benefactor in his past life, disinclined towards violence, which has granted him this lifetime of luck. The group was astonished. Could this be God opening a door for him only to close a window? After all, it is well known that energy is conserved. At that moment, teacher Selena appeared unexpectedly, urging Jimmy to withdraw from school and pursue his dreams, while Ash and the others cheered him on. Jimmy resolutely decided to restart his journey from Shimizu City. The following day, Jimmy and teacher Selena bid farewell to Ash and the others, who continued their voyage by boat towards the next island after parting with the enviably fortunate Jimmy and teacher Selena. Chapter 94, Crisis Emerges. Ancient Pokémon. Ash and his friends arrived at the Iryubo Islands by boat, where they unexpectedly encountered Dr. Oda, who was investigating why the pearl oyster only evolved into either the hunter fish or sakura fish on specific islands. According to the Dr.'s research, the key to unraveling the mystery of evolution lay in the deep-sea fangs and deep-sea scales. Thus, in pursuit of the underwater enigma, Ash and his companions teamed up with the opposing, yet equally enthusiastic Naoko and Kiku to explore the ancient legendary cave. Ultimately, they discovered the deep-sea scales and deep-sea fangs on 2 separate islands, leading Naoko's pearl oyster to evolve into her beloved sakura fish, while Kiku's pearl oyster transformed into his cherished hunter fish. This successfully resolved the conflict between Iryu Island and Boshima Island. After bidding farewell to Dr. Oda, Ash and his companions departed from the Iryubo Islands, arriving at Gonkai Island. Here, Ash engaged in a double battle with Iwakiyama, effortlessly defeating him with the combination of his Primeape and Milotic, leading Milotic to successfully ascend to the pinnacle of normalcy. They also encountered Team Rocket, who were inexplicably intent on building muscle. Since they were not causing any trouble, Ash chose to ignore them. However, while en route to Green Ridge City, they unwittingly boarded Team Rocket's ship, prompting Ash to exclaim in dismay, "How careless of me. I haven't seen Team Rocket in ages. And I let my guard down." Caught off guard, Pikachu was seized during the ensuing struggle, and in annoyance, unleashed a thunderbolt, sending Team Rocket soaring while Ash and his friends fell into the sea. Now, Ash and his companions were clinging to a piece of driftwood, adrift at sea. Ash was exerting all his strength to channel his aura, hoping to spot a ship that would lead to their rescue. At that moment, Ash's aura detected a familiar signal approaching them, causing a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he wished not to be rescued, for this familiar aura seemed to belong to the Fire Rock team. Just as one fears what might come to pass, the sea trembled, and a red submarine emerged from beneath Ash and his friends. Little Haruka exclaimed in delight, "How wonderful! It's a submarine. Perhaps we can ask these people to save us." Ash quickly interjected, "Wait, this submarine is most likely the Fire Rock Team S. Everyone hide. Fire Rock Team X3. They hurriedly followed Ash's lead to conceal themselves. Sure enough, members of the Fire Rock Team were observing from the tower above, while Ash and his companions stealthily boarded the submarine, making their way to the Fire Rock Team's maritime base. Report, Team 3, patrol mission completed. One of the Fire Rock Team members reported to a red-haired man, who was none other than Ash's old acquaintance, Fire Village. However, the man was rather capable, having discovered Ash and his companions hiding. Since they had been found, Ash boldly led everyone out into the open, undaunted by the presence of Rayquaza and Deoxys. "It's you." Fire Village glared at Ash as soon as he spotted him, anger radiating from his eyes. He hadn't even sought trouble with Ash yet. But here he was, bringing everyone to the base. Ash ignored him, instead scrutinizing the red-haired man. "You must be the leader of the Fire Rock Team, Akainu." Meanwhile, several Maitena were glaring fiercely at Ash and his companions, ready to attack at the slightest hint of abnormality. Akainu regarded Ash and his companions with disdain. "Though you defeated Fire Village, do you truly believe you can contend with the forces of nature and the gods? They are merely a group of young adolescents. Although you have repeatedly obstructed the operations of Team Magma, we harbor no intention of causing you harm. However, we are currently preoccupied, and until our battle plan reaches its conclusion, we kindly ask you to maintain decorum aboard this vessel." Just as all of Chansong's attention was captivated by Ash and his companions, a woman clad in Team Magma's uniform seized the opportunity to leap from the submarine, making her way towards the base. Meanwhile, Team Aqua, having suffered considerable setbacks at the hands of Ash, attempted to alert their leader, Chansong, only to be nonchalantly interrupted by him. "What is the situation with Team Aqua?" "Yes." Team Aqua sighed and began to report, "I believe they are lurking in this vicinity. At this moment, we cannot confirm anything off the coast of Dream Island." Is that so?" Chansong nodded, for in his estimation, the only force capable of challenging him was the Team Aqua that had obtained Kyogre. Yet, Team Magma was riddled with vulnerabilities. It seemed every infiltrator had managed to slip in unnoticed. Not only had Ash and his friends infiltrated, but even Team Aqua's spies and the League's operatives had gained entry. In fact, the leader of Team Aqua's infiltration unit, Izumi, had already incapacitated the guards and stood before her. No, before the legendary Pokémon, Kyogre, which Team Aqua had long coveted. It was perplexing how Kyogre and Groudon, both of immense legendary prowess, had fallen into the clutches of Team Magma and Team Aqua. It was truly a disgrace to their status as deities. Without further hesitation, Izumi promptly set about assisting Kyogre in breaking its seal. Ash and his companions were escorted by Chansong to an office, where he sat at the center like a triumphant victor, smiling as he said, "All right, please take a seat. It is quite difficult to converse with you while you stand." Ash, not wishing to be rude, pulled May and Max along to sit with Brock. Though May and Max trembled slightly under the gaze of the Mytana, inching closer to Ash for comfort. Resisting the urge to shove Max aside, Ash heard Chansong inquire, "You must have some understanding of our intentions, correct?" "Certainly," Ash replied candidly. "Your aim is the ancient legendary Pokémon. You seek Groudon, while Team Aqua pursues Kyogre. Essentially, you are all after similar objectives to fulfill your own ambitions." Instantly, the Mytana glared fiercely at Ash and his friends, yet Ash remained undeterred. "You little brat. Show some respect." Team Aqua fumed. Even Chansong furrowed his brow, but casually responded, "It seems you have misconstrued our purpose. Team Magma was established to unravel the mysteries of this planet, to forge a better world. We are nothing like those ruffians of Team Aqua." Ash merely chuckled softly. Such a statement is hardly credible. In truth, it is a tale that even ghosts would disbelieve. Regardless, the ancient legendary Pokémon are mere myths, not so easily discovered. Brock chimed in, "One must recognize how exceedingly rare legendary Pokémon are. Had it not been for Ash's extraordinary fortune, an ordinary person would never encounter them, merely believing them to be legends." Chansong laughed lightly. "Huh? I apologize, but the ancient legendary Pokémon have long since fallen into our grasp." "What?" Brock and the others gasped in astonishment, while Ash maintained an air of calm. This left Chansong feeling somewhat uneasy. Could this boy possess the ability to contend with legendary Pokémon? Chapter 95, Kyogre breaks free. Ash takes the blue orb. Ash knew that Team Magma and Team Aqua were searching for numerous relics, aiming to locate Groudon and Kyogre, who had once waged war in ancient times. Severely wounded, they had each taken refuge in ancient ruins to heal. Through the passage of time, it was inconceivable that only these two existed. Yet they were the sole deities of their kind. Although Chansong could not decipher Ash's expression, he boasted as he produced the blue orb, feeling emboldened. "And we have acquired this. The blue orb that grants control over Groudon." Once, Groudon had dissipated the rain clouds to rescue humanity from the suffering of floods, pushing the earth and heavens apart through volcanic eruptions. Through this powerful Groudon and this orb of infinite potential, we aim to communicate with this planet, which is the objective of Team Magma. However, our adversaries, Team Aqua, seek the opposing power of Kyogre. The more Chansong spoke, the more excited he became, coldly sneering as he mentioned Team Aqua. "Yet, the Kyogre they pursue has already fallen into our hands." Ash retorted with a smirk, "If all goes as expected, Team Aqua must have secured Groudon." "How do you know that?" Chansong's pupils narrowed in surprise. "It's simple. If you had both Groudon and Kyogre, why would you still be gathering intelligence on Team Aqua? You are quite astute, young man." Chansong laughed. "For us, that is not of great significance. We merely captured it to hinder Team Aqua, yet their operatives somehow managed to confine Groudon as well. The blue orb can only control Groudon, while the red orb obtained by Team Aqua can only control Kyogre. This implies that we currently possess legendary Pokémon that neither side can command. Thus we are heading to Dream Island to negotiate an exchange of our respective Pokémon." Chansong finally elucidated the entire situation, revealing their plans to Ash and his companions. Since Chansong had disclosed their intentions, he would naturally not allow them to leave. "Before everything concludes, I kindly ask you not to act recklessly. Team Aqua, confine these children." "Yes." Just as Ash was about to summon Deoxys to seize the blue orb, alarms blared, and the intercom on Chansong's desk blared with reports of abnormal activity regarding the container holding Kyogre. "What?" Chansong exclaimed in shock. At that moment, the veil was lifted, and it was decided, "You green." With a psychic command, Ash directed his Deoxys to snatch the blue orb. "What are you doing, my Tyana?" Team Aqua noticed Ash's movements and hastily commanded, as several shadow balls hurtled towards him. Yet Ash, unfazed, chuckled, "Farewell, Team Magma. Teleport." In an instant, Deoxys whisked Ash and his companions away, vanishing from sight. Boom. At that moment, Izumi successfully roused Kyogre, which broke free from its restraints, shattering the container and returning to the sea. Enraged, Kyogre wreaked havoc upon Team Magma's submarine. In that fleeting moment, both the blue orb and Kyogre were lost to Team Magma, shattering their aspirations and leaving Song in disbelief, as if in a dream. The chaos within Team Magma erupted, and just as Izumi prepared to retreat, she was intercepted by a young man clad in Team Magma's uniform. So it is you, Izumi, the leader of Team Aqua's infiltration unit. Your operations are quite efficient. Izumi, momentarily startled by the arrival of a Team Magma member, quickly discerned that he was not one of them, but rather an infiltrator. Oh, another ally. You must be from the League. Unfortunately, you are too late. With that, Izumi shed her Team Magma uniform, revealing her Team Aqua attire, and leaped into the sea to escape. The young man gazed after her retreating figure, pondering. It appears Team Aqua is far more formidable than Team Magma. Observing Team Aqua's prowess and reflecting on Team Magma's infiltration failures, he felt a sense of frustration. Realizing that the earlier equilibrium between the two organizations had been shattered, suddenly, the young man began to levitate, astonished. What is happening? Mr. Du, long time no see. The young man looked up to find Ash and his companions floating in the air, accompanied by two Deoxys. You are Ash, and you possess the blue orb? Du, astonished, exclaimed, utterly unprepared for the appearance of Ash at this location, accompanied by two legendary Pokémon, Deoxys. Ash and his companions then elucidated the circumstances to Du, causing his lips to twitch in dismay as he realized that after his prolonged undercover mission, he had gained nothing, while Ash and Izumi had effortlessly seized the most confidential secrets of Team Magma. This revelation not only filled Du with sympathy for Team Magma, but also prompted him to adopt a serious demeanor, furrowing his brow as he declared, so, our next step is to infiltrate Dream Island. He then glanced at the two Deoxys beside Ash and said, Ash, I require your assistance. Of course. Ash nodded in agreement. When suddenly the blue orb began to radiate light, revealing red, mysterious patterns that seamlessly fused into Ash's being. In an instant, Ash felt as though an endless inferno ignited within him. The red, mysterious patterns manifested upon Ash's hands. Ash, the onlookers gasped. Peekabooey everyone, along with their Pokémon, gazed at Ash with concern. Ash quickly harnessed the power of aura to suppress it, yet the blue orb directed him toward a singular path, the direction of Groudon. It's all right. Ash exhaled in relief. Groudon was merely seeking my aid. Are you truly unscathed? Haruka's anxious gaze remained fixed on Ash. Fear not. Ash pointed toward a direction, over there, towards Kojiro and Kogain. Lead us forth. Kojiro and Kogain nodded and soared in the direction Ash indicated. At that moment, a submarine surfaced beneath them, and the leader of Team Aqua, Suijin, emerged, cradling the red orb in his hands, laughing heartily. Ha ha! Released the full might of Kyogre. With a devastating hydro pump, Kyogre obliterated Team Magma's submarine, causing their helicopter to emerge and head toward Dream Island. Sensing the terrifying power of Kyogre, Suijin laughed maniacally. Ha! Team Magma, you are no match for me. Come, Kyogre, let us deliver the final blow to them. Soon, it will be the time for Team Aqua to conquer the world. At this moment, the sky darkened ominously as the ancient Kyogre descended, unleashing its divine rain, resulting in relentless storms and colossal waves that crashed violently, with flashes of lightning illuminating the scene, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The entire world turned its gaze toward the Hoenn region, recalling the last calamity of such magnitude caused by the legendary birds of the ancient continent, who had awakened this time. Chapter 96, Awakening Groudon, Assaulting Kyogre. Suijin, gazing at the apocalyptic scene, felt no fear but rather exhilaration, as if the entire world was on the verge of falling under his dominion. At this moment, Team Magma and Team Aqua stood in confrontation on Dream Island, with Suijin laughing. Chihibusa, remain here and witness our Team Aqua conquer the world. Ha! With that, Suijin boarded his aircraft, the blue, mysterious patterns adorning his body standing out starkly against the gloomy sky. Suijin, Chihibusa seethed with resentment, feeling that all his efforts had merely become someone else's gains. If it weren't for that boy, he would not have found himself in such a passive position. Do not disturb Lord Suijin. Izumi commanded the Team Aqua members to intercept Team Magma. Dugong, use water gun. Chihibusa, pursue swiftly. We will hold them here. The loyal Hozumi urged. Herdier, Shadow Ball. Chihibusa nodded and took to the skies in pursuit of Suijin. Show them your power, Kyogre. Submerge this world beneath the waves. Thunder rumbled, and storms raged. The ancient Kyogre summoned monstrous waves, as countless tsunamis threatened to engulf the entire world. Under the influence of the red orb, Suijin's desires grew insatiable. His goal transformed from merely expanding the ocean to submerging the entire world beneath the sea. Ha! Chihibusa, I had planned to let you witness my conquest of the world, but it seems that is no longer possible. For I shall plunge this island and city into the depths of the ocean, Suijin declared, as a massive water vortex surged behind him, poised to swallow the island whole. Chihibusa was taken aback. Have you lost your mind? There are still your subordinates on this island. I care not. Suijin chuckled softly. Lord Suijin, even Izumi despondently lamented, having labored for so long only to hear him abandon the cause. Team Aqua and Team Magma could no longer maintain their standoff and hurriedly recalled their Pokémon. Suijin, cease at once. You are possessed by the red orb. Kojiro and Du rushed to intervene, while Ash and the others were led by Kogain into the Team Aqua base to rescue Groudon. Du pleaded desperately, but Suijin paid no heed, launching an offensive instead. A colossal tsunami surged forth, which Kogain managed to control with her psychic powers, yet it left her unable to combat other threats. For a tsunami of divine origin was beyond her abilities to dispel. Du swiftly released his trump card, Dragonite, and Shiny Gyarados to engage Kyogre, internally berating the 4 Elite Four members and 2 champions of Hoenn, questioning their absence in such a momentous crisis, leaving him, a Dragon-type elite, to bear the brunt alone. How could they show their faces? Meanwhile, Ash and his companions successfully located the container imprisoning Groudon, but how to open it? Naturally, through the aesthetics of brute force. Arise, Rayquaza! With a roar, the shackles before the 2 legendary beasts crumbled effortlessly. Step back. Ash instructed Brock and the others, Rayquaza, Kogain. Hyper Beam. Boom. The massive container was instantly obliterated, revealing a colossal, land-dwelling Groudon before the astonished group. The red patterns upon Ash's body re-emerged, as Groudon's crimson eyes snapped open. Yet Ash would not be controlled. Groudon, let us work together to thwart Kyogre. Roar. Groudon cast a glance at Rayquaza, then nodded in agreement. Groudon. Type, ground. Ability, drought. Strength, divine. Moves, precipice blades, origin pulse. Roar. Rayquaza, incensed by Groudon's dismissive gaze, let out a furious roar. Alas, the mere presence of a legendary Pokémon like Rayquaza was of no concern to Groudon. If a divine Rayquaza were to appear, it would likely need to ally with Kyogre. Kogain led Ash and the others outside, and Groudon charged forth, with Rayquaza soaring alongside. Their singular target, Kyogre. However, under the corrupting influence of Suijin's malevolence, Kyogre had spiraled out of control. Kyogre. Type, water. Ability, drizzle. Strength, divine. Moves, origin pulse, water spout. Is this Groudon? And Rayquaza? Chihibusa gasped in astonishment. For Team Magma had explored countless ruins and were well aware of the sky deity Rayquaza, an entity capable of taking on 2 foes simultaneously. Thus, the 3 legendary beings of Hoenn converged at this location, as Groudon prepared to contest Kyogre for dominion over the weather. As for Rayquaza, its divine attributes rendered it incomparable to Groudon. Rayquaza? Du gazed longingly at Rayquaza, for it perfectly embodied his dual mastery of flying and dragon types. Truly a dream Pokémon. Rayquaza, accentuate your brilliance. Mage evolution. Roar. In an instant, Rayquaza was enveloped in a radiant light of evolution, heralding the arrival of Mega Rayquaza. Mega Rayquaza. Ability, Delta Stream. Weather changes to strong winds, negating flying-type weaknesses. Strength, pinnacle of divine beasts. The sky erupted into chaos as the peak of legendary Rayquaza finally managed to activate its ability, no longer allowing Kyogre and Groudon to maintain complete control over the weather. At this moment, the majestic Rayquaza drew the attention of both Kyogre and Groudon. After all, the divine Rayquaza could easily contend with the 2 of them, especially with the aid of the verdant orb and its mega evolution, which warranted their utmost concern. However, Groudon was an ally. Meanwhile, Dato descended gracefully on his Dragonite, gazing enviously at Ash. Is that Rayquaza yours, Ash? If Ash could command Rayquaza to Mega Evolve, then it must surely belong to him. Yet, Dato felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. How could it be that the brash youth he once knew had managed to capture the very Rayquaza he had always yearned for? Even the presence of Deoxys was enough to evoke envy. Ash nodded affirmatively. Dato, please distract the Swampert. I shall take care of this hefty fish. Absolutely. Leave it to me. Without hesitation, Dato agreed, mounting his Dragonite and soaring towards the Swampert. The battle had only just commenced. Groudon, Solar Beam. Rayquaza, Draco Meteor. Roar. As Ash's companions, green and purple, stood guard by his side, they wielded their psychic powers to command the surging waves. Groudon concentrated, unleashing a colossal miniature sun aimed at Kyogre, while Rayquaza summoned countless meteorites imbued with dragon energy, raining them down upon Kyogre. In retaliation, Kyogre conjured a massive tsunami to thwart the assault, but alas, it was pierced through by the combined forces of Groudon and Rayquaza, with all attacks landing squarely upon Kyogre. A pained cry escaped the connected Swampert as Dato seized the opportunity to whisk it away on his Dragonite. In that moment of Kyogre losing its controller, Ash prepared for a final strike. Groudon, Cliff Sword. Rayquaza, finishing touch. The signature moves of the two legendary beasts were unleashed, sending Kyogre hurtling through the air once more. With a mournful wail, the red orb within Swampert appeared, leading it to succumb to unconsciousness. Simultaneously, a blue orb emerged within Ash, colliding with the red orb. And with a flash of white light, both orbs shattered, vanishing into the ether. Kyogre returned to tranquility, casting a fleeting glance at Ash and his companions before diving into the ocean, disappearing from sight. Groudon, too, prepared to return to its volcanic slumber, transmitting a message to Ash before departing, an account detailing the location of a descendant Groudon, igniting a spark of excitement in Ash's eyes. Truly, a worthy ally in battle. In contrast, the Swampert had not even uttered a word of gratitude. Dato swiftly apprehended the Swampert and the Blaziken across regions, expressing his gratitude to Ash before departing. Ash, thank you for your assistance this time. I will personally apply for your rewards. Thus, the two great organizations of Hoenn met their conclusion. Chapter 97. The initial encounter of the Shrimp and Crab Brigade. Ding achievement unlocked. Kyogre vs. Groudon. Reward, Crimson Orb. Ding achievement unlocked. Annihilation of the Magma Gang. Reward, 10 basic rare candies, 5 intermediate rare candies, 1 advanced rare candy. Ding achievement unlocked. Annihilation of the Aqua Gang. Reward, double experience card, double points card. Double experience card. Upon use, experience gained from defeating Pokémon is doubled for 1 day. Double points card. Upon use, points gained from defeating Pokémon are doubled for 1 day. Ash gazed at the rewards, his eyes alight with excitement. They were all splendid items. Presently, he possessed 10 basic rare candies, 15 intermediate rare candies, and 6 advanced rare candies. He then scrutinized the Crimson Orb in his hands, contemplating its potential when combined with the stacking card to amplify the levitate ability. Ash was certain it would surely captivate Groudon, envisioning a flying primal Groudon materializing before him. After an epic clash of legendary Pokémon, Ash and his companions finally arrived at their destination, Verdanturf Town. Their first stop was naturally the Pokémon Center for some much-needed rest. Professor Oak had also made contact with Ash. Ash, your Pokémon storage has been resolved. I have added 2 slots for you. Really? Thank you, Professor Oak. By the way, I will send Purple and Green over. You can send them back. Keeping them in their Pokeballs isn't ideal, considering I promised them freedom. Thus, Ash sent them back, leaving only Rayquaza for protection. Not a problem. Professor Oak exclaimed joyfully at the prospect of receiving Deoxys. Ash exchanged his Pokémon without hesitation. Ash, I have received Deoxys. You can trust me with it. Once the exchange was complete, Professor Oak promptly ended the call. Ash was left staring at the video phone, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Ash's team consisted of Pikachu, Eevee, Kingler, Crawdaunt, Blaziken, Swampert, Chikorita, Aipom, Milotic, Bagon, and Rayquaza. A total of 11 Pokémon, with Pikachu, Eevee, and Rayquaza not occupying storage slots. Since this was a double battle, Ash summoned Kingler and Crawdaunt to challenge the gym. After administering a basic rare candy to Kingler, it advanced to the initial stage of the gym. Subsequently, Ash reunited with Brock, and together they approached the Verdanturf gym, only to be informed that today was the day of the rocket launch, and the gym trainers were currently at the Space Center. Thus, Ash and his companions made their way to the Space Center in Verdanturf Town. At the Space Center, they inadvertently lost their way and encountered the twin gym trainers, Fu and Natsu, who were engaged in Pokémon battles in the underground training room, utilizing the psychic powers of Baltoy in a zero-gravity environment. Ash and his friends quickly became good friends with them. Under their guidance, Ash and his companions enjoyed various astronaut training equipment at the Space Center, and a delightful day passed in merriment. In the evening, they gathered to witness Fu and Natsu's father, the astronaut Keen, embark on a rocket launch into space. The following day, Ash and his companions returned to the Verdanturf gym, where Fu and Natsu awaited their arrival eagerly. "We've been waiting for you, Ash," Fu exclaimed. Natsu chimed in. "Are you ready, Ash?" "Absolutely. I've been itching to earn that badge." Pikachu and Eevee cheered from the audience as they did not need to participate. "Go, Solrock. I'm counting on you, Lunatone. You two are it, Kingler and Crawdaunt." The Pokémon from both sides appeared on the battlefield, and the match officially commenced. Solrock, Gym Initial Stage. Lunatone, Gym Initial Stage. Water-type Pokémon, huh? Let's get started. Solrock, Rock Throw. Fu initiated the attack. Kingler, use Crabhammer. Crawdaunt, unleash Bubble Beam. Knowing that it was a double battle, Ash aimed to take down one opponent first, making the other much simpler to handle. Lunatone, use Ice Beam to intercept the Bubble Beam. Naturally, Nin could not allow Xiao Ji to succeed. Bang! The colossal pincers of the Kingler collided with the Solrock, while the Bubble Beam of the Kingler was frozen into crystalline bubbles by the Ice Beam, scattering them across the battlefield. Xiao Ji chuckled. "You underestimate the power of the Kingler. Kingler, unleash your strength." With a mischievous grin, the Kingler's massive pincers surged with power, propelling Solrock high into the air, embedding it firmly into a nearby planet. One cannot deny the sheer strength of the Kingler. It had effectively turned Solrock into a living target. Solrock! Foam exclaimed in alarm. Xiaoji, of course, would not let this opportunity slip away. Do not grant them a chance to cooperate. Kingler, unleash your double hyper beam. Previously, Xiaoji had trained Kingler to wield both pincers simultaneously, executing 2 moves, even different ones. Now, the results were evident, as using 2 identical moves at once was no problem at all. Furthermore, the Kingler had been closely observing the Kingler's technique, though it had yet to master it completely. As the Kingler lifted its pincers, gathering energy for the hyper beam, Nan attempted to interrupt with Lunatone, but unfortunately, the Kingler held steadfast, and Nan dared not confront it directly, fearing a fate akin to Fang's. Boom! The artillery fired, and the 2 hyper beams pierced through Solrock and the planet alike. Although Solrock only received half the damage from regular moves, this was a significant attack, and there were 2 beams. Foam stood frozen, bewildered, having only executed a single move throughout the entire battle, and then it was over. Solrock plummeted to the ground, incapacitated. Chapter 98, The Mind Badge, Elite 4 Genji. Lunatone floated amidst the planetary cluster. Observing the absence of allies, Nan realized that recklessness would not suffice. Cunning was necessary. It was crucial to remember that neither of Xiaoji's Pokémon could fly. Utilizing the planets as cover, there was still a chance to turn the tide. Kingler, use Rocket Star. Xiaoji declared confidently, do not think that cover makes you immune. This is a guaranteed hit. Nan gasped, oh no. Lunatone, erect a light screen. Lunatone quickly halted among the planets, raising a pink light screen. Bang! The rocket stars were all deflected by the light screen. Seizing the moment, Kingler used Water Gun, while Kingler executed Crabhammer to launch Kingler skyward. Swinging its pincers, Kingler sent Kingler into the air, who then used Water Gun to approach Lunatone at an astonishing speed. Lunatone. As Nan watched the approaching Kingler, she knew there was no time to evade. Desperate, she shouted, Ice Beam. Lunatone concentrated an icy blue beam towards the water-enshrouded Kingler, but Xiaoji remained unperturbed. The water froze, yet Kingler's speed did not falter. As a massive ice pillar surged through Lunatone. Boom! Lunatone crashed down, rendered unable to battle. With a thud, the ice pillar fell, and Kingler emerged triumphantly from the ice. Hee how impressive. The final ice beam not only failed to hinder Kingler, but instead transformed Water Gun into a powerful ice strike. Xiaosheng marveled. Hooray! With this, Xiaoji has successfully claimed the Green Ridge Gym badge. Xiaoyao cheered. Sister, without me, you certainly lost. Foam crossed his arms with a smirk. It's still your fault. You only used 1 move the entire match before you were done. Nan retorted without hesitation. If it weren't for you, would I have to fight 2 against 1? The sibling banter continued, devoid of genuine blame. Akin to Xiaoyao's frequent teasing with her brother, especially among these similarly aged twins. Foam and Nan approached Xiaoji, handing him the badge. Here, Xiaoji. This is proof of your victory, the Mind Badge. Xiaoji accepted the badge, and both Kingler and Kingler waved their pincers in celebration. Furthermore, Kingler had reached a mid-stage in its training through this battle. After assessing the training results of his shrimp and crab, Xiaoji returned Kingler and Kingler to the Pokémon Center and subsequently summoned Pidgeotto and Trico. Soon after, they departed Green Ridge City, heading towards Agape Island, where a grand competition awaited. The glamorous festivities were imminent, and Xiaoyao had only 2 ribbon badges, thus the forthcoming journey would naturally center around her. The league tournament was scheduled after the grand celebration, so Xiaoji was not particularly anxious about the final Lapis gem. At the dock, Kingler, use Metal Claw, Corphish. Finish it with a flame kick. Chamo. Boom. Corphish's flame kick descended from the heavens, instantly defeating Kingler. Brock, serving as the referee, announced. Kingler is unable to battle. Corphish is the victor. Hence, the winner is Xiaoji. Well done, Corphish. Xiaoji praised. Chamo. Subsequently, Xiaoji withdrew Corphish. No wonder you possess 7 badges. You truly are formidable, a bystander remarked, reflecting on the battle. That match really taught me a lot. Thank you, Xiaoji. Not at all, Xiaoji politely replied, shaking hands before parting ways. After bidding farewell to the bystanders, Xiaoji and his companions settled at a restaurant for lunch. There, they discussed the recent battle while seated at an outdoor table. Incredible. Xiaoji's recent battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. Truly, he is Xiaoji, Xiaoyao congratulated. Xiaosheng gazed at Xiaoyao, speechless. But the opponent was Kingler. Corphish had a clear type advantage. At that moment, a familiar figure, Kojiro, emerged as a server, exclaiming, Welcome. Upon recognizing Xiaoji and his party, he gasped. Xiaoji shot him a bemused glance. What was the use of this facade? Is something the matter? However, Xiaoyao and the others remained oblivious, with Xiaoyao curiously inquiring. Oh, it's nothing, nothing. Please call me once you decide on your order. With that, Kojiro vanished into the establishment to discuss matters with Musashi and Meowth. After a brief interval, Kojiro returned with a glass of juice for each of them. This juice is delightful, Xiaoyao exclaimed, sipping. Brock, taking a sip, asked, by the way, Xiaoyao, for the next grand competition, which Pokemon do you plan to send out? Well, I've been pondering that as well. Both Bulbasaur and Meowth have been performing well lately, so I'm considering choosing one of them, Xiaoyao mused while enjoying her juice. Such decisions should indeed be made in advance to allow ample preparation. Xiaoji suggested, I think you should choose Bulbasaur. After all, it hasn't taken the stage yet and needs to learn to share the spotlight. Xiaoyao nodded thoughtfully. Meanwhile, an elderly man with a distinguished white beard, clad in a black captain's coat, stood behind Xiaoji and Xiaoyao. Indeed, in the Pokemon Grand Competition, the key to victory lies in the synergy and coordination with your Pokemon. It is essential to decide on your partner early. Ah, yes, I understand. Thank you for your advice. Startled, Xiaoyao quickly expressed her gratitude. At that moment, Xiao Sheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Excuse me, are you the Elite Four-S Genji? Oh, you know me. Genji nodded, then turned to Xiaoji. I also observed your battle against Kingler. Your analysis of the opponent, judgment of the situation, and timing of your winning moves were all remarkably precise. Thank you for your kind words. I am Xiaoji. Xiaoji expressed his gratitude. This is my partner, Pikachu, and Eevee. Pika Pika. The others quickly introduced themselves as well. Upon hearing Xiaoji's name, Genji's eyes brightened. Oh, you're Xiaoji. Indeed, as Dato mentioned, you are a talented trainer. Meanwhile, he contemplated how to have Xiaoji unleash Rayquaza for observation. He is indeed quite different from DUI. Although both are referred to as Dragon-type champions, it is widely known that DUI's Dragon King is merely a Pokemon with Dragon in its name, while he is a true Dragon-type champion, unlike DUI, who covets the Flying-type Rayquaza. If you do not mind, would you care to join me on my ship for some leisure? Yuanji pondered for a moment before extending the invitation to Ash and his companions, who readily accepted. Just as the group was preparing to depart, Team Rocket hurried over, asking, may we join you? The atmosphere instantly fell into an awkward silence, causing the trio to break out in a nervous sweat. That cup of hot milk. Yuanji suddenly spoke up. Team Rocket tensed up immediately, and Kojiro cautiously inquired, is it not to your taste? Yuanji savored the moment, replying, how could that be? The sweetness is simply exquisite. To show my appreciation, allow me to treat you as well. With a sigh of relief, Team Rocket's Meowth remarked, fortunately, his preference for sweetness aligns with mine. Upon reaching the harbor, Yuanji stood tall, his black coat billowing in the sea breeze, emanating an aura of great authority. Mr. Yuanji is so cool, exclaimed Sho. Is this the essence of a man of the sea? Hikari sighed in admiration. Here it comes, Yuanji suddenly announced. Ash and the others turned to the sea, where a magnificent ship was approaching the harbor. Wow, what a grand vessel. It's just like a pirate ship. Yuanji explained, my ship is about to set sail, so I instructed the crew to make some preparations. At that moment, a crew member reported, Captain, the preparations have been completed. Thank you for your hard work. Yuanji nodded and introduced to Ash and the others. This is Rio, my top disciple. Soon, the ship docked, and Ash and his companions followed Yuanji aboard. Chapter 99, The Showdown, Yuanji versus Lizard King. The deck of the ship was spacious, and the mast appeared sturdy. Brock observed his surroundings, marveling at its construction. Rio proudly declared, of course, our ship is unafraid of any stormy seas. Mr. Yuanji. Sho began, interrupting Yuanji's thoughts about how to coax Ash into releasing Rayquaza without speaking. Oh, Sho, do you have something to say? Yuanji inquired. May I see Mr. Yuanji's Pokemon? Sho looked at Yuanji with eager eyes, prompting a revelation for Yuanji. If he battled Ash and brought out his main Pokemon, Ash would have no choice but to unleash Rayquaza. No problem. However, just a glimpse seems rather dull. Ash, would you care for a match? Sure, I accept. Ash would never refuse a chance to battle. Be careful when facing the Elite Four, Ash. Brock cautioned. Awesome. I get to witness a high-level match. Hikari cheered. Let's make it a 3-on-3 battle. The first to win 2 matches shall be declared the victor, Yuanji proposed. Who will act as the referee? I will, teacher. Afterward, Yuanji led Ash and his companions to the battle area on the ship. The referee raised their hand and announced, now, we commence the 3-on-3 Pokemon battle between Yuanji and Ash. Let the battle begin. Go, Ash. Brock and Sho cheered for Ash. Ash, my first Pokemon will be this one. Come forth, Shelmet. A round, white, cocoon-like Shelmet appeared on the field. Then I choose you. Forest Lizard. Ash decided that, while Eevee might have been more suitable in terms of levels, he wanted to push Forest Lizard to reach its potential in this battle. Go, Forest Lizard. The creature appeared, clutching a twig and gazing intently at Shelmet. Forest Lizard, bring it on. Yuanji declared. I won't hold back. Ash commanded, Forest Lizard. Use Seed Bomb. Countless golden seeds erupted from Forest Lizard's mouth, yet Yuan Ji remained unfazed, as the seed bomb was thwarted by Shelmet's robust shell. What do you think? Ash. Yuan Ji crossed his arms calmly. If my attack is lacking, then I'll enhance it. Forest Lizard, use Swords Dance. A brilliant white light enveloped Forest Lizard, boosting both its attack and special attack. Seeing Ash's strategy unfold, Yuan Ji decided not to hesitate any longer, commanding, Shelmet, use Body Slam. We have our advantages too. Forest Lizard, use Double Team. Ash directed, and as they closed in on each other, a flash of electricity followed by Leaf Blade ensued. Forest Lizard created multiple copies, while Shelmet smashed through one illusion. In that moment, Forest Lizard, glowing white, unleashed a green Leaf Blade. What? The spectators gasped, realizing that even the enhanced Leaf Blade failed to take down Shelmet. Shelmet stood firm, and Yuan Ji chuckled. Ash, your strategy is commendable, but you have seriously underestimated Shelmet's defense. Since my power is insufficient, I'll compensate with speed. Forest Lizard, use Leaf Blade continuously. Ash urged Forest Lizard to press the attack. Forest Lizard transformed into a flash of white light, delivering a flurry of Leaf Blades upon Shelmet. Yuan Ji furrowed his brow. Shelmet was beginning to tire, and knowing it could not continue, he commanded, Shelmet, use Flame Vortex. A swirling inferno erupted around Shelmet, engulfing the continuously attacking Forest Lizard. Forest Lizard, Ash shouted, hang in there, use Swords Dance to break free. In that moment, Forest Lizard's pained expression transformed into one of determination, and instead of executing Swords Dance, it erupted with blue and white evolutionary light, dispelling the flames. Is it evolving? The crowd gasped in awe at the transformation of Forest Lizard. Suddenly, a grand lizard king, adorned with a massive tail of foliage, emerged on the battlefield. This was Ash's first final evolution from the Hoenn starters. Lizard King. Strength, mid-gym leader. Moves, Dual Chop, Leaf Storm, Solar Flare. Excellent. Lizard King. Ash exclaimed with excitement. Now, let's go with Dual Chop. The energy of Dragon-type blades surged forth from Lizard King's leafy arms. Shelmet, let's go. Dragon Claw. Yuan Ji felt his battle spirit ignite, abandoning defense for a fierce clash. Boom, boom. The two Pokémon collided, and with a series of flashes, 1, 2, 3, BM. Both Pokémon fell simultaneously, rendered unable to continue fighting. Shelmet and Lizard King have both lost their fighting capability. They both went down. Sho exclaimed in astonishment. Well done, Shelmet, return and rest. Yuan Ji recalled Shelmet. You performed admirably, Lizard King. Ash too recalled his Pokémon. Haha, not bad. Ash, you have rekindled my long-lost battle spirit. I won't hold back from here on. Yuan Ji threw out a Pokeball, declaring, come forth, Altaria. I will fight to the end. Ash sensed Yuan Ji's seriousness and countered, Pidgeot. You're the one for this battle. A massive Pidgeot materialized on the field. Altaria, peak of the Quasi-Elite. Ash's mouth twitched. He had expected Yuan Ji to send out at most a mid-tier Quasi-Elite Pokemon. But to face the peak of the Quasi-Elite as his second Pokemon was a testament to Yuan Ji's confidence. You truly hold me in high regard. As Ash assessed Altaria, Yuan Ji's gaze caught the mage stone adorning Pidgeot's necklace. Give it your all, Ash. Yuan Ji calmly commanded. Originally, Yuan Ji had indeed planned to employ the Quasi-King early-stage Qixi Qingyao and a Quasi-King late-stage Baophylon. However, upon discovering that Ash's Pikachu had astonishingly reached the pinnacle of the Quasi-King realm, he swiftly modified his lineup to avert any potential setbacks. Taking a deep breath, Ash activated the Universal Ring, summoning Pidgeot, and proclaimed, let us showcase our bond. Mage Evolution. The chain of Mega Evolution began to connect, and Pidgeot initiated its transformation. Behold, the majestic Mega Pidgeot has arrived. Mega Pidgeot. Ability, no guard. Strength, late Quasi-King. Pidgeot let out a triumphant cry, feeling the surge of power within. Hooray! Even Mega Evolution has made its appearance. Ash cheered. Go for it, Ash. Chapter 100, Aerial Combat. Mega Pidgeot vs. Qixi Qingyao. Pidgeot, greet them with Air Slash. Ash took the initiative and launched an attack. Yuan Ji smiled as he commanded, Qixi Qingyao, ascend rapidly to evade. Qixi Qingyao soared upward, yet the Air Slash unexpectedly curved and struck true. What? Yuan Ji exclaimed, could it be? Indeed, Mega Pidgeot's ability is no guard, ensuring both attacks are guaranteed to hit. Ash clarified, no guard, huh? Yuan Ji furrowed his brow. What a troublesome ability. Currently, the data on Mega Evolution is still incomplete, and information on the abilities of certain Mega Evolved Pokemon is particularly scarce, leaving Yuan Ji unaware of Mega Pidgeot's unique trait. In that case, Qixi Qingyao, unleash Dragon Pulse. Yuan Ji opted for a direct offensive approach. Pidgeot, show them your speed. Ash declared confidently, charging toward the mast and ascending rapidly. without needing any additional moves. Mega Pidgeot raced toward the mast, easily outpacing the green-hued Dragon Pulse that trailed behind. "Now's the moment," Ash shouted, and Mega Pidgeot executed a maximum altitude ascent before the Dragon Pulse collided with the mast. The entire vessel of Yuan-Ji was constructed from top-tier materials to withstand various disasters and assaults from marine Pokémon, thus easily enduring the attack. Such speed. Yuan-Ji narrowed his eyes, noting the impeccable timing. Ash was indeed extraordinary. "Pidgeot!" Suddenly, Ash yelled, "Brave bird, go all out." "What?" Yuan-Ji looked up to find Mega Pidgeot had unexpectedly positioned itself behind Qixi Qingyao. Qixi Qingyao quickly used Protect. In a hair-raising moment, Qixi Qingyao successfully deployed a shield to block the attack. Incredible. Ash has forced one of the Elite Four to use Protect so early in the battle. Xiaosheng admired. Qixi Qingyao used Dragon Dive. Clearly, Yuan-Ji could not swallow his pride and decided to launch a powerful Dragon-type move. Naturally, Ash could not allow Mega Pidgeot to take the brunt of that attack. "Pidgeot, use Protect." Mega Pidgeot raised its green shield, successfully absorbing the impact of Dragon Dive. Just like that, Ash's newly established advantage was wiped away. Qixi Qingyao, sing the Song of Ruin. Yuan-Ji wasted no time and initiated the catastrophic song. Under no guard, many techniques could not be executed, so it was imperative to conclude the battle swiftly. Qixi Qingyao began to sing a melodious tune, which was, in truth, a countdown to demise. If Mega Pidgeot could not resolve the situation within 3 turns, peril awaited. Subsequently, Mega Pidgeot and Qixi Qingyao exchanged blows relentlessly. But Qixi Qingyao's higher level ultimately proved decisive, as the deadly attack surged toward Mega Pidgeot. Yet, Ash had been waiting for this moment. "Pidgeot, hold on, and prepare to unleash Hyper Beam." Qixi Qingyao, Thunderbolt. Yuan-Ji, an Elite Four member not to be underestimated, added an unexpected Thunderbolt to prevent any mishaps. "What?" "Pidgeot is giving it everything," Ash gasped, realizing that his carefully orchestrated comeback strategy, aimed at catching Yuan-Ji off guard for a decisive blow, had been seen through. Having endured so much damage from Pidgeot, it was likely that Qixi Qingyao could not withstand this strike. And now it was a race to see which Pokémon would be faster. Mega Pidgeot endured the Song of Ruin just in time, unleashing Hyper Beam, while Qixi Qingyao had already closed in on Mega Pidgeot. Boom! Smoke filled the air as everyone anxiously looked up to see who had triumphed. With a swoosh, Qixi Qingyao plummeted from the sky, having lost its fighting capability. "Pidgeot!" It cried out, its Mega Evolution state dissipating. Qixi Qingyao was unable to continue, and thus Pidgeot emerged victorious. "Phew, we did it. Well done, Pidgeot." Ash exhaled in relief, recalling Pidgeot with gratitude. "You too, Qixi Qingyao. We won. Absolutely fantastic." Xiaoyao cheered. "Pika Pika Boy." This was Ash's final Pokémon. Yuan-Ji tossed out a Pokeball, Baophylon Go. A powerful aura of the Elite Four surged forth as the majestic Baophylon made its entrance. Baophylon, pinnacle of the Elite Four. Ash checked the information and his expression darkened. "Are you bringing out your trump card?" Simultaneously, Ash finally understood Yuan-Ji's intention. He wished to see Rayquaza. Otherwise, for a trainer like himself, who had no legendary Pokémon and was only a mere Quasi-King, such a luxurious lineup was unnecessary. "Isn't this just a friendly match?" The instructor had taken out their ace. The crew members began to murmur among themselves. However, as merely a Quasi-King, Ash would not allow Rayquaza to battle. "Pikachu, it's your turn." Pikachu happily bounded onto the field, eager to perform. "Pikachu?" Yuan-Ji sighed in disappointment. "Baophylon, Dragon Claw." "Pikachu, create some distance and use Thunderbolt." "Pikachu." Pikachu swiftly dodged the green claws, unleashing a Thunderbolt attack, but Baophylon effortlessly absorbed it. In an instant, Baophylon retaliated with Dragon Pulse, striking Pikachu down. Ultimately, Pikachu, lacking a significant level advantage, was unable to unleash its full potential and was sent flying. At that moment, Team Rocket intervened, using a mechanical arm to capture the flung Pikachu, swiftly ascending in a hot air balloon. "Pikachu, X4. Ha ha ha, since you're so sincere, meow." Sonen's bell rang. "Team Rocket. Return Pikachu." James exclaimed, "Impossible. What we obtain through skill is naturally ours." Yuan-Ji, enraged, retorted, "Stealing someone else's Pokémon? I won't show you any mercy." Baophylon, Dragon Claw. Roaring, Baophylon approached Team Rocket, its green claws flashing as it liberated Pikachu. "Baophylon, use Flamethrower and send them on their way." Yuan-Ji commanded, while internally lamenting. "If it weren't for the sake of the milk, I'd ensure you rot in jail." A massive flame surged forth, and boom, the hot air balloon exploded, launching Team Rocket into the sky. What an annoying sensation. Sonen's bell rang. Subsequently, Ash, realizing he was no match for Yuan-Ji, conceded, and the match concluded in a draw. That evening, Yuan-Ji graciously hosted Ash and his companions for a sumptuous dinner. finally allowing him to gaze upon the Rayquaza he had longed for. Upon seeing that Ash also possessed a Dragonite, he shared valuable insights on training Dragonite, enabling Ash's Pokémon to grow more efficiently. Chapter 101, Elite Four Pikachu, the Megastone Lottery begins. Mr. Yuanji's ship had set sail, conveniently transporting Ash and his companions to the ancient, ecologically rich Will's Island. On the sandy shores of this island, Ash and Xiaoyao engaged in special training. Xiaoyao was preparing for the upcoming Pritiga conference, with her contestant being Bulbasaur, while her new technique for training was Petal Dance. Meanwhile, Ash released all of his Pokémon, meticulously assigning them the most suitable training tasks. The Lizard King diligently practices the newly acquired skills following its evolution, while the baby dragon is subjected to a rigorous strength training regimen on a forced exercise machine. Meanwhile, the majestic Milotic is submerged in the ocean for specialized training, mastering the intricate water ring technique. The trio of robust Fletchling, Marsh Stomp, and Chinchou are assigned to train together. As for the hyperactive Apom, Ash has equipped it with a Farmer's Punch set, enabling it to hone its skills in this unique style. Eevee, behold this water stone, Ash exclaims, presenting a premium water stone. Eevee joyfully touches the stone, which is promptly absorbed, casting a fleeting shadow of a water-type Pokémon beside it. Eevee, Strength, Gym Leader Peak. Move, Bubble Beam. Bubble Beam launches a water sphere to attack, restoring half the damage dealt as HP. Eevee's task ahead is to familiarize itself with its newfound power and master the Bubble Beam technique. Next, it is time for Pidgeot and Pikachu. Ash resolves to have Pikachu break through to the champion level today, and naturally, Pidgeot is the perfect sparring partner for this endeavor. Pikachu, enjoy this candy, Ash says, handing over a medium-grade rare candy. Pikachu gleefully accepts it, devouring it immediately and exclaiming, quite sweet. Suddenly, a surge of immense energy erupts from within, allowing Pikachu to shatter its limits and ascend to the champion level. However, as it has just broken through, Pikachu struggles to control its newfound power, unleashing an aura befitting a champion. Instantly, Brock and the others take notice, asking, what is happening? Pikachu excitedly leaps into Ash's arms, who hugs it tightly, rubbing its cheek in elation. After all, this is his first champion Pokémon, truly magnificent. Pikachu, Strength, Early Champion. Move, Surf. Surf channels electrical energy into a massive wave to strike the opponent, which may occasionally induce paralysis. Ash nods in satisfaction, realizing that Pikachu has completed its partner skills. Yet, Eevee still has 4 more to learn. The most straightforward of these is the Fire-type partner move, although Eevee requires further maturation. Subsequently, Pikachu and Pidgeot commence their sparring session. Despite the one-sided nature of the battle, Pidgeot continuously enhances its abilities through the encounter. Meanwhile, Ash begins to explore the newly unlocked Superstone Lottery, mentally prompting, System, introduce the Superstone Lottery. Beep. The Superstone Lottery, as its name suggests, allows the expenditure of points to draw Superstones, costing 50,000 points per attempt. Initially, Ash nods, aligning with his expectations, but upon hearing the cost of 50,000 points, he exclaims in frustration, what the? System, if you want to rob me of points, just say so. Why set up a lottery? Am I foolish? Spending 5 times to draw a stone when I could simply purchase one for 10,000 points is absurd. Beep. The Superstones in the lottery are not limited to those existing in this world. Suddenly, Ash realizes something, his heart racing with anticipation. Wait, could there be Superstones for Pokémon like Dragonite as well? Beep. Yes. Alright. The system has a free ticket, so let me draw. Ash exclaims excitedly. Beep. Superstone Lottery initiated. Suddenly, a 3D lottery wheel materializes before Ash, who observes that the surrounding Pokémon exhibit no peculiar reactions, indicating that only he can perceive the lottery wheel. Beep. Allow me to explain the probabilities. Thank you for your patronage. Occupies 10, ordinary Superstones occupy 50. Semi-divine Superstones occupy 30, and divine Superstones occupy 10. Ash's expression darkens. What do you mean by thank you for your patronage? If I draw that, won't it mean my 50,000 points are wasted? Beep. The gray area represents thank you for your patronage. The white area represents ordinary Superstones. The purple area represents semi-divine Superstones, and the golden area represents divine Superstones. Does the host wish to begin? Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Ash declares, let us go? Beep. The lottery wheel begins to spin. Please say stop to halt it. As Ash watches the spinning wheel blur, entirely unsure where the pointer lies, he grimaces, realizing the system has effectively eliminated any chance of cheating. With no other option, he casually says, stop. As soon as the words leave his lips, the pointer halts abruptly, landing in the white area. A brilliant white light flashes as a Superstone materializes in Ash's hand. Phew. Ash exhales, relieved it wasn't in the gray area. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Milotic Superstone. So it's for Milotic. Ash remarks casually, only to suddenly realize the significance of the stone, his excitement surging as he exclaims, "Yes, I won, I hit the jackpot." The morning swiftly passes, and Ash finds himself brimming with accomplishments. The Milotic Superstone alone has him elated for quite some time. Furthermore, Pidgeot, under the relentless pressure of Champion Pikachu, has finally broken through to the late semi-champion level, while Milotic and Baby Dragon have reached the initial elite level. On the other side, Xiaoyao's Bulbasaur has successfully learned Petal Dance and reached the initial elite level, bolstering their confidence for the upcoming grand contest. However, to Xiaoyao's surprise, her Bulbasaur did not evolve upon breaking through to the elite level, revealing it to be yet another Pokemon requiring further refinement. Recently, with Ash's assistance, Xiaoyao's strength has rapidly improved. Her primary Pokemon, Fletchinder and Butterfree, have reached the elite pinnacle, while Meowth is at the late elite level. Bulbasaur and Swablu are at the initial elite level, and Milotic stands at the ordinary peak. As everyone gathers for lunch while waiting for Xiaosheng to collect firewood, a sudden scream pierces the air. The forest echoes with Xiaosheng's cry, prompting Ash and the others to rush over. Chapter 102. The Arrival of Harry and the Priga Conference. What happened, Xiaosheng? The group inquires with concern upon finding him. I saw it. Xiaosheng stammers, regaining his composure to exclaim, "Sister, I saw a Cradle Lily." What? The revelation that Cradle Lily is an extinct fossil Pokemon astounds them all. Brock furrows his brow, noting, while the fossil of its pre-evolution, Lileep, has indeed been found. This wait a moment, Brock. Ash channels his aura, sensing the situation. Everyone follow me. Without hesitation, the group follows Ash. They arrive at the forest's edge, where, astonishingly, a Cradle Lily stands before them in the grass. My goodness, it truly is a Cradle Lily. Xiaoyao gasps. Xiaosheng beams with pride, declaring, I told you. I wouldn't mistake it. Cradle Lily, how wonderful to find you here. Just then, a woman clad in a research uniform appears before them. Brock immediately swoons, rushing over to her. I never expected to encounter such a beautiful lady in this place. May I inquire your name? Heartbroken, Xiaosheng pulls Brock back, while the others stifle their laughter. They soon learn that the woman's name is Anu, a researcher from a nearby institute, who warmly invites Ash and his friends to tour the research facility. Upon arriving at the institute, they meet the head researcher, Dr. Zuxing, who happens to be Ms. Anu's husband. Snap! Brock's heart shatters once more, yet Xiaosheng joyfully hugs him. Here, Ash and his friends also witness several living Lileep, when suddenly an alarm blares. Anu checks, exclaiming, oh no, the ancient moth is about to evolve. Once again, advanced technology is unveiled, capable of monitoring Pokemon evolution. Indeed, the ancient moth bursts forth with a radiant light, evolving into a tall and striking ancient armor, while simultaneously becoming ferocious. At that moment, the Rockets launched a sudden assault to seize the ancient armor, only to be thwarted by the majestic thunderbolt of Pikachu, which effortlessly lifted them away. The rampaging ancient armor, upon witnessing the formidable presence of Pikachu, immediately calmed down. Subsequently, Dr. Zuxing communicated with it and discovered that it was merely hungry, yearning for ancient fruits. Fortunately, Dr. Zuxing had some on hand, and the issue was swiftly resolved. The group then bid farewell to Dr. Zuxing and Anu, setting sail towards Izabi Island. Bulbasaur Petal Dance. On board the vessel, Xiaoyao diligently trained, determined to secure victory in the Priga Conference, unwilling to afford herself even a moment's relaxation. Moreover, Bulbasaur had made significant progress. If Xiaoyao maintained her current momentum, she should triumph in this grand competition. Xiaoji patted Xiaoyao on the shoulder, saying, come on, don't be too nervous. Let's grab a bite to eat. Ah, all right. Xiaoyao nodded in agreement, bending down to scoop up Bulbasaur. As they turned to leave, a man adorned like a cactus approached them, accompanied by a Dusknoir, the evolved form of Jessie S. Sandshrew. Hey, that move you just executed was quite impressive. Are you here to participate in the Izabi Island Grand Competition as well? Ah, yes, I intend to compete. Xiaoyao replied. The man enthusiastically stepped forward, saying, me too. I look forward to working with you. May I ask your name? Xiaoyao quietly stepped back, introducing herself. My name is Xiaoyao. Miss Xiaoyao, is it? My name is Harry. And this is my partner, Dusknoir. Harry introduced himself. Xiaoyao pulled out her Pokédex for a scan. Dusknoir. Harry's expression shifted as he noticed Xiaoyao's ignorance of Dusknoir. Wondering if she truly didn't know, Xiaoyao interjected. Ah, so it's a dark-type Pokemon. No wonder it has such an imposing aura when silent. It's a bit intimidating. Instantly, Harry felt offended, displaying a fearful expression before inviting Xiaoyao to try his cookies. Xiaoyao, naively munching on them, unwittingly sparked further offense with a mere honest remark. Are they really that good? Harry replied sullenly. They should be quite delicious. And with that, he sulkily departed with Dusknoir. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoji intercepted Harry, whispering, Mr. Harry, I hope you refrain from any underhanded tactics. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily. Pikachu emitted a faint aura of authority, startling Harry, who promptly withdrew. By the time Xiaoyao regained her bearings, Harry had vanished. She inquired of Xiaoji, huh? Where did Mr. Harry go? Xiaoji shrugged, warning, from now on, you must be cautious of Harry. He is no simple foe. Understood. Though Xiaoyao was puzzled, she resolved to heed Xiaoji's warning. The following day, the Pokémon Grand Competition commenced as scheduled, with Vivian announcing the start after completing the necessary formalities. Fortunately, Xiaoji had informed Xiaosheng and Xiaojing in advance not to wander off, preventing Harry from seizing upon Xiaoyao's past indiscretions. As the competition progressed normally, Xiaoyao conjured a stunning environment with her petal dance, accurately striking down petals with Vine Whip. The effect was splendid, earning the judges' approval. Ensuring her advancement to the second round was assured. Next was Harry, who, upon entering, showcased the essence of dark types with flair. His performance, illustrating a skull using seed bombs, epitomized the nature of darkness, garnering exceptionally high scores. Both competitors easily advanced to the second round. Harry first defeated a passerby, and when it was Xiaoyao's turn, he attempted to deceive her, saying, "Did you know that the weakness of that lollipop Pokémon is speed?" However, with Xiaoji's warning firmly in mind, Xiaoyao quickly discerned Harry's ruse and, maintaining her rhythm, effortlessly defeated the lollipop Pokémon. Ultimately, Xiaoyao faced off against Harry, expressing her indignation, declaring that Harry would pay for his deceit. Since Harry had failed to uncover her past, the situation remained unchanged, and in a display of emotion-fueled resolve, Xiaoyao triumphed over Harry with a combination of Leaf Blade and Petal Dance, eliminating him from the competition. Xiaoyao successfully claimed her third ribbon badge. Congratulations, Xiaoyao. With just 2 more ribbon badges, you will qualify for the grand celebration. Xiaoji congratulated her. Yes, Xiaoyao nodded happily, adding, "Thank you for your guidance, Xiaoji. Otherwise, I might have fallen for Harry's trickery. I never expected him to be that kind of person." Meanwhile, Xiaoyao mentally added Harry to her blacklist, vowing never to trust him again. Their next destination was the location of Xiaoji's 8th badge, in the city of Lioli, as they prepared to traverse Izabi Island. In the canyon, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings, and before them loomed a colossal rock pokeball. Chapter 103, The Dream Lake of the Antlion. In the Valley of Destruction, Xiaoji and his companions were halted by the elderly merchant Chongsheng, who sold local specialties, including the renowned snacks of the Valley of Destruction. Chongsheng enthusiastically recounted the tale of the valley's origins. It turned out that a powerful, malevolent force in the form of a giant psychic golem had wreaked havoc, until a white sage appeared and summoned a colossal rock pokeball to seal it within a lake atop the mountain. Afterward, the elder guided Xiaoji and his friends to view the enormous rock pokeball on the lake, which had remained undisturbed, as the rockets seemed to have been deterred by Pikachu's might. After their tour, Xiaoji and his friends left without incident. They then met Shai Li and her partner, Swablu, who developed a fondness for Xiaojang's hapless Lotad. However, in a mishap, Lotad inadvertently used Shai Li's water stone to evolve into a cheerful Ludicolo, prompting Swablu to promptly abandon it in favor of the clueless Psyduck. The heartbroken Ludicolo danced alongside Xiaojang. Meanwhile, Xiaoji was in town, sending Lizardin and Pidgeot back, while retrieving Donphan and Electabuzz, administering rare candies to elevate them to the gym's preliminary stage. Witnessing the tumultuous romance of Swablu, Xiaoji and his friends found themselves lost once again, arriving at a desolate expanse riddled with deep pits. What is this place? It's just an island. Surely we aren't lost again, Xiaoji exclaimed. Pikachu and Eevee shook their heads in resignation. Xiaosheng, steering the navigator, sighed. We can't even determine our location here. This isn't marked on Izabi's detailed map at all. Xiaojang, flipping through the travel guide in vain, lamented, if we can't get through here, we'll have to retrace our steps and set off again. What? Retrace our steps? Set off again? Xiaoyao protested vehemently. After finally arriving here, we can't possibly go back or take a detour. How about we look for someone nearby to inquire about the route? Xiaoji suggested. The proposal garnered unanimous agreement. As no one wished to backtrack, they resumed inspecting the deep pits on the ground. What kind of hole is this? Xiaosheng asked in confusion. Xiaojing shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Xiaoji sensed a Pokemon's aura emanating from below, so he tossed a piece of Pokemon food down. Suddenly, a large head emerged from the ground, opening its mouth wide to devour the food. Xiaojang and the others were taken aback, and Xiaoyao quickly scanned it with her Pokédex. Antlion. Xiaoji's eyes lit up. Antlion was the base form of the desert dragonfly, a pure dragon-type Pokemon. After finishing the Pokemon food, the Antlion immediately burrowed back underground. But Xiaoji was determined not to let it escape. Pikachu, Eevee, let's go catch it, he declared, leaping into the pit, and they were promptly engulfed. Xiaoji, the group gasped. Just as they were about to jump in after him, an unexpected voice interrupted. A piercing siren echoed as an off-road vehicle adorned with flashing lights approached the gathering crowd. A young lady, impeccably dressed in rugged attire, alighted from the vehicle with an air of authority. "You lot, quickly vacate that perilous pit. It is a dangerous zone, strictly off-limits," she admonished. Upon hearing that they were in a hazardous area, Xiao Zhang and his companions were instantly alarmed, particularly since Xiaoji had already jumped in. Xiao Zhang's urgency was evident as he lacked the composure to flirt with the young lady. Xiaoyao was even more inclined to leap in after Xiaoji, but Xiao Zhang's quick reflexes prevented her from doing so. Xiaoxing hastily informed the young lady about their companion's descent into the abyss, leaving her utterly astonished. Without delay, she led Xiao Zhang and the others to seek assistance from her childhood friend. Meanwhile, Xiaoji had plunged into the depths, entering a vast corridor. Through his aura, he discerned that this place was a labyrinthine network of interconnected tunnels. Soon after, his aura revealed the location of the formidable antlion. "Over here," he called, summoning Pikachu and Eevee to perch on his shoulders as he sprinted down one of the passages. Following the antlion's trail, Xiaoji arrived at a picturesque lake, the beauty of which left him utterly speechless. "It's breathtaking," he thought, struggling to find words to describe the enchanting scenery. Pikachu and Eevee nodded in astonishment as well. The lake, as clear as a mirror, shimmered under the sunlight, while a massive natural fissure above scattered countless rays of sunshine across its surface. Such a mesmerizing sight was truly rare in the entire Pokémon world. Pikachu, pointed out Pikachu, drawing Xiaoji's attention to the antlion that was now making its way to the opposite side of the lake. "Halt, antlion," Xiaoji interjected, brandishing a pokeball. "I shall capture you." The antlion surprisingly came to a stop, gazing at Xiaoji with a fierce determination. Xiaoji nodded in approval. This spirited glint in its eyes was just what he needed. It settled then. Minatos. Antlion, type, ground, gender, male, ability, hypercutter, strength, elite mid-tier, moves, bite, stomp, dig, sand tomb, head charge, terrestrial type, ground. In an instant, the antlion charged at Minatos with a head charge, a move that could only be successfully executed in the first round. "Minatos, water ring," Xiaoji commanded, as Minatos conjured a torrent of water to deflect the antlion's assault. "Now, unleash Hydro Pump." Minatos expelled a massive jet of water, but the antlion swiftly burrowed underground to evade the attack. Xiaoji's eyes lit up. This antlion possessed remarkable battle instincts. "Let us see how you escape this time. Minatos, target the entrance with Hydro Pump." Minatos unleashed another torrent into the tunnel, forcing the antlion to emerge and collapse onto the ground. Without hesitation, Xiaoji threw the Pokeball. "Go, Pokeball." The Pokeball encapsulated the antlion, shaking thrice before a triumphant 3-star flash signified success in capturing it. Xiaoji quickly returned Carillion to his Pokeball and raised the captured Pokeball high. "I have captured the antlion. Pika, Pika." Just then, Xiao Zhang and his companions arrived, accompanied by the young lady and a man with an antlion. After introductions, the young lady, named Xiaoji, and the man, Ping Balan, revealed that they were in search of Xiaoji and the antlion for the fabled Dream Lake. "Xiaoji, do you have any idea how worried we were?" Xiaoyao exclaimed in frustration. "My apologies," Xiaoji quickly replied. At that moment, Ping Balan's antlion suddenly stirred, and Xiaoji's newly captured antlion jumped out, dashing towards the other side of the lake. The group immediately pursued. On the opposite shore, an astonishing congregation of around 50 antlions stood still, seemingly preparing for a ritual. Under the collective gaze of the onlookers, the antlions released a radiant blue-white light, evolving into Vibrava. The spectacle of such a grand evolutionary event left everyone in awe. Xiaoji recalled witnessing a similar phenomenon with Bulbasaur in the Wondrous Garden. Soon after, the Vibrava took flight, leaving only Ping Balan and Xiaoji with their own. Xiaoji examined his Vibrava. Vibrava, type, ground. Dragon, ability, levitate, immune to ground-type moves and effects from abilities like Sand Trap, Poison Spikes, Sticky Web, and terrain changes. Strength, elite late tier, moves, Dragon Breath, Dragon Tail, Bug Buzz, Earthquake, Superpower. The group then departed from the Dream Lake, guided by Xiaoji, ultimately locating their destination and continuing their journey. Chapter 104. The Resurgence of the Disaster Beast, Absol. After leaving Dream Lake, Xiaoji and his companions embarked once more on a monotonous trek, this time not through a forest, but at the base of a steep rocky mountain. "I simply cannot go on any longer." Xiaoyao was the first to succumb to exhaustion. "Can we take a break? I lack the strength to take another step." "Pull yourself together, Xiaoyao," Xiaojing encouraged. "We should soon see the bridge leading to Liadu village." Their destination was this quaint village nestled at the mountain's foot, where they intended to rest before proceeding to Siro's town. "Everyone look," Xiaosheng exclaimed from the front, his voice filled with excitement. Xiaoyao perked up, and the group hastened their pace, soon spotting a wooden bridge before them. "That must be the village," Xiaoyao exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Let us hurry. The group gazed down at the river beneath the bridge, which was flowing tumultuously. Boom. Just as they prepared to cross, the bridge suddenly exploded. Ah, that was close. Xiaoyao sighed in relief, regaining her composure. Look over there. Xiaoxing pointed ahead. The group turned to see a familiar snow-white Pokémon standing on the opposite side. It was none other than Absol, one of the guardians of Farnus. Xiaoji's eyes sparkled with delight. This was fortuitous. Previously, he had been enamored with both the desert dragonfly and Absol during his time in Farnus. Yet he had been unable to capture them due to their duty as guardians. Now, having just caught Vibrava, another Absol was presenting itself. However, the presence of Absol suggested impending disaster. Will this cursed protagonist's aura never allow me a moment's peace? As time passed, Xiaoji had mostly forgotten the less significant plotlines, retaining only memories of the major events. Over there, just then, the bridge's destruction caught the attention of the villagers from Liadu, and several armed villagers charged forward, furious. That wretched Absol has destroyed the bridge again. Wait, Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Sensing the villagers were about to confront Absol, Xiaoji quickly intervened. Pikachu. With a leap, Pikachu unleashed a Thunderbolt to separate the two parties. Not only was it unlikely the villagers could defeat Absol, but even if they did, it would yield no benefit for either side. From the villagers' words, it was evident that Absol had a history of bridge destruction, indicating that a calamity was imminent. Yet, the villagers seemed ungrateful, blaming Absol for the bridge's ruin and the ensuing disaster. What are you doing, young man? The villagers expressed their discontent, proclaiming, Absol is indeed a harbinger of danger. It has already destroyed 3 of our bridges. It is nothing but a disaster beast. Ash chuckled lightly, dismissing their concerns as those of ignorance. Although Absol is labeled as the disaster beast, it does not instigate calamity. Rather, it possesses the ability to sense impending disasters and arrives to issue warnings. It is a case of goodwill being mistaken for malice. Ash replied, turning earnestly to Absol. Can you tell me what is about to happen here? With a nod at Ash's sincere gaze, Absol dashed upstream toward the river. Observing this, Ash quickly beckoned Brock and the others to follow, while the villagers exchanged glances, deciding to accompany them to uncover the unfolding mystery. The group arrived at a cliff's edge at the foot of the mountain, where the villagers began to sense that something was amiss. After all, this was a place they had known intimately since childhood. Goodness, it seems water is seeping from the rocks. One villager exclaimed, fully aware of the impending disaster. Crack! Before anyone could react, the rocks shattered instantly, unleashing a torrent of water. Fortunately, the group had kept their distance and were not caught in the deluge. However, the massive influx of water into the river quickly transformed it into a raging flood, putting the downstream village of Liado in grave peril. Ah, young man, please, you must save our village. The villagers cried, their panic palpable as they turned to Ash for help. Absol suddenly unleashed a powerful attack, Dark Pulse, aimed at a boulder resembling a small mountain on the hillside. It was clear that Absol had already devised a strategy, but it could not succeed solely with its own strength. That boulder could definitely divert the flood and save Liado. Ash exclaimed anxiously. All right, I entrust this to you, Rayquaza. Use your Hyper Beam. In the face of danger, Ash could no longer hold back his secret. After all, the Pokémon League was already aware, and Professor Oak was covering for him. With a resounding roar, Rayquaza materialized before the crowd, unleashing a tremendous Hyper Beam toward the boulder. The boulder crumbled and fell perfectly into place at the mountain's base, effectively splitting the flood in two, thereby safeguarding Liado. This is the Sky God. The villagers gasped in awe at Rayquaza, expressing their gratitude to the celestial being. Their admiration for Ash soared, as controlling the Sky God was indeed a monumental achievement. After Ash recalled Rayquaza, the villagers thanked him profusely before gradually dispersing, leaving Ash and Absol behind. Would you like to become my partner? Ash invited. Absol assumed a battle stance, clearly indicating that to be captured, Ash must first defeat it. Although you have tamed Rayquaza, that has nothing to do with me. Absol, type, dark, gender, male, ability, super luck, increases critical hit ratio, level, early gym, moves, quick attack, hyper beam, night slash, Zen headbutt, terrestrial type, dark, it's decided then, Doublade. Ash called forth his long-lost Doublade. Doublade, brimming with battle spirit, faced Absol, ready for action. With a flash, Absol charged toward Doublade. Thunderfang. Doublade stood firm, its two large fangs crackling with electricity, and as Absol approached, it launched a powerful strike that sent Absol flying. Absol executed a perfect mid-air spin, landing gracefully, and unleashed several razor-like winds. One of Ash's familiar moves, Razor Wind. Doublade. Charge in with Heavy Slam. Doublade had successfully learned Heavy Slam from his training with Boskage, and under its robust frame, the attack was formidable. In the face of Doublade's remarkable defense, Razor Wind failed to impede Doublade's charge, sending Absol crashing to the ground. Now is your chance. Go. Pokeball. Ash threw the Pokeball. The ball shook 3 times before the stars flashed, indicating a successful capture. This time, Ash opted not to teleport back, but instead sent Absol to his storage. Subsequently, Ash and his companions took a moment to rest in Liado village, receiving a warm welcome from the villagers. Chapter 105, The Arrival of Snorunt. After departing from Liado village, Ash and his friends bid farewell to the foothills of the Wildwood Forest and ascended the snowy mountains, clad in their unchanged attire. The ecological environment of Azabi Island is simply remarkable. It has everything, Ash remarked. It seems to be getting colder. May shivered, hugging her arms. Brock, being the eldest among them, offered comfort. Let's hang in there a little longer. We'll soon reach the Pokemon Center. And from there, we can descend to Cyroth Town. Max added excitedly. Yes. From there, we can board a ship to reach Lapis City and claim the 8th gym badge. Ash affirmed. Pika, EVV. Pikachu and Eevee nodded in agreement. I see it. The Pokemon Center is just ahead. Brock exclaimed, pointing excitedly. Before them stood a 2-story Pokemon Center, a warm haven amidst the icy landscape. The group hurried their pace, finally arriving at the Pokemon Center. Good afternoon, Nurse Joy, they greeted. Good afternoon. Welcome. Nurse Joy responded with a gentle smile. May eagerly added, Nurse Joy, please let us rest here for a while. Of course, the blizzard is about to hit, so please make yourselves comfortable. Then I shall humbly accept your kindness. Until spring melts the snow in your heart, I shall accompany you slowly. Brock continued his flowery speech. Nurse Joy appeared somewhat bewildered. This time, however, Max and his friend had yet to intervene, as a chill suddenly enveloped Brock, instantly snapping him back to reality, his head cooling down as he transformed into an ice sculpture. Ah, it's a Snorunt, Ash exclaimed, spotting the adorable Pokemon adorned with an orange cloak. So, its name is Snorunt. It looks so cute. May gushed, her eyes sparkling. You've come to play again. Nurse Joy greeted Snorunt with a smile. Max seized the opportunity, asking, so it often comes here? Indeed. It appears whenever guests arrive. Nurse Joy confirmed with a nod. Just as the group was enjoying their conversation with Nurse Joy, Snorunt leaped and snatched Ash's hat, darting out the window. Hey, that is not fair. Give me back my hat. Ash shouted in indignation. Pikachu, Eevee, go after it. This Snorunt loves to play pranks, often snatching guests' belongings. Nurse Joy interjected quickly, don't worry. It means no harm. It will surely return your hat soon. But I have to go see for myself. Ash insisted, unwilling to abandon his hat. Let's go, Eevee, Pikachu. Pika, EVV. But the blizzard is coming. Nurse Joy fretted. Don't worry. It'll be fine. May, you all stay here at the Pokemon Center. With that, Ash dashed to the entrance. Nurse Joy and Brock watched as Ash departed. Rest assured, Nurse Joy, Ash is quite strong. A mere blizzard won't phase him, Brock reassured her. They all knew Ash had Rayquaza with him, and with Rayquaza's ability, the blizzard would be quelled in no time. It seemed Snorunt anticipated Ash's arrival. Waiting in the snow while donning Ash's hat, Ash pursued, forming a triangular formation with Pikachu and Eevee to encircle the Snow Elf. All right, Snow Elf, you are surrounded. Surrender your hat. Pikachu exclaimed, peekaboo. Suddenly, the Snow Elf unleashed a blast of icy wind towards Ash, prompting Eevee and Pikachu to swiftly release Shadow Balls and Thunderbolts to shield him. The Snow Elf turned and fled just as a blizzard descended. However, having come this far, Ash was not about to give up. Channeling his aura, he raced after the Snow Elf alongside Pikachu and Eevee. Disastrously, as Ash caught up through the power of aura, the Snow Elf lost its footing at the edge of a cliff and began to slide down. Without hesitation, Ash jumped after it, grabbing hold of the Snow Elf just in time, resulting in a wild slide down the cliff with one trainer and 3 Pokemon together. The Snow Elf, now devoid of its earlier mischief, shivered in Ash's arms. Don't worry, we'll be just fine, Ash reassured. The Snow Elf looked up at Ash with its adorable eyes. Suddenly, a massive stone pillar appeared before them. Pikachu, Eevee, Iron Tail, Ash commanded. With a leap, Pikachu and Eevee struck the pillar with their iron tails, while Ash deftly grasped them as they slid down, finally halting their descent. Shortly after, Ash and the Snow Elf constructed a snow shelter to escape the blizzard. Inside, the Snow Elf returned the hat to Ash. He gratefully donned it, saying, Thank you, Snow Elf. Once the blizzard had passed, Ash led the Snow Elf back to the Pokemon Center. May sighed in relief upon seeing Ash return safely, although she was confident in his well-being. The severity of the blizzard was still concerning. Ash knelt down and said to the Snow Elf, So, how about you come with me? The Snow Elf eagerly bounded into the snowy field, gazing determinedly at Ash. All right, I understand, Ash responded, stepping outside to summon his Monferno. Snow Elf. Type, Ice. Gender, Male. Ability, Ice Body, recovers health slowly in snow. Strength, Elite Mid-Stage. Moves, Powder Snow, Icy Wind, Shadow Clone, Headbutt, Protect. Terrestrial Type, Ice. Monferno, grab it. Ash initiated the attack. As Monferno charged forward, the snow elf quickly created numerous clones, surrounding Monferno from all sides. Don't think I've run out of options. Monferno, use cut on the ground. Ash commanded. Monferno struck the ground with determination, dispersing the snow around, which dispelled the snow elf's clones, revealing its true form. Seeing its clones vanish, the snow elf charged forward with a headbutt. Monferno, use fire punch. With a resounding impact, the snow elf was sent flying. Ash grinned and tossed a pokeball, exclaiming, I've captured the snow elf. Following this battle, Monferno advanced to Elite Late Stage, and Ash sent it back. After capturing the snow elf, Ash and his companions took a moment to recuperate at the Pokémon Center before bidding farewell to Nurse Joy and heading towards Cerulean Town. Chapter 106, Cerulean City. The water artist Adam. As Ash and his friends descended from the mountain, they finally emerged from the snow-covered peaks into a forest halfway down. Planning to take a brief respite, unexpectedly, they encountered a weakened and collapsed Ralts by the riverbank. It seemed to have fallen into the water. Soaking wet and burning with fever, Ash and his companions decided to take Ralts to the Pokémon Center for treatment. On their journey, Max forged a deep friendship with Ralts and encountered Ralts' companions, Shiny Gardevoir and Curlia. In a moment of selfless protection from Max, Ralts earned the approval of the group, and they all sprinted to the Pokémon Center, successfully healing Ralts. After bidding farewell, Max promised Ralts that he would return for it when he embarked on his journey. Thus, after this encounter and parting, they finally arrived at the port of Cerulean Town, boarding a cruise ship bound for Cerulean City. Cerulean City. We've finally arrived in Cerulean City. Yes, I will definitely obtain the final badge, Ash declared, brimming with determination. Peekaboo. The gym leader of Cerulean City, Adam, is no ordinary trainer. He is the mentor of Hoenn champion, Michael. Although renowned for his prowess in Pokémon contests, as a champion's mentor, his strength is undoubtedly formidable. Thus, Ash had meticulously gathered intelligence and prepared his roster. He replaced Donphan, Electrike, and Swampert with Venusaur, Absol, and Monferno. Consequently, his lineup consisted of the Snow Elf, Swablu, and the newly swapped 3, with Venusaur as the centerpiece, making Ash feel victory was within reach. Wow, what a beautiful city, May exclaimed, admiring Cerulean City. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the sky erupted with splendid fireworks, capturing the attention of Ash and his companions. It seems like there's some sort of celebration. Let us go check it out, May suggested excitedly. Me too, Max eagerly agreed. Alright, let's go take a look. The gym won't run away. Ash nodded in assent. They arrived at a water-themed stage, already bustling with a crowd, and had to slowly make their way to the front. In our beautiful city of Cerulean, renowned for its water, a new water art has emerged, the host passionately announced, to thunderous applause from the audience. Now, let us welcome the master of this event, Gym Leader Adam, and thank him for his support. Relieved that the gym leader had not gone directly to the Cerulean gym, Ash thought to himself. Now, allow me to introduce the illustrious water artist, Master Adam. Immediately, a distinguished figure in a blue tailcoat appeared on stage. Although he was an older gentleman, many young ladies cheered for him, and the audience erupted in excitement. Wow, he is so popular, May exclaimed. Ash explained, of course. Adam is Michael's mentor. He is also a top coordinator, so pay close attention and learn well. What? The mentor of the illustrious Master Michael? That's amazing. May cheered, eyes glued to the stage. Adam commenced the celebration with an opening performance, where he spread his arms wide, unleashing several jets of water that converged in the center of the stage, creating a dazzling rainbow in midair. Hello, everyone. The performance is officially underway. Adam greeted the crowd, expressing sincere gratitude for their attendance. As previously mentioned, the greatest contributor to this event is my beloved Pokémon. Now come out and greet everyone. With a flourish, a series of stunning Pokémon made their grand entrance. May watched in all. 6 Pokémon, Surskit, Clamperl, Lovedisc, Feeba, Goldeen, and Whalemare, leaped from the water, taking their places beside Adam, with the magnificent Milotic making a spectacular final entrance before Adam. Incredible, especially Milotic's entrance. It's simply breathtaking. I must learn from this. May cheered. Regrettably, Ash's Milotic was too low in level. Otherwise, he would have loved to showcase it against Adam's Milotic. Alright, let us show everyone the water illusion. Adam, a true top coordinator, effortlessly created this beautiful water illusion using merely water-type moves. The audience erupted in applause once again. After the performance concluded, Adam noticed Ash. As Michael's mentor, he was well aware that this young trainer had recently garnered the league's attention. Adam approached Xiaoji and his companions, inquiring, if I am not mistaken, this is your first visit to our city, is it not? Indeed, the 4 of them nodded in affirmation. Xiaoji, unabashed, boldly proclaimed, Mr. Adam. I am Xiaoji from Master Town, here specifically to challenge the Cerulean Gym. Haha, I am aware, and I gladly accept your challenge. Adam responded with a smile. He then led Xiaoji and his friends aboard his private yacht, steering them towards the cerulean gym. On the yacht, Xiaoyao expressed her excitement, exclaiming, "The artistry of water you demonstrated earlier was truly magnificent. I heard you were once a top coordinator and even a mentor to Master Macaulay. Is that true?" Indeed. Adam shared his experiences with the group. "I believe that Pokemon is an art form, particularly my water-type Pokemon. When nurturing them, I must consider how to enable them to execute their moves swiftly and elegantly. After much training and practice, it would be no exaggeration to call them masterpieces. May I ask, Mr. Adam, why did you choose to specialize in training water-type Pokemon?" Xiaojing inquired, puzzled. "Ultimately, it is because most of them possess a streamlined beauty." Adam explained, "Xiaoji, I have been following your previous contests. The hallmark of you and your Pokemon is your seamless cooperation. Truly impressive. Is that so?" "Thank you, Mr. Adam." Xiaoji replied enthusiastically. "You will not be disappointed in this gym challenge. Pika Pika Buio, I look forward to your performance." Adam responded with a grin. They arrived at a luxurious estate, the Cerulean Gym. "Welcome back, sir." The old butler greeted Adam upon his return. Adam nodded and introduced, "These are my challengers, Xiaoji and his friends." "Welcome, everyone." The butler bowed slightly. "I am Sebastian, the steward of this gym. Please, do come inside." As a water-type gym, the arena was naturally aquatic, with several small floating platforms bobbing on the surface. "This battle arena resembles a swimming pool," Xiaoyao exclaimed. Adam and Xiaoji took their positions on the battlefield, and the match was about to commence. Chapter 107. The Cerulean Gym Challenge. Part 1. Let the challenge commence. We will witness a gym battle between gym trainer Adam and challenger Xiaoji. Each will use 5 Pokemon. Please select 2 Pokemon for the first round, which will be a double battle. The round will conclude when both Pokemon from either the gym trainer or challenger can no longer battle. Following this, the victorious Pokemon will compete in the second round. After the second round concludes, the battle will transition into a one-on-one duel. The match ends when all Pokemon from one side can no longer battle, and only the challenger is permitted to switch Pokemon. Sebastian outlined the rules of the gym. This competition sounds quite complex," Xiaoxing exclaimed. Xiaojing pondered. "It seems designed to test the challenger's adaptability in various situations. Truly befitting of the final gym," Xiaoyao remarked, anxiously watching Xiaoji. A 5 versus 5 showdown, with only one Pokemon shy of a full confrontation, places immense pressure on the challenger to consider multiple strategies for timing their attacks. It's undeniable that this unique rule is among the rarest in the entire league. A trainer aspiring to compete in the Hoenn League must be as adaptable as water, able to change shape and respond correctly to any vessel encountered. Adam regarded Xiaoji seriously, stating, "Xiaoji, let me witness the caliber of your combat skills. Then let us begin. Go, Seeking and Gyarados." Seeking, Elite Late Stage. Gyarados, Elite Mid Stage. From the audience, Xiaoyao activated her Pokédex, scanning Seeking. "Seeking looks quite formidable. Go for it, Xiaoji." She cheered. "In that case, I choose you, Swablu and Snorunt," Xiaoji declared, summoning his prepared team. "Bring it on, Xiaoji," Adam encouraged. "All right, I won't hold back. Swablu, use Dragon Pulse. Snorunt, unleash Icy Wind. Let's take down Seeking first." Clearly, Xiaoji intended to eliminate one Pokemon at a time in this double battle. As Swablu and Snorunt unleashed their attacks, a Dragon of Ice surged towards Seeking. "Oh, that move is quite splendid," Adam commented before directing. "Seeking, use Horn Drill." Seeking's horn spun furiously, shredding the incoming Ice Dragon to pieces. Evidently, this Seeking was well trained in the use of Horn Drill. Incredible, that Ice Dragon was utterly obliterated by Seeking, and it suffered no damage. Xiaoxing marveled. Who would have thought such a simple Horn Drill could have such utility? "It's our turn. Gyarados, unleash Blizzard." Adam initiated his assault, targeting both Snorunt and Swablu simultaneously. As the blizzard approached now, "Snorunt, use Icy Wind," Xiaoji commanded. Swablu leapt, a gust of cold wind formed, instantly freezing the blizzard into a massive ice block that floated upon the water's surface. Dragon Tail. Suddenly, Swablu had flown behind Seeking, delivering a powerful tail strike infused with dragon energy. "Snorunt, leap up. Use Iron Head." Xiaoji continued his commands. Swablu soared into the air, executing a powerful Iron Head that sent Seeking crashing into the floating ice. Boom. Seeking was slammed onto the ice and lost the ability to battle. Seeking is unable to battle. Gyarados, use Ice Beam. Adam, knowing Seeking was defeated, targeted the airborne Snorunt. "Oh no, Snorunt," Xiaoji gasped, realizing Snorunt was pivotal for the next round, and it would be a significant loss if he fell now, especially since Snorunt couldn't evade while airborne. Suddenly, Swablu transformed into a flash of white light, shielding Snorunt. Boom. Both Pokemon were knocked back onto the floating platform, with Swablu encased in ice. "Swablu," Xiaoji cried out, only to witness Swablu burst free from the ice, albeit with very little strength remaining. Oh, can it hold on? Adam exclaimed, realizing that ice-type moves were 4 times effective against Swablu, yet it managed to endure at such a critical moment. Impressive tenacity. What comes next? Ice Ball. Gyarados gathered an ice sphere, launching it forward. Snorunt, counter with Icy Wind. Swablu instantly released Icy Wind, neutralizing the ice ball. Again, Adam commanded. Gyarados concentrated on forming another ice ball, this one larger and more powerful than before. The power of the ice ball increased with each iteration. We cannot afford to stall. Snorunt, use Icy Wind. Swablu, utilize Rock Slide. Bang! The attacks collided, creating a cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, Adam saw Snorunt on the floating platform, but no sign of Swablu. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Gyarados, dive into the water. But it was too late. Xiaoji's voice rang out. Snorunt, use Icy Wind to trap it. Swablu, utilize your might to defeat it. Snorunt's Icy Wind quickly encased the water surface around Gyarados, leaving it with no escape, while Swablu launched a powerful attack, overcoming Gyarados. Boom. Gyarados collapsed. Yay, we did it. Xiaoxing cheered. Gyarados is unable to battle. The first round goes to challenger Xiaoji. Well done, Swablu and Snorunt. Xiaoji beamed, acknowledging that their victory was largely due to Swablu's clever maneuvering. Otherwise, the outcome could have been quite different. I never expected that I could tumble and fall twice in one go. Ash, you are quite impressive. Adam's 2 Pokemon were completely defeated by the surprise attack of the supersonic larva. They lost before they could even unleash their power, which is truly frustrating. Now, it is time for the second round of battle, and a change of battlefield, as well as a switch of trainers' positions will take place. The water in the swimming pool began to recede, transforming into a mixed terrain of water, rocky mountains, and grassland, with water as the predominant element. The match continues. It has been decided. You shall take the stage, Snow Child. Yuku the Snow Child, brimming with fighting spirit, stood upon the grass. Currently, Ash still has 5 Pokemon, but the supersonic larva is practically out of commission, leaving only 4 capable of battle, while Adam has 3. Ash still holds an advantage in numbers. I'm counting on you, Love Disc. Adam then summoned a delightful Love Disc. Love Disc Elite Peak. Love Disc Water Pulse. This time, Adam initiated the attack first. Snow Child, use Shadow Clone. Then proceed as planned, employing snowy scenery. Ash declared with confidence. The Snow Child created countless clones, evading the water pulse, while unleashing an ice blue orb of light from the heavens, causing snow to fall. Let the battle commence. Icy Wind, cover the entire field. Chapter 108, The Glaze Gym Match, Part 2. Yuku Snow Child, unleash Icy Wind. The water's surface began to freeze, especially in the snowy environment, gradually transforming the battlefield into an icy terrain. What? I see now. Adam gasped in astonishment. No wonder Ash was so determined to protect the Snow Child. This was his plan all along. Losing the water terrain significantly hampers Adam's Pokemon's movements, especially for Love Disc, being a fish without water. It may not only struggle to fight, but will undoubtedly lose a substantial portion of its strength. Love Disc, invoke Rain Dance. Seize control of the weather. Then use Surf to maintain our water terrain. Adam quickly made his decision and commanded. Love Disc began to summon rain, and due to its high level, it successfully seized the weather control from the Snow Child, creating a massive wave that blocked the icy wind and formed a colossal ice wall, preserving the last remaining pure water. The ice wall divided the battlefield into 2 sections. One was Ash's icy terrain, and the other was Adam's mixed terrain. Ash observed that the area was sufficiently large. After all, he had not prepared any water-type Pokemon this time, which placed him in a rather passive position. Thus, Ash intended to solidify ice as his battlefield, having reserved this tactic due to the change of terrain between the first and second rounds. Return, Snow Child. Ash recalled the Snow Child and tossed out another Pokeball. I'm counting on you, Infernape. Yalu Infernape emerged onto the icy terrain. Hooray, it's Infernape. Go for it. Small Victory cheered. With the ice wall separating them, Ash didn't want to waste energy. Infernape, use Bulk Up. Yalu Infernape struck a pose, and a flash of white light signaled an increase in its attack power. Once more, Infernape, use Work Up. Yalu Infernape began to pound its chest. Another flash of light indicating a further boost in its attack power. Now Adam could no longer remain complacent. If this continued, it would be disastrous. Love Disc, quickly use Water Pulse to shatter the ice wall. Love Disc instantly transformed into a diligent worker, launching water pulses at the ice wall. Meanwhile, Ash was waiting for the opportune moment. Seeing the ice wall about to shatter, Infernape, prepare your focus punch. Yalu Infernape began to concentrate, ready to strike the moment the ice wall broke. Ash, your intentions are too obvious. Adam declared confidently. Love Disc, evade with Water Gun. A stream of water erupted from Love Disc, soaring into the air to dodge the focus punch. Now is the time. Kiss from an Angel. Adam seized the moment and commanded. In an instant, Love Disc unleashed a flurry of hearts towards Infernape. Yalu Infernape fell into confusion, careening wildly into the walls. Love Disc, launch an offensive with Hydro Pump. Love Disc unleashed a towering column of water, sending Infernape reeling. Infernape, snap out of it. Ash shouted. Useless, Love Disc water gun. Adam decisively pursued his victory, determined to finish Infernape in one go. As the attack approached Infernape, it suddenly regained its senses. Focus punch. At this critical moment, Infernape seemed to hear Ash's call. Yalu Infernape swung its fist, sending the approaching Love Disc flying. The power of the focus punch, having been enhanced twice, was formidable. Boom. Water splashed up in a tremendous wave. Then, Love Disc surfaced, having lost its ability to battle. Love Disc has fainted, and Infernape is victorious. Such a splendid bond. Is this the connection you share with your Pokémon? It creates an inseparable link between you. Although Adam lost, he truly admired Ash's bond. Now, I entrust you with my next choice, Kingler. Well done. Infernape, return and take a rest. Ash recalled Infernape and declared, it's your turn, Absol. Soru, Kingler, mid-gym. Absol, use Pursuit. Kingler, unleash Surf. Both trainers shouted in unison. Ash smiled. This was indeed a gamble that paid off. Absol instantly appeared behind Kingler, striking the Kingler that was about to use Surf. Don't give it a chance, Dark Pulse. Absol opened its mouth, gathering a ball of dark energy to attack Kingler. Kingler, Surf combined with Rock Smash. Adam calmly commanded. Kingler successfully conjured a massive wave, evading the Dark Pulse, leaping from the crest of the wave to collide with Absol. Absol, use Shadow Clone. Soru Absol created countless clones, evading the falling Rock Smash attack. Destructive Beam. Numerous Absols simultaneously concentrated the destructive beam, making it impossible for Adam to discern which was the real one. Kingler, since you can't tell, then shatter them all with muddy water. Centered around Kingler, countless torrents of muddy water surged forth, causing the clones to vanish until only the true form remained. But the destructive beam was also on its way. Kingler jump. Kingler's hefty body leaped remarkably high, evading the destructive beam. Absol, charge in for a direct, stealthy strike. Kingler seized the moment, executing its ultimate impact. Adam commanded without hesitation. Kingler's antennae grasped Absol, pulling it in for the ultimate strike, while Absol gathered dark energy in its claws. Boom! The two Pokémon collided fiercely, and Absol's ability activated, landing a critical hit. Kingler fell first, followed closely by Absol, who could no longer withstand the force. Kingler and Absol both fainted. Now comes the final showdown, Milotic. It's your turn, Venusaur. Banana Milotic and Venusaur appeared simultaneously in the water and icy terrains. The final battle for the last badge has officially begun. Milotic, Initial Elite. As soon as Milotic entered the fray, Adam's demeanor transformed, becoming even more composed and serene. Milotic, use Hydro Pump. Venusaur, withstand it, and summon sunny weather. Ash took control of the weather. Banana Venusaur braced itself against the Hydro Pump, and with a powerful blast, the atmosphere began to dry up. Venusaur, use Vine Whip to ensnare Milotic. Milotic, summon a tornado. Milotic generated a water tornado in the water, enveloping itself and blocking the Vine Whip. Truly a seasoned partner, understanding the command with just a simple instruction. Milotic, unleash another tornado attack. Milotic conjured another water tornado to launch at Venusaur. Venusaur, Petal Dance. Banana Venusaur summoned a flurry of falling petals to disperse the water tornado. Milotic charged forward. Using Iron Tail, Milotic leapt into the air, its tail shimmering with metallic luster, crashing down towards Venusaur. You're jumping too high. Since you have come to me, I shall not hold back. Ash exclaimed with a smile. Venusaur, restrain it with Vine Whip, and then unleash Solar Beam. Venusaur swiftly ensnared its opponent with its vines and instantly gathered energy to unleash a powerful Solar Beam. With a resounding crash, Milotic was sent crashing back into the water. Milotic, quickly use Recover. A radiant light enveloped Milotic as it began to heal its wounds gradually. Do not give it a chance. Finish it off in one go. Frenzy Plant. Ash was determined not to squander such a splendid opportunity. With a resounding thud, Venusaur stomped the ground, summoning countless massive vines that surged forth, piercing through the water to strike Milotic. Milotic! Adam exclaimed in shock. After inspecting the situation, the old butler Sebastian declared, Milotic has lost its fighting capability. Venusaur is victorious. The winner is the challenger, Ash. Defeated, Adam shook his head in disappointment and approached Ash, presenting him with the token of his defeat, the Water Drop Badge. Please accept this. Thus, Ash finally gathered the 8 badges, securing his ticket to the Hoenn League Conference. Chapter 109. The Grand Contest at the Moonlit Water Festival. After the gym battle concluded, Adam warmly hosted Ash and his companions, generously imparting some techniques for the Grand Contest to May before their departure. Ash, Congratulations on obtaining all 8 badges and qualifying for the Hoenn League, which will be held in 3 months in Slateport City. However, the Grand Festival precedes the Slateport Conference by a bit, so May, you must hurry, as there may only be 2 or 3 contests left. Yes, I will definitely secure victories in the final 2 contests. May declared resolutely. Thank you for the information. I can participate in the Grand Festival and then the Slateport Conference. While Ash appeared relaxed, he secretly motivated himself, determined to claim his first championship. Afterward, Ash and his companions bid farewell to Adam and followed his directions to a nearby town where a grand contest was about to take place. In the absence of any rivals, May, renowned for her beautiful Milotic, easily triumphed in this grand contest. Subsequently, Ash and his friends hurriedly boarded a ferry bound for the location of the final grand contest, Moonlit Water Town. The pressure suddenly mounted on May, as her chance to participate in the grand festival hinged on this battle. Excited, she grabbed Ash's hand and began her final training session. With 2 Combusken practicing their moves while Venusaur trained its new techniques alongside Trico. Meanwhile, May focused on training her main contender, Espurr and Snowy. Meow. Unfortunately, Espurr was more preoccupied with play than with training, ignoring May's commands. Observing Espurr's high level, Ash contemplated and exchanged a rare moonstone, presenting it to May. May, Espurr is already at a high level. It can evolve. If you wish, you may use it. Ah, May exclaimed, taken aback, but I haven't decided yet. She thought to return the moonstone, but Ash shook his head, insisting, just accept it. Whether it evolves or not is up to you, just like Pikachu, who remains strong without evolving. I'm merely offering a suggestion. The power of the rare moonstone was indeed formidable, and with Espurr's current strength, it might directly elevate it to a powerhouse, ensuring a strong chance of victory in the Moonlit Water Festival. Yes, thank you, Ash. I will consider it carefully. May finally accepted the moonstone without further hesitation. Shortly after, Ash departed, intending to challenge the trainers in Moonlit Water Town to gather experience for Snowy's evolution. However, not long after Ash left, the mischievous Espurr followed a mischievous Meowth, prompting May to chase after her to retrieve Espurr. Go, Meowth. A passerby called, sending out Meowth. You'll do just fine, Snowy. Yoo-hoo. Meowth, use quick attack. Meowth transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards Snowy. A trivial tactic, Ash commanded, Snowy, use icy wind. Snowy conjured a chilling gust of wind. As Meowth approached, it was instantly encased in ice. Ah, Meowth. The passerby panicked, unsure of how to react. Snowy, use ice headbutt. Snowy smashed through the ice, sending Meowth flying towards its trainer. Seizing the opportunity, Ash called for a finishing blow, Ice Beam. Snowy gathered a beam of icy blue energy, finally freezing Meowth and rendering it unable to battle. Yoo-hoo. Snowy joyously leaped into the air, radiating a blue and white glow of evolution. A fearsome new form emerged. Glacian. Strength, Elite Late Stage. Moves, Freeze Dry, Bite, Absolute 0. Congratulations. Truly a formidable 10-win streak. The passerby congratulated. Indeed, Ash had achieved 10 consecutive victories, and with his 11th win, he had finally amassed enough experience to evolve Snowy. Not wishing to continue challenging, Ash recalled Glacian and set off to rejoin May and the others. Meanwhile, May unexpectedly encountered her grand contest rivals, Riku and Kairi, with Kairi mistakenly assuming that May was Riku's romantic partner. Unable to clarify, May, irritated, challenged Kairi to a decisive battle at the Moonlit Water Festival. After gathering for dinner, May stealthily slipped out with Espurr under the night sky. Crouching down, she held the moonstone and said, Espurr, do you wish to evolve? The choice is yours. Meow. The two shared a moment of connection, and Espurr, recalling her mentor, the elegant Litten, happily placed her paw on the moonstone, causing an evolution light to envelop her. The next day, the Moonlit Water Festival commenced as scheduled. A crucial battle for coordinators before the Grand Festival, ensuring that all coordinators would give their utmost effort. The first participant was Musashi, now known as Musashi Suki, performing as the ice sculpture master Meowth, first sculpting Team Rocket's leader, Giovanni, and then replacing it with herself to express her aspirations. Among the performances, the most impressive were Riku's Houndoom and Kairi's Roserade. Finally, the grand finale featured May, with her elegant Litten taking the stage. Meow. Litten appeared gracefully on stage. Sister, Espurr has evolved. Max exclaimed in surprise. Go for it, Sister Litten. Even Ash was astonished, having expected May to deliberate for some time before using it. After all, in the original story, May had relied solely on Espurr's assistance to secure the final ribbon badge. Litten. Strength, Early Gym Stage. Moves, Sing, Charm, Captivating Voice, Surprise Clap. Litten. Use Assist. May resolved to execute an unknown performance without hesitation. The assist move manifested as Leaf Blade, and May quickly reacted. First unleashing a blizzard to freeze the Leaf Blade, followed by a flurry of slaps to shatter it, scattering white powder everywhere. Advancing to the second round were the 4 contestants. In the resting area, Ash encouraged, "You performed wonderfully. Keep the momentum going for the victory." "Of course. I still want to compete against you in the grand festival," May replied. "Right, Litten?" Meow, the playful little cat, had indeed matured significantly after evolving. In the second round of the grand contest, May, leveraging her gym-grade Litten, dominated the competition, first defeating Riku and Houndoom, and then Kyrie and Roseraid. Ultimately, Roseraid fell to the fiery inferno summoned by Litten's assist. May finally claimed the last ribbon badge, qualifying for the grand festival, and Kyrie recognized her mistake. Shaking hands with May in reconciliation. "Congratulations, sister," Max cheered. The newcomer, having just embarked on their journey not long ago, is already able to participate in the grand celebration, surpassing countless coordinators. It is undeniable that Xiaoyao's innate talent is quite formidable. Chapter 110, Xiaoyao's Culinary Delights and Snorlax. Having bid farewell to Mosui Island, the group successfully secured their qualifications for the grand celebration and began preparations to set off for the venue in Kanezumi City. They first arrived at a picturesque island, intending to take a brief respite. "Wow, look at all the different kinds of berries," Xiaoxing exclaimed. Indeed, the island's most remarkable feature is its diverse array of berry trees. And the Pokémon Center even offers free access to the Energy Cube machine. Following their usual routine, Ash and his companions approached the front desk to hand over their Pokémon to Nurse Joy. Xiaojing immediately dashed forward, exclaiming, "Tonight, let us indulge in delightful conversations about various fruits, my dear lady." Suddenly, the clumsy bump jumped out, dragging Xiaojing away alongside Xiaoxing. As a coordinator, Xiaoyao harbored a strong passion for crafting energy cubes. After retrieving the examined Pokémon from Nurse Joy, she eagerly pulled Ash and the others to start making energy cubes. Standing before the energy cube machine, Ash and Xiaojing each took out their recipes to begin crafting. Ash meticulously followed his own Pokémon's tailored recipes, producing a yellow energy cube primarily made from sour citrus berries for Pikachu. "Give it a try?" Ash offered the energy cube to the Pikachu perched on his shoulder. Pikachu, after tasting it, immediately displayed an expression of pure enjoyment. Meanwhile, on the other side, Eevee, seeing Pikachu relishing the treat, became envious and began shaking Ash's head, indicating that it wanted one too. All right. Ash promptly began preparing an energy cube suited to Eevee's taste. In contrast to Ash's precise recipe adherence, Xiaoyao approached the task with a more carefree attitude, tossing in a mix of spicy, bitter, and sweet ingredients without hesitation, resulting in her unique purple energy cube. "Gulp, sister. Are you sure this energy cube is safe?" Xiaoxing anxiously gazed at the purple concoction, recalling a fleeting vision of a skull. Don't worry. It's perfectly fine. This is my meticulously crafted perfect recipe, aptly named Xiaoyao's Culinary Delight," Xiaoyao confidently declared, pointing to a sheet of paper. "Let me have a taste." With Xiaoyao's unwavering confidence, Xiaojing and Xiaoxing, without a hint of caution, each grabbed one and consumed it. "How is it? Delicious, right?" Xiaoyao eagerly asked her 2 unsuspecting taste testers. Initially, everything seemed fine, but suddenly, Xiaojing and Xiaoxing's expressions contorted in struggle. How to put it? "The flavor is quite peculiar." Xiaojing managed to swallow it down, intending to offer encouragement, but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately resorting to a half-hearted compliment. Xiaoxing was far more blunt, declaring, "In all honesty, it's completely inedible." "Humph," Xiaoyao scoffed. "This is meant for Pokémon, so it may not align with human tastes. Pokémon must find it delectable." Unfazed, Xiaoyao proceeded to prepare a large bowl of the energy cubes and placed it in front of the numerous Pokémon. "How does it taste?" Ash quietly inquired. Xiaojing immediately clasped his hands together, exclaiming, "Oh, please, I beg you, do not remind me of that flavor." Observing this scene, Ash discreetly prepared several antidotes. As his Pokémon were, of course, coerced into participating in the tasting event by Xiaoyao, he dared not eat himself, adopting the philosophy of "if my friends perish, so be it." He resignedly sold off his Pikachu. The unsuspecting Pokémon, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, eagerly grabbed an energy cube and bit down without a care. Pikachu instantly transformed into a shade of blue, staring stiffly at Ash with a bemused expression. "You sold me out. How could you betray our friendship?" Ash could only respond with a forced smile. The other Pokémon fared no better, each adorned in vibrant hues of purple, green, pink, and blue, transforming into shiny Pokémon, losing their combat abilities regardless of their strength. A total annihilation. The group hurriedly recalled their Pokémon and handed them over to Nurse Joy for treatment. Meanwhile, Ash quietly tucked away a few energy cubes, contemplating their potential future use. "I thought it was a success," Xiaoyao lamented. "It's all right. As long as you refine it, you will undoubtedly succeed," Ash reassured her. "Really? Thank you, Ash." Upon hearing Ash's encouragement, Xiaoyao's spirits were instantly revived, ready to embark on her culinary endeavors once more. Just then, a delightful surprise arrived. A Snorlax emerged from the grass outside the Pokémon Center, sniffing at Xiaoyao's culinary creation and devouring it greedily. Xiaoyao's heart raced as she observed the Snorlax, eager for the Pokémon's approval. The Snorlax, clearly enjoying the dish, began consuming it voraciously, and before long, an entire bowl of the so-called Xiaoyao's culinary delight had vanished into its belly. Xiaoyao joyfully cheered, "See, someone enjoys it. Look how happy it is. Snorlax, do you want more?" Snorlax eagerly nodded in response. Xiaoyao promptly prepared another batch of energy cubes, while Snorlax continued to feast with unrestrained delight. Snorlax. Gender, male. Type, normal. Ability, thick fat. Strength, early elite. Moves, tackle, body slam. Terrestrial type, normal. After reviewing Snorlax's information, Ash suddenly suggested, "Xiaoyao, since you two seem to have a bond, perhaps you should consider capturing it." This proposal received immediate approval from both Xiaoxing and Xiaojing. As the daughter of a normal-type gym leader, Xiaoyao would undoubtedly excel in nurturing a normal-type Pokémon, and her affinity with Snorlax was evident, given their shared love for food. "Capture it." Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yes, I want to capture you, Snorlax." Snorlax tilted its head in confusion, displaying a bewildered expression. Xiaoyao then adopted a tempting tone. "Join me on my journey, and I promise to prepare Xiaoyao's culinary delights for you every day. What do you say?" Hearing the promise of endless food, Snorlax's eyes gleamed with excitement, eagerly nodding like a chick pecking at grains. "Fantastic." Xiaoyao, brimming with enthusiasm, took a few steps back and threw a pokeball at Snorlax. Snorlax, mistaking the pokeball for yet another new delicacy, leapt forward and swallowed it whole. The group stared in shock at the unexpected turn of events. Suddenly, a red light radiated from Snorlax, triggering the pokeball within its belly, and it was captured. Ding! Capture successful. Hooray! I've captured Snorlax. Xiaoyao exclaimed, reaching down to retrieve the pokeball, only for it to mysteriously vanish. "Huh, where's Snorlax?" Xiaoyao gasped in disbelief. Xiaoxing face-bombed. "Sister, you're at full capacity. So Snorlax must have been sent to Dad." True to the reputation of a wealthy family, Pokémon are sent directly to their home, sparing the need for a professor's care, and with Qianli assisting Xiaoyao in training, Snorlax's strength is sure to soar. "Oh, I see." Xiaoyao sighed in relief, hoping Snorlax would enjoy its time there. Subsequently, Ash exchanged energy cubes tailored to the preferences of Xiaoyao's Pokémon, allowing her to create them in a 1-to-1 ratio, ensuring her Pokémon would finally enjoy delectable energy cubes. Pikachu, while shedding tears, munched on the energy cube, exclaiming, "Oh, this is so delicious. I need to eat more to heal my wounded heart." Chapter 111. The fierce rival Masamune makes his entrance. The collision of Hoenn's semi-deities. As Ash and his companions journeyed, training along the way, they had been traveling for nearly a month, yet they still had not reached Kanezumi City. With approximately half a month remaining until the celebration's grand opening, Ash and his friends leisurely enjoyed their lunch on the island. "I'm full." Ash calmly set down his bowl and chopsticks, exclaiming, Brock's cooking remains as delightful as ever." How swiftly he had finished. Noticing Ash had already completed his meal, May, who was still diligently eating, couldn't help but exclaim, "With such delicious food, shouldn't one consume at least 8 bowls? Let us engage in some exercise after the meal," Ash suggested to his Pokémon. Upon hearing this, Ash's Pokémon gazed pensively at the delectable food before them. However, Pikachu hastened to finish the last bite of its energy cube. "Pika." Pikachu quickly raised its small hand in agreement, drawing the attention of the other Pokémon. "We have a little traitor among us." Inspired by Ash's zeal, May also felt motivated, declaring, "All right, I shall feast vigorously as well," and began to voraciously consume her rice. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the slope above, "Ah, my rice ball." Curiously, everyone turned to see a gigantic rice ball, nearly half a person's height and weighing several dozen pounds, rolling towards Ash and the others. "What on earth? A murder!" Ash exclaimed in shock at the sight of the colossal rice ball. "Volplume, stop it!" In a swift motion, Volplume used its massive vines to ensnare the rice ball and hoisted it effortlessly in front of Ash and his companions. Gulp! What a massive rice ball! May swallowed hard, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Put that rice ball down. Let me have it, no? It's mine." A chubby boy in an orange robe, carrying a backpack, careened down the slope. However, he was moving too quickly to stop and was on a collision course with a tree. Ash sighed helplessly and shot a glance at Apom, which immediately leapt forward to intercept him. "Are you all right?" Brock asked, concerned. The chubby boy wiggled his limbs, laughing, "Haha, thanks, I'm fine. But the important thing is my rice ball. Here's your rice ball." Ash returned the rice ball to the boy, adding, "You should be grateful that May's Snorlax isn't here. Otherwise, I might not have been able to save your rice ball." Clutching his rice ball like a priceless treasure, the boy began to devour his lunch with great enthusiasm. "Are we to be ignored?" Another glutton. I'm full. True to his name, he devoured that massive rice ball. Only then did he remember Ash and the others. Rising to introduce himself. I am Hoenn, training to win the Hoenn League's colorful conference. I see. I am Ash from Pallet Town. Ash introduced himself. My goal is also to achieve victory in the Hoenn League. Oh, my ambitions extend beyond that. I aspire to become the world's greatest Pokemon trainer. That sounds quite similar to Ash. May remarked with a smile. Huh. Hoenn tilted his head at Ash. Indeed. My goal is to become a Pokemon Master. Let us strive together. Ash replied resignedly, thinking to himself that few participants in the league were not aiming for the title of World's Best Trainer, and this Hoenn seemed somewhat naive. What? The World's greatest trainer can only be me. I challenge you. Hoenn declared. I would welcome such a challenge. How could I refuse? Ash responded eagerly. They relocated to a spacious area, with Brock serving as the referee and May and her brother as spectators, as the battle was about to commence. I shall be using my iron dumbbell. Hoenn summoned his Pokemon, the initial form of Registeel. It appears this chubby boy has some fortune on his side. In that case, you shall be my opponent, Bagon. Ash confidently sent out his Pokemon. Bagon. A battle between the initial forms of Hoenn's two great pseudo-legends. May gasped in astonishment. Iron Dumbbell, Elite Midstage. Although it was one level higher than Bagon, the poor Iron Dumbbell could only use Tackle. Strike first. Iron Dumbbell, use Tackle. Hoenn initiated the assault. Headbutt. I fear no one. Ash retorted. Bang. The two pseudo-legends collided, neither yielding to the other, with their heads quite resilient. Both Pokemon staggered back from the impact. Continue tackling. Hoenn commanded, his battle style reminiscent of his earlier encounters, embodying the essence of recklessness. Huh, another tackle? May exclaimed in surprise. Of course. Iron Dumbbell can only use Tackle. Max explained, somewhat exasperated. How on earth will he win like that? May wondered aloud. Of course, it's all about spirit. My Iron Dumbbell is no ordinary Pokemon. Go for it. Hoenn shouted passionately. Ash grimaced, thinking that, to put it bluntly, wasn't it still just reckless? He then quickly commanded. Bagon, dodge, and use Ember. Bagon deftly sidestepped the attack, releasing a flurry of embers towards Iron Dumbbell, engulfing it in flames. Iron Dumbbell, unleash your spirit. Charge. Tackle. Hoenn yelled fervently. Iron Dumbbell surprisingly broke through the flames, charging towards Bagon. While its spirit was commendable, Ash had his own strategies. Bagon. Unleash your Flame Fang with all your might. Bagon unleashed fiery fangs, biting down on Iron Dumbbell, which was continuously scorched by the flames. Final strike, Dragon Rush. Bagon transformed into a dragon and sent Iron Dumbbell flying towards Hoenn. Iron Dumbbell lost its fighting capability, and Bagon emerged victorious. The winner is Ash. Brock announced as the referee. Well done, Bagon. Ash praised. Bagon, elated at having defeated its opponent, jumped for joy and coincidentally leveled up to Elite Midstage. Come back and rest, Iron Dumbbell. Hoenn recalled his Pokemon, a hint of defiance in his demeanor as he approached Ash. Although I lost this battle, I shall not be outdone in the number of badges. Ash chuckled, having already collected 8 badges. How many badges do you have? He inquired. Hee. Don't be shocked. I possess 7 badges. Hoenn proclaimed proudly. Just one more, and I can participate in the Hoenn League's colorful conference. But Ash has already acquired 8 badges. May weakly defended Ash. Is that even feasible? Brock questioned, puzzled. There are only 2 months left until the conference. What? Only 2 months left? Hoenn exclaimed in disbelief. No? I must quickly obtain my final badge. Hoenn hastily grabbed his backpack and dashed off, leaving Ash and the others in stunned silence. That evening, Ash and his friends encountered Hoenn once more at the Pokemon Center. As it turned out, there were no gyms on this island, forcing him to circle back to the Pokemon Center. The following morning, after agreeing to settle their rivalry at the colorful conference, Ash and his companions parted ways, continuing their journey aboard the cruise ship. Chapter 112. At the foot of Mt. Ember, Ash and his friends were heading straight towards their destination, which was none other than Mt. Ember. Their previous visit to Mt. Ember had been to traverse it en route to Fiery Town, where they had encountered both Team Magma and Team Aqua, engaging in a battle of wits over the meteorite. Alas, how the times have changed. Former adversaries now languished in prison. The reason Ash and his companions had returned to Mt. Ember was due to the information given to him by Groudon, indicating that its progeny lay dormant within the mountain, and thus their objective was to capture Groudon. At the summit of Mt. Ember, is Groudon really here? Max questioned skeptically. Do not doubt Ash. It was another Groudon that personally informed him of its presence here. May retorted, her tone tinged with irritation, then turned to Ash, who was deep in thought, and curiously asked, Ash, what are you pondering? Are you contemplating how to lure out Groudon? No. I was actually contemplating whether to use a heavy ball or a master ball to capture it. Ash candidly voiced his thoughts, gazing at the bubbling magma below. The crowd was rather too ostentatious, wasn't it? Even before the event commenced, they were already pondering which Pokeball to use for capturing. Ash cast a disdainful glance at them, scoffing, "You have no idea of the tricks I have up my sleeve. If it weren't for that previous primal Groudon being bound by divine duty, it would have long been in my ball." Sighing, he reflected, "If it weren't for needing to accumulate points for the Mega Evolution Stone Lottery, I would have certainly employed a Master Ball, considering I could carry an additional Pokemon. But alas, let's resort to a heavy ball instead. Usually, having a bodyguard like Latios to ensure my safety suffices, after all, my precious points. Only during a battle with a legendary Pokemon would the Master Ball be necessary." Everyone stepped back. Ash bellowed, "I am about to commence my performance." The crowd silently retreated, cautious not to become collateral damage in the ensuing battle. Observing their retreat, Ash hesitated no longer. He brandished the crimson orb high, and instantly, the lava below began to boil, as if a ferocious beast was about to emerge. In truth, the information about the ancient Groudon's location was merely a courtesy extended to Ash. After all, it hadn't even divulged the summoning method. Of course, there was no alternative. Having Latios bombard the volcano was feasible, but who in their right mind would undertake such a risky endeavor, fearing an eruption? With a thunderous roar, the slumbering beast at the volcano's depths opened its colossal eyes, peering through the lava, fixating intently on the crimson orb in Ash's hand. "Groudon, it truly is Groudon," exclaimed his companion, Xiaoxing. "Groudon. Type, ground. Ability, drought. Strength, legendary Pokemon, late stage. Moves, precipice blades, earthquake, stone edge. Terrestrial type, ground. Groudon, will you not follow me? If you agree, this crimson orb shall belong to you." Ash shouted. With a ferocious roar, Groudon retorted, "How dare this diminutive human be so audacious? Were it not for the divine aura surrounding him, it would have already cautioned him with precipice blades." Ash had anticipated this reaction, tossing the crimson orb in the air. He proposed, "Shall we battle? If you win, I will gift you the crimson orb. If I win, you shall become my Pokemon. What do you say?" Groudon, seemingly without a second thought, eagerly nodded. This human child believed that any Pokemon could be subdued with just a single precipice blade. The crimson orb was as good as his. Perhaps it could achieve divine status and become second in command among the Groudon kin. As Groudon fantasized about its future, Xiaoyao and the others looked on in disbelief, wondering if this Groudon had lost its wits. Could it not contemplate why Ash had suggested battling for its capture? In truth, one could hardly fault Groudon, after all. Who would have predicted that the youth before them would dare capture a legendary Pokemon, especially one that had matured? It is essential to recognize that, while legendary Pokemon are powerful, they require time to grow. The might of a legendary Pokemon is not something that comes easily. Many possess extraordinarily high base stats, yet remain stuck at the threshold of the Elite Four, struggling to break through. Indeed, the bait had been taken. Ash grinned as he tossed the Master Ball. "All right, it is settled then." With a furious glare, Latios fixed its gaze on Groudon, eager to stretch its limbs. "Last time, I couldn't defeat the Groudon and Kyogre duo. Do you think I cannot handle you?" Groudon, astonished, stared at Latios, realizing that it too was of comparable strength. The crucial point was that, even in the same tier, it couldn't triumph over Latios when paired with Kyogre. Groudon glanced back at Ash, realizing the human was cunning, having lured it into a trap. Most importantly, it felt foolish for jumping into the fray. It was a disgrace for a legendary Pokemon. Roar. Latios. As the god of the skies, surrendering to a human is a disgrace to legendary Pokemon. Roar. What business is it of yours? Whether to fight or not is a matter of mere words. I am ready to deliver the final blow. Roar. Fight? Don't think I am unaware. If you can deliver the final blow, then you can Mega Evolve, and your strength surpasses mine. I have no inclination for suffering. I surrender. Groudon turned to Ash, forcing a smile to indicate its capitulation. Roar. Coward. Latios returned to its Master Ball in a huff. Ash chuckled. "So, you have agreed to become my Pokemon." Groudon could only smile ruefully, knowing it was bound by its integrity as a legendary beast. "Then allow me to bestow upon you 2 gifts. With that, Ash tossed the crimson orb towards Groudon, simultaneously uttering in his mind, "System, apply the ability stacking card to Groudon, stacking levitate." Beep application successful. Groudon hastily caught the crimson orb, and in an instant, it was enveloped in the light of evolution, revealing Primal Groudon. Primal Groudon. Type, ground, fire. Abilities, 1 Desolate Land. Creates a harsh sunlight weather that negates water-type attacks upon entering the battle. 2 Levitate. Strength, legendary Pokemon, peak stage. Held item, Crimson Orb. With the dual abilities, Primal Groudon now possessed no weaknesses. Perfect. Groudon excitedly observed its feet lift off the ground. It could fly. I shall no longer be called incapable of flight. I shall cleave through my foes with precipice blades. Simultaneously, it regarded Ash with newfound respect. convinced that its ability to fly was a gift from this human. Though it was unclear how this came to be, the favor of flight solidified its loyalty to Ash. From now on, Ash would be its elder brother. It would head east when directed and would not veer west. Should anyone dare provoke its elder brother, it would unleash a precipice blade upon them. Afterward, it reverted from its primal state, regaining its strength as a late-stage legendary Pokémon, but crucially, it could still fly. Become my Pokémon, Ash commanded, tossing the heavy ball towards Groudon. The heavy ball enveloped Groudon, shaking not even once before a satisfying ding signaled a successful capture. I have captured Groudon. Pika Pika boy. Xiao Yao and the others stood in astonishment at the ease with which Groudon had been captured. Report to the creator deity. I am filing a complaint. Someone is using cheats here. The heavy ball had vanished, transported to Professor Oak's research lab, while Ash led the still-dazed Xiao Yao and the others down the mountain. At Professor Oak's lab, has Ash transmitted yet another new Pokémon? And using a heavy ball. Let me see which magnificent creature it is. Professor Oak approached the backyard with the heavy ball, only to find that he could not open it. The Pokeball was tightly locked. Meanwhile, Groudon disdainfully observed Professor Oak's attempts, then closed its eyes to meditate on the power of the Crimson Orb. Chapter 113. Return to Cana City, the gathering of the glamorous champions. Ash and company arrived at the port, successfully boarding the luxurious cruise ship, the Floral Blossom. Prepared for participants and their friends, thanks to Ash and Xiao Yao's qualifications for the glamorous festival. The entertainment facilities aboard the Floral Blossom were nothing short of extravagant. Cinemas, arcades. It was akin to a miniature city constructed upon the vessel. Due to Ash's capture of the Phantom Thief banner at the Weather Research Institute, he was currently incarcerated, ensuring a smooth journey to Cana City. Naturally, Ash and his friends also took the opportunity to visit the trophy of the glamorous festival champion, further solidifying Xiao Yao's determination to win. Upon returning to Cana City, only a few months had passed, yet the changes were monumental. This is the grand stage for the major celebration. We have finally arrived. Xiao Yao exclaimed with heartfelt admiration. Let us give it our all, Ash and Xiao Yao. Brock encouraged. Indeed. They both replied in unison. Truly, it was a venue specifically constructed for the glamorous festival, a stage that undoubtedly embodied the dreams of countless coordinators, rivaling even the scale of the Pokémon League competitions. Unsurprisingly, the first order of business was to register for the competition. Thank you, they chorused. All right. I have received your information. You are Xiao Yao from Orange Flower City and Ash from Pallet Town, correct? Please present your ribbon medals. Certainly, they replied. Ash and Xiao Yao each handed over their respective ribbon medals, while the staff used a scanning device to scan their medals. Information collection complete. Welcome to the glamorous festival. Here is your event guide. Ash graciously accepted the guidebook with a note of thanks. Subsequently, Ash made his way to the Pokémon Center's telephone booth to contact Professor Oak, retrieving all the Pokémon he had registered. I've received them on my end. Thank you, Professor Oak. Ash expressed his gratitude. The grand celebration requires earnest effort. I shall cheer for you from in front of the television. Professor Oak waved his hand dismissively, then produced a heavy Pokeball. By the way, Ash, what is the situation with this heavy ball? He inquired, holding it aloft. Why can't it be opened? Is your Pokémon inside it? Ash's lips twitched. No wonder Professor Oak hadn't mentioned Groudon during their earlier conversation. He was completely unaware that the creature had yet to emerge. With a smile, Ash spoke. You can stay there for a while and help me train my Pokémon. Just as he finished speaking, the heavy ball shook in Professor Oak's hand, indicating its agreement. Professor, it has consented. Please find a mountain for it to reside in. It would also allow Charizard and Tyranitar to engage in specialized training with it. Ash cheerfully suggested to Professor Oak. Very well. Professor Oak replied, albeit perplexed, before hanging up the phone. Professor Oak took the heavy ball and accompanied Tracy to a desolate mountain in the backyard. I must see what kind of Pokémon it is. Come forth. He called out. Roar, Groudon has emerged. Boom. A red figure appeared atop the mountain. Groudon. Professor Oak and Tracy exclaimed in astonishment, collapsing to the ground in shock at Ash's achievement in capturing Groudon. Is this truly the legendary deity of the earth? How remarkable, Tracy exclaimed. Meanwhile, Groudon surveyed its surroundings, deeming it adequate enough for its stay. Professor Oak couldn't help but drool at the sight of Groudon, yet he knew that with a legendary Pokémon's temperament, gaining its favor was paramount to conducting any research. Groudon, this mountain is rather splendid, isn't it? It shall be yours from now on. Stay for as long as you wish. Howl at that moment, Charizard, having been notified, arrived with several rock-type fire Pokémon, all of them awestruck by Groudon's formidable presence. Roar, are you all the Pokémon of the big boss? Pathetic. You're even weaker than that yellow-furred rodent. Groudon scoffed disdainfully at them. The Pokémon present felt a mix of anger and helplessness, realizing that they needed to intensify their training. This fellow was insufferably arrogant, particularly Charizard, who, upon being returned to Ash, had returned to Charizard Valley, where it had dominated effortlessly, reaching the pinnacle of the elite stage. To think that its trainer had captured another colossal creature, and worse, one that looked down on it. This fiery temperament would not allow it to be surpassed. Groudon was indeed considerate, preparing them for rigorous training that would ensure their transformation. Meanwhile, Professor Oak had to excuse himself, devising strategies to establish a good rapport with Groudon to persuade it to allow him to study it. On Ash's side, he released the Pokémon he had just retrieved. Come forth, everyone. Bayleaf. Bayleaf rushed forward, tackling Ash with affection, nuzzling against him. It's been a while. Bayleaf, and everyone else. I'm counting on you for this grand celebration. Bayleaf. Ash's team consisted of Pikachu, Eevee, Bayleaf, Noctowl, Butterfree, Jigglypuff, Kirlia, Milotic, Bagon, Blaziken, and Rayquaza. Except for Bagon, Blaziken, Rayquaza, and Pikachu, the rest were participants in the grand celebration. Ash noticed that Noctowl had reached mid-stage in its gym battles, while Butterfree had attained the peak of the elite stage. It seemed they hadn't been idle in the backyard, diligently training. Little did Ash know, the arrival of Groudon had spurred them all into action, resulting in exponential growth in their abilities. Due to the celebration's regulations, Ash decided to utilize his least powerful Pokémon, Kirlia and Milotic, for the first and second rounds of performances. Subsequently, Ash reunited with May, and the trio headed to the park to prepare for the first round of the celebration the following day. May planned to use her veteran Butterfree in the first round, opting for a reliable strategy to break into the top 64 among numerous coordinators. Upon arriving at the park, they found it bustling with coordinators preparing for the celebration. The pressure is immense, May remarked nervously as she observed the throng of coordinators. Fear not. Every competition we've faced has been filled with tension and excitement, right? Just relax and treat this as another grand contest. Ash reassured her. Indeed, May felt her fighting spirit reignited. Thus began their day of intensive training. As dusk fell, Ash and his companions returned to the contestant dormitory. Aside from the performances prepared by Ash and May, the most significant progress was made by their two Blazikens. During their practice, Ash's Blaziken reached the peak of the elite stage, while May's Blaziken evolved into her second gym-level ace. Blaziken. Strength. Early gym. Moves. Blaze Kick, Fire Punch, Flare Blitz. Is this the dormitory? How luxurious! May exclaimed in delight. Everyone was quite satisfied with the opulent accommodations. Just then, a pair of delicate hands covered May's eyes, and a soft voice chimed, "Guess who I am?" Chapter 114. The arrival of friends and family. The celebration begins. Upon hearing that familiar voice, May excitedly turned around to find the hands belonged to none other than Max and their mother, Mitsuko. However, as everyone turned, they discovered that not only Mitsuko had arrived, but also Ash's mother, Hanako. "Mom, what are you doing here?" Ash exclaimed in surprise. Pikachu, having abandoned Ash, rushed towards Hanako. "Pikachu, long time no see." Hanako embraced Pikachu and smiled. "Of course, I'm here to cheer for Ash. But you didn't come to the Alliance competition right away." Ash retorted, bewildered. "That's different. This time, Ash is performing, so I simply had to come and take photos for memories," Hanako said, raising the camera in her hand. It turned out that upon hearing Ash was participating in the grand celebration, she had taken a boat to Orange City ahead of time and traveled to Slateport City with Mitsuko. Meanwhile, May greeted, "Long time no see, Max." Mitsuko also chimed in. "Mom," Max exclaimed, leaping into her embrace. "That's wonderful. Mom's here too." May cheered. Mitsuko replied with a smile, "Why wouldn't I? I definitely want to see you shine." Just then, behind the two mothers, a small Snorlax peeked out from behind them. It was indeed May's Snorlax. "Ah, Snorlax, did you have a good time with Dad?" May asked excitedly. Snorlax proudly patted its chest, signaling that all was well. Ash noted that Snorlax had indeed been well trained, having learned new moves and reached the mid-stage of the elite level. "By the way, Mom, where's Dad?" May inquired, noticing the absence of Kenta. Mitsuko sighed. "There are too many people scheduled for gym challenges. Your father couldn't break free." May lowered her head, feeling dejected, but Mitsuko reassured her, "Don't worry. Your father said he would cheer for you in front of the television when it's your turn." Upon hearing this, May managed to suppress her disappointment and nodded happily. Indeed, it was the end of the season, and competitors preparing for the Alliance competition were all gearing up, making it a bustling time for the various gyms. Ash and May were assigned a luxurious seaside room in the contestant dormitory, from which they could gaze upon the vast ocean, the scenery utterly delightful. Furthermore, May had received encouragement from various formidable rivals she had yet to defeat, adding to the pressure she felt. Observing May's tense demeanor, Mitsuko smiled knowingly and shifted the topic. "By the way, are you both aware of the competition schedule?" The most reliable Xiaojing took out the conference guidebook and explained, "This grand tournament is divided into two segments, the preliminary rounds and the main competition. First, let us examine the preliminary rounds commencing tomorrow, where Pokémon will compete on the Charm stage. showcasing the splendor of their moves. Among the 247 contestants, only the top 64 will advance to the formal competition. Hiss to think that only 64 out of 247 can progress. This is even more brutal than the league tournament. Ash lamented. Furthermore, with 247 participants, it implies that the grand tournament has been held over 1,000 times, a truly staggering figure. Naturally, the ribbon badges retain their usability as long as they are not employed during the celebration. Otherwise, with over 1,000 grand tournaments held within a year, we cannot ascertain whether Nurse Joy would be fatigued, but surely, others would be utterly exhausted. That evening, Ash and his companions, accompanied by their two mothers, strolled through the bustling night market, replete with various snacks, souvenirs from the grand celebration, and an atmosphere of vibrant excitement. Each of them held a serving of the night market's most popular dish, the stir-fried noodles crafted by Musashi and Kojiro. It was fragrant and delectable. The delightful food alleviated Xiaoyao's anxiousness entirely. The next day marked the official commencement of the celebration as the host, Vivian, began her announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, on the side of Kana, we are finally ready to embark on the dream celebration of Pokémon coordination, the Grand Pokémon Contest. The high-caliber coordinators who have secured 5 ribbon badges at various elegant contests will first take the stage here, on the Charm stage. In this arena, every fleeting moment of brilliance could be pivotal to victory, from the Pokémon's entrance to the execution of their moves, and even how beautifully the performance concludes. The synergy between the Pokémon and their coordinators will also factor into the evaluation, resulting in a comprehensive score. Only the 64 coordinators who stand out from the total of 247 will qualify for the main stage competition. So, which coordinators will earn the honor of advancing to the formal contest? I hereby announce the commencement of the preliminary rounds. After Vivian's opening remarks, Ash and the other contestants began their performances one by one. The preliminary round was brief, posing a challenge for the coordinators to captivate the audience and showcase their Pokémon's charm in such a short span of time. Poison Rose, Petal Dance. Xiaoxian was the first to take the stage, employing the seasoned Poison Rose and executing an impeccable petal dance, securing an impressive score of 95. Come on. My cool and mischievous partner, Dreamsong Naya, unleash Seed Bomb. The cunning Harry achieved a commendable score of 84 with his signature partner, Dreamsong Naya. The performance of Robert, whom they had previously encountered in Kana City, with his Milotic, brought him remarkably close to a perfect score. Finally, it was Xiaoyao's turn to take the stage. Come forth, Huntail. As Huntail emerged, its wings fluttering, shimmering scales cascaded down, creating a stunning visual display. How beautiful! Majinko exclaimed in admiration. Captivated by Huntail's extraordinary presence, it was indeed a flawless entrance for Xiaoyao. Ultimately, Xiaoyao executed her meticulously practiced Silver Wind, propelling Huntail towards the sun, skillfully utilizing the environment, which undoubtedly garnered her additional points, resulting in a score of 88. Next up was Ash from Shinkstown. Go for it, Ash. Hanako cheered as Ash took the stage, ready to capture the moment with her camera. It's you, Cerulean, Ash declared with a smile. Kiril, let us commence our fireworks display, he commanded. Shadow Clone. Magical Flames. Psychic Power. As Ash spoke, Cerulean produced countless clones while simultaneously releasing magical flames, which were controlled by the psychic power of numerous Ceruleans. Begin. Upon the command, countless magical flames ascended skyward, shattering under the influence of psychic power, culminating in a magnificent fireworks display. Ash and Cerulean bowed to the audience against the backdrop of the fireworks, a moment deftly captured by Hanako. Ultimately, they achieved a remarkable score of 98, tying for first place with Robert. You were incredible, Ash, Xiaoyao exclaimed as she rushed to greet him after he descended from the stage. The crowd erupted in praise for Ash's performance. Chapter 115, The Stunning Super Milotic. Well, that concludes the performances on the Charm stage by all participants. Although the audience's excitement has yet to wane, we shall now announce the top 64. Vivian teased the audience, redirecting their attention back to the stage. Which coordinator will earn the opportunity to participate in the formal contest? With that, Vivian pointed towards the large screen. Dun dun dun. The screen began displaying the rankings, showcasing the faces of Robert, Ash, Xiaoxian, Xiaoyao, Harry, and others. Although Ash ranked just behind Robert, they were tied for first place. And if Ash recalled correctly, in the original story, it was Robert who claimed the championship, making him Ash's greatest obstacle in attaining victory. Xiaoxian's score was also high, placing him in third. What about my sister? Xiaoxian inquired anxiously. The keen-eyed Pikachu was the first to notice that Xiaoyao ranked 48th. She comfortably advanced to the formal competition, and Harry was not far behind, successfully surpassing the preliminary round. Each of Xiaoyao's opponents is formidable. Do not underestimate them. Ash cautioned, quietly adding, be wary of Harry. Do not fall for his deceit. Yes, I understand, Xiaoyao nodded. Subsequently, Harry sought opportunities to converse with Xiaoyao, but she, being wary, rebuffed him at every turn. Frustrated, Harry left in a huff. The following morning, Ash and his companions arrived at the Pokémon Center. "Good morning, Nurse Joy," Xiaoyao greeted cheerfully. Nurse Joy smiled and replied, "Good morning, everyone. Your Pokémon's health checks have all been completed. Thank you so much." They replied in unison. "And I, too, would like to request a thorough health check from head to toe," Xiaojing exclaimed, rushing towards Nurse Joy, only for his Houndoom to leap out and embrace him. Nurse Joy, taken aback, swiftly distanced herself from Xiaojing, remarking, "Humans are beyond my area of expertise." A gray-white backdrop suddenly appeared behind Xiaojing as he muttered, "How could this happen?" The others looked on in bemusement at Xiaojing, while only Houndoom joyfully clung to him. At the grand celebration venue, Vivian began to host. "Ladies and gentlemen, the main stage of the formal competition is finally about to commence. The contestants who have earned 5 ribbon badges at various elegant contests and secured a place among the top 64 in the preliminary rounds will engage in fierce and splendid battles here, vying for the prestigious title of top coordinator. Only the top 32 among the 64 will advance to the second round. The format of the formal competition remains similar to that of the usual grand contests, each featuring a time limit of 3 minutes for individual Pokémon performances. As this is a grand celebration, the judging panel has expanded from 3 to 5 members, including Mr. Konkenstan, Mr. Sasaki, and 3 Nurse Joys. Upon seeing the 3 Nurse Joys, Xiaojing was momentarily overjoyed, yet he was swiftly pulled back by Xiaoxing and Houndoom. The first round of the formal competition will follow the reverse order of the preliminary rankings, due to the stipulation that contestants cannot use their Pokémon from the preliminary round. The first to perform among Ash's acquaintances was Harry, showcasing the Ghost-type Pokémon, Cursed Doll. It must be said that Harry's affinity with eerie Dark-type and Ghost-type Pokémon is truly remarkable. He summoned ghostly flames around Cursed Doll as a dramatic backdrop, then struck it with thunder, causing the Cursed Doll to display a sinister grin amidst the lightning. Vivian commented, "It's smiling. What a chilling yet explosively impressive and extreme performance this is. Does this indicate a complete disregard for the Thunderbolt technique, showcasing a performance imbued with nonchalance?" Harry received an astonishing score of 89 for this remarkable display. Soon, it was Xiaoyao's turn to perform, as the elegant cat graced the stage. Meow in this official competition. Xiaoyao utilized the elegant cat, which boasts performance frequency second only to the hunting Butterfree. The elegant cat employed its signature move, borrowing assistance. One wonders what delightful surprises that fabled cat's paw would conjure. Suddenly, a fiery vortex erupted in the sky, as the cat's paw summoned the flame vortex of the Blaziken. "A flame vortex, you say?" After a moment's contemplation, Xiaoyao issued the command, "Elegant cat, unleash blizzard." The flame vortex was encased in ice, culminating in a surprise clap attack. The elegant cat lightly leaped, elegantly shattering it. Ice crystals scattered alongside the elegant cat. "Elegant cat, use charming." In an instant, the elegant cat blinked its adorable eyes, and a ring of hearts appeared around it. The cat's consecutive slaps precisely struck each heart, transforming them into pink radiance that framed the elegant cat. "Wow, what an adorable and graceful little feline," Vivian exclaimed in praise. Ultimately, she garnered an impressive score of 93. After stepping off the stage, Xiaoyao immediately sought out Xiaoji, who commended, "Well done, Xiaoyao." "Hee. Thank you, Xiaoji." Xiaoyao beamed, her excitement unrestrained. Nearby, Xiaoshan sighed helplessly at this scene. As each coordinator took the stage, few managed to achieve scores above 90, with the average hovering around 80. Next up was the finale, featuring the top 3 performers from the preliminaries. Naturally, the first was Xiaoshan, who brought out his best performance. His partner was the Rain Moth, which commenced with awakening power, causing its antennae to emit a prismatic glow, culminating in a spectacular visual feast with the combination of bubbles and silver whirlwind. He achieved the first perfect score of the day. Following him was Xiaoji, declaring, "It's you, Milotic. Surf." With a resounding roar, a massive wave surged beneath Milotic, who stood majestically atop it, surveying the audience. Water pulse unleashed in rapid succession. Milotic, atop the towering wave, shot water pulses into the sky, where several water orbs collided, scattering into droplets. The true performance began, showcasing our bond. Mega Evolution. Xiaoji activated his universal ring. It was then that everyone noticed Milotic adorned with a necklace embedded with glass beads. As the Mega Stone connected with the Keystone, Milotic began its Mega Evolution. Behold, Milotic's scales became even more iridescent, while shimmering ribbons cascaded like hair, and magnificent wings sprouted. The majestic Mega Milotic appeared at the pinnacle of the wave. The audience erupted in applause at the sight of the stunning Mega Milotic. Mega Milotic. Type: Water, Fairy. Ability: Pixelate. Normal type moves become Fairy type moves. Strength: Elite Midstage. Down below, Robert gazed in astonishment at Mega Milotic. Is this Mega Evolution? Xiaosheng exclaimed in surprise. But there's no Mega Evolution for Milotic listed. Brock recalled, having previously researched Mega Evolutions after witnessing Xiaoxi's, and indeed, Milotic was not among the documented forms. Could it be that Xiaoxi's is the first Mega Milotic ever? How incredible! Xiaosheng gasped. So beautiful. I must capture this moment. Huazi exclaimed, snapping photos incessantly. Knowing that Milotic could Mega Evolve, the glamorous Master Macaulay had been closely monitoring the celebration, and upon witnessing the Mega Milotic, he was instantly roused. He picked up the phone to call out, Macaulay, what are you doing? Don't waste my time digging for stones. Daiwu, do you have a Mega Evolution stone for Milotic in your stash? Macaulay asked excitedly. Go away. I only have one Mega Evolution stone for a Gardevoir. Daiwu retorted, unwilling to share his stones, but then he recalled, wait, if I remember correctly, Milotic doesn't have a Mega Evolution stone, right? No, I saw it. Go check the Pokemon contest. Someone used a Mega Milotic there. Macaulay insisted. What? I'm going to take a look. He immediately hung up the phone. Macaulay, staring at the disconnected line, sighed in disbelief, his eyes gleaming with determination. Xiaoxi is it? It seems I must pay him a visit. Without hesitation, Macaulay rushed towards the grand celebration. Meanwhile, in the Kalos region, at the Bratano Research Institute, Doctor, you must see the Pokemon contest. Sophie exclaimed excitedly. What is it? Sophie? Bratano inquired, perplexed. Look, Milotic has Mega Evolved. Sophie pointed at the magnificent Mega Milotic atop the towering wave. What? Bratano gasped, his eyes fixed on the screen displaying Mega Milotic, witnessing the birth of a new Mega Evolution. All the while, Professor Oak, who had been observing Xiaoxi, lit up at the sight of Milotic's Mega Evolution, breaking into a grin that prompted the nearby Xiaojian to discreetly distance himself from Professor Oak. Back on Xiaoxi's side, Vivian was explaining why Milotic could evolve again, stating, according to our records, the contestant Xiaoxi is utilizing the Mega Evolution from the battle system of Kalos. Clearly, Vivian was unaware of the immense influence of Mega Milotic. Otherwise, she wouldn't have remained so composed. Milotic used captivating voice. Xiaoxi's performance continued. The Mega Milotic, soaring above the waves, showcased its enchanting vocal prowess, creating a breathtaking spectacle that harmoniously fused visual and auditory delights. Finally, employing Ice Beam, the wave transformed into an icy cascade, and Mega Milotic gracefully landed. After the performance concluded, Milotic reverted from its Mega Evolution form to Xiaoxi's side. The performance received the judges' approval, earning the second perfect score of the day. Subsequently, Robert took the stage, having already showcased his ace Milotic in the preliminaries. His performance did not achieve a perfect score, but it still ranked just below Xiaoxi and Xiaoshan. Chapter 116. Intense Battle. The splendid 5 minutes of double battles. Now, it is time to announce the results. Successfully surpassing the first evaluation, the 32 coordinators advancing to the second round of splendid battles are congratulated. Among them, without a doubt, are Xiaoxi, Xiaoshan, Robert, Xiaoyao, and Harry. As expected, both Xiaoxi and his sister have advanced. Xiaoshan wore a knowing expression, casting a glance at Xiaoyao, whose score of 93, along with his own 100, was not sufficient for advancement. Congratulations to both of you, Xiaoxi and Xiaoyao. Let's give it our all. The two mothers cheered for Xiaoxi and Xiaoyao. The final matchup saw Xiaoxi and his companions face off against random opponents, with only Xiaoyao and Harry crossing paths once more, as the envious Harry had long sought to settle the score from the Puriaga Conference. The Grand Pokemon Contest's second round of splendid battles was a time-limited double battle lasting 5 minutes. Up next was the match between contestant Xiaoyao and contestant Harry. This time, the rules for the splendid 5 minutes differed. It was no longer a one-on-one battle but a double battle, further testing the coordinator's synergy with their Pokemon. Additionally, it allowed for the easier execution of combination techniques, significantly increasing the spectacle. On Xiaoyao's side, she dispatched a combination of Hunting Butterfree and Bulbasaur, representing both sky and land. Meanwhile, Harry employed the previously showcased Lullaby Naya and Cursed Doll. In the original story, Harry had never defeated Xiaoyao, and with Xiaoyao's enhancements from Xiaoxi's training, the outcome was inevitable. Ultimately, with the combination technique of Silver Whirlwind and Leaf Blade, Xiaoyao skillfully subdued Harry, successfully advancing to the top 16. In a splendid display, Ash effortlessly triumphed over passers-by with the combination of his Huntail and Chimchou, while the emergence of a shiny Huntail ignited a wave of excitement. In the second round, the participants encountered only random opponents, with May defeating her adversary using merely her Milotic and Swablu, while Ash employed a duo of Jigglypuff and Milotic, both of whom successfully advanced to the top 8. May, it seems your opponent for the third round has been decided, Michiko remarked as she approached May. I know. It's Shun, May replied resolutely, recognizing him as her most formidable rival since her debut, a destined battle from their very first encounter. Meanwhile, Ash continued to face random challengers, effortlessly dispatching his opponents with a combination of Cradily and Chimecho, before joining the others and cheering for May as she prepared for her fierce showdown. The grand spectacle of the Pokemon contest unfolded, and the next match in the third round featured Hoenn against May. Blaziken and Delcatty graced the stage, and May, taking the competition seriously, sent forth her ultimate combination. Has Blaziken evolved? Hoenn exclaimed, gazing at the two final evolution Pokemon in awe. Rosalia, Dragonfly, go! He commanded. Introducing his new partner, May frowned at the sight of the Dragonfly, recognizing it as a Dragon-type Pokemon, an embodiment of strength. The Dragonfly is a Pokemon I have nurtured for this very day. Our battle will mark its debut. Hoenn clearly held this fateful clash with May in high regard, even revealing his hidden trump card. In that case, I shall give it my all. May's fighting spirit ignited. Then let the battle commence, Vivian declared, and the 5-minute countdown began. Ash analyzed Hoenn's Pokemon, noting that both were at the early stages of gym battles. Despite the Dragonfly's Dragon-type advantage, it was vulnerable to Delcatty's Blizzard, while Rosalia was at a severe disadvantage against Blaziken. May held a significant edge. Rosalia, use Petal Dance. Hoenn commanded, and Rosalia unleashed a flurry of pink petals, shouting, Dragonfly. The Dragonfly soared through the petals, darting towards Blaziken and Delcatty. This initial tactic of enchanting the audience with a beautiful petal dance showcased Hoenn's team's lightning-fast assault. Vivian observed keenly, recognizing that this move could not only surprise, but also dazzle. Delcatty, Blizzard. May calmly directed. Delcatty unleashed a powerful blizzard, shattering countless petals into ice, while the Dragonfly ascended to evade the fourfold damage. You cannot escape. Blaziken, use Bounce followed by Flame Kick. May commanded confidently. Blaziken leapt high, delivering a descending flame kick that sent the Dragonfly crashing to the ground. May executed a flawless counterattack, effortlessly dismantling Hoenn's strategy, and as Vivian's voice faded, Hoenn's score began to plummet. Hoenn was taken aback by May's significant progress, realizing his moves had been easily countered. Gritting his teeth, he yelled, Dragonfly, use Flamethrower. Rosalia, Solar Beam. For the Dragonfly, possessing a dragon-type body, such minor injuries were inconsequential. It unleashed a pillar of fire, while Rosalia gathered vast solar energy to shoot forth a powerful, blinding beam. We fear no flames, Blaziken. Blaze Charge. May boldly initiated her offensive again. Blaziken ignited in fierce flames, meeting both Flamethrower and Solar Beam head-on, intensifying the blaze and enduring the scorching heat as it launched itself fiercely towards Rosalia. Rosalia suffered a devastating blow, and so too did Hoenn's score, which had already dropped below half in just 2 minutes. This was astounding. Blaziken's defiance against dual fire attacks, exhibiting remarkable willpower to conquer Rosalia, was truly magnificent. Even Ash applauded Blaziken, acknowledging its impressive display. Hoenn realized he had no time to ponder. His score had plummeted significantly, and both Pokemon were injured, with Rosalia gravely weakened and unable to unleash its full potential. Blaziken, use Fire Spin from the right. Delcatty, Blizzard from the left. May ordered, executing a pincer maneuver with a combination of ice and fire. Dragonfly, whip up a sandstorm. Rosalia, ride on Dragonfly and ascend. Hoenn commanded, seeking refuge in the sky. The Dragonfly flapped its wings, stirring up a whirlwind of sand to barely shield itself from the encroaching Fire Spin and Blizzard, while Rosalia leapt up, caught by the Dragonfly, soaring into the air to evade the dual onslaught. This perfect escape maneuver caused May's score to begin to decline. Flying is such a nuisance. We must restrain it. May frowned at the airborne Dragonfly. Delcatty, use Vine Whip. Without hesitation, May unleashed her crucial attack. The audience eagerly anticipated what Delcatty would execute. True to its reputation, Delcatty's Vine Whip extended towards the Dragonfly, but due to its insufficient length, the Dragonfly easily dodged. Of course, I can do it this way. May's eyes lit up. Blaziken, bounce. Then use Vine Whip for a second bounce. Blaziken leapt again towards the Dragonfly, a brilliant move. Blaziken, Brave Bird Strike. Delcatty, Blizzard. Blaziken manifested the might of a colossal bird, merging with the blizzard to launch a massive icy bird at the Dragonfly. Rosalia, Magical Leaf. Dragonfly, use Steel Wing. With less than 30 seconds remaining, Hoenn resolved to go all out. Bang! Time expired, and May's team advanced to the semifinals. Vivian announced, and the scoreboard displayed May's commanding score. She had secured her place in the top 4 with an overwhelming advantage. The audience erupted in cheers. Chapter 117, Semifinals. May vs. Ash. I won. I truly defeated Hoenn. May exclaimed, rushing off the stage to share her exhilaration with Ash. In this battle, May had showcased her utmost prowess, seizing every opportunity and shining brilliantly, ultimately overcoming Hoenn. Ash affectionately ruffled May's hair, Grinning, "You did wonderfully, May." Hee. May beamed at Ash, silently expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." "Ash, sister, the matchups have been announced." At that moment, Max rushed over, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "Sister, it's you against Ash in the next round." "What? Me against Ash?" May gasped in astonishment. Ash replied earnestly, "May, unleash your full strength." "Yes, in the second round of the semifinals." Ash faced May as the match commenced. "Go, sister." Ash. The audience, including Brock and others, fervently cheered for both sides. "It's decided." Cradily and Noctowl. Ash confidently threw forth 2 Pokeballs. May steadied her emotions and sent out her strongest combination. Blaziken and Delcatty, take the stage. Both Pokemon stood ready for battle. Particularly Blaziken, who had triumphed in the finals of the previous Grand Contest, but had been dethroned by the very man before her. Blaziken, Fire Spin. Delcatty, use Assist. May commanded first. This time, Delcatty's assist coincidentally provided the Fire Spin that Blaziken was executing. The dual Fire Spins converged and surged towards Cradily, observing the impending flames. Ash chuckled, "Let us use the combination move we just practiced." Cradily, Petal Dance. Noctowl, use Confusion. Combination move, Flower Sword. Countless scattered petals, propelled by psychic energy, coalesce into a series of formidable swords fashioned from blossoms, which rush forth to intertwine with the dual fiery vortexes, shattering them to pieces. Simultaneously, the remaining swords lunge towards the Fiery Chicken and the Elegant Cat, inflicting damage upon them. "Are you both all right, Fiery Chicken and Elegant Cat?" Xiao Yao inquired with a note of concern. "Summer's End," meowed the Fiery Chicken and Elegant Cat, shaking their heads to convey their well-being. Yet Xiao Yao's score began to dwindle. Wow, the floral swords wield tremendous power. They sliced through flames with precision, striking down foes, all while maintaining exquisite beauty. Vivian began to elaborate. "Nocturnal Owl, unleash your mighty bird strike. Big Geranium, deploy dazzling cover." Xiao Ji, unwilling to grant Xiao Yao any respite, launched an immediate offensive. The Nocturnal Owl spread its wings, emanating a brilliant light as it charged forward, while Big Geranium's dazzling display erupted, forming a radiant bird. Its blinding brilliance rendering Xiao Yao temporarily sightless. Merely the execution of this maneuver caused Xiao Yao's points to plummet. Naturally, Xiao Yao would not concede defeat. Fiery Chicken. Envelop yourself in a fiery vortex. Elegant Cat, listen closely and use your charm at the sound of the collision. Just as the Nocturnal Owl collided with the fiery vortex, the Elegant Cat's charm activated, ensnaring the Nocturnal Owl in a trance and halting its assault. Seizing the moment, Fiery Kick. Xiao Yao took advantage of the opportunity as the Fiery Chicken executed a fiery kick, sending the Nocturnal Owl soaring back toward Xiao Ji. The mutual trust between Xiao Yao and her Pokemon successfully averted the crisis, turning the tide of battle. As Vivian's words faded, Xiao Ji's score began to decline. "Well done, Xiao Yao," Xiao Ji remarked, surprised by Xiao Yao's unwavering faith in the Elegant Cat, which did not disappoint, seizing the opportunity. Yet this was far from sufficient. "Nocturnal Owl," Xiao Ji exclaimed, and the Nocturnal Owl broke free from its enchantment, soaring back into the sky. Big Geranium, summon sunny weather. Nocturnal Owl, foresee the future. Xiao Ji was poised to unleash a grand maneuver. Both Pokemon released spheres of light towards the heavens, simultaneously invoking sunny weather and foresight. Fiery Chicken, unleash your flames. Elegant Cat, summon a blizzard. Xiao Yao exclaimed in haste. "You're getting flustered, Xiao Yao." Xiao Ji chuckled. Big Geranium, unleash rampant vegetation, and Nocturnal Owl, charge in. With a mighty stomp, Big Geranium summoned a multitude of frenzied vines that intercepted both flames and blizzard, while the Nocturnal Owl adeptly weaved through the chaotic foliage, arriving before the Fiery Chicken and Elegant Cat. Hypnosis. Oh no, don't look. But alas, it was too late. The Fiery Chicken and Elegant Cat succumbed to slumber. Big Geranium directed a scorching sunlight attack at the Elegant Cat, while the Nocturnal Owl struck with steel wings. Bam! The two Pokemon unleashed a concentrated barrage upon the sleeping Elegant Cat, who, unable to withstand the onslaught, lost its fighting capability. In that moment, foresight also enveloped the Fiery Chicken, Summer's End. The Fiery Chicken too succumbed to unconsciousness. Xiao Yao's score fell to 0, and Xiao Ji triumphed, advancing to the finals. "I truly lost," Xiao Yao lamented, realizing she was no match for Xiao Ji, never anticipating such a swift defeat. "You both performed admirably, Fiery Chicken and Elegant Cat. Return and rest." Nevertheless, Xiao Yao held little regret. Her emergence as a newcomer in the top 4 was a testament to her talent, leaving a profound impression on the audience. She would strive to continue, aspiring to participate in the next grand celebration, with the goal of becoming a top coordinator. Meanwhile, Xiao Ji's final opponent was the golden-haired handsome Robert, whom Xiao Ji had first encountered in the finals of the Kana Conference, and now, after a winding journey, They found themselves face to face once more in the grand celebration finals held in Kana City. In a private box, a lavishly dressed man observed Xiao Zhi's victory over Xiao Yao, exclaiming, "Xiao Zhi, his strength is remarkable. I fear Robert may not stand a chance." "Master Macaulay, are you truly going to serve as a judge for the finals?" A staff member inquired nervously, for he was indeed Macaulay, a master of grandeur and champion of Hoenn. With dual identities, he was extremely busy, seldom attending ordinary grand celebrations, his presence being reserved for the Macaulay Cup he hosted. "Indeed, make the necessary arrangements," Macaulay replied, eager to meet Xiao Zhi, as both Dou Wu and Yuan Zhi spoke highly of him. "Yes, Xiao Zhi, give it your all. Claim victory alongside my efforts." Before Xiao Zhi took the stage, Xiao Yao cheered him on. "Rest assured," Xiao Zhi replied with a smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, the grand stage of the Pokémon Gorgeous competition has reached its final moment. Is everyone eagerly awaiting the culmination of this event?" A wave of cheers erupted, collectively anticipating the birth of a champion. I believe everyone has noticed that Miss Joy is absent from her central position among the judges. The audience began to murmur, "Indeed. Where has Miss Joy gone? I thought she was simply late." "Me too. Oh no. Surely Miss Joy hasn't encountered any danger. I must go rescue her, Miss Joy." "Fear not, for I am coming," Brock exclaimed, rising in excitement. Shin was speechless, pulling Brock back down. How could Miss Joy possibly be in danger? If there were, Miss Vivian would not be so composed. "You should just sit still." Pikachu, nestled in Hanako's arms, nodded in agreement. The two mothers watched the scene, chuckling. Mitsuko teased, "Ah, Shin has grown up." Seeing this, Vivian decided not to keep the suspense, laughing, "All right. Now, let us welcome Master Macaulay to the stage." Chapter 118, The Pinnacle Showdown. The top coordinator. Let us now welcome Master Macaulay to the stage. Instantly, all the spotlights converged on one location, as the splendid Macaulay made his grand entrance. "Greetings, everyone." With a flourish of his cape, Macaulay shone brightly upon the stage. "I am the master of the gorgeous competition, Macaulay." The audience erupted in cheers, captivated by Macaulay's dazzling appearance, regardless of age or gender, chanting, "Macaulay! Macaulay! Macaulay! Goodness! Master Macaulay is here for the finals." Xiao Yao exclaimed in astonishment. "This is incredible." Only Xiao Zhi understood that Macaulay's presence was likely for him, or perhaps for the magnificent Milotic. Master Macaulay would serve as the final judge for this competition. The audience continued to cheer, astonished to witness Master Macaulay in person at the grand celebration. The ticket price was certainly worth it. Even as Macaulay took his seat, the nearby Miss Joy blushed, and seeing her bashful demeanor, Brock felt he could hardly contain himself. Yet he was firmly held in place by a watchful pair of eyes. "All right, both contestants are in position. Let us anticipate the spectacular performances from contestant Xiao Zhi and contestant Robert," Vivian announced, noting that Xiao Zhi and Robert had taken their places on either side of the stage, signaling the official start of the match. "Xiao Zhi, it has been a while. I have been eagerly awaiting our rematch." Robert smiled, throwing his pokeballs, "Go, Milotic, and Gardevoir." "Likewise, Mr. Robert," Xiao Zhi responded, tossing out two pokeballs. "I choose you, Eevee and Jigglypuff." The proud Eevee and the microphone-holding pink demon Jigglypuff appeared on the arena, with Jigglypuff joyfully waving to the audience. Milotic, mid-stage of the gym. Gardevoir, early stage of the gym. Truly, as the ultimate boss, their levels overshadowed all other participants except for Xiao Zhi, yet Xiao Zhi stood a level above them. However, in the gorgeous competition, the difference of one level held little weight for top-tier contenders, as outcomes could not be determined in mere 5 minutes. Jigglypuff greeted the opposition with a charming melody. Xiao Zhi initiated the encounter. Jigglypuff sang enchanting notes into the air, while Robert remained unfazed, commanding, "Milotic, use Mystical Guard." Minus conjured a mysterious barrier that isolated the sound waves, while under its protection, the telekinetic doll launched a counterattack. The telekinetic doll unleashed its destructive beam. Robert, with a voice as soft as a gentle breeze, uttered the harshest words and immediately initiated a powerful move, transforming the telekinetic doll into a cannon that relentlessly bombarded the battlefield. Jigglypuff, take to the skies. Eevee, Shadow Clone. Eevee created countless duplicates to evade the onslaught, while Jigglypuff puffed up its cheeks and floated gracefully into the air. The audience erupted into cheers upon witnessing Jigglypuff soaring above. "My goodness, Jigglypuff is really flying," Miss Vivian exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, Robert's score began to dwindle. "Eevee, rapid shadow balls." Ash commanded. Eevee conjured a barrage of shadow balls directed at the telekinetic doll, but the telekinetic doll summoned a sandstorm. Minus whirlwind. A desert whirlwind surged forth, shattering the shadow balls into oblivion. Ash's score began to fall. Telekinetic doll, telekinesis. Minus whirlwind. Jigglypuff, ride the whirlwind. Eevee, naughty domain. Ash directed. Jigglypuff glided toward Minus as if riding a swirling slide, while Eevee unleashed the naughty domain, neutralizing the telekinesis. Minus, evade. Robert called out urgently as Jigglypuff approached. Too late. Jigglypuff unleashed a flurry of slaps. Jigglypuff relentlessly struck Minus's face, delivering a final blow that sent it flying. Eevee. Quick attack combined with Iron Tail. With incredible speed, Eevee reached the telekinetic doll and sent it hurtling away with a powerful Iron Tail. Despite the grand spectacle, an unexpected ambience akin to a gym battle emerged. However, Ash was not concerned with such thoughts, for he was ready to conclude the match. Minus, telekinetic doll. Are you alright? Can you still fight? Minus and the telekinetic doll responded, slowly rising to their feet, but Ash had already issued his command. Pink Star Shower. Eevee's tail summoned a multitude of high-speed stars, while Jigglypuff cast a dazzling spell. The magical glow enchanted the high-speed stars, creating a burst of pink stardust that engulfed the newly risen Minus and telekinetic doll. Ding! Robert's score hit 0. The match concluded, and the victor was declared to be Ash. Miss Vivian announced Ash's triumph. Fantastic! Ash is the champion. Xiaoyao cheered. Robert smiled graciously, accepting reality, after offering his congratulations. He left the stage to Ash. The grand celebration's magnificent performance captivated our spirits, and now, let us invite Master Macaulay to present the satin ribbon trophy to the victorious player, Ash. Vivian commenced the award ceremony for Ash. Macaulay approached Ash with the satin ribbon trophy, handing it over. Congratulations, Ash. Thank you. Ash accepted the trophy, holding it high, while Eevee and Jigglypuff waved to the audience from the stage. Ding achieved the Grand Celebration Champion title. Reward, 50,000 points. Ding earned the title of Top Coordinator Trainer. Reward, Rainbow Feather. Ash, you are amazing, Xiaoyao exclaimed as she rushed toward Ash. Ash had no choice but to hold the trophy in one hand and embrace Xiaoyao with the other. Meanwhile, the two mothers exchanged knowing smiles at the sight. Mitsuko scrutinized Ash carefully, nodding in satisfaction, and cleared her throat softly. Xiaoyao suddenly recalled her mother was still nearby and flushed as she stepped away from Ash's embrace, while Ash awkwardly scratched his head. Oh, by the way, let me take you to meet Mr. Macaulay. Ash recalled the note Macaulay had discreetly slipped him during the award ceremony. The illustrious Master Macaulay, really? Xiaoyao, forgetting her embarrassment, excitedly approached Ash. Gazing at her delicate face so close to him and recalling their earlier embrace, Ash felt a flame ignite within his heart. He quickly steadied himself and nodded. Indeed. Mr. Macaulay just invited me to visit him. You youngsters can go ahead. We shall not accompany you. Hanako declined. That's right, Hanako and I are going shopping together. After spending a few days together, Mitsuko and Hanako had become good friends, and they left in each other's company. Hanako even took Ash's trophy with her. Subsequently, the four of them set off toward the address left by Macaulay. Chapter 119. The Duel. On the surface, Hoenn champion Macaulay. Is this the residence of the illustrious Master Macaulay? Xiaoyao exclaimed in surprise, gazing at the villa before her. Ash checked the address on the note and confirmed with a nod. That's right. This is it. Champion Macaulay, how splendid. Xiaoking cheered. It is the illustrious Master. The Hoenn champion. Master. Champion. Xiaoyao and her brother faced off once more in excitement. Ash, feeling exasperated, stepped forward to knock on the door. Well aware that Macaulay was merely the titular Hoenn champion, yet the illustrious Master was genuinely deserving of the title. This time, he stood on Xiaoyao's side. Creak. The door opened. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Macaulay personally emerged to greet Ash. Good afternoon, Mr. Macaulay. Ash and Brock greeted, but Xiaoyao and her brother exclaimed, Champion, could I have your autograph, please? I want one too. Master Macaulay, please give me your autograph. Xiaoyao and her brother ceased their quarrel and eagerly approached Macaulay for signatures in their respective fervor. No problem. Come on in. Macaulay welcomed Ash and the others into his abode. How splendid. Xiaoyao marveled at the luxurious residence. This is merely a temporary dwelling, yet it is so extravagant. This is the joy of the affluent. Would you like some juice? Macaulay presented 5 cups of juice, distributing them among the group. No problem, thank you. They all quickly expressed their gratitude. Miss Xiaoyao, I watched your match. You performed remarkably well as a newcomer. Macaulay encouraged Xiaoyao. Really? Thank you, Master Macaulay. I will continue to work hard. Receiving the illustrious Master's encouragement, Xiaoyao felt invigorated with determination. After some casual conversation, Ash got straight to the point. Mr. Macaulay, you called me here regarding the Super Minus, didn't you? Upon hearing Super Minus, Macaulay nodded excitedly. Yes. May I ask if you possess a Minus Mega Evolution Stone? If he has a Super Minus, it would be improbable for him to remain at the bottom of the champion ranks, but he would certainly possess formidable battling strength. Apologies, I only have one. I discovered this Mega Evolution Stone by chance during training on Whirl Islands, and upon resonating with Minus, I realized it was a Mega Evolution Stone for Minus, Ash explained. Partly truthfully, Ash is indeed fortunate. He seems to stumble upon Mega Evolution Stones every time, Xiaoyao remarked enviously. Macaulay's lips twitched. Stumble? Every time? Are Mega Evolution Stones as common as cabbages? How come I was unaware of so many in Hoenn? They can't all be falling into your hands, can they? Miss Xiaoyao, have you ever witnessed Ash finding a Mega Evolution Stone? Macaulay inquired curiously. Yes, I remember seeing Ash find a Mega Evolution Stone in the stone cave. Xiaoyao recounted without a second thought. Macaulay, to his knowledge, had visited the stone cave no less than 10 times, if not more, and had never seen anyone unearth a Mega Evolution Stone. This confirmed it. Ash must be the favored child of the creator deity. Thanks to Xiaoyao's assist, Macaulay was now thoroughly convinced of Ash's extraordinary luck. In that case, Ash, would you care to engage in a battle? Macaulay challenged, eager to witness Ash's prowess. Sure, Ash would never refuse a duel with a champion. Although merely a titular champion, he undoubtedly possessed the strength of one. Otherwise, Macaulay would not have ascended to the champion's throne, and the Hoenn Elite Four would have been the first to disagree. Macaulay led Ash and the others to the private beach of the villa, where the rules were set for a 1vs1 match, with Brock serving as the referee. Go, minus. Macaulay unreservedly sent forth his ace, minus, champion initial. In that case, it is you, Pikachu. Ash sent forth our formidable warrior, Pikachu. Sparks danced across Pikachu's cheeks. Go for it, Ash and Pikachu, Xiaoyao exclaimed, her admiration for Macaulay notwithstanding, as she chose to cheer for Ash instead. Suddenly, a champion aura emanated from Milotic, overwhelming Pikachu with a palpable sense of pressure. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu unleashed a torrent of golden electricity towards Milotic. Milotic used Twister. With a gentle flick of its tail, Milotic conjured a swirling vortex that shattered the Thunderbolt and surged toward Pikachu. Pikachu quick attack to dodge. Pikachu, enveloped in a flash of white light, evaded the attack. Pikachu, use Electro Ball and accelerate. Ash commanded. Pikachu transformed into a streak of yellow lightning, launching relentless assaults from various angles at Milotic. Milotic, use Water Pulse combined with Mystical Shield. A mesmerizing stream of iridescent water enveloped Milotic. At the moment of their next clash, Macaulay commanded, Dragon Tail. A surging dragon energy coalesced at the tip of Milotic's tail, sending Pikachu flying. It's over. Milotic, Hydro Pump. A colossal jet of water erupted from Milotic, knocking Pikachu out. Pikachu has lost its fighting capability. Milotic is victorious, and the winner is Mr. Macaulay, Brock announced. Is this the champion's trump card? So powerful. Pikachu had no chance to retaliate, Xiaosheng marveled. Pikachu, are you alright? Ash rushed forward to lift Pikachu, who opened its eyes and shook its head to indicate it was fine. Alas, the disparity in strength is indeed vast. Champion level and elite level are worlds apart. Mr. Macaulay is truly formidable. Ash and Macaulay shook hands. Ash, you possess immense potential. You've already achieved elite level Pokemon after just a few years of traveling. In a few more years, you may well surpass me, Macaulay replied with a smile. By the way, may I see your Mega Milotic? Of course. Ash summoned Milotic for Mega Evolution. Macaulay, brimming with excitement, examined the transformed Milotic closely, nodding in satisfaction. Checking the time, Macaulay reluctantly said, Ah, it's about time, everyone. I have matters to attend to and must leave Kanazumi. The group then bid farewell and departed from Macaulay's villa, heading toward the Pokemon Center. That night, Ash remembered the rainbow feather awarded by the system. Upon taking it out, it radiated a spectrum of colors. Simultaneously, a colorful bird in the Kanto region seemed to sense something and gazed in Ash's direction. Soon after, a shadow darted into the darkness, racing towards Ash. Unaware of the unfolding events, Ash pondered over the rainbow feather, wondering if it signified the beginning of the trial of the rainbow hero. Reflecting on the scene of his demise from the movie, a shiver ran down his spine. Never mind, let nature take its course. Ash cautiously stowed the rainbow feather away. The following morning, Ash and his companions prepared to leave Kanazumi for Sayu City, first bidding farewell to Xiaoyao's mother, Mitsuko, and Ash's mother, Hanako. With approximately 3 weeks until the league tournament, Hanako decided to accompany Mitsuko to Orange City, opting not to disturb Ash and the others, promising to cheer for him at the commencement of the Sayu Conference. Naturally, Ash's ribbon trophy had already been mailed to Masera Town by Hanako. Eager to register and undergo special training, Ash and his friends boarded the ship bound for Sayu City. Chapter 120, Sayu City. Capturing the strategist, Honchkrow. The Sayu Conference of the Hoenn League represents a grand assembly where trainers who have earned 8 badges through gym challenges in the Hoenn region collide, marking Ash's first step towards defying destiny. It can be said that Ash is resolute in claiming victory in this Sayu Conference. However, upon arriving in Sayu City, they discovered there were still 2 weeks until the tournament commenced, prompting Xiaoyao to lead Ash and the others on a culinary adventure to savor Sayu City's famed delicacies. Contemplating for a moment, Ash nodded in agreement, deciding to indulge for the day and commence training the following day. After all, constant training isn't ideal without a balance of work and rest. I've heard there's an exquisite ramen shop here called Sayuxian, renowned enough to rank among the top 3 in the Hoenn region. Xiaoyao excitedly introduced as they walked, though it appears quite ordinary once tasted. The broth paired with the noodles is utterly delectable. How do you know so much in detail? Brock inquired, perplexed. Tada. Xiaoyao produced a guidebook, pointing at it with enthusiasm. Of course, it's all written in this book. Brock took the guidebook, glancing at the title, let us see. Become an expert, a guide to shops and restaurants for the Hoenn League Sayu Conference. When did you buy that book? Xiaoxing asked, incredulous. Hehe. I decided that during the Sayu Conference, I would explore every store and restaurant to become a connoisseur of the Hoenn region. So let us head to the ramen shop. Xiaoyao declared with determination. While her enthusiasm was commendable, it seemed a tad implausible. However, Xiaoyao led the trio down a desolate street, casting an ominous atmosphere. Xiaoxing couldn't help but question, sister, is that ramen shop really located in such a place? Xiaoyao meticulously compared her guidebook and replied nonchalantly, it's Sayuxian. No doubt about it. Don't worry, such establishments often thrive in inconspicuous locales, just like secret restaurants run by stubborn owners that are often overlooked by the average person. The group exchanged skeptical glances. How could it be the same? Would a ramen shop even succeed in such a place? Where on earth could we find a ramen shop? There's nothing here. Brock couldn't help but chime in with a critique. This is strange, it should be around here. Xiaoyao began to waver, observing the desolate surroundings. With a resigned sigh, Brock took the guidebook from Xiaoyao. Let me see, this is the path we just took. As the group deliberated their route, unbeknownst to them, they were encircled by a horde of Pokémon. Among the dozens of black flying Pokémon, their leader, notably astute, began orchestrating an offensive with the flock of black Pokémon. Instantly, the Pokémon launched a barrage of peck attacks. Ash, quick to react, shouted, watch out. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. EV, quick attack. 2 beams of electricity flashed, incapacitating the attacking Pokémon. However, the leader above issued another command, prompting another wave of assault. Ah, look, there's another horde of Honchkrow, and they seem quite ferocious. Xiaoxing exclaimed, alarmed. Indeed, they are a pack of Honchkrow. This could be trouble. We might be in their territory. Brock realized, exclaiming, as it became evident that the Honchkrow had claimed this desolate area as their domain. Subsequently, Brock and the others quietly positioned themselves behind Ash. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. EV Swift. After dispatching yet another wave of Honchkrow, they discovered even more approaching. After 2 waves, Ash utilized his aura abilities and discerned that the Honchkrow were attacking in waves due to one Honchkrow directing them. Ash was rendered speechless. Has this Honchkrow studied Sun Tzu's art of war? It appears to employ tactical strategies. Pikachu, let us go again. Ash commanded. You're the target. Capture that Honchkrow. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must first catch the ringleader. Once they apprehend this cunning Honchkrow, the rest would surely fall to Pikachu's might. Moreover, Ash had his sights set on this clever Honchkrow, intent on capturing it. Pikachu unleashed another Thunderbolt, neutralizing the wave of attackers, while Noctowl and Butterfree soared into the sky, encircling the leading Honchkrow. The Noctowl and the Huntail launched their assault, bringing down the Dark Corvus. Ash scrutinized this particular Dark Corvus, noting its considerably larger size compared to the average of its kind, and the glint of cunning that flickered in its eyes. Satisfied, Ash nodded and retrieved a Pokeball. Tossing it thoughtfully, Dark Corvus, let us engage in a capture battle. If you win, you may leave. If you lose, you shall obediently become my Pokemon. The Dark Corvus, observing itself surrounded in the retreat of its comrades, nodded in acknowledgement. Dark Corvus. Gender, male. Type, dark flying. Ability, prankster, allows it to use priority status moves. Strength, elite late stage. Moves, wing attack, nightshade, pursuit, doomsong. Terrestrial type, dark. Huntail, I entrust you with this. Ash exclaimed as the Huntail locked eyes with the Dark Corvus. The Dark Corvus let out a haunting cry, its song imbued with an aura of destruction, demonstrating its intelligence by commencing with doomsong. However, this also indicated that a swift resolution was necessary. Huntail, Dance of the Butterflies. Ash commanded, enhancing the move with a single gesture, intent on clinching victory in one decisive strike. The Huntail gracefully leaped into an exquisite dance, its special attack fortified. The Dark Corvus transformed into a shadowy figure, hurtling towards the Huntail with Nightshade, its speed augmented by the prankster ability. Huntail, use Flash. Ash directed calmly. Instantly, the Huntail radiated a blinding light, forcing the Dark Corvus out of its shadowy form. Seizing the opportunity, Ash urged, we must finish this quickly. Use Bug Buzz. The enhanced Bug Buzz struck the Dark Corvus, sending it flying and nullifying the effects of Doomsong. Go. Pokeball. Ash hurled the Pokeball, capturing the Dark Corvus within. The red light flickered, jostled a few times, and then ding. The light extinguished. Ash had successfully captured the Dark Corvus. The Pokeball vanished. Transported to Professor Oak's laboratory. Witnessing their leader being captured by a human, the remaining Dark Corvus scattered in a panic. Just then, a stylish Meowth, donned in boots, a cowboy hat, and a red bandana, appeared before them. Meowth. It appeared to be unlike any Meowth associated with Team Rocket, as May observed with curiosity. Oh no. It seems I've arrived late. A man's voice echoed from behind Ash and his friends. Chapter 121. The Arrival of Arrival. Zetsuya and the booted Meowth. Turning around, Ash and his companions beheld a young man clad in a green coat. Are you all right? I just witnessed that flock of Dark Corvus. It looked quite perilous. Thank you. Although he hadn't been of much help, his arrival provided some reassurance, and Ash and his friends expressed their gratitude. No. The young man waved his hand dismissively. I didn't assist at all. Oh, by the way, my name is Zetsuya. After a round of introductions, Zetsuya noticed the guidebook in Brock's hand and inquired. Are you all headed somewhere? We're on our way to the Rainbow Pavilion. If you don't mind, you can join us, Ash invited. The Rainbow Pavilion. Perfect. I was just heading there for some ramen. Zetsuya exclaimed, clearly an avid foodie. Guided by Zetsuya, Ash and his friends finally arrived at the Rainbow Pavilion. Indulging in steaming bowls of ramen. It certainly lived up to its reputation, with both the noodles and the broth being exceptionally delectable. As they ate and conversed, camaraderie blossomed. Zetsuya excitedly remarked, so you're also participating in the Rainbow Conference, Ash? That makes us rivals. What a coincidence to encounter a formidable opponent right away. May chuckled. Zetsuya's Meowth seems quite impressive as well, Max remarked, observing the Meowth's keen gaze. Meanwhile, the Meowth dined quietly alongside Pikachu and Eevee. Thank you. But honestly, it's amusing how this little guy enjoys the Pokemon food made by others so much, Zetsuya replied with a smile, then turned to Brock in admiration. Brock. You must have invested considerable effort in becoming a Pokemon breeder. Not really. Brock humbly scratched his head. This little one's thoughts are quite inscrutable. With its strength, it could easily evolve into a Persian, yet it adamantly refuses to do so. Zetsuya looked at Ash with envy. But Ash, you're incredibly fortunate to have such a skilled breeder like Brock and such a reliable friend by your side. Not only that, but Brock also cooks exceptionally well. Ash beamed. Indeed. How about we treat Zetsuya to a meal next time? May suggested. Brock nodded in agreement. Let us make it happen. I'll prepare my signature dishes for you. Really? That would be fantastic. I must try Brock's culinary skills. I have an insatiable weakness for delicious food. Whenever I challenge a gym, I always investigate the local specialties first, Zetsuya said excitedly. Just like my sister. Is that so? At that moment, Zetsuya glanced at the clock, suddenly standing up with alarm. Oh no, I'm going to be late. Zetsuya dashed out of the Rainbow Pavilion with Meowth in tow. Apologies, I must take my leave. I have urgent matters. What is going on, Zetsuya? Ash and his friends called after him. It's the Sacred Fire. Zetsuya replied as he ran. I'm a Sacred Fire runner, and I'm going to be late. Sacred Fire. Max and May's eyes sparkled with excitement. I heard that the Sacred Fire of the Pokemon League is ignited by the flames of the legendary Pokemon, Moltres. Max exclaimed. Following Zetsuya, Ash and his friends arrived at the Pokemon Center, where Nurse Joy, Officer Jenny, and Chairman Damalanche had been waiting for some time. I'm sorry, Chairman. I'm late. I'm a Sacred Fire runner. Zetsuya, he quickly apologized. Chairman Damalanche waved his hand nonchalantly. You've arrived just in time. Zetsuya, the Sacred Fire has only just arrived. Good to see you again, Chairman Damalanche. Ash and Brock greeted as they approached, though Ash himself did not recognize him, having only known him through his previous incarnation. Oh, is that Ash and Brock? Long time no see. Ash, congratulations on winning the gorgeous festival. Chairman Damalanche replied warmly. You are here to participate in the Rainbow Conference, aren't you? The League has been keeping a close eye on you, especially since you possess a legendary Pokemon and have helped the League resolve crises. Therefore, the League is eager to assist you in any way possible, including the Pokemon slot that Professor Oak applied for on your behalf, which was approved by me. Meanwhile, May and Max were stunned. In their understanding, Chairman Damalanche was one of the most revered figures in the League. To see Ash and Brock interacting with him was astonishing. Yes, I'm determined to win the championship at this Rainbow Conference. Ash replied confidently. Chairman Damalanche then turned his attention to May, and you must be May. Your performance at the Gorgeous Festival was quite remarkable. Ah, thank you. May beamed, filled with joy at the chairman's praise. The torch was lit by the Sacred Fire. And Zetsuya, as the first runner, set off, while Ash and his companions were escorted by Chairman Damalanche in a luxury vehicle to the venue of the Rainbow Conference. During the ride, Chairman Damalanche pointed to a distinctive structure in the center of the lake, saying, that Pokemon Center is dedicated to the conference. The schedule and groupings will be announced there. As a diligent caretaker, Brock reminded, once we arrive, we must promptly complete the registration procedures. Of course, I know that. Ash replied confidently. Subsequently, Chairman Damalanche introduced the various entertainment and commercial areas of the venue, showcasing the plethora of offerings. The League Conference is not only a battleground for trainers, but also a lucrative opportunity for merchants. After delivering Ash and his friends to the Pokémon Center, Chairman Damalanche departed, leaving Ash and his companions ready to complete their registration. You're Ash from New Barktown, correct? Nurse Joy began processing Ash's registration. Yes, all set. Your registration for the competition has been successfully completed. Miss Joy handed Ash the Pokédex along with an official guidebook for the conference. Ash received it with gratitude, only for the guidebook to be promptly borrowed by his companion, Kenny. But where is Brock? Ash suddenly realized that only the three of them remained. Brock was nowhere to be found. He was seen chatting up everyone around, exclaiming, "Ah, Miss Joy? So many Miss Joys. And not just that, look over there. Ah, Miss Junsha. Miss Junsha." The young man felt that being alive was truly wonderful. At that moment, Brock felt as though he were surrounded by countless Miss Joys and Miss Junshas, utterly blissful. Meanwhile, Miss Joy and Miss Junsha awkwardly distanced themselves from Brock. Kenny, exasperated, tugged at Brock's clothing and pulled him away, saying, all right, it's time to rein it in. Stop embarrassing yourself here. May awkwardly remarked. This place must be heaven for Brock. No, being surrounded by numerous Miss Joys and Miss Junshas is heaven for all male compatriots, Ash silently mused. Subsequently, Ash and his friends approached a video phone and dialed Professor Oak's lap. Ah, is that you, Ash? The Murkrow you sent has fully recovered, exclaimed Professor Oak. Wow. The Murkrow flew into the frame to greet Ash. It seems that the Murkrow has been doing quite well. Ash smiled. By the way, Professor, I've arrived at the venue. Oh, is that so? I'm delighted to hear that you all arrived safely at the venue. Professor Oak replied with a smile. For the next little while, I will be focusing on intensive training, so I've been frequently exchanging Pokemon. No problem. I'm here to help anytime. Both Professor Oak and Kenny responded. Yay. I wonder what Pokemon Ash has that I haven't seen yet, Kenny said excitedly. Chapter 122, Pre-Competition Training. The Arrival of Masamune. Over the course of the past 2 weeks, Ash diligently rotated his Pokemon for intensive training, dedicating all his resources to their development. The most notable among them are of course his Combuskin and Butterfree, both of which advanced to gym level after consuming basic candies, while many of his other Pokemon also ascended to a new tier. Now, Ash was focused on training his ace Pokemon, Pikachu, Eevee, Snorlax, Charizard, Tyranitar, Pidgeot, Gible, Venusaur, and Milotic. With the exception of Gible and Milotic, the others are at least at the pinnacle of gym level, representing Ash's strongest battle prowess. Gible and Milotic, while having lower immediate strength, possess high growth potential. Unlike the others who have hit a bottleneck, Charizard consumed this candy, Ash said, offering a medium-grade candy. Upon seeing this, Pikachu's eyes lit up. Pika pika pika. After explaining to Charizard, Charizard's eyes sparkled with excitement as it eagerly seized the candy and devoured it. Instantly, Charizard felt a surge of powerful energy that tore through its previously unyielding bottleneck. Roar. Charizard let out a triumphant roar, radiating an aura befitting a champion. Charizard. Strength. Early champion. Moves. Overheat. Flamethrower. Blast Burn. Dragon Dance. Outrage. Flare Blitz. Dragon Dive. Charizard, having undergone dual training with 2 legendary Pokemon, honed its skills under Groudon's fiery tutelage in Ash's backyard, and received specialized training in Dragon-type moves from Rayquaza, resulting in a fully stocked move pool. Ash's second champion Pokemon had emerged. Pikachu, I entrust Charizard to you, Ash said to Pikachu, as training with Charizard would help Pikachu master its champion aura more swiftly. Pika, Pikachu assured, puffing out its chest. Charizard, filled with battle spirit, gazed at Pikachu, recalling how it had been thoroughly defeated during their previous training session. This time, it sought vengeance. Boom. The 2 champion Pokemon engaged in a fierce training session. As for why Ash was the only one training here, it was because tomorrow marked the preliminary round of the Colorful Ghost Conference, and both Hanako and Mizuko, their mothers, had already arrived at the venue. May and the others took the 2 mothers out shopping, leaving Ash to train alone. Now it's your turn, Eevee, Ash said, handing over a premium Firestone to Eevee. Eevee gently tapped the stone, which transformed into fiery energy that coursed into its body. Eevee. Instantly, Eevee manifested the appearance of a fire-type Pokemon. Eevee. Strength. Early semi-champion. Moves. Flare Blitz. Sunny Day. Rain Dance. Weather Ball. With this, Ash had assembled a team of semi-champions and above. He personally guided Gible in learning Dragon Claw. With the other Pokemon engaged in training, Ash leveraged his superhuman physique to practice alongside Gible, enveloping his hand with aura energy. After several days of specialized training, Snorlax finally reached the mid-level of semi-champion status, having learned the farmer's 3 punches after sparring with its hyperactive counterpart. Now, Ash had exchanged a move for high-temperature heavy pressure, which which suited Snorlax perfectly, like Heavy Slam. Its power increased with weight. Snorlax was currently mastering this technique. Pidgeot's move pool was quite ample, training alongside Milotic and Venusaur to enhance their strength. Venusaur, as one of Ash's veterans, exhibited tremendous potential. Ever since its evolution into Venusaur, its strength had surged, nearing the threshold of semi-champion status. Initially, Tyranitar had the most limited move pool, but during its time in the backyard, it learned numerous moves, particularly many ground and rock-type moves through training with Groudon, elevating its strength to the late semi-champion level. However, due to its quadruple weakness to fighting-type moves, Ash provided it with a learning machine for the move U-turn. Although Ash was perplexed as to why Tyranitar could learn U-turn, the evidence proved it could. Since Tyranitar lacked wings, Pidgeot couldn't teach it. So Ash reluctantly supplied a learning machine for it to familiarize itself. Gible was currently training with a Pokémon resembling a mischievous child. Indeed, it was Marshaddow. Gible's every punch was effortlessly countered by Marshaddow. This occurred a few days prior when Ash discovered a surge of aura emanating from his shadow. Recalling the rainbow feather he had recently obtained, Ash suspected that Marshaddow had arrived. That same day, he had swapped back for Groudon and sought out a desolate area at night, using Super Rayquaza and Primal Groudon to coax Marshaddow out. After all, allowing it to monitor him at all times was unacceptable, especially when he exchanged items with the system, which would expose his secrets. Upon encountering Super Rayquaza and Primal Groudon, Marshaddow was utterly astonished. With two top-tier legendary Pokémon in his presence, did the trials of Ho-Oh still hold any significance? While Marshaddow was indeed at a divine level, it was no easy feat to contend with two top-tier legends boasting extraordinarily high base stats. Ultimately, while Marshaddow was not captured, it was compelled to sign an unequal treaty, one clause being that it could not spy on Ash through his shadow. Now, it was training with the similarly typed Gible, and after a few days of interaction, Marshaddow found Ash to be quite agreeable, especially given the delicious energy cubes Ash provided, which motivated it to diligently train Gible. Marshaddow: type, Ghost, Fighting. Ability, Technician. Strength, Divine. Moves, Shadow Sneak, Aura Sphere, Close Combat. Just as Ash was enjoying a harmonious training session with his Pokémon, a booming voice shattered the tranquility. Ash, I'm here. Marshaddow immediately slipped into the shadows. Turning around, Ash saw his chubby friend Masamune arriving, and he smiled. It seems you've obtained your 8th badge. Of course. Look, Masamune exclaimed, brandishing a blue badge that Ash had never seen before. Wow, so many Pokémon. Are these all your Pokémon? Masamune inquired. Indeed. We are undergoing intensive training. Don't lose before you meet me. Ash replied. Of course. We will not be defeated. Allow me to introduce my companions. Masamune declared, tossing out 6 Pokeballs. Among them were Steel Dumbbell, Kirin Q, Swampert, Steelix, Herdier, and Scorpion King, with Swampert being the strongest and clearly Masamune's starter Pokémon, having reached the pinnacle of gym-level prowess. The other Pokémon were also well-trained, their eyes shining with spirit, perfectly resonating with Masamune's character. By the way, Masamune, have you registered for the tournament? Ash, aware of Masamune's tendency to be careless, reminded him. Register? What is that? Masamune questioned, bewildered. Ash facepalmed, realizing Masamune was completely unaware. It's a necessary procedure for participating in the tournament, and the deadline is today at 5 o'clock. What? Today at 5 o'clock? Oh no. In a flurry, Masamune dashed toward the Pokémon Center to complete the registration. Ash assessed the time. Their training was nearly concluded, so he decided to take his Pokémon to the center for a checkup, preparing his team for the tournament commencing the next day. Ash caught up with Masamune on the way and, noticing his ignorance of the tournament rules, obliged to explain the process and regulations. Fortunately, they arrived at the Pokémon Center just in time at 5 o'clock. Masamune rushed to register while Ash made adjustments to his Pokémon team. Phew. We made it just in time. Thank you so much, Ash. Masamune expressed his gratitude. Ash waved it off, indicating it was no trouble at all, and then fortuitously encountered Tetsuya, with Ash facilitating their introduction. Chapter 123. The preliminaries begin, a swift victory. The preliminaries of the colorful spectacle tournament aim to narrow down over 600 participants to the final 256 competitors. The format involved one-on-one battles, necessitating prior registration of the Pokémon to be used in the preliminaries. Consequently, many trainers opted to utilize their stronger Pokémon, as deploying the weakest ones against the strongest could result in an embarrassing elimination from the main event. Before Ash took the stage, Masamune, the chubby little fellow, had already commenced his match, utilizing his specially trained Steel Dumbbell. His opponent, employing Electabuzz, lacked understanding of the significance of the semifinals and boasted, "Hey, this is too easy. Please, make it a little more thrilling for me." Steel Dumbbell charged forth with all its might. Yet, the opponent remained dismissive, shouting, "Here it comes. Electabuzz, use Protect." It seemed he was toying with Steel Dumbbell, continuously employing Protect to shield against its attacks, but he would soon pay for his arrogance. Steel Dumbbell, show your spirit. Charge and crash. Masamune called out. Yes, yes. Now that's interesting. Thunder Punch. Electabuzz' right hand crackled with electricity as it swung a punch. Steel Dumbbell, unleash your spirit. Under Masamune's encouragement, Steel Dumbbell erupted with a blue-white evolutionary light, transcending its feeble form and successfully evolving into Meton. Ultimately, it turned the tide of battle, defeating Electabuzz and securing victory, allowing Masamune to progress beyond the preliminaries. Subsequently, everyone gathered at Tetsuya's match venue. Fantastic. We made it just in time. Tetsuya was battling with his ace Meowth, while his opponent, a girl with twin ponytails named Yuriko, sent out her Persian. Come on, I want to hold back. Yuriko declared upon seeing her opponent's Meowth, feeling confident as she sent out its evolved form. However, under Ash's aura of guidance, the fury and hatred emanating from Meowth was palpable, as if it yearned to shred the opposing Persian to pieces. Indeed, before the referee could finish announcing the rules, Meowth charged forward. Tetsuya, noticing this, decisively commanded, slash. Meowth's right paw coalesced with a white blade, aimed at Persian for a furious strike, intent on cleaving it in two. Yet, Persian was no pushover, dodging the furious attack with ease. Yuriko confidently ordered, Persian, use Fury Swipes. The feline unleashed a flurry of slashes towards Meowth. Meowth dodge, use Shadow Clone. Tetsuya directed. Fortunately, Meowth did not allow hatred to cloud its judgment, executing Tetsuya's command to evade the assault, creating numerous clones to encircle Persian. Observing her surrounded Pokémon, Yuriko chuckled, Persian, Hydro Pump. Persian conjured a water sphere, splashing it onto the ground, sending waves that obliterated the shadow clones, drenching Meowth in the process. It became evident that no participant in the league tournament was to be underestimated, further heightening Ash's anticipation for his own opponents. Afterward, every attack from Persian was deftly evaded by Meowth. Iron Tail. Tetsuya calmly commanded. Meow. Meowth leapt up, its tail gleaming with metallic luster as it struck Persian with tremendous force. Now Meowth, unleash Volt Tackle. Tetsuya urged, pressing the advantage. Yuriko grew anxious. Persian, quickly use Dig. Though Persian burrowed underground, Meowth's wrath amplified the Volt Tackle's power to unprecedented levels, uprooting the arena and engulfing Persian in a blinding electric light, rendering it unable to continue fighting. Persian. Yuriko never anticipated her Persian would be defeated by Meowth. Persian has lost its ability to battle. The victor is Tetsuya, the referee proclaimed. However, Meowth was undeterred by the outcome. It advanced menacingly, claws bared. If Meowth charged forward, Tetsuya risked disqualification. Without hesitation, he intercepted its advance. But Meowth continued to struggle. With a sigh, Tetsuya returned it to its Pokeball. This scene did not escape the observant eyes of Ash and the others. Nor did it go unnoticed by Team Rocket, who were posing as vendors, particularly as Meowth wore a contemplative expression. Outside the arena, Tetsuya explained to the group why Meowth behaved in such a manner. During its struggle for dominance within the Meowth clan, it had been severely beaten by Persian, leaving it reliant on Boots for support due to its injuries. Thus, it harbored deep-seated animosity toward Persian, making evolution impossible. However, it was fortunate to have encountered Tetsuya, who treated it kindly, turning misfortune into fortune. Hidden nearby, Meowth listened intently, shedding tears of sympathy. Indeed, no good could come from Persian. The two Meowths, both scarred by Persian's cruelty, had developed intellect and strength, making their clan a formidable force. Now, the preliminaries between Ash and Genki commence. The match begins. At last, it was Ash's turn to take the stage, with Tetsuya, Masamune, and Brock cheering him on from the audience alongside their mothers. It's your time now, Sawamura. Genki sent out the fighting-type Pokemon Sawamura. It settled then, Tyranitar. Ash immediately deployed his registered Desert Tyrant, aiming for a triumphant opening with overwhelming strength. Roar. Tyranitar entered the arena, stirring up a sandstorm. Sawamura, Gym Beginner. Although Tyranitar was quadruple weak to fighting-type moves, the level disparity between the two Pokemon was monumental, with Tyranitar merely gazing down at Sawamura, causing it to nervously take 2 steps back. Sawamura, don't be afraid. Use High Jump Kick, Genki shouted, hearing the trainer's voice. Sawamura mustered just enough courage to charge forward, its knee glowing white as it aimed for Tyranitar. Ash and Tyranitar remained unfazed, relying on its sturdy armor and level advantage. Tyranitar effortlessly absorbed the fighting-type move, which was 4 times its weakness. Since you've come to me, Tyranitar, unleash Hyper Beam. With a resounding roar, Vangelis swiftly materialized a colossal orange-yellow beam of light. The unsuspecting Javelin was unable to evade in time, and was forcefully blasted from the battlefield, crashing into the wall and creating a deep crater, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Is this how it ends, right at the outset? The spectators stared in shock at the unfolding scene, and an eruption of cheers filled the air. A swift defeat. Xiaolin was eliminated in a single move. Meanwhile, the competitors who had come to gather intelligence fell into a stunned silence. Even Jia gazed solemnly at Xiaoji, recognizing the formidable foe he faced. Only Masamune cheered exuberantly, "Hooray! Xiaoji has triumphed. Is this the extent of Xiaoji's prowess? Remarkable." Jia marveled, his eyes reflecting a burgeoning determination. Xiaolin has lost the ability to fight. Bangilas is victorious. The winner is contestant Xiaoji. Chapter 124, Preliminary Tournament. Double Showdown. Xiaoji Jia and Masamune successfully advanced beyond the preliminaries into the official competition and participated together in the grand opening ceremony of the Caillou Conference. In a moment of honor, President Damalin bestowed the title of the final torchbearer upon Xiaoji. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiaoji ascended the torch platform, igniting the sacred flame bestowed by the legendary Molters, thus marking the official commencement of the Caillou Conference of the Hoenn League. Upon arriving at the dedicated Pokémon Center for the conference, Xiaoji and his companions observed Xiaoxing poring over the navigator. Masamune inquired curiously, "What are you doing?" "I'm using the Pokémon Navigator to check the latest information on the tournament." Xiaoxing grinned, explaining. "Impressive. Is this the power of technology?" Masamune exclaimed in awe. Meanwhile, on another side, Xiaojiang had transformed into a steam engine, puffing away as he eagerly perused the screen, marveling at all the beautiful contestants participating in the tournament. The rest of the group discreetly distanced themselves from him, feeling embarrassed, while only Hoenn clung tightly to Xiaojiang. At that moment, Miss Joy took to the microphone to announce, "Now, I will reveal the groupings for the preliminary tournament of the Hoenn League Caillou Conference." As her words echoed, all trainers turned their attention to Miss Joy, eagerly anticipating the revelation of their opponents. A total of 256 trainers were participating in the preliminary tournament. The 32 victors would earn the right to compete in the decisive tournament. Furthermore, the preliminary tournament would adopt a best-of-3 format, consisting entirely of doubles matches. As Miss Joy concluded her announcement regarding the tournament rules, the participants erupted into animated discussions. Selecting 32 from 256 participants, the elimination process was indeed brutal, and the pressure was palpable, as losing just one match in the best-of-3 format would lead to elimination. "I'm getting more and more excited," Masamune shouted with fervor. "Disregarding the rules, as long as we keep winning, that's all that matters. Now let us announce the groupings." Miss Joy's voice drew the participants' attention back to the public screen. Suddenly, the group information for all 256 competitors flashed onto the screen. Xiaoji was placed in the C Arena for the afternoon matches, while Masamune was set for the E Arena in the morning, meaning Masamune's battle was about to commence. In the audience of the E Arena, Xiaoji and the others began to watch Masamune's match. However, amidst their cheers for him, two rather eccentric individuals intruded. "The pineapple bun is absolutely fantastic. Truly a limited edition of the Caillou Conference." "Indeed," exclaimed Xiaoyao and Jia, both food enthusiasts, each savoring a pineapple bun with delight. The rest of the group exchanged bemused glances at their antics. Masamune's opponent was a trainer named Chiron, whose Pokémon lineup featured a battle between Houndour and Scorpy against Galarian and Machoke. Chiron clearly held the upper hand in levels, and with Masamune's aggressive style, Chiron expertly controlled the flow of the match. Nevertheless, Masamune relied on sheer tenacity to engage Chiron in combat, first having Scorpy utilize a flying move to defeat Machoke. Simultaneously, Galarian also dispatched Houndour, leading to a clash of two ground-type Pokémon. Ultimately, Scorpy, demonstrating remarkable grit, finished off Galarian with a powerful Iron Tail, concluding the battle. Masamune bore a striking resemblance to the former Xiaoji, triumphing solely through the relentless efforts of his Pokémon. Next came Xiaoji's match. Ladies and gentlemen, the fourth match in the C Arena features contestant Xiaoji from Pallet Town facing off against contestant Yuyo from Inuyama Town. "It's you two, Swellow and Electabuzz," Xiaoji declared as he sent forth his pre-registered lineup. "Sibo Wong, it's your turn, Tropius and Snorlax." Yuyo promptly dispatched his own Pokémon without hesitation. On the field, Xiaoji held a slight type advantage, as both of his Pokémon were at mid-gym level, while Yuyo's Tropius was also at mid-gym level, and Snorlax was at early gym level. However, Yuyo's tactical command was formidable, rendering Xiaoji's slight edge insignificant. "Tropius, take to the skies," Yuyo commanded, observing Xiaoji's low-flying Swellow and Electabuzz. "Leaf Blade all-out attack. Dodge it," Xiaoji calmly directed. Both of Xiaoji's Pokémon were speed-oriented, effortlessly evading the onslaught of Leaf Blade. Swellow, Air Slash for a full field attack. Electabuzz, set up Electric Terrain and Summon Rain. Xiaoji seized control of the battlefield and weather conditions. Swellow unleashed a barrage of Air Slashes, forcing Tropius and Snorlax into a defensive position. As the attack concluded, Electabuzz had established the terrain. The arena transformed into a golden field as torrential rain began to fall from the sky. Swellow, now unleash a hurricane. Xiaoji commanded. Watch out. Yu-Yo shouted in alarm. It was too late. The water vortex ensnared both Tropius and Snorlax. Now, unleash thunder across the field. Swellow, use Brave Bird. Xiaoji directed. What? Exclaimed Xiaojiang and the others in the audience. If Swellow charged in now, it would also be struck by the thunder covering the entire field. Yet, this was precisely Xiaoji's intention. A multitude of lightning bolts simultaneously struck Tropius, Snorlax, and Swellow. Unlike the cries of Tropius and Snorlax, Swellow endured the onslaught, channeling the electrical energy into its Brave Bird. Go for it, Swellow. Xiaoji shouted. Swellow transformed into a golden version of itself, breaking free from the water vortex and delivering a crushing blow to both Tropius and Snorlax. Poor Snorlax had only endured punishment without landing a single attack, succumbing to defeat. With both Tropius and Snorlax losing their combat abilities, Swellow and Electabuzz emerged victorious, declaring Xiaoji as the winner. Unlike Masamune's arduous battle driven by sheer will, this match unfolded entirely on Xiaoji's rhythm. From the moment he seized control of the field and weather, Yu-Yo had already lost. Xiaoji is truly impressive. That final move was absolutely stunning. Xiaoyao exclaimed in delight. Golden Swellow is so cool, though it does consume quite a bit of energy from Pokémon. Xiaoxian quipped. No wonder Xiaoji is so skilled. His combination moves are executed with such finesse, and his Pokémon trust him implicitly, Jie remarked. Masamune nodded excitedly. As my rival, it's only fitting that he possesses such strength. Xiaoji also breezed through his second match, securing an effortless victory with just Milotic and Kirlia. With one more win, Xiaoji would successfully advance to the finals of the tournament. Chapter 125, Advancing to the Finals. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now entering the third match of the preliminary tournament. Will it be contestant Xiaoji or contestant Hinata who advances to the finals? Let us await the outcome. Hinata, Hinata, Hinata. As the announcer's voice faded, a cheerleading squad erupted in support of Hinata, rivaling the fanfare once enjoyed by Shigeru. The level of popularity was akin to that of an idol. Xiaoyao remarked with a hint of sarcasm. As Xiaosheng perused the navigator for information on Hinata, he noted that it mentioned the combat style of the Hinata player as being quite flamboyant, with some even referring to him as the smiling conductor. Xiaoji is, after all, a top-tier coordinator. In terms of flamboyance, he is certainly no less impressive. Xiaoyao expressed her dissent. Meanwhile, the match on Xiaoji's side had already commenced. I entrust you both, Charizard and Fire Mouse. Charizard, late gym stage. Fire Mouse, early gym stage. Observing the two fire-type Pokémon, Xiaoji smiled. What a coincidence. It seems you two shall be my choice, Kingler and Crawdot. How could a double battle be complete without Shrimp and Crab? Now, both of his Shrimp and Crab companions had reached the mid-stage of the gym battle. Although Charizard was at the late stage, Xiaoji felt quite confident in handling it. Instantly, Hinata's expression soured. He was completely countered by the opposing Pokémon. Hooray! Xiaoji has two water types against their two fire types. This match is as good as one. Xiaoyao cheered. Noticing that the opponent had no intention of attacking first, clearly opting to respond to attacks as they came, Xiaoji wasted no time. Double Crab Hammer. Kingler and Crawdont swung their massive claws towards Charizard and Fire Mouse. Fire Mouse, climb onto Charizard's back and take to the skies. Hinata commanded. Charizard soared into the air with Fire Mouse perched upon it, while the attack from Kingler and Crawdont inevitably missed. Charizard, use Heat Wave. Fire Mouse, unleash Flamethrower. Double Water Gun from Kingler. Bubble Beam from Crawdont. Xiaoji opted for a direct confrontation, confident in their type advantage. Kingler's Double Water Gun collided with the flames, transforming into a cloud of steam, while Bubble Beam pierced through the mist, striking Charizard. Though Charizard withstood the hit, Fire Mouse tumbled off its back. Fire Mouse, erupt in a vortex of flames. Fortunately, Hinata quickly devised a solution, and Fire Mouse landed safely. However, Xiaoji chuckled. Now that you're back down, let us end this. Fourfold Shell Blade. Kingler and Crawdon appeared on either side of Fire Mouse, each conjuring a shell blade, and with a swift motion, they struck 4 times, rendering Fire Mouse unable to continue fighting. Fire Mouse is unable to battle. The referee announced. Cursed be it. Charizard, use Air Slash. Charizard flapped its wings, unleashing countless blades of wind from above. Crawdont, use Whirlpool. Crawdont conjured a massive whirlpool to shield itself, absorbing the wind blades within and shredding them to pieces. When the wind blades dissipated, Crawdont swung its claws, sending the whirlpool crashing towards Charizard, which easily dodged the attack. Well done, Charizard. Use Air Slash. Hinata found himself completely unable to keep pace with Xiaoji. From the very beginning, his rhythm had been thrown off, forcing him to rely solely on Charizard's aerial advantage to find an opening. With a powerful flap of its wings, Charizard launched a massive wind blade, combining it with Ice Wind and Swift to form the combo move, Ice Star. Without needing any direction from Xiaoji, Kingler unhesitatingly unleashed Ice Wind, while Crawdaunt fired off a barrage of Swift. The Swift, propelled by the winds, moved with greater speed and was shielded by an icy crystalline membrane, amplifying its power. The attack shattered Air Slash, delivering a heavy blow to Charizard in the sky. Forget it. Charizard, use Steel Wing. Faced with the combination move from the Shrimp and Crab, Hinata's Charizard could hardly withstand a few blows. He decisively abandoned its aerial advantage and launched an offensive. With wings gleaming in metallic hues, Charizard dove down at breakneck speed. I dare you to come down. Ice Vortex. At the moment Charizard descended, Crawdaunt conjured a swirling vortex, and Kingler's Ice Wind blew in to create an icy whirlpool. Charizard, unable to halt its descent, collided with it and fell dazedly to the ground. Finish it. Fourfold Crab Hammer. 4 massive claws struck Charizard in succession, causing it to lose its ability to battle. Charizard is unable to battle. The victors are Kingler and Crawdaunt, with Xiaoji as the winner. I told you. Xiaoji is indeed a top-tier coordinator. Combo moves come effortlessly to him, Xiaoyao proudly proclaimed, as if the praise were directed at her. Thus, Xiaoji effortlessly advanced to the finals of the tournament. Before the finals commenced, the participants were granted a day of rest. Xiaoji opted not to engage in any rigorous training, but instead spent a delightful day with Hanako at the venue. The following day, the much-anticipated finals officially began, with Xiaoji stepping into the ring for the first match against his opponent, Miss Xiaofeng. The finals of the Hoenn League's colorful conference were finally about to commence. A total of 32 trainers would engage in battle in this primary arena, which one would ultimately ascend to the pinnacle of glory. At this moment, aside from Brock and others in the audience cheering for Xiaoji, Professor Oak and Takashi were already glued to their television screens. And even Misty had closed the gym to watch Xiaoji on TV, eagerly awaiting his match. This round of battles would feature a full 6 Pokemon confrontation, allowing for free substitutions during the match. The battlefields were categorized into 4 types: grass, rock, water, and ice, to be determined by a spinning wheel. Furthermore, if any side's Pokemon lost 3 of their combatants, there would be a temporary break in the match for a change of battlefield. Now, let us observe that the first battlefield for the opening round is the Rock Arena. The commentator exclaimed as the wheel pointed to the rocky terrain. Instantly, a rocky battlefield composed of protruding stones rose before Xiaoji. Thus, we shall now commence the first battle between Trainer Xiaoji and Trainer Xiaofeng. In the audience, Xiaoyao gazed at Miss Xiaofeng and curiously inquired, "What kind of trainer is our opponent?" Xiaosheng pulled out the navigator, ready to search for information, but Brock interjected. "Leave this to me." Producing a small notebook, he declared, "I've documented all the information about the beautiful big sister here." "Wow, that's impressive." Jia expressed his admiration for Xiaoji's excellent companions. However, when Brock began reading, the group fell silent, as he announced, "Miss Xiaofeng hails from Swearin City. Known as the Ice Princess, her interests include playing the clarinet, and her signature dish is a super spicy spaghetti made with hot tomatoes." The listeners nearly lost their focus. While Masamune chimed in, "My favorite dish is spaghetti." Xiaoyao quickly redirected the conversation. "Wait, what about her battle information?" Brock remained undeterred. "Let me tell you, she's ranked among the top 3 beauties in this tournament." Xiaoyao was left speechless. Such information was of no practical use. "Sai, what can we do?" Xiaosheng sighed in resignation, realizing he'd have to take matters into his own hands. The information says that Miss Xiaofeng seems to analyze her opponents in detail and strategizes based on the data. Then there's nothing to worry about. Xiaoji has registered over 30 Pokemon, and only a few have taken to the stage. How could she possibly uncover all of Xiaoji's strategies? This time, Xiaoyao was remarkably clear-headed, fully confident in Xiaoji's capabilities. "You shall be my choice, baby dragon." Xiaoji sent forth his semi-legendary Pokemon to lead the charge. "I entrust you, Mothim." Miss Xiaofeng countered with her bug and poison-type Mothim. The battle commenced. Chapter 126. Confrontation with Xiaofeng. 6 versus 6 full confrontation. With the referee's command, the match officially began. Mothim, Elite Peak. Mothim, use Stun Spore. Miss Xiaofeng initiated with Stun Spore in an attempt to inflict a status condition on Xiaoji's Pokemon. Baby Dragon. Use Flamethrower. Baby Dragon unleashed a column of orange flames to incinerate the Stun Spore, charging towards Mothim. Dodge quickly. Miss Xiaofeng commanded urgently, and fortunately, Mothim managed to evade the flames just in time. Mothim, use Confusion. Miss Xiaofeng decisively made her move once more. Mothim's eyes shimmered with a blue light, disabling Baby Dragon's Flamethrower. In that case, use Rock Tomb. Xiaoji immediately switched tactics, utilizing Rock Tomb that Baby Dragon had recently learned. The beloved dragon summoned a multitude of fragmented rocks to assault the moth, which found itself besieged and immobilized by the barrage. Tornado. The beloved dragon waved its diminutive hands, conjuring a tempest that surged toward the moth. Damn it, return moth. Xiao Feng, witnessing the moth being struck, promptly called it back. Go forth, Golduck. Utilize Ice Beam. Xiao Feng summoned Golduck, which possessed the formidable Ice-type move. Return, beloved dragon. Xiao Ji recalled the beloved dragon, declaring, it's your turn, Victory Bell. Bailey Golduck, early gym. Petal Dance. Victory Bell unleashed a flurry of petals toward Golduck in a fierce assault. Golduck, use Psychic. Golduck's eyes emanated a blue glow as it endeavored to control the incoming petals. Golduck, alas, its power is too weak. The Petal Dance easily breaks free and strikes Golduck. Golduck, Xiao Feng exclaimed, relieved to see Golduck rise again. Go for it. Use Fury Swipes. Xiao Ji chuckled. Are you seeking your own demise? Mountain Pressure. Bailey Victory Bell leapt, crushing the charging Golduck beneath it. Victory Bell, finish it with Energy Ball. Victory Bell gathered an orb of energy and hurled it toward Golduck's face before proudly retreating. Golduck succumbed to defeat, and Victory Bell emerged victorious. Xiao Ji secured a promising start. At that moment, Xiao Feng realized the formidable level of Victory Bell and silently exchanged for another Pokeball. Go Scyther. Scyther late gym. Scyther use X-Scissor. With its quadruple resistance to grass-type moves, Scyther showed no fear, and Xiao Feng's confidence soared. Scyther transformed into a red flash, its pincers crossing as it charged at Victory Bell. Victory Bell stomp. Bailey Victory Bell stomped the ground, causing ripples to surge. Scyther, take to the skies. Xiao Feng commanded. Scyther soared low, delivering a powerful blow to Victory Bell. Victory Bell, use Revenge. What? Xiao Ji shouted. Get out of the way, Scyther. Unfortunately, Scyther could not evade in time, being struck and crashing against a rock. Victory Bell, unleash Final Impact. Bailey Victory Bell surged forward, enveloped in a radiant white light, crashing into Scyther. Scyther use X-Scissor. Scyther lunged, colliding with a resounding clash. Bailey ultimately, Victory Bell fell, but Scyther was also left panting. Exhausted from the encounter, Xiao Feng's expression darkened. This was her second ace. The type advantage nearly slipped away. Victory Bell lost its combat ability, granting Scyther the victory. Alas, now it's a tie, Xiao Feng sighed. No, Scyther is significantly injured. Overall, Xiao Ji still holds the advantage, Xiao Gang assessed. You performed admirably, Victory Bell. Xiao Ji recalled Victory Bell, declaring, now it's your turn, Heracross. Heracross appeared, a formidable contender in the late stages of the gym battle. Although Xiao Ji had not extensively trained Heracross, its strength was undeniable. Scyther, use Bullet Punch. Super Horn Attack. Scyther's pincers glimmered with white light as it launched its assault, while Heracross met the challenge with its massive horn. Bam! Heracross staggered back a step, while Scyther retreated a short distance, despite Scyther's fatigue. It could not match Heracross's might. Scyther, employ Cannon Beam. Sensing the disadvantage in close combat, Xiao Feng opted for a ranged attack. Scyther's pincers opened wide, unleashing a metallic beam. Xiao Ji would not allow Heracross to be drawn into a long-range skirmish. Heracross, take to the skies and use Brick Break. Heracross flew low, evading the cannon beam, and struck Scyther down with a swift chop. Now Earthquake Toss. Heracross seized Scyther, spinning in midair before diving down, slamming Scyther into the ground. Scyther lost its combat ability, and Heracross triumphed. Return Scyther. Xiao Feng recalled Scyther, deliberating briefly before calling forth Misdreavus. A charming Misdreavus appeared on the battlefield. Heracross, test the waters with Super Horn Attack. Misdreavus, mid-elite. Misdreavus' strength was not particularly high, prompting Xiao Ji to probe Xiao Feng's strategy in deploying it. Misdreavus, use Destiny Bond. Xiao Feng stated calmly, clearly intending to trade her weakest Pokemon for Xiao Ji's Heracross, as her other Pokemon were ill-suited to contend against it. Misdreavus' eyes glowed with a purple hue. What? Xiao Ji gasped, realizing the implication. Damn it. Heracross, stop. But it was too late. Heracross was already upon Misdreavus, and with its strength, a single blow would easily dispatch the elite-level Misdreavus. Indeed, Heracross swiftly defeated Misdreavus, triggering Destiny Bond, resulting in both Pokemon losing their combat abilities. Due to Xiao Feng's Pokemon being unable to battle, we will now have a 5-minute intermission, the referee announced. Goodness, what is Destiny Bond? It managed to take down an unharmed Heracross. Xiao Rao exclaimed. It means that when one is attacked and loses the ability to battle, it also causes the opponent to lose theirs, Xiao Sheng explained. Is there really such a move? How insidious. The onlookers shook their heads. While the move was indeed treacherous, it was undeniably effective, trading a weak Pokemon for a powerful one. Such tactics are typically employed to secure victory, and individuals like Xiao Ji would never resort to such underhanded methods for success. Chapter 127. Decisive Victory in the Second Half. A Battle of Rivals. After 5 minutes, the second half commenced, and the battlefield transformed into a water arena. This unforeseen change caught Xiao Feng off guard, momentarily halting her as her expression soured. Her strategy was now in disarray. Xiao Ji, however, was unperturbed, having registered a water-type Pokémon, and declared, "It's your turn, Swampert." Gala. Swampert appeared atop a floating platform. Seeing Swampert's relatively modest strength, Xiao Feng breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that the two defeated Pokémon were among Xiao Ji's strongest, thus preserving her chances of victory. Go, Moth. Xiao Feng exchanged for another Pokeball, sending forth the Moth once more. Rock Slide. With its ground-type capabilities, Swampert was more than equipped to unleash a rock-type attack, as rocks and ground were inextricably linked. Swampert raised its arms, sending rocks crashing down toward the Moth. Moth. Use Psychic. Add some Flare, Water Gun. As the Moth attempted to control the rocks, it was suddenly bombarded by Water Gun, forcing it to hastily flap its wings to evade the falling debris. Splash. The rocks plummeted into the water. Moth, deploy Stun Spore. The Moth flapped its wings, releasing a cloud of yellow powder. Xiaoji shouted, "Swampert, jump into the water." Swampert dove in with a splash, causing the Stun Spore to miss. Swampert, Water Gun. The Moth darted through the air, while Swampert navigated the water, creating a stalemate. Xiaoji resolved to break the deadlock, instructing, "Swampert, use Surf." Gala. Swampert leapt from the water, generating a massive wave that surged toward the Moth. A perfect opportunity. Xiao Feng's eye sparkled. Moth, soar higher and unleash Solar Beam. The Moth ascended, concentrating solar energy toward Swampert. Xiaoji chuckled, "You've taken the bait. Swampert, jump." What? Xiao Feng exclaimed in shock, realizing that Swampert had lured the Moth into a trap. Had she adopted a strategy of attrition rather than a one-hit knockout, it would have been Xiao Ji who suffered the loss. Regrettably, Ash's gamble paid off, leaving the Butterfree still in a state of energy accumulation under the sun's warm embrace. Fast asleep. At that very moment, the primal force combined with rockfall. The two formidable rock moves were unleashed simultaneously, and countless boulders rained down upon the Butterfree, rendering it incapable of battle. With the Butterfree incapacitated, the Marsh Stomp emerged victorious. Return, Butterfree. Without further contemplation, Xiao Feng called upon the Empoleon, "I entrust you with this." Just as he was about to strike, Ash had already recalled the Marsh Stomp, declaring, "It's your turn, Snorlax." The Snorlax, standing upon the float, nearly overwhelmed it with its sheer weight. Xiao Feng, perplexed, wondered if it was wise to send the Snorlax, of all Pokémon, into a water arena with only a few floats available. Empoleon, Gym Peak. Clearly, this was Xiao Feng's trump card, the Empoleon, unleashing Ice Beam. Snorlax, use Ice Punch. The Snorlax's right fist glimmered with a blue aura, striking and shattering the Ice Beam. Snorlax, deliver a heavyweight punch to the water's surface. Ash commanded. The Snorlax's right fist crashed into the water, sending a torrent of waves crashing toward the Empoleon. Dive into the water. Xiao Feng exclaimed with a grin, "Now it's my turn." The Empoleon leaped to the right side of the water's surface, evading the attack. Snorlax, come down with a body slam. What? Snorlax is jumping into the water? Xiao Feng was taken aback. With a resounding splash, the Snorlax's massive weight sent the entire pool erupting into chaos, even shaking the Empoleon airborne. Now's the time for Hyper Beam. In a stunning display, the Snorlax gathered energy for Hyper Beam while performing a butterfly stroke, astonishingly executed. With a thunderous crash, the Hyper Beam accurately struck the Empoleon. Goodness! Am I seeing this correctly? Ash's Snorlax can swim in a butterfly stroke. Xiaoyao exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, this particular Snorlax is quite special, having been captured from an island. Seemingly learning to swim to search for food across various islands, Brock explained. It is true, for food enthusiasts, sustenance can ignite their full potential. Perhaps my little Snorlax could also learn to swim like Ash's? Xiaoyao pondered. The Empoleon was forced into the air once more before crashing back down into the water, losing its fighting capability. Wow, Snorlax not only can swim, but is also remarkably strong. Have Pokemon reached such a level now? Xiaofeng mused, resigned to his fate as he recalled the Empoleon and sent forth his final Pokemon, a mid-tier Sandshrew. No wonder Xiaofeng switched Pokeballs earlier. Deploying a ground-type Pokemon in this water arena is practically a death sentence, especially a Sandshrew. Thus, the Snorlax merely swam over to the Sandshrew and swiftly dispatched it with an Ice Punch. Xiaofeng, helpless, recalled his Sandshrew and bowed to Ash as he exited the stage. With Ash effortlessly securing victory in the first round of the finals, Jie and Masamune also triumphed over their opponents, and the three of them advanced together into the top 16. That evening, Ash and his companions gathered in the restaurant to celebrate their advancement into the top 16. This is delicious. Truly, the most authentic pizza baked in a stone oven, Xiaoyao exclaimed, relishing the food. Another food enthusiast, Jie, couldn't help but comment, the crust is crispy, and the cheese melts in your mouth, just as the gourmet guide described. This is my first time participating in the tournament, and it's even more enjoyable than regular battles. Masamune expressed his delight, performing admirably despite being a newcomer, making it all the way to the top 16. At this moment, everyone noticed that the restaurant was broadcasting the day's battle footage. Observing Masamune's performance, Xiaoyao teased, "Masamune, I never expected you to be so nervous." "I'm not nervous at all," Masamune retorted defensively. "It's just that my heart is racing a bit, and my throat feels dry." Xiaoxing rolled his eyes. "Those symptoms indicate that you are indeed nervous." Thus, the group continued their lively banter until suddenly, a beeping sound interrupted them. Xiaoxing quickly pulled out his communicator. The matchups for the second round are out. As everyone had nearly finished their meals, they rose to head to the Pokémon Center to check the pairings. "How could this be?" Xiaoxing exclaimed upon seeing the pairings. "Ash is facing Masamune so soon." Xiaoyao echoed in surprise. "Masamune, show me your full strength tomorrow," Ash declared with fierce determination in his gaze. However, Masamune felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation. He wanted to win, but didn't want Ash to lose, leaving him at a loss. Noticing Masamune's hesitation, Ash smiled and clapped a hand on his shoulder. "Don't forget, we're not just friends. We're rivals. Showing your full potential is the greatest respect you can give to your opponent. Let us have a match without regrets." Masamune gazed into Ash's eyes, as if realizing something. "Yes, I will give my all to battle you, Ash. That's the spirit." The following day, fireworks filled the sky. The second round of the Hoenn League's colorful festival is about to commence. The battlefield for the first half has been designated as the Ice Arena. Who will emerge victorious? Ash from Pallet Town or Masamune from Verdanturf Town to secure a place in the top 8? Chapter 128, Clash with Masamune, Part 1. In unison, the two threw their Pokeballs. "Go, Kirlia." Masamune opened with the Psychic-type Pokemon. "Kirlia, I choose you, Murkrow." Ash opted for the newly captured Murkrow to lead the charge. "Kirlia, early gym." "Murkrow, use Dark Pulse." Ash exclaimed, confident in Murkrow's ability to counter Kirlia, as most of Kirlia's moves were Psychic-type, which had no effect on Murkrow. "Humph. I won't back down." Masamune countered. "Kirlia, use Confusion." Though brash, Masamune was knowledgeable about Pokemon and understood Ash's strategy. Kirlia summoned stars to attack Murkrow. "Murkrow, use Air Slash." Murkrow flapped its wings, creating a flurry of wind blades that collided with the stars, resulting in an explosion of smoke. Aerial Ace combined with Wing Attack. Murkrow dove through the smoke. Kirlia, set up Reflect. Masamune hurriedly erected a defense. However, the pink barrier shattered effortlessly against the combination attack, striking Kirlia, who slid across the icy surface and became slightly disoriented. "Show some spirit." Kirlia, double kick. Surprise attack. Just as Kirlia prepared to strike, Murkrow suddenly appeared behind it, launching Kirlia into the air. "Kirlia, show some fight." Masamune shouted. Murkrow, finish it off with Shadow Clone combined with Pursuit. Ash pressed the attack, not allowing Kirlia a moment to recover. Caw. Murkrow created countless copies of itself, overwhelming Kirlia with a barrage of attacks, ultimately causing Kirlia to succumb and lose its fighting capability. Kirlia was unable to battle, and Murkrow emerged victorious. "I will not be defeated." Masamune recalled Kirlia, declaring, "Go, Houndour." Woof. Houndour, mid-gym. Return Murkrow. Ash tossed out his second Pokeball. "I choose you, Torkoal." The reason Ash switched Pokemon was not only due to Murkrow's lower strength, but also because Houndour's ability was Flash Fire. Torkoal, upon entering the battle, immediately exhaled a plume of black smoke. Thus, the two Fire-type Pokemon commenced their duel upon the icy arena. Flamethrower. X2. Both Pokemon unleashed Flamethrower simultaneously. And although neither gained the upper hand, the flames melted the ice, creating a thick mist. Houndour, close in with Quick Attack, then use Flame Wheel. Masamune's fighting spirit ignited. High-speed rotation combined with jet flames. With a grand gesture, Ash commanded his Houndour to swiftly approach the cold turtle on the icy surface, forming a blazing wheel that collided with the cold turtle. In response, the cold turtle withdrew into its shell and began to spin, simultaneously emitting flames and transforming into a fiery spinning top to counterattack. The clash between the flaming wheel and the fiery top erupted with a thunderous boom. Houndour and the shell were sent reeling back to their trainer, while the cold turtle emerged steadily from its shell, firmly standing on the ice. "Well done, Masamune," Ash remarked with a smile. "I'm fired up." Masamune shouted. "My strength is not to be underestimated." Houndour, show your spirit and use Flamethrower. Cold Turtle, use Iron Defense. Houndour's Flamethrower was deflected by the cold turtle's shell. Seizing the moment, Ash commanded, "Now, unleash a heavy slam." Houndour, move at high speed. Houndour dashed swiftly across the ice, crashing into the cold turtle as it descended from above, shattering the icy surface. "Since you're so quick, let us see you have nowhere to escape." Cold Turtle, break your shell. Ash ordered without hesitation. The cold turtle's shell illusion shattered, significantly boosting its attack, special attack, and speed. The entire arena turned into a hellish landscape. The ice began to glow a fiery red, transforming into steam, attacking Houndour in the process. Wow, Ash's determination is truly impressive, Gia exclaimed. Breaking its shell sacrifices its defensive advantage for attack power, and the hellish arena consumes a massive amount of stamina. If Houndour can endure, the likelihood of Coal Turtle winning is nearly non-existent. This is what Ash is all about, Brock remarked. Pikachu, nestled in Hanako's arms, nodded in agreement, noting Ash's reckless boldness akin to Masamune's. We won't concede defeat. Houndour, ignite your spirit and use Flare Blitz. Charge, Masamune shouted. Woof. Houndour surged forward, engulfed in flames, charging towards the Coal Turtle. Coal Turtle, don't let it win. Overheat with all your might. The Coal Turtle unleashed a massive pillar of scorching flames toward Houndour. Yet Houndour charged headlong into the fire, its spirit ignited, enhancing the power of Flare Blitz and accelerating further. With a swift whoosh, the Coal Turtle fell. Coal as Houndour too succumbed to exhaustion. Both the Coal Turtle and Houndour lost their ability to battle. This fiery contest ignited the audience's fervor, with cheers resounding throughout the arena. Ultimately, the fiery duel saw Houndour barely gain the upper hand, though the icy battlefield was left in ruins. Ash and Masamune exchanged a glance, simultaneously throwing their Pokeballs. Go Swampert. It's decided, Lizard King. The clash of Hoenn grass and water starters commenced. Although Lizard King was 2 levels lower, it held a 4 times advantage over Swampert. The outcome was still uncertain. Lizard King, greet it with Solar Blade. Ash initiated with a powerful move. Lizard King gathered solar energy in its arms, condensing it into a colossal solar blade, swinging it towards Swampert. So fast. Masamune exclaimed in shock. Swampert, use Substitute. Swampert created a decoy to absorb the blow, and the shattered ice beneath confirmed the attack's potency. What is happening? Lizard King's solar blade is condensing at lightning speed. Xiaoxiang wondered. It's due to Sunny Day? Gia analyzed. The Coal Turtle's ability is Sunny Day, so the weather remains clear, allowing Ash to utilize Solar Blade. Realization dawned upon everyone. Ash had ingeniously capitalized on the Coal Turtle's legacy. Swampert, charge. Arm thrust. Lizard King, evade. Swampert swung its massive fists at Lizard King, which effortlessly dodged, causing Swampert's fists to smash into the ice, sending shards flying. After this battle, the icy field would surely be rendered unusable. The League wouldn't even need repairs, as a complete reconstruction would be warranted. Lizard King, Leaf Blade. Here it comes. Lizard King's arms glimmered with green energy as it attacked Swampert, sending Masamune into a frenzy. That's it. Swampert, use Focus Punch. Knowing that such elusive moves were a gamble, Ash was unyielding, flashing with speed. What? In an instant, Lizard King appeared behind Swampert, delivering a powerful slash. Swampert. Swampert sank to its knees. Lizard King, deliver the final blow with Leaf Storm. Ash commanded. Lizard King's tail, infused with nature's energy, conjured a whirlwind of leaves that tore through Swampert. With that, Swampert lost its fighting capability, and Lizard King emerged victorious. At this point, Masamune had lost all 3 of his Pokemon, entering halftime. Happy Dragon Boat Festival, everyone! Chapter 129, The Duel with Masamune, Part 2. In the second half of the match, Ash and Masamune found themselves on a grass-type battlefield. It's decided, Pidgeot. Pidge. Ash was the first to release his Pokemon. The majestic ruler of the evergreen forest, Pidgeot. Steelix, go forth. Masamune shouted, his spirit unwavering despite any potential disadvantages. Steelix, use Dragon Breath. Steelix unleashed a wave of green energy towards Pidgeot. Dodge it. Pidgeot, show everyone your speed with Steel Wing. Pidgeot gracefully evaded the Dragon Breath, diving at high speed straight into Steelix, slashing with its metallic wings. Roar. Steelix howled in agony. Steelix, so fast. In that case, unleash Sandstorm. Masamune commanded. Steelix summoned a raging sandstorm that engulfed the arena. Let us see whose wind is stronger. Pidgeot, use Hurricane. Ash shouted. Pidgeot unleashed a powerful gust that swept the sandstorm into its vortex, hurtling towards Steelix. Roar. The sandstorm didn't harm Steelix, but the hurricane certainly did, causing it considerable pain. Sky Attack. Pidgeot radiated with light, diving swiftly downward. Steelix, muster your spirit and use Iron Tail. Masamune felt a surge of battle fervor. Roar. Steelix, inspired by Masamune's determination, felt invigorated, its massive tail gleaming with metallic brilliance to confront Pidgeot. Boom. Smoke billowed into the air. Masamune anxiously watched as the smoke cleared, revealing Steelix collapsed on the ground. Pidgeot soared back into the sky, victorious. The referee announced the outcome. Impressive. Ash's Pidgeot has triumphed over Steelix, despite the type disadvantage. Now, Masamune has lost all 4 of his Pokemon. Can his fifth Pokémon turn the tide? The commentator excitedly speculated. Scyther, take the field. Masamune unleashed his dazzling Scyther, which had shown brilliantly in the doubles match. Scyther. The Scyther's level was already quite high. If it evolved into Scyther, it would surely become another trump card for Masamune. Ash recalled Pidgeot. It's your turn, Noctowl. The sparkling Noctowl made its grand entrance. Ah, Ash, how do you have so many Pokémon? Masamune was taken aback. He had struggled to gather just one pair, while Ash had continuously summoned powerful Pokémon without repetition. Masamune recalled their initial encounter in Caillou City, where he had only seen 4 of Ash's Pokémon. Wait, isn't the number of Pokémon a bit off? Masamune shook his head, dismissing the thought. Scyther, use Fury Cutter and finish it in one blow. Confusion. Noctowl's eyes gleamed, directly ensnaring Scyther. Break free. Scyther, unleash your spirit with Steel Wing. Masamune shouted. Scyther flapped its wings energetically, breaking the psychic hold and attacking Noctowl with a metallic sheen. Noctowl, counter with Steel Wing. Ash commanded. Bang, bang. The 2 flying Pokémon clashed in midair. Iron Tail. Suddenly, Masamune, adopting a sneak attack, had learned from Ash. Scyther whipped its tail, slamming Noctowl to the ground. Noctowl, are you alright? Ash called out. Who? Noctowl shook its head and took to the skies once more. Alright. Since you have shown no mercy, don't blame me for being unrelenting. Ash declared. Noctowl, use Air Slash. A myriad of stars surged forth, pursuing the scorpion. This is what I refer to as the art of deception. The scorpion awakens its power. Masamune commanded with great pride. The scorpion concentrated a vast number of white orbs. Colliding with the stars, boom. Huh, where's the Noctowl? At that moment, Masamune suddenly realized that Ash's Noctowl was nowhere to be seen. Oh no. Scorpion, evade quickly. Too late. Wing attack. Ash shouted. The Noctowl appeared behind the scorpion, its wings slicing downwards, and seizing the opportunity, hypnosis. Ash was determined not to give it a moment's respite. The scorpion, crashing to the ground, locked eyes with the Noctowl and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Ah, Scorpion, awaken. Masamune cried out. Dream Eater. Ash's voice echoed with a demonic resonance. The scorpion let out a cry of despair, losing its combat ability. With the scorpion incapacitated, the Noctowl emerged victorious. Now, Masamune was left with only one Pokémon, the newly evolved Semi-Divine Metagross. It settled then. Go forth, Monferno. Ash sent out his equally leveled Monferno to battle. Metagross. Use Tackle. Despite having evolved, Masamune retained the battling style of his former Beldum, starting off with a powerful Tackle to whet the appetite. We shall also employ Tackle. Crash. The 2 Pokémon collided fiercely, neither yielding ground. I shall not concede defeat. Use Comet Punch. The stout little one quickly altered tactics, opting for the formidable Steel-type move. Comet Punch. Metagross's arms surged with white light as it charged forward. Flame Punch. Monferno's fists ignited with flames, engaging Metagross in a fierce brawl. The audience erupted in cheers, captivated by the clash of the 2 Pokémon. Come on, Monferno, unleash your full spirit, Aura Sphere. Ash shouted fervently. I will not be outdone in spirit. Masamune replied without a hint of retreat. Metagross, we too shall unleash the full spirit of Comet Punch. Crash. In the end, Metagross faltered, sent hurtling backward and crashing onto the grass. Metagross lost its combat capability, and Monferno triumphed, thus declaring Ash from Pallet Town the winner. Applause erupted as the audience celebrated this fierce contest. Following Ash's victory over Masamune in the second round, Tetsuya effortlessly defeated his opponent, advancing to the third round. That evening, at the Pokémon Center, everyone checked their next opponents. This time, it was Ash against Mr. Tetsuya. Masamune sighed. Tetsuya, unfazed, remarked, I anticipated this moment would arrive eventually. Ash, let us engage in a match where neither of us will have regrets. Certainly, I shall give it my all. Ash nodded in agreement. You must do your best, Ash. Mayumi encouraged. You too, Mr. Tetsuya. Brock added. Indeed, after Ash's fierce battle with Masamune, he once again faced Tetsuya for another intense showdown. Now, let the final tournament's third match commence, with the first battle featuring Ash from Pallet Town against Tetsuya from Amethyst City. The 2 competitors would battle on a grassy field. And without hesitation, Tetsuya sent forth his starter Pokémon, Sceptile. Ash, in turn, dispatched his own grass-type starter, Venusaur. The clash of the Hoenn Grass Master and the Kanto Grass Master was about to commence. Chapter 130, The Rivalry with Tetsuya. Sceptile, Peak of the Gym. Venusaur, use Leaf Blade. Ash initiated the assault. Countless leaves erupted from the colossal flower atop Venusaur's back, forming a miniature leaf storm of astonishing magnitude. This left Tetsuya astounded. Sceptile. Counter with Solar Beam. Fortunately, the sun shone brightly today, and the solar energy was abundant, allowing Sceptile to gather its energy swiftly. While it may not reach the full might of Solar Beam, It was more than sufficient to deflect Leaf Blade. The collision of Solar Beam and Leaf Blade resulted in a spectacular explosion. Sceptile Leaf Blade, Tetsuya commanded. In an instant, Sceptile sprang into action, its arms morphing into curved blades as it charged toward Venusaur. Vine Whip, Ash countered. Venusaur unleashed a multitude of massive vines. Do not fear. Go for it, Sceptile, Tetsuya encouraged. Sceptile deftly slashed through the approaching vines with Leaf Blade, evading the attacks with remarkable agility. Sceptile was now directly in front of Venusaur, its eyes gleaming as it prepared to strike. Ash chuckled. Your speed is still too slow, Petal Dance. Venusaur unleashed a flurry of flower petals, sending Sceptile reeling. Sceptile, use Leaf Storm. Tetsuya gritted his teeth. Ash's Venusaur was like a mountain, unmovable and impervious to his attacks. Venusaur, use Frenzy Plant. Ash decisively commanded. A multitude of gigantic vines erupted from the grassy field, first shattering the Leaf Storm, then advancing towards Sceptile. Quickly evade, Sceptile, Tetsuya shouted. Sceptile narrowly dodged the assault of Frenzy Plant to the right, only to be caught off guard by Solar Beam. Unbeknownst to them, Ash's Venusaur had fully charged solar energy, launching an instantaneous Solar Beam towards Sceptile's evasion direction. Gotcha, Sceptile. Sceptile, unable to evade in time, was struck by Solar Beam and lost its combat ability. Sceptile is unable to battle. Venusaur wins. The Grass Master duel concluded with Venusaur's victory. Tetsuya gritted his teeth. Ash was indeed formidable, but he and his companions had persevered thus far and would not concede defeat. After weighing the options, go forth, Honchkrow. Honchkrow mid-gym. However, Ash recalled Venusaur and declared, in that case, it shall be you, Mook. As Mook entered the fray, the grass beneath it began to wither. Although Ash had not focused on its training, Mook's strength was already at the early gym stage, having achieved this through its own efforts rather than relying on candies, showcasing impressive prowess. Furthermore, Mook had often been utilized as a surprise asset, achieving notable victories. Sludge Bomb. Mook released countless purple sludge projectiles toward Honchkrow. Honchkrow, leap and use Leaf Blade. Honchkrow effortlessly soared into the air, evading the sludge bomb while unleashing its own Leaf Blade. Yet, the grassy field was not so fortunate, continuously eroded by toxins, leaving it barren, as Ash had turned the battlefield into a wasteland. Block it. Ash laughed. Mook, utilizing its pliable form, easily deflected the Leaf Blade, which withered upon contact. Mud Bomb. Mook ejected a multitude of sludge, expanding outward from its center, enveloping the area in a purple haze, rendering it lifeless. The once lush grassy field was completely transformed by Ash's tactics, leaving Honchkrow with nowhere to flee. Honchkrow, give it your all. Dark Pulse. Tetsuya gritted his teeth. Honchkrow gathered its full strength, shooting forth a beam of black light. Mook, utilize Trash Shot. Ash commanded. Mook expelled Filthy Refuse, shattering the Dark Pulse and successfully striking Honchkrow, which succumbed to its injuries and succumbed to poison. How unfortunate. The referee waved the flag. Honchkrow lost its combat ability, and Mook emerged victorious. At that moment, the toxins dissipated, and the grassy field was transformed into a barren earth landscape. Ash unhesitatingly recalled Mook. The audience, gazing upon the desolate battlefield, fell silent. This marked the second battlefield Ash had rendered uninhabitable. Now, Tetsuya had lost 2 Pokémon, while Ash's 6 remained unscathed. Go forth, Donphan. It's settled then, Donphan. This time, both trainers chose the same Pokémon, both at the mid-gym level. The outcome hinged entirely on their command. Donphan rollout. Observing that both Donphan possessed the Sand Veil ability, Ash deemed a Sandstorm unnecessary and opted for the first strike. We shall also use rollout. Tetsuya commanded. Crash. Crash. The 2 Donphan collided repeatedly, raising clouds of dust. Since it's a stalemate, Donphan, combine rollout with Ice Fong. The combined move, Ice Wheel. Upon his immediate decision, Ash opted for a transformation, employing a combination technique. As the colossal Dunsparce rolled forward, an icy power surged forth, freezing everything in its path and sending Jie's Dunsparce hurtling away, encased in ice. Combination technique. Jie exclaimed in astonishment, marveling at how seamlessly the attack was executed. Dunsparce. Unleash Flame Fong. The ice-encased Dunsparce emitted fiery energy, causing the ice to melt and freeing it from its frozen state. Dunsparce. Use Iron Head. Just as Jie's Dunsparce thawed, Ash's Dunsparce charged forward. Headbutt on the counter. Jie commanded without hesitation. The 2 Dunsparce collided, neither willing to yield. Frostfang X2. They twirled around the icy energy, their fangs clashing, inflicting damage upon each other until both Dunsparce retreated to their respective trainers. Dunsparce, use Earthquake. Devastating Beam. Ash's Dunsparce, seeing the approaching seismic waves, concentrated its energy into a devastating beam, launching Jie's Dunsparce into the air while absorbing the brunt of the earthquake's force. With both Dunsparce nearing exhaustion, the outcome remained undecided. Ash and Jia exchanged a knowing glance, simultaneously shouting, Dual Blade Headbutt. Ultimate Impact. Ash executed the Dual Blade Headbutt, while Jia unleashed the Ultimate Impact. A thunderous clash sent dust swirling, and the audience held their breath, captivated by the spectacle. As the dust settled, both battered Dunsparce lay on the ground. Their fates uncertain, only they knew the true outcome. Thus, Jia lost 3 Pokémon, and the match proceeded to halftime. After the intermission, the battlefield transformed into a more resilient rocky terrain, and the contest resumed. It's your turn, Bastardora. Ash called forth his Pokémon. With a powerful roar, the steel titan Bastardora emerged, sending debris flying across the rocky arena. Is this heavy metal? Jia pondered, as the usual Bastardora did not possess such overwhelming presence. Jia tossed forth his Pokeball. I entrust you with this, Super King. Super King, late gym leader. Ash frowned at Super King. Although their levels matched, Bastardora was at a 4-fold disadvantage, making the battle challenging. Yet, Ash had no intention of substituting, for was this not a battle of inverse attributes? Would the master of inverse attributes falter? Chapter 131, Breaking Fate, advancing to the top 4. Rock Lockdown. Giant boulders encased Super King. Super King, use heavy push. With its iron fists, Super King unleashed a formidable push, shattering the boulders in front of it. Then, swinging its colossal arms, it charged at Bastardora. Bastardora, Quicksand Hell. Ash commanded decisively. Even with the 4-fold disadvantage, Bastardora's strong steel defenses would not hold against this onslaught. Bastardora let out a tremendous roar, creating numerous quicksand pits across the battlefield, and inadvertently, Super King found itself ensnared in one. Super King, Jia cried out. Now's your chance, Bastardora. Use Earthquake. Seeing Super King trapped, Ash wasted no time in issuing the command. With a powerful stomp, Bastardora unleashed seismic waves towards Super King. The sheer weight of Bastardora amplified the earthquake's impact, devastating Super King trapped underground. Super King, stay calm. Use Ice Punch. Observing Super King's struggles, Jia directed it. Super King's arms radiated a chilling aura, freezing the quicksand pit, and with a mighty strike, it successfully broke free. Upon witnessing Super King's escape, Jia hurriedly ordered, quick. Jump. Super King leapt high, evading the earthquake waves. Go, Super King. Iron Fist from above. Jia shouted. Ash, recognizing that Bastardora could not evade due to its size, opted for a counterattack. Bastardora, Heavy Impact. A radiant aura enveloped Bastardora as it clashed with the descending Super King. Boom. Bastardora was sent crashing to the ground, while Super King landed gracefully before it. Metal explosion. Ash's voice rang out. What? Jia was taken aback, realizing Super King was in peril. Super King dodge. With a mighty roar, Bastardora opened its mouth, launching a metallic energy sphere directly at Super King. Boom. A massive explosion erupted upon impact. Super King, Jia shouted in alarm. As the smoke cleared, Super King was seen half kneeling on the ground, panting heavily, clearly injured. Phew, thank goodness. Jia sighed in relief. Ash, astonished that Super King had endured, knew that the metal explosion was 15 times the damage Super King had dealt to Bastardora. Disregarding type advantages, such a mighty attack had been withstood. Bastardora, go for it. Dragon Dive with Dragon Claw. Ash commanded, seeing Super King on the brink of collapse, instructing Bastardora to deliver a decisive blow. Bastardora transformed into a dragon-like form, extending its emerald claws towards Super King. Super King now? Unleash your full power with double return. Jia shouted. Boom. The two Pokémon collided in a dazzling display. The audience held their breath, waiting to see who would fall first. Bang. Dust erupted as the Steel Titan succumbed, losing its battle capability. Bastardora was defeated, and Super King emerged victorious. Applause erupted from the crowd in response to this fierce battle. Well done, Bastardora. Ash recalled Bastardora and promptly released another Pokeball. This will be your turn, Abandoned Monkey. Haha. The Abandoned Monkey appeared before the audience. Ah, what Pokemon is that? It resembles a fire monkey. Indeed. But it seems somewhat different. The appearance of the Abandoned Monkey sparked lively discussions among the spectators. Ahem. The commentator interjected. This Pokemon is called Abandoned Monkey, a fighting and ghost-type evolution of the fire monkey from the far-off Paldea region. Having prepared the information as the commentator, he was relieved to avoid an awkward moment. The fire monkey can evolve. The audience buzzed with excitement over this revelation. Meanwhile, the battle resumed with Ash and Jia ready to engage. Upon learning that Abandoned Monkey was a ghost and fighting type, Jia fell silent, realizing that his remaining 3 Pokémon were all severely disadvantaged against Abandoned Monkey. Super King, unleash your full force with Psychic Headbutt. Super King charged at Abandoned Monkey. Abandoned Monkey, Furious Fist. Haha. Abandoned Monkey roared, instantly dashing before Super King. Its fist wreathed in ghostly energy, sending Super King crashing against the wall. Super King lost its battle capability, An abandoned monkey triumphed. Come back to rest, Super King. After a moment of contemplation, Jia called forth his next Pokémon. I entrust you with this, Metagross. Jia's fifth Pokémon was Metagross, heralding a fierce clash between ghost and psychic types. The commentator excitedly elaborated. Metagross, early champion level. This marked Ash's first encounter with a champion-level Pokémon in the Kailu Conference. Furious Fist. Abandoned Monkey unleashed its spectral punch once more, now even more powerful. Metagross used Psybeam. Haha. Abandoned Monkey's Furious Fist shattered the Psybeam effortlessly. Impressive. Jia's determination surged as he commanded, Metagross, use Psychic. The silver cross on Metagross's head glowed brightly, exerting control over Abandoned Monkey. Now Metagross, unleash your full power with Meteor Mash. At this moment, Ash felt his own determination peak, shouting, Abandoned Monkey, break free and strike with all your might. Activate your rage mode. Furious Fist. Haha. Abandoned Monkey broke free from the psychic grasp, entering a state of furious rampage as it unleashed its powerful attack. Boom. Two Pokémon collided with one another. Metagross, go for it. Let's do our best, shouted Jia. Breakthrough Apocalyptic Monkey. Unleash a full force strike, called out Ash. Hacha. Apocalyptic Monkey yelled, its momentum surging suddenly as the power of its fury punch intensified, sending Metagross flying. Champion level. It has broken through, Jia exclaimed in astonishment. Wondering who could have predicted such an abrupt breakthrough from Apocalyptic Monkey, Metagross lost its ability to battle, and Apocalyptic Monkey emerged victorious. Hacha! Apocalyptic Monkey shouted in excitement. But Ash promptly recalled it, stating, well done. Now it's your turn, Pikachu. Pika! Pika! Pikachu exclaimed, eagerly thumping its chest, thrilled to finally take the stage. Jia was left with only his final Pokémon, his strongest trump card, Meowth and Boots. The fateful battle between Meowth and Pikachu officially commenced. Meowth, mid-champion level. Meowth, let us fight with all our might, Jia declared, fully aware of his slim chances, yet his fighting spirit ignited with even greater fervor. Go for it. At that moment, Team Rocket's Meowth in the audience cheered on Jia's Meowth, hoping it could vindicate the Meowth lineage. Meowth / Jia's Meowth trained exceptionally well, especially in speed and claw power. However, it paled in comparison to Ash and Pikachu. Iron Tail. Pikachu's tail gleamed with a metallic luster, striking Meowth as it approached, sending it flying. What? So powerful? Jia was taken aback, fully aware of Meowth's capabilities, yet it was effortlessly knocked away by Pikachu. Could this truly be Ash's ace? Pikachu, let's conclude this match. Thunderbolt. Ash, discerning Jia's expression, knew he had guessed correctly, so he concealed his strategy. Pikachu. Pikachu radiated an overwhelming aura, launching a golden lightning bolt at Meowth. Champion level. Good heavens. The commentator shouted excitedly. Ash's Pikachu is indeed a champion-level Pokémon. While the levels of Pokémon below champion were hard to distinguish, the aura of a champion was unmistakable. Many Pokémon had been stymied at this threshold, including legendary beasts, making each champion Pokémon exceedingly rare. Yet, here at the Alliance Conference, a champion Pokémon had made its appearance. The audience erupted in applause, feeling their tickets were worth every penny to witness a champion Pokémon in action. Gulp. A champion. Jia never anticipated that Pikachu, always by Ash's side, was a champion Pokémon, fueling his fighting spirit even further. Meowth, we shall also use Thunderbolt. Meowth, propelled into the air by the impact, executed a backflip before landing gracefully, simultaneously releasing an electric current that collided with Pikachu's Thunderbolt. However, using Thunderbolt in the face of the Thunder God was akin to showing off one's skills at the feet of a master. Pikachu's Thunderbolt pierced through Meowth's Thunderbolt, engulfing it entirely. The audience gazed in awe at the immense power of the Thunderbolt, marveling at the might of a champion. Meowth lost its ability to battle, and Pikachu emerged victorious. Thus, the winner is Ash. Team Rocket's Meowth sighed in disappointment, realizing that their Meowth clan had been bested by a mere yellow mouse. What an irony. Chapter 132. The tournament concludes. Champion. Ash, that was an exhilarating match. Jia approached Ash. I concur, Ash replied, shaking Jia's hand, a moment captured by Hanako. Following his victory over Jia, Ash entered the semi-finals and finals, where he found his opponents not quite as formidable as Jia. His semi-final opponent, while the strongest, was merely at the peak of the gym level, with Ash easily defeating him in the first half using Ice Ghost and Soundwave Larvae. In the second half, Eevee took on 3 opponents without a hint of fear. The final opponent was indeed formidable, but Ash's use of Tauros and Absol tore through the first half, followed by a decisive victory over 2 Pokémon in the second half with his powerful Combustion Chicken, leaving him with only 1 ace Pokémon remaining. Go Boscodora. Boscodora, early champion level. Although his final ace had reached champion level, its strength was far inferior to Jia's. For the final showdown, It shall be you, Charizard. Roar. Charizard excitedly appeared on the battlefield. Unlike Pikachu, Charizard had no concept of restraint. The aura of a champion enveloped the arena, leaving Boscodora in despair. Good heavens! Another champion! The commentator exclaimed, as Ash sent forth yet another champion. Charizard. The audience erupted into cheers. Charizard, let us go? Flamethrower. With a wave of Ash's hand, Charizard unleashed the classic flamethrower, ready to conclude the grand festival. Roar. Charizard expelled a massive column of searing flames towards Boscodora. The latter, witnessing the approaching heat wave, gritted its teeth. Boscodora will give it all. Rock slide. Unfortunately, the boulders summoned by Boscodora were incinerated by the flames, and ultimately, even Boscodora was engulfed in fire. The victor was determined. After countless tense and thrilling battles, Ash emerged as the champion of the Hoenn Alliance Grand Festival. The commentators shouted in a frenzy. The audience applauded vigorously for Ash. Incredible! Ash is the champion. Xiaoyao cheered. The boy who once knew nothing of types has truly grown. Brock marveled. Ash's friends and family rejoiced in his victory. As dusk fell, fireworks illuminated the sky, heralding the closing ceremony of the Grand Festival. Numerous thrilling matches had stirred the hearts of the audience, and now, the moment of closure had finally arrived. On the podium, Chairman Damaranch presented the trophy to Ash, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Ash." "Thank you." Ash lifted the trophy amidst the gaze of numerous participants and his friends. The champion is Ash from Shurnu Town. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause. Each match here was remarkable, though I watched from the sidelines. I felt the thrill. Brock chuckled. I can't wait to become a Pokemon trainer." Xiaoxing lamented, "With that, I can participate in the Pokemon League and challenge Ash." Masamune ignited with fighting spirit, declaring, "In the next tournament, I will definitely win. By then, my companions and I will be even stronger than we are now." Ding, congratulations on winning the Alliance Championship. Reward, 50,000 points. Ding, first-time champion. Reward, Indigo Orb. Thus, Ash's journey in Hoenn officially concluded, and he had also acquired the final orb from the 3 Hoenn deities. The Indigo Orb. Unfortunately, Ash was unaware of where Kyogre was, so he decided to keep it safe for the time being, trusting he would encounter it someday. That evening, everyone gathered together to celebrate with a feast. The following day, they bid farewell at the port, while Ash's mother, Hanako, took Ash's champion trophy and returned to Shurnu Town first. Ash and the others boarded a ship to the ancient town. And since Mizuki did not want to intrude on their farewell, she returned to Orange City first. Ash and his companions sat on a patch of grass, enjoying a farewell meal. Brock laid out the rice balls on a cloth. "All right, let us eat." Delicious." Xiaoyao praised the rice balls, yet felt a pang of sadness, realizing how she would miss Brock's cooking in the future. Indeed, Mom's cooking is great, but nothing compares to Brock's. Xiaoxing agreed. As they ate and chatted, they cherished their final moments together. "You two are taking a ship to Kanto, right?" Xiaoyao suddenly asked. Xiaoxing followed up, and Ash, "You'll be heading back to Shurnu Town, correct?" "That's right." Ash nodded. "We'll find time to visit you." Xiaoyao promised. "Absolutely. I am immensely eager to visit Dr. Okito's Research Institute and meet him." Xiaoxing concurred. "Not a problem. You are most welcome to join us." Xiaoji replied with a smile. Peekabooey. After having lunch, the 4 of them tidied up their belongings and continued their journey, arriving at the classic fork in the road. "This is where we must part ways," Xiaoxing said, his voice tinged with disappointment. Xiao Jiang, showing concern, remarked, "You two must be careful." "Yes, take care everyone." Xiaoyao bid farewell, along with Pikachu and Eevee. "Goodbye." They all echoed in unison. Pika Pika Boy. The group exchanged farewells as they ventured towards their respective hometowns. Upon returning to the Kanto region, Xiaoji and Xiaojiang found themselves at the crossroad outside of Shurjian City, where they too had to part ways. "I am heading back to Nibi City, so I shall take this route." Xiaojiang indicated the path he would follow. Xiaoji nodded, saying, "I will return to Masera Town. So this is where we must say our goodbyes. Be safe on your journey," Xiaojiang advised. "Indeed. Wishing you a smooth journey as well." With that, Xiaoji waved goodbye to Xiaojiang along with Pikachu and Eevee. Subsequently, Xiaoji, accompanied by Pikachu and Eevee, strolled along the small path leading to Shurjian City. "Ah, Shurjian City. How nostalgic." Xiaoji mused as he observed the surroundings. Although he had never truly visited before, his original self had been there many times. Unbeknownst to him, he had already completed his journey in Hoenn and returned to Kanto. How swiftly time passes. Pikachu nodded, for it was indeed the place where their adventure had begun. "Wait. Originally, I intended to traverse Shurjian City directly towards Masera Town, but upon passing the Shurjian Gym, I discovered it had undergone renovations." At that moment, a red convertible sports car halted beside Xiaoji, and a man wearing sunglasses and beach attire stepped out. "Hello, you must be a Pokemon trainer." The man greeted enthusiastically. "Yes." Xiaoji affirmed with a nod. "My name is Ahita." He introduced himself before inquiring, By the way, you are here to challenge this gym, aren't you? Not exactly. I already possess the green badge. My name is Xiaoji, he quickly replied. Xiaoji. Ahita pondered. That name sounds quite familiar. Chapter 133, Battle at the Battle Frontier. Confrontation with Champion Kikuko. Suddenly, Ahita excitedly grasped Xiaoji's arm. You are the Xiaoji who just won the Hoenn League Championship, aren't you? Yes, Xiaoji replied. Feeling a bit embarrassed, has the news spread so quickly? Not at all. Ahita waved dismissively. I have my own sources of information. I keep track of the champions from all regions. By the way, do you know about the Battle Frontier? Without giving Xiaoji a chance to respond, he continued. Let me tell you, the Battle Frontier has many formidable trainers, rivaling even the league gyms, and their strength is even more formidable. Ahita enthusiastically elaborated on the Battle Frontier until a sudden cry from an elderly woman interrupted their conversation, causing Xiaoji to feel a sense of relief. Turning around, they saw a silver-haired old lady who had fallen from her bicycle, clutching a large bag of groceries and carrying a package on her back. She had lost her balance and tumbled off her bike. The two hurried over. Xiaoji helped the lady up while Ahita lifted the bicycle. Are you all right? Xiaoji inquired with concern. Peekaboo. I'm fine. I merely lost my balance and fell. I suppose it's my fault for buying so many things. The old lady chuckled as she shook her head. Allow me to assist you with that. Xiaoji offered, taking the groceries from her. My apologies. Could you please help me carry them inside? The old lady smiled and nodded. Are you the new Shijian gym leader? Xiaoji had already recognized her, the ghost-type champion Kikuko. That could be said. I am currently the temporary gym leader here. Kikuko responded, guiding the two to the gym. I've long wished to meet you, Xiaoji. Dato has spoken highly of you. Xiaoji smiled and nodded. Then you must be the ghost-type champion, Kikuko. That I am. Kikuko affirmed with a nod. She then glanced at Ahita, who was closely following Xiaoji. By the way, Ahita, you haven't changed, still as enthusiastic as ever. I heard you went to Twin Leaf Island recently. And now you have your sights set on Xiaoji? I have no choice. I need to find more trainers. Ahita sighed. Indeed. I heard Xiaoji won the colorful Ghost Conference Championship, which naturally makes him my target. Having passion for your work is commendable. Kikuko shook her head, dismissing Ahita, then turned to Xiaoji. So, how about a battle with me? An opportunity one cannot refuse. Xiaoji replied, brimming with fighting spirit. Peekaboo. Kikuko nodded, stating, lately, trainers have been rather weak. Just yesterday, 2 challengers came to battle but were swiftly defeated. I am truly eager for a match with a trainer of a bit more skill. They soon arrived at the battleground, with Ahita serving as the referee. Kikuko attacks first. I entrust this task to you, Gungue. The ghostly Pokémon, Gungue, was one of Kikuko's signature Pokémon. Xiaoji's mouth twitched. Was she truly using this Pokémon for a gym battle? Wasn't that a bit unfair? Though this Gungue might not be her strongest, it was undoubtedly one of her main forces. Then you shall be the one, Pikachu. Xiaoji chose to send forth his most trusted partner, Pikachu. Pika. The champion's aura unfurled, and the clash commenced. Boom. Champion. Ahita's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the adorable Pikachu. His intelligence report had not mentioned that Xiaoji possessed a champion Pokémon. Instantly, Ahita resolved to cultivate a closer relationship with Xiaoji. A young trainer with a champion Pokémon had boundless potential. Even Kikuko's expression grew serious. This was a battle of champions. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Xiaoji commanded his partner to unleash its signature move. Kikuko remained unfazed, Gungue dove underground, evading the attack and slipping into Pikachu's shadow. Shadow Ball. At that moment, Kikuko issued her command. Gungue emerged from Pikachu's shadow, forming a dark purple energy sphere. Iron Tail. Pikachu leaped and twisted, its metallic tail smashing through the Shadow Ball. Shadow Clone. Observing the situation, Kikuko swiftly changed tactics, causing Gungue to create numerous clones that surrounded Pikachu. Shadow Ball. A multitude of Shadow Balls launched simultaneously, leaving Pikachu unable to discern the real from the false. Surf. Pikachu leaped into the air as a massive wave surged forth, crashing down upon all the Gungue clones. The clones shattered, leaving only the genuine Shadow Ball to attack, but Pikachu quickly dodged the incoming assault. Gungue pursued. Hypnosis. As Pikachu evaded, Kikuko commanded, and Gungue's scarlet eyes flared open, casting a red glow upon Pikachu. Electric Terrain. Fortunately, Xiaoji issued a timely command, enabling Pikachu to establish an electric terrain, rendering it immune to sleep, thus nullifying the hypnosis. Electro Ball and Volt Tackle. Xiaoji shouted. Pika Pi. Pikachu surged forth, enveloped in golden electric currents, transforming into a bolt of lightning that charged ahead. Such speed. Shadow Ball. Kikuko exclaimed in astonishment. Bang. Pikachu collided with the Shadow Ball, instantly reaching Gungue and sending it flying. Return, Gungue. You did well. Kikuko recalled Gungue, turning to Xiaoji. You are quite impressive. She then produced a badge and handed it to Xiaoji. Xiaoji, this is a search officer's identification given to you by Dato. He knew you would certainly pass through Shijian City, so he asked me to deliver it to you. With this, you have the authority to mobilize any Junsha in the area. Of course, you may refuse if you wish. Not at all. Xiaoji accepted the item, recognizing that although it would compel him to act when the Alliance called upon him, the advantages were plentiful. For instance, with this, he could directly access crime scenes. Furthermore, Jeezy handed him a Pokeball, which was a reward that Du had fought for during his encounters with the Aqua and Magma teams. Curiously, Xiaoji opened the Pokeball, and with a pop, a spirited Houndour appeared before everyone. Grandma Jeezy nodded and continued. This Houndour is one of the most outstanding descendants of the Junsha clan. Du invested considerable effort to acquire it. A twitch of Xiaoji's lips revealed the obvious implication of Du's gesture, a firm commitment to the Alliance, hence the thoughtful reward. Houndour, gender, male. Type, fire. Ability, intimidate, lowers opponent's attack upon entering battle. Strength, average peak. Moves, flame wheel, will-o-wisp, fire spin, bite, dig, roar. Terrestrial type, fire. The luxurious move pool left Xiaoji utterly captivated, and ultimately, he accepted the reward. Subsequently, Xiaoji bid farewell to Grandma Jeezy alongside Ahita, and they walked out together. Ahita praised Xiaoji for his remarkable triumph over the Elite Four's Jeezy. He extended an invitation to the battle frontier, elaborating on its battle procedures, and noted that some of the frontier brains were as formidable as the Elite Four. Although somewhat exaggerated, the frontier brain Shinda indeed possessed 3 eternal legendary Pokémon, making him a worthy opponent, perhaps even stronger than the Elite Four. Xiaoji expressed his eagerness to participate, much to Ahita's delight. After parting ways with Ahita, Xiaoji, accompanied by Pikachu and Eevee, set off towards Shinshin Town. Chapter 134. Return to Shinshin Town, all gathered. Upon returning to Shinshin Town, Xiaoji's first order of business was, naturally, to head home. I'm back. Pika Pika, EVV. Out fluttered the cheerful Bakijiku, welcoming Xiaoji home. Bakijiku, Xiaoji exclaimed, astonished to see it emerge from his house. Welcome back, Xiaoji. Misty stepped out, smiling warmly. Long time no see, Xiaoji, Pikachu, and Eevee. Pika Pika Pikachu joyfully leaped from Xiaoji's shoulder into Misty's embrace. Eevee greeted Eevee, perched on Xiaoji's shoulder. Congratulations, Xiaoji, on your victory in the Hoenn League. I heard from Professor Oak that you would be returning soon, so I waited here for you. Misty explained while stroking Pikachu's head. I specifically came to welcome you. Hanako and Professor Oak emerged from the house as well, with Hanako teasingly remarking, I hope you're ready for all the excitement. This made Misty blush slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Professor Oak enthusiastically nodded. How wonderful. You've returned safely. His gaze drifted to the Pokeballs at Xiaoji's waist. At that moment, a Luricolo scampered to Misty's feet. She picked it up and introduced, this little one hatched from the egg that Shota gave me not long ago. Isn't it adorable? Xiaoji gently patted Luricolo, while Pikachu gleefully watched the little creature. Come on. I've prepared a feast with all your favorite dishes, Xiaoji. Hanako exclaimed, observing their interaction with a smile. That is fantastic. Pika Pika Xiaoji and Pikachu cheered in unison. Just as everyone was preparing to eat, a car horn blared at the front door. They opened the door to find Dr. Otamaki and Shota standing at Xiaoji's doorstep. Xiaoji, I'm here, Shota announced. Shota, Dr. Otamaki, what brings you here? Xiaoji asked, taken aback. Hee. Shota scratched his head sheepishly and explained. My sister is challenging the grand festival in the Kanto region, so I bolted after her. I hurried to catch up and happened to run into Dr. Otamaki on his way to Professor Oak's lab. So you hitched a ride to find me. Xiaoji crossed his arms, looking at Shota with a knowing expression. Let us see how I'll teach you a lesson when Xiaoyao arrives. Afterward, Hanako invited everyone in for a meal, and Xiaoji's return brought a lively atmosphere to the home. Xiaoji and Misty shared amusing anecdotes from their Hoenn journey, engaging in an animated conversation that, if not for Hanako's gentle intervention, might have lasted through the night. The following morning, Xiaoji and Misty hurried to Professor Oak's lab to reunite with their Pokémon. While Dr. Otamaki and Shota had already been taken to the lab by Professor Oak the previous night. Shortly after Xiaoji and Misty departed, Xiaoyao arrived at Xiaoji's home. Hanako, overjoyed to see her, ushered Xiaoyao inside and treated her kindly before leading her to Professor Oak's lab to find Xiaoji. Just as Xiaoji arrived at Professor Oak's lab, he was whisked away by Professor Oak and Dr. Otamaki, eager to see Rayquaza. With new trainers soon embarking on their journeys, Shota, and Misty were busy caring for the beginner Pokémon. Each one is so small and adorable, Shota exclaimed, admiring the starters. For beginners, this is the most suitable choice, Misty explained. As Shota reached to pet a Squirtle, it startled and began to cry. Flustered, he apologized repeatedly until the Squirtle quieted down, tears still glistening as it nibbled on a snack. Shota had just completed the observation sketches of the starters when he chuckled. Shota, this Squirtle's personality is quite the crybaby. Soon, it was time for the starters to rest, and Shota volunteered to return them to their Pokeballs. After collecting Bulbasaur and Charmander, the Squirtle, witnessing its companions vanish, burst into tears and jumped off the table, prompting Shota to chase it around the room. As the Squirtle scampered towards the staircase, Hanako and Xiaoyao arrived. The Squirtle leaped directly into Xiaoyao's embrace. How can you scare Pokemon on purpose, Shota? Xiaoyao reproached. Sis. Shota stepped back, forcing a smile. No, it's not like that. Actually, bang. Xiaoyao playfully punched him, then realized her oversight and stared at Shota. Wait. Shota, why are you here? I left you at home. Suddenly aware of her slip, Xiaoyao quickly covered her mouth. Hearing this, Shota felt emboldened, pointing at Xiaoyao and declaring, You deliberately did this. You sneaked out to find Xiaoji. Cough, cough Xiaoyao. I brought Shota here. Professor Oak and Dr. Otamaki reappeared with Xiaoji. Dr. Otamaki clarified the situation, explaining everything to Xiaoyao, who promptly expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much, Dr. Otamaki. It really was a hassle. She shot a look at Shota. Actually, you don't need to go through all this trouble next time. I didn't do anything unnecessary. Shota protested. With Xiaoyao deciding to participate in the Grand Festival in the Kanto region, Xiaoji agreed to join the Battle Frontier while also entering the Grand Festival, resolving to travel together once more. As for Shota, he would first seek permission from his sister, although it seemed likely that he would end up joining Xiaoji's party. Afterward, Xiaoji led Xiaoyao and the others to the mountain where Groudon awaited, having informed his Pokemon to gather there. Goodness, is that Rayquaza? And Groudon, and even Deoxys? Misty gawked at Xiaoji's 4 legendary Pokemon. Although Xiaoji had told her about them the previous day, seeing them in person still felt surreal. Long time no see, Groudon, and Little Purple and Green. Xiaoji greeted them. Roar Groudon waved a claw at Xiaoji, while Little Purple and Green also greeted him. Boom! Xiaoji's Pokemon rushed towards him, with the formidable Carnivine leading the charge, closely followed by a stampede of Tauros. Wow, so many Tauros! Shota exclaimed in awe. In the sky, Pidgeot led several of Xiaoji's flying Pokemon to the scene. Finally, Snorlax lumbered along at its own leisurely pace. Come on out, everyone! Ash released his Pokemon from their confines. Woof! The newly appeared Rockruff instantly captivated the attention of the crowd. Wow, Rockruff is so adorable. Ash, when did you catch it? Exclaimed May, her eyes sparkling with delight at the charming creature. Ash recounted his encounter with Grandma Kiku, leaving everyone in astonishment. The Ghost-type Elite Four member was the gym leader in Pewter City. Only Professor Oak stepped back quietly, utterly unprepared for the revelation that Kiku was now so close to him. May also released her Pokemon for everyone to meet: Blaziken, Bulbasaur, Snorlax, and Milotic, leaving the rest at home. As the group gathered to relish their joyous moments, an impish creature suddenly emerged from Ash's shadow. Chapter 135, Departure. Reunion with Squirtle. What is this? Professors Oak and Yaguruma gazed in astonishment at the mischievous Marshadao. Marshadao. The creature fixed its gaze on Ash, and at that moment, the rainbow wing in Ash's backpack began to radiate light. Ash retrieved it and nodded at Marshadao, saying, I understand. Hearing this, Marshadao ceased its chatter and slipped back into Ash's shadow. That is Marshadao, the legendary messenger of Ho-Oh. Professor Oak exclaimed, gripping Ash's shoulder in excitement. Then glancing at the feather in Ash's hand. Ash, could it be that you have gained Ho-Oh's recognition? Professor Yaguruma's eyes sparkled as he too looked at the rainbow wing. Ash pondered, recalling his past encounters with Ho-Oh. Perhaps he had indeed been acknowledged. Ho-Oh is about to return to the world. Professor Oak shouted in exhilaration. Ash quietly led everyone away from the two professors and turned to Misty, inviting, Misty, would you like to join us for Ho-Oh's trials? Really? Misty replied, her face lighting up with joy. I could meet Ho-Oh. Just as the group was preparing to leave Professor Oak's lab, the weeping novice Squirtle unexpectedly developed a fondness for May. In light of this, Professor Oak generously gifted Squirtle to May, causing Ash to cast a mournful glance at the professor, lamenting, I've never received any starter Pokemon from you. Meanwhile, after a phone call with his family, Max shared his training experiences with Ash to ensure that he would remain by Ash's side. The following morning, guided by Marshadao, Ash and his companions set out. Ash's team comprised Pikachu, Eevee, Pidgeot, Charizard, Gardevoir, Sceptile, Groudon, Venusaur, and Rayquaza. Determined to challenge Ho-Oh, Ash opted to bring his original lineup along with the legendary Pokemon. Before their departure, Professor Oak thoughtfully upgraded the Pokédexes for Ash and May, watching with a sense of reluctance as they left Pallet Town. Not long after exiting Pallet Town, at an intersection, familiar voices caught their attention. Hey, you guys. Ash and his friends turned to see Brock standing before them. You haven't forgotten about someone, have you? Brock chuckled. Brock. They chorused. Pikachu and Eevee. Their source of sustenance has arrived. Hiss, you're actually going to participate in Hoen's trials. After discussing their objectives, Brock marveled, great. Let's set off for Hoenn. Thus, the quartet transformed into a quintet and continued their journey under Marshadow's guidance. Unexpectedly, the group arrived in a town. Huh, this place looks familiar. May mused, her brow furrowing in thought. Indeed, Brock nodded in agreement. Pikachu, with its astute little mind, was the first to recall something, exclaiming with excitement. Pikachu, what have you remembered? Ash inquired. Pikachu leaped down from Ash's shoulder and dashed in a particular direction. The group quickly followed suit. Thus, Pikachu led Ash and the others into a police station. This must be Officer Jenny's precinct. May observed, glancing at the building. Squirtle, use water gun. Came Officer Jenny's voice from a nearby training ground. Squirtle. Ash's eyes lit up with recognition. Pikachu nodded, affirming Ash's suspicion. Ah, Officer Jenny, I'm here. Brock exclaimed, disregarding everything else, determined to find her. Ah, Misty skillfully grasped Brock's ear, exasperatedly saying, you should come back to reality. The newly emerged Drowsy, confused, watched the scene unfold, wondering why the roles had changed. Misty, noticing Drowsy's design, laughed. Brock, you know, it suits you quite well. Brock fell into a contemplative silence. At that moment, Misty's Psyduck also emerged, looking perplexedly at her. Ah, what are you doing out? Misty angrily recalled Psyduck. After a bit of playful banter, Ash and his friends arrived at the training ground to find Officer Jenny leading a group of Squirtless in a firefighting drill. Each Squirtle donned a black coat and sunglasses, resembling a gang, with the lead Squirtle sporting diamond-shaped glasses while the others wore round ones. Squirtle, Ash shouted. Squirt? The Squirtle turned, its expression brightening as it recognized Ash, who had excitedly rushed to embrace. Squirtle, it's really you, Squirtle? May exclaimed in delight. Long time no see, Ash, Brock, and Misty. Officer Jenny approached with a warm smile. Long time no see, Officer Jenny. They chorused. Hello, I'm May. She introduced herself. Nice to meet you. Brock stepped forward, proclaiming, our reunion must be fate, Officer Jenny. Suddenly, Brock felt a chill run down his spine as 3 pairs of eyes fixed on him, bringing him back to reality. He sheepishly scratched his head and smiled. It's been a while, Officer Jenny. Ash released his original team, reuniting old friends. The Squirtless joyfully greeted everyone, their camaraderie as strong as ever. However, after their journey through Kanto, they had all gone their separate ways, and it had been a long time since they had gathered. Watching his old companions, Squirtle noted how much they had all improved, particularly Venusaur, who had evolved and gained tremendous strength, leaving Squirtle feeling envious. May, excited to see the group of Squirtless, released her own Squirtle, which was quickly surrounded by the others. Startled by their fierce demeanor, her Squirtle leaped into her arms, bursting into tears. Observing this, the nostalgic Squirtless grew irate and approached the newcomers, giving each one a gentle slap on the head for scaring their friend. Suddenly, a large net swooped down, capturing the Squirtless. What just happened? Officer Jenny gasped. Squirt? The Squirtless exchanged glances, recognizing the familiar scenario, casting a glance at the yellow rodent nearby. Is that Team Rocket? May wondered aloud, as Ash and his friends had not encountered Team Rocket in quite some time. Were they resuming their old antics? The trio of Team Rocket floated up in a hot air balloon, the large net above them filled with the captured Squirtless. I heard something happening. Jessie began. From over the horizon, James chimed in. From the Great Ruckus. Jessie continued. A voice calling out to us. Meowth leaped out, excitedly exclaiming, sorry to keep you waiting. Jessie declared, the evil flower blooms bravely. James, holding a rose, added, the strong and sweet villainous character. Jessie, James, I am Meowth, the Meowth. Jessie proclaimed. Wherever Team Rocket is, the world, oh the universe, James echoed, is waiting for you. Misty looked at Team Rocket, surprised by their new introduction. Really? Max nodded in agreement. Ash, in a state of disbelief, remarked, is it not sufficient to work diligently day by day and enjoy a hearty meal? Must it all be so flamboyant? Culminating in a flight? Once again, it is you lot. Miss Junxiao expressed her exasperation. Haven't you yet reformed your ways? Xiaoyao inquired curiously. What do you mean by that? Musashi shouted in anger. We are Team Rocket. In any case, this motley crew shall serve as our first ticket back. Kojiro chuckled. Indeed, Meow. You truly lack memory. Deal with them. Ash shook his head. Vine Whip. Venusaur unleashed a flurry of razor leaves, causing the hot air balloon to deflate. Steel Wing. Fearow sliced through the net. A woo. Charizard caught the Squirtless midair. Pika. Thunderbolt. Pikachu sent them soaring into the sky, as several Pokémon executed their moves with seamless synchronicity, effortlessly rescuing the Squirtless. After a brief conversation, Ash and his companions resolved to continue their journey. Farewell. They waved, Peekabooey. The Squirtless, witnessing their companions reunite only to part once more, felt a tinge of reluctance. Observing their leader's expression, The Squirtless exchanged glances and began to persuade him. They were somewhat concerned about their safety. Miss Junsha, noticing their apprehension, encouraged, pursue your aspirations. They have already proven themselves as capable firefighters. Squirtle, the Squirtless assured, patting their shells. Squirtle, the leader nodded, touched, and they shared a tail slap. With their short legs moving swiftly, Squirtle caught up with Ash to express its determination. Squirtle, do you truly wish to return? Ash inquired joyfully. Now the Kanto trio is reunited. The Squirtle nodded resolutely, removing its sunglasses, and a blue-white glow of evolution enveloped it. To demonstrate its resolve, Squirtle evolved into Wartortle, ready to ascend to the pinnacle of Pokemon with Ash. Ash retrieved Wartortle's Pokeball, smiling, excellent. I have received your determination. Welcome back, Squirtle. No, Wartortle. Ash tossed the Pokeball to recall it. Wonderful, Ash. Squirtle has returned. Misty exclaimed. Indeed. Brock nodded nostalgically. It truly brings back memories of Ash's original team in Kanto. Wartortle, gender, male, type, water, ability, torrent, strength, late gym leader, moves, water gun, hydro pump, rapid spin, bubble beam, bite, water pulse, terrestrial type, water. Thus, Ash and his companions, accompanied by the returning Wartortle, continued their journey in search of Ho-Oh. Chapter 136. The emergence of Entei, Seiko, and Zongzi make their entrance. While Ash and his companions were enjoying a delightful lunch in the depths of a forest at a Pokemon Center, a young boy rushed in, cradling a battered water-type Pokemon, clearly suffering from severe burns. Help! Nurse Joy, please save my water-type. He cried frantically. Nurse Joy promptly took the Pokemon to examine its injuries, frowning in discontent. Such severe wounds. What happened? I encountered Entei. The boy lamented, lowering his head in despair. It's all my fault. I was too eager to capture Entei. At the mention of Entei, the trainers in the Pokemon Center became immediately excited, gathering around to inquire about the legendary Pokemon. Nurse Joy gently cradled the water type, offering reassurance. Do not worry, it will recover soon. Lucky, along with Nurse Joy, whisked the water type into the treatment room. Are you referring to Entei? The trainers queried, now encircling the boy. Yes, the legendary Pokemon. I intended to capture this ultra-rare creature, but it was far too powerful and effortlessly defeated my water type before vanishing into the forest. With the information confirmed, the trainers rushed out of the Pokemon Center, eager to search for Entei in the nearby forest. Let us go take a look, Ash declared, believing Entei to be linked to Ho-Oh's trials. Wandering through the woods, Ash and his companions, as the bearer of the Rainbow Wing, were not in a hurry. After all, Entei would surely present itself. Roar! Just as they pondered, a majestic Entei appeared in a sunlit clearing before them. Entei! The group exclaimed in astonishment. Entei, strength, legendary. Ash sighed, regretting that it was indeed a legendary Pokemon. The true member of Ho-Oh's guard. We found it. Meanwhile, not far from Ash's group, a young girl had also arrived, jubilantly gazing at Entei. Upon spotting Ash and his companions, she smirked mischievously and rushed forward to challenge Entei. Pachima, I'm counting on you, she thought eagerly. Believing she could capture Entei before them, and unhesitatingly tossed her Pokeball. Pachima, emerging from the Sinnoh water-type starters. Pachima, use Bubble Beam, she commanded without hesitation, launching an attack on Entei. Pachima unleashed a powerful Bubble Beam, but Entei merely leaped gracefully to evade the assault, landing before the girl, startling both her and Pachima, who fell to the ground. However, Entei did not harm them. Instead, it approached Ash and his companions, scrutinizing Ash intently, then casting a lingering glance at his shadow before leaping back onto a massive boulder. Suddenly, Entei performed a quick turn, unleashing a torrent of flames toward Ash and the girl, as if intending to incinerate them. Boom! Ash's two high-level Pokeballs burst open, revealing Lilac and Green, who erected a defensive barrier to shield against the fiery onslaught. Roar! Entei regarded the two Deoxys. It merely sought to test Ash, completely unprepared for the legendary power he possessed. As Entei contemplated leaving, a Lucario appeared before it, heralding the arrival of yet another trainer. The newcomer, a rather delicate-looking boy, commanded, Lucario, use Aura Sphere. The Azure Aura Sphere, a guaranteed hit, struck Entei squarely in the face. As the smoke cleared, Entei remained unfazed, roaring in indignation. Though the damage was minimal, the humiliation was profound. Do you understand? I do not strike faces when battling Pokemon, to showcase its legendary temperament. Entei merely let out a thunderous roar, repelling Lucario and the boy, before turning back to glance at Ash and vanishing into the depths of the forest. Ash, shouldn't we pursue it? Xiaoyao asked, looking at the vanishing Entei with curiosity. No need. We will meet again, Ash asserted firmly. I saw the real Entei. How amazing. Masato cheered. Brock and Misty watched quietly, having already encountered Entei in Chengdu. However, if it were Sukin, Misty would undoubtedly be more animated. Lilac and Green returned to their Pokeballs, relieved that the crisis had passed. Hey, those two Pokemon that looked like aliens were quite strong. Why let any eye escape? The girl inquired of Ash. Shouldn't you express your gratitude first? We just saved you. Xiaoyao retorted before Ash could respond. The girl finally realized her oversight and bowed in thanks. Thank you for saving me. I am Seiko from Futaba Town. Ash and his companions introduced themselves in turn. The boy, having recalled Lucario, approached and introduced himself. Hello, I am Zhongzi from Curtain City. The combative Seiko immediately challenged Zhongzi and Ash to a battle. Not interested. Zhongzi replied, preparing to leave, but not before warning them. I advise you. A storm is approaching. With that, Zhongzi departed in search of shelter. A storm? With a startled exclamation, Ash turned to the group and said, let us seek shelter from the rain. Hey, are you going to run away too? Chizuko retorted angrily, then added sarcastically, before we find a place to escape the rain, shouldn't you call your mother? Enough with the taunts. We should head to the shelter instead. Ash replied, his voice resolute. Pikachu understood instantly, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The champion, Chizuko exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Ash continued, even if we must battle, it must wait until the storm has passed. Suppressing her surprise, Chizuko replied defiantly, just so you know, you better not run away when the time comes. As the group searched for refuge in the forest, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened, and torrential rain poured down. Oh my goodness, there really is a storm. Chizuko gasped, having thought that Suji was merely trying to avoid a battle by deceiving her. At that moment, a flash of red light caught their attention, and they approached to discover a dejected Charmander sitting forlornly on a large rock beneath a tree. Brock and Misty exchanged glances, feeling an eerie sense of familiarity. Ash's lips twitched. Was this not the very fate of his old Charizard? Both were drenched, albeit one clung to a branch while the other sat exposed in the rain. Yet, in the past, Charizard had at least found a leaf to shield itself from the downpour, while this Charmander sat directly in the rain. Chapter 137, Cross. Once again, Charmander had been abandoned. Just as the group was about to approach it, the little fire lizard seemed to notice something, and joyfully leaped down from the rock, running towards the trainer who was approaching through the rain. That must be its trainer. Chizuko sighed in relief. The trainer was about Ash's age, accompanied by a midnight black Lycanroc. He looked down at the Charmander that had rushed to cling to his leg with a look of disdain and kicked it into a puddle, growling. What are you still doing here? Get lost. Hey, aren't you Charmander's trainer? Chizuko shouted indignantly. Brock and the others glared at the trainer in anger. They had not expected to witness such a scene again. Haruka and Koyuki were particularly outraged by the trainer's treatment of Charmander. Ash hurriedly rushed over to help the Charmander up, feeling its body temperature plummeting. Once perhaps, the trainer scoffed, weaklings are discarded. There are plenty of Charmanders out there at this level, but it keeps clinging to me, so I let it wait here for me. He taunted, if you want it. Take it. Pokemon must be strong above all. If Pokemon could grow strong on their own, what use would trainers like you be? Ash retorted, cradling the Charmander. How laughable. My name is Cross, and I intend to become the strongest trainer. Cross sneered, let us battle. I want to see if your strength matches your words. As soon as he finished speaking, his Lycanroc fixed its crimson gaze on Ash. Roar. Ash's Charizard burst forth, glaring furiously at Cross. The sight of him reminded Charizard of the trainer who had abandoned it, back when it had been just as naive as this Charmander. Charizard didn't require Ash's commands. With its champion aura unleashed, it swiftly struck Lycanroc with a powerful claw attack. The champion. Cross clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. What do you think? My Charizard was once an abandoned Charmander, and now it completely outclasses you. Misty shouted angrily. Haruka, Koyuki, and Chizuko were taken aback. They had no idea Ash's formidable Charizard had also been abandoned. Humph, just an isolated incident. Cross recalled his Lycanroc without a hint of regret and turned to leave. You've worked hard, Charizard. Come back and rest. Ash said, retrieving Charizard's Pokeball. Roar. Charizard gave Ash a thumbs up before returning to its ball, cradling the Charmander. Ash stated, let us go find a place to shelter from the rain, and then we'll treat you. All right. The others nodded in agreement. The group hurried into a cave deep within the forest, where Suji happened to be taking refuge from the rain. Upon seeing Ash and the others arrive, he stepped down from a raised platform in the cave and approached Ash. Why did you abandon it and let it get hurt like this? Suji questioned, looking at the feeble Charmander. Chizuko realized that Suji seemed to be misunderstanding the situation and quickly explained, this has nothing to do with Ash. It was abandoned by its trainer, yet it still waited in the rain, firmly believing it would be rescued. Ash brought the Charmander to the campfire Suji had kindled, and together with Brock, they began to treat its wounds. To their surprise, Suji proved to be quite helpful. My goal is to become a Pokemon doctor. So I've learned some essential medical knowledge, Suji explained with a smile. Currently, I am traveling to gather legends about humans and Pokemon. You must be thrilled to encounter the legendary Nti. Chizuko asked with a smile. Indeed. It was a tremendously valuable experience for me, he replied. By the way, what brings you to this place? It's quite far from your hometown, Suji inquired. Well, that's a long story, Chizuko began, but was interrupted by a resounding roar that captured everyone's attention. They turned to see Nei arriving. Accompanied by Pokemon from the forest seeking shelter from the rain, Nei paid them no mind and led the Pokemon to another high ground, where they all gathered around to rest. Suji observed this scene and remarked, in the face of nature's might, both humans and Pokemon are equal. At that moment, both he and Shizuko looked at Nti, no longer harboring any desire to capture it. As night fell, Nti and the Pokemon drifted off to sleep, while Ash and the others gathered around the campfire, listening to Suji recount legends in his quest to become a Pokemon doctor. Throughout history, there has always been a legend that the Ho-Oh granted life to Nti. Suji began, organizing his thoughts. 150 years ago, the Bell Tower, revered as a place of communication between Ho-Oh and humans, was destroyed in a fire caused by a lightning strike, the flames extinguished by the sudden downpour. It is said that 3 unknown Pokemon perished in this calamity. At that moment, Ho-Oh descended, granting them life anew. Thus, the lightning that struck the tower, the flames that consumed it, and the rain that extinguished the fire transformed into the Pokemon we now know as Raikou, Nti, and Suicune. Suicune is my favorite. Chizuko and Misty exclaimed in unison, momentarily taken aback before sharing a laugh. It is said to be Ho-Oh, the guardian of Pokemon life. Suji concluded his tale. Just then, Ash's rainbow feather emitted a radiant glow, prompting him to retrieve it from his backpack. This is the rainbow feather, Suji exclaimed excitedly, gazing at the feather in Ash's hand. So, Ash, you are the one chosen by Ho-Oh. Although Ho-Oh rarely appears before humans, it occasionally bestows this feather upon those it favors. But why give a feather? Chizuko posed an excellent question. Suji pondered for a moment before explaining. There is a legend that those who meet Ho-Oh guided by the rainbow feather will become rainbow warriors. That sounds impressive. Haruka gasped in amazement. The others nodded in agreement. The night grew late, and the stories came to an end. Ash spoke up, it's getting late. We should all get some sleep. At Ash's reminder, exhaustion settled over the group, and they drifted off to sleep, warmed by the campfire. Unbeknownst to Ash, Haruka and Misty had each leaned against his shoulder, peacefully slumbering. The next morning, the storm had subsided. Ash was the first to awaken beneath the weight of 2 heavy shoulders. Gazing at the 2 girls sleeping soundly on either side of him, he dared not move, unsure of what to do. Ash could only silently admire the adorable faces of Misty and Haruka as they dozed, the sweet scent of the 2 girls making his heart race, leaving him restless and anxious. Xiao Yao and Xiao Xia seemed to sense Xiao Zhi's sudden tension, awakening abruptly. The 3 of them exchanged glances, and the atmosphere instantly became quite awkward. Xiao Yao and Xiao Xia, their faces flushed, lowered their heads, recalling that it was they who had taken the initiative to draw closer the previous night. Just as the 3 were engulfed in their embarrassment, the Flame Emperor had already stirred awake, nodding towards Xiao Zhi before departing with his Pokemon. This prompted Xiao Gang and the others to awaken as well, alleviating the awkward tension among Xiao Zhi and his companions. Rising to check on his beloved Charmeleon, Xiao Zhi was relieved to find its tail flame burning brightly, indicating it had fully recovered. Truly, this little creature was remarkably resilient. The others gathered around to assess Charmeleon's condition, while Charmeleon, dejected, hung its head in front of Xiao Zhi. Gently patting Charmeleon's head, Xiao Zhi asked, "Would you like to come with me?" Charmeleon gazed deeply into Xiao Zhi's eyes and eventually nodded emphatically. "Excellent. Let's show that fellow your true potential," Xiao Zhi declared, retrieving a Pokeball. Without hesitation, Charmeleon slapped the Pokeball, and with a resounding bang, it was successfully captured. Chapter 138, Battling Qingzi, the appearance of Suicune. "Congratulations, Xiao Zhi," everyone exclaimed, extending their warm wishes to him. Charmeleon. Gender, male. Type, fire. Ability, solar power, special attack is boosted in sunny weather. Strength, elite mid-level. Moves, ancient power, flamethrower, dragon breath. Terrestrial type, fire. Examining Charmeleon's profile, Xiao Zhi nodded with delight. Charmeleon was perfectly suited for a special attack strategy, and its mega evolution would align beautifully with its form. In contrast, the older Charizard, while adept at using flamethrower, relied on physical moves like Dragon Claw and Earthquake, making it more compatible with its X-form. After devising a training plan for Charmeleon, Xiao Zhi decided to have Charizard mentor it for a few days, certain that Charizard, having shared similar experiences, would be willing to train this little one. After packing their belongings, the group exited the cave, marveling at the rainbow that arched across the sky after the rain. Legend has it that Ho-Oh resides at the end of the rainbow. No sooner had Xiao Zhi spoken than his rainbow wing emitted a brilliant light. He aimed it at the rainbow, and instantly, the rainbow wing released a dazzling array of colors. Could this be the fabled guidance of the Rainbow Wing? Zongzi exclaimed, pulling out a town map, noting that the indicated direction led to the treacherous peaks of the Yunying mountain range. All right, our next destination is the Yunying mountain range. In search of Ho-Oh, Xiaoji declared with a smile. Xiaoji, I want to see Ho-Oh with my own eyes. Qingzi requested eagerly. Zongzi, with an expectant gaze, added. So do I, and I want to witness the legendary Rainbow Warrior in person. No problem. Let us all go together. Xiaoji agreed with a nod. The 5-member expedition team was once again elevated to a 7-member team as they pressed onward. That afternoon, the 7 arrived at a small pond within the forest. Taking a moment to rest on the shore, Xiao Gang started a fire to prepare a meal, while Zongzi lent a helping hand. Meanwhile, Xiao Ji and Qingzi engaged in the battle they had previously agreed upon, with Xiao Xia serving as the referee, while Xiao Yao and Xiao Xing acted as spectators. Pachima, I'm counting on you. Qingzi confidently sent out her ace. Pachima, it's you, Charmeleon. Xiao Ji called forth the newly captured Charmeleon. With a defiant roar, Charmeleon faced the water-type Pachima without a hint of fear. Pachima, use Bubble Beam. Qingzi commanded, launching the first offensive. Countless bubbles surged toward Charmeleon. Charmeleon, use Dragon Breath. Xiao Ji calmly directed. Charmeleon unleashed a wave of green energy that collided with the bubbles, resulting in an explosive eruption of smoke. Ancient power. As the smoke cleared, Xiao Ji swiftly issued his command. Charmeleon clapped its hands against the ground, summoning a massive rock that it then hurled toward Pachima with a sweeping motion. Pachima, use Peck. Qingzi instructed, waving her hand. Pachima leaped into the air, spinning to form a drill that smashed through the boulder before charging at Charmeleon. Dodge! Xiaoji shouted just in time, prompting Charmeleon to retreat, evading Pachima's attack. Smokescreen. Charmeleon expelled a dense cloud of black smoke, obscuring Qingzi's line of sight. Pachima, be careful, Qingzi cautioned nervously, scanning the area. Flamethrower. Pachima, spin with Peck. Qingzi quickly commanded. Pachima twirled like a top, spinning through the smoke. Yet Charmeleon's flamethrower missed its target. What? Oh no. Qingzi exclaimed in shock, realizing she had fallen for a trick. Exactly, you fell for it. Charmeleon, use Slash. Xiaoji said with a smile. With a fierce roar, Charmeleon approached Pachima, its hand glowing with white light as it delivered a powerful slash that sent Pachima flying. Pachima. The dazed Pokémon swayed unsteadily, appearing quite disoriented. In that case, Charmeleon, deliver the final blow. Flamethrower. Xiaoji commanded with a sweeping gesture, signaling a decisive attack. Pachima. Wake up. Qingzi cried out frantically as the flames drew nearer. Pachima finally regained its senses at Qingzi's call, but the flamethrower was already upon it. Pachima, Pachima. The cries morphed into a sound reminiscent of a roasted goose. Alas, I lost. Qingzi sighed, reluctantly recalling Pachima. Thank you for your hard work, Pachima. With Pachima rendered unable to battle, Charmeleon emerged victorious. The winner is Xiaoji, Xiao Xiao announced. Truly worthy of Xiaoji, Charmeleon is incredibly strong in his hands. That guy named Cross is utterly detestable, Xiao Yao thought, feeling anger rise within her at the mere mention of Cross. The others wholeheartedly agreed with Xiao Yao's sentiment. As the match concluded, Xiao Gang and Zongzi had prepared the meal, and the group set aside their troubles to enjoy a delightful lunch. Later in the afternoon, Charmeleon was whisked away for intense training with Xiao Ji's original trio of powerhouse Pokémon. Gazing at the clear pond, Xiao Xia, Xiao Yao, and Qingzi decided to take a dip, promptly changing into their swimsuits. Especially after Xiao Xia and Xiao Yao donned their swimsuits, they approached Xiao Ji, asking, who looks better? Faced with such a perilous question, Xiao Ji scrutinized them carefully, and under their eager gazes, he replied, both look great. With that, he dashed off, claiming he was going to assist Charmeleon with its training. Xiao Yao and Xiao Xia exchanged joyful smiles. Then, with a glance, they grabbed the freshly changed Qingzi and jumped into the pond together, their graceful figures gliding through the water. Not far away, Xiao Gang watched this scene with eyes filled with envy and jealousy, lamenting, why doesn't he anyone like me? Beside him, his heartbroken companion, Shaking Heart, seemed to sense something, joyfully hugging Xiao Gang, leaving him frozen in place. Meanwhile, Xiao Ji's specialized training for Charmeleon commenced. First, he had Venusaur instruct Charmeleon in learning Sunny Day, for only then could its ability be fully realized. Meanwhile, Blastoise and Charizard engaged in physical training, equipping Charmeleon with a resistance training device. Thus, throughout that afternoon, Charmeleon trained tirelessly between Venusaur and Charizard. Charmeleon's resolve proved strong, enduring the grueling trials set forth by Charizard and Blastoise, and with Venusaur's guidance, it began to grasp the concept of Sunny Day. With just a few more days of specialized training, Charmeleon would undoubtedly undergo a remarkable transformation. That night, as Xiao Ji slept soundly, he was abruptly awakened to find Qingzi still awake, sifting through the photographs on her camera. Xiao Xia and Xiao Yao, leaning against him, were stirred awake as well. The two girls blinked their sleepy eyes, rubbing them before asking, Xiaoji, what's the matter? Look over there. Xiaoji pointed towards the forest ahead. Engrossed in her photo album, Chengzi instinctively raised her head, joining Xiao Xia and Xiao Yao in gazing toward the direction Xiaoji indicated. In the forest, a hazy mist rose unexpectedly, and amidst it stood a solitary figure, the legendary Suokun. Suokun, power, divine being. Suokun. The three girls gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the magnificent creature. As they exchanged glances, the tranquil surroundings seemed to suspend time itself. Eventually, Suokun turned its gaze towards Ash, nodded in acknowledgement, and vanished into the mist of the forest. Chapter 139. Evolving Charmeleon, a reunion with Cross. What? You encountered Suokun last night? Brock and the others exclaimed in shock. Particularly, Glisker lamented, clutching his head in regret for missing the opportunity to meet Suokun. The following day, Ash and his companions set off once more, and upon learning of Ash's extraordinary encounter, the trio was consumed with envy. At that moment, when our eyes met, it felt as if time had frozen, leaving us utterly speechless. The three girls reminisced excitedly. First Nei, and now Suokun. Your luck is extraordinary. Zongzi remarked enviously. I believe my mother would be thrilled for me. Eriko mused for the first time about home, adding, my mother is a renowned trainer in my hometown. She often has quite a bit to say about my endeavors. Since I embarked on this journey, I haven't contacted her even once. Zongzi chuckled. I am certain your mother would be proud of you. Indeed. Xiaoxia and Xiaoyao nodded in agreement. Thank you all. After spending several days together, the three girls had formed a close bond. After days of travel, Ash and his companions arrived at a park in a certain town, where Ash engaged a passerby in battle. Jigglypuff, use rollout. Jigglypuff charged forward with great fervor. Charmeleon, evade, and unleash flamethrower with all your might. Ash commanded with a sweeping gesture. Roar. Just as Jigglypuff launched its attack, Charmeleon leapt gracefully to avoid it, then unleashed a torrent of flames that engulfed Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff has lost the ability to battle. Ash is the victor. Brock announced. Well done, Charmeleon. Ash encouraged. Roar. Charmeleon cried joyfully, erupting in a brilliant blue-white light of evolution. Charizard. Power, elite late stage. Moves, Flame Vortex, Sunny Day, Fire Fong. Marvelous. This means Charizard's strength has increased. Xiaoyao cheered. In the evening, Ash and his companions visited the Pokémon Center's library to research, and unexpectedly, they made a significant discovery. This book is incredible. It's filled with detailed illustrations. Listen, Zongzi exclaimed, holding a book adorned with various illustrations. The majestic Ho-Oh soaring through the skies can sense the waves of happiness emitted by humans and Pokémon, drawing energy from them. Conversely, if it encounters malevolent waves, that energy will be drained. The particularly radiant dark feather stood out. What does this mean? Xiaoyao inquired, puzzled. Zongzi succinctly summarized. It's the rainbow feather. If touched by an evil heart, it will lose its brilliance. Evil hearts. The group gasped. Ash gazed thoughtfully at the rainbow feather in his hand. Of course, Ash is not someone with an evil heart. Xiaoxia remarked with a smile. Brock and the others nodded in agreement, having traveled with Ash long enough to understand his character. However, unbeknownst to them, their conversation had been overheard by Cross, lurking outside the door. The next morning, at the battle arena near the Pokémon Center, Squirtle, use water spout. Squirtle withdrew into its shell and began spinning rapidly while shooting water, sending the approaching Snorlax flying. The referee waved his hand, declaring, Snorlax has lost the ability to battle. Squirtle is the winner. Hence, Ash is the victor. The audience erupted in applause for Ash's impressive duel. Squirtle. Squirtle proudly raised its head and puffed out its chest, basking in the applause meant for it. The referee continued. Now, who will battle the victorious Ash? Let me take the stage. Cross stepped forward with his Lycanroc, eyeing Ash. Cross. The crowd chanted. Is that the trainer who abandoned Charmeleon? Zongzi inquired. Yes. It seems you've captured that useless Charmeleon. How about a battle? Cross taunted Ash, eager to reclaim his pride as long as Ash did not use his champion. Humph. Bring it on. Ash, understanding Cross's intentions, showed no fear and decided, it's you, Charizard. Show him your growth. Roar. Charizard roared mightily, but upon seeing Cross, stood momentarily stunned. Oh, you've evolved. But even in this form, you're still weak. Cross mocked. Come forth, my strongest fire-type Pokémon, Incineroar. Let's go? Roar. Incineroar appeared on the battlefield. What is that? Xiaoyao asked, puzzled, as she did not recognize the Pokémon Cross was using. That's Incineroar, the final evolution of the fire-type starter from the Alola region, Zongzi knowledgeable explained. Incineroar, Gym early stage. Humph, just a Gym early stage Incineroar, and yet you're so arrogant. Every participant in the league has Gym-level Pokémon. Charizard, let him witness the fruits of your training. Ash commanded. Sunny Day? Roar. Charizard shot a light beam into the sky, causing the climate to become scorching, activating its ability and boosting its special attack. Flamethrower. Noticing that Cross had made no move, Ash continued. Roar. Charizard unleashed a powerful inferno. Now, Cross commanded coldly. Roar. Incineroar took the brunt of the flamethrower attack and was knocked back. Cross frowned. Charizard's flamethrower was more formidable than expected. Originally intending to withstand a few more moves to increase damage, he decided against it. Use flamethrower. With a thrust, Incineroar shot forth a flamethrower of comparable power. Flame vortex surrounds you. Roar. Charizard summoned towering flames around itself, absorbing the incoming flamethrower. Let us try our newly learned combo move, Charizard. Ash exclaimed, Fire Rain Meteor. Charizard slammed its hands against the ground, causing massive rocks to rise and merge with the surrounding flame vortex, forming a meteor shower. Infernal Spike. Cross shouted. Roar. Incineroar's hands glowed with dark purple energy, shattering the incoming meteors. Slice through. Seizing the opportunity, Charizard dashed in front of Incineroar, enveloped in white light, and struck it away. Origin Power. Ash pressed the attack, denying Cross any chance to recover. Charizard hurled massive boulders, all crashing down upon Incineroar. Incineroar, stand up. Cross yelled furiously, unwilling to accept defeat at the hands of what he deemed a useless Charizard. Deliver a finishing blow, Flamethrower. Roar. Charizard unleashed another tremendous flame. Just as Incineroar staggered to its feet, it was struck by the Inferno, crashing against the wall, completely incapacitated. Incineroar has lost the ability to battle. Charizard is the victor. Roar. Charizard had successfully overcome its inner demons. Humph. Cross glared at Ash. How does it feel? The Charizard you abandoned has surpassed you under Ash's training. Xiaoyao took no pity, immediately chiming in with mockery. Cross recalled Incineroar without a word, clenching his Pokeball tightly as he departed. After the battle concluded, Ash and his companions chose not to linger in the town, plunging back into the forest as they continued their journey toward the Cloudflower Mountain range. Yet, unbeknownst to them, two small tails had begun to follow them from behind. Chapter 140, A Confession, The Return of Butterfree. That evening, the group camped under the stars, gathered around a crackling campfire, sharing stories. Zongzi, considering everyone as true friends, slowly unveiled the secrets he had long buried in his heart. My parents are often away due to work, and it was my beloved Lantern who watched over me. No matter the time, it was always by my side. As he spoke, Zongzi's expression darkened. But on that fateful day, I ventured out alone. I, a mere child, dared to ski in the biting cold, only to fall and lose consciousness. In my direst moment, it was Lantern who found me. It shielded me with its warm fur, but when the rescue team arrived, it had succumbed to the frost, losing its life. From that moment forth, I began to shy away from forming close bonds with Pokemon. Zongzi sighed, gazing at Lucario with a smile, and added, Yet, it was through my encounter with Lucario that I found solace. Lucario nodded in agreement, smiling back at Zongzi. Listening intently, Xiaoxing's eyes were filled with sorrow. He had always aspired to be a trainer, but had never contemplated the pain of life and death. After all, battles merely resulted in the loss of combat ability. Zongzi's revelation deepened everyone's appreciation and affection for their companions, and they felt the warmth of their shared hearts. Marshadao also emerged from Ash's shadow, observing the group. The following day, they continued their journey, traversing through the forest until they arrived at a small lake nestled in the mountains, surrounded by mist-shrouded peaks. Zongzi, comparing it with his map, confirmed that it. The cloudy Ing mountain beneath the rainbow. No sooner had he spoken than Ash's rainbow feather glimmered once more. Seeing this, Ash raised it high, and from it extended a vibrant rainbow, reaching the summit of the tallest mountain in the range, Tianqing Mountain. It seems Ho-Oh resides there. Brock exclaimed. How splendid. We shall soon meet Ho-Oh. Misty and the others cheered. Though Tianqing Mountain was now visible, the journey ahead remained long. Thus, Ash and his companions pressed onward step by step. They soon entered a valley where countless Butterfree danced in a courtship display. Ash, Misty, and Brock watched in delight, reminiscing about their previous encounter with such a magnificent sight. For Xiaoyao and her friends, this was their first experience of such romance, filling them with a sense of enchantment. During this season, Butterfree migrate southward to breed. Observing this spectacle, Zongzi mused, as trainers, while we can nurture Pokemon, we cannot create life. Meanwhile, Misty and Xiaoyao exchanged glances, inspired by the romantic scene before them, and decided to take the initiative. The two girls approached Ash's sides, gathering their courage to reach for his hand. But Ash, smiling, stepped forward first, taking both of their hands. The two girls gasped, their faces flushing crimson. Pikachu and Eevee, witnessing this, leaped down from Ash's shoulders, joining Brock and the others in silently watching the trio. Ash looked at the girls, his intentions clear despite his silence. Taking a deep breath, he finally declared, I like you both, Xiaoyao and Misty. Would you be my girlfriends? The sudden confession caught Xiaoyao and Misty off guard. Their heads bowed in shyness as they softly murmured their agreement. Ash, ecstatic, embraced them both. Amidst the fluttering Butterfree, Ash successfully professed his feelings for Misty and Xiaoyao. With a smile, Ash presented the carefully prepared gifts to the two girls. What is this? Misty asked, holding the two glass orbs Ash had given her, perplexed. Megastones, Xiaoyao exclaimed. The bracelet and hairband contain the keystone, and these two megastones are for Gyarados and Blaziken, Ash explained with a grin. Thank you, Ash, Xiaoyao cheered, adorning her wrist with the bracelet, while Misty secured the hairband in her hair. Meanwhile, Xiaosheng, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, dashed forward. Brother-in-law, I want a gift. He gazed at Ash with pleading eyes. Ash grimaced, regretting having brought him along, and waved him off. You'll get one when you become a trainer. No problem. Xiaosheng readily agreed, knowing that as a non-trainer, he had no use for gifts anyway. At that moment, Butterfree began their migration southward, but a pair of them fluttered down to Ash and his friends, one being a rare pink Butterfree. Wow. The ordinary Butterfree with a yellow scarf excitedly flitted into Ash's embrace. You are my Butterfree, Ash exclaimed in surprise. Brock and Misty stared in astonishment, not expecting to reunite with Butterfree here. Understanding the situation, Brock chuckled, enlightening everyone. This is the Butterfree Ash released to pursue love. The group gazed at Ash with newfound admiration, recognizing his willingness to part with a beloved companion for the sake of Butterfree's happiness. Butterfree, do you wish to accompany me? Ash asked, delightedly. The two Butterfree nodded eagerly. All right, go Pokeball. Ash threw two Pokeballs, and with a resounding click, he successfully captured them. Welcome back, Butterfree. At that joyous moment, Pikachu sensed a surge of electricity, gazing up toward the cliff. The group turned to see a majestic Raikou, crackling with electric energy, appearing before them. This was no mechanical Raikou from Ash's travels in the Hoenn region, but the true divine Raikou. Raikou locked eyes with Ash and emitted a thunderous roar, as the dusk sky erupted with flashes of lightning and rolling thunder. The brilliant bolts rendered the group temporarily blind, and when their vision returned, Raikou had vanished without a trace. Chapter 141, Grandpa. The diminished radiance of the rainbow feather. Ash and his companions continued their ascent toward Tianqing Mountain, traversing the cloudy Ying mountain range where mist enveloped them, limiting visibility to less than 5 meters. Ash activated his aura, leading Xiaoyao and Misty ahead. Through his heightened senses, Ash could feel the Pokémon around them watching intently. He also sensed two familiar presences trailing behind, Team Rocket and, if memory served correctly, Cross, along with a human aura above them. Concerned, Chengzi nervously surveyed their surroundings and inquired, do you all feel the wild Pokémon here are a bit restless? Zongzi furrowed his brow and nodded, indeed. It's because of Ho-Oh. The Pokémon gathered here seek to gain strength from it. Suddenly, a voice called from above. An elderly man leaped down from the cliff, sniffing the air around them excitedly. Though faint, that is certainly the scent of Ho-Oh. What a keen nose you have. Like a houndoom, Ash thought to himself, bemused. Ash, somewhat at a loss for words, produced the rainbow feather. Is this what you mean, old man? That is the rainbow feather. The old man widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at the rainbow feather in Ash's hand. How do you know? Asked Seiko, perplexed. At that moment, Zongzi suddenly recalled something, excitedly pointing at the old man and exclaiming, Ah, you are the author of that book, named. Before he could finish, the old man stroked his beard, feigning the demeanor of a reclusive sage, and nodded, saying, You may call me Grandfather Fan. I possess 20 years of experience in searching for Ho-Oh. No one understands Ho-Oh better than I do. 20 years. Seiko gasped. She wasn't even born 20 years ago. Then you still haven't found Ho-Oh. Xiaosheng rolled his eyes, speechless. Grandfather Fan immediately became indignant, shouting, I have already located Ho-Oh atop Tianqing Mountain. I simply lacked the rainbow feather. Subsequently, the group invited Grandfather Fan to join them as they ascended to the peak of Tianqing Mountain. Ash produced the rainbow feather, directing it towards the summit, where it emitted a dazzling spectrum of colors, casting a rainbow that landed upon the protruding crystal rock. Soon after, the crystal rock radiated a brilliant light, extending outward. Grandfather Fan explained to the group, when the rainbow flower blooms atop the rainbow rock, Ho-Oh will make its appearance. Just as Ash was about to approach with the rainbow feather, a thunderous boom erupted, as an attack comprised of green and purple needles struck before them. What is happening? Grandfather Fan inquired. I have heard the sound of something unfolding. From the horizon, it awaits you. Sonance, a colossal Meowth robot suddenly materialized before the group. Team Rocket, X5, hand over the rainbow feather, and perhaps we might consider sparing Pikachu, Musashi chuckled. Otherwise, we shall take both Ho-Oh and Pikachu. Kojiro grinned wickedly. Indeed, Meow. A promotion and a raise. What a delightful feeling, Meow. Humph. You dreamers, come forth, everyone. Ash tossed out 4 Pokeballs. Pidgeot, Charizard, Venusaur and Squirtle emerged. Ready for battle. Attack! Ash shouted. Pidgeot immediately conjured a Hyper Beam. Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames. Venusaur summoned a frenzy of vines, and Squirtle shot a water gun. All aimed at the Meowth robot. Invincible Meowth spin. The Meowth-controlled robot spun wildly, effortlessly shattering the incoming attacks. What? The group gasped in astonishment. To capture Ho-Oh. We invested all our earnings from working in Hoenn to create this invincible Meowth robot. Kojiro declared proudly. That's right, Meow. Take this, invincible Meowth fist. The Meowth robot raised its hand, launching a heart-shaped iron fist. Pikachu, Iron Tail. Charizard, use Dragon Claw. Ash commanded. Pikachu's tail gleamed with metallic luster, while Charizard's claws became a vibrant emerald. The two legendary Pokémon combined their strength to shatter the iron fist. What? But it's not over yet. Invincible Meowth laser. The robot's eyes shot forth red lasers. Shay, Lilac, come forth. Ash prepared for a swift resolution, calling upon the legendary Pokémon. Lilac, use Light Screen. Lilac erected a pink barrier to deflect the lasers. Seizing the opportunity, Ash commanded, Lilac and Shay, use Hyper Beam. They both conjured Hyper Beams, merging them into one and piercing through the Meowth robot. Sparks flew as the robot flickered with electricity. Oh, it can't operate anymore, Meow? The Meowth was unable to control the robot. What? So it seems. Musashi exclaimed in horror, staring at Ash. Farewell, Team Rocket. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Ash shouted. Pikachu unleashed a golden current, causing the robot to explode on the spot. Boom. What an annoying feeling. Sonins exclaimed. Just as the group breathed a sigh of relief, a shadow darted past Ash, snatching the rainbow feather, while Deoxys, having just recovered from the clash of hyper beams, attempted to use Psychic, only for it to fail. It was a Honchkrow that had stolen the rainbow feather, immune to Psychic-type moves. At that moment, Cross emerged from behind the boulder with a Lycanroc. The Honchkrow flew to Cross, handing over the rainbow feather, which he accepted with a smile as he turned to run towards the nearby rainbow rock. The Honchkrow and Lycanroc stood guard. Oh no. Pikachu, quick, use Thunderbolt. Venusaur. Vine Whip. Ash urgently shouted, realizing that the Honchkrow was steadfastly blocking their path. With Deoxys's Psychic unable to take effect, Ash had no choice but to change tactics and use Vine Whip. Cross paid no heed as he raced towards the rainbow rock, while Thunderbolt was intercepted by Lycanroc, who was sent crashing against the rock wall, and the Honchkrow halted the Vine Whip. At that moment, Cross had reached the rainbow rock, laughing. I've seen Ho-Oh before, but I never obtained the rainbow feather. To become the strongest trainer, I did everything I could, yet why must it be you? Cross roared at Ash. If Ho-Oh does not acknowledge me as the strongest, then I shall defeat it. Simultaneously, the rainbow feather in Cross's hand lost its luster, turning black, exuding an ominous aura. But Cross seemed unfazed as he placed it upon the rainbow rock. No. Zongzi and Grandfather Fan shouted in unison. Come forth quickly. Ho-Oh. Cross screamed in a frenzy. The black feather floated atop the rainbow rock, emitting a violet beam that shot into the heavens, as the ominous energy enveloped the beam, tearing the sky apart. The sinister aura devoured everything, and the once clear sky was instantly shrouded in gloom, as the rainbow rock began to lose its vibrant colors. The ominous purple spreading across the summit of Tianqing Mountain. At that moment, Marshadao emerged furiously from Ash's shadow, glaring at Cross. If the rainbow feather is tainted by evil hearts, it will lose its brilliance. Grandfather Fan reiterated the words from the book. Marshadao extended a shadowy hand, seizing Cross and hurling him away. Observing this, Grandfather Fan continued, Marshadao will seal everything and rectify all. As Marshadao reached for the now dull rainbow feather, a black flame struck it away. Marshadao. The group exclaimed in shock, as the legendary Pokémon was sent flying by a single strike. Chapter 142. The Arrival of Ho-Oh. Pokémon Battle Royale. Gah! The group looked up to see Ho-Oh tearing through the sky as it descended, yet it was not the vibrant Ho-Oh they remembered, but a dark, lusterless version consumed by rage. At that moment, Ho-Oh, overwhelmed by fury, lost its sanity. The ominous aura of the rainbow feather seeped into its being, transforming its once divine life essence into a chilling void. It sensed the malevolent aura of humans seeking to plunder its power once more. It had granted humanity countless chances, yet they had shown no progress. Enraged, Ho-Oh allowed the sinister energy to take hold, transforming the sacred Ho-Oh into the dark Ho-Oh, filled with death and destruction. The wrath of the divine descends. Ho-Oh, ominous dark form. Strength, divine, has lost divine authority. Gazing upon this formidable dark Ho-Oh, Ash felt utterly speechless, pondering that the rainbow feather would have been better off in the hands of Team Rocket. I can guarantee that Team Rocket would never be able to summon the dark Ho-Oh. The dark Ho-Oh glared at the crowd, spreading its wings wide, engulfing Tianqing Mountain in a dark aura, as countless wild Pokémon, corrupted by darkness, began to converge and attack Ash and his friends. Cross was sent flying towards Ash and his companions by his own Lycanroc and Honchkrow. Pikachu, are you alright? Ash quickly inquired, observing the traitorous Lycanroc and Honchkrow. Pico woke clearly, Pikachu and the others were unharmed. It was the bond you all shared that repelled the encroaching darkness, Master Fan declared. As they gazed at the approaching Pokémon, the group exchanged knowing nods. In that case, everyone, let us emerge. Bang. Clearly, they possessed immense trust in their companions, and indeed, the Pokémon successfully held back the Dark Invasion. Mega Evolution. X3. The mighty Mega Charizard X, Mega Venusaur, Mega Pidgeot, Mega Blaziken, and Mega Gyarados made their grand entrance. All the Pokémon joined the fray. Even Little Purple and Green were sent forth by Ash. It must be noted that the Dark Lugia had seized control of the entire Azure Mountain, and the sheer number of Pokémon was overwhelming. Now, only Ash and Marshadao stood in confrontation with the Dark Lugia. Marshadao, lend me your strength. Marshadao lifted its gaze to Ash. As the emissary of the Lugia, it was expected to side with the Lugia, yet the current state of the Lugia contradicted the essence of its true nature. Ultimately, it nodded resolutely. Very well. Ash retrieved 2 Pokeballs, declaring, it shall be you, Rayquaza and Groudon. Roar. X2. That was Rayquaza and Groudon. Who is this Ash truly? Master Fan stared in astonishment at Ash's summons of Rayquaza and Groudon. The youth before him had indeed captured deities. Seiko and Soji were equally astonished by Ash. Unfamiliar with the cosmic being, Dialga, but they were well aware of the legendary trio from Hoenn. Meanwhile, Cross was engaged in a fierce struggle to win over his Lycanroc and Corviknight. Primal Reversion. Mega Evolution. Roar. X2. Groudon and Rayquaza radiated brilliant light as Primal Groudon and Mega Rayquaza emerged. Regrettably, the abilities of the 2 legendary Pokémon were suppressed by the dark aura emanating from the Dark Lugia, rendering them ineffective. Marshadao, we will hold off the Lugia. You go retrieve the Rainbow Feather. With that, Ash immediately commanded, using Primal Force. Roar. Rayquaza and Groudon unleashed their Primal Force, sending massive boulders crashing towards the Dark Lugia. The Dark Lugia unleashed a torrent of dark purple flames from its elongated beak, incinerating the falling boulders with a sense of annihilation. However, Ash was merely providing cover for Marshadao, who had now reached the Rainbow Rock and retrieved the dulled Rainbow Feather. With this, the ominous power within the Lugia had lost its source. Expelling the dark energy would restore the Lugia to its former self. Marshadao presented the lifeless Rainbow Feather to Ash, who accepted it with a nod. Rayquaza, unleash Dragon Ascent. Groudon, use Eruption. The combination of Rayquaza and Groudon's moves materialized as the fiery dragon surged forward to engage the Dark Lugia in battle. Marshadao, execute Shadow Steel. Marshadao swiftly followed Ash's command, appearing from behind the Dark Lugia and delivering a powerful strike that sent it crashing to the ground. Boom. Gah. Despite being heavily injured, the Dark Lugia's regenerative powers activated, rapidly healing its wounds. The onlookers were astonished at the scene. The creature's astonishing recovery speed was truly disheartening. Their battlefront was already under control, bolstered by the power of Dialga, sweeping through the battlefield. Had it not been for the suppressed dark forces within them, they would have already overwhelmed their foes. Unexpectedly, Cross had indeed succeeded in winning over his Lycanroc and Corviknight. Though he himself bore numerous injuries, it made him understand the significance of companionship. No, look, the Lugia's color has returned somewhat, indicating that the ominous energy within is dissipating. Master Fan's eyes lit up with excitement. So that's it. Ash nodded, then declared, let us unleash our full power. Marshadao turned to Ash, waving its tiny hand. A black orb materializing before him. Ash reached out to receive it, discovering it was a Z crystal, specifically the Marshadao Z. I understand. Without hesitation, Ash activated the Universal Ring, embedding the crystal within, and shouted, Rayquaza, use Dragon Meteor. Groudon, employ Rock Wrecker. Rayquaza launched energy orbs into the sky, countless meteors imbued with dragon energy raining down, forcing the Dark Lugia to descend. At that moment, Groudon's massive boulders obstructed the Dark Lugia's movements. Come Marshadao. Ash activated the Marshadao Z, synchronizing movements with Marshadao. Now Marshadao, let the Lugia witness our utmost might. Marshadao, 7-star strike. Marshadao leaped, executing a kick that released 7 points of starlight, forming Marshadao's exclusive Z move. 7-star strike. The 7 beams of starlight surged forth, engulfing the Dark Lugia amidst a cloud of smoke. The Dark Lugia was thoroughly wounded, its regenerative energy activating. The ominous black aura dissipating from within. Just when everyone thought it was over, the Dark Lugia rose once more, dark purple flames engulfing the arena, Rayquaza, Groudon, and Marshadao all sustaining heavy damage, and both Rayquaza and Groudon were forced out of their Mega Evolution and Primal Reversion. What? What do we do now? The group watched as their elite forces were struck down, their expressions turning to despair. I will not give up. Do you think I am someone to be trifled with? I am Ash from Pallet Town. Someday, I will become the world's greatest Pokémon Master. I will never be defeated by you, Ash boldly proclaimed to the Lugia, causing the once dulled rainbow feather in his hand to regain its luster, radiating a spectrum of colors. Ash. The multicolored glow enveloped Ash, filling him with newfound strength. He opened his eyes wide and shouted, Pikachu! Pikachu! Without hesitation, Pikachu leaped to Ash's side, basking in the radiant colors as well. At that moment, the dark purple flames of the Dark Lugia surged towards Ash and his companions. Ash tossed his cap to Pikachu, who caught it mid-leap, ready to unleash their full power. Pikachu! Pikachu! Ash removed the Marshadao Z, embedding it into the exclusive Z crystal for Pikachu. Ash and Pikachu began their synchronized movements once more, 1,000,000 volts stronger than Thunderbolt. No, it was even more powerful, our ultimate strength. Pikachu, 1,000,000 volts. Ash shouted in a frenzy. Pikachu soared into the air, suspended amidst the turmoil. As thunder roared and clouds gathered, Pikachu unleashed a colossal surge of multicolored electricity. The colorful electric currents collided with the dark purple flames, and seeing this, Pikachu exerted even more power, the vibrant currents shattering the flames and striking the Dark Lugia. Boom! The Dark Lugia was engulfed by the multicolored electricity. The ominous aura completely obliterated. The Lugia, now grounded, emerged from its rage, radiating a sacred glow. At last, it is over. The group finally exhaled in relief. Ash and Pikachu panted heavily. That last strike had drained them of all their energy. Are you alright, Ash? The others expressed their concern, with Misty and May rushing to check on him. I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. Ash forced a smile, reassuring them. Upon realizing that Ash was merely fatigued, Misty and May relaxed their worried hearts. System, what exactly transpired? Why did the rainbow feather affect the Lugia? With the crisis averted, Ash finally had time to inquire about the system. It was outrageous. A single rainbow feather could plunge the Lugia into a state of dark rampage. Wouldn't he that throw the world into chaos? Ding. Chapter 143, The Lugia's Gift. Ding. The rewards issued by this system are of the highest quality. The rainbow feather is not an ordinary feather, as the common rainbow feather merely contains the essence of the Lugia, devoid of any other function. The iridescent feather is imbued with the primal power of the Phoenix King, channeling an ominous aura through the rainbow-hued rock as it enters the Phoenix King's being, plunging it into a state of darkness. Ash, with wide eyes, retorted irritably, why didn't you mention this sooner? If I had known, I would have had Rayquaza and Groudon on constant alert. I would have preferred a regular iridescent feather instead. Ding. The host did not inquire. Data on the primal iridescent feather is currently loading. Primal iridescent feather contains the primal power of the divine Phoenix King. When equipped by a fire-type Pokémon, it enhances the effectiveness of fire-type moves. When equipped by a flying-type Pokémon, it boosts the power of flying-type moves. When equipped by a Pokémon of both fire and flying types, it enhances all attributes. Why didn't you specify it was a primal iridescent feather instead of just an iridescent feather? Ash questioned the system. After a brief silence, the system responded. Ding. This is a shortcoming of this system. Compensation will be provided to the host. Ding. Compensation awarded. 3 free lottery tickets. Ash's eyes sparkled. His previous points had been dwindling rapidly, spent on one thing or another. However, following the battle at Tianshan Mountain, he had accumulated a considerable amount of points. With approximately 150,000 points in total, if not for the assistance of Marshadao in defeating the Phoenix King, he would have gained even more. Unfortunately, capturing Pokémon did not yield points. Otherwise, he would have amassed a significant sum from capturing the 4 legendary beasts. With 3 lottery tickets and a plan to spend 100,000 points on a 5-draw lottery, along with over 50,000 points left as reserve, it was just perfect. At that moment, the Phoenix King had regained its composure. The ominous clouds dissipating from the sky, as a rainbow bridge descended from above, with the Phoenix King gracefully approaching Ash amid the vibrant colors. The Phoenix King unfurled its wings, scattering a kaleidoscope of light across Tianshan Mountain, restoring all Pokémon to their former vitality. Phoenix King strength, divine position. Simultaneously, as the Phoenix King descended, iridescent flowers bloomed upon the rainbow-hued rock, nodding in acknowledgement towards Ash. The Phoenix King released a fireball and a light orb. The fireball landed upon the iridescent flower, igniting it with a magnificent 7-colored flame. Phoenix King Fire Seed. When absorbed by a fire-type Pokémon, it significantly enhances their power and grants a chance to learn the exclusive move, Sacred Fire. The light orb then floated towards Ash, who discovered it to be a small bell. Transparent bell. When used simultaneously with the iridescent feather, It can summon the Phoenix King. The Phoenix King nodded, soaring along the rainbow into the sky, as a regular iridescent feather gently fell into Ash's hand. Being the Phoenix King, it understood that the feather in Ash's possession contained its essence, and thus presented Ash with another ordinary iridescent feather. The others then gathered around, gazing in awe at the radiant flame and the transparent bell, unsure of what to say, for these were the Phoenix King's fire seed and the legendary transparent bell. Particularly, Old Man Fan was exceedingly elated. After 20 years of searching, he had finally encountered the Phoenix King and witnessed the birth of the Rainbow Hero. At that moment, Charizard and Kalava sensed the immense fiery energy, curiously nudging one another. Instantly, the Phoenix King fire seed split in two, each entering the bodies of Charizard and Kalava, causing a surge of powerful flame energy to swirl within them. Charizard, Initial Elite, Phoenix King Fire Seed Absorption in progress. Kalava, Elite Pinnacle, Phoenix King Fire Seed Absorption in progress. From a distance, Cross observed the formidable Kalava and sighed helplessly. Having come to terms with reality, he turned away. Ash then equipped the primal iridescent feather onto Kalava, causing a synergy between it and the Phoenix King Fire Seed within Kalava. Kalava, move, Sacred Fire. Ding achievement unlocked. Rainbow Hero. Reward. Power of Eternity. Note: due to the unique nature of the Power of Eternity, it will be automatically granted upon the host's return to the Eternity Forest. As dusk fell, everyone settled at the Pokémon Center for the night. Ash swapped his Pokémon, preparing to challenge the battle frontier. Ash's team: Pikachu, Eevee, Squirtle, Dratini, Houndour, Aipom, Xingling, Swampert, Caterpie, Milotic, Rayquaza. He first administered rare candies to Aipom, Xingling, and Swampert, bringing them all to the initial gym level. Meanwhile, Kalava was taken by Charizard to train in Charizard Valley, where the volcanic environment greatly complemented their absorption of the Phoenix King Fire Seed. After a chaotic battle, Venusaur had also garnered insights and, upon returning to Professor Oak's lab, began striving to break through to the quasi-champion level. Come forth, Ash called out in an open area, addressing the shadow. Pika, Bui. Marshadao emerged from the shadows. Ash produced the Marshadao Z crystal and inquired, "Are you here for this?" Marshadao shook its head, fixing Ash with a resolute gaze. After a moment of mutual understanding, Ash smiled and said, "I see. Have you made up your mind?" Marshadao nodded decisively. Then, "Welcome aboard, Marshadao." Without hesitation, Ash exchanged for a Master Ball from the system, aiming it at Marshadao. Marshadao struck the Master Ball, and with a resounding pop, the capture was successful. Pop. Marshadao emerged from the Master Ball, diving into Ash's shadow. Ash shook his head helplessly, thinking that this arrangement was not too bad. He had acquired a devoted bodyguard. Upon returning to his room, Ash had just laid down when the system's voice echoed. Ding achievement unlocked. Mastering Divine Position. System Recycling Function activated. System Recycling Function allows the recycling of various evolution stones or Z crystals for points at 80 of their market value. System, you're robbing me of 20 of my points. Ash protested with a scowl. Ding, the host may also choose not to use this function. Forget it. Ash replied, exasperated. As the system initiated the Superstone Lottery. Ding, the Superstone Lottery has been successfully activated. Gazing at the familiar spinning wheel, Ash took a deep breath. Let us begin. System, 5 consecutive draws. Ding, deduction successful. The lottery wheel begins to spin. Please say stop, host. Stop. X5. 2 gray lights, 2 white lights, and 1 purple light appeared. Ash's eyes widened at the sight of the 2 gray lights, lamenting, could my luck be any worse? To hit 2 with a 10 chance, yet not a single golden one from the same odds. System, are you rigging this? Ash fumed, with a 10 chance. I hit 2, but not a single one from the same 10 for the legendary evolution stones. Are you deliberately trying to recover those 3 free lottery tickets? Ding, the hostess luck is unfortunate. The more Ash pondered, the more he felt the system was acting deliberately, but lacking evidence rendered his protests futile. Thankfully, he didn't end up with 3 thank you for playing prizes. Resigned, Ash focused on the 2 white lights and the purple light. Oh dear heavens. Grant me something good. Ash nervously reached for one of the white orbs. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained a Beedrill Megastone. Ash's face darkened at the unwelcome news. Congratulations, my foot. I just spent 150,000 points for a mere 10,000 value Megastone. No longer wishing to tempt fate, he grasped both hands and activated them. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained a Dragonite Megastone. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained an Electivire Megastone. Ash gasped in astonishment at the Electivire Megastone in his hands, relieved that the 250,000 point value hadn't gone to waste. Otherwise, he would have been devastated. It seemed he could now capture an Electabuzz or Electivire to train. Chapter 144, Power of Eternity, Farewell to Misty. The following morning, Ash and his companions arrived at a fork in the road, where Zongzi and Seiko stood at the entrances of two different paths. Zongzi smiled. Let us part ways here. I shall now embark on a quest to investigate the legends of Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno. I intend to return to my hometown for a brief visit. I suddenly find myself missing my mother. What about you, Ash? Eriko, from the other path, inquired with a smile. I plan to challenge the battle frontier, so I will take that route. Ash replied with a grin. Then, farewell. The group waved their goodbyes. After bidding farewell to Eriko and Soji, they retraced their steps back into the Viridian Forest. The first battle facility, the Battle Factory, is located near Celadon City. Koharu exclaimed, holding the navigator. Hearing this, Misty felt delighted, as it meant she could spend more time with Ash. Upon reaching the Viridian Forest, Ash suddenly halted. Huh, Ash, what's wrong? May approached, waving her hand. Ding host detected arrival at Viridian Forest. The power of Viridian begins to manifest. Rustling leaves filled the dense forest as the trees swayed gently, emitting glimmers of green light that coalesced into luminous orbs. Meanwhile, May and the others were oblivious to what was unfolding until the green light appeared before them and entered Ash's body. Ash closed his eyes, radiating a warm green glow. Pika Eevee. Pikachu and Eevee perched on Ash's shoulder felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, drawing the attention of numerous wild Pokémon in the Viridian Forest. What on earth is happening? Brock suddenly recalled the legend of the Viridian Forest, stating that those recognized by the forest would be granted the power of Viridian. The power of Viridian, Brock exclaimed in astonishment. As a resident of Kanto, Misty was well aware of this legend and gazed at Ash in awe. He had truly become the child of Viridian. Only Koharu and May were unaware of the significance. Yet they deduced it must be akin to the aura power, an extraordinary ability indeed. The green light gradually dissipated, merging within Ash, becoming the power of Viridian. Ding, congratulations, host, on successfully awakening the power of Viridian. Ash opened his eyes, extending a finger, where fine strands of the power of Viridian entwined. Is this truly the legendary power of Viridian? The group stared in astonishment at the green threads on Ash's finger, their gazes filled with envy. Ash awkwardly scratched the back of his head, nodding. It was only natural for them to guess. Considering it stemmed from the Viridian Forest, could it be anything less than a superpower? Buzzing, a larger Beedrill appeared before them, followed shortly by a swarm of Beedrills. The ruling clan of the Viridian Forest, driving away the observing Pokémon. The Beedrill before the group was the leader of the clan. Pikachu immediately assumed a battle stance. Exuding a commanding aura, the Beedrill gazed in surprise at the yellow rodent, astonished that it had reached the champion level, further solidifying its resolve. The leader Beedrill waved its stinger, signaling two ordinary Beedrills to bring forth a Caterpie before Ash and the others. It pointed its stinger at the Caterpie and then at Ash. Understanding its intent, Ash realized it was asking him to take it. The leader Beedrill nodded, dropping the Caterpie before Ash and turning to lead its clan away, while the Caterpie called out in reluctance. Clearly, this Caterpie was the offspring of the Beedrill. And having witnessed Ash's awakening of the power of Viridian alongside his champion-level Pikachu, it decided to secure a bright future for its child. Once the Beedrill clan had departed, the Caterpie turned to Ash with determination. Ash produced a Pokeball, smiling. Little one, I will train you to become stronger and challenge your father. Show him your growth. The Caterpie nodded resolutely, touching its horn to the Pokeball, successfully being captured. Caterpie. Gender, male. Type, bug, poison. Ability, run away, will always flee in battle. Strength, average mid-stage. Moves, poison sting, string shot, bug bite. Considering for a moment, Ash sent Squirtle back. After this brief interlude, Ash and his companions continued on their journey. Along the way, they encountered ordinary Pokémon, all of which were swiftly dealt with by Growlithe and Caterpie. With Ash's power of Viridian, their injuries were quickly healed, and a few universal energy cubes sufficed to resolve their needs. Upon reaching MT Moon, Caterpie had already evolved into Metapod, attaining a stronger status while also learning to harden. The group once again admired the moon dance of Clefairy atop MT Moon, and after descending, Misty received a barrage of phone calls from her three older sisters, urging her to return quickly lest they send her badges. Initially wishing to accompany Ash longer, Misty had no choice but to return to her duties. Under Ash and the others' watchful eyes, Misty glanced back 3 times before finally waving goodbye. The team reverted back to the Hoenn traveling group. With Misty's departure, May was particularly elated, as now, without Misty around, she could monopolize Ash's attention. Although they were good friends, why share when one could savor it all? Ash also breathed a sigh of relief. With 2 girls in the party, both of whom were his girlfriends, he genuinely feared any situation might lead to a love triangle. After bidding farewell to Misty, Ash and his companions walked through the forest, only to encounter considerable trouble. As the sun set, Koharu looked distressed, holding the navigator. This is how the route goes. Koharu, have you figured it out? May crossed her arms, exasperated. The sun is almost down. Brock, also consulting the travel book, eventually concluded, I must have taken a wrong turn. A heavy silence fell upon them. The curse of the directionally challenged. That is not the case at all. It's nearby, will arrive shortly. Koharu clearly refused to accept reality, resisting. Ultimately, the group decided to trust her once more, only to find themselves thoroughly lost under her guidance. Koharu finally recognized the situation, apologizing to the group. I'm sorry. I may have misoperated the navigator. The group sighed in resignation, not blaming Koharu, and began preparing to camp nearby. The weather tonight was splendid, with a bright moon and a gentle breeze wafting through the forest. May remarked, the starlit sky is beautiful tonight. Brock, having just finished dinner, smiled. The air atop the mountain is the cleanest. Thus, the group savored their dinner while admiring the stunning starlit sky, when suddenly, icy blue snowflakes began to fall from the heavens. Is it snowing? Koharu stretched out her hand, feeling the chill. Suddenly, a figure soared across the night sky, and Ash exclaimed, what is that? Chapter 145, The Battle Factory, Encountering Articuno. Just as the words left his mouth, a cerulean bird-shaped Pokémon flew towards Ash and the others. Articuno. The group gasped in astonishment. Brock, regaining his composure, queried, why would Articuno be here? It is known that Articuno, as a legendary Pokémon, typically inhabits the depths of snowy mountains, and this warm climate hardly seems suitable for its residents. Articuno, peak champion level. At this moment, Ash recalled the storyline. Although he had forgotten much of it, he still remembered the legendary battle with the old champion. No wonder the original character was able to defeat this Articuno. It turned out to be one stuck on the threshold of the champion level. With the resources invested by Ash, he would undoubtedly overpower it. Before the group could react, Articuno spread its wings and soared into the night sky, accompanied by a distant roar of engines. Ash and his companions looked up and saw an old-fashioned airplane flying parallel to Articuno. However, the plane soon began to emit thick black smoke, obscuring Ash and the others' view. When the smoke dissipated, both Articuno and the airplane had vanished without a trace. Resolutely, Ash and the others chose to pursue, winding through the forest in search of Articuno, only to stumble upon a Pokémon Center nestled within the woods, thus sparing them from camping. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, the most exuberant among them was undoubtedly Brock, albeit overshadowed by the relentless pressure exerted by Shinji and Hikari. After spending a night at the Pokémon Center, Ash had deliberately selected an opponent for Articuno, sending Curlia back home. He then inquired with Nurse Joy about the location of the Battle Factory, the first battle facility. Are you all preparing to challenge the Battle Frontier? I have a rough idea of where the Battle Factory is located, she began, but was abruptly interrupted by a voice. Nurse Joy, allow me to guide them to the Battle Factory. As Ash and his companions turned, they saw Akira appearing at the entrance of the Pokémon Center. Ash, being the challenger he valued, had been waiting for him at the nearest Pokémon Center to the Battle Factory. Mr. Akira, Ash greeted with a smile. Pika Pika, buddy. Hello. Ash, Pikachu and Eevee, you all are quite early risers. Akira responded cheerfully. After a brief introduction among Akira, May, and the others, they set off in Akira's car towards the Battle Factory. As they sped along, Akira maneuvered with remarkable agility, swiftly bringing Ash and his companions to the Battle Factory. Here we are, the Battle Factory, Akira proclaimed proudly, for every battle facility was an investment of his. Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous roar erupted from within the factory, accompanied by violent tremors. Akira's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be? With a deafening crash, the steel doors were shattered, and amidst the dust, an armored battle vehicle barreled out, heading straight for Ash and the others. What on earth is that? May exclaimed in shock. Brock reacted swiftly, pushing May and her brother aside while shouting, run. Yet Ash remained unfazed, retrieving a friend ball. This one is perfect. Tyranitar. Stop it. With a mighty roar, the desert tyrant emerged, stomping the ground and halting the vehicle in its tracks. Impressive. Ash's Pokémon truly possesses remarkable strength. Akira marveled. At that moment, a man clad in work attire emerged from the vehicle's hatch. This wild horse is a tough one. It doesn't heed my commands at all. He then turned to Ash, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Thanks to you. It finally came to a halt. Akira and the others approached, exasperated. Dara, you haven't changed at all. Dara replied with pride. This little fellow is my latest creation after a long hiatus. Meet Dara J9, a super machine powered by steam. Quite fashionable, wouldn't you say? Not particularly fashionable, May replied dryly, a sentiment echoed by Shinji. Akira, rubbing his forehead in resignation, urged, Dara, please introduce yourself. There's not much to say. I'm essentially the head honcho of this battle factory. Dara casually introduced himself. Akira summarized, in other words, the mastermind behind the battle factory. Mr. Dara, I am Ash from Pallet Town, here to challenge the battle factory. Ash extended his hand for a handshake. Dara, noticing Ash's formidable Tyranitar, felt a surge of competitive spirit. Of course. Are you ready to battle now? Absolutely, I'm counting on you, Ash asserted. All right everyone, it's time for the energy cubes. Dara and his apprentice, Saito, called out, causing Dara's Pokémon to gather around. Among them, the most formidable was a Venusaur, positioned prominently, already at the mid-tier of the Elite Four. Just then, a Snorlax ambled out, beginning to munch on the energy cubes. May shouted urgently, no? Snorlax. It's not as if I haven't fed you. Saito waved dismissively. No worries, there are plenty of energy cubes. Are all these Pokémon trained by you, Mr. Dara? Ash observed, impressed by the condition of Dara's Pokémon. Indeed, the more Pokémon one has, the more diverse the battle strategies, Dara replied with a smile, then inquired, so, Ash, which one will you challenge? Am I allowed to choose freely? Ash asked for confirmation. Absolutely, you can select as many as you wish, Dara assured confidently. With that, Ash, utilizing his aura abilities, sensed the location of Articuno and decisively pointed towards the storage area. I challenge it. No sooner had Ash spoken than Articuno soared out from the storage. Dara's expression hardened, realizing he had been exposed. Articuno, Akira gasped, casting a reproachful glance at Dara. After all my hard work to support you, you hide a trump card from me? Who would have thought that the one flying with Articuno last night was Mr. Dara? Brock pondered aloud. This Articuno isn't my Pokémon. It's wild, Dara quickly explained, sensing Akira's disapproving gaze. After all, he is my benefactor. It turned out that one day, while conducting flight tests, Dara had encountered the migratory Articuno, discovering it had injured its wings. After helping it recover, Articuno became a close friend, often visiting for meals. Articuno, Ash wishes to challenge you. What do you think? Dara asked with a grin. Articuno emitted a cry of agreement, nodding. Seeing this, Dara's competitive spirit ignited. All right. Let us go, Ash. I want to hold back. Dara led Ash to the expansive battle arena, where Articuno had taken its place. Articuno is stunning. It would surely be the center of attention in a grand contest, May marveled. You're the one for this, Tyranitar, Ash declared without hesitation, sending forth the desert tyrant. By now, Brock and the others had been ushered to the audience seats, cheering, Go, Ash. You've got this. Now commencing the battle between Ash from Pallet Town and Mr. Dara, the head of the factory, Saito announced, opening the roof, which greatly favored the flying-type Pokémon, Articuno. However, Ash was not one to be underestimated, as rock types had a 4 times advantage against Articuno. Ready, begin. As the roof opened, Team Rocket, who had intended to swoop in while Ash and Articuno battled, found themselves caught off guard by the arena's sudden exposure. The moment Saito announced the start of the match, they stumbled into the battlefield. Team Rocket, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Hearing the commotion, Team Rocket disregarded everything else and launched into their opening spiel. I heard. Sorry. I'm not in the mood to listen, Ash replied, exasperated at being surrounded by Team Rocket, with Articuno on one side and Tyranitar on the other, still attempting to deliver their introduction. Pikachu, send them packing with Thunderbolt. Pikachu. Pikachu unleashed a torrent of golden electricity, sending Team Rocket soaring away. We hadn't finished our introduction. Such a frustrating feeling. All right, with the troublemakers out of the way, Mr. Dara, shall we continue our match? Ash turned to Dara. Bring it on. Regarding the legendary Pokémon, Ash did not underestimate it. He activated the Universal Ring and shouted, Tyranitar, let us showcase our bond. Mega Evolution. The Keystone and Tyranitar's Mega Stone emitted a radiant light, connecting in mid-air, and with a brilliant flash, Mega Tyranitar emerged. Roar. Mega Tyranitar bellowed, stirring up a sandstorm that engulfed the arena. Mega Tyranitar, peak of the Elite Four. Originally, Tyranitar's base stats surpassed those of Articuno, and now, following its Mega Evolution, it decisively outclasses Articuno. The only drawback is that Tyranitar can no longer fly. Is this what Mega Evolution entails? It's my first encounter with it, Yashida remarked with a smile. Articuno, ascend rapidly. Dala evidently aimed to leverage aerial superiority. Tyranitar utilized Dragon Dance. Ash opted to enhance his Pokémon once more. Ice Beam. Dala initiated the assault. Stone Edge. In a direct confrontation, Ash showed no signs of retreat. With a roar, Mega Tyranitar collided with the icy blue beam, resulting in a conflux of ice and rock that surged towards Articuno. Dodge quickly, Dala shouted in a rush. Fortunately, despite the sandstorm's interference, Articuno, being a legendary Pokémon, maintained impressive speed and evaded the incoming attack with ease. Dala sighed in relief upon witnessing Articuno's successful evasion. Yet he was profoundly astonished that a legendary Pokémon could not withstand Tyranitar's might. Tyranitar, use Stone Crash to bring it down, Ash commanded. With a fierce growl, Mega Tyranitar summoned colossal rocks above Articuno and brought them crashing down to the ground. Quick, use Rock Lock to prevent its escape. Ash seized the opportunity to ensnare Articuno. Mega Tyranitar struck the ground, causing several massive boulders to encircle Articuno, trapping it within. Articuno, Quickly use Steel Wing and spin. Dala commanded hastily. Dark Pulse. Mega Tyranitar unleashed a dark energy sphere towards Articuno. With a brilliant white light emanating from its wings, Articuno spun and shattered a boulder, narrowly escaping the Dark Pulse's attack. Ash's Tyranitar stood resolute like a war cannon, immobile yet unleashing relentless assaults while suppressing Articuno. Yashida marveled at the spectacle. Of course, every Pokémon under my brother-in-law's command is formidable, Xiaoxing boasted proudly, growing accustomed to addressing Ash's brother-in-law, while Xiaoyao paid him no mind. Meanwhile, Dala launched a counterattack. Articuno, use Water Pulse. Tyranitar, defend with Dragon Claw. With a mighty roar, Mega Tyranitar crossed its enormous emerald claws before it, successfully blocking the Water Pulse. The sandstorm began to dissipate. Articuno, employ Mist, then Steel Wing. Dala commanded without hesitation. Articuno exhaled a thick mist that obscured Ash and Tyranitar's vision, while its wings glowed white, preparing for a surprise attack. In that case, Tyranitar, use Quick Attack. Just as Articuno burst forth from the mist, closing in on Mega Tyranitar. The assured move Quick Attack executed a swift turn, colliding with Articuno's Steel Wing, ultimately sending it soaring through the air, propelled by Mega Tyranitar's exceptional attack power. What? Dala exclaimed in astonishment, especially at the unexpected use of Quick Attack by Mega Tyranitar. Articuno, true to its legendary status, displayed remarkable stamina. It was tough as nails, and soon soared back into the sky. Tyranitar, unleash Flamethrower combined with Stone Edge. The combination move, Lava Plume. Ash shouted. Articuno, charge. Ultimate Impact combined with Brave Bird. The two powerful moves collided, placing immense strain on Articuno, evidently leaving Dala in a precarious position. With a mighty roar, Articuno, engulfed in a brilliant white light, dove downwards, braving the lava plume and using its divine essence to push through the flames, aiming for its strongest strike against Mega Tyranitar. Tyranitar, meet it head-on with Thunderfire Fong. Ash bellowed. Mega Tyranitar coalesced an attack composed of electric and fire energy, clashing with Articuno. Boom! An explosion ensued. Smoke billowing into the air. All eyes were fixed on the final showdown, as the smoke gradually cleared to reveal both Pokémon battered and bruised, with Tyranitar having reverted from its Mega Evolution state. With a final, resounding cry, Articuno collapsed to the ground. Tyranitar triumphantly roared to the sky, having claimed victory in this battle. What an exhilarating match! Brock exclaimed. The onlookers nodded in agreement. This also served as a testament to the fact that even among equals, ordinary Pokémon could defy the gods. Well done, Tyranitar! Ash exclaimed, beaming with pride. Congratulations, Ash. This is the token of victory you earn by winning in the Battle Frontier. It is called the Token of Knowledge, a testament to your victory over me in the Battle Frontier. Please accept it. Dala handed Ash the Token of Knowledge, along with a collection box to store his tokens. The next objective for Ash and his companions was to head towards the next battle facility, the Battle Arena, which, according to Xiaoxing, was located near Goldenrod City. The mention of Goldenrod City sent shivers down Ash and Brock's spines, as unwelcome memories surged forth. Ding achievement in the Battle Frontier unlocked. Each token of knowledge earned grants 5,000 points. Dominating the Battle Frontier will yield a mysterious reward. Ding obtained token of knowledge. Reward, 5,000 points. Ding congratulations to the host for defeating a legendary Pokémon in a one-on-one battle for the first time. Achievement unlocked, defeating legends. Reward, ability modification card X1. Ding congratulations to the host for defeating a legendary Pokémon with an ordinary Pokémon. Achievement unlocked, defying the gods. Reward, ability augmentation card X1. Witnessing the wealth of rewards, Ash felt an overwhelming sense of fortune. Articuno had indeed bestowed upon him a grand gift. With a jubilant heart, Ash and his companions proceeded towards Goldenrod City. Chapter 147, An Encounter with Hoenn and Houndoom. Ash and his companions, en route to Goldenrod City, ventured through the forest for several days until they were led by Xiaoyao to a cake shop where a long queue awaited them. Do we really have to stand in such a lengthy line for a cake? Ash lamented, eyeing the queue with dismay. Xiaoyao, however, firmly grasped Ash's arm and pouted, playfully pleading, don't be impatient, Ash. According to the gourmet map, the cakes here are. Just as she was about to finish her sentence, a sudden barking interrupted her, and upon looking up, they spotted a magnificent Houndoom sprinting towards them. Is that Houndoom? And it seems to be wild. Ash exclaimed in astonishment. The appearance of a wild Houndoom in plain sight was truly extraordinary. Is that the evolved form of Houndour? Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled at the sight of the wild Houndoom. She had found Ash's Houndour adorable, and now this Houndoom, with its striking demeanor, had captured her attention. I want to catch it, Xiaoyao declared resolutely, disregarding the cake as she tugged at Ash and the others to pursue Houndoom. Wait, Houndoom, a familiar voice called out, seemingly in pursuit of the creature. The group turned to see Shun, accompanied by his Trapinch. Trapinch, use Flamethrower. The Trapinch released a fiery blast, but Houndoom effortlessly evaded it, countering with a scorching wind that sent Trapinch tumbling through the air. After repelling Trapinch, Houndoom executed a swift move and vanished from sight. Oh no, Shun gritted his teeth. Having finally caught up to Houndoom, only to lose it once again, Xiaoyao stepped forward to inquire, Shun, what brings you to the Johto region? Indeed, it's quite unexpected to encounter you here. Although Xiaoyao had previously triumphed over him, Shun remained aloof, focusing instead on Ash. Ash, you should participate in the upcoming Grand Festival in the Johto region. Ash, having claimed victory in the Hoenn region and aspiring to be the ultimate coordinator, was determined to conquer this formidable rival. Ash nodded, recognizing his need for points, and resolved to compete. This time, I will defeat you. My goal has always been to win. Xiao Shun remained as arrogant as ever, casually speaking as he opened the satin ribbon medal box, revealing a medal that differed slightly from those typical of the Kanto region. Ah, is this the splendid competition ribbon medal from the Kanto area? Xiaoyao exclaimed enviously. How frustrating. I still don't have even one. I had already anticipated this. To achieve victory in the Kanto region, I must capture that beautiful Rapidash. Xiao Shun replied with a smile, his determination to obtain the Rapidash evident. Xiaoyao, however, was not one to concede defeat, especially since she had also set her sights on the Rapidash. You're dreaming. That Rapidash is mine to capture. Xiao Shun waved dismissively. Suit yourself, in my opinion. It's utterly impossible for you. What did you say? Xiaoyao retorted angrily, gritting her teeth, unfazed by her feelings. Xiao Shun had already taken off with his desert dragonfly in pursuit of the direction the Rapidash had vanished. Seeing this, Xiaoyao, fuming, pulled along Xiao Ji and the others to search for the Rapidash, determined not to lose to Xiao Shun. Observing his girlfriend's demeanor, Xiao Ji shook his head helplessly and sent out his Houndoom to assist in the search. True to its lineage as the finest descendant of the Houndoom clan, Houndoom's tracking abilities were exceptional, and before long, it successfully led everyone to the Rapidash. At that moment, the Rapidash was busy packing sweet peaches into its mane, evidently planning to take them away. What a perfect opportunity. Go, Blaziken. Let us capture it. Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled, and she threw Blaziken's Pokeball, only to inadvertently startle the Rapidash into flight. The Rapidash immediately began to escape, and Blaziken hurried after it, but the Rapidash unleashed its quick attack, easily shaking off Blaziken and vanishing in the blink of an eye. Ah, not again with the quick attack. Xiaoyao exclaimed in frustration. Blaziken stood despondently before her, and Xiaoyao could only offer a few words of consolation. Don't worry, my aura has already locked onto it, and with Houndoom's help, we will surely find it again. Xiaoji reassured her with a smile. That is wonderful. Thank you, Xiaoji. Xiaoyao exclaimed, excitedly hugging him. Under Houndoom's guidance, the group arrived at a cliff where, instead of finding the Rapidash, they stumbled upon a nest of newly hatched Houndoom pups. Xiaoji's Houndoom approached the adorable pups affectionately. Wow, so many Houndoom, how cute. Xiaoyao marveled. Soon, the Rapidash returned, and upon seeing Xiaoji and the others near its nest, it let out an angry roar, clearly protective of its offspring. Rapidash, this time you can't escape. At that moment, Xiao Shun arrived with his desert dragonfly. Xiaoji quickly intercepted, assessing the situation, and upon learning that the Rapidash was the mother of the pups, both Xiaoyao and Xiao Shun abandoned their intentions to capture it. Just then, a large net descended from above, capturing the Houndoom pups. What is happening? Xiao Shun exclaimed in shock. I hear a voice waiting for you. Came a taunting call. Team Rocket, return the Houndoom. Xiaoyao shouted. No way. Musashi quickly blamed Nyasu for capturing a bunch of Houndoom pups. Awkward, meow. Nyasu replied, only to launch another net that ensnared the Rapidash as well. ISNT this perfect. Meow. Retreat. Farewell. Team Rocket seized the opportunity to make their escape. U1T get away, Beedrill. After several days, with the rapid evolution of bug types, the Kakuna had successfully transformed into Beedrill, reaching its peak strength. Quick attack and twin needle. Xiaoji shouted. Beedrill shot forth like a yellow flash, swinging its dual needles to slice through the hot air balloon, forcing it to plummet into the forest. Desert Dragonfly, use Steel Wing. Xiao Shun joined the fray. In a flash of white light, the net was shattered by the Desert Dragonfly, allowing the Rapidash to escape with its pups. How infuriating, meow. Our hard-earned results. Nyasu fumed. Go, Desert Naya. Use Pin Missile. Kojiro sent out Desert Naya to fight. That hurts, over there. Desert Naya finally descended from Kojiro, shooting green needles with its hands. Blaziken, use Flamethrower. Xiaoyao also entered the battle. Summer is here. Blaziken unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating the needles while simultaneously directing the fire toward Desert Naya. Fortunately, Gyarados instinctively shielded itself, reflecting the flames back, and Blaziken countered with a fire kick, shattering the returned flames. Venomoth, use Poison Needle. Desert Naya, summon a sandstorm. Suddenly, A sandstorm laced with poisonous needles surged toward Xiao Ji and the others. Flamethrower. X2. Blaziken and Desert Dragonfly simultaneously unleashed their flamethrowers, creating a dual inferno that obliterated the sandstorm and struck Team Rocket. Boom. What an awful feeling, came the anguished cry of Sanansu. Ultimately, the Rapidash managed to escape with its Houndoom pups, while Xiao Shun bid farewell to the group, also informing them of the upcoming Grand Festival in Golden City. He expressed his desire to capture new partners, opting out of participating in the festival, and turned to leave. Now, both Xiao Ji and Xiao Yao set their sights on Golden City, embarking on their joyful journey. However, before departing, Xiao Yao did not forget her cake. She dragged Xiao Ji to stand in line for an hour, and at long last, she indulged in the cake she had longed for. Chapter 148, Arrival at Golden City. The Golden Conference. In order to challenge the battle frontier, Xiao Ji and the others arrived in Golden City. Xiao Ji and Xiao Yao planned to participate in the upcoming Grand Festival. Alright, Blaziken, Milotic, Snorlax, and Squirtle, take the stage, Xiao Yao declared enthusiastically, pointing towards the venue. Look, that is the Golden Conference Hall for the Grand Festival. Wu Summer is here. Blaziken and Milotic, both experienced on stage, excitedly echoed Xiao Yao's sentiments, while Snorlax and Squirtle yawned in boredom. As for Xiao Yao's Bulbasaur, after Xiao Ji returned Venusaur to Professor Oak, it successfully broke through to the near champion level shortly thereafter. Xiao Yao sent Bulbasaur to the Oak Research Lab for training under Venusaur for a while. As they ventured further inside, Xiao Ji and the others noticed many people bringing their Pokémon into the venue, prompting a sense of curiosity. Isn't the competition supposed to start tomorrow? Why is everyone going in now? Xiao Yao asked, holding Squirtle as she rushed ahead. Well, the day before the competition is an open stage day, allowing people to enter the venue for a tour, serving as a reference for performance planning. One must commend how the rules of the Grand Festival have become increasingly refined. They even open the stage a day in advance for coordinators to acclimate. Without hesitation, Xiao Ji and the others entered the venue, where staff members were adjusting the lighting, and in the center of the stage stood a familiar figure. It's almost time for a thorough check, she responded, turning around. Okay. Huh. Isn't that Miss Vivian? Xiao Yao pointed her out. She looks very similar, but something feels off. It resembles her aura, but it's not quite right. She must be a relative of Miss Vivian, Xiao Ji deduced, using his aura to investigate. Is that so? Meanwhile, the person on stage was illuminated by 3 beams of light. Solar Flare, it's your turn. The Solar Flare made a dazzling entrance. Befitting its role as the Grand Festival's host Pokémon, its soft pink fur shimmered beautifully under the lights, exuding extraordinary elegance. Following this, it performed a combination of swift and psychic, creating a radiant halo. The Solar Flare leaped gracefully, effortlessly clearing several rings of light, perfectly showcasing its agility and charm. Squirtle, nestled in Xiao Yao's arms, was already starry-eyed. As the Solar Flare prepared to conclude its performance, Squirtle broke free from Xiao Yao's embrace, bouncing onto the stage despite her attempts to stop it. On stage, Squirtle excitedly released bubbles, which shimmered beautifully under the spotlight. The young lady picked it up and said helplessly, "No, Squirtle." Observing this, Ash and his companions hurried over, with May quickly apologizing. "I'm so sorry. That is my Squirtle. You can observe, but it cannot run onto the stage." The young lady smiled and returned Squirtle to May, suddenly recognizing them. "Oh, you are Ash, the champion of last year's Hoenn Grand Festival. And you must be May. Are you here to participate in the Golden Glamour Contest?" Ash and May nodded in affirmation. "Your Squirtle seems quite spirited. In that case, let it perform freely on stage tomorrow," the young lady suggested with a smile. Squirtle enthusiastically nodded in agreement, and May, observing its eagerness to perform, remarked, "But before that, it needs to practice diligently. Hello, I am Lillian, and I will be the MC for the Kanto Glamour Contest. Please take good care of me." Lillian introduced herself with a smile. "Nice to meet you. May I ask what your relationship is with Miss Vivian?" May inquired curiously. "Oh, she is my sister. It's quite hilarious, really, at her age, still wearing those light, frilly dresses." Lillian scoffed. Upon returning to the Pokemon Center, Ash sent back Tyranitar and Milotic, bringing forth his Butterfree couple, intending to use them for the upcoming Glamour Contest. After Ash returned, May expressed her concerns. "Ash, what should we do? Even if Squirtle is spirited, it has never participated in a Glamour Contest before." Ash replied with a smile, "Such matters should be decided by you." However, Brock and Tracy were somewhat uneasy, suggesting May use her Beautifly or Milotic, but ultimately, May rejected their advice, deciding to let Squirtle take the stage, starting anew with her existing Pokemon. Soon, May's Pokemon were checked, and to her surprise, it was Harry who came out to assist at the Pokemon Center. Harry claimed he had turned over a new leaf and provided May with some true information, that different Pokemon could be used for performances in battles, but he also shared false information, stating that registration for the Hoenn passport could be accepted until 11 o'clock. Ash, unable to tolerate Harry's deceit towards his girlfriend, exclaimed, "Harry, how dare you lie to us? The Hoenn passport cannot possibly accept registrations, and I just inquired. Registration ends at 10. What? May clenched her fists, feeling betrayed and angry. Harry. Just then, Jessie Bell, holding a sand shrew, was brought in, and Harry swiftly ran off to assist her. Ash and May hurried to register, not wanting to waste any time. May looked at her new passport and gritted her teeth. That guy Harry lied to me again. Just wait until I'm competing. I'll make him regret it. The next day at the Golden Venue, it's showtime. Pokémon coordinators and trainers performed a remix of Love and Dreams for the Glamour contest, igniting the atmosphere of the Golden Festival. Everyone, feel free to follow me, Lillian. Compared to Vivian, Lillian exuded more energy, instantly engaging the audience, and Brock was particularly enthusiastic, exclaiming, "No matter the distance, I will follow you." At that moment, Ash and May had already arrived at the resting area, entrusting Eevee and Pikachu to Brock and Tracy for care. May's chosen lineup included the veteran Blaziken for the performance, while Squirtle would participate in the Glamour 5 minutes. Although Squirtle had undergone decent training under May, there were still risks involved. However, there was no other choice. If Squirtle performed, May might not even pass the first round. Most participants in the Kanto Glamour contest were novices, giving May a glimmer of hope. The winner of this contest will receive the prestigious Golden Ribbon Medal, Lillian announced, displaying the medal. Winning first place in Glamour contests across various regions and successfully collecting 5 ribbon medals will grant the remarkable coordinator the opportunity to participate in the coveted Glamour Festival. With that, Lillian rallied the participants. Let us strive with all our might for this honor. Finally, the first round of evaluations began, as coordinators and Pokémon showcased their signature performances on stage. Are you ready? Lillian skillfully stirred the atmosphere, and the audience cheered enthusiastically. Even Brock marveled at the Kanto Glamour contest's fervor. Let us keep the energy alive. Now, please welcome contestant number 1 to the stage. Here we go. The audience cheered. The first performer was none other than Harry, who had previously been a thorn in May's side. With his ace Pokémon, Dreamy Sandshrew, Harry delivered an impressive performance, earning commendable scores. In the shadow of Harry's dazzling display, the subsequent performances paled in comparison, until Musashi, under the alias Bianca, took the stage. Her self-deprecating act with Sandshrew concluded with a dramatic explosion of fireworks. May entrusted Squirtle to Ash as it was her turn to perform. On stage, she tossed her scarf into the air. Blaziken first used Fire Spin, then Sky Uppercut. The heat from the Fire Spin lifted the scarf as Blaziken dashed through the vortex, utilizing Sky Uppercut to catch it, returning it elegantly to May's head, showcasing their synergy and trust. And now, the final contestant, last year's champion of the Hoenn Glamour Festival, Ash. With Lillian's voice, Ash stepped onto the stage. "It's you, Butterfree." As the pink Butterfree took the stage, it fluttered its wings, scattering glimmering powder under the lights. The audience erupted in cheers for the lovely pink Butterfree. String Shot and Butterfly Dance. The pink Butterfree released delicate white threads, dancing gracefully, its exquisite movements captivating all. Finally, it concluded with Psychic and Light Screen, launching colorful beams into the sky, which shattered under psychic force, scattering into a rainbow of colors. Thus, the first round of evaluations came to an end. Now, the results will be announced. After a thorough and fair assessment, the 8 coordinators who successfully passed the first round included Musashi, Harry, May, and Ash. However, to Ash's surprise, Musashi secured first place in this round with her self-deprecating performance. In the first group of the Glamour 5 minutes, Ash and May faced off against random challengers. While Harry and Musashi encountered each other, Ash effortlessly advanced with his ordinary Butterfree, and even May, using Squirtle, easily defeated her opponent. The competition between Musashi and Harry proved to be intriguing. Harry, using his new Pokémon, Gyarados, found himself at a disadvantage against Musashi's Gordon. This left Harry hesitant to act, and with neither of them attacking, Musashi's Gordon remained idle. In this standoff, Lillian deducted points from both contestants out of frustration, prompting Harry to devise a strategy. He used String Shot, a non-damaging move, to turn Gordon into a puppet, causing Musashi's score to plummet, ultimately securing Harry's victory. In the second round, Ash continued to easily handle his random challenger, while May faced off against Harry, her rival. Squirtle versus Gyarados. During the clash, Squirtle found itself in a precarious situation, as it was still young and significantly outmatched in levels. Despite mastering the powerful Ice Beam, it remained no match for Harry. However, Harry, underestimating Xiaoyao, devised a plan to further embarrass her by allowing Gyarados to toy with Squirtle. Yet, this backfired spectacularly, as Squirtle's Ice Beam struck Gyarados, ensnaring it in a frozen web and creating a dazzling realm of ice and snow. This resulted in Gyarados slipping uncontrollably, ultimately succumbing to a knockout from Xiaoyao's Squirtle. In the grand finale, Ash faced off against Xiaoyao. At long last, the Pokémon Gorgeous Contest Golden Tournament had reached its final showdown. On one side stood Xiaoyao, who had turned adversity into triumph, and on the other, Ash, who had breezed through his challenges, who would ultimately claim the coveted golden satin ribbon. Ash, you better not go easy on me, Xiaoyao said earnestly. Ash nodded with a smile. Don't worry, let's go. Squirtle, take the stage. It's you, Butterfree. The battle between the Kanto water-type starters and the bug-type of Kanto officially commenced. Squirtle used Bubble. Initially, Xiaoyao intended to deploy Blaziken against Butterfree, believing its strength would assure victory. However, as Squirtle had amassed a series of triumphs, its fighting spirit soared, leading Xiaoyao to ultimately choose Squirtle for the battle. Butterfree, use String Shot, Ash commanded. Butterfree released a stream of white threads, under its control, effortlessly shattering the bubbles. Xiaoyao's score began to plummet. Squirtle, use Water Gun. Xiaoyao gritted her teeth. Dodge. Butterfree danced gracefully in the air, easily evading the Water Gun's onslaught. Butterfree, use Air Slash. Ash initiated his counterattack. Butterfree flapped its wings, unleashing a massive blade of wind toward Squirtle. Squirtle, quickly retreat into your shell. Xiaoyao shouted urgently. Squirtle swiftly withdrew into its shell. The wind blade struck harmlessly against it. Psybeam. Without hesitation, Butterfree shot forth a colorful ray of light. Squirtle, Ice Beam. Xiaoyao clenched her teeth, although Squirtle struggled to control the Ice Beam. It was now a matter of offense as defense. Squirtle sensed Xiaoyao's resolve and summoned all its strength to unleash the Ice Beam. The Ice Beam collided with the Psybeam, resulting in a dazzling explosion of light illuminating the arena. Both competitors' scores began to dwindle. Butterfree, use Stun Spore and then Hurricane. Butterfree scattered a copious amount of Stun Spore, whipping up a fierce windstorm that surged toward Squirtle. Squirtle, don't give in. Use Bubble. Squirtle expelled a multitude of bubbles to counter, but ultimately, Butterfree proved superior. The Stun Spore enveloped Squirtle, leaving it paralyzed, and Xiaoyao's score fell once more. Final collision. Butterfree dove downward, sending Squirtle flying and concluding the match, resulting in Xiaoyao's score plummeting to 0, and Ash emerged victorious. Now, the tournament presented the Golden Satin Ribbon medal to Ash, declaring him the champion of the Pokémon Gorgeous Contest Golden Tournament. The audience erupted in applause for Ash. Thus, Ash successfully secured the first ribbon medal of the Kanto region. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Ash teleported Butterfree back home, and after a moment's contemplation, also sent back Latios, as it primarily resided within its Pokeball. And with the shadowy Mewtwo nearby, Ash felt no concern for danger, allowing it to stretch its wings. He also returned Lizardin and Blaziken. Subsequently, he reunited with Brock and the others, only to find Xiaoyao's siblings engaging in a quarrel, one insisting on going for ramen while the other wished to visit the fighting dojo. Naturally, Ash sided with his girlfriend, reasoning that the fighting dojo in Kinari City was not an official one, prompting Brock to step in as a mediator. Ultimately, the four split into two groups. Ash and Xiaoyao, the couple, headed for ramen, while Brock took Shinji to explore the fighting dojo. Chapter 150, The Fighting Dojo. However, upon arriving at the ramen shop, Ash immediately regretted his decision, confronted by a line that stretched like a dragon, rivaling that of the Forest Cake shop. Ash and Xiaoyao resignedly joined the queue. Half an hour later, they were finally near the front, and Xiaoyao exclaimed excitedly, I heard this shop is famous for its battle ramen. Battle ramen. That sounds delightful. Ash nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a girl with twin tails clad in a short skirt emerged, dragging a youth in a chef's hat and apron along. The young man protested, Wait, Tsukais. I still have work to do. What are you talking about, Gitaru? You have far more important things to attend to. Tsukais insisted earnestly. Right now, my most important task is to prepare battle ramen. Gitaru struggled against her grasp. No, you're mistaken. Tsukais shouted, pulling Gitaru away. Despite Gitaru's continuous resistance, he was helplessly dragged along. Hey, what about our ramen? Are you closing early again today? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao realized that the chef had just been taken away, her anger flaring, prompting Ash to take a few steps back. Close the shop. I've waited so long for this ramen. You can't just shut down. Chase after them, Ash. Xiaoyao urged as they sped off. Meanwhile, Brock and Shinji found themselves helplessly cleaning the floor for the dojo master, Binley. Just then, shouts could be heard outside. Let go of me. No way, I absolutely want tea. Please. Then, a girl entered, dragging a young man behind her, unmistakably Tsukais and Gitu. Ah, beautiful lady. Brock exclaimed excitedly as he rushed toward Tsukais. Shinji, however, pulled him back in exasperation. Please come back to make ramen. At that moment, Xiaoyao and Ash caught up. Sister, brother-in-law. Shinji, Brock. What are you doing here? They exclaimed in unison. After some discussion, It became clear that Brock and Shinji had been forced by Master Binley to apprentice at the dojo, despite having no desire to do so. Meanwhile, Gitaru was actually Binley's son, and Binley wished for him to inherit the dojo, while Gitaru aspired to open a ramen shop instead. This led to a heated argument between father and son. Seeing this, Tsukai's apologetically addressed Ash and the others. I'm sorry that things turned out this way. It's fine. Ash waved his hand dismissively, as he had incurred no loss. But why can't Mr. Binley just maintain the status quo? Shinji inquired, puzzled. Tsukai sighed and explained. The problem is that Master has no desire to continue. Came the collective gasp of surprise. At that moment, the argument between father and son had escalated to a boiling point. I have grand and ambitious dreams. How could I possibly remain at the dojo forever? Binley shouted. Gitaru retorted, I ask you, what exactly are those grand dreams of yours? Faced with Gitaru's question, Binley huffed, a man's dreams cannot be easily shared with others. He sidestepped the topic yet again. In any case, I want you to close the ramen shop immediately and inherit the dojo. Ash looked at the two incredulously. If neither of you wants to inherit it, why not just close the dojo? And besides, old man, you still have a disciple, don't you? No way. If that happens, I'll never get to eat battle ramen. Xiaoyao immediately objected to Gitaru inheriting the dojo, as she hadn't even had her ramen yet. Everyone. At that moment, Brock stepped forward. I don't understand why you're all so troubled. Everyone was taken aback by Brock's statement. It's simple. If I marry Miss Tsukai's, I can inherit this dojo, and what a wonderful solution that would be. The group fell silent for a minute, then reverted to their previous state, choosing to ignore Brock. Seeing this, Brock sank into a state of despair, while a jubilant Hoshikage embraced him excitedly. Ash approached and patted Brock on the back. You do remember you still have a dojo to run, right? If Uncle Wuning hears you say that, he might just flatten you. Xiao Gang also calmed down and, with a sense of justification, declared, it's no problem. In our family, we may lack many things, but we certainly have an abundance of children. I found myself at a loss for words. By the way, I have a suggestion. Why not let Miss Aisha inherit the dojo? Xiaoji proposed. The entire room gasped in surprise, as it indeed seemed plausible. As the sole disciple of Bin Li, Aisha could rightfully inherit the dojo. Xiaoji approached the venerable Bin Li and whispered, don't you think Aisha has some feelings for your son? This way, the dojo will continue to thrive. The old man Bin Li was taken aback, joyfully scrutinizing both Aisha and Gong Tai Lang, and laughed heartily. Excellent. This young man has a splendid idea. But, Aisha responded nervously, as she had yet to make a firm decision. Miss Aisha, would you care to engage in a match with me? It would be a perfect opportunity for your master to witness your prowess, Xiaoji invited. Indeed, Bin Li nodded in agreement, contemplating that regardless of the outcome, the dojo could be passed on to Aisha. Very well. With her masteress approval, Aisha consented. The two proceeded to the battleground, where Miss Aisha utilized her Caboron. Caboron, high-speed spin. Aisha initiated the attack, simultaneously executing a corresponding fighting stance. Caboron performed an inverted spin, resembling a small top as it charged toward the supersonic larva. Sandstorm. The supersonic larva unleashed a tempest of sand with its four wings, instantly hindering Caboron's speed. Dragon Tail. As Caboron closed in, Xiaoji unhesitatingly commanded, and the dragon-type energy surged from the tail of supersonic larva, propelling Caboron, which had been weakened by the sandstorm, into the air. Caboron, fear not. Use quick attack to close in, then unleash a full-force mega kick. Aisha quickly directed. Supersonic larva, quicksand hell. Under the control of supersonic larva, a series of quicksand pits erupted on the battlefield, causing Caboron to fall prey to the swirling sands. This is bad, Miss Aisha exclaimed. Xiaoji, of course, seized the opportunity. Dragon Pulse. Caboron, swiftly utilize Aura Sphere. The Dragon Pulse from supersonic larva was unexpectedly countered by Caboron's Aura Sphere, causing it to veer away from the attack. However, at that moment, Caboron had managed to escape the quicksand hell and appeared behind supersonic larva. Now's the time. Caboron, mega kick. Caboron struck supersonic larva with tremendous force. Supersonic larva, dig. Xiaoji calmly commanded. Adjusting its form, supersonic larva dove into the ground just as Caboron came crashing down. Caboron, be cautious. Aisha and Caboron exchanged wary glances, remaining on guard. Quicksand hell. What? Supersonic larva unleashed quicksand hell from beneath the ground, ensnaring Caboron once more. Now, supersonic larva. Emerge and deliver the final blow with Earthquake. Xiaoji ordered a decisive strike, as Earthquake was a finishing move capable of instantly defeating opponents, akin to a guillotine. Supersonic larva burst forth from the earth, causing the ground to crack and sweep over Caboron, which ultimately succumbed to defeat. Following this battle, supersonic larva accumulated enough experience to reach the pinnacle of the elite rank. I'm so sorry, Master, I lost. Si Aisher lamented. No, it was an exhilarating match. Si Aisher. Binli chuckled. Thus, I shall entrust the dojo to you from now on. He then quietly added, and that troublesome boy will be your responsibility too. Ah, master. Si Aisher blushed, stealing a glance at Gong Tai Lang before nodding. Binli nodded in satisfaction. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Xiao Gang, who was left utterly speechless. With the dojo matter resolved, Bin Li and Gong Tai Lang reconciled. The latter's passion for ramen stemmed from the noodles Bin Li had made for him during his childhood. Surprisingly, Bin Li's dream was to travel while operating a ramen stall. Upon learning the truth, Xiao Ji and his companions collapsed in disbelief. Realizing that neither father nor son wished to inherit the dojo, opting instead to sell ramen. Consequently, Xiao Ji and his friends indulged in the authentic battle ramen prepared by Bin Li, setting off on their journey with contented hearts. Chapter 151, The Battle Arena, Cucumber Fragrance. On their way to the battle arena, Xiao Yao Snorlax suddenly appeared unwell and lacked appetite. Rescued by the kind, elderly couple who managed the villa, they unexpectedly encountered Team Rocket. It turned out that this villa belonged to Kojiro, whose wind chime had fallen ill, prompting him to seek assistance. However, Kojiro was reluctant to reveal his affiliation with Team Rocket, thus signing a temporary truce with Xiao Ji. Although Musashi and Meowth contemplated further action, they ultimately chose to adhere to the truce, intimidated by Xiao Ji and Pikachu. As Xiao Yao Snorlax began to recover, Xiao Ji and his companions prepared to bid farewell. To keep pace with Xiao Ji and the others, Kojiro grimly decided to leave the still-recovering wind chime in the villa while inadvertently capturing the villa's mana. Under the watchful eyes of the elderly couple, Team Rocket set off in pursuit of Xiao Ji and his friends. Having departed from Kojiro's villa, Xiao Ji and his companions finally arrived at the location of the battle arena. Currently, they were at a Pokémon Center for health checks on their Pokémon. Although Xiao Ji possessed the power of Tokiwa and would not sustain hidden injuries, regular checkups were always beneficial. After the examination, they encountered Akiha at the Pokémon Center. Hey, Xiao Ji, I knew you would arrive soon. Akiha greeted them. Mr. Akiha, Xiao Ji and his companions replied in kind. I see you are quite spirited this time. Xiao Ji, Akiha remarked, impressed. Of course, this venture signifies my unwavering determination. Xiao Ji responded confidently. Peekaboo. Seeing this, Akiha stood up and said, all right. If that is the case, let us set off. My vehicle is just outside. Xiao Ji and his companions shivered slightly. Ahem. As for the ride, I think walking for some exercise would be quite beneficial. Under Akiha's guidance, they soon arrived at the battle arena. Gazing at the imposing city gates that resembled those of ancient fortifications, Akiha stood before the gate, took a deep breath, and bellowed, this is troublesome. Open the gates. As soon as he finished speaking, the gates began to slowly open, allowing Xiao Ji and his companions to enter the battle arena under Akiha's lead. Inside the arena, 2 rows of youths clad in blue martial arts uniforms stood in formation, with a girl in a black uniform and golden hair striking a fighting pose at the center. Welcome to the battle arena. I am the brain behind this endeavor. The arena master, Cucumber Fragrance. Akiha introduced. Cucumber Fragrance, meet the challenger, Xiao Ji. I am Xiao Ji from Masera Town, and these are my partners, Pikachu and Eevee. Xiao Ji responded, simultaneously sensing 3 familiar friends in the corner with his aura power. Peekaboo. No need for formality. Bring it on, Xiao Ji. Cucumber Fragrance ignited with competitive spirit. Bring it on. The 2 faced off, evoking admiration from Xiao Gang and the others for their passionate demeanor. In that case, let us spin the roulette. Cucumber Fragrance exclaimed. Roulette. A massive roulette emerged from the ground, divided into 6 equal sections, with pairs of identical segments representing 3 categories. If the roulette lands on 1, it's a 1-on-1. If it lands on 2, it's a 2-on-2. If it lands on 3, it's a 3-on-3 elimination match. Cucumber Fragrance elaborated. No problem, I understand. Xiao Ji approached the roulette confidently. Then let us begin. Without hesitation, Xiao Ji pulled the lever, and the pointer spun wildly, ultimately stopping at 2. Great. The result is in. This match will be a 2-on-2 elimination round, and the first to win 2 matches will be victorious. A 2-on-2? All right. Let us do this. Xiao Ji nodded in agreement. Under the guidance of Huang Guoxiang, they arrived at the battlefield, where the referee announced, let the match commence. The main event features Huang Guoxiang against Xiao Ji from Shinshin Town. At this moment, Huang Guoxiang's disciples gathered together to spectate, with the notorious Team Rocket blending in amongst them. I will be utilizing these 2 Pokémon. Huang Guoxiang revealed his Charelm and Superpower King. Xiao Ji, undeterred, declared, then it shall be you too. Lizard King, Blaziken. Chamogala. Cheered Xiao Ji's supporters. I have decided to lead with Superpower King. Huang Guoxiang stated earnestly. Then I entrust you with Blaziken. Xiao Ji sent forth his Blaziken. Superpower King, Strength, Late Gym Stage. Ready, set, go? Xiao Ji initiated the attack. Blaziken, charge up flame charge, and follow with sky uppercut. Blaziken ignited in flames, doubling its speed, and launched a glowing right fist towards Superpower King. Superpower King, unleash heavy slam. Superpower King met the incoming Blaziken with its iron palms, resulting in a powerful collision. Although Blaziken was at a significant level disadvantage, under Xiaoxi's training, it performed admirably, and the two Pokémon were locked in an intense struggle. Initially, Superpower King held the upper hand, but Blaziken's speed increasingly escalated. Realizing this, Huang Guoxiang quickly understood that they were not merely warming up, but stacking buffs. Superpower King, give it your all with Spirit Fist. Superpower King unleashed a radiant white energy from its fists, delivering a mighty blow that sent Blaziken flying. Blaziken, are you alright? Xiaoxi shouted, astonished by Huang Guoxiang's swift reaction. Chamo Blaziken shook its head, regaining its footing. Alright, Blaziken, use Aerial Ace. Blaziken flashed white and appeared before Superpower King, delivering a powerful strike before reversing for a follow-up hit. Superpower King, use Body Slam from behind. Huang Guoxiang commanded. Superpower King turned and lunged forward with both palms. Dodge. Xiaoxi called out. Blaziken swiftly adjusted its trajectory, evading Superpower King's attack. Flame Charge followed by Thunder Punch. Blaziken's fiery assault surged with electricity. Spirit Fist. Huang Guoxiang clearly aimed to defend through offense, yet Superpower King still maintained a strength advantage. However, in a split second, Xiaoxi altered his strategy, jump and flame kick. Ultimately, Superpower King's iron palms merely struck the residual flames left by Blaziken, as Blaziken descended with a fiery right foot, launching Superpower King into the air. Final blow, flame kick. No sooner had he spoken than, having built up speed through the prior rounds, Blaziken instantly flashed above Superpower King, whose feet had yet to touch the ground. Delivering a devastating blow upon the battlefield, Blaziken landed gracefully, radiating a blue and white evolution light. Chapter 152, The Symbol of Perseverance. Late summer, the evolution light shattered, revealing Blaziken. The once little chick had finally matured. Blaziken. Strength, mid-gym stage. Moves, Brave Bird, Flare Blitz, Close Combat. It has evolved. Gasped the onlookers. Superpower King was rendered unable to battle, thus Blaziken emerged victorious. It was only then that the referee registered the outcome and announced it. Well done, Blaziken. Late summer. Blaziken replied, brimming with battle spirit, clearly eager to showcase its newfound abilities. Xiaoxi nodded, alright, keep fighting. Return, Superpower King, take a good rest. Huang Guoxiang recalled Superpower King. Charm, I rely on you. Charm, strength, early champion stage. Charm, use Spirit Fist. Charm charged forward with its fist glowing blue. Dodge, Blaziken. Blaziken, with remarkable speed, evaded, but Charm, possessing a significant strength advantage, was not to be underestimated, and Blaziken narrowly avoided the attack. Close combat. Late summer. Blaziken instantly flashed behind Charm, launching a barrage of punches and kicks. Charm, use knee strike from behind. Huang Guoxiang directed. Charm spun around, delivering a flying knee strike that sent Blaziken reeling. Charm, follow up with Spirit Fist. Charm pursued the airborne Blaziken, its blue glowing fist aimed at Blaziken. Flame Burst. Late summer. Blaziken unleashed a towering column of fire, which Charm countered by shattering it with a punch. Blaziken pressed on, Brave Bird. Seeing Charm within striking distance, Xiaoxi urged. Without hesitation, Blaziken leaped and collided with Charm. Late summer. Blaziken fell to the ground, unable to continue battling. Blaziken was unable to battle, and Charm claimed victory. Thank you for your efforts, Blaziken. You performed excellently. Xiaoxi recalled Blaziken. Now it's your turn, Lizard King. Gala Lizard King appeared on the battlefield, nonchalantly clutching a twig and gazing coolly at Charm. After extensive training, Lizard King had reached the late gym stage, yet still lagged behind Charm by 2 levels. Nevertheless, given Blaziken had depleted some of Charm's stamina, Lizard King's chances of victory remained promising, especially considering Xiaoxi had a trump card. Lizard King, use Quick Attack followed by Leaf Blade. Xiaoxi commanded with a flourish. Lizard King surged forward at high speed, its green blades materializing as it charged at Charm. Charm, use Telekinesis. Charm's eyes glowed with blue energy, seizing Lizard King's advance. Throw it. Charm hurled Lizard King to the ground. Boom. Gala Lizard King sprang back to its feet without hesitation. Alright, in that case, let's show our bond. Mega Evolution. Xiaoxi activated the Universal Ring. Instantly, a genetic link formed between Lizard King and the Mega Stone it bore, enveloped in white light, as Mega Lizard King emerged. Mega Lizard King. Type, Grass Dragon. Ability, Lightning Rod. Strength, Pinnacle Gym Stage. Now the match truly begins. Lizard King, use Shadow Clone followed by Dragon Pulse. Gala Mega Lizard King dashed forward, creating countless clones that surrounded Charelm while unleashing Dragon Pulse. Mega Evolution, Huang Guoxiang exclaimed. Charelm, utilize Psychic on the entire field. Psychic swept across the battlefield, shattering Mega Lizard King's clones one by one, leaving only the true form. The real Dragon Pulse loomed ahead, and Huang Guoxiang remained composed. Ice Punch. Charelm gathered icy blue energy in its fists, colliding with Dragon Pulse, instantly freezing and shattering it. Leaf Blade. Gala Mega Lizard King, leveraging its incredible speed, positioned itself behind Charelm, delivering a downward slash with its verdant blades. Charelm, behind you. Charelm swiftly turned, countering with Ice Punch. Boom. Mega Lizard King was pushed back to Xiaoji's side, while Charelm only staggered a few steps. Lizard King, sunny day? Gala Lizard King released a radiant sphere towards the sky, bathing the arena in blinding sunlight, rendering the air arid. Flame Punch. Solar Flare. Charelm ignited its fists in flames, charging towards Mega Lizard King, who swiftly gathered solar energy for a direct release. Undeterred by the incoming solar flare, Charelm advanced with its Flame Punch, relentlessly closing in on Mega Lizard King. That's it. Deliver a heavy blow with Spirit Fist. Defend. Mega Lizard King crossed its arms, forming a green protective shield as Charelm's Spirit Fist struck with force. Leaf Storm. Xiaoji shouted. What? Exclaimed Huang Guoxiang, watching as Mega Lizard King summoned a leaf storm around both itself and Charelm, sending Charelm hurtling away. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoji commanded, Lizard King, use Solar Blade. The Super Lizard King merged its two arms into one, condensing a blade of sunlight, and struck down fiercely towards Charelm. Boom. Charelm. Huang Guoxiang couldn't help but shout. As the smoke dissipated, Charelm remained on the battlefield, though it knelt on one knee, indicating it had sustained considerable injuries. In that case, Lizard King, finish it off. Leaf Blade, commanded the Super Lizard King. Charelm, counter with Aura Punch. Charelm rose once more, its fists glowing white as it prepared to retaliate. However, the Super Lizard King, wielding its emerald curved blade, spun around and appeared behind Charelm in an instant. With a swift motion, it struck Charelm twice on the back. And afterward, the Super Lizard King executed a stylish sheathing of its blade, clutching a branch in its mouth as it approached Ash after its super evolution. Meanwhile, Charelm collapsed to the ground, having lost its fighting capability. Charelm is unable to battle. The Lizard King is victorious. The winner is Ash from Pallet Town, the referee announced. Hooray, Ash won. Xiaoyao cheered. The Super Lizard King is simply magnificent. Xiaosheng gazed at the Lizard King with shining eyes. Yashida marveled. Even the fiery Huang Guoxiang was defeated by it. As dusk fell, outside the battle arena, Huang Guoxiang remarked, Ash, I have truly witnessed your spirit and bravery. Not at all, Ash humbly replied. Huang Guoxiang presented Ash with a badge, saying, Ash, this symbolizes your perseverance in conquering the battle arena. Ash gratefully accepted it, and Xiaoyao and the others congratulated him. Next, Yashida informed everyone that the next battle facility would be the Battle Dome, located south of the town of Ziyuan. Thus, Ash and his companions bid farewell to Yashida and Huang Guoxiang and set off towards the Battle Dome, their next destination. Chapter 153, The Celebration of the Aura Hero. As Ash and his companions made their way to the next battle facility, they unexpectedly learned that the city of Arudolang was about to hold a celebration in honor of the Aura Heroes. Naturally, Ash, possessing the power of Aura, was intrigued and prepared to join the festivities, currently traversing the grand bridge leading to Arudolang. However, Ash and his companions, dressed in casual attire, felt out of place among the crowd. To participate in the city's festivities, they would need to don ancient garments. Xiaoyao was both excited and troubled by this. Xiaojing, glancing at the travel guidebook, chuckled. The city has provisions for everyone. Indeed, Xiaosheng exclaimed, quickly locating a place to rent costumes with the navigator in hand. Legend has it that long ago, in an era before Pokeballs existed, a war broke out here. The conflict raged fiercely, and the city of Arudolang found itself engulfed in flames, perilously close to destruction. At this critical juncture, the Aura hero, Yalan, emerged, sacrificing his own aura power to halt the war. Ever since, the tale of the Aura hero has been passed down through Arudolang, with periodic celebrations held to honor the hero, where victors are bestowed with the title of hero. Upon arriving at the costume rental location, Xiaoyao gazed at the array of garments, momentarily perplexed. Wow, do we really get to choose our outfits here? Which one should we pick? It's so hard to decide. After glancing at Ash, she assumed he would choose the heroic attire, leading the four to disperse and select their costumes. Xiaoyao donned a pink gown, particularly adorned at the waist with a hunting butterfly brooch, perfectly suiting her. Her headscarf was fashioned into a bow, giving her the appearance of a little princess. Xiaosheng dressed as a young prince, while Xiaojing wore a brown outfit reminiscent of a nobleman. My princess, Ash successfully found an outfit identical to that of the Aura hero, fitting him as though it were tailored specifically for him. With a bold stride, he took Xiaoyao's hand. "Ah, Ash, that suits you perfectly," Xiaoyao exclaimed, momentarily entranced. Her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Ash, who radiated an aura of heroism that captivated her. It was as if she had glimpsed her destined partner. Peekaboo. At that moment, Pikachu and Eevee approached, seemingly eager to convey something, but Ash and the others were oblivious. In truth, while Ash and his companions were changing, Pikachu and Eevee had encountered a Piku behind the curtains, only to discover it transformed into a Trico and leap out the window. This startled Pikachu and Eevee, who rushed over to report, but Ash and the others failed to comprehend. Nevertheless, since they had arrived, Xiaojing, Xiaoyao, and Xiaoxing mischievously approached Pikachu and Eevee, causing them to step back in alarm. Fortunately, the trio did not overstep, merely dressing Pikachu and Eevee in tiny outfits and placing hats on their heads before retreating. "So adorable," Xiaoyao exclaimed. "The Pokemon battles are about to commence." Xiaojing glanced at the time and reminded them. "All right, Pikachu, Eevee, let's go," Ash declared excitedly. Peekaboo. Pikachu and Eevee joyfully leaped onto Ash's shoulders, and soon Ash and his companions arrived at a dual arena styled in Western European fashion. The atmosphere was electric with anticipation for the emergence of a new Aura hero. "Let us welcome the queen of this realm, Her Highness Princess Erin of Orudolang." Amidst the crowd's cheers, the elegantly dressed queen appeared, cradling a Monini in her arms. The Monini mimicked Princess Erin's gestures, greeting the audience in unison. And then Princess Erin proclaimed, "Next, we present the Pokemon battle in honor of the Aura hero Yalan, who saved the world. Let the battles begin." Ash was the first to step onto the battlefield, facing an opponent clad in knightly attire. "It shall be you, Dragonite," Ash declared, sending forth his Dragonite, which had recently made remarkable progress, reaching the elite stage and nearing the pinnacle of its power. This was the perfect opportunity to gain some experience. His opponent utilized a Shroomish, a grass and fighting-type Pokemon. "Dragonite, unleash Flamethrower," Ash commanded, taking the initiative. Dragonite released a torrent of orange flames, engulfing Shroomish. Although the Shroomish was not defeated in one blow, it was unfortunate enough to be burned. "Shroomish, darn it, use Mach Punch to take it down." Despite enduring the burn, Shroomish charged at Dragonite with its fists flying. "Dragonite, leap and use Dragon Dive," Ash coolly directed. Dragonite soared into the air, evading Shroomish's attack as it crashed to the ground, then summoned its dragon energy and descended upon Shroomish, rendering it unable to battle. The crowd erupted into applause, and suddenly, a Trico appeared beside Princess Erin, only to transform into a Monini upon spotting the original Monini. The two Monini synchronized perfectly with Queen Erin, exuding cuteness. In the subsequent battles, the two Monini caught the attention of Princess Erin's attendants, who instinctively rubbed their eyes, as one of the Monini transformed into a long-tailed Pokemon. Meanwhile, Ash and Dragonite advanced through the competition and ultimately reached the finals. His opponent, adorned in armor, commanded a Mawile, a dual ice and dark-type Pokemon. Flamethrower. Given the ice type, Ash decided to open with Flamethrower. The Mawile skillfully dodged the fiery assault with a leap. Mawile, unleash Icy Wind. Mawile blew a chilling gust from its palms, targeting Dragonite. Knowing ice-type moves were doubly effective against Dragon. Flame Vortex. Dragonite immediately released a massive flame vortex to counter the icy wind. Boom! A cloud of steam rose into the air. Dark Pulse. Just as the steam cleared, Ash's opponent launched an attack. However, Mawile gathered a black energy sphere, only to find Dragonite's form was nowhere in sight. Ash chuckled lightly. Dragon Claw. Oh no! Behind Mawile. Dragonite suddenly appeared behind Mawile, its verdant claws striking it away with immense force. Do not give it a chance, Headhammer. The baby dragon dealt a heavy blow to Mariola, ultimately incapacitating it. In that moment, the baby dragon successfully ascended to the pinnacle of elite status. Mariola has lost its fighting ability. The baby dragon emerges victorious. Thus, the champion of this year's wave guiding is none other than Ash from Shirnu Town. The referee declared Ash's triumph. Instantly, applause erupted, with cheers and accolades directed towards Ash. Chapter 154. The Arrival of Mew. The Millennium Who Wolf Lucario. Well done, baby dragon, Ash encouraged. Peekaboo. Pikachu and Eevee also jumped down to congratulate it. The baby dragon smiled in response to Ash. Just then, a long-tailed monkey leaped down, joyfully spinning around with Pikachu and the others. At that moment, Ash felt a surge of blue light, the power of the wave guiding activated, revealing the immense strength of the long-tailed monkey's wave. Mew. Type, Psychic. Ability, Synchronize. Strength, Legendary. This revelation led Ash to understand that the long-tailed monkey before him was none other than Mew in disguise. The long-tailed monkey seemed to sense the wave-guiding power Ash had just utilized, excitedly circling around him. Simultaneously, Ash's opponent approached, removing her helmet to reveal a stunningly beautiful young lady. Brock in the stands was immediately captivated, rushing down, while Clement hurried after him, leaving only May, who gasped in astonishment, realizing that the opponent was a woman. By the time she collected her thoughts, Brock and Clement had already reached the battlefield. "I am Kido. Pleased to make your acquaintance." Kido introduced herself. Brock, filled with excitement, took Kido's hand, introducing himself as Brock, hoping this enchanting lady would become his companion. "All right. If you want a partner, let's go find one over there." Clement playfully pinched Brock's ear. "Ouch, that hurts." As night fell, in the castle's grandest banquet hall, trainers from all walks of life gathered together, as Princess Eileen held a ceremony for Ash. She received a scepter adorned with a crystal from the Elder and solemnly presented it to Ash. This is the scepter of the wave-guiding hero, Aaron. Once wielded by him, only those who triumph in the sacred Pokémon battles during the festival and are chosen as heroes are honored to hold this scepter. "So, please accept this scepter, Ash." Yes. Ash accepted the hero's scepter, and instantly, the power of the wave guiding within him began to resonate, as a faint, imperceptible light flickered from the crystal atop the scepter. "Why?" A voice of inquiry echoed in Ash's heart, startling him as he secretly infused more of his wave-guiding power into it. Meanwhile, Princess Eileen smiled and announced, "To celebrate our guardian of peace, the hero Aaron. Let us all rejoice together tonight." Music began to play, and the ball officially commenced. Brock, gathering his courage, invited Kido to dance, and she graciously accepted, while Clement embarked on a culinary adventure. As the wave-guiding hero, Ash could not leave at his whim and could only sit with Princess Eileen, bored, observing the festivities. Even Pikachu and Eevee had been whisked away by the long-tailed monkey to play. After a while, Kido cleverly coaxed Brock to fetch drinks, while she stealthily slipped out. However, Ash sensed her movement with his wave-guiding power. Under its influence, he noticed Kido was approaching Mew and the others. Meanwhile, Team Rocket's Jesse and James were dancing within the castle, but Meowth diligently followed Pikachu and the others. Yet, Ash remained unconcerned with her strength. Kido wouldn't be able to defeat even the weakest Eevee, and as for Meowth, he could simply be ignored. At this moment, Kido had utilized high-tech equipment to reach the castle roof, where she could clearly see Pikachu and the others having a splendid time. The long-tailed monkey revealed its true form as Mew, possessing the ability to transform into all Pokémon. "I found you," Kido whispered with a sly smile, as two Marialas suddenly appeared behind her. "Go, Mariala, attach the transmitter to Mew." The Mariala seized the transmitter and dashed toward the attic. The two Marialas dramatically shattered the window, but Mew merely giggled, unfazed by the attack. However, Pikachu and Eevee would not stand idly by. They launched their iron tail, sending the two Marialas flying. Under Eevee's rapid assault, Pikachu followed up with a thunderbolt, electrifying them thoroughly. Realizing its cover was blown, Mew immediately activated Teleport, whisking away Eevee, Pikachu, and the stealthy Meowth. This scene was witnessed by Clement, who had just finished feasting and was leisurely wandering around. He hurried back to inform Ash. Kido, witnessing Mew's teleport, was taken aback and quickly scanned her surroundings, spotting a Pidgeot carrying Pikachu, Eevee, and Meowth flying towards a distant massive tree. Kido sighed helplessly, realizing that Pikachu and Eevee belonged to Ash, and promptly set her sights on him. On the other side, Ash was engrossed in studying the hero's scepter. "What? Is it happening again?" Ash murmured, his tone filled with resentment and a hint of longing. At that moment, the music ceased, and Princess Eileen stepped forward to announce, "All right, this concludes tonight's banquet. The wave-guiding hero will see everyone off." Ash stood up, raising the hero's scepter high, striking a heroic pose. As the power of the wave-guiding coursed rapidly through him, entering the crystal gleamed brightly, and the entire scepter began to vibrate, under everyone's gaze. A laser shot forth from the crystal, forming a majestic figure. It was a humanoid Pokémon, resembling a wolf, kneeling before Ash with its eyes tightly shut. Ash's eyes lit up at the sight. This was Lucario, the Pokémon that resonated most perfectly with his wave-guiding power. Lucario's mastery of the wave-guiding far surpassed Ash's. Its ability to sense the waves allowed it to first detect Ash's presence. It could clearly discern that Ash's wave was identical to that of Aaron. "Lord Aaron." Lucario leaped before Ash, its eyes still closed, demanding, "Why did you abandon the royal city?" Telepathy. In that instant, Ash understood. Lucario continued to question, "Why?" Ash shouted, "Lucario, calm down. Open your eyes. I am not Aaron." Upon hearing Ash's voice, Lucario was taken aback, finally halting its wave and opening its eyes to see Ash and the others, incredulously dashing out. That Lucario is, without a doubt, the legendary Pokémon that followed hero Aaron. Princess Eileen exclaimed in disbelief. After so many battle festivals and the selection of numerous wave-guiding heroes, We have truly found one who possesses a wave akin to Aaron's. Chapter 155, Lucario, the world's initial tree. Subsequently, Ash harnessed the power of the wave guiding to sense Lucario's location and led Princess Eileen and the others in pursuit. As Lucario exited the banquet hall, it surveyed the kingdom. At that moment, brilliant fireworks illuminated the sky, seemingly commemorating Aaron's great achievements. However, as Aaron's partner, Lucario felt out of place, following memories akin to yesterday, easily finding its way to a room beside the garden. Meanwhile, Ash and his companions arrived just in time to witness Lucario push open the door and enter the room. They quickly followed, observing Lucario, seemingly lost in recollection. "Lucario," Princess Eileen gently called out. Lucario turned to find a familiar silhouette in the darkness. Princess Lynn. The lights were illuminated, revealing Princess Eileen, who shook her head and said, "I am truly sorry, but I am not Lynn. Queen Lynn is my ancestor. My name is Eileen." Subsequently, Princess Eileen approached Lucario and gently embraced him. "You have been in a state of slumber. Much time has passed." To her astonishment, Lucario incredulously broke free from her embrace, instinctively retreating a few steps and colliding with the cabinet behind him. "Until yesterday, this was still our room." Princess Eileen sighed in resignation. "For you, it may seem like only yesterday, but for us, it has been a very long time indeed." Princess Eileen tirelessly endeavored to help Lucario come to terms with the current situation, and eventually, she managed to soothe him. A group of individuals entered the side hall, where Princess Eileen took her seat upon the throne, and Lucario knelt before her on one knee, while Ash, Brock, and May stood behind him. Princess Eileen inquired, "According to legend, you were lost during the war. What transpired?" Lucario replied, "The armies on both sides drew nearer, and this city was on the brink of being engulfed in war. I ventured out to assess the situation, but by that time, it was already impossible to avert the conflict." In response, Princess Eileen stated, "The legend recounts that the brave Aaron saved this city." Lucario, taken aback, rose and exclaimed, "What? How could that be possible? Isn't that the case?" May asked, puzzled. Lucario retorted angrily, "It was Lord Aaron who abandoned this city and left me sealed away." "How can you be so certain?" Ash challenged, questioning Lucario's conviction. As the bearer of the aura, Ash felt that Aaron was not the type to flee in the face of danger. "What did you say?" Lucario was instantly incensed. "Is that all the trust you have in each other as partners?" Ash pressed on. "Do not say any more." Lucario swung a fist at Ash. "Ash!" Mismagius suddenly emerged from Ash's shadow and kicked Lucario against the wall. The shadow guide Mismagius. Princess Eileen gasped in shock. Meanwhile, May and Brock, having been informed of Ash's bond with Mismagius, were not surprised. "Who are you?" Lucario gazed at Mismagius, who stood protectively beside Ash, feeling a sense of bewilderment. How could a being of divine nature guard one who shared the same aura as Aaron? "I do not know the truth, but the trust between you and Aaron must extend beyond this. Given your understanding of Aaron, is he truly that kind of person?" Ash's words struck Lucario like a revelation, gradually calming him. "Remember, I am Ash from Newbark Town, and like Aaron, I am a bearer of the aura. Lord Ash, I beseech you to help me uncover the truth." Lucario pleaded, kneeling. Ash nodded with a smile. "This task is my duty." Upon witnessing this, Mismagius retreated back into Ash's shadow, just as Shota rushed over. "Not good." "Mew." May asked in confusion, "What happened?" Mew just appeared. The attendants of Princess Eileen, however, were not surprised. Instead, they chuckled. "Oh dear, seeing Mew means you are a fortunate child. It is said that those who encounter Mew will find happiness." "No, that's not it." Shota quickly shook his head. Mew disappeared along with Pikachu, Eevee, and Meowth. "Mew," Lucario murmured. "Ah, a Pokémon," Shota exclaimed. Brock explained, "It is Lucario, the Pokémon sealed within the staff of the brave Aaron, who has just awakened from slumber." Shota widened his eyes in disbelief. "You must be joking. Did you really see Mew? You must have mistaken it." May retorted. Just then, Kido reappeared in her formal attire and approached, saying, "I also saw it. I witnessed Mew with Pikachu and the others." Suddenly, they transformed and flew away from the lookout tower. Brock frowned in thought and asked, "But why would Mew do such a thing?" Princess Eileen replied with a smile, "It may be playing a prank. Mew sometimes appears in the city to tease everyone. Toys often go missing, only to be found again later." Knowing that Mew was responsible for taking Pikachu and the others, Ash remained unfazed, casting a knowing glance at Kido, for his aura had revealed that it was she who had attacked Pikachu and the others. However, Ash was somewhat concerned about Meowth's abduction, fearing that Team Rocket's antics could lead to trouble. Ash spoke slowly. "Even so, I still wish to bring them back." Upon hearing this, Princess Eileen said no more and led Ash to the balcony. From this vantage point, they could see the towering world tree beneath the night sky, which appeared to be a colossal tree but was, in fact, a massive rocky mountain. Princess Eileen turned to Ash with a smile. "We call that place the World Tree, and Mew resides there." Ash, though Mew possesses the ability to transform into various Pokémon, you have the aura. I believe you will surely find Mew. Ash nodded, and Brock and the others expressed their desire to accompany him. Lord Ash, allow me to join you, Lucario implored, recalling that the direction Aaron had taken on his Fiero seemed to lead toward the World Tree. Very well. At that moment, Keto also changed out of her formal attire, donning a more practical outfit, and cheerfully declared, Ash, I think I shall assist you as well. Chapter 156, The Flower of Time, A Millennia of Memories. Ah, you are the adventurer Keto Sharmas. Brock exclaimed excitedly, grasping Keto's hand. You were right beside me, and I had no idea. I must be terribly dull. I need to deeply reflect on myself. I am so moved to have met you. Is she really that famous? May asked in confusion. Of course, Brock replied, pulling out a manual and proudly proclaiming, in my world record handbook, it is indeed recorded. The shortest time for a hot air balloon to circumnavigate the globe. The deepest dive with a single-person submarine, the longest swim in space, and many more. She holds several world records, a bona fide superhero. Watching Brock ramble on, Ash unhesitatingly interrupted. Miss Keto, you are here for the World Tree, aren't you? And under my aura, I sensed your intentions toward Pikachu. Ash directly brought the topic to light. What? It was Miss Keto who attacked Pikachu and the others. Shota exclaimed in shock. Seeing this, Keto sighed in resignation. Alas, I cannot hide anything from you, Ash. Indeed, I came here to unravel the mystery of the World Tree. The reason I attacked Pikachu and the others was merely to install a signal device and collect data. I never anticipated it would escalate to this. Keto candidly confessed. Ash sensed through the aura that she was not lying and nodded in acceptance of her explanation, agreeing to her inclusion. After all, not allowing her to join could lead to unpredictable consequences. It was better to keep her under his watch. The following day, before dawn, Keto drove an off-road vehicle with Ash and the others aboard. The rugged mountain path seemed as smooth as a flat surface before Keto's vehicle. In the mist, Lucario swiftly ran ahead, guiding the group. Though he could have traveled in the vehicle, it seemed he wished to stretch his legs. So he did not join Ash and the others in the car. The journey was uneventful, and they stopped for lunch along the way, unexpectedly encountering a weeping tree. Afterward, the weeping tree boarded Ash's vehicle to continue their journey, but soon they were obstructed by a geyser, forcing Ash and the others to disembark and wait. Unexpectedly, a hot spring was discovered nearby, prompting everyone to summon their Pokémon to enjoy a relaxing soak. Attired in swimwear, they comfortably immersed themselves in the warm waters, engaging in playful splashes and merriment. Meanwhile, within a hollow of the World Tree, a trove of toys lay strewn about, with Eevee, Pikachu, and Mew reveling in their games. Buoyed by the belief that Ash would surely find them, while Meowth rested helplessly. Ash, come here, shouted May, as she and Squirtle swam to the opposite side of the hot spring. Upon Ash's arrival, May pointed to a peculiar flower on the mountainside, exclaiming, Is that a flower over there? I must go investigate. With a swift leap, Ash ascended the rocky surface and discovered the flower's unique spiral form, emanating a radiant purple starlight. Just then, Lucario approached, explaining to Ash, This is the Flower of Time. It allows those capable of wielding the aura to witness the wonders of time. Upon hearing this, Ash channeled his aura into the flower, causing it to bloom magnificently, revealing a vision of Ash climbing the rocks to reach the Flower of Time. Incredible! Is this the miracle of time? May marveled. As night fell, Ash and his companions ignited a fire and began their dinner. Suddenly, Ash remembered the two individuals hiding in the trunk of the vehicle, prompting him to ask Brock to prepare extra meals for them. Although puzzled, Brock agreed, and after everyone had their fill, Ash packaged the meals and approached the back of the car. He knocked softly and, without uttering another word, left the food behind. Shortly after Ash departed, the trunk opened, revealing Team Rocket's Jesse and James, who clearly intended to make their move. Hey kid. They exchanged glances at the food before nodding in agreement. For as members of Team Rocket, they could hardly indulge in handouts. It smells delightful. They're so fortunate to have such delicious meals every day. Jesse and James devoured the food voraciously. The next morning, after a long day and night of travel, Ash and his friends finally reached the valley at the foot of the World Tree. At that moment, Lucario, who had been resting atop the vehicle, suddenly leaped down. Observing this, Ash and the others hurriedly exited the car to inquire about the matter. I was sealed here, Lucario explained, gazing at the stone pillar before them. As Ash approached slowly, he noticed a flower of time not far away. I believe it can provide you with answers, he declared. All eyes turned to Ash as he infused his aura into the flower, activating it. A brilliant white light burst forth, and images materialized before them, depicting a scene in the valley where Alan hurled the hero's staff at Lucario. The staff struck the ground before Lucario, causing the crystal atop it to emit a bright glow, ensnaring Lucario and sealing it away. Shortly thereafter, Alan mounted his Charizard and departed towards the World Tree. Not long after Alan's exit, the entire valley began to tremble as countless armored Pokémon, exuding an aura of ferocity, surged in, heralding an inevitable conflict. At that moment, Lucario could no longer contain its emotions, for it was this very war that had led to its suffering, leaving it stranded in an era to which it did not belong. Enraged, Lucario unleashed a barrage of aura spheres at the vision, but being mere images, the aura spheres surged towards Ash and his friends. Just then, Marshadao reappeared, obliterating all the aura spheres. Lucario, calm down. This is merely an illusion, Ash urged. At the sound of Ash's voice, Lucario gradually regained its composure and bowed its head in apology, saying, I'm sorry, Ash. May, trembling with fear, remarked, how terrifying. Was this truly the battleground of the past? Perhaps Alan sealed Lucario to protect it. Clement speculated. Protect me? Lucario murmured, lowering its head. Since Alan headed towards the World Tree, the truth will be revealed there. Ash encouraged, patting Lucario on the shoulder. Yes, Ash. Lucario nodded, looking up at the World Tree. Suddenly, a blue light flickered around Ash. Lucario, we have visitors, Ash announced. Both Marshadao and Lucario immediately assumed a defensive stance. From the ground emerged a rock-formed Pokémon, toppling the SUV and unleashing a destructive beam towards them. Chapter 157, Guardians of the Pillars, Reunion. It was Regirock. Aura Sphere. Marshadao and Lucario simultaneously launched their Aura Spheres, one countering the destructive beam while the other repelled Regirock. Regirock, unfazed, rose once more, conjuring massive boulders above Ash and his companions. Again, Aura Sphere. Marshadao and Lucario targeted the falling boulders, causing debris to rain down and a cloud of dust to rise. Seizing the opportunity, Ash swiftly led everyone away, for their purpose was to retrieve Pikachu, not to engage in battle. Navigating through a crystal-laden cavern, Ash and his friends successfully reached the base of the World Tree. Guided by Ash's aura sense, they discovered Pikachu and the others at the very top of the World Tree. It says we can't approach, Lucario interjected, evidently referring to Regirock. Is this a warning? Ash pondered, realizing that Regirock was the guardian of the World Tree. Now, Ash took a moment to survey the surroundings, where sunlight bathed the area, and streams flowed gently, with Pokémon thriving in this haven. Here, even extinct Pokémon like Omastar and Aerodactyl resided, a sight that would undoubtedly drive countless fossil researchers to madness. Keto put on her glasses and activated her camera, exclaiming, is this directly beneath the World Tree? Afterward, she produced a small reconnaissance drone, but before she could activate it, Marshadao swept in and destroyed it. Marshadao. The creature warned Keto, understanding the significance of the World Tree and refusing to allow her to act recklessly. Lucario translated, saying, Marshadao warns you not to move carelessly, especially regarding those crystals. Ash echoed Keto's warning. Those crystals contain aura. The entire World Tree is a living entity. We are merely here to retrieve Pikachu. Let us not complicate matters. All right. Facing Ash's serious demeanor, Keto reluctantly abandoned her idea. Subsequently, Ash and Lucario led the group further upward, where they soon encountered another eternal Pokémon, Regice, composed entirely of icy spikes, blocking their path. Ice Beam. Regice shot forth, as Lucario unleashed its aura sphere in retaliation. Meanwhile, Marshadao melded into the shadows, executing Shadow Thief, and promptly knocking Regice down. Let us go. These creatures are beyond communication. Retreat, Ash declared, leading everyone away without a moment's hesitation. Quickly escaping, Ash and his companions found themselves pursued by Regice and Regirock, ultimately taking refuge within a cave, where they encountered Team Rocket, who were also fleeing from Regirock and the final eternal Pokémon, Registeel. Now, Ash and his friends were surrounded by the three guardians. Kid, we're counting on you, Jesse and James implored. If that is the case, then let us fight, Ash declared, filled with determination as he gazed at the three guardians. We're counting on you, Marshadao and Lucario. Marshadao, Lucario. The guardians shared a common vulnerability, being susceptible to fighting-type attacks. Aura Sphere. Two aura spheres were unleashed simultaneously as the guardians coalesced their destructive beams. Boom. Yet, the aura spheres proved to be superior, shattering the destructive beams and striking Registeel squarely in the center. However, the crystals suddenly radiated brilliance, and Regice swiftly regained its footing. This is the power of the original tree of the world, Kaido exclaimed in astonishment, proving that the original tree of the world is indeed alive. If that is the case, Marshadao, Lucario, unleash your force. Lucario immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the rock warden Regirock. Meanwhile, Marshadao effortlessly traversed the shadows, swiftly vanquishing Regice and Registeel, before joining forces with Lucario to defeat Regirock. Marshadao, manifest your divine aura. Bring down the dream Pokémon, Ash commanded. Marshadao. Marshado's divine aura unfolded. And the dream Pokémon, coexisting with the original tree of the world, sensed it, instantly teleporting alongside Pikachu, Eevee, and Meowth to Ash's side. Pika Pika, Eevee, Pikachu, and Eevee leaped into Ash's embrace. Jesse James, Meowth. The trio of Team Rocket excitedly embraced one another. The dream Pokémon, upon witnessing this, emanated a green glow, and after communicating with the original tree of the world, the three guardians retreated. Then, they joyfully circled around Marshadao, thrilled to encounter a mythical beast of its own caliber after such a long time. Marshadao. Unfortunately, Marshadao chose to ignore the dream Pokémon and slipped directly into Ash's shadow. Kaido remarked, "It seems there exists a symbiotic relationship of shared power between the original tree of the world and the dream Pokémon." "Thank you, dream Pokémon." Ash expressed his gratitude. The dream Pokémon joyfully rubbed against Ash. "Dream Pokémon, are you aware of the aura hero Hoenn from 1,000 years ago?" The first objective of Ash and his companions had been accomplished. The next step was to uncover the truth behind Hoenn. The dream Pokémon pondered for a moment before flying in a particular direction, prompting Ash and the others to hastily follow. To their surprise, the dream Pokémon led them deep into the heart of the original tree of the world, arriving in a brilliantly illuminated space. At the center of this space stood a colossal crystal, emanating a verdant glow. This must be the very heart of the original tree of the world. Ash marveled. "What is this?" Lucario caught a glimpse of a familiar pair of gloves nearby, alongside another crystal, within which a faint silhouette of a person could be discerned. Lucario approached with a sense of trepidation, fervently hoping that its suspicions were unfounded. Yet, as it arrived, the power of aura surged within, gradually clarifying the figure and forcing it to confront the harsh reality, crying out, "Lord Hoenn." So that was it. Hoenn had sealed Lucario away before coming here alone. If I am not mistaken, Hoenn likely harnessed the power of the original tree of the world to quell the war. After speaking, Ash noticed the time flower not far from the central crystal and unhesitatingly infused it with his aura. The truth was on the verge of being revealed. Chapter 158. The Truth. The Pursuit of Lucario. The scenery before them began to shift, revealing Hoenn arriving alone, calling out, "Dream Pokémon, please reveal yourself." From the opening above, a Ho-Oh soared down, and in a flash of white light, transformed back into the form of the Dream Pokémon. The Dream Pokémon flew before Hoenn, who implored, "Dream Pokémon, I know you are one with this tree. I beseech you, lend me your power." The Dream Pokémon nodded in agreement, having just transformed into Ho-Oh to survey the area. Its pure heart did not desire the outbreak of war. What Hoenn needed to do next was to impart all of his aura power to the Dream Pokémon, as wielding the power of the original tree of the world was far too great. "Aura is with me." Hoenn concentrated his aura power in the palms of his hands, forming a blue orb of light. "Please accept my aura." The aura power flowed forth continuously, and the brilliance surrounding the Dream Pokémon intensified. Should the aura power be exhausted, Hoenn would be met with only one fate, death. Pika Pika Pikachu. Everyone was astounded by Hoenn's selfless spirit. This was the true aura hero. Kaido exclaimed. Hoenn sacrificed his precious life to bring an end to the war. How profound the truth of the matter is. Lord Hoenn. Lucario recoiled in disbelief, stumbling into a time flower beside the crystal Hoenn had transformed into. The time flower emitted a white light and blossomed, unveiling a new scene where Hoenn, in great anguish, approached the crystal, removed his gloves, and collapsed before it, radiating blue light, saying, "Lucario, I am truly sorry." Lucario stepped forward, wishing to embrace Hoenn, but alas, it was impossible to reach him. "Lord Hoenn." At that moment, Hoenn continued to murmur, "Back then, I had no choice but to seal you away. Had I not done so, you would have followed me wherever I went, sharing the same fate." Lucario gritted its teeth, sorrowfully responding, "Of course." As if Hoenn had transcended time to hear Lucario's voice, he smiled and said, "Needless wars and senseless sacrifices. I alone am enough. Yet, I hold no regrets. In that city, I shared countless beautiful moments with Princess Lin and you. That is the true meaning of living." Lucario could no longer contain itself. Weeping, "I am sorry. I did not believe you back then. Thank you, Lucario. Each day spent with you has brought me immense joy. Lucario, if I could, I would like to see you once more." With that, Hoenn closed his eyes, a tear sliding down his cheek as he wore a contented smile. "Farewell, my friend." Hoenn's form gradually transformed into crystal. "No." Lucario cried out in anguish. "Lord Hoenn, I have been so foolish." Ash stepped forward, embracing Lucario. "Lucario, Hoenn is the true aura hero. Since Hoenn sealed you away and is set to emerge a millennium later, it signifies that all of this is fate. Therefore, you must not disappoint Hoenn. Live out your purpose." "Ash." Lucario looked up at Ash. At that moment, Hoenn within the crystal seemed to sense Lucario's presence. and a sphere of light floated forth, transforming into Hoenn. Lord Hoenn! Lucario exclaimed excitedly, rising to its feet. Hoenn smiled and nodded at Lucario, and in an instant, blinding white light flashed, causing everyone to shut their eyes. Hoenn and the crystal transformed into a radiant glow, soaring towards the core of the original tree of the world. Ultimately, the group departed the original tree of the world, bidding farewell to the reluctant dream Pokémon. Kaido drove the off-road vehicle, returning Ash and the others to the city of Reborn, where they met Princess Eileen before bidding farewell. Wait a moment, Ash. At that moment, Lucario approached holding the hero's staff, saying, Ash, I wish to follow you. I believe you are the meaning of my rebirth. I will guard you with my life. Lucario, Ash exclaimed in astonishment, glancing at Princess Eileen, but Ash was interrupted before he could finish. Ash, since you awakened Lucario, it means your destinies are intertwined by fate. Moreover, we are in a time of peace. Remaining in Reborn would only stifle Lucario's gifts. Ash nodded in understanding, redeeming a friend ball from his system. Lucario, let us work together. Indeed. Ash. Lucario unhesitatingly struck the ball, and together with the hero's staff, it was drawn inside the friend ball. Lucario. Gender, male. Type, fighting steel. Ability, inner focus, increases speed when in a flinching state. Strength, champion peak. Moves, aura sphere, bone rush, quick attack. Terrestrial type, fighting. Congratulations, Ash. Brock and the others congratulated Ash. Ash then sent back Blaziken. Ding achievement of aura hero obtained. Reward, harmonious power. Ding achievement unlocked. Champion trainer, reward, GS ball. Harmonious power. With the possession of harmonious power, the host can utilize two distinct battle systems simultaneously for a single Pokemon, such as Mega Evolution combined with Z-moves. Having departed from the city of Owladlang, Ash and his companions continue their journey towards the next battle facility, the Battle Dome. As usual, Ash trains his Pokemon while on the move, but this time, he is not the only one in training. He too has joined the fray. Ultimately, it was Lucario who, observing Ash's formidable aura power, yet only using its simplest form, promptly initiated a special training regimen for Ash in the mastery of aura. After listening to Lucario's explanations, Ash sat cross-legged on a massive rock, silently channeling his aura power. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, and an aura sphere surged forth in his hand, manifesting as a radiant aura bomb. Boom! The aura bomb instantly obliterated the gigantic tree before Ash, prompting Lucario to marvel at Ash's extraordinary talent. In truth, while Ash's aura power had awakened long ago, he had already been proficient in its use, merely lacking certain techniques. Following Lucario's formal instruction, Ash experienced a sudden epiphany and successfully grasped the concept of the aura bomb. The commotion naturally caught the attention of Brock and the others, who, upon learning of the situation, couldn't help but exclaim how Ash was becoming increasingly extraordinary. Chapter 159, The Caretaker of Pokemon Eggs. Ash and his companions mapped out their route and set off towards the location of the Battle Dome, encountering a small town hosting a grand festival along the way. May, accompanied by Milotic and Squirtle, successfully secured the first ribbon badge of the Kanto region. Wow, everyone, come quickly. Look over there. After traversing a meadow, May exclaimed, There's an incredibly adorable farm over there. Living in a place like this would surely be wonderful. However, no sooner had she spoken than two Electrode appeared behind her. May, watch out. Ash shouted. Pikachu. The two Electrode unleashed streams of electric current toward May, but fortunately, Pikachu's Thunderbolt arrived just in time, sparing May from the impending shock. Why did they suddenly attack me? Terrified, May hurriedly ran back to Ash and clung to him. Brock, observing the two unruly Electrode, pondered aloud. But why would Electrode suddenly attack people? At that moment, a girl wielding a rake emerged from behind some bushes. Who are you? Those Pokemon are our farm's guardian Pokemon, and they will drive away any intruders at once. Realizing they had inadvertently trespassed onto the farm, May quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have barged in. The girl, seeing May's remorse, decided not to hold a grudge and suddenly seemed to recognize both May and Ash. You must be. The girl excitedly approached May and Ash. You participated in the Pokemon Grand Festival in Goldenrod City, right? I saw you on television. Upon May nodding in affirmation, the girl exclaimed, I knew it. You are the two who battled in the finals. Pointing at Ash, she said, You are the champion of the Goldenrod Conference. Then gesturing towards May, and you are the winner of the recent Flower Festival. It's so wonderful to meet you both. Just then, a man and a woman emerged from the farmhouse, presumably the girl's parents. Are we having guests? They warmly offered Ash and his friends tea and cookies, expressing their pride in Ash's challenges in the battle frontier and participation in the Grand Festival. Our daughter, Daime, also wishes to become a coordinator, but who is Daime? May interjected curiously. Hearing May's question, they felt a bit embarrassed and introduced themselves. I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Karasa, the owner of the farm, and this is my wife, Haimai. You just met our daughter, Daime. At that moment, Daime was busy working back at the farm. But surely, wanting to become a coordinator is something that can be pursued at any time, right? May questioned quizzically. Brock asked, are you saying that you, as her parents, are against it? Of course not. Karasa waved his hand dismissively. We often encourage her to travel as a coordinator and gain experiences. However, Haimai added, she tends to be quite pessimistic and lacks the courage to travel alone. I see. The group nodded in understanding. By the way, what does your farm specialize in? Kasumi asked curiously. With a smile, Karasa explained, we are dedicated caretakers, entrusted with hatching Pokémon eggs. A caretaker for Pokémon eggs. Can I take a look? May's eyes sparkled with excitement as she requested. Karasa nodded with a smile. Of course, I'll take you to the egg storage room shortly. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. After a while, the two parents returned to their tasks, while Kazuki sat on the grass of the farm, grooming his Snorlax. Meanwhile, May approached Daime, hoping to help her find resolve. Miss Daime, I heard you want to become a coordinator. Why not travel and participate in the Pokemon Grand Festival? Ash shot May a speechless glance, thinking, while that is true, could you not be so blunt about it? As expected, Daime huffed, there's no need for such trouble. I can train just fine here. May naively nodded. Well, that makes sense. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Ash stepped in with a smile. How about a match? After all, May has a Pokemon that hasn't battled yet. Huh, you mean my Snorlax? May hesitated. Alright, let us do this. Daime readily accepted. Her confidence buoyed by the fact that it was a Pokemon yet to battle. She took a few steps back, threw her Pokeball. Go, Vileplume. Okay, here we go. May shouted, I'm counting on you, Snorlax. Snorlax stood up, tilting its head. Is it mealtime? Vileplume, show them your dazzling petal dance. Snorlax was instantly hit and became confused. In its confused state, Snorlax accidentally used Water Gun, which then led to it being paralyzed by Vileplume's attack, rendering it a target for Vileplume's Seed Bomb, sending it flying. This instantly boosted Daime's confidence, making her think the Grand Festival champion was nothing special. At that moment, May finally awakened. Snorlax, get up. The match is only just beginning. Show your spirit and fight. Under May's fervent encouragement, Snorlax miraculously awakened, charging through the smoke, brandishing its dazzling blue glowing fists and striking Vileplume with the formidable move known as Aura Punch, which had been used most frequently by Cucumber. Vileplume, very well. May cheered. Snorlax, finish it off with Solar Flare. Snorlax began gathering solar energy in its mouth. Fire. With May's command, Snorlax unleashed a green beam of energy towards Vileplume. Vileplume quickly ducked to avoid the Solar Flare's assault, but still got grazed by the petals, causing it to tumble. Vileplume was unable to continue fighting, and Snorlax emerged victorious. With Ash declaring, the winner is May. Vileplume, you've done well. Return and rest. Daime recalled Vileplume, simultaneously remarking, no wonder you're the Grand Festival champion. Your strength is remarkable. Then Brock called out to everyone to head to the Pokemon egg viewing, and they all proceeded towards the egg storage facility together. Chapter 160, Little Yao receives a Pokemon egg. Wow, these are all Pokemon eggs. Upon arriving at the storage warehouse and gazing at the dazzling array of Pokemon eggs, Xiao Sheng was the first to exclaim in wonder. It is important to note that this is not the single type of Pokemon egg that Ash and his companions encountered at the breeding facility of the Hoenn water starters, but a plethora of varieties. All the eggs on this shelf were entrusted to us by others. Karasa pointed to the right shelf and explained. Each one will be cared for with utmost dedication. Xiao Sheng rushed over to examine each egg closely and then darted to the other side, asking, what about these? These are our own eggs. Karasa gazed gently at the eggs on this side. I would love to try raising one myself, Little Yao remarked, enchanted by the sight of the Pokemon eggs. Previously, she had been envious of Ash for hatching 2 eggs, and now seeing so many eggs left her unable to contain her admiration. Upon hearing Little Yao's words, Karasa smiled and suggested, by the way, could you tell my daughter about your travels, Miss Little Yao? Clearly, Little Yao did not grasp Karasa's intent and nodded earnestly, of course. Perhaps this will inspire Daime to embark on her own journey. Coincidentally, there was a Pokemon egg set to hatch that very evening, prompting everyone to choose to stay and assist, eagerly anticipating the birth of new life. Just then, Daime rolled in a gigantic Pokemon egg into the storage warehouse. Under the influence of Ash's aura, Ash felt a familiar twitch at the corner of his mouth. The aura emanating from this egg was unmistakably recognizable. Wait a moment. Miss Daime, Ash called out, urging her to take the giant egg outside. What's wrong? Daime inquired, puzzled. This is not an egg at all. Ash explained, adding moreover. Which Pokemon egg could possibly be this large? Groudon? Ah, X4. Naturally, the conversation among Ash and the others was overheard by Meowth, who was concealed within the giant egg, causing it to grow increasingly anxious. However, Ash would not let it escape easily. He lightly tapped the eggshell. That produced a metallic sound. Brock exclaimed in shock. Daimei quickly pushed the giant egg outside, declaring, "It's decided." Houndoom and Frostless. Houndoom and Frostless immediately appeared before the giant egg. After capturing Lucario, Ash had placed it into the hero's staff, thus freeing up a slot in his team, prompting him to make some adjustments. Ash's team now consisted of Pikachu, Eevee, Lucario, Marshadal, Frostless, Houndoom, Chinchou, Monferno, Swampert, Milotic, Dratini, and Trapinch. After a period of training, Milotic had reached the peak of the elite tier, while Houndoom and Beedrill had both attained the initial phase of elite status. Consequently, Ash decided to send Beedrill back to have Lizardin assisted in speed training. Frostless had already reached the pinnacle of the elite tier at Professor Oak's lab, so Ash transported it over and administered the last 2 basic rare candies to both it and the Chinchou, elevating them to the initial phase of gym rank. As for Dratini, its potential as a quasi-legendary Pokemon was immense. The gym bottleneck posed no challenge for it, and once it evolved into Dragonair, it would experience a significant leap in strength, continuously growing until it broke free and became the true quasi-legendary Dragonite. Flamethrower, Ice Beam. Seeing Ash's determination, Meowth hurriedly activated the giant egg, transforming it into a robot that evaded the attack. Oh my goodness, it truly is an imitation. Daimei gasped in astonishment. What are you doing? Meowth, how dare you act on your own? At that moment, Jesse's and James's hot air balloon arrived on the scene. Caught. The little rascal has been discovered. I can't help it, Meowth lamented helplessly. Who are you? What do you intend to do? Daimei demanded. Hearing this, Ash interrupted the incantation, stating, I still prefer the first version. Frostless, deal with those 2 in the sky. He then drew forth the hero's staff, calling, Lucario, come forth. With a flash of blue light, Lucario appeared on the battlefield. Lucario, use Aura Sphere. Eevee, use Shadow Ball. Ash commanded. Unsurprisingly, Team Rocket's robotic defenses against electricity were exceptionally robust, so Ash decided not to employ Pikachu this time. In truth, if Daimei had not been present, Ash would have relished the opportunity to experiment with a powerful attack against Team Rocket. The blue Aura Sphere and the black Shadow Ball collided, obliterating the giant egg robot. Meanwhile, Frostless successfully sent Jesse and James flying. How annoying. Sanansu. With the troublemakers dealt with, Ash and his companions could now await the hatching of the egg in peace. Meanwhile, Little Yao shared her travel stories with Daimei, recounting her determination, the encounters, and insights she gained along the journey to inspire Daimei. Ash and his friends observed the egg that was about to hatch, primarily red with spiraled stripes at the bottom, glittering and signaling its impending birth. The night swiftly passed, and by dawn, the little one finally broke free. It was a small red fox, Vulpix. How adorable. Little Yao was instantly smitten by the tiny Vulpix. Witnessing the birth of new life, Daimei finally resolved to embark on her own journey, much to the excitement of her parents. When it came time to say goodbye, Karasa said with a smile, Thank you for helping Daimei find her resolve. Here is our token of gratitude. Please accept it. Daimei handed Little Yao a Pokemon egg that was brown on the top and bottom, with a cream-colored serrated band in the middle, revealing that she had already made her decision under Little Yao's encouragement the previous night. For me? Little Yao exclaimed in surprise, glancing at Ash, unsure of what to do. Ash smiled and nodded in approval, while Brock and Xiaosheng also affirmed with nods, for it was undoubtedly Little Yao's encouragement that had inspired Daimei to take this step. I am so grateful to you all. I will take good care of it. Little Yao expressed her gratitude as she accepted the Pokemon egg. After bidding farewell to Daimei's family, Ash and the others continued their journey towards the Battle Dome. Along the way, Ash lent Little Yao the hatching space bracelet, as it would provide the Pokemon egg with the most comfortable environment and expedite its hatching. Chapter 161, The Geruba Conference. During their travels, Ash and his companions unexpectedly learned of the upcoming Pokemon contest in Geruba Town, prompting both Ash and Little Yao to rush there to register for the competition. Little Yao began to prepare her Blaziken and Squirtle, while Ash opted to use his seasoned Milotic and Chinchou. Let's show time. As Pokemon and coordinators unite to perform a remix of Love and Dreams at the Pokemon contest, which we are honored to present here in Geruba Town. Everyone, please keep up with me, Lillian. In terms of atmosphere, Lillian was indeed far superior to Vivian, as among the cheering audience below, Brock had already succumbed. No matter where the journey led, he would follow her to the ends of the earth. Now then, to the participating coordinators in the contest, come on. As soon as she finished speaking, all the contestants, including Ash and Little Yao, made their grand entrance. Pikachu Eevee. Upon seeing Ash and Little Yao take the stage, Pikachu and Eevee cheered for them. Now, what kind of performance will they bring? Please give them a warm round of applause. The audience responded with enthusiastic shouts and applause to Lillian's call. Just like that, the atmosphere was heated up. Here we go. Just then, a staff member approached the stage, whispering something in Lillian's ear before stepping back. "Oh, I apologize for the brief interruption," Lillian said, addressing the earlier lull, then continued. "It seems that one of the participating coordinators has yet to arrive. Mr. Ogata, contestant number 13, could it be that you've mistakenly taken a seat in the audience?" Haha. Everyone was amused by Lillian's humorous tone, and the previously tense atmosphere was instantly uplifted. Noticing the lack of response, Lillian pondered. It seems that he truly isn't here. There's nothing we can do about it. Wait a moment. I am here. I am Ogata. A voice suddenly rang out, and an uncle, dressed in a suit, clutching a briefcase and a box, rushed breathlessly onto the stage from the entrance of the audience. Observing Ogata's condition, Lillian inquired, "Mr. Ogata, are you all right?" Gasping for breath, Ogata replied, "Yes. I should have had ample time. My apologies, Minister." The meeting with the client took longer than expected. Realizing his mistake, he quickly corrected himself. "No. I mean Miss Lillian." The audience erupted in laughter at Ogata's blunder. Lillian chuckled. "So that's how it is. You have indeed worked hard. But please hurry and join the line. Once the competition begins, there will be no stopping." "Yes." Ogata promptly joined the ranks of Ash and the others. With Lillian's interactions with the audience, the Gilbaba Festival officially commenced. Pokémon such as Beautifly, Tropius, and Farfetch took to the stage for their performances, but sadly, their acts were quite mediocre, garnering low scores. Finally, it was Xiaoyao's turn to perform. Squirtle took the stage. Squirtle leaped from the Pokeball, spinning in midair as it unleashed Ice Beam. The moisture in the air froze instantly, transforming into sparkling ice crystals that gently fell, adding a touch of charm to Squirtle's entrance. The audience cheered exuberantly. Ash nodded in approval, recognizing that this unique entrance not only showcased Squirtle's charm, but also highlighted its adorable traits. Xiaoyao then instructed Squirtle to use Bubble, and it expelled a multitude of bubbles, reflecting colorful lights under the stage illumination. Ultimately, Squirtle produced a gigantic bubble in the center. What kind of performance will emerge from this large bubble? Lillian explained appropriately. "Squirtle, use Ice Beam." At Xiaoyao's command, Squirtle bounced off the giant bubble, nimbly leaping into the air and launching an ice blue ray at the smaller bubble, shattering it and causing the fragments to scatter like ice crystals. For the finale, Squirtle directed Ice Beam at the large bubble, which burst into a splash of water, instantly freezing and forming a magnificent ice mountain, while Squirtle perched triumphantly atop it, raising its arms to announce the conclusion of the performance. Lillian affirmed. The display of both coolness and cuteness was indeed successful. Xiaoyao achieved the highest score thus far. Next up was Ash's performance. Ash stepped onto the stage, tossed a Pokeball into the air, and declared, "You're the one, Milotic." As Milotic emerged, a swirling stream of water surrounded it, creating a water veil. Upon landing, water splashed dramatically as Milotic graced the stage. Now, mirror reflection. Milotic's eyes radiated a pink glow, surrounding it with a wall of pink light, with reflective barriers appearing both above and below the stage. Hydro Pump. Milotic unleashed a colossal jet of water that struck the reflective wall, ricocheting within the confined space like a darting water dragon. "Let us dance together, Dragon Dance." As the words left his lips, Milotic twirled gracefully, dancing with the water column, showcasing its exquisite form. "Let us finish this." Milotic, use Dragon Tail. With a leap, Milotic summoned dragon energy at its tail, shattering both the hydro pump and the reflective wall, sending pink-hued droplets cascading down alongside Milotic. This visual feast drew thunderous applause from the audience. Ash undoubtedly achieved a high score for this performance. Now, it was time for the widely recognized Ogata to take the stage, Lillian said with a smile, prompting hearty laughter from the crowd, eager for the uncle's act. Just then, the venue lights abruptly dimmed, and the formerly suited Ogata transformed into a rock star, donning sunglasses and strumming an electric guitar as he took the stage. He was a stark contrast to the timid uncle from moments ago. "Everyone, join me." This powerful voice ignited the atmosphere. As Butterfree, with our unique charm, let us mesmerize everyone. Let's rock and roll. Subsequently, Butterfree unleashed both Poison Powder and Stun Spore, summoning a whirlwind that enveloped the two powders, while Butterfree executed a mysterious shield in the center of the vortex. This performance was an eye-opener for all. Even Lillian couldn't help but remark, "I can hardly believe it. What a seamless and perfect partnership. Butterfree's charm is expressed to the fullest." Chapter 162, The Psychic Empress. Shinado. Very well, let us conclude this with my song. Just as Ogata was about to finish the performance, an ant and a young man appeared on the stairs of the audience. "Darling, stop embarrassing yourself," the ant shouted. "Yushido, Yudo," Ogata exclaimed. Yudo added, "At your age, what are you doing? Do you know what the neighbors are saying about you?" The mother and son duo decisively irritated Ogata, who removed his sunglasses to reveal his small eyes, descending from the stage. Lillian sighed. "Oh dear, has an unexpected incident occurred?" Ogata, frustrated, responded, "What are you doing here? The important grand competition is currently underway. What matters is face. Your outfit has become a laughingstock." The mother and son clearly did not support Ogata. "What do you mean by outfit? This is what I wore when I was in a rock band. What is so funny about it?" Despite being a meek office worker, Ogata stood firm in front of his dream, insisting, "We're already halfway through the performance. How can I go back?" With that, Ogata refused to continue debating with his wife, turning to return to the stage, but Yuto followed closely, questioning, "Wait, what exactly do you want? Are you dissatisfied with something?" "It's not about dissatisfaction. This is my dream." Ogata spoke slowly. "After years of commuting and working tirelessly for the company, at this age, I've come to understand what it means to be a corporate warrior. Is it wrong for me to pursue a dream that I couldn't fulfill in the past? I admit it was wrong not to tell you, but I..." Before Ogata could finish, he looked up at the audience and sighed helplessly. "This is the sacred stage of the grand competition. Let us discuss this outside." This moved both Ash and Xiaoyao, who exchanged glances and unhesitatingly stepped forward. "Please wait, Mr. Ogata's initial examination has not yet concluded. Kindly allow him to perform until the end." However, Yuto immediately rejected their request. "This is a family matter. It has nothing to do with you. Please don't meddle." Indeed, Ash and the others had no standing to intervene in their family affairs, but Xiaoyao spoke up. "As a fellow coordinator, I understand Mr. Ogata's feelings, and that's why I'm stepping forward. If his performance is cut short, it would undoubtedly leave a lingering regret." "Thank you, but it's already too late." Ogata shook his head helplessly. Ash stepped forward, stating, "There's nothing wrong with pursuing dreams. Mr. Ogata's performance was truly spectacular. How could anyone mock him? You should be proud of him." "No more discussion." Yuto interrupted. "Darling, let us go." But Ogata declared, "This isn't a game. The Pokemon Grand Competition is a place where the results of countless hours of hard training by Pokemon and coordinators are showcased to everyone. The sense of achievement that accompanies success, along with the profound emotional exchange with the audience, are beautiful experiences that words alone cannot adequately convey. Regrettably, I have tarnished the sanctity of this grand competition stage, and I sincerely apologize." With a deep bow, I expressed my contrition to the audience. At that moment, my father was taken aback by my heartfelt words. Applause erupted from the audience as they rose to their feet in support of me. Even Lillian and the judges were moved, rising to request that I complete my performance. Witnessing such a scene, both my mother and I were finally touched. Together, we descended the stage, leaving it to me. The first round concluded in an atmosphere filled with love and emotion, and now the results shall be announced. The following 4 coordinators have successfully advanced to the second round, myself, along with my companions. The first match of the dazzling 5-minute second round features a battle between my companion and a passerby. Utilizing my Torchic, I defeated my opponent's coconut tree with a final flame burst, securing my place in the finals. Next, it was my turn to face off against my rival. "Thank you for your assistance, otherwise I wouldn't have made it this far," I expressed gratefully. "Then let us engage in a match with no regrets." My rival replied with a smile. "I choose you, Chincho. Venusaur, make your entrance with fervor." I observed Venusaur intently. Its imposing presence suggested it was my opponent's starter Pokemon. "Venusaur, use Leaf Blade. Chincho, use Psychic." Chimecho's eyes glowed with azure light, redirecting Venusaur's Leaf Blade back at it, striking true. Yet my rival remained unfazed. Unleashing a powerful attack, "Let loose your full strength, Venusaur. Use Frenzy Plant." Venusaur stomped the ground, sending forth a multitude of robust plants toward Chincho. "Teleport." As soon as the command was given, Chincho began to evade the onslaught of plants with swift movements. Although it successfully avoided this wave of attacks, Chincho was now fatigued, while Venusaur, having expended much energy with its ultimate move, was also out of breath. Chincho unleashed a Psychic. Chincho retaliated with a series of Psychic blasts, which Venusaur had no choice but to endure. "Hold on, Venusaur," my rival shouted, and under their encouragement, Venusaur managed to withstand the blow. "Chincho, don't give it an opening. Use Magical Flame." Chincho summoned a flurry of flames aimed directly at Venusaur. "Venusaur, this is your moment. Put everything into this attack," my rival urged. Feeling the determination from my rival, Venusaur struck the ground with all its might, causing Frenzy Plant to erupt, dispersing the flames and charging toward Chincho. Chincho attempted to teleport away, but under Venusaur's full control, it was swiftly surrounded. "Chincho," my rival exclaimed, astounded by how my determination had cornered their Pokemon, especially given the level disparity. Just then, Chincho radiated a blue-white light of evolution. "It's evolving," my rival gasped, taken by surprise at the sudden turn of events. With grace, Chincho transformed, its once short skirt morphing into a splendid white gown. Shiny Gardevoir made its grand entrance. Gardevoir, level mid-gym. Moves: Moonblast, Magical Shine, Misty Terrain, Calm Mind. Gardevoir's eyes glinted as it harnessed the power of Moonblast, obliterating the frenzy plant under the newfound buff. Excellent. Gardevoir, finish off Venusaur with magical shine. My rival commanded. Gardevoir unleashed a burst of pink light, engulfing Venusaur. With that, Venusaur was rendered unable to battle, and my rival's score was reset, allowing me to advance to the finals. In the final match, my companion's Torchic was ultimately defeated by my Gardevoir, securing my second ribbon badge. Chapter 163, Battle at the Battle Dome. After departing from Geruba Town, we wasted no time and headed directly to the location of the Battle Dome. At that moment, the area outside the Battle Dome was teeming with spectators, and a female host was providing live commentary. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see that the Battle Dome has transformed into a whirlwind of excitement today. For today marks the commencement of the Superstar Battle featuring Lord Hills. The challenger is, here he comes. As we made our way to the Pokemon Center, we were suddenly surrounded by reporters. You are Ash from Pallet Town, aren't you? You are about to challenge the Battle Dome. Please share your thoughts. What inspired you to challenge the Battle Frontier? What type of Pokemon do you excel with? The barrage of questions left me, a novice, in a state of panic, causing me to retreat repeatedly. For further inquiries, please refer to the press conference, I managed to say. Thankfully, Yashida came to my rescue. But I was soon whisked away to the press conference. For those who wish to ask questions, please raise your hands. Yashida calmly addressed the reporters. Hands shot up as everyone clamored for the chance to ask questions. After all, there was a reward involved. Ash has already secured 2 frontier symbols, making him a highly regarded trainer. If you have any winning secrets, please share. I simply believe in my Pokemon. They will not let us down. I replied with calm determination. What impression do you have of the Battle Dome superstar, Lord Hills? I have no particular impression. I only know he is my opponent, I candidly stated. An awkward silence fell over the room, and Yashida quietly remarked, Hills is considered one of the top stars in the frontier, which is why you are receiving so much attention. Yashida's implication was clear. This battle garnered interest due to Hills' celebrity status rather than the prowess of the competitors. I scoffed at the notion. As a top coordinator, I was just as dazzling. At that moment, Hills was in the makeup chair, attended to by none other than the familiar trio of Team Rocket. They adorned Hills with extravagant flair, particularly with an exaggerated hairstyle, which Hills found utterly perfect. Meanwhile, after the press conference, I arrived at the summit of the Battle Dome. Gazing down at the 4-story audience below, even coordinator May couldn't help but exclaim, how incredible. Yashida chuckled. This is because Hills treats battling as a form of public entertainment. Challengers often perform beyond their capabilities, spurred on by the grand cheers. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, and a silhouette of me began to shift on the large screen. At long last, the man has arrived. This man once claimed the championship trophy at the Orange League in the South Sea, participated in numerous official league competitions, including the prestigious Quartz Conference, and notably triumphed at the Hoenn League's Contest Spectacular, as well as the grand celebration at the Hoenn Festival. With a heart ablaze with fervor, he has journeyed from Pallet Town to contest here, stirring a whirlwind in the battle frontier, an indomitable challenger known as Ash. With a resounding bang, I made my dazzling entrance. Following that, the screen displayed a celestial scene, showcasing the emblem of the yellow Battle Frontier badge. After introducing me, the host continued, Pokemon battles are akin to fleeting blossoms, and the illustrious dome is the stage for this artistry. Before he could finish his words, the audience erupted into cheers. The throng gathered within the arena, enraptured by the dazzling displays of skills and the ingenuity of strategies, welcomed the arrival of the colossal superstar, Hills. Accompanied by music, Hills elegantly swung around on aerial wires. Descending from the skies, with arms wide open, he bellowed, Welcome, my beautiful spectators, to the Battle Dome. Wow, this is so cool. Perhaps Dad could learn a thing or two. Clapped Xiaoyao enthusiastically. What? Gasped Xiaoxing in surprise. Instantly, the siblings began to envision themselves adorned in such splendid attire, bursting into laughter without needing a prompt from anyone. Perhaps we should reconsider, they said in unison. It feels so embarrassing. Hills proceeded with the formalities. Hello, Ash. I eagerly anticipate your performance today, one that truly embodies the essence of strategy. No problem, bring it on. Ash confidently replied. Splendid. Your fighting spirit is commendable. Now, the theme for today's challenge is the fiery yet frigid fusion of flame and water. You will face the rapid-fire hound, Firestorm, and the sovereign of water and earth, Swampert. Hills unveiled his Pokemon. Today's battle will be a double match. The contest concludes when one side's Pokemon are rendered incapable of battle. Ash, your strategic mind has already chosen your Pokemon, so please decide which ones you will use now. If needed, you may summon your Pokemon here on the spot. What will you do? The host inquired. No need. Ash resolutely shook his head, producing 2 Pokeballs in each hand and tossing them out simultaneously, declaring, You shall be my chosen ones, Swampert and Simisage. Firestorm, mid-gym stage. Swampert, mid-gym stage. Compared to the formidable Pokémon previously chosen by Hills, Ash's choices may not seem as powerful. However, Hills' true strength lay not in the might of his Pokémon, but in his exquisitely crafted tactics. With that, the match commenced. Simisage and Swampert, show everyone your evolution, Ash exclaimed with a smile. What? The crowd gasped, astonished that evolution could be controlled and showcased. In truth, Swampert and Simisage had long amassed experience, merely holding back from their breakthroughs, and Ash chose this moment for their final evolution. As expected, the blue and white glow of evolution enveloped them, reminiscent of their initial evolution together. Now they would evolve once more in unison. Chapter 164, The Aesthetics of Violence. The symbol of strategy. The system activated 2 ability modification cards. Ash murmured, Swampert's ability is changed to Sap Sipper, while Simisage's ability becomes Huge Power. Ding, modification successful. At this moment, the evolution light dissipated, revealing Swampert and Simisage on the battlefield. Swampert. Ability, Sap Sipper, immune to Grass-type moves and gains 1 attack when hit by a Grass-type move. Strength, mid-gym stage. Moves, Hammer Arm, Muddy Water. Simisage. Ability, Huge Power, doubles physical attack power. Strength, mid-gym stage. Moves, Fake Out, Hell Punch. Thus emerged the unstoppable Swampert and the Berserker Simisage. And it was well known that a Simisage without the ability of Gluttony was indeed a legendary Pokémon. Hills furrowed his brow. Not due to Ash's Pokémon gaining tremendous strength from evolution. After all, Swampert's evolution was to be expected, but Simisage's evolution seemed to make it weaker. Logically, Ash should have known better. Firestorm, become the wind and use quick attack. Hills commanded. Swampert, unleash Muddy Water. Simisage, bulk up. As Firestorm dashed forward with blinding speed, Swampert bravely absorbed the attack, while a surge of muddy water erupted around, sending Firestorm hurtling back. Swampert, use Rock Slide on them, Ash shouted. Swampert raised its mighty hand, and a multitude of boulders rained down from above, targeting Hills' Pokémon. Steel Guardian, Swampert, use Protect. Hills cried out. Hills' Swampert conjured a green shield before Firestorm, successfully blocking the Rock Slide attack, but Ash had already launched another fierce offense. Hammer Arm. Swampert, shatter that shield. Simisage, take down Hills' Swampert. Ash gestured with fervor. Swampert charged towards Hills' Pokémon, its giant arm glowing with white light, and with a powerful strike, shattered the protective barrier. Simisage followed closely, delivering a devastating punch that sent the Swampert flying. Boom! Swampert plummeted to the ground, instantly losing its battle capability. What? Hills exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that Swampert had been taken out in one blow. Ash, however, was not surprised. With Simisage's extraordinarily high physical attack, combined with the huge power ability and the boost from Bulk Up, it was no wonder that the Swampert, only 1 level higher than Simisage, was defeated so swiftly. Swampert has lost its battle capability. Gasps filled the audience as they murmured, this Simisage is incredible. It defeated Hills' Swampert in a single strike. Xiaoxing cheered, go Simisage. Simisage is the strongest. Hills could only chuckle ruefully, realizing that his tactical setup had been thwarted before it even began. Firestorm, combine Quick Attack with Flamethrower. Utilize a hit-and-run strategy. Hills, observing Ash's ruggedly determined Pokémon, decided against a direct confrontation and opted to leverage Firestorm's advantages to wear them down. Simisage dispersed the flames. Swampert, create Sand Tomb. As the flames surged forward, Simisage unleashed a punch, dispersing the fire, while Swampert slammed the ground, creating numerous sand pits. Firestorm, unable to evade in its rush, unfortunately fell into one of the sand pits. Now, seal it off with Rock Tomb. Simisage, finish it off with Aura Sphere. Swampert struck the ground once more, causing massive rocks to rise and seal Firestorm completely. Simisage charged towards the giant rocks and, in a powerful motion, sent both the rocks and Firestorm flying. Firestorm, Hills shouted, suddenly realizing something, furrowing his brow as he murmured, wait a minute. Hooray, Simisage is the strongest. Xiaoxing cheered, then noticed something suspicious, exclaiming, wait, why hasn't brother-in-law's Simisage taken a break? This revelation prompted Brock and Iota, who had felt something was amiss, to respond, yeah, Ash's Simisage hasn't rested even after dispersing the flames. It keeps attacking. Is a Simisage without a break still a Simisage? Firestorm has lost its battle capability. The victors are Simisage and Swampert. The winner is Ash. Roaring with triumph, Simisage pounded its chest, leaving those in the know utterly astonished. How could Simisage be so lively? Wasn't he supposed to be taking a break? Hills gazed at Ash with a wry smile, realizing that his strategy had never come to fruition. His Pokémon had been effortlessly defeated by Ash's Simisage, each punch taking down his team. Ash, this is the symbol of your well-deserved strategy. Finally, Hills approached and handed over the emblem of strategy, while curiously inquiring, why didn't your Simisage take a break? Of course, you needn't answer, Ash replied, shaking his head. I honestly don't know. Mr. Hills, you saw that Simisage just evolved. I instructed it immediately because I noticed it didn't seem to require rest. So I took the chance. Just kidding. I'd never let you know about my secret. This way, I can keep things clean and avoid trouble from certain individuals. Hills nodded in understanding, choosing to say no more, for even if Ash had his secrets, how could he possibly divulge them to others? Thus, Ash successfully obtained the third emblem of exploration. Under the guidance of Yashida, he set off towards the next battle facility, the water pipe. However, at the Pokémon Center, his beloved king of Naptime was promptly borrowed by Qianli, who also expressed his approval of the relationship between Ash and Xiao Yao, assuring Ash that he would diligently train the king of Naptime. After all, Ash's battle was being broadcast live, and those in the know could certainly discern the exceptional qualities of Ash's king of Naptime. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Professor Oak called, expressing deep regret upon learning that he had arrived too late. Nevertheless, with the professor's call, Ash could conveniently swap out one of his Pokémon. Ash's team consisted of Pikachu, Eevee, Squirtle, Caterpie, Beedrill, Houndour, Dratini, Honchkrow, Milotic, Glalie, Lucario, and Marshadal. Without hesitation, Ash exchanged for a superb Dark Stone, leading Honchkrow to successfully evolve into Honchkrow. Honchkrow. Ability, Overconfidence. Strength, Mid-Gym. Moves, Night Slash, Dark Pulse. As they proceeded, they encountered a small town hosting a grand contest. This time, Xiao Yao did not participate. There was a dessert sale in the town, and in her hurry to buy sweets, she ended up waiting in line for quite a while and missed the registration. Meanwhile, Ash, relying solely on Milotic, swept through the competition and secured the third ribbon badge in this quaint town. Chapter 165, The Thunder Strike of Electabuzz. Ash and his companions were en route to the next battle facility, the water pipe, when they suddenly heard thunder rumbling in the distance. Was that thunder? The group looked up to see a massive rocky mountain shrouded in dark clouds, with flashes of golden lightning streaking through. Driven by curiosity, they quickened their pace to the base of the mountain, where they were astonished to find several grass-type Pokémon lying on the ground, awaiting a fateful trainer to collect them. Look, a Beautifly, Acorn, and a Tropius. What on earth happened here? Exclaimed Xiaosheng. From the injuries on these grass-type Pokémon, it was evident that they bore scorch marks inflicted by electric-type moves. It is well known that electric-type moves are not particularly effective against grass types, which demonstrated that the Pokémon employing electric moves was remarkably powerful. Brock quickly knelt down to administer healing to the Pokémon, at which point Pikachu seemed to sense something, leaping down from Ash's shoulder and leading the group through a dense thicket. Before them was an Electabuzz engaged in battle with a higher-level Exeggutor, yet Electabuzz appeared unscathed, while Exeggutor bore numerous wounds. Witnessing this, Ash's eyes sparkled. This Electabuzz was not only battling against a type disadvantage, but was also prevailing, instantly capturing Ash's admiration. When he had drawn the Electabuzz Mega Evolution Stone earlier, he had yearned to capture one for training, yet until now, he had not encountered even a trace of one. Now, unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon a remarkably gifted Electabuzz. It seemed he truly was the child of fate in the world of Pokémon. Electabuzz began to whirl its arms furiously, with its head, resembling a plug, emitting astonishing electric sparks. If this attack landed on Exeggutor, it would surely be doomed. Pikachu. As soon as Ash's voice fell, Pikachu leaped into action, its tail gleaming with metallic sheen, executing a flip to disperse the electric attack. Seeing that someone had blocked its lethal strike, Exeggutor let out a cry and hastily retreated from the scene. Bleep, bleep, bleep. Electabuzz, seeing Exeggutor flee, turned its attention towards Ash and his companions. Come forth. Lucario. Ash summoned his Staff of Valor, and a blue light flashed as Lucario materialized in the arena. Master Ash. Lucario greeted respectfully. Lucario, what is Electabuzz saying? Ash inquired. Master Ash, it is taunting us. Lucario replied. Good. I like your rebellious spirit. Ash chuckled. With the system's analysis, Ash understood that Electabuzz was overwhelmed with excess electrical energy, causing its agitation. Undoubtedly, the lightning from the sky was the cause. But the fact that this Electabuzz could absorb such a vast amount of electrical energy was a testament to its boundless potential. Then, Pikachu, Lucario, let's channel its excess electricity. Ash commanded. Pika yes, replied Pikachu. Instantly, Pikachu and Lucario flanked Electabuzz, causing it to retreat in fright. It was furious from being struck by lightning, but it wasn't foolish. As an elite Pokémon, how could it be cornered by a champion and a master? Bleep bleep. After a bout of energy release, Electabuzz sat weakly on the grass, its eyes devoid of spirit, feeling utterly drained. Meanwhile, Pikachu and Lucario clapped their hands, signaling the completion of their task. Ash approached and squatted down, smiling warmly. Electabuzz, are you feeling better? Electabuzz gazed at Ash's devilish grin and nodded repeatedly. Ash produced a Pokeball, Grinning, "Would you like to be my Pokémon?" Electabuzz instinctively nodded but quickly shook its head. "How about this? I'll help you recover, and then we can battle with a Pokémon of a similar level. If you lose, you become my Pokémon. How does that sound?" Ash calmly proposed. After all, how could he possibly let go of such a fitting Electabuzz? After contemplating, Electabuzz nodded in agreement. All right. Without hesitation, Ash unleashed the power of the Evergreen, and green energy flowed into Electabuzz, instantly healing its wounds. Bleep. Electabuzz stood up in astonishment, excitedly shaking its arms, and then turned its gaze towards Ash with a fighting spirit. It had never feared anyone in a battle of equal levels. Electabuzz. Gender, male. Type, electric. Ability, static. Strength, mid-elite. Moves, Thunder Punch, Volt Tackle, Thunder. Terrestrial type, electric. Truly, the power of the Evergreen is remarkable, Brock exclaimed in admiration. Xiao Yao and Xiaoxing nodded in agreement. Ash took a few steps back and declared, "It's decided." Houndour. Woof. Houndour emerged, barking loudly, activating its Intimidate ability. Causing Electabuzz to step back, its attack weakened. Realizing it had been intimidated by a Pokémon of lower strength was a disgrace. Enraged, it began to whirl its arms, generating powerful electric sparks. Thunder is a fine move. After recovering from its excess energy, it still boasts such impressive power. Truly a gifted individual. Ash commented, chuckling, but unfortunately, it lacks speed. Houndour, unleash a flash of lightning. Woof. Houndour swiftly dodged the thunder attack with a burst of white light. Flame wheel. Woof. Flames surged from Houndour, forming a colossal fire wheel as it charged towards Electabuzz. Electabuzz, undaunted, conjured a thunder punch to counter, but its attack was weakened, resulting in both Pokémon retreating a few steps. Flamethrower. Without hesitation, Houndour released an orange pillar of fire, and Electabuzz, shockingly, did not attempt to evade, crossing its arms to absorb the fiery onslaught. Houndour used Dig. Houndour immediately burrowed into the ground, and when Electabuzz finally reacted, it found itself without a target and began scanning the surroundings, releasing Volt Tackles in vain, which had no effect on Houndour underground. Now Houndour emerged. As soon as Ash's command echoed, Houndour burst forth beneath Electabuzz, sending it flying. Flame Fong. Woof. Houndour dashed in front of Electabuzz, its fiery jaws clamping down on it. Boom. Kaboom. Smoke billowed, and Houndour returned to Ash's side. As the smoke cleared, Electabuzz lay on the ground, unable to continue the battle. Observing this, Ash tossed a Pokeball, exclaiming, "Go!" Pokeball. The Pokeball captured the Electrode, shaking 3 times before a resounding bang signified its successful capture. Ash promptly returned the Milotic to its Pokeball. "Come forth, Electrode," he exclaimed, sending out the battered creature. Infusing the Electrode and the Herdier with the power of Tokiwa, Ash smiled and said, "I look forward to our collaboration, Electrode." Electrode. It raised its arms in joyous exclamation. Thus, Ash successfully captured a formidable Electrode. But their journey was far from over. Chapter 166, Pokémon Ranger, Saving Shalebi. With the next destination set for the battle facility in the city of Coral, Ash and his companions prepared to traverse the bicycle path. By taking this route, we can cut through directly to Coral City. However, at that moment, Miss Junsha had closed off the path. Ash approached her, inquiring, "Miss Junsha, may I ask what has transpired?" "Well, everyone," she explained. "Last night, a heavy downpour caused a landslide, blocking certain sections of the road." "What? Are we to turn back?" May lamented. At this, Miss Junsha pointed to a nearby mountain path, saying, "If you're in a hurry, you can take this route. It will also lead you to Coral City." Exchanging glances, Ash and his friends resolved to take this path, reasoning that it was preferable to retracing their steps. Thus, they embarked on the mountain trail. As they advanced, Pikachu seemed to sense something, leaping from Ash's shoulder, with Eevee swiftly following suit. The duo veered off the mountain path, racing towards the heart of the forest. "Pikachu! Eevee!" Ash exclaimed, and under the influence of his aura, he too sensed the unusual disturbance ahead. Without hesitation, he retrieved the hero's staff, summoning Lucario. "Master Ash." Lucario appeared instantly. "Lucario, assess the situation in that direction," Ash directed, pointing towards where Pikachu and Eevee had dashed off. "What is this? Such potent aura, yet it seems quite feeble," Lucario exclaimed in astonishment. No longer hesitating, Ash beckoned Brock and made a follow him to investigate. The group began to run, but soon they were halted by a blue-haired lady clad in a red uniform. "You cannot pass," she warned. "Ahead lies a restricted area. It's a Pokémon Ranger," Max exclaimed in surprise. Pokémon Rangers, as known, utilize the powers of wild Pokémon to resolve various accidents and natural disasters. The tools they employ are primarily their capture devices, which function similarly to a Pokédex, allowing them to assess the condition and abilities of Pokémon. "Apologies." Ash stepped forward, producing an identification badge. "I am an Alliance investigator, and I need to bring my Pikachu and Eevee inside for a moment." I hope you can make an exception. The lady stared in shock at the name on the badge. Ash the investigator. Yes, I will report this immediately. She quickly retrieved her phone to make the call, astonished that such a young and handsome lad was an investigator. Yes, the call is complete, she said, hanging up, and respectfully continued, Investigator Ash. The Ranger Alliance has granted approval. By the way, I am Pokemon Ranger Hinata, and this is my partner, Ampharos. The group introduced themselves accordingly, with only Brock stepping forward boldly, saying, Miss Hinata, my name is Brock. Though entry is prohibited here, I sincerely wish to step into your heart. Ah, that hurts. All right. You shouldn't just invade someone else's heart. Max pulled Brock away by the ear. Hinata chuckled awkwardly, turning to lead Ash and the others inside. Before long, they were met with a massive thicket blocking their path. What on earth is this? Max asked, perplexed. Master Ash, Pikachu and the others are just ahead, moving towards that aura. Lucario stated. You can talk. No, wait. It's telepathy. Hinata exclaimed, glancing at the thicket. She mused. As expected, Celebi is right here. Celebi. Is it truly the legendary forest deity, Celebi? Max inquired, curious. Indeed, Hinata affirmed with a nod. This thicket must be a protective barrier created by Celebi. Ash deduced, his expression turning grave. Oh no, Celebi must be gravely injured. Lucario. Yes, Master Ash. Lucario unleashed its metal claw, charging towards the location of Celebi. Soon, Lucario carved a path through the thicket, prompting Ash and the others to hastily follow. Under Lucario's guidance, they quickly located Celebi at the center of the thicket along with Pikachu and Eevee. Peekaboo. Pikachu and Eevee joyously rushed to Ash upon his arrival. Ash knelt beside the battered Celebi, observing its wounds. Celebi had appeared somewhat anxious upon seeing Ash. Mew. Mew appeared from Ash's shadow, calling out twice, which helped Celebi relax its guard. Goodness. The shadow guide Mew. Just who is Investigator Ash? Hinata marveled inwardly, seeing that Celebi no longer resisted him. Ash immediately channeled the power of Tokiwa into Celebi to heal its injuries. Celebi it began to cheer as it felt the Tokiwa energy flowing within, and soon its wounds were healed. Celebi. Ecstatic, Celebi spun around Ash before leaping into his embrace, its affinity for Ash amplified by the presence of Tokiwa's power. How enviable. Max gazed at the interaction between Ash and Celebi with admiration. Then, Celebi soared into the sky, the thorny barrier that protected it transforming into shimmering green light as it dissipated. With a smile, Ash opened his backpack to retrieve some energy cubes to offer Celebi. To his surprise, Celebi curiously approached, discovering something that intrigued it and touched it. Wait, Ash exclaimed. Celebi? It looked at Ash in confusion, then transformed into red light and was captured without a struggle, the capture completed instantly. Ash sighed, pulling out the GS ball. Indeed, what Celebi had just touched was the reward from the system, and he had no desire to capture this Celebi, primarily due to its lack of growth and low power. At the rate of a mythical Pokemon's growth, it would take ages to reach maturity. Celebi. Type. Grass, Psychic. Ability. Natural Recovery. Strength. Peak of the Champion tier. Moves. Psyshock. Heal Bell. Leaf Storm. Origin Pulse. Terrestrial type. Grass. What? Celebi has been captured? Hinata exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. Brock and the others gazed in astonishment at the GS ball in Ash's hand, especially Brock, who felt a sense of déjà vu regarding this ball. Come forth. Celebi. Ash released Celebi, which curiously surveyed its surroundings before joyfully rushing towards Ash. Celebi, you've been captured. If you wish, I can release you. Ash said with a wry smile as he embraced Celebi. Understanding the situation, Celebi pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement to become Ash's Pokemon. Besides Ash's Tokiwa energy, it sensed that its power was gradually growing while contained within the ball, feeling that a brief stay would elevate it to the champion level. Moreover, since Mew chose Ash, it implied that Ho-Oh acknowledged Ash, thus Ash could not possibly be a villain. In this manner, Ash unexpectedly captured Celebi and bid farewell to Hinata as they continued their journey towards the battle pipes. Chapter 167. Through Time. The Birth of Eevee. Ash and his companions unexpectedly arrived at the Ninja Academy while en route to Coral City. In this moment, Brock has joyously acquired a young weeping tree, which is particularly noteworthy as it possesses the rock type. As the esteemed leader of the rock gym, he has finally captured a rock-type Pokemon, and he dotes upon it with great affection. After departing from the Ninja Academy, Ash and his companions arrived at a quaint town on the outskirts of Shallow Red City. However, this little town appeared somewhat desolate, with few inhabitants. Fortunately, the presence of a Pokemon Center offered some solace. At the center, the milk Brock had prepared for the weeping tree was swiftly consumed by a Snorlax, leaving the weeping tree in a state of distress, wailing inconsolably. Brock had no choice but to prepare more for it, while Shinji took Snorlax to the cafeteria for a meal. This left Ash and May at the original spot. where May retrieved her Pokémon egg from the hatching bracelet, as the device indicated that it was on the verge of hatching. With gentle caresses, May anticipated what kind of Pokémon might emerge. Ash smiled at this scene, then glanced out at the overcast weather, which was perfect for Electabuzz special training. You stay here, May, he declared before rushing out of the Pokémon Center and into the forest, where he enlisted Pikachu's help for Electabuzz electric training. Given Electabuzz already high level, Ash was determined to train it thoroughly, hoping for an early evolution breakthrough. Unexpectedly, as Ash departed, Squirtle followed suit, only to veer off in another direction at the corner by the entrance. Observing this, May hurriedly pursued it, eventually tracking it down to an abandoned train station. There, she encountered a kind-hearted elderly woman known as Sister Gua, along with her granddaughter, Kumiko. Through conversation with Kumiko, May learned that Sister Gua was waiting for her husband, Ayong. In his youth, Ayong had worked as a caretaker of Pokémon eggs, with Sister Gua by his side. However, one fateful day, he decided to venture to the big city to acquire more knowledge, a noble pursuit that tragically ended in his untimely death during his return journey. Sister Gua, who was pregnant with Ayong's child at the time, never had the chance to inform him, leaving her with a lifelong regret. To this day, she frequents the abandoned station in steadfast belief that Ayong will return. At that moment, thunder rumbled ominously, and Ash's training session with Electabuzz was nearing its conclusion, culminating in a bolt of lightning striking Electabuzz. Pikachu looked on, somewhat anxious for its small companion. With a resounding cry, Electabuzz absorbed the lightning energy, instantly breaking through its previous limitations. The light of evolution enveloped it, and Electabuzz materialized before Ash. Electabuzz. Level, Elite Late Stage. Moves, Thunderball, Volt Tackle. Well done, Electabuzz, Ash exclaimed, simultaneously utilizing his aura powers to shield them from the rain. Under Lucario's guidance, Ash had become increasingly adept at harnessing his aura abilities. Electabuzz. It proudly displayed its arms, responding with excitement. Just then, the GS ball hanging around Ash's neck began to glow, and Celebi emerged from within. Celebi. It gestured at Ash, and through the aura, Ash grasped its meaning. Are you saying there's a disturbance in the space-time continuum around here? Ash gasped in astonishment. Celebi nodded and tugged at Ash to follow it towards the temporal node, prompting Ash to recall Electabuzz. Ultimately, Celebi led Ash to the train tracks at the abandoned station, where it unhesitatingly activated its time travel abilities, taking Ash and Pikachu either back to the past or forward into the future. Not long before, May had returned to the Pokémon Center to be informed that her Pokémon egg was about to hatch, but at that moment, the mischievous Squirtle had run off again. With no other option, May pursued it, only to discover that Squirtle had found the necklace lost by Sister Gua all those years ago. Curiously, she opened it, and a brilliant light enveloped her, transporting her back in time. As she reopened her eyes, the sound of a train thundered in the distance. At this point, both Ash and May stood on the tracks as a train slowly approached, causing May's face to pale in fear. May. Ash grasped her hand, pulling her onto the platform. Just then, May realized Ash was right beside her, and in relief, she leaped into his embrace, exclaiming, "You scared me to death." Ash gently stroked her hair, reassuring her. It's all right. He had not anticipated that May would be the one caught in the temporal anomaly. Celebi had brought Ash here primarily to assist those trapped in the past to find their way back to the present. At that moment, a staff member approached, saying, "Hey, do you two realize how dangerous it was just now? This is not a place for children to play." After this admonition, they ushered Ash and May away. Just then, a man passed by, and May instantly recognized him as the man Sister Gua had often thought about. "Have we traveled back to the past?" May exclaimed. Ash nodded, smiling. "Don't worry, Celebi will bring us back." Hearing this, May felt a sense of relief, as she certainly did not wish to remain in this era. Suddenly, May recalled Sister Gua and shared her thoughts with Ash, affirming, "That man must be Ayong." Indeed, as he stepped onto the platform, the staff greeted him, saying, "Are you still planning to go? What about your wife, Sister Gua?" Ayong expressed regret. "She said she doesn't want to leave this place. There's nothing I can do." Contemplating this, Ash remarked, "It seems Sister Gua's unwavering love has touched the heavens, allowing you to alter history, May." So that's it. May realized. She knew she had to prevent Ayong from leaving. "We must delay him from boarding the train," Ash declared seriously, understanding that altering history was no trivial matter. At this moment, May gazed at the ominous clouds above and said with a smile, "I have an idea." Sister Gua once mentioned that if it had been snowing instead of raining back then, she would have caught up to Ayong and informed him of her pregnancy, preventing him from leaving. Ash immediately grasped her plan, urging, "Celebi, please help us." In its invisible state, Celebi's eyes shone with blue light as it lifted May and Squirtle into the sky. "Thank you, Celebi." May earnestly addressed the looming storm clouds. Holding Squirtle as she called out, "Squirtle, please unleash Ice Beam at the sky." Squirtle, With remarkable determination, Squirtle released an ice beam far beyond its usual capabilities. Fueled by its affection for Sister Gua, for several minutes, it persisted until snowflakes began to fall heavily from the sky, prompting May to call for a halt. The snowfall blocked the train's path, causing delays, and Sister Gua successfully caught up with Ayong, revealing her pregnancy to him, thereby altering the course of history. As May remained safe, Celebi unhesitatingly activated its time travel abilities, bringing the two back to the present. Upon their return, Celebi, having expended a considerable amount of energy, retreated into the GS ball to rest. Meanwhile, the train station was no longer abandoned. It had instead been upgraded with more advanced trains. The town flourished, devoid of its previous desolation, and Sister Gua and Ayong enjoyed a long and happy life together. Under their care, May's EV was born safely. The entire timeline had shifted, with Ash and May being the sole witnesses to the former events. Though May felt a pang of regret that Sister Gua had forgotten her, she found contentment in witnessing their harmonious and joyful family. Squirtle, came the familiar voice from outside. Ash and May rushed out to see countless electric fireflies and sweet fireflies performing a courtship dance upon the enormous tree outside the Pokémon Center. How beautiful! May exclaimed, taking Ash's hand and resting her head on his shoulder as they admired the enchanting scene before them. Chapter 168, Battle with the Water Pipe. Ash and his companions arrived in Shallow Red City, just in time for the grand Pokémon contest taking place there. This time, Ash did not participate. Instead, May effortlessly defeated her opponent and secured her second ribbon badge. The following morning, setting out from Vermilion City, Ash and his companions finally arrived near the Battle Water Pipe. Where's May? Ash surveyed the surroundings. Brock was busy feeding his weeping tree, while Max stood beside him. She said she would take Eevee to see the sea, and then she never returned. Max exclaimed, turning to leave. After all, Eevee had just been born. So May took it to experience the wonders of the world, and the Battle Water Pipe was located by the seaside. With that in mind, Ash and Brock, having just finished feeding, decided to head to the Battle Water Pipe. At that moment, 3 stylish women appeared before them. The leading golden-haired woman shouted, "Hey, are you Ash from Pallet Town?" Ash stepped forward and replied, "I am indeed Ash from Pallet Town. We are here on behalf of our leader to welcome you." However, given their imposing demeanor, it was clear they were here to intimidate Ash. "All right then, please lead the way." Ash responded with a carefree smile. Just then, May and Max rushed over, accompanied by another figure, a tall woman. This statuesque woman possessed a slender waist reminiscent of a water snake, styled after a spoon snake, with cascading black hair revealing hints of red, akin to the fangs of a venomous serpent. Brock's eyes sparkled as he took her hand, declaring with genuine passion, "My name is Brock, and I am utterly smitten by you." Smitten at first sight. The woman's cheeks flushed slightly, leaving her a bit flustered. "Hey, you can't shamelessly touch our leader," Max interjected, pulling Brock away. "What's wrong with you, Max?" Ashida inquired, noticing Max's rosy complexion. Indeed, she was the mastermind behind the Battle Water Pipe, the Water Pipe Queen, Max. It's nothing," Max quickly replied. "Hello, my name is Max, and I am the mastermind behind the Battle Water Pipe." Ash and the others introduced themselves in turn. "By the way, I must inform you that today is a rest day at the Battle Water Pipe," Ashida announced. Is that so? Then we'll have to come back another time," Brock said, looking disappointed. Max glanced at Brock, her cheeks flushing once more, then looked up at the clear sky, filled with sunshine and gentle breezes. Is that true, leader?" Max exclaimed. Max nodded. "What is going on?" Brock asked, puzzled. "Oh, you're such a dense man." Max sighed. "Listen carefully. What our leader means by genuine friends simply translates to good friends, which means our leader acknowledges you as true friends. This also indicates that our leader accepts your challenge." "That's fantastic, Ash." May rejoiced. I don't believe genuine friends refers to me." Ash chuckled, glancing at Brock. Unfazed, Brock grasped Max's hand again and implored, "Miss Max, please share a bit of your radiant warmth with me." Just as Max was about to intervene, Ash restrained her. "Sister-in-law, what's wrong?" Max asked, perplexed. "Just take a look at Miss Max's expression," Ash whispered. May and Max stared in astonishment at Max's flushed face. "How is this possible?" May gasped. "This situation seems off. The script shouldn't unfold like this." "No way," Max exclaimed, having never anticipated Brock's success since mastering his ear-tugging technique. At that moment, Heartbreak, a small creature, appeared, tilting its head in confusion as it observed Brock. "Hey, don't get too carried away," Max cautioned, unable to contain herself as she noticed the two lost in each other's gaze. Max regained her composure, returning to her cool demeanor, and led Ash and the others to the Battle Water Pipe. "Brock, you must do your best," Ash encouraged, throwing an arm around Brock's shoulders with a smile. "Ahem." Brock awkwardly scratched his head. "You needn't worry about that." He then daydreamed about a bright future, chuckling to himself. Ash rolled his eyes, silently observing Brock's foolish grin. Oh no, love-struck Brock is a lost cause. The battlefield at the battle water pipe closely resembled that of the glazed gym, a unique arena combining water and land. Now, let the opening battle between Ash from Pallet Town and the water pipe queen, Max, commence. Each trainer may use 2 Pokemon, and the first to win 2 matches shall be declared the victor. Trainers, please send out your Pokemon. Max shouted. Spoon Snake, you will take this battle. It's decided. Soundwave Larva, you're up. Was it truly Soundwave Larva against Spoon Snake? May expressed her anticipation. I see. Using Soundwave Larva against Spoon Snake is indeed advantageous in terms of type. Ashida nodded in agreement. Ready, go? Ash commanded. Soundwave Larva, unleash Earth power. Soundwave Larva concentrated, summoning a yellow energy sphere that hurled towards Spoon Snake. As the attack neared Spoon Snake, Max unexpectedly closed her eyes. Is she not going to defend? Max questioned, perplexed. No, she is not defending. Ashida chuckled. That's just Max's unique battle style. Suddenly, Max opened her eyes and shouted, use Poison Tail on the water surface. Spoon Snake's tail glowed with a purple light as it struck the water, causing a splash that countered Earth power, enveloping the arena in smoke. Can Poison Tail be used like that? Max exclaimed in astonishment. Fire Blast. As the smoke cleared, Spoon Snake opened its mouth wide and unleashed a torrent of orange flames. Dragon Pulse. Soundwave Larva, without hesitation, retaliated with a dragon-shaped pulse that collided with the flames. Steel Wing. Soundwave Larva's 4 diamond-shaped wings shimmered with metallic luster as it soared upwards, charging towards Spoon Snake. Poison Tail. Spoon Snake gathered its purple tail to meet the attack. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 Pokemon collided repeatedly, eventually delivering a powerful strike, causing both to retreat to their trainers. Both Pokemon are evenly matched in speed and strength. Max analyzed. In that case, use High-Speed Star. Ash commanded with a flourish. Soundwave Larva surrounded itself with shimmering golden stars, which surged towards Spoon Snake. Facing the incoming barrage of stars, Max shouted, spin and fire blast. Spoon Snake spun while releasing flames, causing explosions as it collided with the stars, but Ash seized the moment of chaos. Earth power. Indeed, Spoon Snake, caught off guard while contending with the stars, took a significant blow. Max, however, remained unflustered. Spoon Snake, use Poison Tail. Upon her command, Spoon Snake opened its eyes decisively and soared upwards, closing in on Soundwave Larva with its blade-like tail poised for a powerful strike. Dragon Tail. Soundwave Larva swung its tail, the 2 tails clashing with a resounding boom. Soundwave Larva was slammed to the ground, but Spoon Snake was also knocked into the water. Bite! Max called out, and Spoon Snake erupted from the water, lunging at Soundwave Larva. Dig! Quickly evade! Ash shouted. Soundwave Larva swiftly burrowed underground, dodging Spoon Snake's attack, and countered as Spoon Snake landed. Soundwave Larva ascended into the air. Seeing the moment was right, Ash exclaimed. Thunderbolt followed by Dragon Dive. Full Speed Dive. Soundwave Larva transformed into a beam of light, charging towards Spoon Snake. Spoon Snake, Fire Blast. Max ordered. Spoon Snake unleashed flames to intercept the descending Soundwave Larva. Let us convert the flames into our offense. Charge. Ash urged. The high-speed diving Soundwave Larva transformed into a fiery dragon, striking Spoon Snake and sending it flying, rendering it unable to continue fighting. As the fire dragon dissipated, a vibrant green dragon silhouette appeared in the arena. It's a desert dragonfly. Max exclaimed in awe. It's evolved. Ash smiled as he gazed at the newly evolved desert dragonfly. Desert dragonfly. Strength, mid-stage of the gym. Moves, Dragon Claw, Dragon Dance, Thunder Wave. The Spoon Snake lost its fighting capability, and the desert dragonfly emerged victorious. The eldest sister couldn't believe she lost. The 3 sisters expressed their disappointment. Meanwhile, as Ash and May cheered for Ash, Brock had already betrayed them. Miss Kiki, I'm here to support you. You must do your best. Upon hearing Brock's enthusiastic shout, Miss Kiki's face turned crimson. May, exasperated, remarked, honestly, Brock, which side are you really on? After a moment of hesitation, Brock stammered, I want love and friendship. I want both. May, with an exasperated sigh, slapped her forehead, pondering how this situation had become so convoluted. Encouraged by Brock's words, Miss Kiki rallied herself, shouting, Milotic, it's your turn to fight. Come back and rest, Desert Dragonfly. Ash recalled the Desert Dragonfly and smiled at Eevee, saying, I'm counting on you, Eevee. Eevee. Eevee joyfully dashed onto the battlefield, finally ready to showcase its skills. Say hello, Thunderwave. Eevee. Eevee unleashed a powerful electric current towards Milotic. Although Miss Kiki was taken aback by Eevee's electric move, which she had never witnessed before, she resolutely closed her eyes and chose to endure. Milotic stood firm, absorbing the Thunderwave attack. Hydro Pump. Miss Kiki commanded fiercely. Ash smiled slightly and instructed, Eevee, use Shadow Ball. Instead of attacking, Milotic remained still as Eevee gathered its Shadow Ball, launching it with force and sending Milotic flying. Milotic, what just happened? Miss Kiki exclaimed, and upon closer inspection, she noticed faint arcs of electricity dancing across Milotic's body. Paralyzed. Seeing that she had realized this, Ash no longer concealed the truth, explaining, Thunder Wave not only inflicts electric damage, but also has a 100 chance to paralyze the opponent. EV, use last resort. This move's power is amplified by the bond between Eevee and Ash, making it exceedingly potent at their current level of intimacy, enhanced further by its adaptability ability, surpassing the typical power of a standard move. A flash of white light erupted as Eevee charged towards Milotic. Milotic, brace yourself. Hearing this command, Ash was taken aback, completely unprepared for Miss Kiki having taught Milotic this move. This technique significantly amplifies its power while in a paralyzed or similar status. Though not a move of its own type, Milotic executed it with a force rivaling that of its signature moves. Milotic let out a long, echoing cry, radiating brilliant white light as it collided with Eevee. Boom! With all its might. The levels of Eevee and Milotic were similar, but due to the prior damage from Thunder Wave, Eevee's chances of victory were significantly higher. In truth, if Eevee opted not to engage Milotic directly, its chances of winning would be even greater. However, both Ash and Miss Kiki independently decided to go for a decisive strike. Upon hearing their trainer's commands, Eevee and Milotic's expressions hardened with resolve, channeling their full strength into the clash. Boom! As the smoke cleared, Milotic lay defeated on the ground. While Eevee stood panting in the arena, Milotic was unable to continue fighting. Eevee had triumphed. The referee announced the outcome of this exhilarating match. Ash and Miss Kiki shook hands, with Miss Kiki exclaiming, "It's been ages since I've had such an exhilarating battle." Us too, Eevee chimed in. This was a testament to their victory in the battle pipe, a symbol of fortune. Miss Kiki handed over the symbol of luck. Ash expressed his gratitude. As they stepped outside the battle pipe, Yaida laughed. Well then, Ash, next you can challenge the Battle Palace. May pulled out her navigator and remarked, "The Battle Palace is located on the metallic island in front of Twin Islands. It's been so long since we traveled by boat. We can set sail again." May cheered. Brock then took Miss Kiki's hand once more. "Miss Kiki, would you care to travel by boat with me?" Miss Kiki's face flushed, unable to meet Brock's gaze. "On this long voyage called life, let us traverse it together as companions." Ash and the others exchanged glances, silently leaving the space for the two. At that moment, Ash was aboard a cruise ship, embarking on an island adventure, while Brock had been holding onto the note Miss Kiki had given him, grinning foolishly. The note contained Miss Kiki's contact information. Sighed the trio of Ash, May, and Brock exchanged helpless glances. They were about to disembark at the upcoming island known as Vanilla Island. There, a splendid contest was set to take place in Algae Town. And with only 5 ribbon badges between Ash and May, they certainly wouldn't miss this grand event. Chapter 169, The Algae Contest. Let us go, Snorlax. This time, May planned to have Snorlax participate, and as it was its debut match, it was quite exhilarated, cooperating vigorously with May. Upon witnessing Snorlax's performance, Eevee scampered over to May, eager to join in, and May crouched down to pick up Eevee, saying, "Eevee, you need to practice your moves more. Today, just observe." Ash approached with Jigglypuff and Milotic, smiling. "May, are you using Snorlax for both rounds of evaluation?" May shook her head, revealing her strategy. "No, I'll use Snorlax for the second round. I want to use Squirtle for the first." "What about you, Ash? Which of them will perform?" May inquired, looking at Jigglypuff and Milotic beside Ash. "Jigglypuff will perform," Ash replied with a smile. Jigglypuff chimed happily. "Wow, so adorable." At that moment, Brock's crying tree, being excessively cute, was surrounded by numerous older girls, and Brock felt as if he had entered paradise. Thanks to the crying tree, I'm surrounded by a group of lovely older girls. Brock thought blissfully. He felt his luck was finally turning. First, it was Miss Kiki, and now a group of older girls. Happiness was on the horizon. Indeed, a man who can cook is bound to attract older girls. I'm certain that my next confession to Nurse Joy will be a success. "Hey, can I get a hug too?" Brock, with heart-shaped eyes, replied, "Of course." However, upon hearing his words, the older girls screamed and fled, leaving a bewildered Brock behind. They ran away. He then glanced at Harry, who was approaching him, his expression darkening. "You owe me those older girls. Do you know how many years of luck I traded to be surrounded by them?" "Oh, isn't this May's good companion?" Harry grinned at Brock. "Mr. Harry," May exclaimed in surprise. Harry approached May, taunting, "Humph. Today, I will make you lose embarrassingly." "Nonsense." The crying tree echoed in agreement. Infuriated, Harry retorted, "I'm not talking nonsense. With your kind, I can defeat you without any tricks. I'll compete seriously and leave you in tears. I welcome the challenge. You should be careful. I will defeat you again." May countered defiantly. Harry chuckled as he looked at May, casually asking, "By the way, how many ribbon badges have you collected?" "I have 2. May replied proudly. Oh, how impressive. Truly worthy of you, May. Harry responded sarcastically, I've only got 3. He smugly revealed his ribbon badge collection box to May. Oh, then I'll catch up with you today. You sure talk a big game. The two immediately began to bicker, while Ash watched in silence, pondering, this time, will my wisdom prevail, or will the ribbon badges end up in your hands? Well then, May, let us meet on stage. See you. With that, Harry waved goodbye and departed from Ash and the others. I am absolutely certain that I shall not be defeated, Little Yao exclaimed angrily. At this moment, Little Gang interjected. Calm down, Little Yao, do not let Mr. Harry influence you and lead you astray. One must not underestimate Mr. Harry's prowess. No problem. My fighting spirit is higher than ever, Little Yao declared with fervor. It's showtime. The stage performance, a captivating and enchanting spectacle presented by Pokémon and coordinators alike, was about to commence. This time, we held the Algae Conference in the town of Algae on Vanilla Island. Everyone worked tirelessly, traversing mountains and valleys, to support our event. Many thanks. Miss Vivian enlivened the atmosphere in the venue. The audience erupted in cheers. At that moment, Ash's EV, accompanied by Little Yao's EV, watched the competition from the stands, while Pikachu donned a cheerleading outfit to support them. It's time to take the stage. Squirtle, step forward. Little Yao was the first to perform. Squirtle began with a rapid spin, followed by a display of bubbles that spiraled beautifully across the stage. It concluded with a freezing beam, first scattering the frozen light in a spinning fashion to shatter the bubbles, then stopping its rotation to unleash the freezing beam skyward, transforming the stage into a magnificent realm of ice. After Little Yao's performance, it was Ash's turn. Jigglypuff, you're the one. The pink creature appeared on stage with a microphone, bowing to the audience. Pound it with a dazzling starburst. With a flick of its tiny hand, countless golden stars, radiating a pink glow, sparkled into existence. You sing, Ash shouted. Jigglypuff began to control the stars, which danced around the stage before separating and landing before each audience member and judge. Come on, sing, Ash encouraged. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff. The stars in front of everyone transformed into speakers, allowing them to hear Jigglypuff's ethereal voice with crystal clarity. All at once, the audience closed their eyes, savoring the enchanting melody. When Jigglypuff finished singing, the spectators opened their eyes, filled with lingering delight. Finale. Lullaby. Jigglypuff's voice, imbued with allure, shattered the stars before the audience, scattering golden and pink light. The crowd erupted into applause. What a spectacular atmosphere, Lillian remarked, as the excitement in the venue reached its zenith. Let us continue to enjoy the show. However, the subsequent performances were somewhat mundane, featuring a Steelix juggling balls and a Machoke performing acrobatics. It wasn't until Harry took the stage, showcasing his Ariados, that things got interesting. Ariados transformed the stage into a spider's lair, spun a web above, and performed a bungee jump in the center, concluding with a frightening finale that startled the spectators. Though Harry's performance was decidedly peculiar, it perfectly showcased Ariados' characteristics, earning high scores. After the first round of evaluations, it was no surprise that Ash, Little Yao, and Harry all advanced to the second round of the glamorous 5-minute showcase. 8 contestants progressed, with 3 easily navigating through the crowd to reach the top 4. In the second round, Ash faced a random opponent, and his Milotic ultimately defeated them with a water gun. Meanwhile, Little Yao successfully faced Harry, commanding her Octillery to unleash its cannon. The Octillery expelled orange energy, sending Ash's Snorlax flying at close range. Unsurprisingly, Little Yao's Snorlax was defeated by Harry's new companion, Octillery. Chapter 170, The Ribbon Medal. Now, the second round of evaluations is about to commence, with Mr. Harry pitted against Mr. Ash. Both have prior championship experience, and this high-stakes battle is highly anticipated. Here we go. With Vivian's announcement, the match officially began. You're the one, Milotic. Harry shouted, Go, my bad taste, Octillery. Milotic, Octillery, stand by, okay. The final showdown was about to commence. Lullaby. Ash began with his familiar move, causing Milotic to hum a delightful tune. As a guaranteed attack, Harry's Octillery was forced to endure the assault, and its score began to plummet. Octillery, fire. Harry commanded. A beam of orange light erupted from Octillery, while Milotic summoned dragon energy with its tail, countering with a powerful tail whip that dispersed the attack. Milotic, use charm, Ash declared with a smile. Milotic blinked its eyes sweetly, sending hearts floating toward Octillery. What? I've got it. Octillery, use rest. Harry suddenly came up with a countermeasure, opting to recover its strength rather than be rendered immobile. In that case, Milotic, Dragon Ice attack, Ash shouted. This technique was developed during a previous challenge at the Glass Gym with Snowy and Soundwave. To execute it, one must simultaneously unleash an icy wind and dragon pulse. A magnificent, ice-blue dragon materialized before Milotic, far more refined and powerful than previous attempts. What a stunning combination. It seems incredibly powerful. Vivian exclaimed. Damn it, hold on, Octillery. Harry gritted his teeth, watching the formidable ice dragon approach. The ice dragon, with its fierce claws, pierced through the slumbering Octillery, awakening it from its deep sleep. Fortunately, Octillery had regained some strength from its rest, but the blow took a significant toll, and under the dazzling and powerful ice dragon's assault, Harry's score dwindled to nearly nothing. Milotic, use water gun. Octillery, return fire. A colossal column of water collided with the orange beam, resulting in an explosion. Boom! Mud bomb! Harry shouted. Octillery unleashed a torrent of purple sludge into the smoke, while Milotic emerged, enveloped in water, dispersing the purple muck effortlessly. In that moment, Milotic reached Octillery, delivering a powerful tail strike that sent it flying, rendering it unable to continue. Lillian announced, the Algae Ribbon Medal is now awarded to Mr. Ash, the champion of the Pokémon Grand Contest, Algae Conference. As dusk fell, Little Yao said, you should eat more, Snorlax. You've worked hard today? Little Yao smiled at her ravenous Snorlax. Munch. Snorlax replied, happily devouring its food. Though I am reluctant, I will strive harder for the next grand contest. Little Yao sighed resignedly. That's the spirit, Little Yao. Ash smiled at her. Little Yao nodded resolutely. Next time, I will absolutely not lose. Just then, Lillian approached. Little Yao, you've worked hard. And Ash, congratulations on winning this conference. Miss Lillian. They both exclaimed. Little Gang's eyes sparkled with admiration. Miss Lillian, thank you for your efforts. Seeing Little Gang's demeanor, Little Victory felt a surge of annoyance, while Little Chi-Ji promptly grabbed him by the ear in exasperation. All right. You've worked hard too. Shaking with excitement, Little Victory embraced Little Gang, clearly reveling in the familiar feeling. Lillian chuckled softly, not taking it to heart, and turned to Little Yao. Today's competition was truly demanding. The next event will be held nearby at a place called Leaf Island. If you can, please join us. With that, Lillian handed Little Yao a flyer. Little Yao took it and smiled. Wow, it's really the Leaf Conference. Little Victory, holding the navigator, exclaimed, it's very close. And it's happening soon. All right, I will definitely participate. Little Yao exclaimed excitedly. Oh, by the way, someone asked me to give this to you. Lillian took a red rose and a folded card from her bag, handing them to Xiao Yao. Upon receiving the rose and the note, Xiao Yao exclaimed, there's no name on it. This rose must be from Xiao Shun. Xiao Ji replied, speechless. Xiao Yao opened the card and read aloud. Dear Xiao Yao, let us meet again at the next Leaf Conference. This means Xiao Shun will also participate in the Leaf Conference. Xiao Yao exclaimed excitedly, all right, I accept your challenge. I must obtain the 3rd ribbon badge next time. In that case, I won't participate this time. Xiao Ji chuckled, after all this time. I plan to give them a few days off to rest. Great. Then I hereby reserve the Leaf Ribbon Badge. Upon hearing that Xiao Ji would not participate in the Leaf Conference, Xiao Yao instantly felt a surge of confidence and shouted. The group, led by Xiao Ji, successfully arrived at Leaf Island and encountered Xiao Shun. After inquiring, they discovered it was a misunderstanding. Xiao Shun had never written to Xiao Yao, and like Xiao Ji, he also did not intend to participate in the Leaf Conference. This left Xiao Yao somewhat disappointed. However, she embarked on her special training journey for the Leaf Conference, utilizing both her Snorlax and Blaziken. For Snorlax, this was also a chance to redeem itself, as she unexpectedly met a new rival, Xiao Shun's little fan, Ruakai, which clarified that the rose and card were indeed gifts from Ruakai to Xiao Yao. Through Xiao Yao's introduction, Ruakai successfully met Xiao Shun, and seeing her flushed expression, Xiao Yao immediately understood her feelings at that moment. In this Leaf Conference, Musashi also brought her Manin to compete, achieving high scores with their synchronized performance. Xiao Yao, in her first assessment, utilized Snorlax, capturing attention with her rapid solar flare, followed by an unpredictable performance of Finger Flick. Although she unexpectedly drew a sleep status, Xiao Yao creatively enticed Snorlax with food to wake it up. Ultimately, when it landed, she executed a powerful Chi Fist that created a strong airflow as a cushion, allowing Snorlax to land safely. Next was Ruakai, performing an ice skating act with her Lollipop Pokemon. All three successfully advanced to the stunning 5-minute showcase. Xiao Yao and Blaziken swiftly defeated Musashi's Manin and then eliminated a random opponent, ultimately facing Ruakai in the finals. As Xiao Shun's little fan, Ruakai used a Caterpie for her second assessment. Both the Lollipop Pokemon and Caterpie were the evolved forms of Xiao Shun's Rain Moth and Desert Dragonfly. How could Blaziken, which had kicked the Desert Dragonfly, possibly lose to a Caterpie? In the end, with a 1,000,000-ton flying kick, Xiao Yao triumphantly secured her 3rd ribbon badge. Chapter 171, Twin Island. A clash with the legendary Articuno. The group, aiming for the next battle facility, sailed to Twin Island. At this moment, they were making their way toward the Twin Cave. Is there really an Articuno here? Xiao Yao asked, puzzled. It turned out that they had heard tales of the legendary Pokemon Articuno residing in the Twin Cave while on the boat. since Twin Island was nearby. The group disembarked and set off towards the Twin Cave in search of Articuno. Who knows? We don't necessarily have to find Articuno. Xiaoji laughed. We're just here to see if there are any Pokemon worth training. One must admit that the environment of Twin Island was exceptionally well preserved, with various Pokemon thriving here. However, the island's diverging paths had left the group lost. Where exactly is the Twin Cave? Xiao Yao couldn't help but complain after wandering for a long time. Xiao Sheng sighed in exasperation. The navigator is utterly useless here. Just then, a crystal stone pillar appeared at a fork in the path, and Xiao Ji's eyes brightened. It seemed the Twin Cave was nearby. He concentrated his aura, and sure enough, a cave entrance was right before them. Under Xiao Ji's lead, they finally reached the Twin Cave. Lucario, it's you. Xiao Ji declared, taking out the hero's staff. Help us find Articuno. Yes, Master Xiao Ji. Lucario unleashed its aura, locating an underground entrance within the cave, leading them down to the first underground level, where they leaped down a waterfall to the second underground level filled with ice pillars. Wow, so beautiful. Xiao Yao marveled as she surveyed the area. The entire cave sparkled with blue light from the sunlight streaming through cracks above, illuminating the ice crystals. At this moment, Articuno, perched atop an ice pillar, noticed the arrival of Xiao Ji and his companions, and let out a loud cry, flapping its wings to confront them. Articuno, they exclaimed in unison. Lucario stood before them, locking eyes with Articuno. Articuno, type, flying ice. Ability, snow cloak. In snowy weather, evasion rate increases. Strength, pinnacle of champions. Moves, absolute zero, ice beam, blizzard, feather dance. Crystal type, ice. Xiao Ji stepped forward, brandishing a ultra ball, and shouted, Articuno, battle for capture. Articuno clearly understood Xiao Ji's intention, flapping its wings and calling out in agreement. All right, you shall be the one, Charizard. Xiao Ji summoned the recently recalled Charizard. Charizard and its previous form, Kalava, had both advanced through training. Kalava reached the early stage of the gym, while Charizard had advanced to the mid-stage of the champions and successfully learned Sacred Fire. Roar. Charizard let out a fierce roar, exhaling small sparks, filled with fighting spirit as it gazed at Articuno. Xiao Yao and her companions quietly stepped back to observe this capture battle. Xiao Ji, without hesitation, activated the Mega Ring. Shouting, let our bond shine, Mega Evolution. The gene link connected Xiao Ji with Charizard, and the Mega Evolution symbol flashed, summoning Mega Charizard X. Mega Charizard X, late stage of champions. Roar. Articuno began flapping its wings, conjuring a blizzard that swept towards Mega Charizard X. Charizard, take to the skies and charge up Flamethrower. Xiao Ji commanded with a wave of his hand. Roar. Mega Charizard X spread its dragon wings, soaring into the air, enveloped in a surge of blue flames, using fire to counter the blizzard as it closed in on Articuno. Seeing Charizard draw nearer, Xiao Ji shouted, Dragon Claw. No sooner had he spoken than a pair of emerald dragon claws emerged from the flaming charge, scattering flames as Mega Charizard X lunged at Articuno. Articuno retaliated with a tri-attack, colliding with Mega Charizard X's claws. Boom! After a fierce clash, Mega Charizard X was sent flying back to Xiao Ji, while Articuno collided against the icy wall. Incredible! They're evenly matched. Xiao Sheng exclaimed, eyes sparkling as he watched the fierce battle between the two Pokemon. Articuno took to the skies once more, unleashing icy crystals towards Charizard. Absolute zero. Xiao Ji cried out, Charizard dodge. Roar. Mega Charizard X took to the air, with Articuno closely pursuing, continuously firing icy crystals at it. Observing the two Pokemon in a heated chase, Xiao Ji shouted, Charizard, unleash Sacred Fire. Roar. Without hesitation, Mega Charizard X turned and released Sacred Fire, the golden blue flames incinerating the Absolute Zero attack, even catching Articuno off guard with a powerful blast of Sacred Fire. Articuno, feeling the pain, began to plummet from the sky. Xiao Ji's eyes lit up. He never anticipated the potency of Sacred Fire to be so formidable. What an opportunity. Charizard, seize it. As Mega Charizard X dove towards Articuno, the latter gritted its teeth, its wings shimmering with metallic light, attempting to resist. But Mega Charizard X bore down and successfully clutched Articuno tightly. Well done, Charizard. With great excitement, Ash exclaimed, this is it. Embrace it as you unleash the Flare Blitz combined with the Earthquake Toss. Roaring with fervor, the magnificent Mega Charizard X ignited in a blaze, enveloping the frozen Articuno in flames that elicited a pained cry. Ascending to the skies, Mega Charizard X traced a fiery arc before diving down, crashing the Articuno onto the icy surface with a resounding thud. The smoke billowed around, obscuring the outcome of the battle, as onlookers anxiously awaited its dissipation. As the haze began to clear, they beheld Mega Charizard X proudly perched atop the massive crater in the ice, with the defeated Articuno lying beneath. With a triumphant roar, Mega Charizard X released a stream of azure flames to celebrate its victory. A flash of white light signified the end of its mega evolution, and it glided back to Ash, who joyfully embraced it, exclaiming, "Well done. You did it, Charizard." With a thumbs up directed at Ash, Charizard echoed his excitement. Approaching the crater, Ash surveyed the battered Articuno and produced an Ultra Ball with a smile, saying, "Articuno, become my partner." The majestic creature nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing its defeat in this capture battle. "Go, Ultra Ball," Ash declared, tossing the black and yellow sphere. Upon contact, it enveloped Articuno, rocking 3 times before a triumphant sound signaled its successful capture. Elated, Ash grasped the Ultra Ball, knowing that this legendary Pokémon was captured through genuine battle effort, and joyously shouted, "I caught Articuno." "Pika Pika," chimed Brock and the others, who rushed over to congratulate him. Under the gaze of the crowd, the Ultra Ball was transmitted to Professor Oak's lab. At Professor Oak's lab, the esteemed professor marveled at the Ultra Ball Ash had sent, filled with delight. He noted that aside from the mighty Croconaw, Ash's only other capture with a special ball was the semi-legendary Tyranitar. Brimming with enthusiasm, Professor Oak ventured to the backyard, declaring, "Come forth." In a dazzling display, the stunning ice blue bird appeared before him. "Articuno, splendid. Ash, you have truly exceeded my expectations," Professor Oak exclaimed, his excitement palpable. However, upon observing Articuno's injuries, he lamented, "Oh dear, why has Ash inflicted such severe wounds upon it? Allow me to assist in your healing." Chapter 172, Arrival at Metal Island. Battle Palace. Upon departing from Twin Island, Ash and his companions arrived at Metal Island directly. The Battle Palace, an establishment built upon the ancient ruins of a jungle, awaited the arrival of Ash and his friends, where the esteemed battle brain, Yukon, had been waiting for some time. Yukon, an elderly gentleman with a white beard and a cane, exuded vitality and an air of refinement despite his age. "Let me introduce you," Ashida said, "to our esteemed battle brain, Mr. Yukon, the guardian of the palace. Please treat him well." Yukon greeted with a warm smile. "I am Ash from Pallet Town, and I assure you, I shall not lose this battle," Ash declared, his spirit ignited as he regarded the venerable elder. Given Yukon's seasoned experience and Ashida's astute choice, Ash had high expectations for Yukon's prowess. After exchanging pleasantries, Yukon smiled at Ash, saying, "I shall exert my utmost to meet your challenge. However, what splendid weather we have today, Ash. Isn't it a shame to remain indoors on such a beautiful day? Shall we battle outside?" Looking up at the sky, Ash agreed, noting the clear blue expanse and the refreshing air of the jungle, which indeed made an outdoor duel an appealing option. Ashida added, "The Battle Palace features battle arenas within the jungle as well." Even Brock and the others expressed their keen interest, encouraging Ash to acquiesce to the proposal, to which he readily agreed. With Ash's consent, Ashida proceeded to elucidate the battle rules. The battle will follow a 3-on-3 elimination format, with only the challenger permitted to substitute their Pokémon, ascending into a hot air balloon shaped like a Pokeball. Ashida guided Brock and the others to survey the breathtaking scenery of Metal Island. Pointing towards the coastline, he elaborated, "From that coastline to this river, the entire jungle serves as the battleground." This revelation elicited gasps of astonishment from Brock and the others, as the scale of the battlegrounds was truly grand. Meanwhile, Ash and Yukon found themselves at a battleground atop a rocky mountain, where Ashida indicated, "The high platform in the center is where the match will commence, as the Pokémon will utilize the entire arena for their battles." Naturally, Ash and Yukon would need to pursue their Pokémon in this dynamic contest. "Doesn't this give Ash an advantage?" May inquired, fully aware of Ash's remarkable stamina, coupled with the enhancements from Aura and the power of the Everstone. "Surely, Yukon, the Elder, could not rival Ash. Rest assured, Yukon's physical prowess should not be underestimated." Ashida responded with a chuckle. Given the vastness of the battleground, it was impractical for Ashida to witness the duel from the hot air balloon. Thus, the high-tech referee drone, Shamelot, was summoned to oversee the match. Every detail of the battle would be recorded and transmitted to Brock and the others in their balloon. Shamelot, resembling a drone, bore a striking resemblance to the referee robot Rotom from future tournaments. And so, the moment arrived. Ash from Pallet Town would face the Palace Guardian, Yukon, in a groundbreaking battle. Impressive technology indeed, Ash mused, noting the drone's ability to communicate without Rotom's presence. "Now, I shall unleash my first Pokémon," Yukon declared, releasing the first Pokeball. "Come forth, Slydog." In this dense jungle, Slydog's agility would undoubtedly prove advantageous. "Hercules, you are the one for this." Ash called forth his bug-type powerhouse, Heracross. "Ready, go?" Super Horn attack. The command echoed as Heracross's horn glimmered with white light, charging towards Slydog. However, Yukon was not inclined to engage directly, instructing Slydog, "Retreat into the jungle." Unfazed by the incoming Heracross, Slydog leaped gracefully from the high platform. Heracross, Use Brick Break and pursue. Ash shouted. Heracross, glowing with white light, soared after Slydog, igniting a thrilling chase through the verdant foliage. A loud crash resonated as several trees succumbed to Heracross's assault, yet Slydog's nimbleness allowed it to evade capture by a hair's breadth, much to Heracross's frustration. Eventually, the two Pokémon halted before a magnificent waterfall. Slydog used Double Team. Slydog generated numerous copies, encircling Heracross. Shadow Ball. The duplicates conjured dark energy spheres, preparing to strike. Diving into the water, Heracross executed Sword's Dance, creating ripples that dissipated Slydog's illusions and enhanced its attack power. What a clever tactic! Yukon marveled, recognizing Ash's extraordinary skill. As the Shadow Balls closed in, Ash shouted, "Break through with Brick Break." With determination, Heracross surged toward Slydog, shattering the incoming Shadow Balls while launching a Super Hoenn attack that sent Slydog crashing into the waterfall. Slydog, unleash a gale. Yukon remained composed, confident in his Pokémon's capabilities. Indeed, Slydog erupted from the waterfall, unfurling its broad paws to conjure a powerful wind that pushed against Heracross, accompanied by the cascade of water. Hold your ground, Ash commanded. Aware that this move dealt quadruple damage to Heracross, being one of Slydog's flying-type attacks, thus he dared not gamble. Heracross unhesitatingly raised its verdant shield, bracing itself against the onslaught of the tempest. However, while Heracross could withstand the storm for a fleeting moment, it could not endure indefinitely. Once this barrage subsided, the protective barrier would dissipate. Should Yukon opt to continue unleashing the gale, it remained uncertain whether Heracross could prevail. Suddenly, Ash's eyes sparkled with realization. He had a plan. As anticipated, Yukon shouted, "Continue using the storm." At that moment, Heracross's shield had faltered, prompting Ash to command, "Use Rock Block to shield yourself." Hera. Without hesitation, Heracross struck the ground, causing massive boulders to rise and encircle itself, resisting the tempest's fury. "Dig." "What?" Yukon exclaimed, suddenly grasping Ash's intent. "Cunning Sneasel, watch your back." Taking advantage of the boulders to buy time, Heracross burrowed underground, re-emerging above the waterfall. Ash grinned. "Deliver the final blow, Super Hoenn attack." Sneasel attempted to evade, but the relentless storm had drained its stamina, leaving it unable to match Heracross's might, ultimately succumbing to its power. Shamaro announced, "Sneasel is unable to battle. Heracross emerges victorious." Chapter 173, Blastoise, a symbol of spirit. Well done, return to rest. With that, Ash recalled Heracross. "Come back, Sneasel, you've worked hard." Upon witnessing Ash withdraw Heracross, Yukon no longer hesitated and tossed out a Pokeball. "Come forth, Venusaur." As one of Kanto's grass-type starters, its prowess in the jungle was undoubtedly formidable. However, Ash had prepared his own, declaring, "It's you, Venusaur." Banana. Yukon's eyes sharpened as he observed Ash's Venusaur. As a trainer of one, he could easily discern its formidable strength. A battle of Venusaur. Xiaoxing cheered. Yashida, along with Brock and Xiaoyao, eagerly anticipated the clash to see whose Venusaur would prevail. Leaf Storm. X2. Both Venusaur unleashed a flurry of leaf storms that collided spectacularly. Boom. Neither could gain the upper hand, as their strengths were evenly matched. The outcome now hinged on the trainer's commands. Ash suddenly recalled the technique he had recently taught his Venusaur, glancing at the dense clouds that threatened to obscure the sun. To prevent any unforeseen complications, he called, "Sunny Day." Banana. Ash's Venusaur released a dazzling light into the sky, causing the sun to shine even more brightly, dispersing the nearby clouds. "In that case, Venusaur, let us use Solar Beam." Yukon commanded. Substitute. Thanks to Ash's Sunny Day, Yukon's Solar Beam was instantaneously unleashed. Ash's Venusaur swiftly created a substitute to evade the attack. Weather Ball. Ash's Venusaur conjured a fiery sphere aimed at Yukon's Venusaur. Venusaur, counter with Solar Beam. Yukon's Venusaur retaliated with a scorching beam of light, colliding with the fireball. Boom. Smoke billowed as Ash nonchalantly shouted, "Fire off Weather Balls consecutively." Banana. Ash's Venusaur unleashed several fireballs from its colossal bloom, the energy expended by the Weather Ball and the Solar Beam vastly differing. The fireballs surged through the smoke towards Venusaur. Realizing his Venusaur had already lost a significant amount of energy to two Solar Beams, Yukon called, "Defend." Yukon's Venusaur promptly raised a green shield to block the incoming fireballs. Petal Dance. Ash's Venusaur commanded, causing petals to swirl and envelop Yukon's Venusaur. Venusaur. Yukon could not help but exclaim. Countless petals assaulted Yukon's Venusaur, leaving it with no choice but to absorb the blow. "Now, Hyper Beam." Ash shouted. A powerful Hyper Beam erupted from Ash's Venusaur's enormous flower, engulfing Yukon's Venusaur, which was still reeling from the previous attack. Yukon's Venusaur lost its fighting capability, granting victory to Ash's Venusaur. Both trainers recalled their respective Pokémon. "Come forth, Claydol." Yukon's final Pokemon was no longer a grass type, but rather a ground and psychic type Claydol. Yukon smiled. Nature is brimming with various energies. And this creature's specialty is to harness all of that power. Ash, this time, victory will not come easily. Then let us see. Ash declared, "It's you, Squirtle." Ash sent out Squirtle. "Water gun, run towards the beach." Ash commanded. Battling in this forest was quite disadvantageous for Squirtle. However, on the sandy shore, it would regain a significant edge. Squirtle surged forward, propelled by the water, as Ash followed suit toward the beach. "Quickly pursue." Claydol, use Psybeam. Claydol continuously unleashed colorful beams of light. While the forest did not favor Claydol, Yukon refrained from interrupting Ash with a direct psychic attack. The chase culminated at the sandy beach. Squirtle, Hydro Spin, and Water Cannon. Squirt. Squirtle withdrew into its shell, forming a spinning water cannon aimed at Claydol. Claydol, use Teleport to evade. Yukon shouted. Claydol vanished in an instant, reappearing above the surface of the sea. Observing this, Yukon continued, Hydro Spin. As it spun rapidly, torrents of seawater erupted, surging towards Squirtle. Ash grinned. Squirtle, embrace the ocean's baptism, evolve. Squirt. The waves enveloped Squirtle, enveloping it in a glow of evolution. Boom. As the water dispersed, Blastoise emerged, adorned with dual cannons on its shell. Blastoise. Blastoise. Strength, pinnacle of gym. Moves, Hydro Cannon, Rain Dance, Shell Smash, Water Tail, Hydro Pump. Unexpectedly evolving at such a moment. Yukon chuckled, then shifted his tone. The match has only just begun. Just then, the previously clear skies darkened, and a torrential downpour began. Sudden rain, a climate unique to the southern sea. The recent clouds have been unfortunate for us, but Yukon confidently remarked, this rain may become a fortunate downpour. A fortunate rain? Ash chuckled. Let us not forget Blastoise is a water-type Pokemon. For us, it's also a lucky rain. Hydro Spin. X2. Both Claydol and Blastoise unleashed Hydro Spins, enhanced by the downpour, creating water tornadoes that began to clash. Dust and debris swirled. Observing the evenly matched Pokemon, Yukon declared, in that case, how about this? Continue Hydro Spin while unleashing Psybeam. Colorful gusts of energy layered upon Claydol's water tornado, amplifying its power and forcing Blastoise's tornado to retreat. Then we shall retaliate with Ice Beam. Ash shouted. Blastoise. In the eye of the water tornado, Blastoise unhesitatingly unleashed both cannons, causing the outer layer of the tornado to freeze and forming a colossal ice gyroscope, protected by the ice layer. Neither the winds generated by the spin nor the Psybeam could penetrate. The ice gyroscope barreled toward the core, sending Claydol soaring. At that moment, the rain ceased, and the blazing sun shone bright. All right, Blastoise, use Shell Smash. Ash commanded with a sweeping gesture, unleashing a full-powered Hydro Pump. Blastoise. Blastoise burst forth from the ice. Cannons trained on Claydol, firing a massive torrent of water. Claydol, unleash your full-force Hyper Beam. Boom. A cloud of smoke erupted from the clash, but ultimately, Hydro Pump pierced through, sending Claydol flying. Shamaro announced, Claydol is unable to battle. Blastoise wins. The victor is Ash from Pallet Town. We did it. Well done, Blastoise. Blastoise. Yaida marveled. Indeed, Ash's strength is truly unfathomable. He has successfully breached the 5th fortress of the battle frontier. He is well aware that Ash still has a trump card, a champion-level Pikachu that has yet to make an appearance. Although he possesses great confidence in the final deity, he suspects that Ash's prowess is likely even greater than what has been displayed, and he could very well become the first trainer to conquer the battle frontier. This is the embodiment of the spirit of victory. Yukon presented the golden badge to Ash. Yaida then announced, next up is the 6th battle facility, the Battle Tower. And she is quite the warrior. I am certain you will take a liking to her. If you manage to win there, you will learn the location of the final battle facility. Indeed, I eagerly await it. Ash replied. Chapter 174, The Forest's Little Overlord, Nidoking. After conquering the 5th battle facility, Ash and his companions made their way toward the 6th facility, the Battle Tower. Along the journey, they resolved an incident involving red lightning in the city, which was instigated by a young lady who, overwhelmed by her own loneliness, orchestrated the mischief. Thanks to Xiaoyao's mediation, Lady Leonai came to realize her mistake and forged a friendship with Xiaoyao. Departing from the city, Ash and his companions resumed their journey. At this moment, they were resting in a forest, where tranquility reigned and not a single flying Pokemon could be seen in the sky. Strange. Why are there no Pokemon here? Xiaosheng inquired. Perplexed, Brock served a hearty soup with a smile, saying, let us not worry about that for now, let us eat. We need our strength for the road ahead. The aroma of the soup stimulated everyone's appetite, and Xiaoyao eagerly filled a bowl, exclaiming, delicious. Brock's cooking never fails to please. Meanwhile, the Pokemon were also feasting on their food with great enthusiasm. Just then, Baby Dragon let out a cry. Everyone turned to see that while the other Pokemon's food was only half eaten, Baby Dragon had finished its meal. Ah, it ate faster than my sister. Xiaoxing exclaimed. What do you mean it ate faster than me? Xiaoyao retorted, playfully smacking Xiaoxing on the head. Then, she pondered, it seems Baby Dragon's appetite has increased lately. Ash approached Baby Dragon and poured another bowl of its favorite energy cubes, which it eagerly devoured. Ash gently stroked Baby Dragon's head, and it closed its eyes in contentment. Ash remarked, this little one must be on the verge of evolution, hence its increased appetite. It is gathering energy. I see. They all responded in unison. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the air as they turned to find the table overturned, and a purple Pokemon was greedily gulping down the soup. Ah! Xiaoyao cried, clutching her chest with one hand and reaching toward the soup with the other, yelling, my soup. Xiaoxing's eyes lit up as he shouted, it's Nidoking. Sated. Nidoking turned to face Ash and the others, opening its mouth wide as purple poisonous spikes shot toward them. Ah! Xiaoyao quickly hid behind Ash, screaming for help. Be careful. Ash. Only the cautious Lucario stepped forward to block the poisonous attack. Nidoking bellowed fiercely, Nidoking. Nidoking. Xiaoyao peered out from behind Ash, dissatisfied. What do you want? You ate our lunch, and now you attack us. Lucario translated, it says we should leave. This is its territory. No wonder there are hardly any Pokemon around. Brock realized, understanding that a little overlord had driven them all away. Ash, intrigued by the larger-than-average Nidoking, decided to use his Pokédex. Lately, Ash had been relying less on his Pokédex. As a true powerful trainer must rely on their own experience to battle, directly using it to overpower opponents would hinder his growth. After all, his goal was not merely to defeat opponents, but to become a legendary Pokémon Master. Otherwise, he could just use legendary Pokémon to sweep through and claim the title of world champion effortlessly. Nidoking. Gender, male. Type, poison. Ability, vital spirit. Strength, early gym. Moves, horn attack, counter, dig, sludge bomb. Terrestrial type, poison. Ash was filled with joy upon seeing its information, as both horn attack and counter were moves it could not learn, having been inherited from its parents. Ash stepped forward, saying, Nidoking, let us have a capture battle. If you lose, we will leave immediately, and these food items will serve as compensation. He produced a can of Pokemon food and added, if I win, you will obediently become my Pokemon. However, Nidoking seemed indifferent and launched another poisonous attack at Ash. In that case, I shall take that as your consent. Ash chuckled. Baby Dragon. Baby Dragon rushed to Ash's side, unleashing a blast of flame that incinerated the poisonous spikes. Nidoking, undeterred, charged forward, its horn glowing with white light as it aimed to ram into Baby Dragon. A horn charge, is it? Ash smiled, instructing, Baby Dragon. Show it the might of the dragon race. Horn attack. Baby Dragon's head glowed as it collided with Nidoking. Dragon Claw. Ash commanded, launching a surprise attack without hesitation. While the two Pokemon were locked in a struggle of strength, Baby Dragon unleashed a powerful green claw, sending Nidoking soaring through the air. Enraged, Nidoking regained its footing and spat a barrage of purple sludge at Baby Dragon. Baby Dragon, unleash flamethrower. Baby Dragon released an immense flame, continually incinerating the sludge attacks. Suddenly, Nidoking dashed to Baby Dragon's right, gathering rocky energy on its head as it charged forward. This was one of its signature moves, Horn Attack, which had proven advantageous in battles, earning it the title of the Forest Overlord. But such movements could not escape Ash's keen observation. For a trainer is the third eye of a Pokemon. Baby Dragon, to the right. Dragon Dive. Ash shouted. As the words left his mouth, Baby Dragon swiftly turned, its eyes glinting with determination, and surged forward, colliding with Nidoking. Boom! The shockwave sent dust and debris swirling through the forest. Go forth. The pride of the dragon race, unleash your full power. Ash cried. Baby Dragon's dragon energy surged, and the shackles of its limitations shattered at that moment. Enveloped in dragon energy, it radiated brilliance, transforming into a majestic Dracozolt. This brought it one step closer to realizing its dream of flight. Well done, Baby Dragon. No, Dracozolt. Ash exclaimed with delight. Now rest. He then threw a Pokeball toward Nidoking, declaring, Go, Pokeball. The Pokeball easily captured the little overlord, and Ash sent Dracozolt back. After all, during this period, Dracozolt would continually evolve with sufficient time and did not require excessive training. It would be best for it to recuperate at Professor Oak's lab. He believed that soon, it would become a formidable Dragonite. Having captured Nidoking, Ash and his companions shared a simple lunch before continuing on their journey without any further delays. As for the territory of the little overlord Nidoking, it would likely be discovered soon, and the Pokemon would gradually return to their lives. Chapter 175, Big Fool Valley, Fossil Pterodactyl. With the battle tower as their objective, Ash and his companions left the forest terrain, only to find themselves lost once again. How long must we continue on this journey? Under the scorching sun, Xiaoyao, unable to contain her frustration amidst the desolation, lamented, "It's all Xiaoxing's fault for leading us astray." Xiaoxing could only offer an awkward smile as he clutched the navigator, desperately seeking the correct path. At that moment, a vast canyon emerged before them. "Huh," Xiaoji exclaimed, pointing ahead. "What is it?" Xiaozhang inquired, gazing curiously at the canyon, his hand stroking his chin in contemplation. Could it be? Xiaoji and Xiaozhang exchanged glances and shouted in unison, "The Great Fool's Valley." When the original trio had passed through here, it had been teeming with people, sparking a frenzy over fossils, and Xiaomao even unearthed a rare fossilized excrement. Unfortunately, due to the interference of Team Rocket, a collapse had occurred, leading Xiaoji to fall into an underground cavern, where he encountered extinct fossil Pokémon such as Kabuto and Omanite, and ultimately soared through the skies with the ancient ruler, Aerodactyl. It was also here that Xiaoji's Charmeleon evolved into Charizard. Furthermore, the beloved Togepi of the original trio, which had yet to evolve, also hailed from this place. However, due to Wigglytuff's antics, everyone believed the sightings of Aerodactyl were merely dreams, and now, the valley had lost its legendary reputation, becoming an ordinary gorge. Yet, as first-hand witnesses, Xiaoji and Xiaozhang knew that fossil Pokémon truly existed here. The Great Fool's Valley? Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng exchanged puzzled looks, as they had never heard of such a name, and it sounded rather silly to them. Do not be deceived by its foolish name. This place is home to extinct fossil Pokémon, Xiaoji explained with a smile. Fossil Pokémon, they echoed. Are they like the ancient armors? Xiaoyao asked in astonishment. Not quite, Xiaozhang replied. The ancient armor was revived through a fossil revival machine, while the fossil Pokémon of the Great Fool's Valley seemed to have survived in slumber from ancient times to the present. From ancient times to the present. Xiaoyao and her brother exclaimed in awe. Well, since we are here, let us go meet the Aerodactyl, Xiaoji declared with a grin, for he held a great fondness for this Pokémon. Xiaoji, do you wish to capture it? Xiaozhang inquired. Xiaoji nodded enthusiastically. Upon entering the depths of the Great Fool's Valley, Xiaoji unleashed the full power of his aura, leading them to a massive boulder. His aura distinctly sensed the strongest energy in the canyon emanating from beneath the boulder. Pikachu, Eevee, Iron Tail, Xiaoji commanded, pointing at the giant rock. Pika, Eve. With a metallic sheen on their tails, Pikachu and Eevee struck the boulder, shattering it with a resounding boom. Instantly, a large opening appeared before them, sunlight streaming in to reveal a slumbering Aerodactyl atop a stone platform. At the sound and light, Aerodactyl opened its eyes, let out a furious roar, and soared out, locking eyes with Xiaoji and the others. Fossil Aerodactyl. Gender, male. Type, rock flying. Ability, rock head. Strength, early elite, weakened state, gym peak. Moves, stone edge, origin pulse, wing attack, hyper beam. Crystal type, rock. Aerodactyl, do you remember me? Xiaoji greeted with a smile. Roar. Aerodactyl, with a fiery temperament, responded aggressively. Who dares disturb my beauty sleep? I shall tear you apart. It dove toward Xiaoji. Come forth, Charizard. Meet an old friend. Xiaoji called, tossing out a Pokeball. Roar. Charizard emerged, casting a disdainful glance at the approaching Aerodactyl. Back then, I couldn't defeat you, but now, battling you is like dealing with a child. With a swift movement, Charizard's wings spread wide, and its green claws struck Aerodactyl down to the ground. As Aerodactyl attempted to rise, Charizard pinned it firmly. Ah, how quickly Xiaoji and Charizard have grown. Xiaozhang remarked, astonished. Charizard was once crushed by Aerodactyl, and now the tables have turned. Truly, it is a living fossil, Xiaoxing observed, intrigued by Aerodactyl. For a Pokémon of such regal stature, particularly one that once ruled in a brutal ancient world, the best way to capture it was to subdue it. Under Charizard's intimidation, Aerodactyl ultimately bowed its proud head and obediently entered Xiaoji's Pokeball. As for how to restore Aerodactyl, Xiaoji believed that a substantial amount of energy from the Tokiwa region would suffice, though he feared that such exertion might leave him weakened. Thus, he decided to entrust it to Professor Okido, confident that the professor would find a remedy and would be more than willing to assist. After sending Aerodactyl back, Xiaoji sealed the cave once more, for allowing it to continue its slumber undisturbed was the best choice. Having exited the Great Fool's Valley, Xiaoji and his companions finally found their bearings and arrived at Rokudo Town. As a grand Pokemon contest was soon to be held here, they decided to stay. Hello, Professor Okido. In the Pokemon Center, Xiaoji was on a call with Professor Okido. Xiaoji, Professor Okido exclaimed excitedly, where did you capture the Aerodactyl? Its attributes, size, and temperament are completely unlike those revived from fossils. The professor was positively thrilled, having yet to finish his research on the Articuno Xiaoji previously sent. Now he was presented with an extinct Aerodactyl. Ever since Xiaoji began his Hoenn journey, an array of unimaginable Pokemon had appeared in his backyard. inciting envy and admiration from countless researchers. Xiaoji recounted the entire story to Professor Okido, who nodded in understanding, astonished that ancient Pokémon still existed in the Great Fool's Valley. Not disturbing their slumber was indeed the best course of action, especially since he now had a living Aerodactyl for study. Professor Okido, I entrust the Aerodactyl to you. It appears extremely weakened due to its prolonged slumber. Xiaoji urged. Rest assured, I will ensure that it is restored to its full glory. Professor Okido assured. Following this, Xiaoji made some substitutions in his Pokémon lineup. Xiaoji's team, Pikachu, Eevee, Absol, Honchkrow, Pidgeot, Breloom, Charizard, Herdier, Nidoking, Lucario, Marshadao Shalebi. Chapter 176. The Rokudo Town Grand Contest. All participants. On the beach of Rokudo Town, after completing their registration, Xiaoji and Xiaoyao engaged in special training. Xiaoyao was training her Eevee for the upcoming debut competition when, unexpectedly, Eevee burrowed a hole and dashed off. What the? It's digging. Xiaoji exclaimed, astonished. It seems Eevee has learned a new move before the contest. Dig. Xiaoyao gasped. But we should find Eevee first. Not a problem. Xiaoji activated his aura, leading Xiaoyao and the others in pursuit. Just then, a young girl with green hair and a single ponytail, accompanied by a Rattata, approached them. With a loud thud, Eevee burst forth from the ground, startling the girl, who promptly sat down in shock. Eevee. Xiaoyao rushed over, apologizing. I'm so sorry. Are you alright? It's fine. The girl replied, standing up and nodding understandingly. By the way, do you know where the registration area is? This is my first time participating in a contest. Oh, just head inside. There's a registration counter there, Xiaojing smiled, pointing to a red building. Thank you. The girl expressed her gratitude before happily heading off with her Rattata to register. First time participating in a grand contest. Xiaoyao beamed, hugging her little Eevee. Eevee, oh my oh my. Suddenly, a mature woman began showering compliments on Xiaojing, exclaiming, You're amazing, so charming. Really? Someone actually likes Xiaojing. Little Victory exclaimed in disbelief, especially since it was typically Little Gang who approached the older sister. This time, however, she had come to him instead. Had the world turned upside down? As Little Gang gazed upon the older sister's exquisite beauty, his eyes sparkled with affection. Oh no. Compared to you, my lady, I am but a mere novice. Yet, to his surprise, the older sister paid him no mind, and instead snatched the crying tree from his arms, which was undeniably adorable. Snap. Little Gang was instantly petrified, while the gleeful shaking Puff embraced him joyfully. Little Victory nodded in satisfaction. This was the narrative he expected. Indeed, Miss Little G was merely an anomaly. The older sister, noticing the heartbroken shaking Puff at Little Gang's feet, chuckled. This shaking Puff is quite special, and it seems well trained. Eventually, the group settled down to chat, and the older sister introduced herself with a smile. Hello, I am Yumai, a Pokemon breeder. I look forward to your guidance. Upon learning that Little Gang was also a breeder, she remarked, just as I surmised. The sheen of your crying tree and shaking Puff is entirely different from that cultivated by a coordinator. You can discern that? Little Victory inquired curiously. Yumai explained with a smile, of course. Breeders focus on health management when raising Pokemon, while coordinators concentrate on honing skills and strength. Thus their dietary and energy cube distributions differ. Seizing the moment, Little Gang ingratiated himself. Really? Can you distinguish the differences? Please, take a look at my other Pokemon. Yumai nodded in agreement, and without hesitation, Little Gang released his Swampert and Feraligatr, both of which earned her approval. He then presented his self-developed Pokemon food, which prompted Yumai to commend him as a talent. It was then she revealed her purpose. Little Gang, would you be interested in participating in the Pokemon Grand Festival? Participate in the Grand Festival. Little Gang exclaimed in surprise. Yumai elaborated, explaining that she was not only a Pokemon breeder but also a coordinator who had triumphed in the Grand Festival. Her success was attributed to her breeding skills, and she intended to pass this knowledge on to the next generation. Overwhelmed with excitement, Little Gang grasped Yumai's hands. It would be my honor. I shall sign up for the competition at once. With that, he dashed into the venue to complete his registration. That was incredibly fast, Little Yao remarked, her lips curling in disbelief as Little Gang re-emerged almost instantly. Brace yourselves, Ash and Little Yao. I have received the esteemed endorsement of the unparalleled Miss Yumai. I shall undoubtedly be your greatest obstacle to victory. The ribbon medal is as good as mine, Little Gang declared passionately. Except for me, all of you are competing. Little Victory replied, exasperated. It's showtime. The Pokemon Coordinator's vibrant yet charming Grand Festival is about to commence at the Ludao Wood Stadium. Everyone, be sure to keep pace with Lillian. Lillian fervently stirred the atmosphere, and the audience erupted in cheers. Meanwhile, in the resting area, Little Gang anxiously watched the screen, feeling an inexplicable mix of excitement and nervousness. A truly complex emotion. Little Gang, you feel this way too? Little Yao exclaimed in astonishment. It's been so long since I've participated in such a formal competition. I've almost forgotten what it feels like. Little Gang chuckled, shaking his head in explanation. I won't go easy on you, Ash declared confidently. Little Gang nodded earnestly. The first contestant was the young girl they had encountered earlier, performing a routine with her Snorlax that pulverized a round object with its fierce bite. Next up was Ash, who confidently declared, "You're the one, Butterfree." With a flourish, the pink Butterfree made its dazzling entrance. To Ash's surprise, both Butterfree had simultaneously advanced to the gym stage behind Professor Oak's laboratory. Triple dust, Ash commanded. The pink Butterfree flapped its wings, releasing a shower of orange paralysis powder, white hypnosis powder, and purple poison powder into the air. Psybeam. The pink Butterfree's eyes glowed blue as the three colors of powder began to reform. A massive Butterfree, adorned in purple with orange wings and white accents, emerged behind the pink Butterfree. The audience, awestruck, watched in stunned silence at this magnificent display. Such immense psychic power was required to achieve this, almost rivaling that of psychic-type Pokémon. Ash smiled faintly. He had discovered that the pink Butterfree's psychic abilities far surpassed that of an ordinary Butterfree, likely due to its status as a shiny Pokémon, which inspired him to prepare this bold performance. Let's conclude the performance with a hurricane. The pink Butterfree flapped its wings, unleashing a tempest as the three colored powders danced in the wind, swirling around the stage before gently settling atop the pink Butterfree. The audience erupted into applause. Ash received the first perfect score of the event, putting tremendous pressure on the contestants that followed. Ash's performance remained so stunning. Little Yao marveled. Chapter 177, Ribbon Medal Collection complete. Excellent. The venue is heating up rapidly. The next contestant, please take the stage. As Vivian's words faded, Little Yao stepped forward. Squirtle, take the stage. Squirtle. Little Yao commanded Squirtle to perform a rapid spin, gaining speed and stirring up a whirlwind. Next, it created a bubble pyramid on stage, finishing with an ice beam that shattered the bubbles, sending a sparkling splash of water that formed a crystalline ice mountain. Squirtle landed atop the ice mountain, signaling the end of the performance. Contestants continued to take the stage until only Little Gang remained. Serious and resolute, Little Gang approached the stage. Go, Crying Tree. Use Fake Cry. The Crying Tree's imitation of crying resonated deeply with the judges. Nurse Joy smiled and commented, "It's so adorable that one can't help but want to hug it tightly." Hearing this, Little Gang's eyes sparkled with affection as he grasped Nurse Joy's hands. "Thank you so very much for your praise. May I inquire if you are free after the competition?" Nurse Joy hesitated. "Well." Lillian stepped in, pinching Little Gang's ear and pulling him back to the stage. "Little Gang, you mustn't flirt with the judges." Ash and the others sighed in exasperation. Fortunately, Little Gang regained his composure, performing a ball-tossing act with the Crying Tree that successfully conveyed its charm. He concluded the performance with a flustered ball toss. The first round of evaluations came to an end, and Ash and his friends all advanced. In the meantime, the trio was in the waiting room reviewing the group results. "It looks like we'll only meet in the finals." Ash smiled. According to the groupings, Little Yao and Little Gang would face each other in the semifinals, meaning Ash would only encounter one of them in the finals. "Little Yao, I will not lose," Little Gang declared with determination. "Bring it on." At that moment, Little Victory and Yumai arrived in the waiting room. Little Gang stepped forward confidently, grasping Yumai's hand. "Miss Yumai, how do you think I performed in the first round?" Yumai quickly pulled her hand away, laughing. "You were absolutely fantastic. It hardly seemed like a debut competition. I told you. It's all thanks to my efforts for you that I have come this far." Little Gang exclaimed excitedly. "Thank you so much for creating this opportunity for us, Miss Yumai. Likewise, I have something I would like to discuss with you." "Yes, please feel free to speak. After this event concludes, would you care to walk with me?" X4. In the first match of the grand 5-minute spectacle, Little Gang's opponent was indeed the girl who had asked for directions. In her inaugural competition, she impressively advanced to the splendid 5-minute mark, indicating her notable talent. Although she may not rival the likes of Ash and others, she undoubtedly surpasses the majority of coordinators. Had she encountered a mere passerby, the young girl might have stood out. Alas, she faced Brock. Ultimately, her Absol was defeated by Brock's Swampert. Yet her performance caught the keen eye of Yuki. Meanwhile, Ash and May effortlessly triumphed over their opponents. Next up was the match between May and Brock. And May was ablaze with determination, as her livelihood was at stake, compelling her to deliver a resounding defeat. Initially, Eevee found itself at a disadvantage against Swampert, given its recent birth and limited power. However, Eevee soon showcased extraordinary agility, evading attacks with remarkable finesse and launching shadow balls at the stationary Swampert, ultimately achieving victory by a narrow margin. In the final showdown, Ash faced May. The two exchanged a resolute glance and simultaneously released their Pokeballs. "Beautifly, it's you," Ash declared. "Eevee, take the stage." "Beautifly, use powder." Ash initiated the attack. Beautifly flapped its wings, sending a cascade of colorful powder towards Eevee. A sight that dazzled the audience but appeared as lethal poison in May's eyes. Those hit would succumb to paralysis, sleep, and poison. Who could withstand such a barrage? May shouted, Eevee dig. Eevee swiftly burrowed underground, evading the onslaught of powder. Shadow clone. Just as Eevee emerged from below, Beautifly created numerous duplicates to evade the assault. Observing Eevee surrounded, May commanded, continue digging. Use psychic. Don't let it escape. A multitude of Beautifly emitted a blue glow from their eyes, immobilizing Eevee just as it attempted to retreat underground. Psybeam. Colorful beams converged upon Eevee. Gritting her teeth, May urged, Eevee, give it your all and use Shadow Ball. Eevee conjured a dark purple energy sphere and hurled it in a random direction, but alas, it struck a duplicate. The Psybeam struck Eevee directly, sending it crashing down before May. Eevee, May cried out, deliver the final blow, tackle. Following Ash's command, Beautifly dove down, eliminating Eevee and securing the final ribbon badge for Ash. As dusk settled outside the grand festival venue, Brock exclaimed in shock. Initially torn about whether to leave with Yuki, he was informed that she no longer intended to take him on as a pupil. Brock, you have already become an impressive coordinator. There is nothing more I can teach you, Yuki said with a smile. Brock, feeling the need to defend himself, was interrupted when Yuki pointed to a nearby girl. His first-round opponent. This is Mihua, and today is her first competition. I have decided to become her coach. Before Brock could respond, Yuki departed with Mihua. Despite Brock's evident talent, Yuki simply could not accept his personality. In contrast to Brock's disappointment, Ash and his companions were relieved, as they would not have to part ways mid-journey, particularly May, who was overjoyed that her livelihood remained intact. Ash approached Brock with a comforting smile. Brock, keep up the good work for the next grand festival. Pika pika, buoy buoy. Brock, in a fit of anguish, exclaimed, I never want to participate in another grand festival again. The group continued their journey toward the battle tower, and along the way, May secured her 4th ribbon badge in a small town. Now, she needed only one more to qualify for the grand festival in the Kanto region. After several days of travel, Ash and his companions finally reached the location of the battle tower. However, as night fell, they decided to rest at the Pokémon Center, planning to challenge the tower the following day. Chapter 178, The Battle Against Lila. The next morning, Ash was at the lakeside with Pikachu and the others for morning training. Pikachu leaped into the air, conjuring a golden electric sphere with its tail, but upon release, it transformed into a net. Electric net. Ash exclaimed in delight. Pikachu, you've learned electric net. It had been quite some time since Pikachu had mastered a new move, indicating a significant boost in strength, and Ash believed it would soon reach mid-tier elite status. Pikachu replied proudly. Boy. Eevee chimed in, exuding its own aura. Mid-tier elite. Ash chuckled, ruffling Eevee's head, noting its impressive progress. Suddenly, a wild Beedrill emerged from the bushes, charging at Ash and his companions. The Beedrill that Ash had just recalled stepped forward, ready to confront it. Now, both Beedrill and Houndour had reached mid-tier elite status, unafraid of the wild Beedrill. Wait. A boy with short lavender hair intervened to halt the confrontation. Seeing this, Ash called out, Stop, Beedrill. Upon hearing Ash's command, Beedrill nodded and retreated. The boy turned to the wild Beedrill. Beedrill, please calm down. Your anger makes it difficult for us to understand what has happened. He continued, Come, Beedrill. First calm your emotions, then tell me what transpired, all right? Immediately, the boy began to communicate with the Beedrill. I see. The girl nodded, indicating her comprehension. Through Ash's aura perception, he realized she was indeed a girl, and he sensed several auras in the grass, allowing him to grasp the situation. I sincerely apologize. I understand your hive is nearby, and I mean no harm. I'm merely training here. Upon hearing Ash's apology, Beedrill nodded and retreated. You can sense Pokemon's intentions too, the girl exclaimed in astonishment. Sensing Pokemon's intentions? Ash clarified, No, not quite. I possess aura abilities, which allow me to detect the locations of its kin. Can you also sense Pokemon's meanings? Ash inquired curiously. Aura powers. The girl gasped, confirming Ash's question with a nod. Perhaps they were both individuals with extraordinary abilities, and they sat by the lakeside, engaging in lively conversation. Oh, in the midst of our chat, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Ash from Pallet Town. Ash said. The girl rose with a smile. So you're from Pallet Town. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is. Just then, a ferocious Gyarados erupted from the lake, its expression one of agony as it roared at Ash and the girl, seemingly ready to unleash its fury upon them. Pikachu, about to unleash an electric attack, was stopped by the girl. Meeting the fierce Gyarados' gaze, she gently said, Please wait, Gyarados. Your anger prevents anyone from understanding what has transpired. Upon hearing her call, Gyarados surprisingly calmed down, swaying its tail and opening its mouth to communicate with her. Observing its behavior, The girl nodded and approached its tail, noticing a branch lodged in its scales. She stepped forward to help remove it. Gyarados instantly felt relief, expressed gratitude, and swam away. The girl turned to Ash and continued her introduction with a smile. My name is Lila. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thus, the two resumed their seats by the lakeside, with Pikachu and Eevee perched on Lila's lap, chattering away. Really? Pikachu and Eevee both adore you, Ash, Lila said with a smile. Ash looked at them and replied, of course. We are the best of friends and partners. Pika Pika. Boy. Pikachu and Eevee nodded in agreement. Observing the bond shared by Ash and his companions, Lila exclaimed, your relationship is truly remarkable. It's incredibly enviable. It's quite rare for ordinary trainers to reach such a level. Suddenly, Ash's expression sharpened. Beedrill. With a swift buzz, Beedrill darted past, shattering the massive net aimed at Lila. What is happening? Lila gasped in astonishment. In midair, Team Rocket made their entrance aboard a hot air balloon. What is going on? From the horizon, we come. From the great thunder, we arrive. Waiting for you. Sonen's Monini. They then descended, locking eyes with Ash. Ash, rubbing his forehead in exasperation, remarked, do you think descending gives you an advantage? You never learn. Cut the chatter, kid. This time, we must capture Pikachu. Musashi scoffed. Go, Masakippa, Poison Tail. Elekid. Meanwhile, the training Elekid swung its thunder punch, blocking Masakippa's advance. And I, go forth, Desert Naya. Kojiro threw his pokeball, commanding. Over there. Desert Naya re-entered the battlefield, ready for action. And I, Nidoking leaped in, delivering a swift double kick that sent Desert Naya crashing back into Kojiro's embrace. Elekid. On the other side, Elekid retaliated, sending Masakippa flying back. Why are you doing this? Lila questioned. What is the point of asking them? After all these years with me, they haven't changed a bit beyond their lines. Ash scoffed. Elekid, Thunderbolt. Nidoking, Hyper Beam. Elekid. And I. Elekid spun its arms, unleashing a powerful current, while Nidoking expelled a Hyper Beam, sending Team Rocket soaring. What an annoying feeling. Sonens exclaimed. Ash. The trio called out simultaneously. Just then, Brock and the others arrived. With a smile, Ash introduced, everyone, this is Lila. Hello. Lila greeted the group as she stood beside Ash. They introduced themselves in turn. Wait, you're a girl? The trio exclaimed in shock, especially Haruka, who eyed Lila closely as she stood so near Ash, both being psychics, and instantly grew wary. Lila then cheerfully invited everyone to her home, but Haruka quickly replied, no, we still need to challenge the battle tower with Ash. You're going to challenge the battle tower? Lila laughed, so you are the challenger. I've already received news of you. I never expected to meet you under these circumstances. Hearing this, the group realized, and Ash in disbelief exclaimed, you're the battle tower's brain? Lila nodded with a smile, surprising everyone that the sixth brain was someone so close in age to Ash. Following that, it was much simpler, under Lila's guidance. They set off toward the battle tower. Chapter 179, The Duel with Lila. Upon arriving at the battle tower, they found Mr. Yoshida waiting for them. Seeing Ash and Lila already familiar with each other, he eagerly anticipated the duel between the two prodigies. Ash, Lila, I see you've already met. I look forward to your match. Afterward, they all proceeded to the battle arena. The apprentice, Ajing, pointed to Lila and introduced, this is our battle tower's pride. The aloof genius, the battle queen Lila. He then pointed to Ash, saying, and this is the challenger from Pallet Town, Ash. Lila smiled. Ash, I want to go easy on you just because we're friends. I wouldn't have it any other way. Let us give it our all. Now, let the match begin. The challenger, Ash from Pallet Town, versus the battle queen, Lila, in a 2-on-2 battle. The challenger alone has the right to substitute Pokemon. Ajing announced the rules. Go, my friend. Lila was the first to throw her Pokeball. A Hypno appeared on the battlefield. Hypno, Koharu exclaimed in surprise. Turning to Yoshida, could it be that Lila specializes in psychic types? Yoshida nodded with a smile. Indeed, Lila predominantly uses psychic Pokemon. The trio exchanged glances. If their memories served them right, aside from his ace Pidgeot, Ash had prepared 2 Dark-type Pokemon, which were strong against psychic types. It settled then. Murkrow. Ash threw out his first Pokeball. Dark Pulse. He initiated with a signature Dark attack. Caw. Murkrow in midair gathered Dark Energy and launched it toward Hypno. Dark type. Lila quickly responded. Teleport. Hypno instantly vanished, evading the Dark Pulse. Confusion. At this moment, Lila became serious, no longer speaking, instead connecting with Hypno mentally to issue commands. Hypno. Hypno's eyes glowed blue as it focused intently on Murkrow. What is this? Ash watched in astonishment as Hypno suddenly launched an attack. Be careful. Caw. Unfortunately, the sudden assault caught Murkrow off guard, and it was unable to execute Dark Pulse. A silent command. Ash speculated, if I'm not mistaken, Hypno just used confusion. Oh dear, it seems Ash has deduced that. Yoshida remarked in surprise. Silent command. The trio was astounded. With that, They had no idea what the opponent's next move would be, making it a considerable challenge for the trainer. Shadow Sneak. Murkrow transformed into a shadow and launched a surprise attack. Hypno quickly activated Teleport to dodge the assault. Ash grinned, raising his hand to signal. Now, unleash your chaos. Caw! Murkrow cried out, enveloping Hypno in a shadowy sphere. Ash chuckled at Lila. You block my Dark Pulse, I'll block your Teleport. Seems fair, doesn't it? Lila gasped as Hypno's teleport was thwarted. With psychic moves rendered ineffective, Hypno was left nearly powerless. Night Slash. Thunder Punch. Caw! Murkrow dove down, shrouded in dark energy. Crashing toward the immobilized Hypno. Hypno faced the incoming Murkrow, swinging its tiny fists crackling with electricity to counter. The move's power was commendable, but Hypno's physical attack was too weak, resulting in it being sent flying. Ash, seizing the opportunity, continued, great. Let us press the advantage. Use Pursuit. Charge Beam. At that moment, Lila's command echoed in Hypno's mind. It crossed its two spoons, releasing a torrent of electricity. Dodge. Ash shouted urgently. Caw! Murkrow swiftly evaded the oncoming electric assault, but the barrage was too dense, and before it knew it, Murkrow was engulfed by a bolt of lightning, followed by a massive explosion. The smoke engulfed Murkrow. Hypno, can you sense Murkrow's location? Use the smoke to teleport and follow up with Thunder Punch. Indeed. After 2 rounds of chaos, the effect had worn off, allowing the use of teleport once more. Plus, the silent command caught Ash completely off guard. Hypno instantly teleported behind the recovering Murkrow, swinging its Thunder Punch down. Don't forget, I'm a psychic too. Ash grinned. Behind you. Use Icy Wind. Caw! Murkrow spun around, flapping its wings, and a chilling wind swept through, dispersing the smoke, encasing Hypno in ice as it plummeted to the battlefield, shattering into icy fragments. Hypno, are you alright? Get up quickly. Hypno. Hearing Lila's call, Hypno attempted to rise. At that moment, Ash and Murkrow unleashed their final blow, Dark Pulse. The sinister waves of malice descended from the heavens, utterly overwhelming Hoenn's final straw. Hoenn lost its fighting capability, and Crowhead emerged victorious. You have worked hard. Now, do take your rest. Lila recalled Hoenn, saying, Go forth, my friend. Lila's second Pokemon was none other than the formidable Metagross. Standing alongside her own fully evolved Shelgon, a representative of the Hoenn region's demigods. Analyzing the aura emanating from Metagross, it was evident that its power had undoubtedly reached the level of a quasi-champion. Crowhead, return swiftly, commanded Ash. With a swift motion, Crowhead knocked Metagross back several paces before transforming into a streak of light and returning to its Pokeball. Ash opened another Pokeball, summoning the disaster Pokemon, Absol. Return swiftly? What sort of move is that? Although Xiaoyao was no longer the naive novice she once was, this was her first encounter with the move Return. Yashida explained with a smile, Return is a bug-type move that inflicts damage on the target before the user retreats, allowing the trainer to choose another Pokemon from their party to continue the battle. Ah, I see. Xiaoyao nodded, indicating her understanding. At this moment, although Absol had already broken through to the later stages of the gym challenge and had an advantage over Metagross, it was still unlikely to match the prowess of a quasi-legendary Pokemon. Even with Pidgeot as a fallback, Ash would not concede defeat so easily. Thus, he activated the Mega Ring, shouting, Let us showcase our bond, Mega Evolution. As Absol's Mega Stone emitted a genetic link, it connected with Ash's Keystone, erupting in a brilliant flash as Mega Absol made its entrance. Mega Absol. Ability, Magic Bounce. Power level, Gym Peak. Is this what Mega Evolution is like? Lila murmured. The second round commenced. Mega Absol versus Metagross. Dark Pulse. Ash continued to launch his assault with Dark Pulse. Mega Absol opened its mouth, gathering dark energy and unleashing it towards Metagross. Meteor Mash, charge forward. Lila silently commanded, relying on the advantage of her silent orders. Before Ash could react, Metagross had already appeared in front of Mega Absol, preparing to strike. Shadow Claw. With a fierce howl, Mega Absol summoned a ghostly claw, colliding with Metagross's Meteor Mash. Crack. Boom. The ghostly claw shattered upon impact, and Metagross, using the residual force, sent Mega Absol flying. Absol, are you alright? Ash shouted. Fortunately, thanks to the energy dissipation from Shadow Claw, the attack's power was mitigated, allowing Mega Absol to rise once more. Excellent. Ash pointed, commanding Will-O-Wisp. With a howl, Mega Absol summoned numerous dark purple flames, encircling Metagross for an onslaught. Euroball and Cannon. Metagross began to spin rapidly, releasing a beam of white light that formed a protective barrier, shattering the incoming Will-O-Wisp flames. Psycho Cut. At this moment, Mega Absol reached Metagross, and upon hearing Ash's command, it unleashed a powerful Psycho Cut from its horn. Bang! Boom! An explosion ensued, sending both Pokemon staggering back. Night Slash. Almost immediately, Mega Absol charged at Metagross, its foreclaws brimming with dark energy, as if intending to shatter Metagross. Meteor Mash, intercept. Metagross swung its colossal claws, colliding with Mega Absol. Bang! The collision generated a gust of wind, sending dust swirling around as both Pokémon were forced back to their respective trainers. Observing the evenly matched battle, Ash realized the stalemate and commanded, "Perish Song." With a resounding cry, Mega Absol unleashed the countdown to battle's end. Lila, sensing the urgency, exclaimed, "Quick Attack and Meteor Mash." Metagross surged forward at an astounding speed towards Mega Absol. Shadow Clone. Ash initiated a strategy of diversion. Mega Absol instantly created numerous clones, evading the oncoming Meteor Mash. Dark Pulse. Countless Mega Absol gathered dark energy, while Metagross retaliated with a sweeping cannon, shattering clone after clone. Eventually, only the true form remained, and Metagross's cannon collided with Dark Pulse, resulting in a massive explosion that enveloped both Pokémon in smoke. Rock Slide. At this moment, Lila disregarded the stamina cost of the field-wide attack, for time was running out. Perish Song was about to activate. Suddenly, the arena was besieged by a rain of boulders. Ash understood this was Lila's last desperate stand. Swords Dance and Protect. A whirlwind stirred, clearing the smoke, revealing Mega Absol at the center of the tempest. The falling boulders were sliced apart by the outer layer of Swords Dance, landing on the shield and minimizing its depletion. Hurry, use Meteor Mash. Metagross lunged toward Mega Absol, delivering a powerful double strike against the shield. At that moment, another boulder plummeted, shattering the shield. Metagross's Meteor Mash followed suit, crashing against Mega Absol, launching it into the air. Absol had reverted from its Mega Evolution state, collapsing to the ground. Both Metagross and Absol had simultaneously lost their fighting capabilities. In that moment, Ash and Lila stood poised for the final round, exchanging a knowing glance before simultaneously declaring, "Go forth, my friend." It was decided. Pidgeot. Lila summoned her EV's Psychic-type evolution, the Radiant Solgaleo. The aura emanating from this adorable Solgaleo surpassed that of the previous Metagross, suggesting that this was Lila's true trump card. Nevertheless, Ash's Pidgeot was no underdog. It frequently trained alongside Tyranitar, and both Pokémon had reached the pinnacle of the quasi-champion level, with Tyranitar aided by Groudon. A breakthrough to the pinnacle of the quasi-champion level seemed imminent, while Pidgeot would have to return and seek inspiration for its own evolution. Quick Attack. Pidgeot's massive wings unfurled, transforming into a streak of white light as it charged towards Solgaleo. Lila was taken aback by Pidgeot's speed, which rivaled that of the swiftest Pokémon. Dodge. Fortunately, Solgaleo, nimble and agile, leapt aside, evading Pidgeot's quick attack. Air Slash. Pidgeot soared in midair, unleashing a barrage of wind blades at Solgaleo. Use Iron Tail. Solgaleo swung its metallic tail, shattering the oncoming wind blades. Then unleash Electromagnetic Cannon. A green electromagnetic sphere coalesced from the ruby on Solgaleo's forehead, shooting towards Pidgeot in the air. Brave Bird. Just as the command was uttered, Pidgeot transformed into a colossal bird, diving downward, unperturbed by the electromagnetic cannon, and charged forward. Boom! An explosion erupted, filling the air with smoke. Pidgeot, enveloped in terrifying electrical currents, gritted its teeth and endured, bursting forth from the smoke as a dazzling bird crackling with arcs of electricity. Lila gasped in astonishment. The bond between Ash and his Pokémon was truly extraordinary. Their trust in one another unwavering, and the Pokémon were willing to unreservedly offer their strength for Ash. Protect. Solgaleo hastily erected a shield to withstand the blow. In that moment, Pidgeot felt as though the electrical currents had coursed through its very veins, its power surging to the peak of the quasi-champion level. Meanwhile, at Professor Oak's laboratory, the beleaguered Rayquaza, relentlessly tormented by Groudon, let out a thunderous roar, reaching the pinnacle of the quasi-legendary tier. Simultaneously, the Pokémon within the laboratory continued their rigorous training, achieving breakthroughs of varying degrees. The mighty Sceptile, Venusaur, Blaziken, Croconaw, Noctowl, and Bagon all ascended to the summit of their respective gyms. The later stage gym contenders included Donphan, Swellow, Kingler, Blaziken, Electabuzz, and Coalossal. Mid-tier gym challengers comprised Butterfree, Tauros, and Mook. Additionally, the late-stage quasi-legendary Snorlax and the elite-tier Milotic were present. Returning to Ash's side, a breakthrough had occurred. Lila gazed in astonishment at Pidgeot, exclaiming, "Sun Spirit. Unleash Illusion Ray." The Sun Spirit emitted a dazzling spectrum of light from its ruby. Dodge. Then unleash your full power with Brave Bird. Ash shouted. Pidgeot deftly evaded the Illusion Ray with a mighty flap of its wings, channeling flight energy that propelled it forward with unprecedented speed, decisively defeating the Sun Spirit. Clearly, Pidgeot's speed had surged following its breakthrough. The Sun Spirit succumbed to defeat, and victory belonged to Ash. Accept this, a symbol of your prowess. Lila presented the emblem of capability. Thus, Ash acquired the sixth symbol of conquest, finally qualifying to learn the location of the battle pyramid. Eagerly, Ash inquired of Yashida, Mr. Yashida, where exactly is the battle pyramid? Yashida replied with a smile, I have transmitted the information to your Pokémon navigator. Swiftly, Ash retrieved the navigator, and upon reviewing it, exclaimed, indeed, a new display has appeared, indicating it's located opposite Nibi City. I had no idea there was a battle pyramid near my hometown. Brock exclaimed in surprise. Yashida cryptically waved his finger, only for now. Lila smiled at Ash. Ash, the final conquest will be formidable. You must strive hard, and I will cheer for you. Thank you, Lila. Ash replied, shaking her hand before waving goodbye as he set off towards Nibi City. Lila, lost in thought, gazed at her right hand that had clasped Ash's, then placed it over her heart, her left hand resting on her right. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she silently pondered. Can you hear my unspoken feelings, Ash? Chapter 181. A reunion with Hinata, the new Deoxys descends. With Nibi City as their destination, Ash and his companions plotted their route and plunged once more into the mountainous terrain. Wow, look over there. A flock of Swablu and Altaria. Max pointed excitedly at the birds in the cerulean sky, resembling fluffy clouds. However, just then, a purplish-blue aurora appeared in the path of the Altaria and Swablu. Look, it's the aurora. So beautiful. May was the first to cheer. Yet Ash furrowed his brow. This scene felt eerily familiar, and the sudden appearance of the aurora in the mountains could only mean one thing. Suddenly, Pikachu on Ash's shoulder crackled with electricity. The Swablu and Altaria in the sky became chaotic, veering off their flight paths, threatening to scatter and plummet into the forest. Not only that, but all of Ash's Pokeballs malfunctioned, and even Max's multifunctional navigator became inoperative. Ash sensed impending trouble. This familiar situation could only be explained by one thing. Deoxys was nearby. At that moment, a familiar silhouette appeared on the other side of the cliff. It was Pokémon Ranger Hinata and her partner, Ampharos. Brock's eyes sparkled with admiration as he exclaimed, Long time no see, Miss Hinata. I am wholly devoted to you. Ash, it's been a while. Hinata completely ignored Brock and greeted Ash instead, continuing, we can chat later. Right now, we need to figure out how to assist the Swablu. Hinata swiftly produced a capture styler and began scanning the Swablu, exclaiming, I've got one. After configuring the capture styler, she shouted, Capture, activate. A capture disc shot forth from the device, rapidly encircling the Altaria, spiraling around it with precision. The capture styler began to flash, signaling a successful capture, and the Altaria emitted a rejuvenating green glow, restoring its condition. Hinata called out, Return to the original path and lead everyone. The Altaria promptly guided its companions back to their previous route. What exactly is happening? May curiously asked Hinata. This region is experiencing severe geomagnetic anomalies, and the Swablu were affected by it. Hinata explained to the group. The aurora we saw earlier was likely a result of the same phenomenon. But why is your capture styler functioning normally, Miss Hinata? Max inquired with intrigue. Pokémon Rangers are always required to fulfill their duties, no matter the conditions, which is why our capture stylers are equipped with robust protective measures. Just then, Pikachu and Eevee looked up at the sky, and Ash felt a surge of energy. It's coming. A ripple of purple spread across the azure sky as a spatial portal opened, revealing a Deoxys with a purple core before them. This was not Ash's little purple Deoxys. This one exuded an aura of desolation and chilling coldness. Ash was about to speak when the portal abruptly closed, and the Deoxys vanished before their eyes. Could it be? Hinata mused. All these anomalies are caused by that Deoxys. Ash furrowed his brow, sensing that there was more to the story. Suddenly, two Deoxys appeared before them. Deoxys. Hinata stood ready, eyes fixed on the two newcomers. Ash waved his hands dismissively. Don't be alarmed, Miss Hinata. They are my Pokémon, Little Purple and Little Green. What? Ash then addressed them. Are you here to find that Deoxys? Lead me to it. Little Purple and Little Green nodded, and, with a flash, teleported away, leaving Hinata and the others bewildered. What about us? They lamented, resigned to seek clues at the Pokémon Center. Under the guidance of Little Purple and Little Green, Ash arrived at a cavern in the mountains, where a massive meteorite lay at its center, evidently the focal point of the disturbance. As Ash, Little Purple, and Little Green approached, a spatial rift opened above the meteorite, and Deoxys materialized before them. However, unlike Little Purple and Little Green, this Deoxys appeared to be in a state of mental disarray due to the magnetic field, launching a psychic assault towards them. Little Green quickly shifted into defensive form, providing Ash with a mysterious shield. Shalebi, it's you. Ash threw out a GS ball, summoning Shalebi. Ordinary Pokeballs would indeed be affected by the magnetic field, but a GS ball, being a divine artifact, remained unaffected. Shalebi. Upon its arrival, Shalebi joyfully spun around Ash, who could distinctly sense the regal aura emanating from it. Ash's mouth twitched. While other Pokémon toiled tirelessly to reach the pinnacle of their abilities, Celebi had merely been slumbering in the ball and achieved a breakthrough. Celebi, use Healing Wish on that Deoxys, Ash commanded, pointing at the Deoxys hovering above the meteorite. Rabbi Shalarbi soared into the sky, its melodious voice resonating, instantly revitalizing Dialga. Xiaoji and Xylve approached to engage in conversation, and the solitary Dialga, drifting in the cosmos, was overjoyed to encounter companions. Xiaoji and Pikachu, alongside Eevee, patiently awaited the conclusion of their dialogue. At that moment, Xiaoji was approached by Xylve, who gestured towards the meteorite. Are you suggesting that this meteorite is the source of the magnetic field, and to eliminate it, we must destroy the meteorite? Xylve nodded in affirmation. Is that permissible? Xiaoji inquired of the other Dialga, as it was once its home. The Dialga nodded in agreement. Excellent. In that case, Marshadu, I entrust this task to you, Xiaoji exclaimed. Marshadu emerged from Xiaoji's shadow, unfalteringly delivering a punch to the meteorite, which promptly began to shatter. Observing this, Xylve swiftly activated teleportation, whisking Xiaoji away from the cave. And the magnetic field crisis was entirely resolved. Subsequently, Xylve communicated its thoughts to Xiaoji through telepathy. Xiaoji smiled and asked, do you wish to explore Pokémon Star with that companion and seek out others? Xylve nodded. Go forth. I promise to grant you freedom, Xiaoji stated resolutely. Welcoming you to return anytime. This will always be your home. Xylve, accompanied by Dialga, ascended into the sky, embarking on a journey to find companions. Xiaoji was not overly saddened, for he sensed that they would reunite soon. Moreover, he had not released them, as their Pokeballs remained in his possession. Chapter 182, Xiaoyao's Last Ribbon Badge. After bidding farewell to Dialga, Xiaoji arrived at the Pokémon Center to reunite with Xiaojiang and the others. Initially, Rihu and Xiaojiang learned from Nurse Joy about the meteorite from a decade ago, and were poised to take action when the magnetic field dissipated, leading them to realize that Xiaoji had succeeded, waiting at the Pokémon Center for his return. After reuniting with Xiaojiang, they waved goodbye to Rihu and set off once more. At this moment, Xiaoji and his companions arrived at Hookwood Town to participate in the Grand Festival, only to be informed by Nurse Joy that this was the final event before the grand celebration. Instantly, pressure mounted on Xiaoyao. At that moment, Xiaoyao took a sip of iced orange juice and promptly laid her head on the table, exclaiming, what should I do? I'm so nervous. The pressure is overwhelming. Xiaoji patted Xiaoyao's back, feeling exasperated, saying, what are you afraid of? Although the quality of the final grand festival may be high, do not forget that the true masters have likely already left the competition. With your strength, winning this round is completely within your grasp. Remember, you also secured your qualification for the festival at the last moment in Hoenn. Xiaoji's words eased Xiaoyao's anxiety considerably, yet she still pouted, expressing her concern that losing would surely provide fodder for Xiaoshun and Harry's ridicule. Subsequently, Xiaoyao clung tightly to Xiaoji, playfully pleading, Xiaoji, you must help me. Rest assured, I have got this covered. I will provide you with one-on-one coaching, Xiaoji declared confidently. Suddenly, a mischievous green cactus appeared behind Xiaoyao, exclaiming, Xiaoyao, long time no see. Ah! Xiaoyao turned around, startled, and upon recognizing the figure, she fumed, Harry. Harry stood up, grinning, and said, hello, Xiaoyao's boy squad. It's been a while. Seeing his cheeky demeanor, Xiaoji felt an urge to deliver a wave missile. Following this, Harry boasted to Xiaoyao about having already collected all 5 ribbon badges, and after flaunting, he nonchalantly turned to leave, saying, until next time, I'll be sure to enjoy your failure. Infuriated, Xiaoyao's blood pressure soared, her fighting spirit ignited, and she dragged Xiaoji off for intensive training. Harry inadvertently aided Xiaoyao, as her nervousness was completely overshadowed by her animosity towards him. Since Xiaoyao used Blaziken for her first assessment and Squirtle for her second, Xiaoji decided to summon Blastoise to train Squirtle in its ultimate move. As enhancing power at this stage was nearly impossible, but learning new techniques remained a viable option. Additionally, Xiaoji devised strategies for Xiaoyao's Blaziken performance, correcting its shortcomings. After a day of rigorous training, Xiaoyao felt significantly more confident. While Xiaoji was coaching Xiaoyao, Harry sought to eliminate obstacles for her, while simultaneously removing Xiaoyao as a hurdle, prompting Musashi to apprentice him, lending her Pokémon to the perpetually defeated Musashi. Harry also shared with Musashi the reason for his disdain towards Xiaoyao, revealing that when he was a child, he had saved his favorite octopus sausages for last while enjoying his lunch, only to have them snatched by a little girl who bore a striking resemblance to Xiaoyao. Thus, Harry's resentment was directly vented on his Xiaoyao, successfully garnering Musashi's approval, leading to the official establishment of the Anti-Xiaoyao Alliance. Greetings, everyone. The vibrant and dazzling stage of the Pokémon and Coordinator Trainers is about to commence. As the Grand Festival is on the horizon, today, we must give our all to ensure we do not fall behind. The long-anticipated grand celebration is about to take place. And for the coordinator trainers holding 4 ribbon badges, this is the most nerve-wracking moment, for it is indeed the final grand festival. Alright, the eagerly awaited, fiery, and splendid performances are about to begin. As Lillian's voice echoed, the audience erupted in cheers. The first assessment commenced, with coordinator trainers taking turns to showcase their talents, followed by Musashi's entrance. Surprisingly, Musashi's partner was a Dusk Noir, instantly causing Xiaoji to sense impending trouble. Indeed, under the scrutiny of Xiaoji's aura, the Dusk Noir was Harry's, likely a ploy to sabotage Xiaoyao, and atop the stage, 3 aura signatures were present. Xiaoji scoffed. If you merely borrowed Pokémon for a legitimate competition, I might turn a blind eye, but if you resort to cheating, do not blame me for being ungracious. I shall take my leave momentarily. Xiaoji rose, departing with Pikachu and Eevee. But my sister is about to perform. Before Xiaoshun could react, Xiaoji had already ascended to the steel framework above, where Pikachu unleashed a thunderbolt, electrifying the individual and Meowth, regrettably frying their communication device. Otherwise, Xiaoji would have surely given Harry a piece of his mind. Upon returning, he encountered Xiaoshun leaning against the entrance, and they nodded at each other as a form of greeting. At this moment, Xiaoyao's performance commenced, and with Xiaoji's assistance, she had upgraded Blaziken's Flame Tornado. First, enveloped in flames, the Flame Tornado was then deconstructed, forming a spiraling column of fire, showcasing the allure of Fire-type Pokémon in its entirety. Following this, she launched a fiery punch at the Frisbee, concluding with a spectacular inverted kick that sent the Frisbee flying. The performance ended flawlessly, and Xiaoyao successfully advanced. Ultimately, she traversed through challenges and faced Musashi in the final showdown. Squirtle, utilizing its speed to approach, clashed with Musashi's borrowed Dusk Noir, culminating in a decisive confrontation. Xiaoyao successfully claimed the last ribbon badge. Now, it is finally time for the grand celebration. The venue is at the Pokémon League, the familiar Quartz Plateau. Miss Lillian has finally announced the location of the grand celebration. Quartz Plateau, how nostalgic. Xiaoji mused. Although he did not participate in the Quartz Conference, it was indeed the first league tournament he attended, making it profoundly significant. However, with a month remaining until the splendid celebration commences, Ash's primary objective remains to challenge the Battle Pyramid. The vibrant city of Pewter is now within reach. Meanwhile, on Team Rocket's side, following Musashi's defeat, Harley furiously declared the formal dissolution of the Anti-Ikari Alliance. Chapter 183, The Defense of Pewter Gym, Double Battle, Part 1. Isn't there a golem that you personally raised, Brock? Asked Masato eagerly on their way to Pewter City. Brock nodded. Yes, along with a Geodude and a Zubat. It's been quite a while since we last saw the cheerful Kappa. Masato exclaimed with excitement. Indeed. Brock reminisced with a smile. At this moment, Hikari chimed in. By the way, isn't Brock's mother an exceptional cook? True to form, Hikari's focus was perpetually on food. Brock scratched his head, somewhat awkwardly, no? My mother is the type who prefers being out rather than doing housework. To put it simply, she is not suited for such tasks. Could it be that this is why Brock excels in cooking? Brock sighed helplessly. It's a matter of necessity. Pewter City is where Ash initially obtained his very first badge, and Brock is currently challenging the very first gym leader. How rudimentary the Pewter Gym was back then. Yet its present state left Ash and Brock utterly astonished. Even Pikachu scratched its head, questioning, is this the very gym where I almost got rechallenged? At this moment, the Pewter Gym appeared exceedingly extravagant, with various graffiti adorning the once majestic rocks, particularly the enormous red flower framing the entrance that was simply impossible to overlook. The Pewter Gym looks so flamboyant. Hikari awkwardly complimented, but Brock's expression had turned a shade of deep purple. What on earth is this? Brock exclaimed in exasperation, clutching his head. Thus, Brock led the group around the gym and arrived at his home, instantly surrounded by his 9 younger siblings, all of whom bore striking resemblances to him, with identical squinty eyes. How are you all doing? Jairu, Saburo, Shiroko, Goru, Rokuko, Nanako, Yatsuki, Kuru, and Tuko. Brock inquired gently. Good. They chimed in unison. They really do resemble Brock. Hikari's siblings confirmed. Yet, at this moment, Brock was solely focused on understanding the gym's situation and urgently asked, by the way, what's going on with the gym? What has happened? The eldest among them, Jairu, spoke up. A self-proclaimed gym remodeler came and suggested to Mom and Dad whether they would like to renovate the gym. With his leadership, Brock's younger siblings eagerly chimed in, and then Mom became quite enthusiastic. Although Dad was initially reluctant, once he heard that our Pewter Gym ranked last in the Trainers Magazine's gym popularity chart, he suddenly became fired up. Whatever the remodeler proposed, he accepted. The gym has become increasingly peculiar. Big Brother Brock, you must protect the Pewter Gym, okay? Please, they urged. Brock nodded and continued. All right, I have a general understanding of the situation. So, where are the troublemaking Mom and Dad now? Jairu reluctantly explained, Well, they went on a one-day trip to South Sea, enjoying a vacation. That's how it is, Brock. Can you believe they won a vacation voucher to the Southern Islands? Don't you think Mom is quite lucky? This must be because your dad and I often do good deeds, he added. So, that's the situation, Brock. You need to help take care of everyone while Mom and Dad are away. Not only was Wugong involved, but even Brock's cheerful Kappa was tasked with carrying luggage. Oh, what the? At this moment, Brock was utterly exasperated, his face darkening with anger. Just the renovation of the historically significant pewter gym is already outrageous. Why on earth are Mom and Dad off traveling at such a critical time? Oh, come on, Brock. It's not a renovation. It's a transformation. A transformation. Brock's mother offered no remorse. You're so outdated. Brock was utterly beside himself with frustration. The choice of words seemed inconsequential. And Kappa, why are you even here? I brought Kappa along to help carry the luggage. That's all. Bye now, and don't forget to bring back some local specialties. Xiaomei concluded, unwilling to provide further explanations, and hung up the phone. Honestly, Brock is as stubborn as a rock. Meanwhile, Brock stared at the already disconnected phone, feeling as though he had received a heavy blow. In resignation, Jiru led Ash and the others into the gym for an inspection, revealing that the rocks inside were covered in graffiti. Brock could not help but complain. What does the gym popularity chart even mean? Moreover, how can the true value of a gym be measured by such fleeting trends? Jiru admired, as expected of my brother. You make a compelling point. Regarding this, Ash interjected, I read every issue of Trainer's magazine, but I've never seen such a column. So, those who call themselves gym remodelers are quite suspicious. Ash pondered. As they stepped into the battle arena, a colossal Steelix lunged towards them, causing Hikari and Masato to hide behind Ash in fright. Brock remained unfazed, as Steelix swiftly coiled its tail around him, lifting him into the air. Recognizing that binding sensation, Brock realized it was his Steelix. At that moment, his initial team members, Geodude, Golem, and Zubat, gathered around him. You all look quite spirited. Brock chuckled. He then turned to the proudly beaming Jiru. Jiru, did you help Steelix evolve? Jiru nodded with pride. Brock generously praised him. Well done. You've raised them remarkably. In contrast, the gym's arena was a sight to behold, with rocks adorned with myriad graffiti, leading Brock to declare that it was of even lower taste than when his mother transformed it into a water-type gym. The Pokémon were also clearly displeased, Jiru remarked, and Steelix echoed in agreement. Subsequently, Ash and the others returned to Brock's home, where he began preparing lunch. Just as they were enjoying a delightful meal, a voice called out, Is anyone there? Musashi and Kojiru stood outside Brock's door, each holding a Pokeball. Coming. Brock hurriedly opened the door. It's them, the self-proclaimed gym remodelers. Jiru pointed at them angrily. Indeed, it's them again, Team Rocket. They truly are tenacious. Ash recognized them through his aura-sensing ability. I've generally heard about the situation. In short, you oppose the renovation of the gym, right? Brock said angrily. Since you are aware, that simplifies things. I implore you, cease the renovation efforts immediately. That's impossible. We hold the dignity of gym remodelers. Once we take on a job, we see it through to the end. That is our creed. Ash smirked. You have a creed? As Musashi and Kojiru exchanged banter filled with nonsensical chatter, they finally revealed their true intentions. In that case, let us settle this with a battle. This is a Pokémon gym, after all, and as a gym, it should function as one. Let us determine the outcome through Pokémon battles. If you win, we will cease the remodeling without question, but Meowth continued. If we win, you must give up entirely. The rules are to use 2 Pokémon in a double battle between the 2 trainers, Musashi declared, holding up a Pokeball defiantly. At this moment, Ash gazed intently at the Pokeballs in Musashi and Kojiru's hands, realizing that this was their source of confidence. Brock, I'll fight alongside you, he declared, eager to see what tricks they had up their sleeves. Ash, Brock said, touched, all right, I accept your challenge. Chapter 184, The Defense Battle of the Nibby Gym. Double Showdown, Part 2. Here you go, Brock, Ash said, handing something to Brock while whispering, they are Team Rocket, do not hold back. Brock stared in shock at the precious item Ash had given him. This is far too valuable, he exclaimed, before adding incredulously, Team Rocket. Just them? It wasn't that Brock underestimated their capabilities. It was simply that Team Rocket had never triumphed in a direct confrontation with them. However, Brock quickly pieced together the situation, recalling how Team Rocket had deceived his parents, leaving only 9 young children in possession of the gym's Pokémon. Unfortunately, their meticulously crafted plan had been thwarted by the swift return of Ash and his companions. Observing the Pokeballs in their hands, he felt a sense of unease. We are brothers. This is trivial, Ash reassured him. You must protect your own gym. Brock nodded with a smile, understanding, and chose not to say anything further. Now, let the double showdown between the gym renovation team and the Nibby gym team begin, announced Brock's younger brother, Taro, as the referee. With a firm grip on his Pokeball, Brock channeled the spirit of a gym leader and shouted, Go, Steelix. Then it's decided. Charmeleon, I choose you, Ash declared, sending forth his fiery companion. Steelix and Charmeleon? I wonder what Pokemon our opponents will use. Mizuki exclaimed, leaning eagerly over the railing. Come forth, Blastoise. Taro added. It's your turn, Charizard. In an instant, two imposing Pokemon emerged, their sheer presence indicating that their power was formidable. Ash was certain that these were not the typical Pokemon of Team Rocket's trio. Blastoise and Charizard. What an impressive combination, Brock thought, setting aside his earlier dismissive attitude and preparing for battle. The match begins. Mega Evolution go? Brock shouted as he revealed the Keystone. Indeed, the item Ash had gifted him was the Keystone along with Steelix's Mega Stone. The genetic link ignited, and a brilliant light enveloped the area as the majestic Mega Steelix appeared, adorned with dazzling, multicolored diamonds. Steelix has evolved. Taro gasped in astonishment. Mega Evolution. Steelix can Mega Evolve. Mizuki cheered. However, Musashi, unable to contain herself, initiated the attack. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Musashi commanded. Both she and Taro were well aware of Mega Evolution, having witnessed it during their apprenticeship in the competitive arena, yet they trusted the Pokemon that their leader, Yamamoto, had entrusted to them. This Charizard was indeed of high caliber. The flames soared with immense intensity, but Ash remained unfazed. Charmeleon, endure it and be reborn from the flames, he instructed, with a fierce roar. Charmeleon dashed towards the Mega Steelix, engulfed by the scorching inferno. Yes, one down. Musashi cheered. You're celebrating too soon. Ash retorted with a smile. Charmeleon. A fiery blaze erupted as Charmeleon absorbed the flames, transforming the energy into a powerful surge that shattered its restraints. Brilliant blue and white evolutionary light enveloped Charmeleon as it unfurled its wings, growing in size. Charizard has completed its evolution, Ash exclaimed, noting that Charizard now towered over Musashi's Charizard. In awe, Mizuki remarked, it's so large and powerful. Charizard, show them what true Flamethrower looks like. Ash commanded. Steelix, use Iron Tail on Blastoise. With the enhancement of Phoenix Flame and Rainbow Feather, Ash's Charizard's Flamethrower was approaching the power level of a quasi-champion. Mega Steelix lunged at Blastoise, delivering a crushing blow with its metallic tail. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Taro shouted. Blastoise, use Hydro Pump. Team Rocket boldly engaged head-on. The result was that Ash's Flamethrower overwhelmed Musashi's Hydro Pump, sending her Charizard flying off the battlefield. Meanwhile, Mega Steelix pinned Blastoise to the ground with its iron tail. Seeing the situation turn dire, Meowth attempted to sneak away to steal Pokemon, but was caught by Pikachu and Eevee. Naturally, Pikachu and Eevee had been instructed by Ash to keep an eye on Meowth, an unexpected element. They escorted Meowth back to Mizuki and Taro, who gasped, Meowth. Turning to face their adversaries, they declared, you're in trouble now. Hand over Pikachu and the others if you know what's good for you. Let us see you try Brock. Ash replied with a cold smile. Understood, Steelix, Iron Tail. Flamethrower. Ash's Mega Steelix sent Blastoise soaring, while Ash's Charizard released a powerful Flamethrower. Blastoise, use Water Pulse. Taro shouted urgently. In midair, Blastoise released a water sphere that collided with the Flamethrower, resulting in a spectacular explosion that evaporated the water and defeated Blastoise. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Just then, Musashi launched a surprise attack. Flame Vortex. Ash's Charizard swiftly turned, releasing a flame vortex that absorbed the Flamethrower and ensnared Musashi's Charizard. Steelix, bind it with Dragon Breath. Mega Steelix charged forward, tightening its grip on Charizard. The flames dissipated as it unleashed a torrent of blue Dragon Breath, defeating Charizard. Their teamwork was impeccable. Mizuki marveled. All right, it's time to send you on your way. Ash clapped his hands with a grin. Eevee swiftly flicked its tail, tossing Meowth back towards Musashi and Taro. Pikachu dashed to Ash's side, unleashing a thunderbolt to send them packing. Boom! What an irritating sensation, Meowth exclaimed, unbeknownst to them. Team Rocket's Charizard and Blastoise had also run out of time for their experience cards, which were originally meant for Yamato and Sanji, but had been mistakenly swapped by the messenger bird. Consequently, they ended up in debt again. In summary, the situation at the Nibi Gym was resolved, and the next challenge would be the final battle at the Battle Pyramid. 3 days later, upon the return of Brock's parents, Brock, irate, lectured his irresponsible parents, after which Ash and his party set off towards the Battle Pyramid. Chapter 185, Battle Pyramid, Pokelantis Ruins. Under Mizuki's guidance, Ash and his companions arrived at the forest outskirts of Nibi City. Brother-in-law, the Battle Pyramid is just ahead, Mizuki exclaimed, looking up at the navigator. Ash nodded in agreement, pointing skyward, where a black spire loomed above the dense foliage. Exactly, that must be the Battle Pyramid. Mizuki cheered, sprinting ahead with excitement. As they traversed the thicket, a colossal black pyramid emerged in a clearing, but Mizuki, in his haste, stepped into thin air. Ah, Lucario. Ash quickly retrieved the brave medal. Without hesitation, Lucario activated Quick Attack, darting down the hole to catch Mizuki and safely set him down. Mizuki, are you alright? Mizuki's sister called anxiously from the entrance. I'm fine. Lucario saved me. Mizuki replied. Master Ash, it appears we have stumbled upon a ruin. Lucario's voice resonated within their minds. A ruin? They echoed in unison. Indeed. It seems to be a genuine ruin. Mizuki chimed in. Alright. In that case, let us go take a look. Ash said with a smile. Marshadao, lead us down. Marshadao. Marshadao led the group into the shadows, emerging from the shadow behind Xiaosheng. Is this the art of shadow travel? How enchanting! Xiaoyao exclaimed in awe. Xiaosheng gazed enviously at the others, wishing to experience it as well. I told you not to run around. Xiaoji stepped forward and delivered a punch. Ouch! Xiaosheng cradled his head, immediately conceding, I was wrong. I won't run around anymore. At this moment, Xiaoji surveyed the ruins, which appeared to be a corridor adorned with exquisite murals depicting ancient Pokémon, such as the spiky flowerstone beast and the fossilized Aerodactyl, all rendered with remarkable vividness. Master Xiaoji, there is a human presence detected by the aura over there. Suddenly, Lucario called out. Under Lucario's guidance, a man clad in mountaineering attire appeared before them. The man turned upon hearing the commotion, focusing particularly on Lucario. Impressive. This Lucario seems even stronger than my Regirock, he thought in astonishment. Realizing that the individuals before him were merely a bunch of inexperienced youngsters yet possessed such formidable Pokémon. You must be the head of the battle pyramid. Xiaoji extended his hand with a smile. I am Xiaoji from Master Town. Pleased to meet you. Indeed, my name is Shindai. Acknowledging Lucario's immense strength and recognizing Xiaoji as its trainer, Shindai did not underestimate him. Mr. Shindai, we are here to challenge the battle pyramid. Xiaoji declared their purpose. I see. Shindai nodded. With your strength, passing the first 6 battle facilities should indeed be a breeze. However, I regret to inform you that the exploration of the battle will be postponed. Is it due to these ruins? Xiaoji inquired curiously. Could you enlighten us about what kind of ruins these are? Shindai nodded. This place was once the stronghold of a powerful empire that sought to conquer the world using the legendary Pokémon Ho-Oh. Upon hearing this, Xiaosheng raised his hand and spoke up. I've heard of this before. That empire was called Pokelantis. Shindai replied. The Pokelantis Empire provoked Ho-Oh's wrath and ultimately met its doom. One day, it suddenly vanished from history, but it is said that the escapee, the king of Pokelantis, sealed Ho-Oh within a stone sphere and concealed it here. Sealed Ho-Oh? Xiaoji and the others expressed their confusion. What a joke. We encountered Ho-Oh not long ago. Could there be another one here? Marshadao, hidden in Xiaoji's shadow, also found it perplexing that Ho-Oh was sealed by humans. Yet it sensed no presence of Ho-Oh in this vicinity. What's wrong? Shindai asked, noticing their strange expressions. Well, actually, we've met Ho-Oh. Xiaoyao responded, adding, and Xiaoji is recognized as the rainbow hero by Ho-Oh. You've met Ho-Oh? Shindai exclaimed in shock, then pondered. It seems this legend may hold deeper truths. Then let us investigate the truth together, Xiaoji suggested with a smile. Absolutely. With the collaboration of Lucario's aura and Shindai's research on the ruins, they arrived at a peculiar door. The door featured 4 circular holes, as if something was needed to unlock it. Drawing from his experience, Shindai speculated. This location is likely the king's chamber. Suddenly, Xiaoji felt an inexplicable pull, instinctively reaching out, just as the door swung open, pulling him inside. By the time the others reacted, the door had closed once more. Xiaoji, Xiaoyao and Lucario rushed to pound on the stone door, but alas, it remained unyielding. Wait, Marshadao, Xiaoyao called out. Seeing no response eased her worries, concluding that Marshadao must have followed Xiaoji inside, believing it would ensure his safety. Thus, under Shindai's guidance, they sought a way to enter the chamber. As soon as Xiaoji landed, the once dark room was illuminated as torches ignited one by one, revealing a brilliantly lit chamber. Just as Shindai had surmised, this was indeed the king's room, housing a grand throne upon which sat the statue of the king of Pokelantis. What an ugly figure, Xiaoji remarked disdainfully, moving to a normal-sized throne at his feet. Upon the throne lay a stone sphere, which Xiaoji curiously picked up, causing it to tremble. Arise, light from the darkness. A raspy voice echoed as the stone sphere shimmered with a peculiar purple light. At that moment, the door swung open, and Xiaoyao and the others rushed in, with Xiaoyao expressing concern. Xiaoji, are you alright? Don't worry, I'm fine. No sooner had he spoken than a wave of black mist surged from the stone sphere toward Xiaoji. Watch out! Marshadao manifested ghostly hands that ensnared the dark mist, emerging from Xiaoji's shadow. It truly is the guiding spirit of shadows, Marshadao. Shindai marveled. The black mist struggled within the ghostly grasp. This mist was none other than the soul of the king of Pokelantis, and as a ghost-type deity, Marshadao found it quite simple to confront this spirit. Naturally, Marshadao would not let this defiler of Ho-Oh escape, crushing it with a firm grip. Through Lucario, Marshadao conveyed the situation to the group, which enlightened them. It turned out that what was sealed within the stone sphere was not Ho-Oh, but rather the soul and ambition of the king of Pokelantis. Xiaoji, the battle rules in the battle pyramid are 4 versus 4, right? Let us start with a warm-up match, after which I will unleash my full power. Shindai stated earnestly, further revealing his trump card to Xiaoji. I will be using the 3 legendary titans for my final 3 Pokemon. I understand. Xiaoji nodded. May I switch my Pokemon? No problem. There is a switch in my pyramid. Chapter 186, The Battle Against Shindai. Outside the battle pyramid, Ayada had been waiting for quite some time. Oh, you finally made it here. Mr. Ayada. The group greeted him. Good afternoon. Ayada smiled, then remarked, Shindai, your opponent today will be quite formidable. Shindai nodded. I am looking forward to competing with him. Ayada was taken aback, not expecting the usually arrogant Shindai to acknowledge Xiaoji, then turned to Xiaoji. Xiaoji, you are just one step away from claiming dominance in the battle frontier. Good luck. Yes. Xiaoji nodded. Together, they entered the battle pyramid, where Xiaoji first proceeded to switch his Pokemon. The final showdown commenced, ascending to the pinnacle of the pyramid, where the apex opened up, granting space for flying Pokemon. The referee was Shindai's disciple, Sotaro, who announced, let the Pokemon battle begin. Challenger Xiaoji from Masera Town, please step forward. Xiaoji took his position on the battlefield. Next, we have my master, the enthusiastic male trainer, the head of the battle pyramid, Pharaoh Shindai. This battle would employ a 4 versus 4 elimination format. However, only the challenger could substitute Pokemon. Then, please, Pharaoh Shindai, send out your Pokemon. No sooner had the words left the announcer's mouth than Shindai confidently threw out a Pokeball, declaring, Go, Night Giant. Instantly, a formidable Night Giant appeared on the battlefield. You'll do just fine, Snorlax. Snorlax. The clash between normal type and ghost type was intriguing, as both types were immune to each other's attacks. High temperature, heavy pressure. As a guaranteed hit move, when unleashed by Snorlax's massive form, the damage dealt to Night Giant would be significant. Snorlax leaped into the air, engulfed in flames, and charged toward Night Giant. Night Giant, use Ice Punch. Shindai commanded, as the icy breath emanated from Night Giant's fists, ready for a direct confrontation with the fiery Snorlax. Boom. Bang. The explosion resonated as smoke billowed around them. Again, Ice Punch. Yet Shindai remained unfazed, ordering, use Thunder Punch. The sound of a collision echoed, and the smoke was instantly dispersed by the force of the impact, revealing fists crackling with electricity and exuding an icy aura clashing at the center. Ultimately, both Pokemon retreated to their trainers. Use Future Sight, commanded Shindai, followed by use Brick Break. Crunch. The Night Giant launched a light orb skyward before delivering a powerful strike downward towards Snorlax, who responded without hesitation, biting down on the fist. 10,000 horsepower. At this moment, Ash urged Snorlax to unleash a heavy punch, sending the Night Giant flying. Snorlax, use Belly Drum. Ash shouted. Snorlax thumped its enormous belly, sacrificing half its health to maximize its attack power. By executing this move, it was clear Ash aimed for a swift victory, especially with Future Sight looming. Heavy Slam. Snorlax radiated a brilliant white light, charging with full force towards the Night Giant. Use Rock Tomb. Shindai commanded. The Night Giant slammed the ground, causing rocks to rise. But Snorlax's enhanced Heavy Slam shattered the rocks and defeated the Night Giant. In that fleeting moment, however, Future Sight arrived, engulfing Snorlax. Snorlax. It cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground, incapacitated. Both the Night Giant and Snorlax lost their fighting capabilities simultaneously. The warm-up match concluded. At that moment, Shindai summoned all his might, declaring, Go. Regirock. It has been decided, Pikachu. Ash shouted with fervor. Pika Pika. Pikachu stepped onto the battlefield, gazing intently at the rock god pillar, Regirock. The atmosphere of the battle intensified as Shindai regarded Pikachu with seriousness, surprised that the adorable Pikachu perched on Ash's shoulder was actually at the champion level. Ash had finally summoned Pikachu. Yashida looked on with anticipation, having witnessed Pikachu's might before. However, it was unexpected that Shindai would deploy Regirock so early. Mr. Shindai mentioned he would utilize all 3 of the legendary pillars for this match, Brock elucidated. Upon hearing this, Yashida's eyes lit up, realizing that Ash had indeed not disappointed him, as he compelled Shindai to unleash his full strength. Thunderbolt to kick things off. Ash exclaimed, relishing the opportunity to use Thunderbolt whenever his opponent was not of the ground type. Pikachu unleashed golden currents of electricity. Sensing the formidable power of Thunderbolt, Shindai solemnly commanded. Iron Defense. Regirock raised a protective barrier to absorb the Thunderbolt. Regirock, use Stone Edge. Regirock hammered the ground, causing massive rocks to surge towards Pikachu. Iron Tail. With a swift command, Pikachu leapt into the air, its metallic tail shimmering as it shattered the approaching boulders. Quick attack with electric speed. Pika. A dazzling golden light flickered, and by the time Shindai could react, Pikachu was already behind Regirock. A brilliant flash of lightning engulfed Regirock entirely. Incredible speed and strength. Shindai exclaimed in astonishment, then commanded, Earth Power. Regirock gathered the Earth's energy to disperse the lightning, targeting Pikachu. Shadow Clone. Pika. Pikachu created countless duplicates, and while the Earth Power obliterated a few, the rest surrounded Regirock. Use Earthquake. Regirock slammed down, causing the ground to quake, shattering the nearby Pikachu clones. Surf. Pika. At this moment, all of Pikachu's clones were destroyed. But Pikachu summoned a colossal wave, which crackled with electric arcs. The massive wave crashed into Regirock, sending it reeling, yet the rock Pokémon staggered as it regained its footing. Use Stone Edge. Shindai grit his teeth and shouted, but Regirock remained motionless. What is happening? It became evident that Regirock was enveloped in electric arcs. A sign of Shindai's ill fortune, Pikachu's Surf had a 30 chance to induce paralysis, and Regirock had fallen victim to that chance. In that case, Pikachu, let us deliver the final blow. Ash chuckled. Iron Tail. Pikachu charged towards Regirock, executing a colossal strike. With a resounding crash, Regirock collapsed, losing its fighting ability. Regirock was defeated, and Pikachu emerged victorious. Is this the power of my brother-in-law and Pikachu? Truly remarkable, shouted Xiaosheng in excitement. The crowd nodded in agreement. Throughout the battle, Regirock had barely touched Pikachu, whose speed was astonishing, coupled with the high special attack granted by the electric ball, making it seem more formidable than even legendary Pokémon. Pika. Pikachu sparkled with electricity, reaching new heights in strength, now at the mid-champion level. Well done, Pikachu. Ash exclaimed joyfully, Return, Pikachu. Pikachu nodded, returning to Ash's side. Chapter 187. Dominating the Battle Frontier. Next up is you. Shindai tossed a Pokeball, declaring, Let us give it our all, Registeel. The Steel God Pillar, Registeel, took the stage. It has been decided, Charizard. Roar. Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames, gazing fiercely at Registeel. Another champion. Yashida was astounded by Ash's talent. This young man possessed immense potential. The champion level was a threshold that had barred countless Pokémon, yet Ash, at such a tender age, commanded 2. Even 3 champions, especially considering the Ice God Pillar was still to come. If all went as anticipated, Ash likely had another champion up his sleeve. Flamethrower. Roar. Charizard's flames, enhanced by the Rainbow Phoenix Flame, were extraordinary, transforming from ordinary orange to a brilliant golden blaze. The intense heat radiating from the golden flames reached the level of a powerful fire-type move. Shindai's expression turned grave as he solemnly commanded, Use Flash Cannon. As an electric-type move, Flash Cannon was formidable, and Registeel's execution of it was on par with that of any electric-type Pokémon, showcasing Shindai's seriousness. The golden flames collided with the golden energy sphere, resulting in a tremendous explosion, smoke billowing as golden sparks and arcs of electricity flickered within. Incredible! Yashida and the others gasped. The gale produced by the explosion surged, igniting Shindai's determination. Ash, your strength is indeed formidable. Your battles exceed my expectations. However, claiming the symbol of bravery and dominating the frontier will not be easy. Shindai stated earnestly, Lock on. Registeel fixed its gaze on Charizard, a red light encircling it. But Ash and Charizard remained unfazed. Flash Cannon. Dragon Claw. As soon as the words left his mouth, Charizard's hands carved through the air, igniting with golden flames. Manifesting a colossal emerald dragon claw, imbued with golden fire, diving down towards Registeel. Meanwhile, Registeel had already condensed a golden energy sphere, launching it with a resounding blast. Faced with the incoming Flash Cannon, Charizard's claws converged at the center, tearing through the attack. Shindai's pupils dilated in shock. This power made it difficult for him to discern who was truly the legendary Pokémon. Metal Claw. Registeel formed massive metallic claws and collided with Charizard's Dragon Claw. Boom. Both Pokémon were sent reeling, enveloped in smoke, before landing before their respective trainers. Use Ancient Power. Just as the airborne Registeel touched down, Shindai seized the opportunity to command. Registeel gathered a colossal boulder, hurling it towards Charizard with a swift motion. Break it apart. Ash pointed at the massive rock, directing Charizard. After landing, Charizard roared, its hands glowing white, and with a fierce gaze, it cleaved downward, shattering the incoming boulder. Charizard, give it your all for a decisive victory. Ash shouted, Explosion. The fire-type's strongest move, Explosion, enhanced by golden flames, wielded extraordinary power. Shindai sensed the might of this attack and dared not underestimate it. Unleashing his full strength, Flash Cannon. Registeel condensed a golden energy sphere to collide with it, but this time, Explosion effortlessly extinguished Flash Cannon, consuming Registeel whole. Regice has lost its ability to battle, and Charizard emerges victorious. The dragon exults in its triumph, releasing a golden flame in celebration. Ash sincerely praises, "Well done, Charizard." The atmosphere becomes electrifying. Brock chuckles. Now, we move on to the final Pokémon. Both Shindai and Ash simultaneously withdraw their respective Pokémon, casting forth their last Pokeballs. Notably, Ash's Pokeball is evidently not an ordinary one, but rather a high-grade ball, instantly igniting Yashida's anticipation. Meanwhile, Brock and his companions have already surmised the situation. Considering Ash has previously used a total of 3 high-grade balls, then this is it. Go, Regice, and you shall be my choice, Articuno. The duel between the 2 Ice-type legendary Pokémon unfolds, with Yashida gazing in astonishment at Articuno, surprised that Ash has also captured a mythical creature. Hail. While Hail has no effect on either Ice-type legend, Articuno possesses the Snow Cloak ability, enhancing its evasion under such weather conditions. Upon seeing Ash summon Hail, Shindai comprehends Ash's strategy. After all, Ash would not engage in futile endeavors. Large chunks of hail cascade from the heavens onto the battlefield, certainly capable of causing a headache if struck, yet having no impact on the 2 Ice-type legendaries. Regice, unleash Ice Beam. Regice emits a cerulean beam of ice, utilizing the hail to morph into icicles aimed at Articuno. Dodge. As the command resonates, Articuno glides effortlessly through the sky, deftly evading the assault of the ice pillars. Triple attack. Ash continues to command. Articuno swiftly approaches Regice, executing a flurry of strikes that sends Regice reeling. However, Shindai remains unfazed, as if resolute in his decision. Regice. Unleash Ice Beam across the battlefield. Ignoring Articuno entirely, Regice sweeps the battlefield with Ice Beam, transforming the entire area into a frigid terrain. I see now. Ash exclaims in shock. Articuno, use triple attack. Too late. Shindai laughs. The stage is set. Regice evade. Regice glides smoothly, evading Articuno's advance. I understand now. Ash realizes. Regis' movements have become more agile due to the icy floor. What do you think, Ash? Shindai crosses his arms with a smile. Both Pokemon are fast now. Hitting them won't be easy. After contemplating for a moment, Ash's eyes light up as he observes the falling hail, suddenly devising a plan. Articuno, amplify the hail's power. Shindai furrows his brow, perplexed by Ash's seemingly pointless action. The hail's intensity escalates dramatically. While it remains ineffective against both Pokemon, the icy terrain now becomes rugged and uneven. Seizing the moment, Ash shouts, Steel Wing. Articuno dives down, its wings shimmering with metallic luster. Dodge. Just as Regice attempts to slide away, it trips over the uneven battlefield, and Articuno strikes without hesitation. Observing this, Shindai comprehends Ash's earlier maneuvers. With a sweeping gesture, Ash commands, do not afford them a chance. Articuno, use Mind's Eye. The activation of Mind's Eye makes Shindai realize that with its locking ability, Ash is preparing for a final strike, compelling him to grit his teeth and shout. Use Blizzard with all your might. Spin, Brave Bird, and Steel Wing. In truth, the combination of Mind's Eye and Absolute Zero is a devastating move, an unstoppable force. Absolute Zero is a finisher that guarantees a knockout. However, its difficulty in hitting is a drawback, which Mind's Eye compensates for, ensuring a perfect hit. Regrettably, Absolute Zero is ineffective against Ice-type Pokemon, so Ash wisely opts for Steel Wing to deliver the final blow, which, given Articuno's level advantage, is still feasible. Articuno bursts forth in a brilliant radiance, its wings gleaming with a metallic sheen, diving toward Regice while spinning wildly, effortlessly breaking through the blizzard's onslaught and darting past Regice in an instant. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberates throughout the battlefield, and as the smoke clears, Regice lies battered and bruised, having lost the ability to battle. Regice is defeated, and Articuno is declared the victor. Thus, the winner is the challenger, Ash. Taro takes a deep breath and announces the result of the match. Ash, I concede with utmost respect. Shindai approaches with a smile. This is a symbol of bravery. Thank you. Ash responds with a grin, having finally obtained the last symbol of conquest, signifying his successful dominance over the battle frontier. Chapter 188, Awakening of Psychic Powers. The Giant Leaf King? Congratulations, Ash. Yashida beams as he hands Ash the certificate for conquering the battle frontier. Now that you have all the symbols, you are officially enshrined in the Hall of the Battle Frontier. Ash gratefully accepts it. Thank you. This challenge has been an incredible experience for me. Yashida pauses before continuing. Ash, I hope you will, no matter what, walk the path of the Frontier Brain with us. To become a Frontier Brain would mean Ash could no longer travel, which clearly conflicts with his aspirations. After some contemplation, Ash politely declines, stating, I'm sorry, I wish to explore even more unknown territories. Moreover, I want to meet more people and engage in diverse Pokemon battles. Brock nods in agreement, affirming that this is the Ash he knows. Sensing Ash's determination, Yashida sighs in resignation. Is that so? What a shame. However, I will always be here waiting for you. Shindai also steps forward with a smile. Ash, in the future, let us have an exhilarating battle when the opportunity arises. Absolutely. Ash's journey in the frontier concludes. Next up is our grand celebration. May declares with unwavering determination. After bidding farewell to Yashida and Shindai, Ash and his companions head to the Pokemon Center near the forest, planning to rest for the night before continuing their journey. Meanwhile, they understand Yashida's earlier statement. The battle pyramid has taken flight. The mere existence of this mobile battle facility illustrates Yashida's regard for Shindai. Ding obtained the symbol of bravery. Reward, 5,000 points. Ding acquired the achievement of dominating the battle frontier. Reward, awakening of psychic powers. Upon hearing the system's rewards, Ash's eyes glimmer with excitement. This journey through the frontier has netted him 350,000 points, not including the points earned from regular battles. Particularly, in this King's match, each legendary Pokemon has contributed significantly to Ash's total points. The ultimate reward of awakening of psychic powers also leaves Ash highly satisfied. The abilities of teleportation and telekinesis are incredibly practical during his travels. Is there a manual for training psychic powers? Ash eagerly inquires. Given the system's nature, it likely only provides the awakening without any method of application, which must be discovered independently. The example of Aura Sphere demonstrates this. Had it not been for Lucario's guidance, Ash would never have mastered the technique. Ding yes, please pay 10,000 points. Ash's expression darkens. His system truly is a mercenary, demanding points at every turn. A mere training manual costs 10,000 points, which is enough to purchase an evolution stone. Nevertheless, Ash grits his teeth and acquiesces. Upon receiving the manual, he breathes a sigh of relief. It is quite detailed, thankfully not a scam from the system. Simultaneously, the reward for the awakening of psychic powers is successfully granted, and Ash feels a mental seed sprouting in his mind, overwhelming him with a surge of psychic energy that leaves him dizzy. Quickly, Ash follows the meditative methods outlined in the manual to rein in the chaotic psychic force, silently grateful that he had exchanged for the training manual first. Otherwise, he would have had a tumultuous night. As night fell, Ash opened his eyes. Despite having spent the entire night without sleep, he felt remarkably invigorated. With a glimmer of blue light flashing in his gaze, extending a hand, a cup from the table floated directly into his grasp. Satisfied, Ash nodded. After a night of training, mastering the art of telekinesis was no longer a challenge. However, he still had a long way to go before achieving the extraordinary abilities of flight and teleportation. Once he succeeded in learning teleportation, combining it with his aura powers would be simply phenomenal. After reuniting with Brock and the others, they discussed their route. Although they were not far from Pallet Town, the grand celebration was imminent. Reluctantly, Ash dismissed the idea of returning home and chose the fastest path to the Indigo Plateau instead. Stop right there. At that moment, a voice echoed down the mountain path, prompting the group to turn. They saw several Mashoks clutching various fruits, with a flustered man chasing after them. Seeing Ash and his companions blocking their way, the Mashoks leaped over the group, one of them tossing a water bottle aside to grab at Ash's hat. A flash of blue light sparked in Ash's eyes as he reached out and caught the Machoke firmly in his arms. Pikachu, Eevee, don't let them escape. Pika, Eevee. Pikachu and Eevee leaped from Ash's shoulders to intercept the fleeing Mashokes. Pikachu unleashed an intimidating aura, causing the Mashokes to drop their fruits and cover their heads in fright. However, the Machoke in Ash's embrace remained undeterred, struggling to reach for Ash's hat. Thank you so much. The man finally caught up and sighed in relief, expressing his gratitude. What is going on? Ash asked, puzzled, as he held the Machoke, which was fixated on his hat, fearing it might snatch it away. The man, whose name was Taylor, sighed and recounted the situation. He was the caretaker of a nearby fruit orchard, and the Mashokes lived in harmony with the community, occasionally taking a few fruits. However, recently, the situation had changed. The fruits had all been taken, and even the trees had suffered damage, leading to the current chaos. Realizing they needed to seek answers from the Mashokes, Ash retrieved his staff of courage and said, Lucario, please inquire about their reasons for taking the fruits. Understood. Lucario immediately began communicating with the Mashokes, especially the one in Ash's arms, which was particularly animated, though fear was evident in its demeanor. Master Ash, they say it's because of the mountain deity. They are taking the fruits as offerings for the deity. Lucario explained. The mountain deity? Taylor exclaimed, recalling that a traveler had encountered a gigantic creature at the mountain's peak. Ash crouched down and gently patted the Mashoke's head. Can you take us to meet the mountain deity? Under the guidance of the Mashokes, the group swiftly ascended to the summit. where they found Meowth and Weezing collecting offerings from various Pokémon like Apom and Mankey, accompanied by a towering robot resembling a giant golem. Is that a golem? Ash's friend Max exclaimed in astonishment. It's massive. May added in awe. The Mashokes were visibly frightened, even the most lively one that had been tugging at Ash's hat. Through his aura, Ash discerned that the golem was not a Pokémon, but rather a robot, likely crafted by Team Rocket. And it seemed they had spared no expense in its construction. Don't be afraid, Ash reassured the Machoke. Let me show you its true nature. Lucario. Yes, Master Ash. As a fellow bearer of aura, Lucario saw through the golem's disguise. He stepped forward, charged an aura sphere, and launched it at the golem, causing a massive hole to appear as sparks flew. What? At that moment, Jesse and James from Team Rocket appeared, shocked by the unfolding scene. A robot? Team Rocket, they exclaimed in unison. Of course, it's you two causing trouble. May shouted angrily. Little girl, you shouldn't say that. We just wanted to gather fruits to sell energy blocks here at the Indigo Plateau, Jesse's dismissive tone echoed, realizing they had been deceived. The surrounding Pokémon glared at Team Rocket, encircling them menacingly. Team Rocket gulped nervously and cried out, "Help us, little brat." Ash sighed, rubbing his forehead. Pikachu, send them off. Nodding, Pikachu responded with a determined Pika, and unleashed a powerful thunderbolt, sending Team Rocket flying away. What an annoying feeling. They yelled as they disappeared. Chapter 189. The Grand Festival, Rivals Emerge. Having resolved the golem crisis, Ash returned all the fruits to Taylor. The Machoke, seemingly enamored with Ash's hat, climbed atop his head, donning it proudly. As Ash and his friends descended the mountain, the Machoke eventually left the hat behind, but not before following them partway down. May gazed at the town below, arms outstretched in celebration. Look, Weavee finally arrived at the Indigo Plateau. The Indigo Plateau, such nostalgic memories. Brock mused as he admired the refurbished venue below. Ash nodded in agreement. The Indigo Plateau was where he had first participated in the Pokémon League. The beginning of his journey to becoming a Pokémon Master. Max, ever the buzzkill, interrupted their reminiscence. Brother-in-law, don't get lost in memories. This time it's not the Pokémon League, but the Pokémon Grand Festival. Without hesitation, Ash punched him lightly on the arm. Yet, in that moment, May's spirit was ablaze with determination. This time, I'm confident I can win. She felt so empowered that she believed she could defeat Ash himself. Hello everyone. Finally, starting tomorrow, the long-awaited Pokémon Grand Festival at the Indigo Plateau is set to commence, announced a cheerful voice. The Team Rocket trio had already arrived at the Indigo Plateau ahead of Ash, and had even volunteered to be the live commentators. It must be said that Team Rocket's trio, aside from their attempts to capture Pikachu, excelled at various endeavors, truly embodying the elite of Team Rocket. As a commentator, Jessie was meticulous, surpassing many others in her role, making it clear why such a prestigious event would select her to fulfill this duty. Participants from across Kanto, who had won ribbons in various competitions, were steadily gathering at the Indigo Plateau. The atmosphere was reaching a fever pitch as everyone busily ensured their Pokémon were in prime condition for the upcoming preliminaries. Ash observed them from a distance, shaking his head. As long as they didn't cause trouble, he was indifferent. He and May submitted their ribbon badges for registration. Ash registered his Pokémon, 2 Beautifly, a Gardevoir, a Milotic, and a Jigglypuff. May registered her 5 Pokémon, Blaziken, Snorlax, Squirtle, Eevee, and Milotic. May, I'm so sorry. Mom can't make it, so she won't be able to cheer you on. Mitsuko apologized over the phone. No worries at all. After all, both Mom and Dad are quite busy. Xiaoyao expressed her understanding. Therefore, I shall exert all my efforts to transmit the energy of encouragement from the Fangyuan region to you. Thus, Michiko opened her palms as if imparting a technique, immediately causing both Xiaosheng and Xiaoyao to be left in a state of exasperation. I believe that the sentiment is what truly matters. Suddenly, a pair of delicate hands landed on the shoulders of Ash and Xiaoyao, and a gentle voice chimed in. Hello, everyone. Huh, Michiko, what are you doing? Mom. Ash exclaimed in surprise as the newcomer was none other than his mother, Hanako. Hanako, it's been quite some time. Michiko greeted her with a smile. Haha, Ash, this time I've come to cheer you on as well. Professor Okido and Takashi also approached, clearly indicating that Ash's mother, Hanako, was brought along by Professor Okido. Takashi smiled and said, with the court's conference just around the corner, and Kasumi being utterly occupied. She asked me to cheer for you all. Michiko, rest assured, I will cheer for both children alongside you. Hanako promptly pushed Ash and the others aside and began chatting with Michiko. Just as the two mothers finished their conversation and hung up the phone, a long-tailed monkey Pokémon leaped down from the window above. A gasp echoed as Ash and his companions turned to look, only to see a long-tailed monkey darting through the crowd, heading straight for Ash, and notably adorned with 5 or 6 hats from various coordinators atop its head. Ash recognized it immediately as the mischievous creature that had an affinity for his hats, causing a commotion throughout the hall. Ash stepped forward to intercept the long-tailed monkey, lifting it up and sternly admonishing, "Little one, you cannot misbehave here." The long-tailed monkey nodded with a grin at Ash's serious demeanor. With a resigned sigh, Ash reached to remove all the hats from its head, apologizing, "I'm truly sorry, please take them back." Seeing Ash's apology, the crowd ceased to fuss over the incident. The long-tailed monkey, unfazed, playfully grabbed Ash's hat and placed it on its own head, gleefully laughing. "Wow, what an adorable little monkey. Ash, is this your Pokémon?" Hanako approached with a smile and cradled the long-tailed monkey that Ash had been holding aloft. The long-tailed monkey leaned in Hanako's embrace, turning to make a face at Ash. Ash, observing this, could only shake his head helplessly. "I merely know it. It is a wild Pokémon. Then I hope you can keep a close eye on this long-tailed monkey. Everyone is quite anxious right now." At that moment, Shun stepped forward. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao laughed. "So, Shun, you also feel nervous, huh?" Shun, of course, would never admit to feeling nervous. He haughtily tossed his hair and replied, "Do not conflate me with you." Suddenly, a tall young lady with light pink hair, accompanied by a hippo Pokémon, approached, leaving Shun momentarily stunned. The young lady smiled. Little Shun was quite the nervous one back in the day. From the wise gaze of the hippo Pokémon and the extraordinary aura of this lady, it was evident that she was no ordinary contender, likely a formidable rival at this celebration. Yet, unexpectedly, she was an acquaintance of Takashi's, causing his eyes to sparkle with admiration. "Oh my, is that not Miss Saori? I recall you are the gym leader from the Nibi Gym, correct?" Miss Saori had previously resided near the Nibi Gym, and Takashi, as the gym leader, had often sought her favor, making quite an impression on her. Seeing that Saori remembered him, Takashi excitedly stepped forward. "Indeed, I am the one and only Takashi. I am currently traveling to become the world's greatest Pokémon breeder. To celebrate this fated reunion, do you have time for us to converse privately and share our thoughts?" "I'm sorry, I have matters to attend to. Let us talk another time." Saori smiled as she politely declined Takashi, stepping past him to approach Shun. The effect of her smiling presence was remarkable, leaving Takashi momentarily stunned, his heart shattered and bouncing around. "Long time no see, Shun." Saori greeted him with a smile. "Miss Saori, I eagerly anticipate seeing the Pokémon you have raised perform," Shun said, turning without hesitation to leave with the Poison Ivy Pokémon, simultaneously warning Xiaoyao. "Xiaoyao, she can be quite challenging. Pleased to meet you, Ash and Xiaoyao. I often hear Shun mention you." Saori continued, addressing Ash and Xiaoyao. From Saori's words, it was revealed that Shun's first grand performance in the dazzling tournament had been thwarted by Saori. Subsequently, their encounters at various dazzling tournaments had allowed them to form a connection, through which she had learned about Ash and Xiaoyao's existence. Chapter 190. The celebration begins. Preliminary rounds passed. Good morning to all the viewers around the world. The festival of love between Pokémon and coordinators, the long-awaited grand celebration of the Quartz Conference, is about to commence. Lillian energetically ignited the atmosphere. This time, risking the honor of top coordinators, a total of 270 individuals gathered at the venue. And only those who stand at the pinnacle will receive this, the luxurious satin trophy, allowing them to join the ranks of top coordinators. Lillian explained while showcasing the satin trophy to the audience. With a full 270 contestants, the number surpasses that of the Hoenn Grand Celebration, indicating that the competition is not only fierce, but also ruthless. Additionally, the judges included 2 familiar uncles, along with representatives from all the joys of Kanto, a joy from Rainbow City, and the special judge, Lillian's sister, Vivian from the Hoenn region. Takashi's eyes sparkled with admiration as he exclaimed, "Sisters on stage, how wonderful." This preliminary round allows contestants to showcase only their most proud technique, making it a tense competition where a single move can determine the outcome. Furthermore, due to the large number of participants, the competition was divided into 2 stages, each with 3 joys scoring, ultimately leading to 64 participants being selected for the formal competition by the 4 judges. The 2 stages were hosted by Lillian and Musashi. "Hello everyone, I'm Musashi Susan, and the atmosphere here is incredibly vibrant. Everyone is eagerly awaiting the performances. Are you all feeling the excitement?" The audience erupted in cheers. Upon witnessing this, Lillian smiled. "Good. It feels great. The temperature in the venue has risen. The preliminary charm showcase stage is about to begin. Don't miss the precious moments when coordinators' most cherished Pokémon shine brightly. Here we go." The preliminaries officially commenced, with contestants taking the stage one by one to perform. This celebration stage had been upgraded, featuring foldable partitions, with a water-themed area suitable for water-type Pokémon below. Soon, it was Xiaoyao's turn to perform. "Blaziken, take the stage." Xiaoyao retrieved the pink frisbee from her first performance and threw it into the air. Blaziken, Sky Uppercut. As Xiaoyao's initial Pokémon, their cooperation was naturally seamless. Blaziken skated across the stage, igniting sparks, leaping high to catch the frisbee. and delivering a powerful punch that shattered it. Saori smiled at Shun, saying, "Her movements with Blaziken are incredibly fluid. I can understand why you are concerned about her." Indeed, Xiaoyao had transformed from a novice into a true coordinator capable of standing on her own. Ash felt a sense of satisfaction with Xiaoyao's progress. Even Lillian could not help but comment, "I can hardly believe it, the fiery uppercut that sparks." At first glance, one might assume it was a fire-type move. Yet it was a fighting-type technique that clinched victory. This display was absolutely stunning. Next up, we have Miss Saori from Nibi City. On Musashi's stage, it was time for Saori's performance. Standing on the floating platform of the water area, Saori tossed out a pokeball. "Here we go, Lapras." Xiao Shun possesses an in-depth understanding of Xia Ji and eagerly introduced her to Xiao Ji and Xiaoyao, stating that she intends to use her partner, the Dragonite, which has been with her for a considerable length of time and has likely reached a significant level of strength. As the Dragonite descended into the pool, it created a spectacular splash. Absolute zero. No sooner had the words left her lips than the Dragonite emitted a frost-laden, ice-blue aura, causing the entire pool to freeze rapidly around it, transforming even the splashes of water into a magnificent ice flower. This display vividly showcased the Dragonite's charm. "How impressive!" Xiaoyao exclaimed in admiration. Miss Xia Ji remains as remarkable as ever. It was evident that Xiao Shun held Miss Xia Ji in high regard. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao couldn't resist teasing. "Do you believe you cannot defeat Miss Xia Ji? I heard that you cried after losing to her before. Are you trying to play mind games with me to instill doubt?" Xiao Shun glanced at Xiaoyao and replied, "I was helpless back then. I could only mindlessly train." Subsequently, Xiao Ji and Xiao Shun took to the stage simultaneously, with Xiao Ji performing on Musashi's side and Xiao Shun on Lillian's. Xiao Shun utilized a beautifly, dazzling the audience with the sheer elegance of the silver whirlwind. Musashi, taken aback by Xiao Ji's presence on her side, nevertheless dutifully announced the commencement of his performance. "Jigglypuff, you're the one." Xiao Ji called forth his Jigglypuff. "Show us your vocal prowess, sing." Jiggly. The Jigglypuff picked up a small microphone and began its melodic performance. Puff, puff, puff. As it sang and danced, enchanting notes swirled around, perfectly showcasing the adorable and melodious Jigglypuff to the audience. Xiao Ji is indeed formidable. No wonder Xiao Shun values him so highly. Xia Ji observed earnestly from the stage. In response, Xiaoyao smiled proudly. Her partner was the strongest, yet she would not concede easily. Now, the next contestant, Musashi paused momentarily at the cue card, is none other than my former teacher, Harry. To everyone's surprise, Harry appeared clad in a black cloak. Standing on stage, he dramatically removed the cloak, revealing an outfit identical to Xiaoyao's. "Hello, everyone. I am the mischievous angel, Harry." This startled Xiaoyao, nearly causing her to fall to the ground, while Xiao Ji wished he could pin Harry down and teach him a lesson. "He wouldn't have feelings for my sister, would he?" Xiao Shun thought, shivering at the notion. Musashi silently noted that Harry was stealing her spotlight. At this moment, Xiaoyao covered her face, feeling utterly embarrassed. Xia Ji remarked with a chuckle, "It seems Harry has chosen to cosplay as Xiaoyao to determine the victor." Xiaoyao, puzzled, inquired, "Do you know Mr. Harry as well?" Xia Ji candidly responded, "He is quite unique. I like him." "What?" Xiaoyao's eyes widened in disbelief. She never expected someone would be fond of such a Harry. Harry employed a cursed doll, which unleashed eerie blue flames that danced around the doll, illuminating its pale, ghostly visage. The cursed doll emitted a chilling, sinister laughter. Harry indeed portrayed the doll's aura splendidly, yet his antics in Xiaoyao's attire only fueled her irritation. Well, that concludes the charm showcase of our 270 contestants. The 64 participants who will advance to tomorrow's official competition are as follows. The judges' scores were quickly compiled, and the screen displayed the photos of the successful 64 contestants. Unsurprisingly, Xiao Ji and his companions all advanced. These 64 coordinators will need to deliver their best performances in tomorrow's official competition, which marks the first preliminary stage. "Thank you all for your hard work today," Lillian announced, officially concluding the day's events. Chapter 191, Capturing the Ambipom. The main event begins. Upon returning to the group, Xiao Ji and Xiaoyao were warmly congratulated by their companions. "Xiao Ji, Xiaoyao, your performance was fantastic. I captured many wonderful photos." Hanako beamed, waving her camera. At that moment, an ambipom approached the group, its tail flicking to reveal sparkling stars, which it then chased down and shattered, scattering dazzling star fragments in a mesmerizing display. "Wow, how beautiful. This ambipom has such a flair for performance." Xiaoyao marveled. Beside her, Xia Ji and Xiao Shun nodded in agreement, gaining the crowd's approval. Ambipom grinned mischievously before leaping and snatching Xiao Ji's hat, darting away. With a resigned sigh, Xiao Ji decided not to pursue it angrily, instead chasing after it with Pikachu and Eevee for some playful fun. Not long after Xiao Ji departed, Harry, donned in Xiaoyao's attire, swaggered over. hurling taunts and challenges at the crowd before leaving. If only Xiaoji were present, he would surely set him straight. Meanwhile, Xiaoji caught up with Ambipom in an open grassy area. There, Ambipom returned the hat with a playful smile. "Are you ready for a capture battle?" Xiaoji asked, as Ambipom's tail beckoned him, clearly accepting the challenge. Without hesitation, Xiaoji threw a pokeball, declaring, "It's you, Beedrill." Buzzing into action, Beedrill made its grand entrance. Ambipom initiated the assault, its tail swirling as it launched high-speed stars towards Beedrill. Beedrill, use Swords Dance. Beedrill spun in a flurry of blades, deflecting the incoming stars. Ambipom hesitated momentarily before launching a glowing punch towards Beedrill. Aura Sphere. Xiaoji observed with keen interest. This little monkey was indeed exceptionally talented. Twin Needle. Beedrill's stingers flashed, one colliding with the Aura Sphere while the other launched a surprise attack, sending Ambipom flying. "Go, Pokeball." Xiaoji threw the ball without hesitation, but Ambipom bravely stood its ground, batting the ball back to Xiaoji. "You're quite stubborn, aren't you?" Xiaoji chuckled, accepting the Pokeball once more. "But I like that." Beedrill, deliver another strike. Fury Cutter. The stingers crossed, emitting a vibrant green glow as they knocked Ambipom down once again. Xiaoji threw the Pokeball once more. This time, Ambipom did not resist and was successfully captured. Ambipom, gender, female, type, normal, ability, runaway, level, early elite, moves, swift, Aura Sphere, double team, scratch, terrestrial type, normal. Xiaoji picked up the Pokeball and returned Beedrill, knowing that while Professor Oak and Shinji had come to watch his match, the lab still had staff to manage operations. He then opened the Pokeball, and Ambipom emerged, climbing atop his head and joyfully donning the hat, which made Xiaoji helplessly reach up to take it off. "You enjoy performing, don't you? Would you like to join me in tomorrow's main event?" Ambipom nodded eagerly in response, prompting Xiaoji to proceed with its registration. "Hello everyone. I hope you all slept well last night. Today's pace will be brisk, so make sure to keep up. Alright, starting today, we enter the official competition, commencing with the first performance stage. Our first performer is none other than the young noble from LaRue City, Xiao Shun. This format diverged from the Grand Hoenn Festival, which typically followed a reverse ranking order for performances. It appeared they aimed for an exciting start by allowing Xiao Shun to perform first. Xiao Shun showcased an Absol, beginning with a dazzling flash that illuminated the stage, causing the pristine white fur of Absol to shimmer brilliantly under the radiant light. Lillian also highly praised, stating that this is the result of a technique honed through countless trials combined with the harmonious grace of an exquisite physique. Maintaining the pristine white fur of Absol is indeed a formidable challenge, yet Shun has successfully achieved it. Xiaozi expressed her admiration, and Xiao Yao nodded in agreement. Following this, Absol summoned a swirling vortex of water, ultimately dispersing it with a whirlwind slash to conclude the performance. Next to grace the stage is the enchanting green figure, Mr. Harry. This time, Harry has returned to his original attire. His performance features the iron plate octopus, no, the flaming octopus barrel, dancing amidst a fiery explosion. Following that is Miss Xiaozi's act, utilizing the previously encountered sloth hippopotamus. With a powerful mental focus, she levitated the sloth hippopotamus, using the large shell on its tail as a pivot, spinning elegantly on stage like a dazzling ice skating performance. Subsequently, she unleashed a water cannon, creating a spiraling water vortex that astonished the audience. Lillian could not help but sing praises for this extraordinary display. The sloth hippopotamus, with its remarkable balance, showcased a beautiful dance of water. Undoubtedly, Miss Xiaozi is a formidable competitor, Xiao Yao remarked, standing beside Xiaoji in awe. Xiaoji nodded in agreement. Xiaozi indeed appears to be stronger than Xiao Yao and the others, making her his most valued rival. Indeed, given her performance, she is likely to be one of the final contenders for victory. Anticipation for the second review is mounting. At this moment, Harry chimed in with a candid remark. "Alright, next to take the stage is the dancer from Hoenn, Miss Xiao Yao," Lillian announced, marking the beginning of Xiao Yao's journey as a Hoenn dancer. Little Snorlax. Take the stage. The hefty Snorlax performed a flip in midair before crashing down onto the stage. Following this, Xiao Yao commanded Little Snorlax to unleash Solar Flare. With a wide-open mouth, it quickly gathered solar energy, transforming it into a massive white energy sphere that was launched forth. Utilizing Aura Punch. To everyone's astonishment, Little Snorlax, despite its hefty form, leaped high into the air, rising above the solar flare, its fist aglow with white light as it struck downwards. Instantly, sparkles of light rained down upon the stage, and most remarkably, a melodious chime resonated throughout the venue. It was truly unexpected, using Aura Punch to shatter the solar flare. The beautiful tones echoed across every corner of the hall. Lillian was thoroughly impressed by this performance. Now, the final competitor is the reigning champion of the Grand Hoenn Festival, Xiaoji from Masera Town. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Chapter 192, the debut match of Ambipom. The fateful duel of Xiao Yao. Ambipom, you are the one. Xiao Ji tossed the Poke Ball into the air. Ambipom descended from above, performing a flip while snatching Xiao Ji's hat to wear upon its head, landing with jubilant raised hands. Ambipom. The crowd gasped in surprise. They had not anticipated that Xiao Ji would capture Ambipom so quickly. But was it really alright to showcase it right after capture? Xiao Ji shook his head in resignation as he looked at the hat-wearing Ambipom, which was now ready to perform, using Shadow Clone. Ambipom focused intently, creating multiple copies of itself. Spin high-speed stars. Upon hearing this, the Ambipoms began to spin in unison, releasing high-speed stars that formed a dazzling star circle. With a swift motion, Ambipom drew all the star circles towards the center, leaping into the star circle and playfully causing mischief within it. Ultimately, the star circles collided, causing all the clones to vanish. Now, unleash the final aura punch. Ambipom maneuvered the star circle upwards, then flicked its tail, leaping above the star circle, its tail's hand glowing with white light as it shattered the star circle. Sparkling stars cascaded down, and Ambipom landed gracefully, supporting itself with its tail while waving joyously. The audience erupted in applause, cheering for the performance. Truly, Xiao Ji and the newly captured Ambipom exhibited such remarkable synergy. Shun remarked solemnly. Xiaozi and the others nodded in agreement. Despite having just been captured, the performance was flawlessly executed, showcasing not only Xiao Ji's exceptional strategy, but also Ambipom's undeniable talent. Thus, the first round of the official competition concluded. At this moment, all the coordinators stood in the venue, awaiting the final results. Alright, it is now time to announce the results of the first review of the performance stage. From the 64 strong coordinators, the following 16 will successfully advance to the second review, the grand battle competition. As Lilianne's words echoed, the photographs of the 16 coordinators appeared on the screen, with Xiao Ji and the others all successfully advancing. Now, let us reshuffle these 16 contestants to determine the matchups for the second review, the grand battle competition. Lilian pointed at the screen and continued. As the screen shuffled, Xiao Ji, Shun, and Xiaozi found themselves paired with a passerby, while Xiao Yao and Harry were fated to face each other once more. Harry would be utilizing his ace, Dusk Noir, alongside the previously unseen Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff, the evolved form of Jigglypuff, appeared notably more difficult to handle than the ordinary Jigglypuff, with a fierce expression contrasting sharply against Xiao Ji's adorable Jigglypuff. However, Wigglytuff's defenses, combined with Dusk Noir's offensive capabilities, proved formidable, pushing Xiao Yao's Snorlax and Eevee into a corner. Ultimately, however, they could not withstand Xiao Yao's explosive power. First, Eevee and Snorlax coordinated to take down Dusk Noir. Then the ensuing explosion from Solar Flare and Shadow Ball generated a gust that rendered Wigglytuff helplessly plummeting from the sky. Snorlax leaped up, using Eevee as a support, and concluded the match with an aura punch, successfully eliminating Harry from the competition. Following the conclusion of Xiao Yao's match, Xiao Ji and the others also fared well, with Xiao Ji effortlessly defeating his opponent using 2 combustions. Now, the second round of matches for the top 4 contenders begins, with the first battle being between Mr. Shun and Miss Xiao Yao. Go, sister! Xiao Shun cheered loudly, cupping his hands into a trumpet shape. Indeed, Xiao Yao and Shun faced off once again. During the last grand festival, Xiao Yao narrowly triumphed. Could Shun achieve revenge this time? Here we go. Blaziken and Squirtle, take the stage. Flygon and Absol go. Right from the start, Xiao Yao initiated a lightning-fast assault, commanding Squirtle to spin rapidly for an attack. Meanwhile, Shun instructed Flygon to create a sandstorm, prompting Blaziken and Squirtle to execute a million-ton kick. Blaziken leaped over the sandstorm, propelled by Squirtle's spinning shell, aiming a kick at Flygon. Fortunately, Shun reacted in time, directing Absol to enter the sandstorm and use Flash. The dazzling light immediately bewildered Blaziken, and the battle raged on fiercely. Countless combination moves clashed, including Shun's Dragon Breath and Whirlwind combination, as well as Xiao Yao's Flame Vortex and Bubble Beam. The audience was utterly captivated. At this moment, Squirtle, utilizing its high-speed spin, maneuvered behind Flygon and dispatched it with Ice Beam, while Squirtle was ultimately taken down by Absol's Iron Tail. Now, Xiao Yao and Shun's scores were nearly equal, with 2 minutes remaining and each having lost 1 Pokemon. Absol and Blaziken exchanged intense glances. Shun, the match has only just begun. Let's settle this. Xiao Yao shouted boldly at Shun. Shun, brushing his hair back with a smile, replied, bring it on. Blaziken, respond to my heart's desire, Mega Evolution. Xiao Yao activated the keystone on her bracelet. What? Shun gasped in surprise, not expecting Xiao Yao to have such a trump card hidden away. Summer's End. A Mega Stone appeared on Blaziken's chest, linking its genes together, a brilliant white light flashing as Mega Blaziken emerged. The phenomenon of mega evolution has re-emerged, and Xiaoyao's Blaziken has been empowered by this transformation. Will the scales of victory tip in her favor? Lillian's timely commentary ignites the atmosphere of the arena. Sister, mega evolution is activated. Xiaoxing cheered, go sister, go Blaziken. Blaziken, unleash flame kick. Xiaoma commanded. In an instant, the mega Blaziken soared into the air, launching a flame kick towards Absol. Iron Tail, Xiaoxing shouted. Absol charged at mega Blaziken, its tail glowing with a radiant white light as it twisted its body to collide with the flame kick. Leaf tornado, flame burst. Both Xiaoxun and Xiaoyao cried out simultaneously. Absol spun around, its scythe-like horn releasing a leaf tornado, while Mega Blaziken countered with an orange fire column, resulting in a fierce clash. An explosion echoed through the arena as both Absol and Mega Blaziken were pushed back to their respective trainers. Use Water Pulse. As the command was given, Absol summoned a torrent of water, surging towards Mega Blaziken. Blaziken quickly used Bounce. Mega Blaziken leaped high into the air, evading the onslaught of Water Pulse. Full Power Flare Blitz. Xiaoyao called out, extending her hand. The Mega Blaziken, high in the sky, targeted Absol, engulfed in flames, and charged downwards. Observing the fierce approach of Mega Blaziken, Xiaoxun gritted his teeth. Use Leaf Tornado, then follow up with Iron Tail. Absol swung its scythe, unleashing a colossal wind blade that collided with Mega Blaziken. Simultaneously, Absol's tail shone with white light, prepared for impact. Under the flare blitz, Mega Blaziken incinerated the wind blade, leading to a violent clash with Absol's Iron Tail. Boom! The explosion reverberated, and smoke enveloped the arena, as the audience remained transfixed on the unfolding battle. As the smoke cleared, it revealed Blaziken had reverted from Mega Evolution, locking eyes with Absol, which then collapsed with a thud, unable to continue fighting. With only 20 seconds remaining in the magnificent 5 minutes, Xiaoyao successfully advanced. The audience erupted in applause for the thrilling duel between Xiaoyao and Xiaoxun. Hooray, I won! Xiaoyao exclaimed. Thank you, Blaziken. The fiery creature nodded with a smile. Hanako captured this moment on camera for Xiaoyao. In the lounge, Saori smiled at Ash. Xiaoyao has truly grown. Ash nodded, acknowledging her evident progress. Their journey through Kanto was nearing its conclusion, and it was time for the group to part ways. Though reluctant to say goodbye to Xiaoyao, Ash understood that she had her own path to follow. She could not solely rely on his support, as the stage for Hoenn's contest was merely the beginning. Chapter 193, The Final Showdown. The Resurgence of Mega Milotic. In the lounge, Xiaoxun approached Xiaoyao, grinning. Your combination was truly splendid, especially the final Mega Evolution. You were fantastic too. This match was remarkable. Xiaoyao replied with a nod and a smile. Xiaoxun waved his hand dismissively. What matters most is the outcome. Losing would render it meaningless. Soon, Ash and Saori swiftly completed their quarterfinal matches, joining Xiaoyao in the semifinals. Ash, utilizing his Jigglypuff and Lickitung, effortlessly defeated his opponent. Now only 3 competitors remained, along with 1 bystander, indicating that 2 of them would inevitably face each other in the semifinals. The grouping results were quickly revealed, with Ash drawing the bystander, while Xiaoyao faced Saori. In the lounge, Xiaoxun cautioned Xiaoyao, do not underestimate her. Miss Saori cannot be defeated by mere brute force. At that moment, Ash was engaged in the semifinals, employing 2 Butterfree. His opponent was formidable, having reached the semifinals, yet the Butterfree duo demonstrated unparalleled synergy, now facing only a large Wingull. Unleashed the final solar beam. The pink Butterfree positioned itself on the right of the Wingull, while the other took the left, their wings radiating dazzling white light as they encircled the Wingull with beams of solar energy, rendering it unable to battle. Ash emerged victorious. Upon witnessing this, Xiaoyao beamed with joy as Ash became the first to secure a place in the finals. Ash stepped off the stage, taking Xiaoyao's hand. Go for it, Xiaoyao. Give it your all. Even if you lose, ensure you leave no regrets in your battle. Xiaoyao, upon hearing this, grasped Ash's hand tightly, nodding earnestly. The semifinal match between Xiaoyao and Saori commenced, with Xiaoyao using Blaziken and Milotic, both of which she had nurtured since her Hoenn journey, now boasting impressive strength. Saori, on the other hand, utilized Hippopotas and Pidgeot. Although Pidgeot could not match Ash's, it was still a formidable opponent. The match began with Xiaoyao on high alert, unhesitatingly activating Mega Evolution, bringing forth Mega Blaziken once more. Despite the advantage of Mega Evolution, Xiaoyao found herself in a fierce struggle. As 3 minutes passed, her score dwindled, while Saori still maintained a considerable lead. The crux of the issue lay in the fact that Xiaoyao's ace, Mega Blaziken, was effectively countered by Saori's Hippopotas, unable to unleash its full potential, while Saori's Pidgeot held the aerial advantage, leaving Xiaoyao in a precarious position. Blaziken, use Flamethrower. Milotic, deploy Hydro Pump. In a desperate attempt to turn the tide, Xiaoyao sought to execute a combination of fire and water techniques. However, it was ultimately thwarted by Pidgeot's feather dance. While Hippopotas seized the opportunity to yawn at Mega Blaziken and Milotic, lulling both Pokemon into a deep slumber and draining Xiaoyao's remaining score. Ultimately, Xiaoyao was eliminated, and Saori advanced. Among them, Xiaoyao had fought the hardest, first defeating Hallie, then Xiaoshun, only to fall to Saori, halting her journey in the top 4. Ash. After exiting the stage, Xiaoyao collapsed into Ash's embrace, weeping. "I'm sorry, I still lost." Ash comforted her, stroking her back. "You did your best. Next time, you will surely succeed." Xiaoyao nodded through her tears. Ash, Xiaoyao, sister, brother-in-law, Brock, Xiaoxing, Ash's mother Hanako, Professor Oak, and Shin appeared in the corridor, watching the two, causing Xiaoyao to blush and hastily rise. Soon, the finals between Ash and Saori officially commenced, with Xiaoyao and the others cheering for Ash from the audience. Pika Pika, EVV Pikachu, EV, and Lickitung nestled in Hanako's arms joined in the cheer for Ash. It's settled, Gardevoir and Milotic. As the judge, Vivian was well acquainted with these two Pokemon, having witnessed them perform in 2 rounds at the Hoenn Grand Festival. They had now evolved into Ash's trump cards. Please. Hippopotas and Kingdra. Saori showed no hesitation in deploying her initial 2 aces, Hippopotas and Kingdra, fully aware of Ash's prowess. Let our bond shine, Milotic. Mega Evolution. Ash, too, recognized the significance of Saori, initiating the battle with the Universal Ring, summoning the one and only Mega Milotic. So beautiful. Saori marveled, as expected of Milotic. It looks even more stunning post-evolution. Ash grinned, then we'll strike first. Future Sight, Song of Charm. Gardevoir raised its hand to the sky, releasing a pink orb of light. As Mega Milotic began to sing a mesmerizing melody, the Song of Charm, a guaranteed area attack, inflicted damage on Kingdra and Hippopotas, causing Saori's score to decline. Water Pulse. Saori commanded, and both Hippopotas and Kingdra unleashed massive water columns, spiraling in an alternating pattern, significantly amplifying their power. Yet Ash remained unfazed, as Gardevoir positioned itself before Mega Milotic, absorbing the brunt of the spiraling water attack. The impact was tremendous, but as the water dispersed, Gardevoir remained unscathed, resulting in further drops in Saori's score. "What?" Saori exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Your Gardevoir's ability is Trace." Shotzi was naturally aware of her Pokemon's abilities, and thus quickly grasped the situation. Ash nodded. Although he rarely needed to consult the system for information on his opponents, he certainly kept himself informed about his own Pokemon. Therefore, he was utterly astonished when Shinado activated its ability to replicate the water storage. After all, the 2 opposing Pokemon were both water-type. Teleportation. Dragon Pulse. In an instant, Shinado evaded the attack aimed at the Super Milotic, who, without hesitation, unleashed a Dragon Pulse towards the dazed Hippowdon. Psychic. The Hippowdon unleashed a formidable psychic force to control the Dragon Pulse, but at that moment, Shinado had teleported behind it. "Oh no, Kingdra is using Ice Beam," Shotzi exclaimed in alarm. "Dragon Tail. Switch terrain." Ash responded calmly. Energy surged along the tail of Super Milotic as Shinado activated the terrain switch, swapping positions with it. With a powerful tail swipe, Super Milotic sent Hippowdon crashing into the Ice Beam, instantly encasing it in ice. Simultaneously, Future Sight descended from above, devouring the frozen Hippowdon and rendering it incapable of battle. Wow, the synergy between Milotic and Shinado is exceptional. The seamless coordination of these 2 Pokemon quickly dealt with Miss Shotzi's Hippowdon. Lillian remarked, "Kingdra, let's go all in with absolute zero." Shotzi decided to take a desperate gamble. Knowing she stood little chance against Ash's 2 Pokemon, especially with his mysterious psychic type still in play, Kingdra exhaled a chilling mist that enveloped the battlefield, heading straight for Super Milotic and Shinado. Teleportation. Shinado immediately teleported alongside Super Milotic, simultaneously using telekinesis to levitate both Pokemon in midair. Hyper Beam. Thunderbolt. Super Milotic unleashed a Fairy-type Hyper Beam, while Shinado released a Thunderbolt. The 2 moves intertwined. The Hyper Beam, laced with golden arcs of electricity, consumed Kingdra, rendering it incapable of battle. In truth, Shotzi possessed the potential to become a top-tier coordinator, but alas, she had encountered Ash. The outcome is clear. Kingdra is unable to battle. Congratulations to Ash for winning the Grand Festival of the Quartz Conference. That's fantastic. Ash has triumphed again, May exclaimed excitedly, while everyone else rejoiced at Ash's victory. Now, the award ceremony for the Ribbon Trophy at the Quartz Conference goes to contestant Ash. Chapter 194, League Mission, Assisting the Rangers. Ding, you have won the Johto Grand Festival Championship. Reward, 50,000 points. Thus concludes the dazzling Grand Festival. Tonight, there will be a celebratory feast. So let us all cheer until the very last moment. The Johto Grand Festival has successfully culminated with Ash's acquisition of the Ribbon Trophy. Congratulations, Ash. Professor Oak approached to offer his congratulations. By the way, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Ash inquired curiously. Did you not assist Ranger Hinata on 2 occasions? The Ranger Alliance holds you in high regard. Professor Oak paused momentarily before continuing. A ranger nearby is executing an unexpected mission, and upon learning of your presence, the Ranger Alliance has requested your assistance as a special investigator. But do not worry. The rewards will be substantial. After pondering for a moment, Ash nodded in agreement. Having just concluded his journey in Johto, he had no pressing matters and was eager to see what awaited him. The location is down by the coast, beneath the quartz plateau. Professor Oak smiled. Executing a mission by the seaside? Ash nodded. I understand. I'll go swap my Pokémon, given that he would be at the coast. Ash made sure to exchange for all his water-type Pokémon. Ash's team, Pikachu, Eevee, Marshadao, Shalebi, Lucario, Blastoise, Kingler, Croconaw, Crawdaunt, Swampert, Milotic, and for aerial support, the Mighty Swellow and the Psychic Queen Shinado. After the celebratory feast concluded, May and the others bid farewell. Following their journey in Johto, they decided to head to the Sinnoh region to participate in the Grand Festival there. Brock watched as May and the others departed, musing about what kind of coordination performance they might present during their next encounter, which he found quite exciting. However, Brock understood that his next meeting with Ash and May would depend on fate. At that moment, May was secretly resolving within herself. Ash stood next to Brock, smiling. Are you really going to accompany me? Of course. May nodded with a smile, aware that this would be their final journey together, and she was determined to see it through. As Ash set off on his journey once more, Hanako smiled. Well then, Ash, I shall return with Professor Oak. May, be sure to visit us in Pallet Town whenever you can. Indeed. Thus, Hanako took Ash's ribbon trophy and proof of his accomplishments back to Pallet Town. Just as everyone was making their way to the rendezvous point, a conflict had erupted in the marine area between the Ranger and the pirates. The cause of the commotion was a Pokémon egg, unlike any Ash and his friends were familiar with, shimmering brilliantly in the ocean, being transported by the water-type Pokémon. Suddenly, a massive submarine emerged, capturing the egg, and its commander was none other than the pirate captain. The captain gazed at the egg before him with excitement, declaring, "This will fulfill my ambitions. Just wait, Crown of the Sea." Suddenly, the Pokémon egg vanished, revealing a crew member who cradled it in his arms. "What are you doing?" the captain demanded. "I will not allow you to use this as a tool to achieve your ambitions," the blonde-haired man retorted mockingly, skillfully evading the attacks of the other crew members. He swiftly followed the escape route he had previously planned while contacting the Ranger headquarters. "This is Jack. Please respond. I have the egg." Having said that, Jack found himself surrounded by the crew members. Clearly, the captain had been waiting for him. The captain dispatched Carlos and Parasect to block his escape, both Pokémon exuding impressive power, which was precisely why the Ranger Alliance had sought Ash's help. Fortunately, Jack was agile enough to seize the opportunity, using a catching lure to capture a large-winged fish and successfully make his escape. Meanwhile, as Ash and his companions descended from the quartz plateau, they followed the directions to a desolate wilderness. "I'm so thirsty, sis. Can I have some water?" Max asked May. But in the sweltering wilderness, their water supply was rapidly depleting. Just as their reserve was nearly exhausted, several large water balls appeared before them, bringing smiles to their faces. Max dashed forward first, only to discover the water balls were surrounded by various water-type Pokémon, Goldeen, Phoeba, and Celio, with a lovely older sister standing at their center, accompanied by a Frogadier. "Big sister, may I please have some water?" Max, parched and desperate, could think of nothing else. "Of course," she replied gently, nodding in agreement. Max cheered and curiously poked at the water ball, causing the Phoeba to leap out and sending him tumbling to the ground. At that moment, Ash and the others arrived, and the older sister inquired, "May I ask who you are?" They introduced themselves, while Pikachu and Eevee greeted Marshadao and Chancho nearby. Meanwhile, 2 tadbulbs squirted water guns, transforming into the likenesses of Pikachu and Eevee under the influence of Marshadao and Chimecho's psychic powers, demonstrating that the levitating water balls were indeed their creations. Upon seeing the older sister, Ash recognized her immediately. If he was not mistaken, this was indeed the rendezvous point. Originally, they were supposed to meet in the town ahead, but unexpectedly, they encountered her along the way. As for why I recognized this young lady, it was simply because Xiao Gang glanced around at the surrounding equipment and confirmed. "You must be the Little Dock Circus performing the water Pokemon show, am I correct?" "Little Dock Circus?" Xiao Yao exclaimed. "My name is Xiao Gang, and I am well aware of the happenings at the Little Dock Circus. In my personal rankings, the leading star is none other than Miss Guangmei." Indeed, it was entirely thanks to Xiao Gang that Xiao Ji was informed. The rendezvous point provided by the Ranger Alliance was the Little Dock Circus. Upon learning that they were headed to the Little Dock Circus, Xiao Gang was the most excited, tirelessly introducing Miss Guangmei to everyone. He even showcased her photograph. And Xiao Ji naturally recognized her. At that moment, Xiao Gang produced an album filled with various young ladies, which must be his ranking list. Flipping to a particular page, he revealed a performance photo of Miss Guangmei. Look, she ranks at the top. I can't believe I would run into you in such a place. I am truly moved. Please, let us shake hands. Then, let us hold hands and go on a date. I must accompany you and your Pokémon. Xiao Ji silently gave Xiao Gang a thumbs up, exclaiming, you are truly brave. You even showed Miss Guangmei your ranking list. Aren't you afraid she might be offended? Xiaoxing stepped forward to whisk the embarrassed Xiao Gang away. Hello, Miss Guangmei. May I inquire if Ranger Jack is present? Xiao Ji asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Miss Guangmei's eyes lit up. It seemed they were indeed the individuals Jack was waiting for. She apologized, saying, I didn't expect to encounter you on the way. Jack will be here shortly. Please rest here for now. They certainly didn't anticipate meeting midway. Chapter 195, The Legend of the Water People. The group became acquainted with the Guangmei family and was warmly welcomed, rejuvenated by cups of sweet water. Moreover, Xiao Ji and the others encountered a swimmy weasel, which seemed to be not participating in the performance, instead playfully frolicking with Xiao Sheng. Hello everyone. You must be the investigator Xiao Ji. At that moment, a man dressed as a clown walked in, greeting everyone. Who are you? Jack. Xiao Ji asked uncertainly. Correct. Jack removed his wig, revealing his golden hair. Nice to meet you. My name is Jack Walker. I am Xiao Ji from Shinshin Town. It's a pleasure to meet you. Xiao Ji shook Jack's hand. Just then, the swimmy weasel suddenly jumped onto a rack where an incubator was placed, appearing to be modified, with its contents concealed from view. When the swimmy weasel pressed the switch, a sparkling, translucent Pokémon egg emerged before everyone. Wait! Jack exclaimed, rushing forward to intervene, but it was too late. He could only helplessly rub his forehead and sigh. Instantly captivated by the crystal-clear Pokémon egg, Xiao Yao exclaimed, Is this the mission target? Xiao Ji confirmed, as his aura-reading abilities allowed him to sense the egg's powerful, unique aura. Jack nodded, stating, This is the egg of the mythical Pokémon Manaphy. I've heard of it. It's the Pokémon that migrates through the sea, right? Xiao Sheng chimed in, surprising everyone with his knowledge of Manaphy. Exactly. Jack continued. Our mission is to ensure Manaphy hatches successfully and escort it back to the Sea Temple at Yaksha. The group nodded in understanding. By the way, a band of pirates is currently searching for Manaphy, so please be cautious and do not let it slip. Jack added as a warning. Pirates. The group was utterly unprepared for the fact that their mission involved pirates. Subsequently, the Guangmei family guided them to the town where they were originally scheduled to meet, inviting them to enjoy and participate in the circus performance. The show was spectacular, providing plenty of inspiration for both Xiao Ji and Xiao Yao, who were coordinators. While everyone was preoccupied with the performance, the swimmy weasel sneakily brought out Manaphy's egg, but fortunately, Xiao Ji and Jack discovered it in time and retrieved it. However, it was spotted by the lurking Team Rocket trio, who decided to steal the egg, with Kojiro even anonymously reporting it for the reward. That night, after a long day, Xiao Ji and the others had already fallen into a deep slumber. Suddenly, the sleeping swimmy weasel awoke and began to meddle with the Manaphy egg placed by the window. The swimmy weasel activated the switch, and the sparkling Pokémon egg was revealed once more, with moonlight cascading over Xiao Yao's face. Instantly, the egg emitted a dazzling red light, and in Xiao Yao's dream, a vast pink ocean appeared, teeming with countless water-type Pokémon swimming freely. Following the flock of water-type Pokémon, Xiao Yao arrived at a grand temple. A beam of light flashed, and an indistinct silhouette danced around Xiao Yao, calling Manaphy. Manaphy. Suddenly, the shadow darted toward the temple, and Xiao Yao urgently called out, Wait. Yet a flurry of bubbles obstructed her, and when she opened her eyes again, the sun had already risen. After breakfast was ready, Xiao Yao approached everyone with a freshly baked pancake, saying, Yesterday, I had the most wonderful dream. A dream? Xiao Yao continued, Yes. I saw a Pokémon I had never encountered before swimming toward a temple-like structure in the sea. I wish I could join it. Hearing Xiao Yao's account, the Guangmei family was taken aback, all glancing at Grandpa Sipu. Upon hearing this, Sipu sighed helplessly. Indeed, the world is full of wonders. Mother Mylan asked Xiao Yao, Have you heard of the water people? Xiao Yao shook her head, indicating she had never heard of them. You should tell them, Sipu said. Since Xiao Ji and his companions are here to assist Jack in escorting the Pokémon egg, we are all on the same side, and there's no need for secrecy. Then Guangmei spoke up. Actually, I once had the same dream. What? Xiao Yao exclaimed. In truth, we are descendants of a tribe known as the Water People from long ago. However, our numbers have dwindled significantly. The Water People used to travel along waterways, living in harmony with water-type Pokémon. Out of gratitude for the ocean's bounty and a desire to communicate with Pokémon, they constructed temples. Guangmei assured Xiao Yao. What you saw in your dream must be that very temple. Mother Mylan added, the water people dream of the temple. Is it a memory etched in our DNA? Xiao Gang mused. Wow, that's truly incredible. So does this mean that the sister might also be a descendant of the water people? Xiao Sheng exclaimed excitedly. Then perhaps I am too. Xiao Sheng's imagination ran wild at the thought. Being a water person sounded quite cool. Suddenly, Xiao Ji sprang up, exclaiming, someone has stolen the egg. What? Jack, who had changed back into his ranger uniform, dashed toward the caravan. When the group rushed over, they saw two individuals with blue pupils, Meowth, on the caravan, clutching Manafi's egg. Who are you? Jack demanded. Team Rocket. Xiao Yao gasped, noticing the egg in their possession, and angrily shouted, Team Rocket, hand over what you have. I heard someone say to hand over what they have. Musashi, with Meowth's body, declared. From the horizon on that side, Kojiro, in Musashi's body, chimed in. From the great thunderstorm on that side, Meowth added. We heard the call summoning us. Musashi proclaimed. Sorry to keep you waiting, Meow. Meowth, in Kojiro's body, announced. After this, not only Xiao Ji and the others, but even Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth themselves were left speechless, feeling something was amiss. No matter what, since we've got the treasure, let's make a quick escape, Kojiro urged. At that moment, a blue light flickered in Xiao Ji's eyes, and the Pokemon egg in Team Rocket's hands floated into his grasp. Xiao Ji nodded in satisfaction. This psychic ability has not been in vain. The Rockets were left with an expression full of questions. Today was rather peculiar, yet Pikachu remained indifferent to their plight, unleashing a powerful thunderbolt that swiftly incapacitated them. Such an annoying sensation. Jack inquired with confusion. What just happened? How did the Pokemon egg return on its own? That's Ash's psychic ability. Xiao Yao explained with a smile. Naturally, the news of Ash awakening such powers had reached Brock and the others, who were envious of his newfound talent. Jack nodded in realization, not overly surprised, as the world is filled with wonders, and psychic abilities, in comparison to other extraordinary powers, are relatively common. Just then, the sound of propellers echoed from a distance, and upon looking, they saw numerous flying machines advancing towards them. Chapter 196, Fending Off the Pirates. The birth of Manafi. After departing from the town, the group plunged into the jungle, only to find themselves pursued once more. On the leading aircraft, the pirate captain's first mate, spotting the Pokemon egg in Ash's arms through his binoculars, declared in a low voice, target confirmed. The parrot perched on the pirate captain's shoulder echoed, confirmed. Suddenly, two Beedrills launched from the aircraft. Ash smirked, Swellow air slash. In an instant, Swellow appeared in the air, unleashing a torrent of razor-sharp winds towards the Beedrills. The two Beedrills were swiftly knocked down, and the ghostly pirate captain, Dullub, displayed his resolve. Seeing his Beedrills defeated, he decided to take matters into his own hands. In this world, there exist two types of people, those who are pursued and those who pursue. Which is more thrilling? With that, the ghost captain leaped from the aircraft, tossing out two Pokeballs, summoning Heracross and Parasect. It's you I choose, shiny Gardevoir. Gardevoir. Swellow descended to stand alongside Gardevoir. Mystical Fire. Aerial Ace. With an elegant wave of her hand, Gardevoir conjured several orbs of mystical flames, surrounding Heracross and Parasect. Heracross, Stone Edge. Parasect, Cross Poison. Heracross unleashed a boulder that shattered one of the mystical flames, while Parasect leaped onto the boulder, radiating purple light as they collided with the oncoming Swellow. Boom! Psycho Boost. Ash's voice rang out once more as Gardevoir unleashed a powerful psychic force, restraining Heracross, while the remaining mystical flames surged upwards, engulfing the Pokemon. Steel Wing. Swellow, engaged in a fierce duel with Parasect, launched a side attack, swiftly overcoming it. Ghost Captain, surrender. Jack shouted in response to the unfolding chaos. Oh really? Just as the Ghost Captain spoke, a swarm of flying machines emerged from the forest, encircling Ash and his companions. Brock and Xiao Yao calmly approached Ash, ready to fight alongside him. What a grand spectacle. But here we go. Without hesitation, Ash sent forth his 6 water-type Pokemon, Water Gun, Pikachu, Thunderbolt. The 6 water-type Pokemon formed a protective circle around the group, simultaneously unleashing powerful water guns in conjunction with Thunderbolt, their combined might instantly obliterating countless flying machines. Seeing this, the Ghost Captain swallowed hard. The opposing force was formidable. Though ambitious, he was no fool, promptly calling for his first mate to retreat to the largest aircraft, fleeing without a backward glance. Jack, witnessing this, remarked, "You truly are remarkable, Ash. Seeking your assistance was indeed the right choice." Previously, he could only run from pirates, which only emboldened the Ghost Captain. Now, Ash had single-handedly decimated the pirate crew. With the threat neutralized, they had completed half their mission. However, the Ghost Captain would undoubtedly seek revenge, yet with Ash at the forefront, any forcible takeover was unlikely to occur. Next, the group's objective was to embark on a maritime journey, escorting Manaphy to the sea god temple, Axiac. Ash, may I hold Manaphy's egg? With the crisis averted, Xiao Yao's gaze fell upon the egg in Ash's arms, feeling an inexplicable pull towards it. Of course, Ash smiled, handing the egg to Xiao Yao. As she took it, the translucent Pokemon egg began to emit a radiant red glow. It's about to hatch, Xiao Yao, hurry and take it out. Ash urged. Right. Xiao Yao quickly complied, extracting the egg, which radiated a dazzling white light, gradually growing in her arms, with 2 antennae extending from its top. Thus, little Manaphy was born. Manaphy, adorned in a shimmering aquamarine hue and possessing adorable large eyes, opened its eyes to see Xiao Yao first, immediately bursting into tears, mana. After some coaxing from the reluctant caretaker Xiao Yao, it finally ceased its crying. Robbie Shalebi emerged from the GS ball, joyfully circling around Manaphy as if celebrating its birth. Even the shadowy Mutuo observed the little one, considering how rare their kind was among mythical Pokemon. Shalebi, the Guangmei family was taken aback, astonished that the young investigator had captured Shalebi. Manaphy, seeing Shalebi, was equally delighted, and once they returned to the RV, the 2 mythical creatures played joyfully together until Manaphy grew tired and fell asleep in Xiao Yao's arms. Guangmei's mother, Mylan, wished to hold Manaphy for a while, but the little Pokemon cried inconsolably until Xiao Yao took it back, restoring its calm. With Xiao Yao holding Manaphy, the group continued their journey. As descendants of the Water Tribe, the Guangmei family had some records regarding the Sea God Temple. Under their guidance, they arrived at a deserted ruin. Within lay an underground passage. Sipu displayed a bracelet, validating his identity as a member of the Water Tribe, and the hidden door of the ruins swung open. Sipu turned to Ash and the others, instructing, "Each of you prepare a Water-type Pokemon." Having previously witnessed Ash's 6 formidable Water types, he knew they had enough and merely offered a reminder. It's time for them to shine. With that, the Guangmei family led the way into the hidden door, and the others quickly followed. Descending the stairs, they discovered a waterway leading to an unknown destination. "You're the one, Blastoise." Ash mounted his Blastoise, while Xiao Yao cradled Squirtle. Brock sent forth his Marshtomp, and Xiaoxing successfully latched onto a supportive companion. Meanwhile, Manaphy swam joyfully around Xiao Yao. The group navigated the waterway to a dimly lit grand hall, allowing their water-type Pokemon to frolic in the water as they ascended to the hall. Guangmei activated a switch on a stone pillar, illuminating the entire chamber. They were captivated by the murals adorning the ceiling, and Xiao Yao gazed upward, recognizing that it depicted the Sea God Temple, with a golden crown at its center. "This resembles what I saw in my dream. The Sea God Temple, Axiac." Guangmei spoke solemnly, for the Sea God Temple was a sacred and solemn place for the Water Tribe. Within Axiac lies a treasure known as the Sea King's Crown. However, many thieves have sought to claim that treasure. Therefore, the Water Tribe established a mechanism to protect the temple and its treasures. "What kind of mechanism?" Xiaoxing asked curiously. "One that renders the Sea God Temple invisible to the naked eye." Clearly, Xiao Yao was quite invested in the Sea God Temple, pondering if it was made transparent. "It's designed to blend in with the color of the sea. Thus, the temple floats among the vast ocean. Since then, it has drifted endlessly, making it impossible to locate. However, it can only be seen with the naked eye during a lunar eclipse. It is said that during that time, the Water Tribe would hold a festival to express their gratitude towards the aquatic Pokemon." "A temple adrift in the sea," exclaimed Ash. Chapter 197. In Search of the Temple of the Sea, the Return of Lapras. Since the temple is concealed beneath the ocean, how can one possibly reach it? Brock raised the most pressing question. "Manaphy can lead the way," replied Dawn with a smile. "Manaphy, the Temple of the Sea was originally constructed in the very place where Manaphy resides. Even after the temple began to drift, the Manaphy that hatched from its egg retained its instinct to return to the temple. To it, the temple is akin to a homeland. This means that as long as Manaphy is present, they can locate the Temple of the Sea. Perhaps this is also the reason why the Phantom Captain seeks to capture Manaphy. The Phantom Captain's goal is the legendary Sea Crown. At this very moment, the Phantom Captain, stationed outside the ruins, utilized advanced technology to scan the area, only to discover that the ruins were labyrinthine and that he could not ascertain the location of Ash and his companions. Consequently, the Phantom Captain resolved to set sail first, believing that the group would inevitably venture into the sea, which would then become their pirate territory. Following this, Ash and his companions recalled their Pokemon, boarded 2 small boats, and navigated through the waterway to arrive at a nearby town. Upon emerging from the waterway, Manaphy, having played exuberantly, fell into a deep slumber in May's arms. Being still a newborn, at the dock of the town, Ash and his companions boarded a large ship belonging to Sup. With pride, Sup declared, "This is my ship, the Blue Coral Reef. In my youth, I traveled the world aboard that very vessel." As they set sail into the vast ocean, Manaphy awoke and immediately sought affection from May. "Manaphy truly enjoys being with me, doesn't it?" That brings me joy, May said, nuzzling Manafi's cheek. Perhaps. A soft, childlike voice chimed in, causing everyone to gather in astonishment. Manafi just spoke. It said perhaps. It's telepathy, May exclaimed joyfully. I never expected Manafi to possess the ability of telepathy. It truly is extraordinary, Ash remarked, using his power to gently stroke Manafi's head. Feeling the soothing aura, Manafi nuzzled against Ash's hand. Perhaps. Manafi continued, calling out to May. Are you calling me? How adorable. May responded with delight. When the group reached the open sea, the ship came to a halt. May, release Manafi into the ocean. Ash instructed. From this point onward, let Manafi choose its own path. As the prince of the sea, Manafi belongs to the ocean, and more importantly, it is essential for locating the Temple of the Sea. Indeed, all we can do is stand by and protect it, Jack added. May nodded and gently placed Manafi back into the sea, where it joyfully swam, as if it were a fish returning to water. Witnessing this, Ash released his 6 water-type Pokémon, confident that their presence would thwart any attempts at ambush by the Phantom Captain. Meanwhile, Ash and his companions descended to the lower deck, where they could gaze out at the breathtaking marine scenery through the windows, as various ocean Pokémon swam gracefully by, including the figures of Manafi and Blastoise. As Manafi frolicked in the ocean, it joyfully bumped into the glass, startling May. Observing the little creature's pained expression, May consoled it from the other side of the glass. It's okay, little one, it doesn't hurt. At the sound of May's voice, Manafi ceased its tears and happily swam about, instinctively sensing the location of the Temple of the Sea. Thus, Manafi swam alone in the vast ocean, returning to its former resting place, the Temple of the Sea. As the sky darkened, Manafi returned to the ship, where it fell into a peaceful slumber under May's care. Sup, along with his father Kai, stood on the deck, gazing at the moonlit sky. The day of the lunar eclipse was fast approaching, and if the timing were right, they might just have the chance to witness the Temple of the Sea, just like the water tribe of the past. Perhaps we too will receive the blessings of the sea, Kai mused. The following day, Manafi continued to swim through the ocean, while Jack patrolled the skies on his glider. Just then, a pod of Wylords surfaced, following the ship, with Manafi perched atop one of the Wylords. That evening, May and Manafi shared a bed, and Manafi delightedly coined a new term, like. Another day passed, and this time Ash and his companions encountered a group of Lapras. Pika Pika, Pikachu exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the leader of the Lapras. What's wrong, Pikachu? Ash inquired, puzzled. Pika Pika, could it be? Ash's gaze landed on the Lapras, and he shouted, Hey, Lapras. Woo. The Lapras also recognized Ash and responded in joy. Without hesitation, Ash leaped off. Ah. Ash. May gasped in surprise. Fortunately, the Lapras caught Ash midair, and he joyfully exclaimed, Long time no see, Lapras. Pika Pika. Pikachu cheered from atop Lapras's head. The Lapras, thrilled to see Ash, carried him as they glided over the waves. So it's Ash's Lapras, Brock realized, while Eevee looked on with a resigned expression as its trainer seemingly abandoned it. Ash has a Lapras too? May wondered in astonishment. Brock nodded. He caught it in the Orange Islands, but I wasn't accompanying Ash on that journey. Suddenly, Brock paused, as if recalling an unpleasant memory. Ahem. I think I released it to return to its group. He added, I've only seen it once since. May, oblivious to Brock's unease, nodded in understanding. Throughout the day, Ash and his companions traveled alongside the Lapras group, but inevitably, the moment of farewell arrived. Woo. Lapras bade a reluctant goodbye to Ash. Farewell, Lapras. Ash and Pikachu waved from the deck of the ship. Lapras returned to its pod, where its parents approached, perceiving that their child seemed quite fond of that human. Now that their offspring had matured, it was free to choose its own future. With the encouragement of its parents, Lapras's resolve solidified as it renounced its leadership position, swimming in the direction Ash had departed. Woo. Ash was overjoyed to see Lapras approaching the ship. Have you made your decision, Lapras? Woo. Lapras nodded. Then welcome back to the team, Lapras, Ash said with a smile, tossing a Pokeball. Lapras was reunited with Ash. Chapter 198, The Temple of the Sea, Confronting the Pirates. Lapras. Gender, male. Type, Ice Water. Ability, Water Absorb. Strength, Mid-Stage Gym. Moves, Ice Beam, Hydro Pump, Water Pulse, Blizzard. Terrestrial type, Ice. Thus, Lapras successfully rejoined Ash's team, and after some thought, Ash decided to send back Shiny Gardevoir. That night, Jack approached Ash and spoke solemnly. Ash, I need to ask you for a favor. What is it? Ash replied, I wish for you to distance May from Manafi. The deeper their bond grows, the more painful the separation will be. Jack expressed his inner concerns. I don't think you need to worry about that. May has become an independent trainer. Ash reassured him. Encounters, friendships, and separations are all part of the journey, and I believe in May. Ash smiled and turned to ask, right, May? May had appeared in the corridor unbeknownst to them, and upon hearing Ash's words, she nodded resolutely. No problem. Ash continued with a grin. As a mythical Pokémon, Manaphy, the Prince of the Sea, will not shy away from its own responsibilities. Upon hearing this, Jack nodded and ceased to speak further. After several days of navigating the open sea, Manaphy finally signaled that the Temple of the Sea was near. The group arrived at an uninhabited island and paused. Subsequently, Guangmei led Jack and Xiaoji aboard a small submarine to search for the Temple of the Sea. At that moment, the long-awaited lunar eclipse commenced. The moon was completely obscured, casting a crimson halo against the night sky. Beneath the waves, a conical structure emerged before their eyes. The Guang family was overwhelmed with joy, for they had finally glimpsed the embodiment of their faith as water dwellers. Upon entering the Temple of the Sea, Xiaoji and his companions were astonished to find that there was indeed air at the ocean's depths. Gazing upon the resplendent and grand architecture, they marveled at the remarkable technology and craftsmanship of their aquatic ancestors. Boom! A powerful cannonball struck the protective shield of the Temple of the Sea, revealing a colossal submarine that dwarfed even the mightiest of sea kings. The ghost captain exclaimed excitedly, declaring that in this world, there are two types of men, those suited for treasures and those who are not. And he, indeed, was the man destined to claim the Sea King's crown. Ha ha ha. Crown, crown, echoed the noisy bird perched upon his shoulder. Ha ha. Shatter this protective shield for me, and the Sea King's crown shall be mine. The ghost captain laughed maniacally within the submarine. Having witnessed Xiaoji's prowess, he dared not confront him directly, opting instead to deploy this ultimate weapon. His plan was to use it only as a last resort, fearing the Sea King's crown might be annihilated alongside the Temple of the Sea. But now, he could no longer afford to hesitate. This was his singular opportunity. Xiaoji, what should we do? Xiaoyao, clutching Manaphy, inquired anxiously. Let's resolve this. Go, everyone. Without hesitation, Xiaoji released his 6 water-type Pokémon. The 6 Pokémon surged forth, confronting the submarine, and soon, they noticed that the Blastoise was sporting sunglasses. Mega Evolution, Xiaoji exclaimed, prompting Blastoise, Swampert, and Milotic to simultaneously initiate their Super Evolution. Super Blastoise. Ability, Mega Launcher, boosts the power of aura and wave-based moves. Strength, early champion tier. Super Swampert. Ability, Torrent, strength, late gym tier. Super Milotic. Ability, Pixelate, strength, mid-gym tier. Observing this, the ghost captain immediately commanded his submarine to charge forward. Swampert, use Hammer Arm. Kingler and Crawdaunt, execute Crab Hammer. Feraligatr, unleash Rage. Milotic, employ Iron Tail. Blastoise, showcase your training results with Water Pulse, Dragon Pulse, and Aura Sphere combined. The 5 Pokémon collided with the submarine, while Super Blastoise unleashed 3 powerful blasts from behind, forcing the vessel back. Everyone, unleash your Hydro Cannons with all your might. Xiaoji instructed, embedding a Steel Z crystal into the Universal Ring, activating the power of Harmony. Blastoise, let's deliver a decisive blow. Came. Xiaoji and Super Blastoise synchronized their movements. This is our full power, the ultimate spiral strike. Came. Super Blastoise retracted into its shell, spinning rapidly to form a massive drill, which, combined with 5 powerful hydro cannons, pierced through the submarine. Boom! The submarine erupted in a tremendous explosion beneath the waves. Without Xiaoji's command, the 6 Pokémon rescued the pirates. Jack then apprehended them. Expressing his gratitude, thank you, Officer Xiaoji. Had it not been for you, I might still be pursued by pirates. Kid, this time I've conceded. The ghost captain seethed, casting a resentful glare at Xiaoji. If not for him, his ambitions would not have been so easily extinguished. Thus, Xiaoji and his companions, along with Jack, successfully completed their mission. Under the guidance of Guangmei and Manaphy, they passed through the grand doors of the temple, traversed a small bridge, and arrived before a shimmering water curtain. Manaphy began to sing a melodious tune, resonating with the temple. Simultaneously, Guangmei's token of the water dwellers emanated a radiant green light. Parting the water curtains, Manaphy leapt from Xiaoyao's arms into the waterway, leading the way until they ascended the steps, at which point Manaphy returned to Xiaoyao's embrace. They arrived at a stone platform, where they discovered an engraving depicting the Sea King's crown. However, Guangmei could not decipher the text below. Looking at the inscriptions caused Guangmei a headache. She lamented that she should have brought her grandfather, who might have understood. Not necessarily, for we have someone here who can decipher it. Xiaoji pointed at the bound ghost captain with a grin. Kid, do you think I would translate for you? The ghost captain scoffed. I believe you will. Don't you wish to behold the Sea King's crown? Xiaoji retorted with a smile, as a token of gratitude. I shall allow you a glimpse. Yet, Guangmei was skeptical, questioning whether this pirate could truly comprehend the mysteries of the Water Dwellers' Temple. Hearing this, the ghost captain snorted. I have long since investigated the matters of the Water Dwellers. Under Xiaoji's imposing presence, the ghost captain reluctantly translated. Beyond the doors opened by the token of the Water Dwellers lies a crown in slumber. He who embraces the Sea King's crown shall become the true sovereign of the Azure Seas. At once, Guangmei understood. Producing her token and bringing it close to the stone platform's emblem of the Sea King, the two resonated, bathing in a brilliant green light as the stone platform sank into the ground. Subsequently, the doors before them swung open one after another, revealing a long corridor. Chapter 199, Lucario vs. Kyogre, Capture. Farewell. Without hesitation, they ventured forth, traversing the corridor and ascending the steps to a grand hall, where they finally beheld the Sea King's crown. Contrary to their expectations, the Sea King's crown was not a traditional crown shape, but rather a stone platform adorned with azure crystals. I have finally seen it, the Sea King's crown. The ghost captain marveled, acknowledging that while seizing it was now impossible, he had nonetheless laid eyes upon the crown he had sought for a lifetime. Manaphy gleefully approached the stone platform, and in an instant, a brilliant golden light shot upwards, as the Temple of the Sea burst forth from the waves, re-emerging into the world. Countless water-type Pokémon, as if summoned, surged towards them. Manaphy smiled at Xiaoji, grateful for his protection that had allowed her to reach this place safely. Instantly, the golden radiance enveloped Xiaoji, as the Pokeballs on his person began to absorb the blessings of the ocean. Each Pokemon's strength soared to new heights. Ding received the blessing of the sea. Completed the task Prince of the Azure Seas. Reward, Power of the Azure Seas. Power of the Azure Seas. When the power of the Azure Seas is activated, in any aquatic environment, the host becomes the sovereign of the Azure Seas, commanding countless water-type Pokémon. Affinity with water-type Pokémon increases by 50, and the ability to breathe underwater is granted. After bestowing this upon Xiaoji, Manaphy then extended her golden light to encompass the others, and they were propelled into the ocean as if propelled by a jet stream, swimming freely. Ecstatic, Manaphy led them through the waters, allowing them to encounter numerous water-type Pokémon up close. Suddenly, a colossal blue fish appeared before them. Kyogre. The group gasped in astonishment, realizing that Manaphy had even summoned the overlord of the ocean. Xiaoji's eyes lit up. He still had an indigo pearl unused, and here was Kyogre, seemingly delivered right to him. Kyogre. Type, Water. Ability, Drizzle. Strength, Early Legendary Tier. Moves, Origin Pulse, Water Spout, Ice Beam, Primal Force. Xiaoji immediately summoned the power of the ocean, entering the state of the Ocean King. A golden crown of oceanic energy materialized above his head, making Xiaoji feel as though he were merely a trident away from becoming the legendary god of the sea. At the same time, he produced an indigo orb, which seemed to resonate with Kyogre, emanating a brilliant blue light. Kyogre was drawn in, and with the awakening of the ocean's power, Manaphy joyfully circled around Xiaoji. Xiaoyao gazed at Xiaoji, adorned with a crown, and saw him as her ideal Prince Charming. So handsome. This is the true Ocean King, Guangmei exclaimed. Kyogre. Let the capture battle commence, Xiaoji declared, holding the indigo orb aloft. In the guise of the Ocean King, he challenged Kyogre, who did not refuse, eager to ascertain whether this Ocean King could indeed command its power. Jack and Guangmei gasped in astonishment. Xiaoji had the audacity to propose a capture battle against the sovereign of the seas, a genuine deity. Xiaoyao and her companions were not taken aback, as Xiaoji had successfully captured both Rayquaza and Groudon, and was merely one step away from uniting the trio of Hoenn deities with the rotund fish before him. Consequently, Jack, Guangmei, and Xiaoyao hastily retreated to the sea god's temple to witness this unprecedented capture battle. As Kyogre and Xiaoji emerged from the water's surface, the power of the ocean allowed them to stand effortlessly upon the waves. Xiaoji brandished the hero's staff, entrusting it to Lucario. This time, I rely on you. Yes. With the enhancement of Xiaoji's oceanic power, Lucario stood firm on the water's surface, locking eyes with Kyogre. Let us showcase our bond. Mega Evolution, Xiaoji shouted, activating the Universal Ring. A Mega Evolution stone materialized on Lucario's chest, their genetic link intertwining, and Xiaoji felt as though their aura of waves was also connected. A radiant light engulfed the scene as Mega Lucario made its grand entrance. What immense power! Mega Lucario assessed its new form, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength as it transcended into the realm of the divine. Mega Lucario. Ability, Adaptability. Strength, Early Deity. Roar. Kyogre bellowed defiantly, activating its ability, summoning torrential rain from the heavens. Mega Lucario unleashed its aura, and in an instant, the auras of the two deities clashed, creating colossal waves that surged across the ocean's surface. The onlookers couldn't help but silently marvel at the sheer intensity of the energy emitted before the battle even began. Bone Rush. Mega Lucario's gaze sharpened as it conjured two bone clubs, merging them into a single bone staff, propelling itself across the water to strike Kyogre. Kyogre let out a thunderous roar, and a cataclysmic bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Mega Lucario, anticipating this, whirled the bone staff overhead, dissipating the lightning strike. Meteor Mash. Mega Lucario unleashed a flurry of iron fists upon Kyogre, causing it considerable distress. In retaliation, Kyogre struck the ocean's surface, creating monstrous waves that sent Mega Lucario flying. Kyogre focused its energy, forming a gigantic water sphere. As the sphere shattered, it enveloped Kyogre in several smaller blue orbs, which promptly released beams of blue and white light. Xiaoji recognized this as Kyogre's signature move, Origin Pulse, a technique of terrifying potency. Remaining composed, Xiaoji shouted, "Quick attack!" while simultaneously gathering aura spheres. Mega Lucario transformed into a streak of white light, skillfully evading the onslaught of Origin Pulse, while the water surface beneath it erupted into towering spouts. Ultimately, Mega Lucario utilized Quick Attack to break through the Origin Pulse, and the aura sphere was fully charged. "Lucario, unleash our full power," Xiaoji commanded, feeling the aura within him flow into Mega Lucario, causing the aura sphere to swell exponentially. In unison, Xiaoji and Mega Lucario cried out, "Go!" The massive aura sphere successfully struck Kyogre, engulfing it in an explosive conflagration. Seizing the opportune moment, Xiaoji hurled the heavy ball as Kyogre's silhouette emerged from the smoke. Successfully capturing it, Xiaoji picked up the heavy ball and, after a moment's thought, decided to send Milotic back. As dusk approached, the protective barrier of the sea god's temple retracted, gradually submerging into the ocean, while countless wingulls circled overhead in farewell. "I wonder if we will ever meet again," Xiaoxing mused. "We will, without a doubt," Guangmei affirmed resolutely. Jack, clutching his capture tracker, began to report, "This is Jack Woka. Mission accomplished." Observing the sea god's temple sinking beneath the waves, Xiaoyao felt a pang of sadness as she gently called out, "Manaphy." At that moment, a small figure leapt from the tranquil sea, perhaps. Xiaoyao, filled with delight, rushed to the ship's bow as Manaphy dove into her embrace. "Perhaps you do like me," Xiaoyao exclaimed, holding it tightly. "You must protect your companions well. And please, never forget me." Manaphy nodded earnestly and declared, "Xiaoyao." Overcome with emotion, Xiaoyao wept, yet still managed to bid farewell. "Goodbye, Manaphy." "Goodbye, Xiaoyao, goodbye." Manaphy smiled bravely as it waved farewell to Xiaoyao, leaping back into the sea to fulfill its responsibilities. At that moment, Jack turned to Xiaoji and said, "Xiaoji, our forest rangers and the League will ensure you receive a satisfactory reward for your assistance. Thank you so much." Subsequently, Guangmei and her family escorted Xiaoji and his companions to the nearby town, where, at the parting moment, Guangmei gifted Xiaoyao a bracelet as a token of the water people.